As an ordinary worker living at the bottom of the flower city, to be honest, I have never expected any miracles in life. Life to me is a war of attrition with no end. Every day, I squeeze into a shabby bus and am squeezed by the high-intensity work until I only have the strength to breathe. Then I drag my tired body back to the small rented room and continue to prepare for tomorrow. I used to think that my whole life would be like this, living like an ant struggling in the mud and could be crushed to pieces by reality at any time. But who could have thought that fate is sometimes like a madman, always giving you a hand when you're most desperate, or pushing you into another abyss? That night, it was pouring rain, and I stood at the bus stop, completely in a daze. The troubles at work had been bothering me all day, and my boss called and scolded me so much that I didn't even have the energy to refute him. I stared at the crowd in the rain. Each of them looked as miserable as a stray dog, using their bags to shield themselves from the rain and rushing home in puddles. I suddenly felt that all this was actually a reflection of life. No matter how hard you try, you can only get by. However, even though I hated this kind of life, I had to grit my teeth and carry on. After all, if I couldn't even bear this little hardship, how else could I survive? After returning home, just as I was about to get down to business, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! The God-level sign-in system has been successfully activated and is binding to the host. Binding completed. I was stunned, thinking that I was hallucinating because I was too tired from work, but the voice was still too clear to be fake. At the same time, a virtual screen appeared in the air in front of me. The screen reads, Host, Chunan height, 180 centimeters weight, 55 kilograms current deposit, 31,500 yuan overall evaluation. You are just an ant in the city, young man. Change your destiny and start a magical sign-in journey. Yes, it is right. I am just an ant as humble as the dust. But can this thing really change my fate? My eyes stopped at the sign-in button in the middle of the screen, and suddenly some strange idea seemed to ignite in my mind. I reached out my hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained a set of Sky Garden Mountaintop Villa. Please go and pick it up within 3 days. At that moment, my mind went blank. Sky Garden? Mountaintop Villa? I couldn't believe my ears. You know, that's the top wealthy area in Huaching. Ordinary people have to crane their necks to even take a look at it, let alone live in it. I even thought I was dreaming, but the next second, the system reminded me coldly. The real estate certificate and related procedures have been stored in the system warehouse, and the host can check it at any time. With trembling hands, I took out the real estate certificate from the system's virtual warehouse. When I touched the cold paper, I realized that it was all true. Just when I was about to go crazy with excitement, the system poured cold water on me. Don't be too happy too early. You can't even afford the property fee of the villa with your little savings. Please keep signing in every day and get rid of your poor fate. I smiled bitterly. This guy from the system actually still complains about people? It's true though, my current situation is still terrible. The villa is a gorgeous start, but I still need more sign-in rewards to completely turn over. Chapter 2. The next morning, I washed up and went downstairs. The system clearly stipulated that I must go to the Sky Garden to claim the house within 3 days. Otherwise, the reward would be invalid. I didn't want to miss such a good thing. I hailed a taxi, got in, and said to the driver, Master, let's go to the Sky Garden. The driver glanced at me through the rearview mirror with a puzzled look in his eyes, as if he was sizing up my clothes. The ordinary t-shirt and jeans I was wearing did not make me look like a rich person. Sky Garden? The driver repeated, his tone a little tentative. Young man, why are you going there? I smiled casually. I have a suite there. Let's go and take a look. What? The driver almost slipped the steering wheel and looked back at me in surprise. You have a suite in the Sky Garden? I could see his suspicion, even a bit of disbelief in his eyes. He probably thought I was joking or pretending to be some invisible rich man. I was too lazy to explain, so I just sat in the back seat and didn't say anything, letting him think whatever he wanted. He was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. After all, why would a driver care about these things? After driving for a while, we soon arrived at our destination. The Sky Garden is indeed worthy of its reputation. The mountaintop villa area is shrouded in the morning mist, half hidden and half visible, like a fairyland. Even the gate at the entrance is designed to look like a luxurious castle in the movie, very impressive. I was just about to step in when an impatient voice came from the side. Hey you, what are you doing? I turned around and saw a uniformed security guard blocking my way, with his arms folded across his chest and a look of deep disdain in his eyes. He looked me up and down, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, obviously not taking me seriously. "What do?" I said in a colder tone. "I'm the owner of this place. Can I go home?" "Owner?" The security guard looked as if he had heard a huge joke, and the sneer on his face deepened. "You are like this? You still call yourself an owner? You don't have anything decent on you, and you dare to say you live in a sky garden just by taking a taxi?" I was choked by his words. This security guard was clearly looking down on people by making a random conclusion based on their clothes, without considering that these days, truly wealthy people would not necessarily dress like moving billboards. "What do you mean?" I frowned, and my tone became a little colder. "What do you mean? Stop pretending. How can you afford a house here when you are so poor?" The security guard shook his head sarcastically, his eyes full of contempt. "If you can't get in, don't pretend. If you want to take some photos to post on WeChat Moments, I advise you to go back early and don't embarrass yourself here." I was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so I took out the property certificate from my bag, threw it in front of him, and said coldly, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly. What is this?" The security guard was stunned for a moment, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes, but he still took the property certificate with doubt. He stared at it for 2 seconds, suddenly sneered, and threw the property certificate directly to the ground. "It's fake, right?" he said sarcastically. "The mountaintop villa is worth more than 100 million yuan. How can you afford it? You are so poor. How can you afford it? You used a fake certificate to fool me. I'm afraid you have a problem with your brain." Chapter 3. Fake? Impossible. The system will never fool me. But the security guard in front of me obviously didn't think so. He didn't believe that I was the real owner. To be honest, he himself probably didn't know what the community's real estate certificate looked like, but he obviously believed in one thing. The owners here all use door cards to enter and exit, and I only have a real estate certificate in my hand. How can I prove my identity? I suppressed my anger and said in a cold voice, "Since you don't believe it, call your property manager over." I don't believe that the manager doesn't recognize the property certificate. "Just you." The security guard sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. "You still want to see the manager? I advise you to get out of here right away. Don't force me to ask others to kick you out." I was about to fight back when a cold voice came from the side. "What's wrong?" Following the sound, a woman in a professional OL skirt slowly walked over, wearing black high heels. Her legs wrapped in black stockings were straight and slender, and her figure was well proportioned. She frowned slightly, obviously attracted by the dispute here. "Manager." When the security guard saw her, he ran over as if he had seen a savior and rushed to complain. This person pretended to be the owner of our community, and he even had a fake property certificate, saying that it was a villa on the top of a mountain. "Look at how poor he looks. He doesn't look like someone from our community at all. I was just about to kick him out." The security guard became more and more proud as he spoke, as if he had determined that I was a liar. His sharp tone made me sneer in my heart, but I noticed that the expression of this manager gradually became complicated. She came over and looked down at the property certificate in my hand. The next second, she was shocked. The property certificate was real. I could see that she obviously didn't expect that the ordinary dressed man in front of her was actually the owner of the mountaintop villa. Her expression was so complicated that it made me want to laugh. The security guard over there had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation and instead became more and more rampant. "Manager, don't worry. I'll kick him out right away," the security guard said confidently and tried to take action. "Stop!" Zhou suddenly shouted coldly, with unquestionable majesty in her tone. The security guard was stunned, and the next scene made him completely dumbfounded. Zhou stepped forward, bent down slightly, and said in a very respectful tone, "Mr. Chu, I'm very sorry that you have a bad experience. This is our negligence in our work." I watched the scene with a cold eye, feeling a little amused. People who look down on others will eventually suffer the consequences. Zhou turned around and said to the security guard with a cold face, "You don't need to stay here." "Manager." No. The security guard was completely panicked, and his face was as pale as paper. He seemed to realize that I was the owner of the mountaintop villa. He was so scared that his legs went weak. He knelt on the ground, hugged my legs, and cried and begged, "Mr. Chu, I was wrong. I looked down on you. Please forgive me this time. I have old people and young children to take care of. My whole family depends on me for food." I looked at him coldly, without any hesitation. I was too lazy to tell whether the words of this kind of person were true or false. If he could do this to me for a job, he would definitely do more to others. "You can talk to your manager." I said this casually and walked into the community without paying any attention to the security guard kneeling on the ground behind me. Zhou Ying didn't even look at the security guard again. Her expression was cold, and she followed him. Soon, we arrived at the property office. After I confirmed some formalities and obtained all the documents for the house, Zhou Ying arranged a special car to take me to the mountaintop villa. Along the way, the car passed through the mountains and forests and drove up along the winding mountain road. The surrounding scenery became more and more beautiful. The villa area is close to the mountains and the water. The air on the top of the mountain is fresh, and the morning mist fills the surroundings, just like a fairyland. When I got off the car, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. After Zhou Ying opened the door of the villa, the scene in front of me completely stunned me. The huge villa has an independent swimming pool, garden and golf course, which is extremely luxurious. The interior decoration of the villa is mainly in European style. The spacious living room is filled with brand-name furniture. There is also a huge parking lot underground. It is even equipped with a private cinema, bar, and KTV. It can be called a luxurious miniature palace. It feels so good. I couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Hearing what I said, Zhou Ying looked at me suspiciously with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Obviously, she had never seen a rich person like me dressed in ordinary clothes, and she would show such a country bumpkin coming to the city expression. However, she said nothing, but professionally introduced the functions and related services of the villa. Mr. Chu, here are the keys and door cards for the villa. Zhou Ying handed over a document and continued. The garden and swimming pool of the villa will be taken care of regularly. The property fee and management fee are 200,000 yuan a year. Please pay the relevant fees as soon as possible. When I heard this, my excitement instantly cooled. 200,000 property fees? This is simply cutting my flesh. I just signed up for 1 million, and now 1/5 of it is being cut off. I am so heartbroken. But think about it, such a big villa does need maintenance. The cost is understandable. I nodded, put the key away, and responded casually. Zhou Ying left after saying, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I was the only one left in the huge villa. I lay on the soft sofa, looking at the spacious living room, and a sense of unreality came over me. This really seems like a dream. However, living alone in such a large villa seems a bit too lonely. Thinking of this, I can't help but wonder if I should hire a few maids to help clean and also serve as a scenery. Chapter 4. The next morning, I woke up from my sleep with a tired face and dark circles under my eyes clearly visible. Living in this luxurious villa, I didn't even get a good night's sleep. The huge and empty space made me feel a little uneasy. Compared to here, I even felt that the original 30 square meter rental house made me feel safer. Maybe the villa is too big, and it seems too deserted to live alone. I secretly thought that I must hire some housekeepers or maids. Otherwise, I would not be used to living in this place. Just as I was thinking about it, the doorbell suddenly rang. I walked to the door, opened it, and was stunned for a moment. Zhou Ying was standing outside. She was wearing a tight-fitting business suit, and her voluptuous curves made people feel hot, but I quickly suppressed those thoughts. Mr. Chu, how did you sleep last night? She smiled slightly, with a bit of teasing in her eyes. It's okay. I invited her into the house and smiled helplessly while sitting on the sofa. I'm just a little uncomfortable living alone in such a big house. It feels weird. She nodded, seeming to agree. To be honest, if I were to live alone in such a big place, I might be a little scared. Humans are social animals, and being too lonely will indeed make people uncomfortable. Having said that, she looked me up and down, as if she was trying to figure something out. I thought about it and simply said, Manager Zhou, would you mind finding me a few servants? No problem. She agreed readily, without any hesitation. After all, other owners of the villa often asked her to help recruit servants. But I paused and smiled teasingly. It would be best if it was a young girl wearing a maid outfit, which would make the villa more lively. Zhou Ying was stunned for a moment, then smiled, as if she was no longer surprised by my frankness. Mr. Chu, your request is not special. Her tone was very natural, but I noticed a look of scrutiny in her eyes. Perhaps in her eyes, I, a newly rich man, was somewhat different. I didn't have the greasy air of the nouveau riche, but was more immature and reserved. Thinking of this, I plucked up the courage and said tentatively, Manager Zhou, actually there is something I would like to ask you for help with. What is it? She raised her head and frowned slightly, seeming a little confused. I scratched my head. My face was a little hot, and there was a hint of embarrassment in my tone. It's hard for me to take care of such a big villa by myself. So, I would like to ask you to be the housekeeper of this villa." As soon as I finished speaking, I looked at her nervously, fearing that I would be rejected directly. She was obviously stunned, with a look of surprise in her eyes, as if she was thinking. I quickly added, 30,000 a month. How about your salary of 30,000 a month? Her expression changed slightly, and she was obviously a little shaken by the number. She only earned a little over 10,000 yuan a month at the property company, and this 30,000 yuan salary was undoubtedly a huge temptation. Seeing that she was still hesitating, I made up my mind and raised the price. How about 40,000? 40,000 a month. You are definitely worth it. Zhou Ying stared at me for a few seconds and finally smiled helplessly with a hint of charm in her eyes. You win, Mr. Chu. At this moment, her smile was so beautiful that it made my heart beat faster. I suppressed my chaotic thoughts and coughed to cover up my embarrassment. Then it's settled. You can stay in the suite on the left side of the first floor. From now on, you can treat this place as your home. She nodded, said nothing more, and left. After watching her disappear, I finally couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Back on the sofa, I couldn't wait to open the system's properties panel. Host, Chunan height, 180 cm weight, 55 kilograms current deposit, 830,000 yuan transportation, none personal property, sky garden, mountaintop villa, whether to marry, no special skills, none warehouse items, none. I clicked the sign-in button. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and getting the Lamborghini Poison. When I saw this message, I took a deep breath and my heart started beating fast. This is a limited edition sports car worth more than 80 million yuan, and there are no more than 3 in the country. And now the 4th one is mine. System, where's my car? I almost jumped up with excitement. The system replied coldly, Host, please don't get too excited. Excessive excitement can easily lead to sudden death. Your sports car is already in the villa garage. Please check it yourself. Hearing this, my excitement was instantly extinguished. This system is actually starting to criticize me? Is it here to help me or to piss me off? I snorted coldly, too lazy to pay attention to it, and went straight to the garage after washing up. As soon as I arrived at the garage, I was completely stunned. The silver gray body, the domineering tail wing, the red wheels, and the sharp metal lines made it look like a beast that could roar at any time. I swallowed hard, and my heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Ding ding. Along with the sound of the key unlocking, the bat-wing door of Lamborghini slowly opened. I got into the driver's seat and started the engine. The roar shook the entire garage. The sound was like the roar of a wild beast in the mountains, shocking. At this moment, I just felt the blood boiling. I stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out of the garage like an arrow from a bow. This is what a car is. This is what life is. Are you kidding me? This luxury car is even more fascinating than a woman. I laughed out loud and drove away. Chapter 5. Along the way, I don't know how many cars consciously gave way. The aura of this Lamborghini Veneno was enough to make them retreat. After all, if it was even slightly scratched, they would never be able to pay for it in their lifetime. Passersby exclaimed, Wow, what a cool sports car. What a handsome guy is sitting inside. It would be great if I could sit in the passenger seat and have a long talk with him all night long. Those words made me laugh inwardly. As for what talk all night long means, probably only those who understand will understand. Many girls' eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets, staring into the car, trying to see who was in the driver's seat. I didn't bother to pay attention to them and drove steadily towards the World Trade Center Plaza. After parking the car, I took a casual look and walked straight into a Cardano clothing store. As soon as I entered, I noticed that the waiters around me had disgusted expressions on their faces, and no one even came up to greet me. I looked down at my casual outfit and smiled, realizing what was going on. These waiters probably thought that I was not qualified to enter such a store because my clothes cost less than 300 yuan. I didn't care and just picked out the clothes that suited me. A white shirt caught my eye, and just as I was about to pick it up and try it on, a hand suddenly reached out and stopped me. What are you doing? The person who stopped me was a middle-aged waitress with a look of disdain on her face. Trying on clothes, I answered with some confusion. She looked me up and down. The contempt on her face became more obvious, and her tone was harsh. You? Can you afford the clothes here? If you try them dirty, can you afford to pay for it? I tell you, the clothes in the department store next door are where you should go. You can try on anything there, and no one will stop you. When I heard this, I understood instantly. This woman didn't take me seriously at all and thought I didn't deserve to wear the clothes here. My face darkened and my tone became colder. You think I can't afford it? She sneered, her face full of sarcasm. Do you know how much this dress costs? 12,000. With your poor look, 12,000 is a few months' salary for you, right? If you don't have money, don't come here to pretend to be rich and don't cause trouble for us. At this time, a petite and pretty young waiter came overcautiously. She looked at me, then at the middle-aged woman, and whispered, Sister Wang, maybe this gentleman can really afford it. Let's provide better service. Humph, Xiaoye, you are still too naive. I have seen many people who have no money but pretend to be rich. Wang Yanhong sneered and said with disdain, People like this are just here to take pictures and post them on WeChat moments. Don't be silly. The girl named Xiaoye hesitated for a moment, then mustered up the courage to say, Sister Wang, how about I receive this gentleman? Wang Yanhong glared at her fiercely and snorted, Whatever you want. But if this person gets his clothes dirty, the loss will be deducted from your salary. Xiaoye was slightly startled, then nodded and gave me an apologetic smile. Sir, please come with me. The fitting room is here. Seeing her sincere expression, the anger in my heart gradually subsided. As I followed her to the fitting room, I looked back at Wang Yanhong coldly, sneering in my heart. Oh, you think I can't afford it? I'll let you know what it means to be slapped in the face later. After entering the fitting room, I put on the white shirt and stood in front of the mirror to look at myself. I have to say that the feeling of wearing this brand-name clothing is indeed incomparable to ordinary clothes. The style and comfort are completely different. I nodded with satisfaction, walked out and said to Xiaoye, This shirt is nice, help me pack it up, and take me to see other clothes. Xiaoye was obviously a little surprised, even a little bit unbelieving. Sir, you mean you want this dress? Yes. I nodded. Wang Yanhong, who was not far away, sneered after hearing this. Ha! This poor bastard is really good at pretending. Just wait and see. Xiaoye will definitely have to pay for it herself. After trying on a few casual clothes, I picked out a coat and said with satisfaction, Pack this coat too. Xiaoye seemed a little nervous. After all, the total price of these clothes was over 100,000 yuan. There was a hint of hesitation in her eyes, as if she was worried whether I could afford it. When she arrived at the cashier counter, Wang Yanhong had an expression on her face, as if she was waiting to see a joke. She stood aside with her arms folded across her chest, as if ready to start a mockery at any time. However, the moment the card was swiped, the sound of ding, payment successful was clearly heard. For a moment, Wang Yanhong's expression froze. Her mouth opened wide, and she was stunned. She couldn't believe that I really bought these clothes. Xiaoye seemed extremely excited. This sales amount of over 100,000 yuan allowed her to get a commission of nearly 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. For her as a part-time worker, this was a huge sum of money. Wang Yanhong's face became more and more uglier. She froze on the spot, feeling embarrassed and regretful. I'm afraid she hated herself for not receiving me well. At this time, the store manager Huang came out of the office and handed me a membership card with a big smile on his face. Sir, thank you for coming. Based on your consumption, we will give you a national membership card as a special gift. I took the card casually and said in a cold tone, Oh. Manager Huang's smile froze instantly, and I glanced at Wang Yanhong coldly and said slowly, The quality of the waiters in your store is really average. This one felt that I couldn't afford to buy clothes from the moment I walked in. Is this the professional quality of your store? Manager Huang's face suddenly turned dark. He turned around and stared at Wang Yanhong with cold eyes. You are fired. Wang Yanhong's legs went soft, and she collapsed to the ground, her face full of despair. Chapter 6. When I came out of the mall, I still had a smile on my face. Sure enough, the happiness of rich people is so plain and boring. Especially when I think of the desperate expression on the arrogant waiter's face when he was fired, I feel even more relieved. This kind of scene of people being slapped in the face is really something I never get tired of watching. However, after returning to the parking lot, I found that my car was surrounded by people. They were staring at my Lamborghini Veneno as if it were a rare treasure, and were discussing it excitedly. Fuck, this car is so cool. TSK Tisk. It's just a Lamborghini, a car worth more than 20 million. What's so great about it? 20 million? Brother, you talk like you're just buying a bun. Aren't you afraid of your tongue being bitten by the wind? The crowd was in an uproar, especially when someone who knew a lot about cars started talking. The atmosphere exploded instantly. 20 million? Are you kidding? This car is a Lamborghini Veneno, It's limited to one edition worldwide, and it's priced at over 80 million. Hearing this, the people around him gasped, as if the air had cooled down by several degrees. 80 million? Oh my God, this car is so expensive just thinking about it. Before the crowd had recovered from the shock, a man with dyed red hair and his heavily made-up girlfriend suddenly squeezed in. The man looked around and said to the people around him with disdain, "Be careful. You know this car is worth more than 80 million yuan, but you are still standing around looking at it? If it gets scratched, can you afford the compensation?" The people around them quickly stepped back to avoid being accused of fraud, but they also began to wonder in their hearts. Could this car belong to the young couple? At this time, Red Hair's girlfriend leaned against the front of the car and began to pose in various seductive positions. Red Hair was still directing her. "Baby, don't be shy. Be bolder. Open your thighs a little more. That's right. Just like that." I almost laughed out loud when I saw this scene. Others couldn't help but murmur. Are these two the owners of the car? Are they just joining in the fun? But Red Hair was fiddling with his phone proudly, looking intoxicated, as if at this moment he was really the owner of an 80 million sports car, and the woman next to him was the goddess that everyone was paying attention to. I couldn't stand it any longer, so I stepped forward and squeezed into the crowd. "Make way," I said calmly. The onlookers curled their lips, obviously thinking that I was also here to take pictures. Some even whispered, "Oh, people nowadays, why do they love to pretend?" Walking to the car, I glanced at the young couple and said calmly, "You two should have taken enough photos, right? If you scratch this car, you won't be able to afford the compensation." Hearing this, the red-haired man's face immediately changed. "What the hell do you mean? Who are you looking down on? It's easy for me to buy this car." "Oh." I smiled and pointed at the front of the car and said, "Then take a look at the hood. Is there a dent?" The red-haired man's face turned pale instantly, and he quickly pulled his girlfriend back a few steps, muttering, "I don't want to cause any trouble. If a car worth 80 million is scratched, I won't be able to pay for it in my lifetime." But soon, he found out that he was fooled. His face darkened, and he was about to curse. But at this moment, I pressed the car key, and with a beep, the Batwing door of the Lamborghini slowly opened. I casually threw the bag in my hand into the passenger seat and sat in the driver's seat. As soon as the car door closed and the engine roared, the young couple was stunned, their mouths opened wide enough to fit an egg. Everyone around me was stunned. They didn't expect that I, who looked plain just now, was actually the real owner of the car. Fuck, this guy is too low-key. You can't tell at all. Yes, he just bought clothes from Taobao, but he actually drives a sports car worth 80 million. I was too lazy to pay attention to these discussions. I gently turned the steering wheel with one hand. The engine made a low roar, and the Lamborghini sped away like an arrow. Looking at the direction where the rear of the car disappeared, the red-haired girlfriend in the crowd had a dazed look in her eyes, like a fangirl. So handsome, driving a Lamborghini with one hand. He is definitely my dream lover. Redhead's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and within a few minutes the two of them started arguing. It seemed that this couple was finished. And what about me? I was in such a good mood that when I stepped on the accelerator, the corners of my mouth even raised a smile unconsciously. After returning to the villa, Zhou had already prepared lunch. The news of her resignation in the morning caused quite a stir in the property management company. It was said that when her boss learned that she was going to be a housekeeper for the owner of the mountaintop villa, his mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could fit in it. "You won't have to worry about the rest of your life." Wow, you still know how to choose people. The boss was deeply moved and even became much more polite to Zhou. After dinner, I handed the shopping to Zhou. Since I haven't found a maid yet, I can only ask her to handle these chores for now. Then, I took out my newly bought cell phone and called my parents in the countryside. As soon as the call was connected, my mother began to nag and instruct. "Xiaonan, how is your food? Is your accommodation good? Don't starve yourself. Take care of your health." Hearing this, I felt sad. I calmed down and said with a smile, "Mom, don't worry. I made some money recently. I'll transfer some to your card later. You and Dad can do whatever you want. Don't be reluctant to spend it." My mother kept refusing on the other end of the phone. "Why are you sending us money? You should save more money outside. Mom and your dad are farming at home, and we don't lack food and drink. Don't spend it recklessly." Hearing these words, my eyes were a little moist, but I pretended to be relaxed. "Mom, I made a big deal and got a commission of 500,000. Take this 200,000 and buy some good things. Don't save anymore." The mother on the other end of the phone was silent for a while. After several seconds, she whispered, "Xiaonan, is there really a commission of 500,000? Of course it's true. Mom, take it quickly. After hanging up the phone, I leaned back on the sofa and took a long breath. All this was finally starting to look like the life I had dreamed of. Chapter 7. The first thing I did when I woke up the next morning was to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the expert-level piano talent. The moment I heard the system prompt, I felt a warm current rushing into my mind, and a large amount of piano knowledge, techniques, and even music theory poured in like a tide. It was an amazing feeling, as if all of a sudden I had become a pianist with extensive musical experience. A smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. This reward is really good. Not only does it add a high-end branch to my skill tree, but it also makes up for some shortcomings in temperament. After all, in the eyes of many people, I may just be a rich man who has made my fortune through the system, and my true connotation still needs to be accumulated slowly. I walked into an empty room in the villa, where there happened to be a black grand piano. I opened the piano cover and gently touched the black and white keys with my fingers. A strange yet familiar feeling surged in my heart. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and silently sorted out the melodies that emerged in my mind. All distracting thoughts and ideas were calmed down at this moment. With a slight movement of my fingers, the beautiful piano music slowly flowed in the room. The initial melody is quiet and peaceful, like the first ray of sunshine in the morning shining on the lake, refreshing and intoxicating. Gradually, the rhythm begins to speed up, and the melody pours down like a violent storm, full of power and tension. The fingertips danced on the keys, as if injecting life into this silent space. I was completely immersed in the music and didn't notice a figure at the door. I slowly opened my eyes until the last note fell. When I looked up, I saw Zhou standing at the door, her hands folded in front of her chest, her eyes wide open, her face full of disbelief. You can actually play the piano?" Her voice was trembling. "It's my first time playing the piano, so I just tried it out." I shrugged and said casually. Zhou obviously didn't believe it. Her pupils almost widened. "You call this a casual try? I've listened to a lot of pianists' music, but none of them can play it to the same effect as you. What you just played is simply at the master level." Her expression was both surprised and complicated, as if she had seen something beyond common sense. In fact, I had expected her reaction. After all, expert piano talent is no joke. "It's all over. Why are you still closing your eyes?" I said with a smile, and my voice brought her back to reality from her days. Zhou blushed immediately, lowered her head, and dared not look at me. Without saying a word, she turned around and ran back to her room. Her back looked both embarrassed and cute. I smiled helplessly, put away the piano cover, and walked back to the restaurant. Breakfast was already prepared, and it was obvious that Zhou had put a lot of thought into it. While eating breakfast, we discussed the recruitment of maids. Yesterday, more than 200 people called to apply for the job. Zhou screened them and narrowed down the qualified ones to 30. She handed me a stack of information and flipped through it, saying, "These people have clean backgrounds. Most of them are college students, and I chose the most suitable ones." I was listening and flipping through the materials. To be honest, it was a bit like selecting a concubine. When I was halfway through, a familiar face came into view. I paused and frowned slightly. The person in the photo turned out to be Xia Ingyue, the part-time waitress who had received me in the clothing store before. Why did she come to apply for a maid position? Wasn't she still working in that store? Did she run into some trouble? "This person should be included," I said, looking up. Zhou was obviously a little surprised. She glanced between me and the photo and asked tentatively, "Do you know her?" "I guess so," I answered casually, but Zhou Ying's expression was obviously a little off, and there was even a hint of indescribable emotion in her eyes. "We will screen out the others first and select these 10 to interview together tomorrow afternoon." I made the final decision. Zhou nodded and didn't ask any more questions. However, her mood seemed a little subtle, with a hint of sourness, but she couldn't say it out loud. After breakfast, she suddenly looked up and asked me, "When did you learn to play the piano?" I smiled slightly and said with a hint of sarcasm, "I said I just learned it. Do you believe me?" "I won't believe you." Zhou gave me a blank look, snorted coldly, and turned back to her room. After a while, she came out wearing a halter dress. The dress outlined her perfect curves, slightly exposing her white shoulders, and exuded a mature yet charming charm. As soon as she came out, I couldn't help but stare at her in amazement. Seeing this, she covered her mouth and laughed, looking very proud. "Hey, have you seen enough? If you keep looking, your eyes will fall out." I quickly looked away, touched my nose, and laughed dryly to hide my embarrassment. I cursed myself inwardly for being so useless. This embarrassing state was really too embarrassing. Chapter 8. Although the villa was fully equipped, some daily household items and food ingredients were obviously missing. Zhou suggested going to the mall to buy them. I happened to have nothing to do, so we set off together. On the road, I was driving. Zhou was sitting in the passenger seat, her beautiful eyes lingering on me from time to time. She seemed to be thinking about something, occasionally looking at me with a puzzled look. I didn't point it out, but from her expression, I could sense that she was interested in my identity. No wonder. A young man who looked casual and sloppy could live in a priceless mountaintop villa and drive an 80 million sports car. Anyone would be curious. However, I didn't intend to explain her curiosity. The road was smooth, and the cars that saw my Lamborghini kept their distance and gave way. Soon, we arrived at the mall. I was still dressed casually today, in a vest, shorts, and flip-flops, looking like an ordinary person who just strolled out of the street. If I didn't mention my car, no one would associate me with the word rich. After entering the mall, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Zhou. She was wearing a simple but slim-fitting dress today, which made her hot body look even more perfect, especially her slender waist and tall curves, which made every man who passed by couldn't help but take a few more glances, and some even stared at her so hard that they were stunned. This woman is so hot. How could she be with that guy? Ah, a flower stuck in cow dung. I really don't know what she likes about that guy. I heard some scattered discussions, but I didn't take them seriously. Instead, I found them interesting. However, many bold men tried to ask for Zhou Ying's contact information, but I rejected them all without hesitation. Are you kidding me? She's the housekeeper of my villa. How could she be kidnapped by these guys? After buying daily necessities and enough vegetables for a week, Zhou Ying and I prepared to go home. When we were walking to the exit of the mall, a man in a suit with shiny hair blocked our way. Beautiful lady, add me on WeChat. The man in the suit looked at Zhou Ying with a smile on his face, his eyes full of naked desire. Zhou Ying ignored him, but turned her head slightly to look at me. Seeing this, I smiled and said, "If she doesn't want to, you are blocking our way." The man in the suit froze his smile for a moment, and his expression turned a little ugly. He snorted coldly, looked me up and down, and then said, "Brother, I can see that you can't give her a future. Let me give you 50,000 yuan, and you give me this beauty. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me and I can help you solve them. See? This car key belongs to a Mercedes-Benz, which is definitely much better than yours." I almost laughed out loud when I heard his words. 50,000 yuan? A Mercedes? Are you trying to bribe me? My beautiful housekeeper is worth millions, and you dare to show off your skills with just this little thing? I ignored him and took Zhou Ying straight to the parking lot. He didn't give up and followed us all the way. When we got to the Lamborghini, he finally froze and stared at the car in a daze, his face looking like he had seen a ghost. "Lamborghini, poison?" he murmured, his voice trembling. I glanced at him, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. He opened the car door, threw the shopping into the passenger seat, then sat in the driver's seat and stepped on the accelerator. The roar instantly filled the parking lot. Through the rearview mirror, I saw the man in the suit run away in shame with a red face. He will probably never forget this accident today. Driving a Mercedes-Benz and pretending to be rich? You dare to fight me? Zhou Ying, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was also speechless and shook her head gently. "Boss, do you like to slap others in the face so much?" "What do you know?" I said with a smile while driving. "You will never understand this feeling." After driving back to the villa, I changed my clothes and prepared to rest for a while, but my cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello." I picked up the phone and heard a familiar voice coming from the other end. "Brother Chu, long time no see." The person on the phone shouted excitedly. "Fuck, it's you." I recognized him immediately. This is my good friend Wang Mang from college. We used to skip classes and play games together. We were so close that we even lent each other living expenses. Why did you think of calling me? How have you been lately? What else can I do? I'm still the same as always, helping out with odd jobs in my dad's factory. As for you, from the sound of you, you seem to be living a comfortable life. I laughed. It's okay, just SOSO. Look at what you said. It sounds like your life is very happy. Wang Mang joked. Just tell me straight away. Why are you calling me suddenly? Is there something wrong? I know him well enough to know that he would definitely not just call to say hello. I can't hide it from you. Wang Mang cleared his throat. In a few days, our university class will have a reunion, and everyone in the class will come. Are you going? Classmates reunion? I was stunned for a moment, and the memories of college flashed through my mind, and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Go. Of course. Okay, I'll add you on WeChat and add you to the class group. We haven't decided on the specific location yet, so the group will notify you when the time comes. Not long after I hung up the phone, I received a friend request. After adding WeChat, Wang Meng added me to the class group. Looking at the familiar names in the group, I couldn't help but think of every little thing about my college days. If it were in the past, I might not necessarily attend such a gathering. After all, the so-called class reunion is, to put it bluntly, an occasion for showing off and comparing, which lacks the innocence of student days and is more utilitarian. But now I am different. I'm actually looking forward to this party. Chapter 9. Just as I was about to take a break, a friend request suddenly popped up on my phone. Chunyan requested to add you as a friend. Who is this person? I frowned, then clicked into the class group and looked through the avatars, and finally found out that it was my old class monitor in college, Liu Yaxuan. Liu Yaxuan? A tigress? Why did she add me? When I was in college, this class monitor was not someone you could easily mess with. Everyone in the class called her Tigress. She bullied me quite a few times, especially using the nickname Xiao Nanzi to provoke me. Every time I resisted, she used her authority as the class monitor to suppress me and made me unable to fight back. Although I was bullied by her at that time, our relationship was not too bad. However, we have not been in touch since graduation. Today, this tiger suddenly added me as a friend. Could it be that she wants to bully me again? After a moment of hesitation, I agreed to the friend request. As soon as the message was approved, the other party sent the first message. Xiao Nanzi, long time no see. When I saw this familiar, yet annoying nickname, I was filled with confusion. This woman is still the same. I told you not to call me Xiao Nanzi. Tigress, we haven't seen each other for several years. You suddenly added me. Are you trying to trick me again? I couldn't help but send it directly. As soon as I sent this message, I suddenly found it funny that Liu Yaxuan was so angry that she jumped up and down. She could never stand being called a tiger mother, and this time, I wanted to see how she would react. At this time, in a pink girl's room far away, the atmosphere was a little different from what I imagined. The room was decorated with pink, and the bed was piled with various plush dolls, with a strong girlish atmosphere. Liu Yaxuan, who was wearing pink pajamas, was looking at my reply, her face flushed with anger, and she waved her pink fists at the air. Damn Chunan, how dare you call me a tigress? She gritted her teeth, hugged the pillow, and pounced on me fiercely. If I saw this scene, I would probably drop my jaw. Liu Yaxuan, who was known as a tiger mom in college, actually has such a girlish side. The contrast in style is too big. She suppressed her anger and quickly replied, Who are you calling a tigress? Damn Chunan. Have you forgotten the pain after your wound healed? Believe it or not, I will punish you next time we meet. When I saw the message, I almost dropped my phone with laughter. TSK, I'm so scared, I replied with a mean emoji. At this time, Liu Yaxuan's face was red as blood, and she got into the quilt angrily, muttering, This guy is still the same as always. After a long time, the other party didn't send any more messages, and I didn't think about it anymore. I put down the phone and went about my own business. The next morning, before signing in as usual, I looked at my personal panel. Host, Chunan height, 180 weight, 55K current deposit, 500,000 yuan personal property, Sky Garden, Mountaintop Villa marriage. No special skills. Expert piano talent warehouse items. None. 500,000 in savings may seem like a lot, but in a place like Flower City, you can't really do much. The piano talent I got from signing in yesterday is quite useful, but I still hope to draw something more substantial today. I clasped my hands together, closed my eyes, and prayed silently. Taishang Laojun, please show up and give me something practical. The finger tapped the sign-in button. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 school district houses. Please go to Yushui Road to claim them within 7 days. I was stunned for a moment, and then I jumped up from my chair. 10 school district houses? Holy crap, this system is really rich. Yushui Road is the prime location of Huaqing, and school district housing is even more expensive. The rent of school district housing in this place is at least 10,000 yuan a month. If I have 10 houses, I can earn 1 million yuan a month just from rent. This is a lying and making money opportunity that is delivered to your doorstep. Thinking of this, I quickly opened my phone to check the housing prices in Yushui Road. The more I checked, the more I felt that I had made a fortune. It was less than 1 kilometer away from Huaqing No. 1 Middle School, and it was the most popular school district housing among parents. The housing prices had already soared to 100,000 yuan per square meter. 10 houses, even if each is 100 square meters. That is already hundreds of millions of assets. The sign-in reward not only relieved my financial pressure, but also made me fully understand the happiness of the evil rent collectors. In the afternoon, the villa welcomed the maid interview. There were 10 people in total, all dressed up exquisitely and appropriately, and some of them could even be called school beauties. When these people entered the room and saw the luxurious facilities of the villa, they were all stunned and couldn't help but open their mouths wide. The spacious hall, swimming pool, garden, and all the necessary luxury features of the house immediately made them look longing. Some people even started to think, if I can become the mistress of this villa, I won't have to worry about the rest of my life, right? However, when they saw Zhou Ying, these thoughts were immediately put to rest. Compared with Zhou Ying, these people suddenly seemed much more ordinary. Zhou Ying's mature charm and unique temperament made them feel ashamed. The interview was simple, and I focused more on practical skills such as cooking, washing clothes, trimming flowers and plants, etc. After all, Zhou Ying couldn't always do these jobs alone, as she had been tired enough these days. But there were also a few people who clearly had ulterior motives during the interview. They looked straight at me, moved too deliberately, and even made coquettish gestures. These little actions did not escape Zhou Ying's eyes. She watched coldly throughout the whole process and finally eliminated these people decisively. How can such a slutty fox be allowed to stay at home? Zhou Ying secretly complained. But when she thought of the word home, she was stunned for a moment and felt a little awkward in her heart. Wait a minute. Why did I say home? This is not my home. Chapter 10. Goodbye, Xiao Yue. Soon another young girl came in front of Chu Nan. When the girl saw Chu Nan, she was stunned on the spot, and her beautiful eyes became as big as copper bells. She covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. How could it be this gentleman? Xiao Yue's face was full of disbelief. She had never expected to meet Chu Nan again in such an occasion. Chu Nan's expression also changed slightly. His memory of Xiao Yue was still fresh in his mind. He was deeply impressed by the other party's service attitude. For some reason, he came to interview the maid again this time. Did something go wrong with the previous clothing store? Nice to meet you again, Chu Nan said with a smile. I didn't expect to see Mr. Chu again. Xiao Yue responded politely. Why are you here for an interview for a maid position? Was there something wrong with the previous clothing store? Chu Nan couldn't help but ask. When she heard the word clothing store, Xiao Yue's face turned a little ugly, and she looked a little aggrieved. Chu Nan also noticed the change in her expression. Could it be that she was bullied in the store? Xiao Yue told me that just a week ago, the manager called her into the office alone and wanted to touch her. Xiao Yue was a conservative girl, and she would definitely not let the manager succeed. Finally, with no other options left, he kicked the manager in the lower body. The manager is still in the hospital now. After that, Xiao Yue was fired. Not only that, she didn't even get a penny of commission or salary, which meant she worked for nothing. Chu Nan's face darkened terribly after hearing this. How could such a scumbag be a manager? Moreover, those cost increases were what Xiao Yue deserved. If it weren't for her, Chu Nan would have gone to other clothing stores long ago. Don't worry, what you deserve will return to you sooner or later. Although Chu Nan is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's affairs, he is ready to help Xiao Yue this time. Chu Nan was quite reassured about Xiao Yue's background. After asking some questions, he became even more satisfied. She can cook, wash clothes, and trim flowers and plants. Since Xiao Yue's family is not very wealthy, these things are commonplace for her. The next few Chu Nans were not very satisfied, and that one glance revealed the little thoughts in their hearts. Afterwards, the number of maids was set at 5, which was more than enough. As for the uniform clothing, he asked Zhou Ying to find someone to design it, and these people were all under Zhou Ying's management. As for their internship period, it is 3 months. If these people have no problems during the 3 months, they can stay. As for guest rooms, there are a few in the villa. Not long after, Chu Nan received a call. Hello, is this Mr. Chu? Yes, I am. Who are you? Hello, Mr. Chu, we are from an agency. Someone wants to see your school district house. Do you have time now? This surprised Chu Nan a little. He contacted the agency in the morning, but he didn't expect that someone would contact him so quickly. After that, Chu Nan agreed immediately and agreed on the time and place. After Chu Nan packed up a little, he drove out in his Lamborghini Veneno. Soon after, when Chu Nan arrived at the agency, someone came down to greet him immediately. Li Bo is the manager of the company, so it is normal for the manager to personally come out to receive guests like this. However, What surprised him was that he did not expect that the owner of this school district house was so young and looked to be just over 20 years old. Mr. Chu, I'll take you there, Li Bo said angrily. Chu Nan nodded. We came to a room specially used for reception. Mr. Zhao, the landlord is here. Li Bo shouted to the middle-aged man in the room. The person in the room was a middle-aged man named Zhao Guodong. He was a businessman, and his son needed to study at Huaqing No. 1 Middle School for 3 years. Although the rent was more expensive than other places, it was worth it to be closer to his child and take better care of him. Are you the landlord? Zhao Guodong hesitated for a moment, his tone seeming somewhat questioning. Yeah, Chu Nan answered casually without caring. It's not that Zhao Guodong is suspicious, it's mainly because Chu Nan is too young. The school district housing here is very expensive, and the price per square meter has been driven up to 200,000. Of course, Huaqing is not short of rich people, and these houses are not originally provided to ordinary people. You two can chat first. I'll go get you some tea, Li Bo said and left the reception room. At the beginning, the atmosphere was awkward and a little stiff, but after chatting more, the gap disappeared. Not only that, Zhao Guodong also developed some interest in Chu Nan. Although the young man was dressed in a cheap style, his confidence and unique temperament deeply attracted Zhao Guodong. Such young people are rare now. This led to the fact that after Li Bo just came in, the two decided to go and see what the interior of the school district housing was like. Zhao Guodong came by car, and Li Bo naturally came with Zhao Guodong. After walking out the door, they found a Lamborghini Veneno parked in front of the agency's door, which immediately attracted their attention. No man can resist the temptation of a sports car. Zhao Guodong was also envious. Although he was a small boss with over 10 million yuan, a sports car like this would cost at least hundreds of millions, and without a certain background or financial strength, there might not be a way to buy it. Just when the two were reluctantly preparing to leave, Didi, they were stunned at once, staring stiffly at the Lamborghini key in Chu Nan's hand. Mr. Chu, is this car yours? Zhao Guodong swallowed and asked stiffly. Chu Nan nodded. Hiss. Both of them took a deep breath. This luxury car worth nearly hundreds of millions actually belonged to Chu Nan. Who on earth is this landlord who can afford such an expensive sports car? After the two men came to their senses, they looked at Chu Nan with some fear in their eyes. How could someone who could afford to drive such a luxury car have a simple identity? Maybe he had a powerful background behind him. Chu Nan's Lamborghini was the first to be hit, followed by Zhao Guodong's BMW. The originally congested road was unexpectedly unobstructed. Zhao Guodong couldn't help but sigh. This is the deterrent power of luxury cars. If a luxury car of this level is scratched even a little, it would be enough for some families to lose all their assets. Chapter 11. Meeting Zhou Fu at the barbecue stall. Siye residence. This is Chu Nan's school district house. After parking the car, he hesitated for a while. Zhao Guodong asked doubtfully, "What happened to Mr. Chu?" It would have been fine if he hadn't asked this question, but this question almost made Zhao Guodong fall to the ground. Uncle Zhao, which apartment do you want to see? Zhao Guodong had a face full of question marks. Which suite? Does Chu Nan have a lot of school district housing? He turned around and looked at Li Bo again. Li Bo smiled embarrassedly. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhao. I forgot to tell you that Mr. Chu has 10 school district houses in Kuieju. What? 10 sets? Zhao Guodong was dumbfounded on the spot. What kind of place is Kuieju? It is a prime location in the school district. The housing price has reached a sky-high level of nearly 100,000 yuan per square meter. If you want to buy a house here, you will have to spend at least 10 million yuan. It would take at least hundreds of millions of dollars to buy 10 houses. Even Zhao Guodong's net worth is only tens of millions. Both Zhao Guodong and Li Bo were very curious about Chu Nan's identity, but they were more afraid of him because none of these people were simple. Soon they arrived at the first room. After looking around for a while, they found that the house was well decorated and the layout was nice. In addition, it had plenty of sunlight due to its east orientation, so it was in a relatively good location. There was nothing to be picky about Zhao Guodong, so he decided on the first house. Essentially, he wanted to make friends with Chu Nan. After all, such a person might need his help in the future. Before this, Li Bo had already brought the contract. After looking at the contract and confirming that there were no problems, both parties signed their names on the contract. The lease term is 3 years, and the monthly rent is 40,000 yuan, which is paid annually. However, Zhao Guodong is wealthy and directly transferred all the 3-year rent to Chu Nan's card. A full 1.4 million. This money came too quickly. Chu Nan felt so happy at this moment. If all these 10 houses were rented out, He could live a comfortable life just by collecting rent at home. No wonder money can make more money. It's so easy to make money. Zhao Guodong's company specializes in manufacturing medical devices. The profits in this area are basically huge. A machine can even be sold for millions of dollars. Of course, the industry has not been very prosperous in recent years. Compared with previous years, the company's revenue has dropped by 1/3. Afterwards, Chunan didn't want to go through so much trouble to hand over everything to the intermediary. As for the handling fee, it was only a few $100,000. Chunan would not care about such a small amount of money now. If anyone wants to rent a house later, there is no need to contact him. After looking at several other houses, Chunan felt that they were quite good. The locations of these houses were all very good, so it was no wonder that the prices were much different from those of the other houses. Ding dong. Suddenly, I received a message on WeChat from Lu Yashuan. But what was sent was an emoticon, a particularly angry expression. As for Chunan, he paid no attention to the tigress's thoughts and just replied perfunctorily. You're having your period? Are you in such a hot mood? Lu Yashuan, who was at work on the other side, was almost angry to death after seeing the news. Even if it comes, I'll spray it on your face. Lu Yashuan, who was furious, sent it out directly. Her pretty face turned red immediately after it was sent out. How can she, a girl, say such things? Click to withdraw immediately. However, it was too late. Chunan had already seen the news. I replied with 2 words silently. Tough. Ah. Lu Yashuan was completely crazy. How could she say such disgusting words? Chunan didn't expect that his Tigress class monitor had such a tough side, but this was consistent with her personality. It seemed that this Tigress's personality hadn't changed much after not seeing her for a few years. I wonder what other students are like. After getting on the bus, another message popped up on my WeChat from the class group. The person who organized the class reunion this time was called Zhao Feng, a rich second generation. I don't know how many young girls were harmed by this beast during their college days. He and Zhao Feng were not familiar with each other. However, he also knew the real purpose of Zhao Feng's holding this class reunion, which was for Qian Xijia. Qian Xijia was a famous campus beauty during her college years, and Zhao Feng was her pursuer. During the 3 years, Zhao Feng not only did things behind her back, but also pursued Qian Xijia. I thought my identity as a second-generation rich person was enough to impress Qian Xijia, but Qian Xijia was as cold as an iceberg, and no one could impress her. Not only that, few people in the class were willing to communicate with Qian Xijia, because as soon as they got close, they could feel a particularly strong aura that made people so nervous that they couldn't speak. This also made Qian Xijia have few friends in college at that time. This class reunion will be held at the Marriott Hotel. Don't worry, I'll treat you all. Crash. One word can cause 1,000 ripples. Those who usually lurk around don't flatter Zhao Feng anymore, but instead shout that brother how is awesome. As for some people who did not plan to attend, one reason was work reasons, and the other was that they all knew that this class reunion might have deteriorated and turned into a show-off gathering. There is no need for people who are not doing well to make themselves miserable. It was already evening, and Chunan, who was a little hungry, found a barbecue stall in a nearby snack street and sat down. He ordered a barbecue worth about 100 yuan and a bottle of Coke and started eating. He originally planned to drink, but suddenly remembered that he was driving and there was nothing he could do. Most of the people around here are college students and some people working part-time. In the hot summer, everyone is sweating. Most people in this cannibalistic city do not have a good life. Of course, the most out of place is Chunan's image. No one would have thought that he would drive a luxury car worth nearly hundreds of millions to eat barbecue at a street stall. But at this time, an unpleasant voice sounded in Chunan's ears. Who is this? Isn't this Chunan? I thought you were so awesome, but I didn't expect you to be hiding here. This familiar and annoying voice. Even without turning around, Chunan knew who the owner of this voice was. Zhou Fu looked at Chunan with disdain and disgust, as if he was looking at a pile of garbage. The girl next to him also frowned and said coquettishly, Brother Zhou, this guy is not your friend, right? Zhou Fu said disdainfully, Baby, don't think too much. How could such a person be my friend? He smells of sweat all over and wears such cheap clothes. He's just a small employee of our company. I fired him a few days ago. I didn't expect that he has fallen into such a state. After hearing this, the girl next to him felt even more disgusted because he turned out to be a poor loser. Chapter 12. Am I the owner of Marriott Hotel? Fatty, it's fine if you don't talk. Once you start talking, I want to ask you, did you brush your teeth after eating shit today? Once you start talking, the barbecue smells bad. Can you smell it yourself? After all, Chunan was the top student in liberal arts in Zom before. Before, he had no choice but to listen to the fat guy because he was his leader. What else do I have to care about now? The people around also burst out laughing. It is true that he speaks sweetly. This young man has an extraordinary eloquence. Zhou pointed at Chunan and cursed. You are the one who ate shit. Your whole family is the one who ate shit. Chunan, don't you look at yourself? You were sweaty and stinking and eating at a roadside stall. It was a bargain for you to work in the company before? The female companion who was posing coquettishly beside him also echoed. He has no manners when he opens his mouth. He is indeed a poor bastard with poor manners. Chunan didn't take it seriously. He glanced at her casually and said, Annie, you're stuck. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around were stunned and gave Chunanji a thumbs up. This sentence was too lethal to any woman. It's enough to make any woman explode on the spot. Dick, who are you calling Annie? Are you blind? I'm not even 30, and you're calling me Annie. The female companion was so angry that she kept stamping her feet and looked at Chunan with great resentment. Then she took out a mirror from her bag, checked it carefully, and finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no powder stuck. This stinky loser. He actually said that she was stuck. Honey, let's not talk nonsense like that. Aren't we going to the Marriott Hotel? Let's go. People like him will never be eligible to enter Marriott hotels in their lifetime. The female companion deliberately raised her voice, with an arrogant look, as if she was a white swan, and her position was far different from Chunan. Zhou did the same. He hugged his female companion and stroked her shoulders, saying rather loudly, Yes, you won't understand because we are in different circles. In his opinion, Chunan is just a poor loser with no merit. Do you want to fight him? There is no possibility in this lifetime. However, he did not notice the playful smile on Chunan's face. A woman with a dark face walked towards this side slowly and suddenly stopped. Her sinister eyes were very scary, and they stayed on the two of them for a long time. Fatty, you better take care of yourself. Look who's behind you. Chunan sneered. Behind you? After Zhou turned around, he looked like he had seen a ghost. He pushed his lover aside and looked at the familiar woman in front of him in panic. This person is his wife. You have to know that Zhou was able to get to this point because of his wife. Without his wife, he would probably be just a small clerk in a company now. That is why he has always been cautious when meeting his lover. But what he didn't expect was that Zhou wife had noticed something was wrong not long ago and had been investigating it. Really? The husband whom she trusted the most had hidden someone behind her back. The thought of how he usually pretended to be such a kind and loving husband at home made him sick. Wife, listen to my explanation. Snap. Before Zhou finished speaking, crisp and loud applause hit his face, and the people around him stared at the scene in amazement. Let's go through the divorce procedures tomorrow. Although Zhou wife was angry, she was surprisingly calm. This kind of woman is the most terrifying. Everything will explode in silence. And Zhou also knows that with his wife's family background, it would be easy to make him lose everything. Seeing that the situation was not right, the lover wanted to escape, but was immediately caught by two strong men, who were both bodyguards of Zhou wife. Zhou knelt on the ground, like a pug, and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy and forgiveness. But the way he was looked at was as if he were looking at garbage in the sewer without any emotion in his eyes. After Chunan finished eating, he walked up to Zhou and said calmly, Fatty, I agree with what you said before. We are indeed not from the same world. Zhou was so upset that he had no mood to pay attention to Chunan. He cursed impatiently. Are you sick in the brain? The next scene stunned him. Didi. The batwing doors of Lamborghini Venom slowly opened, and he got in the car. The people near the barbecue stall were also stunned. The barbecue in their hands suddenly lost its fragrance. How is this possible? That car is his. Zhou couldn't believe what he saw and stared at the Lamborghini in amazement. People around him had never thought that Chunan, who was eating barbecue at a roadside stall, was actually a low-key rich man. Damn it, this is how others keep a low profile. I just checked online. This Lamborghini would cost at least hundreds of millions of dollars. There are only a few of them in the country. Driving a luxury car worth nearly 100 million yuan and eating barbecue at a roadside stall. This guy is just here to experience life. Nearly hundreds of millions. At this time, Zhou had lost the ability to think. Chunan is just a loser. How could he possibly afford a luxury car worth hundreds of millions? If Chunan was really a rich second generation, why did he work so hard in the company and compromise? He finally understood why Chu Nan suddenly became so strong at that time. As for Zhou Fu's wife, there were some surprises. Lamborghini Veneno, this car is not only affordable by money, but also requires a certain background. When did Huaqing produce such a person? As for Zhou Fu's fate, it goes without saying. All the plans he had submitted before were made by Chu Nan, but he took all the credit for himself. After this matter was investigated, the last bit of friendship was wiped out. The next day, Chu Nan got up early to sign in. Bye! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining all the shares of Marriott Hotel. Puff! Chu Nan, who was rinsing his mouth, sprayed out all the water. All shares of Marriott Hotels. Doesn't that mean he is now the owner of Marriott Hotel? Marriott Hotel, a well-known five-star hotel in Flower City, has a booming business with annual profits reaching hundreds of millions. Doesn't that mean he doesn't do anything for a year and can earn 100 million just from the Marriott Hotel? Chu Nan took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself down. Not excited. Not excited. This is just the beginning. This is just the initial sign-in for the system, and he is increasingly looking forward to how generous the rewards will be for signing in once a month. Chapter 13. Stopped at the hotel entrance. Ding-ling-ling. Soon a call came on Chu Nan's mobile phone. After the call was connected, a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Chu Nan? Kindness. Mr. Chu Nan, I'm the person in charge of Marriott Hotel. May I ask when you can come over? The equity transfer document needs your signature. The head of Marriott? The person on the other end of the phone had beads of cold sweat on his forehead. When he received the news, he couldn't believe it. Marriott Hotel was actually acquired by someone. If someone wanted to acquire all the shares of Marriott Hotel, the price would be at least more than 10 billion. You have to know that Marriott Hotel's annual profit is as high as hundreds of millions, which cannot be acquired with money alone. This Mr. Chu has never been heard of in the circle. Where did this big shot come from? Chu Nan pondered for a while and said, At noon. We'll meet at noon. After that, we chatted casually and hung up the phone in a hurry. If he owns all the shares of Marriott Hotel, it means that he is the biggest boss of the hotel. The hotel's annual profit does not need to be distributed with other dividends, and all goes into his hands. Hundreds of millions of funds. This astronomical figure, which Chu Nan had never thought of before, was now achieved so easily that it actually gave him a sense of unreality. I love you so much, system. System. This system has no entity and refuses homosexuality. I didn't expect the host to be such a pervert. Go, go, go. I was just saying it casually. Chu Nan's mind was full of black lines. This system was quite good. Wouldn't it be enough to just let him sign in honestly? If the system were a person, he would seal the system's mouth with tape. After washing up, Chu Nan changed his clothes. The maids in the house were doing their own work. When they saw him come out, they all spoke in unison. Morning, master. Kindness. Chu Nan nodded casually, feeling so happy in his heart. Which man would not envy such a life? Xia Yingyue prepared breakfast. Looking at the variety of food on the table, she called out to everyone, Come up and eat together. These maids also had a look of surprise on their faces. They were still a little afraid of such rich people and had a sense of inferiority in their bones, but they did not expect Chu Nan to actually ask them to have breakfast together. This was something they had not expected. Master, this is not a good idea. Why don't we wait until you finish eating before we eat? Xia Yingyue spoke first. The rest of the people also responded in unison. They seldom came into contact with Chu Nan in normal times. The only one who had some relationship with Chu Nan was Xia Yingyue. In their hearts, Xia Yingyue is like a big sister, at least that's how they see it. Normally, the person they were most afraid of was Zhou Ying. Although Zhou Ying had never scolded them, her strong aura and icy expression put such tremendous pressure on them that they felt a little breathless. Don't be so restrained. Since I am your young master, you can say whatever I say. I'm only a few years older than you. Come up, Chu Nan said with a smile. A few people hesitated for a while, looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and sat down at the dining table. But they regretted it as soon as they went up, and Zhou Ying came out. Zhou Ying gave a strange look at a few people. They trembled, and their bodies became stiff like wooden stakes, as if they were under a spell of immobilization. Fortunately, Zhou Ying just glanced at them and didn't say anything. Although Zhou Ying was the housekeeper, she was aware of her own status. It was only after Chu Nan asked them to sit at the table, but Chu Nan did not have the airs of those big shots at all. Looking at the unique man who was talking and laughing, she smiled. In the afternoon, Chu Nan arrived at the Marriott Hotel. The Marriott Hotel is located in the city center of Huaqing. You can see some luxury cars in the parking lot, but when Chu Nan's Lamborghini drove in, all the cars were eclipsed again, as if they had lost their brilliance in an instant. Compared with it, this is a luxury car, and the surging sound is enough to make people follow along and enjoy the ride. Although it was not dinner time, the Marriott Hotel was still packed with people. Most of the people here were company executives who came to discuss business with the company. As soon as he stepped through the door, the receptionist stretched out her hand to stop Chu Nan. Chu Nan couldn't help but frowning and asked unhappily, "What are you doing?" The two reception ladies snorted coldly, their eyes revealing contempt, and said coldly, "Did you come to the wrong place? Look where this is. Marriott Hotel. Is this a place you can afford? Turn left when you get out the door. Don't waste our time." After hearing what these two people said, Chu Nan suddenly understood, and his face gradually darkened. These are two people who look down on others. So what if the clothes are cheap? Don't you know that some people just like to keep a low profile? This is the business under his control, but he was blocked at the door and couldn't enter. If this were to get out, I don't know how many people would laugh at Chu Nan. Chu Nan took out his cell phone and called the person in charge of the Marriott Hotel directly. In the office, Tang, who was sorting out the quarterly profit account book, suddenly heard his cell phone ring. Seeing the name on the phone, his expression changed slightly, and he said politely, "Mr. Chu, are you here?" "Kindness. Where are you then? I'll come out to greet you now." The next sentence came out of nowhere and almost scared Tang so much that he dropped his phone on the ground. "I was stopped at the door by your receptionist and couldn't get in. You can come out and explain to them yourself," Chu Nan said coldly. This frightened Tang so much that his head was buzzing. "Were you stopped outside by the hotel receptionist? How dare they?" "Mr. Chu, please wait a moment. I will be out soon." Tang ran out of the office angrily, and the staff looked at their boss strangely. "What's wrong with the boss?" He looked a little angry. Could it be that some blind person had offended him? "Oh my, you're really pretending. You don't want to say that you just called our boss," one of the receptionists said sarcastically. Chu Nan was too lazy to pay attention, and soon a figure rushed out from the hall. "Dangan, Panti, Stam, Mr. Chu, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for not managing the place properly. I'm so sorry. You two don't have to work anymore. Pack your things and get out of here right now." Their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and they looked at Tang in disbelief. It's really the boss. This man really did call their boss just now. It looks like the boss is still a little scared. Oh my God, who did they offend? Chapter 14. Amazing Profits of Hotels. The two regretted it very much, but it was too late now. They had offended Chu Nan, the current owner of the hotel. Chu Nan walked in without even looking at the two people. He now owns the Marriott Hotel and is worth hundreds of millions. In his eyes, the two receptionists are no different from ants. Soon after arriving at the office, Tang hurriedly ordered his subordinates to take out his dahongpo. After hearing this, the subordinate was also a little surprised. The boss himself was reluctant to drink this dahongpo on normal days, and it took him a lot of effort to get this stuff. After he made the tea and entered the office, he was completely stunned. The boss, who was usually strict, acted like a dog in front of this young man and looked respectful and submissive. He had never met such a boss before. What is the origin of this young man? He couldn't be a relative of the hotel shareholders. When the subordinate saw Tang pouring tea for Chu Nan, he was unable to think. Even if the person was a relative of a shareholder, his boss would not do this, right? Seeing his subordinate standing there in a daze, Tang quickly signaled him to leave the office. After the subordinate understood, he walked out in a daze and closed the office door. Tang handed the equity transfer contract to Chu Nan and said with a flattering smile, "Mr. Chu, this is the equity transfer contract. Please take a look and see if there are any problems." After Chu Nan looked at it for a while and found no problem, he signed it and said calmly, "The hotel management needs to be strengthened in the future. I don't want to see such a situation next time." "Yes, yes, yes." Tang nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He dared not neglect such a person. On the surface, the employees in the hotel called him boss, but in fact he was just the person in charge of managing the hotel. The real bosses are the several shareholders who control the shares, but now he is only one boss, and that is Chu Nan. The person who was able to acquire Marriott Hotels must have assets that are frighteningly huge. Moreover, Tang swore that he had never seen Chu Nan in the upper-class circle, and had never even heard of him. How did such a mysterious young man appear? "By the way, boss, this is the hotel's profit for this quarter. I just sorted it out for you to take a look at first." "Oh, the hotel's quarterly profit report? Chu Nan's eyes suddenly lit up. Other things might not arouse his interest, but money was a different matter. The quarterly report included the hotel's cash flow statements, all of which were skipped by Chu Nan when he noticed the hotel's quarterly profit amount. I couldn't help but gasp, my heart pounding with excitement. Tangen at the side was also somewhat puzzled. A person like this would also show such an expression because of the profits in the hotel. Since they can afford to acquire hotels, this little profit should be nothing in the eyes of these people. However, Tangen didn't know that before obtaining the system, Chunan was just an ordinary wage earner who could barely survive in watching. And this quarter's profit is 50 million, so the annual profit is nearly 200 million. He had never seen such a huge astronomical figure before, and Chu Nan gradually calmed himself down. Stay calm. He needs to stay calm. 50 million is just a small sum. If the system gives me a larger number later, I must not get so excited that I lose my soul. After owning the system, this mere 50 million is just a small amount. This is just a daily sign-in. He is increasingly looking forward to how big a surprise the monthly sign-in reward will bring him. The cash flow trends for the entire quarter are all on this report. Chunan couldn't help but ask. Tangen nodded. All the running accounts are on the report. In previous years, the shareholders stipulated that they should submit them once a quarter. As for the profits, they are all distributed as dividends to the shareholders after the new year. Profits are distributed as dividends after the year to avoid disputes over interests. However, this problem should not exist now because the owner of the Marriott Hotel is Chu Nan alone. All the profits for this quarter will be deposited into my account, Chu Nan said lightly. Tangen had no objection. After all, Chu Nan was the owner of the hotel, and his words were his. Moreover, for him, the profits deposited into his account every quarter relieved his pressure compared to before. Afterwards, Chu Nan took a casual walk around the hotel. One could only say that it was worthy of being a 5-star hotel. Chu Nan never thought that he would become the owner of a 5-star hotel. The hotel has all the facilities you need, including a gym, swimming pool, KTV, bar, and some entertainment facilities. Of course, the most valuable thing in the hotel is the guests who come to the hotel. The customers who consume here are all wealthy and powerful people. Connections are equivalent to benefits. As long as you have wide connections, you can be successful anywhere. Afterwards, he met some executives and managers in the hotel. When they learned that Chu Nan had acquired all the shares of Marriott Hotels, the expression on everyone's face was one of shock that was difficult to conceal, and it was almost exactly the same. To acquire all the shares of Marriott Hotel, it would cost at least 10 billion, and Chu Nan in front of them was so young that they even suspected that this was a joke. But all of this is true. Even if they can't believe it, the facts before their eyes are solid. It was already evening. After enjoying the delicious food, we left under everyone's gaze. Then the sound of discussion began to spread. I never thought that such an ordinary young man would be our new boss. I've never heard of the new boss name in the industry. Do you think he's from outside? Did you see the new boss's car just now? It's a Lamborghini Veneno, a super sports car worth nearly 100 million yuan. It's really enviable. Tangen walked out of the office and was a little unhappy when he heard the discussion. He shouted angrily. What are you all discussing here? Just do your job well. The boss was stopped outside the hotel the first time he came. You need to strengthen the management of your people. If something like this happens again, next time, don't blame me for being rude. This is not alarmist talk. If word gets out that one's own business is being blocked from the door, it will become a joke. Everyone shuddered and obediently returned to their jobs. Chapter 15, New Era Electric Vehicles. With a huge industry like Marriott Hotels, Chunin no longer needs to worry about money. Every day, she plays games with her maid at home and strolls around carefree. Even if she does nothing, her annual profit will be over 100 million. According to Chunan's current net worth, it is at least 1 billion yuan. What happened that makes you so happy all day long? Zhou couldn't help but ask. Since he came outside, Chu Nanlai has had the same expression on his face, as if he had found money. It's like a pie falling from the sky and hitting me. Chunan Samai. Zhou was speechless and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. It's like pie falling from the sky. Why don't you say it's money falling from the sky? Unfortunately, she didn't know that Chu Nan's current situation was actually like money falling from the sky. By the way, I want to ask you for a leave. My cousin from a distant place has come to Huaqing to visit me, and my mother said that she needs to arrange a place for him to live. But don't worry, I won't let him live here. Zhou explained because she was afraid Chu Nan would think too much. I was speechless about the so-called distant cousin. I had only met him a few times when I was a child, and I haven't seen him since his family moved away. Now he came to Huaching and even called his parents to ask me to take care of him. Yeah, no problem. Chunan agreed happily. It was late at night, and the night fell quietly. The silver moonlight sprinkled on the back garden of the villa, adding a different color. Xiao Nanzi, are you asleep? Chunan's face darkened, and he replied helplessly. Big sister, can you please stop calling me Xiao Nanzi? When you call me that, I feel like I have lost all my manliness. Lu Yashuan in the boudoir looked angry. Chunan actually dared to call her big sister. You have to know that she is only 22 years old. If Chunan were in front of her, she would beat this man to the ground. Don't call me big sister. You've been called this for so many years, and you didn't have any objections. Why do you have an objection now? Finally, Lu Yashuan also sent a cold emoticon. After seeing the news, Chunan smiled helplessly. When he was in college, he had no way to resist Lu Yashuan's tyranny because she was the class monitor. And the name Xiao Nanzi obviously means eunuch. The weird atmosphere makes people feel uncomfortable. As long as you call me Xiao Nanzi, I will always call you big sister. Chunan quickly sent the message. This stinky man, has he been displeased with me for a long time? Lu Yashuan was lying on the bed. Her graceful and hot body was very attractive. Because she had the habit of practicing yoga, her body curves were very beautiful, especially her pair of plump and perky buttocks, which always attracted the attention of passersby. The most important thing is that Lu Yashuan is now in a lying position, and the pair of huge peaks are squeezed and deformed. People like Lu Yashuan have no shortage of admirers. Of course, she is completely different from her current self in college. I'm afraid that Lu Yashuan now can be compared with Qian Xijian College, and even has a better figure. At this class reunion, Lu Yashuan is definitely a dark horse and will surely surprise everyone. There are many rich second generations pursuing Lu Yashuan, but unfortunately, she is only interested in Chunan. Of course, Chunan didn't know that the old class monitor in college actually had a crush on him. Even if someone really told him, he would probably treat it as a joke. Because from the way Lu Yashuan played pranks on him during college, there was no sign of so-called love in it. Of course, Chunan didn't hate Lu Yashuan, and although Lu Yashuan liked to play pranks on him during college, but more often it helped him. The next day, in the morning, Chunan slept particularly comfortably last night, without any noise and in a comfortable environment. Looking at the scenery covered by thick fog in the early morning, a good mood for the day begins. Of course, the source of daily happiness is still the systematic check-in. Chunan prayed in his heart, hoping that he could sign something useful this time. Although I have signed out for all the shares of Marriott hotels last time, every sign-in in the system gives people a sense of anticipation. In addition to some valuable things, can the system sign out something unexpected for him? Then a thought flashed through my mind. A familiar voice echoed in his ears, and a rather mechanical and professional voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and winning a new era electric car. Note, this electric car does not need to be charged. The power supply will never run out. When Chunan heard the previous part, his face was as black as ink, but the next sentence from the system shocked him directly. Although it is an inconspicuous electric car, its real value lies in its unlimited power supply. In this era, such technology is simply impossible to achieve. If this were to get out, Chunan would probably become the focus of attention. In other words, once this technology comes out, I'm afraid people all over the world will be shocked by it. Of course, we later learned from the system that such technology is simply impossible to achieve. This is all because it is a system check-in item. Even if the researchers disassembled the electric car, they would not be able to discover the mystery inside. In this case, compared with the previous rewards for signing in, this reward is a bit mediocre. Does this mean that my luck in becoming a European emperor is about to come to an end? After washing up, Chunan went downstairs to have breakfast, then took out his mobile phone and played a few games. After he finished, a phone call came into his phone. Hello, Chunan. Are you still renting the house or not? Are you not going to pay the rent? I've been knocking on your door for a few days. Where are you now? We don't allow rent arrears here. If you're planning on not renting, come over here and pay the rent you owe, pack up and leave. The sturdy and loud-mouthed Chunan was also speechless, but only then did he remember that he had been so excited that he had forgotten that his rental contract had not expired yet and that he had rented a house outside. Hello, hello, you little brat. Are you still there? Seeing that Chunan didn't respond for a long time, the big man on the other end of the phone shouted again. Okay, I got it. I'll be there at noon. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Chunan vetpunde lazili. The overdue rent was at most a few thousand yuan, which was just a drop in the bucket for Chunan now. Snort. Then I'll trust you this time. If you don't come by noon, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 16. This is an electric car. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as he finished speaking, Chunan hung up the phone. He really didn't want to listen to the landlord's nagging. The landlord was not a good person either. He would molest other female tenants from time to time, and there was even one time when the case was reported to the police. This landlord is a pervert, but it's hard to say anything since those people are living under his roof, and it's hard to find such cheap rent anywhere else. In fact, the previous Chunan was a true portrayal of most people in Huaqing. He lived a repetitive life day after day, like a puppet, struggling to survive in the cracks of the city. If there was no system, Chunan would probably still be working in the company and suffering from Zhou suppression. Of course, Zhou life now is probably worse than that of the average wage earner. It was discovered that none of the previous plans were done by Zhou, which caused the top management to be furious and directly fired Zhou. Zhou sued the court on the pretext of extramarital affair and was kicked out of the house penniless. As for the lover's fate, it goes without saying. After all, Zhou lover was just a female college student from a nearby university. Once this matter was exposed, it would cause huge damage to the school's reputation and public opinion. So the female student was naturally expelled from the school and record this stain in the archives of life. Basically, your future in this life is ruined. Chunan came to the garage. He had no expectations for the electric car rewarded by the system, but at that moment he was deeply attracted. What the hell? Is this an electric car? He was totally stunned. The real metal texture and cool corners, plus the color matching that can give people an impact at first glance. There is also an LCD screen in the electric car, and the most important thing is that this electric car does not require a key. Fingerprint verification is used, which means that no one except Chunan can use this car. Out of curiosity, Chunan stretched out his finger and placed it on the verification button. Buzz! A loud roar with a strong air wave erupted, and the explosive sound really scared Chunan. Verification successful. A very high-tech sound came into my ears, and it seemed that such a product was simply not available in this era. Chunan, who originally had no expectations, really didn't expect that this electric car would bring him such a big surprise. The roaring sound is not like the will-o'-the-wisp of the spirited young man. On the contrary, the sound of the car is like the low roar of a wild beast. Of course, this car also has a silent mode. If we drive this on the street and say it's an electric car, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Chunan sat on the car mat, feeling as comfortable as if he were sitting on a leather sofa. Buzz! With a roar, he rode away on his new love. The low roar like that of a wild beast on the road attracted the attention of passersby, and they immediately focused their eyes on a young man wearing a vest and casual shorts. What kind of car is this? Motorcycle? Sure enough, at first these people did not think that the vehicle Chunan was riding was an electric car. On the contrary, the appearance of the new generation electric car was not much different from that of a motorcycle. Brother, where did you buy this car? I have never seen it before. It's a cool car. I want to get one someday. A young man riding a motorcycle next to him looked at the car under Chunan with envy. Hearing this, Chunan smiled and said meaningfully, "This car is custom-made. There is only one in the world, so you should give up this idea." The man listened with disdain, thinking Chunan was bragging. "It's custom-made. How can you brag so much? Judging from the way you're dressed, you don't have much money. The shoes you're wearing are not as good as the ones on my feet. Anything customized is probably fake. This car doesn't even have a brand. It might be some unknown copycat motorcycle. It would only lower its value if you drive it around." However, this was not a motorcycle at all. In fact, no one thought that the vehicle under Chunan was an electric scooter, and no one would believe it. Can an electric car make such a sound? This is simply impossible. The growling sound like that of a wild beast is simply too fascinating. Buzz! There was a loud roar, and the explosive air wave once again made the people around tremble. Looking at Yang walking away, the man who had been disdainful before showed an envious expression again, mainly because the roar was so fascinating. Soon Chunan arrived at the place where he lived before. This place was a relatively remote alley in Huaqing. The road under his feet was muddy, and no one had repaired it for many years. However, precisely because of the harsh environment, the rent here is surprisingly cheap, although the road is a bit bad. But the rental room has everything, including a water heater and air conditioner. but the electricity bill is a bit expensive. Everyone around took a look at Chunan's car, but it was just a glance. It was indeed amazing at first glance, but after thinking about it, it was just an electric car, not a luxury car. These people don't know that the value of this electric car far exceeds that of those luxury cars. If the unlimited energy alone were to be spread out, it would be enough to shock the entire world. I had just parked the car, and what a coincidence, I ran into Chunan's landlord. The landlord was a man in his 40s or 50s, with fluffy, messy hair and clearly visible dandruff, and it seemed that he hadn't washed his hair for several days. His greasy cheeks were reflecting the sunlight. He was wearing the same white vest and casual shorts as Chunan, but there was a complete contrast between them, like the difference between a buyer's show and a seller's show. The big beard on his face made him look even more slovenly. The landlord Dashu looked at Chunan with disdain and said sarcastically, "I haven't seen you for a few days. I thought you were going to run away. This building belongs to the landlord, and the people living here are either migrant workers from far away or college graduates who are not well off." The landlord himself has a sense of superiority towards these people, and he has always been disdainful of them. Of course, if it comes to beautiful women, his attitude will change 360 degrees. Basically, the female tenants here are unwilling to deal with the landlord. His lustful eyes make them feel as if they are not wearing any clothes in front of him. If they can avoid meeting him, they will never take the initiative to contact him, unless it is really about the house. Chapter 17. Encounter with Hotel Staff. Tune in, your car is nice. Where did you buy it? The landlord showed some interest in Chuan's electric scooter. At the beginning, his attention was focused on the car. This car has extremely high-tech edges and the previous air wave, which is instantly killed by those motorcycles outside. Chunan smiled and said, "I didn't buy this car. It was given to me by a friend." "A gift from a friend?" The landlord was a little disappointed, but soon a sly smile flashed across his face, and he said with a smile, "Since it was given by your friend, I am quite interested in your car. Why don't you sell it to me, and I will give you 8,000 yuan. 8,000? Chunan's heart was full of disdain. How is it possible to buy his precious electric scooter for only 8,000 yuan? Its value is immeasurable. Even if someone really wants to bid tens of billions, it would not be an exaggeration. Infinite energy is something that cannot be achieved in the world today. Forget it, this car has a special meaning to me. Chunan refused. The landlord was not happy about this, thinking that Chunan was not satisfied with the price, and then said in a bad tone, 12,000, this is the price I can give you. Your car is only worth 7,000 or 8,000 yuan at most. Giving you 12,000 yuan is a sign of respect for you. This money is enough to keep you happy for a while. In his eyes, it was just a broken motorcycle. If it weren't for its cool appearance and the sound of the explosion, he wouldn't want the motorcycle even if it was given to him. I'm not selling this car. Chunan didn't care about the change in the landlord's tone at all. Is it necessary for him to consider the landlord's mood now? Just like the ants on the ground, would you pay attention to them? Chunan's net worth is nearly tens of billions now, and the price of this car is much more than that. He wants to buy it for only 12,000? It's like a dream. Snort. The landlord snorted coldly. His face looked extremely ugly, and he said in a cold tone, "People can't be too greedy. Since you don't want to rent it anymore, just pay the rent you owed before." "How much is the rent?" Chunan asked. 8,000, said the landlord. 8,000? How is that possible? I've calculated carefully, and it's at most 5,005. Where did you get these extra few thousand for no reason? Chunan asked in a deep voice. The landlord smiled coldly and said in a bad tone, "The rent is indeed 5,500, but the toilet in your guest room is cracked, so you need to compensate for it." "Impossible. I was fine before I left." Chunan Thito. Although he was rich, he didn't want to be cheated for no reason. He needed to see with his own eyes whether the toilet was really damaged. But it was rejected outright. He also said that Chunan was no longer his tenant and had no right to enter the room. Chunan's face was very gloomy. He also understood that the landlord had taken advantage of him. Tenants who had left before reminded him that the landlord would most likely cheat him before he left. At first, Chunan didn't take it seriously because he didn't think he would leave here in a short time. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Suddenly a man in his 30s shouted. The landlord turned around, and his previously sullen face was replaced by a smiling one, and he walked over with a smile. "Nephew, I haven't seen you for so long that I almost don't recognize you. I saw you were not even as tall as my uncle before, but now you have really grown up. The landlord looks like a completely different person compared to before. I heard that you became a manager at the Marriott Hotel. Is that true?" The landlord asked anxiously. The reason why he had this attitude was because he heard that his eldest nephew was doing well in Marriott Hotel. If he could use his nephew's help, maybe he could go to the Marriott Hotel for a meal, and then he could brag about it to his friends, and it would be so glorious. The man raised his head and said proudly, "Second uncle, I'm just a small manager, nothing special." Having said that, the managers of Marriott hotels are different from those of ordinary hotels. This is the only five-star hotel in Huacheng, and he has the opportunity to get to know the dignitaries who usually come here. Who knows, he might be able to climb higher in the future. "My eldest nephew is the one who has a bright future," said the landlord with a smile. "Uncle, why don't you go upstairs?" the man asked puzzledly. The landlord snorted with disdain and said unhappily, "Well, the previous tenant is no longer renting the room, but the toilet in the room is broken, so he is not happy to pay for the compensation." "Oh, there is such a person?" The man was a little surprised, but he also knew what kind of person his second uncle was. The claims about toilet damage are basically fake. 7 or 8 out of 10 tenants here have been cheated by their second uncle. But these two people are basically the same. When he glanced at the inconspicuous figure, his pupils suddenly dilated and then shrank back. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his face suddenly became a little strange. He would never forget that familiar figure. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. He came to Chu Nan in panic and said with a trembling voice, "Boss." The landlord widened his eyes, as if he suspected he had heard wrongly. "Nephew, what are you doing? You didn't recognize the wrong person, did you? Him? You called him boss. He's just a tenant of mine, a poor loser." After hearing what his second uncle said, Wang Chun really wanted to die. How could he admit his mistake? This is the new boss that Brother Tang repeatedly asked for, and he even acquired all the shares of Marriott Hotels. "Second uncle, stop joking. This is the new owner of our Marriott Hotel. How could he be a tenant of your place?" Wang Chun said anxiously. "People like this must not be offended. Such big shots are not people like them can afford to mess with. Your uncle is right. I was indeed a tenant here before," Chu Nan said coldly. The landlord was stunned. Chu Nan was the new owner of Marriott Hotel. This was the most ridiculous thing he had ever thought about. But his eldest nephew looked so frightened that he was like a child in front of Chu Nan, not daring to breathe. "Real? Is my boss really the tenant of my second uncle's place?" Wang Chun suddenly felt dizzy. Is it popular among rich people to experience life now? So low-key? To be honest, even if Chu Nan walked on the street, no one would think that he was the owner of the Marriott Hotel, or even a rich man. Misunderstanding, this is all misunderstanding. Chu Nan, I remembered it wrong before. The broken toilet is not in your room. Look at my brain. My memory has become worse as I get older. The landlord slapped his forehead, looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and hurriedly explained. At this moment, cold sweat was already pouring down his back, and now thinking back to his own arrogant look, he was filled with extreme fear. Chapter 18 good? So big. Who would have thought that this simply dressed Chu Nan was the owner of the Marriott Hotel? And how could someone like this live in a place like this, and even be his tenant? Are you here to experience life? Oh, really? Chu Nan smiled coldly. This smile made the landlord even more uneasy. Wang Chun, standing aside, was also standing uncomfortably. He never expected that his second uncle would actually cheat others and cheat his boss. "Yes, it is. I'm really sorry that I can't remember things as I'm old." The landlord apologized repeatedly, his forehead covered with cold sweat. Chu Nan said in a cold voice. The two of them didn't understand what Chu Nan meant. Their hearts were hanging in their throats, and they didn't dare to breathe. Finally, Chu Nan said slowly, "In this case, I will transfer the rent to your WeChat." The landlord nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Before leaving, Chu Nan looked at Wang Chun coldly. Wang Chun's face turned pale, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. "Is my nephew okay now?" the landlord asked with lingering fear. Don't these rich people have nothing to do after eating? He actually came to a place like his to rent a house. If he likes to experience life so much, why would he make so much money? If he had so much money, he wouldn't stay in such a shabby place. "You're okay, but I'm probably finished." A tragic smile flashed across Wang Chen's face, and he felt powerless as if all his strength had been drained away. "That's impossible. You didn't do anything. How could he fire you?" Hearing his second uncle's doubtful tone, Wang Chen shook his head helplessly. He was in no mood to stay here anymore. If I had known this would happen, I should not have agreed to let my second uncle come. Now I am in a difficult situation and can't save myself. He often uses his position to get special treatment in the hotel. If someone wants to investigate, they can definitely find out. In fact, this is true. Wang Qin had been noticed by Chunan before, and he had already called Tang in to check whether Wang Qin's hands and feet were clean. Suddenly, a roar came from behind Chunan. Behind me, a man dressed in black and riding a cool black motorcycle passed by, and the sound of the air waves was enough to touch people's nerves. However, even so, the knight looked surprised when he passed by Chunan. This car? He had never seen one before, but the sound told him that this car was definitely not ordinary. "Brother, where did you buy this car?" The man couldn't help but ask. Chunan smiled and said, "This car was given to me by my friend. I don't know where he bought it." Hearing this, the knight was a little disappointed, but a gleam of brilliance flashed across his face, and he said with a smile, "In that case, are you interested in giving it a try?" Speed racing? This aroused some interest in Chunan, and after thinking about it, he agreed. Anyway, he wanted to give it a try, and he didn't know how this electric car with unlimited energy could accelerate. In an instant, there was a sound like a galloping air explosion, and the Black Knight left Chunan far behind. The speed was so fast that Chunan could only see his back in a few seconds. "Don't let me down." As soon as he finished speaking, Chunan twisted it all the way to the bottom. Buzz! With a loud roar, Chunan felt as if he was going to fly out, and the roar was like something exploding. Both the car and the people turned into a phantom, leaving behind layers of overlapping shadows. Chunan looked excited. "This speeds up. Love it." This car brought him so many surprises. The moment the Black Knight turned around, the man under the helmet widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. "Fuck! I saw Chunan flying towards here at a rapid speed and surpassed me in an instant. Oh my god! What the hell is this car? It's like a plane." The Black Knight stepped on the accelerator, but he still couldn't overtake Chunan. After turning a bend, the Chunan people could no longer be seen. What the hell? This speed is no different from flying a plane. After crossing the national highway, I looked back and could no longer see the Black Knight, and I felt secretly happy. Speed is charm. At that moment, Chunan's whole body was filled with adrenaline. That feeling was even more exciting than taking stimulants. After returning home, he did not see Zhou. It seemed that she had gone to meet her distant cousin. As for the other maids, some of them were students and rarely stayed overnight in the villa on weekdays. Sudden, a graceful figure walked out of the room, with a pair of jade-like feet exposed, which made people's breath stop. What was extremely tempting was that apart from a white bathrobe, she was not wearing any other clothes. "Fei Fei, have you seen my red dress?" Xia Yingyue regretted it as soon as she opened her mouth. When she saw the dumbfounded Chunan, she stood there in a daze as if she had been struck by lightning. Good, good, so big." Immediately afterwards, a sharp scream echoed throughout the villa, and Xia Yingyue fled back to her room in panic with a red face. Chunan had already reacted before this. He looked at Xia Yingyue's room and shook his head helplessly. Do these girls really think they are not men? Xia Yingyue's pretty rosy face in the room was like a ripe apple, and her heart was beating nonstop. It's so embarrassing. She would never have thought that Chunan would come back at this time, and just when she had just finished taking a shower and walked out in her bathrobe. How would she face Chunan after this? Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. "Yeah, what's wrong with you? Open the door." After Xia Yingyue opened the door, Fei Fei asked anxiously, "What happened to you just now?" The scream just now could be heard in the back garden of the villa. Fei Fei thought something happened to Xia Yingyue and ran over quickly. Afterwards, Xia Yingyue, with a red face, quietly told Fei Fei everything that had just happened. After hearing this, Fei Fei held her stomach and laughed out loud. She thought something else happened, but it turned out to be just this. Fei Fei laughed strangely. "I thought something had happened and was worried to death, but it turns out to be just like this. It was just an accident. Besides, weren't you wearing a bathrobe?" Xia Yingyue was shy like a little girl and said in a mosquito-like voice, "But it's really embarrassing." Xia Yingyue was originally a conservative person and had never experienced such a thing. "I have something to do these 2 days, so I will update this post once, and we'll resume the day after tomorrow." Chapter 19. The cousin who covets Zhou. Is the boss dumbfounded? Fei Fei laughed meaningfully. The blush that had faded from her face reappeared on her face, and she shyly scolded. "Fei Fei, why are you like this? I'm already embarrassed enough, and you still make fun of me." "I'm not making fun of you." Fei Fei whispered. "The boss is a nice guy, and you know him, so hurry up and seize the opportunity. It will be too late if you miss it." After hearing Fei Fei's words, Xiao Yue's face turned even redder. Fei Fei, what are you talking about? My boss and I are just friends, and didn't I tell you? My boss and I just met by accident. I don't have that idea. Fei Fei flicked Xiao Yue's forehead speechlessly and said helplessly, with your personality, you will suffer losses sooner or later. You said this yourself. I hope you won't regret it in the future. There are still many flowers and plants to be trimmed in the back garden, so I won't tell you more. After Fei Fei left, Xiao Yue changed her clothes and sat in the room in a daze. Will she really regret it? But she really didn't have that kind of thought towards Chunan. But what was going on with this feeling of loss? A feeling of irritability arises spontaneously. Chunan had a good nap in the afternoon, and when he turned on his mobile phone, he found many missed calls. When I looked at the names, I saw that all the calls were from Li Bo. Answer the phone. Oh, Mr. Chu finally received your call. Li Bo said anxiously. What's wrong? Is there anything urgent? Chunan asked puzzledly. There are already 5 houses rented out here, but 2 guests need to see your property certificate. I wonder if it's convenient for you to come over. Li Bo's tone gradually softened, and he said politely, Want to see your real estate certificate? Is there anyone who still encounters this kind of weird situation when renting a house now? Will the real estate agent cooperate with me if I don't have a real estate certificate? Are these people here to make fun of you? Chunin doesn't have the time to deal with these people. Tell them that they can rent it or not. I don't mind the rent. If there are people like this in the future, there is no need to contact me. Just refuse them directly. Chu, Nan said lightly. However, Li Bo on the other end of the phone had a headache. The problem now was that the other party was in his company, and the huge pressure came upon him all of a sudden. Moreover, people like Chu Nan do not lack this rent. There are so many people who want to rent, so they don't need just 1 or 2 more. Finally, a bitter smile flashed across Li Bo's face, and he sighed silently in his heart. Forget it. Let him clean up the mess. Before that, I should have asked Chu Nan's opinion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen into such an embarrassing situation. Okay, Mr. Chu, I understand. As for what happened afterwards, Li Bo naturally spoke for a long time and earnestly, and was even scolded. In the end, the 2 of them left in displeasure. After the 2 left, Li Bo couldn't help but curse in his heart. These 2 actually suspected that Chu Nan and he were in collusion to defraud their rent. How could there be such 2 stupid creatures in the world? At night, Chu Nan sat in the hall with a frown on his face. It's already this late, and Zhou Ying hasn't come back yet. Nothing will happen to this woman, right? After all, Zhou Ying had said before that she had only met this distant cousin once when they were children and had never seen him again since then. This inevitably made Chu Nan a little worried. Sudden, the cell phone rang, and it was Zhou Ying calling. Hey, where are you? However, what followed was a noisy sound from the other end of the phone. All kinds of noise and music. I'm at the Blue Tavern. Mr. Chu, please come and pick me up. The Blue Tavern? Why did Zhou Ying go there? If you remember correctly, that place was a bar, but it was a quiet bar where people only drank. Why are you there? Chunin couldn't help but ask. There was a stammering sound, and it was obvious that Zhou Ying was drunk. There were also bursts of men's voices coming from the side. Chunan's face immediately turned dark. He hung up the phone and drove his luxury car to the Qinglan bar. Cousin Zhou Ying, you are drunk. Stop drinking. Zhao Li's lustful gaze never shifted from Zhou Ying. I never thought that the little girl would turn into such a beauty. Zhao Li dared to guarantee that as long as Zhou Ying returned to the village, she would definitely be the village beauty. Although he is Zhou Ying's cousin, they are not close relatives and have no relationship at all. Even though Zhao Li was trying to persuade Zhou Ying all the time, he actually hoped that Zhou Ying would get drunk so that he would have a chance to attack her. You, give me the wine. I'm not drunk yet. Zhou Ying snatched the wine glass from Zhao Li's hand and drank it all. At this time, Zhou Ying's face was completely red, and her blurred eyes made her even more charming. Many people's eyes were fixed on her. Zhou Ying felt her world spinning even more, and soon she collapsed on the table. Cousin Zhou Ying! Cousin Zhou Ying! Zhao Li called out tentatively. Seeing no response, he finally showed a triumphant smile on his face. It looked like he was completely drunk. It's my turn next. Zhao Li carried Zhou Ying on his back, and for a moment he took a deep breath. Feeling the softness on my back, I sighed inwardly. This cousin is really big. He became more and more impatient to eat Zhou Ying. After paying the bill, Zhao Li called an online taxi, chose a nearby hotel, and planned to get straight to the point. At this time, Chunin had just arrived at the bar. After parking the car, he hurriedly called Zhou Ying, but no one answered the call. Why doesn't this girl answer it? Could something really have happened? However, when he looked towards the hotel entrance, he was immediately attracted by a figure. His pupil shrank, and he looked at the familiar figure on the man's back and quickly ran over. Zhao Li hummed a little tune. He didn't expect that he would gain such a lot from his trip to Huaqing. It was totally beyond his expectations. The online car-hailing vehicle was already parked outside, and he was already getting impatient. However, at this moment, a fist as big as a sandbag hit him directly in the face. Zhao Li screamed in pain and covered his face. Zhou Ying lost her balance for a moment and slipped off his back. Chu Nan hugged Zhou Ying and looked at the man in front of him gloomily. "Damn it! Which bastard hit me?" Zhao Li roared angrily, clenched his fists, and looked at the man in front of him sinisterly. "Who are you, you little brat? Let my cousin go, or you'll be in trouble." Chapter 20. The other side of Chu Nan. The prey he had caught slipped away from his hands. This kind of thing must not happen. You know, Zhao Li has done this kind of thing many times in other cities. How many of those drunk women are good guys? Most of them just spend the night in the hotel by themselves, and then it's over without saying anything. The next day, both of them acted as if nothing had ever happened. This is also why he has such heavy dark circles under his eyes. Zhou Ying's cousin? Chu Nan's expression gradually turned cold. He looked at Zhao Li in front of him with cold eyes and asked in a cold voice, "Are you Zhou Ying's distant cousin?" After hearing this, Zhao Li was also stunned and frowned. It seems that Zhou Ying had told this guy before she came out, but who is this guy? Could he be Zhou Ying's boyfriend? He had also asked Zhou Ying if she had a boyfriend before, but she rejected it outright. Could it be that this girl lied to him? "I am Zhou Ying's cousin. Who are you?" Zhao Li asked in a bad tone. His expression became even uglier when he saw Chu Nan holding Zhou Ying in his arms. "Scum." Chu Nan cursed and looked at him coldly. It was a waste of air to talk to such a scum. He could smell the scum when they stood together. "Oh shit. What does this kid mean? Do you look down on him? You little bastard. Where are you going? Who the hell are you? Put my cousin down." It's just one step away from getting on the car, and then you can do whatever you want. Besides, they are just distant cousins with no blood relationship, so he has nothing to worry about even if the subsequent events are exposed. At worst, he could just marry Zhou Ying. After all, it would not be a loss for him to marry such a beautiful woman. What's more important is that Chu Nan's eyes made him very uncomfortable, so he reached out and grabbed Chu Nan's shoulders. "I told you to stop. Didn't you fucking hear me?" Zhao Li said viciously with a face full of anger. Chu Nan's face became increasingly cold, and his icy gaze made Zhao Li shiver uncontrollably. At that moment, he felt as if he was in an ice cellar. "Oh shit. Damn it, I was actually scared like this by a young boy. Put down your dog paws." Chu Nan's patience was limited, and at this moment, he was on the verge of exploding. "What can you do if I don't let you go?" Zhao Li said arrogantly, not showing any weakness. If he was afraid of a young boy, then all these years of his life outside would have been in vain. He was not a good person to begin with, and he had been in the underworld for a while before. However, because he offended a big boss, he had no choice but to come to Huaqing. Chu Nan sneered. Basically, no one knows Chu Nan's other side except some college classmates. You should know that Chu Nan was a black belt in Taekwondo when he was in college, and he was also the president of the Taekwondo club. Chu Nan was definitely a prominent figure in college. Zhao Li almost didn't have time to react. Chu Nan directly grabbed his phone and applied a little force. Hiss. Zhao Li took a deep breath. This kid was so strong. It was fine at first, but when Chu Nan increased his strength, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and raised his leg and pushed his knee against Chu Nan's stomach. However, all this was of no avail. In Chu Nan's eyes, Zhao Li's actions were so clumsy and there was no skill involved. With a kick, Zhao Li's center of gravity shifted to the left, and he fell heavily to the ground. He screamed in pain, and his face twisted. Zhao Li felt like his buttocks were split in half, and numbness and loss of sensation in his lower limbs spread all of a sudden throughout his lower body. "Alpaca, I'm going to fight you." But when he came to his senses, Chu Nan, who was originally in front of him, was no longer visible. Grass. He wouldn't run away. Zhao Li quickly got up and looked around, but found that there was no one in sight. After quickly looking around for a while, he finally saw the familiar figure near the parking lot. However, this time, Zhao Li did not rush up. Instead, he stood there in a daze, with the corners of his mouth trembling slightly. "Lamborghini, Lamborghini. Poison?" Zhao Li was completely dumbfounded. When he saw Chu Nan get into the car and then drive out, he was completely stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. At this moment, he was extremely scared. How could someone who could afford to drive such a luxury car be an ordinary person? This kind of person was not someone he could afford to mess with. Could it be that Zhou Ying really met a big shot on the watching list? If you remember correctly, Zhou Ying was a property manager at the Sky Garden. Could it be that she had really hooked up with a rich second-generation man in recent years? Moreover, those who can afford such luxury cars are not necessarily ordinary rich second generations. They cannot be compared with those nouveau riche. The net worth of such people is at least over 100 million. It was because of Chunan's appearance that Zhao Li, who had only been in Huaqing for one day, left Huaqing overnight the next day. If such a person wanted to deal with him, he could almost make him disappear from this world without a sound. Hiss! Zhou Ying opened his sleepy eyes in a daze and climbed out of bed. The severe headache and dizziness after drinking made him extremely uncomfortable. Recalling what happened yesterday, her expression changed slightly. He took one look at the room and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. It's her room. But who sent her back last night? The last thing she remembered was that after Zhao Li carried her away, she became completely drunk and lost consciousness. Could it be Chunan? She remembered that she had called Chunan before this. Click. The door opened quietly. Chunan walked in, placed the sobering tea on the bedside, and said slowly, "You can block your distant cousin now." Ah, why? Zhou Ying looked at him in confusion. I still don't understand what happened yesterday. Do you know where your cousin wants to take you after you get drunk? Chunan looked at her speechlessly and said helplessly, "Where?" Zhou Ying asked simply. "Hotel." Chunan slowly uttered the two words. Zhou Ying's expression changed drastically and became extremely ugly. Want to take her to a hotel? It was obvious what she wanted to do in the hotel, and the cousin was looking her up and down the whole time. How dare he do such a thing? Zhou Ying murmured in disbelief. Chunan also spread his hands. It was the first time he had seen such a person. However, when he later learned from Zhou Ying that there was no blood relationship between her and this distant cousin, he understood why Zhao Li was so fearless. Even if they were forced into a relationship without a blood relationship, she could only marry Zhao Li in the end. Chapter 21, Gene Potion. Thank you for yesterday. Zhou Ying thanked embarrassedly. Chunan just glanced at her and said calmly, I won't care about you if this happens again next time. You can't drink well, but you're still trying to be brave. Drink the hangover tea early. It's not good if it gets cold. Get up early, there are still a lot of things you need to deal with. After saying this, Chunan closed the door. Zhou Ying sat on the bed in a daze, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. She stamped her feet and puffed up her little mouth, muttering with resentment on her face. What a straight man. Looking at the steaming, sobering tea beside him, the resentment on his face gradually disappeared and a sweet smile appeared. After finishing his work, Chunan started signing in again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the genetic potion. Gene potion? What is this? System. What is genetic potion? Chunan couldn't help but ask. The gene potion can greatly improve your physical fitness. Your functions and reaction nerves will also be greatly improved, far exceeding those of ordinary people. Suddenly, Chunan's eyes lit up. This immediately reminded him of a movie, Captain America in the Avengers. This stuff won't have the same effect as the serum in the movie. That's too awesome. Chunan couldn't wait to take out the genetic potion from the system warehouse. The blue genetic potion was packed in a transparent conical glass bottle. The potion has a slight blue tint. Chunan took it out without any hesitation and swallowed the potion in one gulp. There was no potion left in the bottle. After drinking the potion, Chunan's face turned red like a monkey's, but sweat continued to pour out from his body, and he seemed to be in a big steamer. His whole body was red like a cooked lobster. What the hell? System, you tricked me. The burning and stinging sensation, as if being burned by fire, continued to spread throughout his body. He gritted his teeth and stood firm, veins bulging on his forehead and an expression of unbearable pain on his face. This state lasted for about half an hour before gradually subsiding. Chunan was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat the size of soybeans. His clothes were completely soaked and stuck to his body. Damn it, this is too painful. Chunan cursed inwardly. It feels as if there are thousands of ants crawling inside your body, gnawing at your flesh, and your fiery red skin gradually turns back to its original color. After entering the bathroom and taking a shower, Chunan suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Recalling the burning feeling before, he said that he never wanted to go through this kind of torture again. Chunan looked at the person in the mirror with some disbelief. Oh shit, Chunan's originally slightly round belly has now turned into clearly visible abdominal muscles, and his mermaid line is also clearly revealed. His flabby arms had also become much stronger and had turned into hard muscles. The most important thing was that Chunan's height seemed to have increased by several centimeters. This is the genetic potion a little too magical? My eyes seem to see things much more clearly than before. Looking at his strong body, Chunan was speechless for a moment and could only silently utter the word awesome in his heart. Bare waist, bat wings, 8 abdominal muscles, and pectoral muscles. Any woman who sees this perfect body will be unable to maintain it. Chunan's appearance is not bad. His original height of 1.8 meters has now become 1.85 meters, and a piece of hard muscle outlines the perfect lines. Awesome! The rewards given by the system really didn't disappoint me. However, Chunan himself was not sure whether he had achieved the same effect as Captain America in the movie. Of course, he did not care about it. Such a change was already huge. It was too obvious to increase the height by several centimeters in such a short period of time. Host, Chunan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Current deposit, 35 million. Transportation, Lamborghini, Venom, the electric car of the new era. Personal property, Sky Garden Mountaintop Villa. Personal property, Marriott Hotels. Whether to be married, no. Special skills, expert piano talent. Warehouse items, none. After taking a look at his panel, Chunan nodded with satisfaction. Then he changed into a new set of clothes. Chunan was still dressed casually, a simple casual t-shirt and a pair of shorts for the hot summer. Although his weight and figure had changed greatly after changing his clothes, he looked no different from usual after putting them on. Of course, that is except for height. When I went downstairs, I happened to meet Zhou-Ing, and they didn't say much. Looking at Chunan's back, Zhou-Ing had a suspicious expression on her face. Just now. Was it her illusion? Why did Chunan give her the feeling that he was taller than her? And it was so obvious. Zhou-Ing shook her head. Perhaps it was her illusion. Today is the day for the class reunion. The time is set for noon, and most of the old classmates have already rushed to the Marriott Hotel. Anyway, this time it's Zhao Feng's treat, so it would be a shame not to go. Besides, most people in a 5-star hotel will probably never go to one in their lifetime, because most of the classmates are ordinary wage earners. They were somewhat surprised that Zhao Feng was so rich this time. However, later, some people said that Zhao Feng had opened a company in Huaqing with an annual income of 2 to 3 million. Many people were shocked. Some female classmates who had never interacted with Zhao Feng even had some thoughts in their minds. Of course, people who are familiar with Zhao Feng know that Zhao Feng's target this time is Qian Xijia, the Ice Queen. As soon as she appears, everyone will be eclipsed. Marriott Hotel, most people have already arrived at the hotel. Zhao Feng booked an extra-large private room, which cost him 300,000 yuan, and all the expenses this time were paid by him. Of course, this time he was so generous also for Qian Xijia. If it were in the past, in Zhao Feng's eyes, Qian Xijia was just a pretty girl. But now Zhao Feng already knows Qian Xijia's background. If he can have some relationship with Qian Xijia, his future will be bright. Most people present probably don't know Qian Xijia's true identity. She is the daughter of the CEO of a listed company. This listed company is also a well-known company in Huaqing, Sifang Pharmaceutical, with a total market value of more than 5 billion. If Zhao Feng became the son-in-law of the Qian family, he might be able to inherit the property of Sifang Pharmaceutical in the future. 300,000 is not a small sum for Zhao Feng, but it is all worth it just to get Qian Xijia's favor. Chapter 22. Stunning Lu Yashuan. Brother Feng, long time no see. Brother Feng, thanks to you this time, we can experience the service of Marriott Hotel. Most people greeted Zhao Feng with a fawning look on their faces. After all, Zhao Feng was the only one at his age who could earn $1 million a year. Among all the classmates, Zhao Feng was probably the most awesome. Zhao Feng just responded with a few words casually, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face when he looked at these unsophisticated classmates of his. Just because of these people, you think you can get close to me? You are all just taking advantage of Qian Xijia's popularity. Without a doubt, he is probably the most eye-catching star among the male students today. Most of the students here are ordinary wage earners, and their families are also ordinary families. Life in this flower city is overwhelming for most people, and they have fantasized about becoming rich countless times. But reality shattered their fantasies time and time again. Some female classmates also pressed their bodies close to Zhao Feng. They did this on purpose. They wouldn't mind if something happened between them and Zhao Feng. Seeing the innocent classmates clinging to Zhao Feng, they all sighed helplessly. After graduating from college, everyone has changed. After entering the society and being polished, they are no longer as naive as they were in college. After all, this society speaks with strength. About half an hour later, most people had arrived, and only a few were left. Who else hasn't arrived yet? Someone couldn't help but ask. One of them looked around and said, Squad leader, Qian Sijia, Chunan, Wang Meng. It seems that only these 4 people have not arrived yet. Qian Sijia and the squad leader are fine, but why are Chunan and Wang Meng so slow in coming? I heard that Chunan is not doing very well in watching. He is still an employee in the company and doesn't even have the chance to be promoted. One of them sneered in a sarcastic tone. Others followed suit and said, back then, Chunan was considered a well-known figure in the school. I never thought that he would end up like this now. It's true that our brother Feng is really amazing. He opened a company at such a young age. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. While this group of people were slandering Chunan, they also did not forget to flatter Zhao Feng. They were simply like clowns. I'm sorry, I'm late. Suddenly, a voice that was familiar, yet unfamiliar, like a yellow oriole, was heard. Everyone in the box turned their gaze over there. Their breathing suddenly stagnated, and everyone was completely stunned. Zhao Feng looked at the beautiful woman who walked in with fascination. He had never seen this person before in his memory. Even other classmates didn't know who the beauty in front of them was. One of the female students looked at the woman in front of her in disbelief and asked tentatively, Are you the class monitor? Class monitor? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Was the cour in front of them the tough class monitor from college? How is this possible? But if you look closely, they do look somewhat similar. Are you really squad leader Lu? One of them asked doubtfully. Lu Yashuan nodded embarrassedly. Hiss! A sound of people sucking in their breath echoed throughout the box. They were not exaggerating, but the beauty in front of them was completely different from the class monitor they knew in college. A pitch-black tube dress perfectly shows off her S-shaped figure, and the tube dress also perfectly outlines her hot curves. The most important thing is that Lu Yinxian has a curvy figure, and all the right places are perfect. It is really hard for everyone to associate this stunning beauty in front of them with the class monitor in college. Because when Lu Yashuan was in college, her figure and appearance were at the average level of an ordinary person, not to mention her fashion sense. Compared with other girls in the class, she looks more ordinary. Zhao Feng was breathing rapidly, his fiery eyes constantly looking at Lu Yashuan. With this figure and this face, it would be difficult for any man to focus his eyes on Lu Yashuan. The moment Lu Yashuan entered the box, she became the most dazzling planet there. People who were not very familiar with Lu Yashuan came forward to talk to her. Her enthusiasm made her feel a little uncomfortable, and most people's gazes were aggressive. She looked around as if looking for someone. After confirming that Chu Nan was not present, Lu Yashuan was a little disappointed. It hasn't come yet? Still won't come. The purpose of this trip was to meet Chu Nan, but now there is not even a shadow of a person in sight. Zhao Feng was also aroused by what he saw. If his target this time was not Qian Sijia, he really wanted to go up and have sex with Lu Yashuan. As for the other female classmates, their faces gradually turned ugly. They had never expected that the once ordinary class monitor had become so beautiful. The previous limelight suddenly shifted to Lu Yashuan. They looked at the woman who was like the spotlight with jealousy and snorted in their hearts. What's the use of having a good figure and a pretty face? You might have had plastic surgery. It was almost noon and the dinner was about to begin, but Qian Sijia, Wang Meng, and Chu Nan were still not there. Lu Yashuan's gaze gradually dimmed. Could it be that Chu Nan would not come? However, at this moment, 3 figures appeared at the door at the same time. The one who attracted everyone's attention the most was the dignified and calm goddess in the front, who was as untouchable as an iceberg. Zhao Feng and the others were completely stunned. Compared to them, Lu Yashuan gave people a stunning feeling. Although Qian Sijia's figure was not that hot, it was not bad either. The most important thing was that her confidence and the temperament that came from years of cultivation and education were more attractive. Dear old classmates, we are late, Qian Sijia said with a smile, and her 2 dimples looked even more adorable. It's not too late, it's not too late. As long as our beautiful Qian is coming, it doesn't matter how long we wait. Yes, beautiful Qian is worth waiting for. The 2 people at the back, please take your seats. Zhao Feng walked forward like a gentleman and said in a gentle and magnetic voice, Jia Jia, you are here. why don't you sit next to me? No one was surprised by this scene, because they all knew that the purpose of Zhao Feng organizing the class reunion was Qian Xijia. Zhao Feng had pursued Qian Xijia countless times during his college years. Zhao Feng, please don't call me so affectionately. I don't think we are that familiar with each other. Qian Xijia's icy tone was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, extremely chilling. For a moment, Zhao Feng stood there awkwardly. As for Chunan, he had already found a seat to sit down and happened to sit next to Lu Yashuan. At this moment, Lu Yashuan's ears had already turned red. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people in the box and it was stuffy, others would have noticed her abnormality long ago. Why does he seem taller than when he was in college? And his personality and temperament have changed a lot. It's over. He is even more attractive. Chapter 23. I drive a Lamborghini. Wang Meng also sat next to Chunan. However, just as he sat down, Qian Xijia stopped him. Wang Meng, can you leave this position to me? Qian Xijia looked at Wang Meng pitifully. Kindness? Everyone present looked at this scene strangely, as if something was not right. From beginning to end, it seemed that Qian Xijia's eyes were always on Chunan. Moreover, Chunan seemed to have changed a lot. He looked cleaner and stronger. The most important thing was that Chunan seemed to have grown much taller than when he was in college. They're also helpless. Why is it that at this age, others are still growing while they have already been formed? Chunan's current height is so high that it easily kills a large number of male classmates present. Wang Meng smiled bitterly as he watched this scene. These people may not know what happened to Chunan, but Wang Meng knew that Chunan said he would drive to pick him up before that, but he didn't care much. Because it is quite normal for Chunan to buy a car with his salary, but in his opinion, a car would only cost about 100,000 yuan at most. But he never expected that Chunan actually came to pick him up in a Lamborghini Veneno. At that moment, Wang Meng seemed to think that he had recognized the wrong person. As for Chunan, he knew that he was just an ordinary country boy from an ordinary family, and it was impossible for him to afford such a luxury car. But the facts are right before our eyes, and it is hard to believe. Even now, Wang Meng feels like he is still dreaming. As for why Qian Xijia cared so much about Chunan, it was because he and Chunan happened to meet in the parking lot. Even Wang Meng did not expect that there was a hidden rich and beautiful girl in the class. Although he saw that Qian Xijia's family background was not simple, and she might have some money when he was in college. But I didn't expect him to be so rich. Qian Xijia's car is a Porsche worth more than 3 million yuan, although it can't be compared with Chunan's Lamborghini. But owning such a luxury car at this age is enough to kill a lot of people in seconds. Not only that, whether it is Qian Xijia's jewelry, bags, or clothes, they are all famous brands. This whole thing cost nearly 200,000. It was probably hard for the students present to imagine, and only Zhao Feng knew clearly. Zhao Feng's face was not looking very good now. He looked at Chunan gloomily, and that look seemed to want to swallow him alive. He was burning with anger. It was already embarrassing enough that Qian Xijia did not give him face and embarrassed him. He never thought that Qian Xijia cared so much about Chunan that she actually took the initiative to ask to sit next to Chunan. When did these two become so familiar with each other? It seems that the two of them had no communication during their college years. Zhao Feng wasn't the only one with a strange look on his face. Lu Yashuan did as well. For the first time, an unprecedented sense of crisis filled her heart. The corners of her mouth trembled, and she was a little restless, her eyes following the two of them. Tuna, when did he become so close to Qian Xijia? Why did Qian Xijia take the initiative to ask to sit next to Chunan? Is there something between them? No, she must know what the relationship between Qian Xijia and Chunan is. By the way, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce yourself to me? Sure enough, Chunan didn't notice it either. Lu Yashuan's face darkened, and she cursed inwardly. Damn Chunan, stinky Chunan, he didn't even recognize me. The people around him all laughed and said, Hey, you can't recognize this. Think carefully, maybe there is one person missing. One person missing? Chunan glanced around and was silent for a while. Then he suddenly remembered something and widened his eyes in disbelief and said, You are not going to tell me that this beauty, is it the old squad leader? Lu Yashuan punched Chunan in the chest and said angrily, Xiao Nanzi, you can say that to me again. Snort. Damn it, this woman is really that tigress. The change is too great. She is simply not the same person compared to when she was in college. Teacher, are you growing younger than you actually are? Chunan said stupidly. Lu Yashuan glared at Chunan fiercely and said in a feigned vicious tone, If you say one more word, I will let you taste the iron fist of love that you haven't tasted for many years. Confirmed, he is our old class teacher. Chunin spread his hands and said with a smile. During the dinner that followed, Lu Yashuan's eyes were constantly on Chunan and Qian Sijia. But fortunately, the two did not have any communication. This made her feel relieved. But what puzzled her was why Qian Sijia would actually take the initiative to ask to sit with Chunan. You have to know that this person seldom spoke to others during college, and even when she had countless suitors, she basically ignored them. This woman has her own pride. Of course, besides Lu Yashuan, there was another pair of eyes that were always fixed on Chunan. Looking at the food in front of him, Zhao Feng had no mood to eat at all. This plan was completely disrupted, and even something he had not expected happened, which was what the relationship was between Chunan and Qian Sijia. Zhao Feng stood up first and said, "We are all old classmates. It's rare for us to see each other on weekdays. Today we finally get together. Let's have a drink." This is all thanks to Brother Feng. Brother Feng is so generous that he will pay for all of tonight's expenses. I'd like to offer a toast to Brother Feng. Brother Feng, I respect you too. Looking at this group of bootlickers, Chu Nan shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, everyone has changed. The purity in college has disappeared, replaced by the dust of society. The innocent hearts they had in college have been destroyed by society. Zhao Feng looked at Chu Nan arrogantly, with deep disdain in his eyes. After all, Chu Nan is just a poor boy with nothing. Why should I worry so much? Since Qian Sijia is the daughter of Sifang Pharmaceutical, she would naturally not be so short-sighted as to fall in love with a poor boy. Chu Nan also noticed the hostile gaze and followed the direction of the gaze, looking at Zhao Feng's face full of disdain. He was too lazy to pay attention to such a person. Why bother with such a jumping clown? He was so arrogant for just a few million a year. His annual profit was hundreds of millions, and Chu Nan's net worth was billions now. Looking around, no one in this box could compare to Chu Nan. Chu Nan, why don't you toast? One of Zhao Feng's bootlickers looked at Chu Nan unhappily and questioned. Chu Nan spread his hands and said helplessly, "Sorry, I'm driving and can't drink." Driving a car? Chu Nan bought a car? You should know that there were a few people present who bought cars, and of course the prices were all around 100,000. Even if Chu Nan bought a car, it would only be a bit of a surprise. Zhao Feng raised his head and looked at Chu Nan with an arrogant and indifferent look, as if he was the only one in a superior position here. He teased, "Oh, then I wonder if you drive a Volkswagen or a BYD." "Neither. I drive a Lamborghini," Chu Nan said lightly, without any hesitation, and blurted out easily. Chapter 24. Do you understand me? Lamborghini? Puff. Someone spat out a mouthful of wine and looked at Chu Nan as if he was a fool. "You're still driving a Lamborghini. Why don't you go to heaven?" Everyone knows what Chu Nan's life was like in college. This guy comes from just an ordinary family, even worse than theirs, and his family lives in the countryside. He can't even afford a house in the city, and he says he drives a Lamborghini? This guy brags without even considering his own strength? Lu Yashuan didn't expect that Chu Nan would brag so much. Chu Nan was not such a person when he was in school. She had mixed feelings. Could it be that even Chu Nan had changed after he entered society? Become a person who pursues fame and fortune? Likes to compare? Zhao Feng said sarcastically, "Oh, it seems our boss Chu has made a fortune somewhere. He even has a Lamborghini. I wonder where our boss Chu is doing." Most people looked at Chu Nan with contempt and disdain. I don't know how many people have despised me for this self-defeating behavior. But these people didn't know that everything Chu Nan said was true. They just hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Qian Sijia sat there calmly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu Nan. He didn't know Chu Nan or his college classmates very well because Qian Sijia had an introverted personality and his own arrogance and cold temperament. Ordinary people don't dare to talk to Qian Sijia. This Chu Nan, she can't see through it. Compared to the young man in college, he was like a completely different person, and his unique confidence attracted her. Why is it that such an ordinary young man in college is like a completely different person now? What is the secret behind this? Lamborghini poison. This car is worth nearly hundreds of millions of dollars. People without certain assets cannot afford it at all, or even if you have money, you cannot buy it. It's not much of a job. I just have 10 houses to rent out. Chu Nan paused here, patted his head, and looked as if he had suddenly realized something. I seem to have forgotten that this hotel is also mine. Hiss! Everyone took a deep breath. They were not shocked, but frightened by Chu Nan's ridiculous words. Chuna, is there something wrong with your brain? Marriott Hotel, the only 5-star hotel in Huaqing, has an annual profit of over 100 million yuan. This year, Marriott Hotel's business is even more booming, which is also due to the establishment of the new urban area attracting more people. To acquire Marriott Hotel, the price would have to be at least over 10 billion. No one present could afford such an astronomical figure. Even Zhao Feng only made a few million a year. Director of Marriott Hotels? It's just funny. Zhao Feng laughed wantonly, his eyes full of contempt and disdain, and said coldly, Chunan, I really think it would be a waste if you don't become a comedian. You're here to make people laugh, right? You. Zhao Feng pointed to his head and said, Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you want me to give you some money so you can go to the hospital? Finally, Lu Yashuan couldn't sit still any longer. Her face was filled with gloom, and she said in a deep voice, Zhao Feng just needs to say it twice. We are all classmates. Why bother? Afterwards, she looked at Chu Nan with disappointment and said in a somewhat cold tone, Chu Nan, don't say anything more. It's pointless to make a fuss like this. Why bother? The person he felt the most distress for at this moment was Lu Yashuan. How could the innocent boy he once liked become like this? It would be fine if Chu Nan really had these things. But Chu Nan's words were undoubtedly bragging. The Marriott Hotel was his property, and no one would believe him if he said such words. Since the monitor has spoken, I won't say anything. Chu Nan, you should also restrain yourself. Stop bragging and see if you have the ability to do it. Zhao Feng laughed coldly. A clown wants to jump in front of him? Isn't this funny? Is Marriott Hotel owned by Chu Nan? This was the funniest joke he had heard this year. A Lamborghini? You're flattered by saying you drive a Volkswagen. You guys are looking down on others. Chu Nan is driving a Lamborghini here. And it's not just an ordinary Lamborghini. It's a Lamborghini poison. Wang Mang could no longer sit still. These guys who look down on others have been mocking his brothers coldly and hotly. He had been targeted all the time. All of this was real. Although it all seemed like a dream to him now, it was indeed true. All right, Wang Mang, why are you joining in the fun? Lu Yashuan scolded coldly. She knew Wang Mang wanted to stand up for Chu Nan, but it was best not to say anything in this situation. Just when she wanted to say something, a cold voice interrupted her. Chu Nan's cold gaze was like a bayonet, and the look he gave Lu Yashuan was extremely cold. Lu Yashuan's delicate body trembled slightly, and her heart felt as if it was stabbed by a knife. This kind of cold gaze appeared on her for the first time. Is she wrong? Lu Yashuan thought that she had done nothing wrong, and she said that just to make Chu Nan's situation less embarrassing. Why? Why have you become like this? If you don't have the ability, why do you speak so arrogantly? Squad leader, do you know me? Chu Nan said coldly. Lu Yashuan was shocked and seemed to realize something. Does he understand Chu Nan? No, he doesn't understand. During their college years, the two of them only bickered from time to time, and she occasionally teased Chu Nan. As for the relationship between them, it was actually no different from that of ordinary classmates. My understanding of Chu Nan is almost just at the level of classmates. But everyone knows about Chu Nan's family background. His parents are ordinary factory workers, even if Chu Nan has a great opportunity in watching. The owner of Marriott Hotel? The owner of the luxury car? None of these can possibly be related. I don't think there is any need to continue holding this class reunion. Qian Sijia's cold voice came out. Zhao Feng's face looked very ugly, thinking that Chu Nan had affected Qian Sijia's mood. He said coldly, Chu Nan, I don't welcome you to this class reunion. Get out. People like you are not worthy of being with us. Yes. Brother Feng is right. Chu Nan, if you don't have money, don't pretend to be rich and embarrass everyone. If you have any self-awareness, just leave on your own and don't force us to embarrass you. That's right. You've even ruined my mood for dinner, beautiful Qian. Then many people responded. They looked at Chu Nan as if he was a clown, with contempt and disgust. In their eyes, Chu Nan at this moment was like a drowned dog. Qian Sijia paused for a moment and slammed the table hard. With a bang sound, many people were frightened. The scene suddenly became quiet. She glanced at the crowd with cold eyes and said with a cold smile, Do you think it was Chu Nan who affected my mood? Neither. You are the ignorant and foolish people. What Chu Nan said is true. He did come here in a Lamborghini, and it was a Lamborghini poison. Chapter 25. You successfully attracted my attention. Suddenly, the whole box fell silent. Everyone had an expression of shock on their face, and they looked at Qian Sijia in disbelief. I haven't even thought about what Qian Sijia said before. This can't be true. I don't know how many people's legs were trembling. Perhaps they would doubt what Wang Mang said. But will Qian Sijia help Chu Nan to tell such a big lie? Zhao Feng was not calm. The mocking smile on his face turned into one of fear and uneasiness. Because she knew Qian Sijia's background. As the daughter of Sifong Pharmaceutical, It was impossible for her to accompany Chu Nan in making such a boring joke. Miss Qian, are you kidding me? Just based on him. The man was interrupted before he could finish his words. Qian Sijia said coldly, I met Chu Nan in the parking lot. It is true that he drove a Lamborghini Poison. If Chu Nan was lying, do you think I would accompany him in such a boring joke? This, especially Lu Yashuan, her whole face turned pale in an instant. Looking at Chu Nan's icy face, her heart couldn't help but ached. Chu Nan was right. She doesn't understand Chu Nan. But even so, she accused Chu Nan of not choosing to believe it, and even said such ugly words. I'm afraid this time was the most unfamiliar time she had made the relationship between the two of them. The corners of her mouth trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she felt like there was a stone stuck in her throat, and no sound came out. Then, an even more shocking scene happened. Tangan walked into the box and saw Chu Nanshi's face change slightly. He said respectfully, Boss, why didn't you tell me you were here? Mr. Dang Da Da. Zhao Feng cried out in horror. Tangan, this is the person in charge of Marriott Hotel. Someone even he wants to befriend. But such a person was so humble in front of Chu Nan that he looked like a pawn. The most shocking thing was that Tang and actually called Chu Nan boss. This is undoubtedly proven. Chu Nan is the owner of this hotel. From the beginning to the end, Chu Nan never boasted again, but they just didn't believe it. Boss, do you want to go to the top floor? Tangan asked. Chu Nan shook his head slightly and said in a cold voice, No need, I'll leave later. Noticing the look on Chu Nan's face, he understood that these people were probably targeting their boss before. Because the boss was dressed in a low-key manner, it would be difficult for ordinary people to think that such a person was the owner of the Marriott Hotel. Yes, I understand. Tangan didn't say much, closed the door, and returned to his post. Chu Nan glanced around coldly, and all of them couldn't help but shiver under his cold gaze. Their legs were shaking uncontrollably. Their faces gradually turned pale, and even those who were drunk before were sobered up by the fright. Everyone, do you believe it now? Chu Nan said coldly. These people all nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Damn, even the person in charge of the hotel calls you boss, so you have to believe it even if you don't want to. The most confused was Wang Mang. He knew Chu Nan's family background as his brother, but even now he knew nothing about his good brother in front of him. The owner of the Marriott Hotel was his brother. This was something he never dared to even think about. What on earth had happened to Chu Nan that caused such a drastic change? All these things that happened one after another made his brain a little confused. Chu Nan, I didn't expect you to be the owner of the Marriott Hotel. Everyone was just joking with you just now. Don't take it too seriously. Yes. Chu Nan wouldn't really care about such a small matter, right? Look at what you think of Chu Nan. Chu Nan is a big boss now. How could he be so narrow-minded? These people put on a different face and apologized to Chu Nan in a flattering manner. I'm sorry, I really took it seriously. I have something else to do, so I won't chat with you anymore. See you later. Chu Nan said this and walked out of the box. Those people's faces were burning with pain from being hit. They didn't expect Chu Nan to be so disrespectful. After seeing his brother leave, Wang Mang followed closely behind. Qian Sijia had no intention of staying and left as well. Not long after the three of them left, Lu Yashuan stood up absent-mindedly, showing a smile that was uglier than crying, and said, I'm sorry, classmates. I'm not feeling well, so I won't stay any longer. Let's meet again next time. Stop, squad leader. It will be so boring if you leave. These people tried to persuade Lu Yashuan to stay again and again, but she saw no point in staying any longer. She looked much more haggard at this moment. Recalling Chu Nan's cold gaze, Lu Yashuan felt a sharp pain in her heart. She wanted to cry loudly to release her emotional breakdown. After Lu Yashuan left, Zhao Feng followed closely. Everything that happened this time was completely off track with his plan, and he even began to worry about his own company. His company is just a small company in Huaqing and cannot be compared with the huge industry of Marriott Hotel. It is nothing compared to it. If Chu Nan really wanted to deal with him, his company would go bankrupt in no time. You know, if the owner of the Marriott Hotel asks for help, there are countless people willing to buy Chu Nan's favor. After seeing Wang Mang off, Chu Nan and Qian Sijia went to a park alone. Is there something you want to tell me that made you keep me here? Chu Nan asked doubtfully. To be honest, he and Qian Sijia were not familiar with each other, and they didn't even have much communication during their college years. As for the two of them walking alone together, although Qian Sijia was indeed a top-notch beauty, the atmosphere was really too awkward. Qian Sijia remained silent, but her beautiful eyes were always staring at him. Chu Nan felt uncomfortable all over. Finally, They came to a fork in the road and sat down. Qian Sijia finally spoke. Chunan, who are you? It was the first time for her to feel this kind of curiosity about the opposite sex. More importantly, there seemed to be some special qualities between the two of them that attracted them to each other. I'm just an ordinary person. Ordinary people with billions? Forehead. Chu Nan was suddenly speechless. If people who own billions of assets are ordinary people, then if someone knew what Chu Nan said, I wonder if they would be scolded. So you kept me here just to make a joke? Chu Nan asked in confusion. Qian Sijia stretched lazily, and the amazing curve attracted passers-by who were walking to stop and stare at the indescribable scale with their eyes wide open. Of course not. I'm just a little curious about you. It's like a dream that an ordinary person who was mediocre in college has become a billionaire. You have successfully attracted my attention. I am really becoming more and more interested in you. Chapter 26. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining Okamoto. Qian Sijia lifted Chu Nan's chin charmingly, making him look like a gangster uncle. Pa! Chu Nan simply grabbed her wrist and pulled her towards him, their bodies pressed tightly together. You! What are you doing? Qian Sijia's face turned completely red, and she looked at Chu Nan with shame and anger like a frightened kitten and scolded him. Chu Nan did not get angry but smiled meaningfully, his tone drawn out. What am I doing? Isn't this what you asked for? Our beautiful Qian, you are playing with fire by doing this. Although he knew that Qian Sijia's background and origins were not simple, he would not pay special attention to it. He was a man who possessed the system. He knew that the rewards of the system were extremely mysterious, and even he did not dare to guess. Sometimes what appears will be far beyond his expectations, and may even not be a product of this era. You let go. So many people are watching. What are you doing? A mosquito-like tiny voice was heard, and Qian Sijia was as shy as a little girl, with her head buried in her chest. If I had known Chu Nan would be so strong, I wouldn't have joked and teased him before. Qian Sijia had never had such close contact with any man since she was a child. When she felt the hot breath, she suddenly felt a sense of heat rising up. I'll let go if you apologize, Chu Nan said with a smile. Right? I'm sorry. Chu Nan smiled with satisfaction and let go of his hand. Not even a second. Hiss! Chu Nan's face changed drastically, and he took a breath of cold air. The pain in his waist made his face twisted. Qian Sijia smiled slyly and raised her chin proudly. Snort! Let you tease me. It will hurt you to death. Rubbing the pinched flesh on his waist, Chu Nan said speechlessly, Can't you afford to play? I just can't afford to play. What can you do about it? Qian Sijia smiled playfully. Chu Nan shook his head speechlessly and didn't want to bother with this young lady anymore. Instead of wasting time here, he might as well go back and have a good sleep. Where are you going? Keep walking around. Chu Nan waved his hand and said slowly, You should go shopping by yourself. I'm going to go back and rest. Looking at Chu Nan's back, Qian Sijia stomped her feet in anger. You are such a fool. You have a beauty like me by your side, but you actually want to go home and sleep. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. However, Qian Sijia began to doubt again. Was she so unattractive that she couldn't even keep Chu Nan? A gleam of brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said to herself, Chu Nan, you are really becoming more and more curious. Since the protagonist has already left, there is no need for her to stay here. Along the way, many people wanted to chat with Qian Sijia, but they were all discouraged by her cold temperament. When with Chu Nan, Qian Sijia no longer has that cold temperament and seems like a different person compared to that time. Remorse. Endless regret continues to spread. Lu Yashuan's eyes were completely swollen from crying. How could she be so stupid? What right did she have to question that everything Chu Nan said was false? Recalling that cold gaze, her heart ached. She thought she knew Chu Nan, but in fact she knew nothing about Chu Nan. I'm afraid Chu Nan has developed a dislike for her this time. She stared at Chu Nan's number on her phone, lost in thought for a long time, biting her lip and hesitating for a long time. Should she make this call or not? If she apologizes to Chu Nan now, there is still a chance to save the situation. But she was afraid of Chu Nan's cold tone. After a long time, Lu Yashuan finally made the call. With a nervous heart, the phone was always dialed. Lu Yashuan's face looked a little ugly. Why didn't she answer? Could it be that Chu Nan had blocked her? Finally, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Indifference. This indifferent voice once again made Lu Yashuan's delicate body tremble, and a few tears overflowed from her eyes. He stammered for a long time with a hoarse voice, not knowing what to say. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up, Chunan said impatiently. Don't, Chunnan. I have something to tell you. Lu Yashuan was really afraid that the phone would be hung up, and then she would not have the chance to apologize. Chunan, I'm sorry I shouldn't have doubted you and questioned you. I'm sorry I really didn't mean it today. I really didn't know everything you said was true. I'm really sorry. Lu Yashuan's voice was still trembling as she spoke these words. She was sobbing and choking back tears, and her eye sockets, which had originally subsided, became swollen again. There was a long silence. Chunan sighed and said, Forget it, I don't really care. It may be because this happened so suddenly that everyone couldn't believe it for a while. It's okay, old class. Really? Lu Yashuan asked cautiously. Yeah. In fact, Chunan was quite relieved. He didn't expect that the teacher would actually call him to apologize. This was something he had not expected. But why should she be so worried about his opinion? That sobbing sound just now. Was this woman crying? After confirmation, the huge stone in Lu Yashuan's heart slowly fell. Chunan, how come you suddenly became the owner of Marriott Hotel? This is too unrealistic. Are you some hidden overbearing boss? Domineering president? Chunan didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. If he had been rich in college, he would probably be even more arrogant than Zhao Feng. You're overthinking it. I'm just luckier. Chunan so mai indai fun. With better luck, you'll become a billionaire? Lu Yashuan said in a strange tone. After chatting for a while, Lu Yashuan finally let go of the heavy burden in her heart, and the gap between them was eliminated. The two chatted for more than half an hour, and it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. Finally, Lu Yashuan hung up the phone reluctantly. Chunan also simply washed up and lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. It was already 10 o'clock the next morning. Chunan stretched and opened his attribute panel. Host, Chunan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Current deposit, 35 million. Transportation, Lamborghini Venom, the electric car of the new era. Personal property, Sky Garden Mountaintop Villa. Personal property, Marriott Hotels. Whether to be married, no. Special skills, expert piano talent. Warehouse items, none. Click sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving 10 boxes of Okamoto BYT. Chapter 27. The Evil Rich Man. What the hell? Chunan's face suddenly turned dark. Is this the sign-in thing this time? The system. You are really unexpected. You even have this kind of reward. Looking at the 10 boxes of Okamoto BYT in the system warehouse, he fell into deep thought. It would be fine if this thing was just a sign-in reward, but the point was that he couldn't use it. You know, he had been solo for 21 years. During this period, he never had a romantic relationship. He was a true aristocratic bachelor. MB. System, you are deliberately targeting me. Suddenly, Chunin seemed to remember something, and the expression on his face became even uglier. Today seems to be May 20th, and the system's reward just happens to be this. I don't know whether I should say fuck it or not, but I always feel like the system is mocking me. Host, don't get excited. The system has produced an absolutely exquisite product. As for where the exquisite product is, the host needs to experience it personally. Experience? I experience, you big head ghost. Don't you know that I have been a solo artist for more than 20 years? He was so angry at the system that he was speechless. He placed all 10 boxes of BYT in the cabinet beside his bed. Just because he didn't need it now didn't mean he wouldn't need it in the future. Does that mean he will remain single forever? He would never believe it even if you kill him. Why am I single when I am rich, pretty, and have a good figure? I am right. It's time for me to consider my lifelong affairs. The chairman's office of Sifong Pharmaceutical. Qian Zijiao playfully smiled at her father and said affectionately, "My dear Barbie, have you found out anything?" After separating from Chunan, she asked her father to investigate Chunan. After all, anyone would be curious about how an ordinary classmate had changed over the years. And there are not many people like this who have billions of assets at such a young age. Girl, your father usually ignores you, but now you think of me when you have something to do. Qian Jinghao said unhappily, but it was nonetheless what he said. After all, she is his own daughter. Naturally, he would not be perfunctory about anything his daughter asked him to do. He was also very curious about the abilities of this young man who acquired the Marriott Hotel. He single-handedly acquired Marriott Hotels worth billions. Where did the huge amount of money come from? After taking a look at Chunan's personal information, Qian Sijia said with some disappointment, That's all? Yeah, that's all. Qian Zijiao looked depressed. The survey above was completely useless. All the information was about Chu Nan, whom he knew, who was an ordinary person in college and was fired from a small company. There was no other introduction about him. Your classmate is not a simple person. We can't find any information about the flow of funds behind it. Even the bank has warned us not to investigate this matter anymore. Qian Jinghao said in a heavy tone. I never thought that there was such a person hidden in my daughter's university. This person's identity is not simple. The company has been in trouble recently. There have been some problems in the research and development of drugs. You should stay in the company to help your father and go out less recently. Qian Jinghao said earnestly. He is under a lot of pressure sitting in this position, as several other shareholders are eyeing this position. The research and development of this pharmaceutical business is related to whether he can still sit in this position. Once something goes wrong, their Qian family will be doomed. Oh, I understand. Qian Zijiao looked at the tall buildings outside and seemed to be thinking about something. Qian Jinghao sighed. Once a woman becomes curious about a man, she will get deeper and deeper into the relationship. He never expected that his daughter would be so obsessed with a man. You have to know that your daughter has seldom had contact with the opposite sex since she was a child. Although some rich boys have pursued her, your daughter has never looked at these people straight in the eye. In her opinion, these people were nothing but playboys and were not worthy of her at all. The only thing she didn't expect was that a college classmate who she hadn't seen for many years and whom she had hardly communicated with during school would actually make her care so much. Moreover, she felt a temperament from Chu Nan that was attractive enough. It was the first time for her to be attracted to the opposite sex. Chu Nan, I must dig out your secrets. Boring, so boring. For the first time, Chu Nan felt that even if he had money, life could still be so boring. As expected, the lives of rich people are simple and unpretentious, and they have to find something to do. I'm too bored at home. I'm tired of playing with my phone and games. Just when he was worried, Zhou just walked in. Boss, take a look at this. You may be interested in it. Zhou handed him a poster. International piano competition? Chunin didn't respond at first. He suddenly remembered that he had expert-level piano talent. This competition is something you can consider. Since you have nothing to do anyway, you might as well participate and have some fun. The organizer of this international competition is Master Griffin, a world-renowned pianist. If anyone wins the first prize this time, he or she will have the opportunity to become Master Griffin's apprentice. Zhou Ying explained slowly. Master Griffin? A world-class pianist? This is quite interesting. However, I don't know how big the gap is between myself and this world-class pianist. Expert-level piano talent is a level that only a few people can reach, and there are only 5 such people in the history of piano art. In comparison, Master Griffin is probably not as good as Chu Nan. This is also because Zhou Ying knew that Chu Nan could play the piano and was aware of his level. So she told Chu Nan that she wanted to enjoy the beautiful piano and the touching strings again. Okay, go and sign up for me, Chu Nan said casually. Zhou Ying hesitated for a moment and asked doubtfully, Boss, do you have a piano certificate? No. Chu Nan shook his head. Zhou Ying widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. The boss doesn't have a piano certificate? How is this possible? The boss's level is at least at the 8th grade piano level, or even higher. The performances of some famous pianists she has seen are not as vivid as Chu Nan's. If you don't have the certificate, I'm afraid you won't be able to participate. This national competition requires at least an 8th level pianist. Without a certificate, you can't prove your level, Zhou Ying said with some regret. This thing is really troublesome. I'll call and ask later. Chu Nan dialed the phone impatiently. Hello? Boss, what do you want to talk to me about? Tang An asked anxiously in the office. It's nothing. I just want to ask you if you can help me get a piano certificate of at least grade 8 level. Chu Nan asked. Piano certificate? What does the boss want this for? However, this thing is relatively easy to get, especially for someone of Chu Nan's status. It's simple. Boss, if you need it, I will send it to you in 2 days. Tang An agreed readily. Okay, nothing more. Hanging up. Turning around, Chu Nan said to Zhou Ying, make the reservation first, and then sign up after he gets it in a couple of days. The corners of Zhou Ying's mouth twitched slightly. There's actually such an operation. Damn rich people. Chapter 28, Touching a Porcelain. 3 days later, the piano certificate was delivered to Chu Nan. Not to mention the high efficiency, Chu Nan originally thought it would take a week, but unexpectedly, it was resolved in just 2 or 3 days. It turns out that the life of rich people is so simple and unpretentious, And the saying that money makes the world go round is not wrong. These days, Chu Nin can be said to be possessed by a non-African. All those ultra-thin underwear sets, a set of high-end May, and other messy things are of no use to Chu Nin at all. What he signed in this morning made him even more speechless. A certain penis enlargement pill, although this thing is not very useful, but Chu Nin still took it. Not to mention it really has some effect, and the effect is surprisingly surprising. Many gardeners were seen in the villa early in the morning. These people were hired by the property to maintain the flowers and plants in the backyard of the villa. Every once in a while, people would be sent to trim the flowers and plants, no matter if the villa was previously unoccupied. This time, these people did not expect that someone had already moved into this mountaintop villa. Who on earth would be so rich to buy a villa worth hundreds of millions? People are quite curious about the owner of the villa, but some people are more obsessed with the maid in the villa. These rich people really know how to have fun. They even wear maid costumes. I really envy their lives. Of course, the moment Zhou appeared, these people felt even more suffocated, and they felt extremely upset. There is even a beautiful housekeeper. It's sour. Zhou told them a few locations, and then started to busy herself with other things. There's a lot of information that needs to be sorted out when registering for an international competition, and one also needs to submit a self-composed piano piece. After he told Chu Nin about this, the other party was speechless. If he hadn't been so idle these days and had nothing to do, he would have firmly refused such a thing and just perfunctorily said a few words to Zhou. There is no need to be too anxious about this song. Chu Nin is the only one in the world who has expert-level piano talent. It is not easy for Zihan to compose a song, so there is no need to be too anxious about this matter. Chu Nin packed up and drove out in his Lamborghini. The deafening roar scared the gardeners in the backyard of the villa. When they saw the cool luxury car, everyone was completely shocked and stared at the person sitting in the car in amazement. Is that person the owner of this mansion? My God, isn't this too young? I estimate him to be in his early 20s. Look at others of his age who live in luxury houses and drive luxury cars, and then look at them. Why? It's really hard to put it into words. Why is the gap between people so big? The roaring sound of explosions was heard while driving on the road, and those people who were originally in a trance were awakened in an instant. Their eyes were focused on the cool luxury car, and everyone opened their mouths wide and took out their phones to record this moment. As for the other vehicles, they all made way for them. It was no exaggeration to call such luxury cars road bullies. Any slight bump on them was enough to bankrupt a family. Although there were many rich people in Huaqing, most of them were middle-class families, barely living a comfortable life. It's this Lamborghini Veneno again. The owner of this car comes out every few days. He is so diligent. Could he be going to some club? Damn capitalism. You're so arrogant driving a luxury car. If I gave you a plane, you wouldn't fly into the sky. Road bully. If I could afford this car, I would be more arrogant than this car owner. Although luxury cars are not uncommon in Huaqing, there are not many luxury cars like this one that cost nearly 100 million yuan, or they are limited edition luxury cars. Most of the luxury cars we see on a daily basis are million-level cars, and even luxury cars that cost tens of millions are rarely seen. Some people are envious, some are jealous, and some think that the owner of the car just has a lucky father. It is extremely difficult for people of this age to drive a luxury car. Only a small number of outstanding men have to work hard for several years to be able to afford a luxury car worth millions. Time passed slowly. For other car owners, it was a torture to drive alongside such a luxury car, for fear that their hands would slip and they would crash into the car. Finally, the traffic light turned green. Chu Nin stepped on the accelerator, and the explosive roar sounded again. The car disappeared without a trace, and these people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we got rid of this old man. But not long after he left, at a corner, as Chu Nin turned, a figure suddenly appeared, and he was so scared that he quickly stepped on the brakes. The old lady, lying on the ground, wailed in her own voice, "My leg! My leg! Ouch! My leg is broken!" This commotion immediately attracted many people. Chu Nin quickly got out of the car to check. The old lady hugged his thigh and screamed, "How can you drive like that? Can't you see a living person like me? My leg is broken. I can't get it healed without 1,000,000 or 800,000. Before the old lady could finish her words, a man ran out from the crowd and pushed Chu Nin hard. However, this time, not only did he not push Chu Nin down, the man seemed to be pushing a wall. He took a few steps back, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. The man shouted at Chu Nin fiercely, "How the hell are you driving? Didn't you see my mother was alive? My mother is in poor health. If anything happens to her, you're screwed. Watching the two of them acting out their own plan, Chunin finally understood that the two had teamed up to commit fraud. Moreover, the old lady suddenly jumped out. Besides, even if he really hit her, she kept shouting that her leg was broken. But she didn't have any skin injuries. Is this possible? The people around were also pointing fingers at Chunan. Some people who don't like Chunan driving a luxury car have been belittling Chunan, saying that being rich is great and that you can hit people just because you have money. How pitiful this mother and son are. Some people even make a big fuss about a video and then write a slightly exaggerated title and put it on a short video website, which will definitely make it go viral. Are you blind? What are you still doing here? Why don't you send my mother to the hospital? Seeing that Chunan didn't move, the man got angry and yelled at him. Chunan's expression was calm, and he patted the man on the shoulder. Brother, you two are acting well. I've seen enough, and I think I understand it. I'm afraid you have been eyeing me for a long time, right? The man shuddered, and a flash of panic flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. He shouted angrily. What do you mean? My mother and I were acting? It was you who drove the car without paying attention and hit my mother. What? Are you planning on denying it? You look quite rich, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. It's really disgusting. Those who were unhappy with Chu Nin also responded one after another. Yes, yes. Is it so great to be rich? Just because you have money you can hit people? Then what do we need the police for? That's right. Rich people nowadays just rely on their money to do whatever they want. Chapter 29. Too much money to spend. These people didn't see what happened before. They were just joining in the fun. The reason is that they are jealous that Chunin can drive a luxury car at such a young age while they are still struggling to make a living. Chunin was too lazy to pay attention to these clowns and said to the person in front of him calmly, Brother, do you know about dashcams? Dashcam? What is that? I don't care who you are. You can't leave unless you pay me. You drive a luxury car and have plenty of money. So why are you so stingy? If you delay any longer, I'll make you suffer if anything happens to my mother. The man's arrogant attitude did not subside at all. The old woman under the car also covered her head and shouted, Son, my head hurts. I can't breathe. I feel so uncomfortable. Some people around couldn't stand it anymore, and voices of condemnation were heard again. Can't you send him to the hospital first? If something happens to the old man in this sunny place, can you take responsibility? Sure enough, rich people are all evil-minded. However, before these people could finish their words, they were shocked by a cold voice. Shut up, Chunan Skolet Gunli. The cold voice was like a bone scraper, scraping the skin of the people around. These people were also shocked by Chunan's cold gaze. Since you don't know about dashcams, let me tell you. Chunan's cold voice kept echoing in the man's ears. After hearing this, the man's expression became strange, and he seemed a little panicked. He was a little skeptical. Is there such a thing nowadays? To be honest, he is a country boy who is unfamiliar with many things when he first arrived in a big city. He heard that this method can make money, so he asked someone to try it out. This person is not his mother at all, but someone hired by someone. The two of them agreed to split the money from the fraud equally. They waited in the place for a whole morning and finally waited for Chu Nin to arrive in a luxury car. As for the old lady, she was also bewildered for a moment, and she felt dizzy in the scorching sun. Stop lying to me. I don't believe your lies. You hit someone, the man said, gritting his teeth. Chu Nin was too lazy to waste time, so he took out his phone and looked at the two people on the ground and said coldly, Since you want to continue to entangle, let the police solve it. If you want to make a big deal, you will be the ones to go to jail. No. Young man, don't call the police. I'm fine. Are you fine? The lady lying on the ground turned pale with fright when she heard that she was going to go to jail. She quickly got up from the ground and begged for mercy. The passers-by around were stunned. Didn't this old lady say that her leg was broken? How do you get up again? It seemed like nothing happened. The man saw that something was wrong and ran away while no one was paying attention. As for those people who had condemned Chunan before, they were all dumbfounded. Feeling the strange gazes around them, they lowered their heads and fled in embarrassment. Young man, please don't call the police. This old woman is just possessed by the devil. Please let me go, because I'm old. The old lady was even more frightened when she saw her accomplice escape. She was just an old woman with poor mobility, and even if she wanted to escape, she couldn't beat the young man. However, Chu Nin did not give her face. This kind of atmosphere must not be tolerated. He still made the call despite the old lady's pleas. As for the accomplice, he believed that the police would be able to find him soon. The old lady collapsed to the ground with a deathly pale face. He regretted it too late. He should not have believed the little bastard earlier. Now it was all over. After the police arrived, the entire process and questioning took nearly an hour. When Chunan arrived at the agreed location, he saw Wang Meng, who looked resentful. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Sorry, I'm a little late. Wang Meng was also speechless, pointing to the time on his watch. You are not just a little late, you are an hour late. You are rich now, you are arrogant. After saying this, Wang Meng sighed heavily. Harmful. How could I? We've been brothers for so many years. Can't you repay me? I was delayed by a scammer on the road. What? Scam? Wang Meng was a little surprised. You are driving a luxury car and someone dares to scam you? Logically speaking, even professional scammers would not dare to cause trouble for luxury cars of this level. Since others can afford such luxury cars, their backgrounds are not something they can mess with. Chunin was also puzzled. He didn't expect that such a thing as a hit-and-run would happen to him. He said helplessly, Don't say it. That person is a weirdo. I told him that I have a dashcam, but he didn't even know what it is. Puff! Wang Meng couldn't help but burst into laughter, wiped the tears from his eyes, and said with a smile, There are really strange things every year, but this year there are more. You can even encounter such a strange thing. So what happened later? It was even more ridiculous to hear Chu Nan ignore the old man's pleas for mercy and call the police in front of him. He gave his brother a thumbs up. I didn't expect that my brother is also a ruthless person. The two were at a snack street near a university. They had often visited this place during their college years. It's really a dream. How come you became a billionaire in the blink of an eye? Wang Meng said with a depressed look on his face. Chu Nan smiled and said, I'm just lucky. Just good luck? I also want to be lucky enough to become a billionaire. Can you help me? The two of them ate and chatted, talking and laughing, mostly about things that happened during college and recent events. Sudden, Wang Meng showed a lewd smile and said, Did anything happen between you and the beautiful Qian that day? Chu Nan spread his hands. Nothing happened. Wang Meng looked unconvinced. Is this true? This is the first time I've seen Miss Qian take the initiative like this. Isn't there something fishy going on between you two? No. Looking back, it couldn't be called an ambiguous moment. That naughty girl seemed like she hadn't grown up. She's quite quirky. If someone were to be with this girl, I'm sure someone would have a hard time. That's a pity. Wang Meng said regretfully. What's a pity? Are you interested in her? Chu Nan said indifferently. Who wouldn't be interested in such a beauty? Even if I'm interested in her, the beautiful Qian wouldn't look down on me. You're rich and handsome, a living killer of beautiful girls. Wang Meng said with envy. Chu Nan sighed with a melancholy look on his face and said heavily, Don't look at me because I have money. In fact, I also have troubles. What's the trouble? I'm too idle at home all day long, and I have too much money to spend. Chapter 30. Encounter with a spirited little sister. Fuck, are you talking human language? I also want to experience a life with more money than I can spend. Wang Meng's chest heaved up and down with anger. If he hadn't held it back, he really wanted to give him a blow on the head. Let him see why the flowers are so red. Just a joke, just a joke. Tunan samai innocenti. Wang Meng was speechless. I suspect you were just pretending, and I have evidence. As they talked gradually, Wang Meng's expression became strange. With all the shares of Marriott hotels, he still has 10 school district houses for rent, and they are all in prime locations. Brother, you are not hooking up with some rich woman as the rumors on the internet say. Is this a gift given to you by a 60-year-old rich woman? Wang Meng said strangely. He was not imagining things. This possibility really existed. A few days ago, he saw a joke about a young man in his teens marrying an old lady who was nearly 60 years old. Every time a stack of bills was given, the man gave a reluctant kiss, and the people around him were still cheering. After all, there are all kinds of strange things in this world, and many strange things will happen. For example, just like today's car fraud, anyone with a normal mind would not choose to scratch Chunan's car. Chunan almost spit out the drink in his mouth after hearing this. His face darkened and he said gloomily, You've read too many jokes. Am I that kind of person? What's 60th birthday? How dare you even think about it? He was speechless. Even if he was poor, he would not be as poor as a 60-year-old rich woman. He should be at least 30 or 40 years old. Cough, cough, cough. He's just a metaphor. See me? This was not what he had in mind. Besides, Chunan was not short of money and did not need to think so much. Who made your life so psychedelic? When you were in college, you were so hot that you couldn't even go out to sing a song. Now, 2 years have passed, and you've become a billionaire. I don't know how you did it. Wan Man Sai. Chunan chuckled. He thought it was all due to his good luck. If it weren't for the system, he might still be being humiliated in that crappy company. Compared to ordinary people, my brother's life is pretty good. He works in a good company and has a good salary. In Huacheng, he is considered middle-income earner. Plus, Wang Mang's house is going to be demolished. By then, although this guy's life will not be as good as his own, it won't be much worse. The two chatted for nearly 2 hours before it finally ended. Just when they finished paying the bill and were about to leave, a few petite figures suddenly stopped them. Several little girls who looked no more than 18 years old stopped Chunan. Their makeup was clearly visible, and ordinary people would be scared when seeing it. Thick foundation and exaggerated eyeliner, and most importantly, a tattoo that looks like a third eye in the middle of her eyebrows. Isn't this a spirited girl? Things like social dance and social quotations are what these young girls are keen on. The most popular thing on the internet recently is the black version. Although Chunan had seen it before, he just swiped away without even looking at it. Each of these little girls has almost the same makeup, and they wear strange clothes and look arrogant as if they are queens. Brother, you are so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, can you think of one of us? You stole my heart the moment I saw you. Those spirited girls showed what they thought were charming expressions and flirted with Chunan. Chunan raised his right eyelid and thought to himself that it was so eye-catching. Where the hell did these gods and monsters come from? Where's my brother? Because Wang Mang looked very ordinary. Basically, these little girls were not interested in Wang Mang at all. At this time, he was hiding aside and laughing. This funny scene and this picture are so beautiful that I dare not look at them. Little girls, brother is not interested in playing with you. Come back to me when your hair grows out. Chunan waved his hand and broke through the encirclement. Chunan was originally tall and strong, and because of the genetic potion, his hard body looked like a human-shaped rockery. Those little girls took advantage of the chaos to touch him and became even more reluctant to let go. Oh shit, his abdominal muscles are so obvious. I didn't expect that this guy's abdominal muscles couldn't be seen even under the clothes he was wearing. He actually has such a perfect body under the clothes. It's so addictive. Hey, don't leave, little brother. Leave me your WeChat for communication. Little brother, if you don't see it with your own eyes, how can you know that we haven't grown up yet? Chunan, who was far away, was so frightened by these words that he staggered and almost fell to the ground, and he complained helplessly in his heart. Are all young girls nowadays so unrestrained? Are these girls getting too cocky? Or am I just not keeping up with the times? These girls are just too aggressive. This was the first time I encountered a mentally ill girl in my life, and I finally understood why those people on the internet have such a big prejudice against mentally ill girls. But who didn't make mistakes when they were young? In a few years, if these little girls see the photos taken at this time, they will probably be shocked. After sending Wang Mang home, Chunan returned to the Sky Garden. Chapter 31. To live. After returning home, Zhouing told him that there were guests visiting. It turned out that he was a staff member of the international piano competition. When he arrived at the living room, Chunan saw the staff member, who looked to be in his 50s. Wearing a suit, he exudes a strong artistic atmosphere that comes from being influenced by the artistic environment. But this person's expression was not very pleasant when he saw Chunan. The reason, of course, was that he suspected Chunan's certificate was fake, and this international competition was particularly important. Of course, this also made some miscellaneous people have some thoughts. Since it is a national competition, it is natural to conduct a detailed investigation of the participants. There were nearly 500 contestants participating in the competition in the past few days, but among those they investigated, they found that more than 200 of them held fake certificates. The so-called fake certificates are real, but the level on the certificates is fake. They visited these people one by one to listen to their performances. Basically, the actual level of these so-called 8th level pianists is not even at the professional level, but at amateur level. There are 2 levels of piano, amateur and expert. Both are from grade 1 to grade 9. The amateur grade 8 level is just the entry level. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the skills are superb, but in the eyes of real people in the circle, they are just entry level and not worthy of being in the upper class. He was indeed a little surprised and shocked from the moment Chunan appeared. Unexpectedly, a young man who looked to be around 20 years old was actually the owner of this villa. This sky garden was also well known in the upper class circles. The price tag of hundreds of millions makes many people give in, but no one expected that the owner of the villa would be such a young man. Zhong Yuanzhou extended his hand with a friendly smile and said, "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the vice president of the Huaqing Piano Association. You can call me Mr. Zhong." "Hello." Chunan extended his hand politely. However, After touching Chu Nan's palm, old Zhong's expression changed again, and he became even more skeptical about the level of the young man in front of him. There was no trace of piano practice. His palms were as smooth as those of a newborn baby, and there was not even a trace of calluses on his fingertips. It was as if such a person had never touched a piano. How high could his level be? He even suspected that the level of Mr. Chu in front of him was even lower than that of the people he had met before. As the vice president, Mr. Zhong is very disgusted and despises such people. After stating his purpose, he kept paying attention to Chu Nan's changes in expression. But the other party's expression did not show any emotion, as if the matter was insignificant and he looked confident. This made him feel confused. Could it be that his suspicion was wrong? Was this Mr. Chu really capable? Of course, this only eliminated some of Mr. Zhong's opinions. If you really want to know whether Chu Nan has the level to participate in the international piano competition, you should at least let him listen to one piece of music to see the truth. The three of them came to the piano room, and Mr. Zhong and Zhou Ying stood aside. Mr. Zhong seemed to be somewhat expectant, but Zhou Ying's reaction was far different. She was both expectant and excited. At least in her opinion, Chu Nan's level would have no problem participating in international competitions. The moment Chu Nan sat in front of the piano, Mr. Zhong was moved. The temperament that was revealed inadvertently seemed to have only been felt in a few hall-level piano masters. But at such an age, Chu Nan has already reached the level of masters like Griffin. It's not that Mr. Zhong didn't believe it, it's that he didn't dare to believe it. After practicing the piano for decades, even he had only just reached the entry level of the hall level. If the young man in front of him already had such a level, then all his hard work over the past 10 years was wasted. Even if this were to get out, it would be an extremely absurd thing, and no one would believe it. The thoughts of an expert piano talent were constantly organized into notes in his mind, and he closed his eyes and associated himself to create his own song. All the miserable scenes of struggling for life and trying to survive in this city in the past emerged in his mind. Mr. Zhong was not impatient, but more shocked. The temperament revealed by Chu Nan at this moment was very different from before. The strong artistic influence on him was enough to prove that his level was not the same as those before. He was organizing his thoughts and creating a song that would shock the world. Gradually, he slowly opened his eyes, stopped his thoughts abruptly, and focused all his attention on this song. In order to make a living, for the sake of wives and daughters, money and status, people are under tremendous pressure and trying their best to survive in this city. The pressure on them is like a mountain. They stand tall and move forward just to gain a foothold and survive in this society. The name of this song is To Live. All the memories of the past came to my mind. His fingertips gently touched the black and white piano when the beautiful piano sounds and tunes slowly spread throughout the piano room. A pair of white boys' hands are dancing on the piano keys, just like a girl dancing. The baptism of violent storms and the change of melody finally moved Mr. Zhong. Chapter 32. It is not an exaggeration to call him the god of music. The extreme changes in the melody and the aura of a master revealed by Chu Nan completely shocked Mr. Zhong. Mr. Zhong's pupils were trembling. His eyes were wide open, full of shock, and his whole body of nerves were tense. If someone touched Mr. Zhong, they would find that his body was as hard as a rock. Zhou Ying's beautiful eyes were slightly red, and the melody of the song moved people's emotions. The most basic thing an excellent song should do is to move people's emotions. Compared with the songs Chu Nan played casually before, this song was more shocking and impressive. The melody was initially smooth and immature, not giving people too much surprise, and could even be described as ordinary. But later on, the emotional changes followed the melody, like changes in a storm. Finally, Mr. Zhong understood why the original tune seemed so immature. The original melody is like an innocent and simple boy, pure and innocent, without any social polishing. The pure and simple appearance retained is recalled at this moment. Mr. Zhong also seemed to recall his college life long gone, the fights, frolics, and pranks in school. At that time, he was so innocent that he didn't need to worry about life at all. Later on, the melody changed, becoming heavy and revealing some sadness, which was a farewell to university campus life. Then, the violent strings and heavy piano sound struck his heart heavily with every melody played. That was when I first entered society and experienced its cruelty. I was confused and had no goals. The innocence of youth was hit again and again. My high morale was eventually wiped out, and I happily accepted the rules of society like a walking corpse. To the end of the tune, a tear fell from the corner of Mr. Zhong's eyes. Society is cruel. In this song, he saw a powerless boy crawling forward under heavy pressure. His back was already bent, but this was not the posture of a boy who had just entered society. Suffering humiliation time and time again, this beautiful city has an unknown side every night, and the final ending of the melody is sad and thorough. When night falls, countless people release the stress of the day and cry in their rooms, with the images associated with the tune clearly echoing in their minds. Zhou Ying's eyes were already red from crying. This song reminded her of the hard life she had just experienced when she arrived in Huacheng, from being suppressed by her boss to her boss's blasphemous thoughts of having unspoken rules over her. It was difficult to move forward in the city at the beginning. She didn't know how much she had gone through before she could get to this point. She has always maintained the purest heart in her heart and has not changed with the suppression of society. Of course, the one who really saved him was Chu Nan. He saw a side of Chu Nan that he had never seen before. Chu Nan does not have the arrogance of a dandy boy, nor the lust of a rich man, and he does not look down on anyone. On the contrary, he looks ordinary like an ordinary person. Perhaps this is why Zhou Ying is attracted to Chu Nan. It makes people curious and want to know everything about him. The melody has ended and the sound of the piano has disappeared, but the two of them have not come back to their senses for a long time. Even Chu Nan himself is still recalling the song he had played before. Such music is in no way inferior to the works of any famous pianist in the world today, and even far exceeds their level. This is the terrifying thing about expert-level talent. It only took Chu Nan a moment to create such a heart-stirring song. Once this song is released online, it will instantly ignite the entire music wave on the internet, enough to shake the entire art circle. Tap tap. Hurry footsteps came from outside the piano room. The previous piano sound echoed slowly in the whole villa. Xia Yingyue and the other's eyes were slightly red. It seemed that no one had touched the piano room for a long time. Who was playing the piano? However, when they saw the two people, their hurried steps gradually slowed down, and they looked at Zhou Ying and an old man, both of whom were savoring something for a long time. When they stood at the door and heard the familiar voice, Xia Yingyue covered her red lips with an incredible expression on her face. It's Chu Nan. Chu Nan sat in front of the piano with his back straight, revealing a temperament different from usual, which made people fascinated by him for a moment. These maids had never imagined that the boss who looked ordinary and simple on weekdays actually had such a side to him. Such a perfect man was right before their eyes. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Mr. Zhong and Zhou Ying came to their senses. Pa 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 pa. Loud and clear applause echoed throughout the piano room. Mr. Zhong's face flushed, full of excitement and excitement. Okay. I didn't expect that there is such a young talent in Huacheng. He has the shadow of a master at such a young age. All those people before were just good-for-nothings and can't compare to you, Mr. Chu. It's no exaggeration to call him the god of music. There are omissions in this upload, which have been modified and will be supplemented later. Chapter 33. That is my lost youth. This is not an exaggeration by Mr. Zhong. At least once this song is spread, it will shake the entire music industry. At such a young age, he possesses the temperament of a master craftsman, and even his level and creativity are far superior to those of his peers. He even doubted whether Chu Nan in front of him had been learning piano since he was in his mother's womb. God of music. Zhou Ying's eyes were full of shock. She didn't expect that the old man in front of her would give Chu Nan such a high evaluation. Of course, if people who are familiar with Mr. Zhong knew that he actually gave such a high evaluation to someone, almost no one would believe it, and some would even be shocked when they saw this scene. Mr. Zhong is the most difficult person in the association. He has countless apprentices and students, but no one has ever received his praise. His requirements are extremely strict, which has led to many people leaving Mr. Zhong later. Mr. Zhong is exaggerating. I was just playing it casually. Chu Nan smiled indifferently. The maids behind him all secretly gave a thumbs up. The boss was even faster than pretending. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. Of course, this was not Chu Nan's intentional pretense. He was indeed not satisfied with some aspects and always felt that it lacked a bit of charm. Mr. Zhong showed a bitter smile and said, "Just play it casually? I don't know how many people feel inferior to this casually played song, and it makes people feel that all the skills they have learned for so many years have been wasted. Such exquisite techniques and original music can be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. Mr. Chu is truly astonishing. I never expected that there is such a young talent as you in Huacheng." Old Zhong exclaimed. The maids behind him all had stars in their eyes, and their gazes became particularly fiery. They had never thought that their seemingly cynical boss actually had such a side. The man who could play the piano was so handsome, but a cold look quickly brought them back to their senses. When they met Zhou Ying's eyes, they all left in a panic. The only person they were afraid of was Zhou Ying. Her powerful aura was simply not on the same level as theirs. These girls have been too unrestrained recently. I didn't notice when they came here before. Maybe it's because I'm too obsessed with it. In fact, when Zhou Ying saw the maid's fiery gazes fixed on Chu Nan, she felt more unhappy. She wanted to have him all to herself. Oh my God! How could I have such an idea? Before she knew it, Zhou Ying's pretty face turned red again, and her vision became vague. When Chu Nan's gaze touched her, she immediately lowered her head, feeling even less confident. What's wrong with this woman? Why is your face red? Do you have a fever? This face is as red as a monkey's butt. If Zhou Ying knew what Chu Nan was thinking, she would probably jump up in anger. Mr. Zhong seemed to have something to ask. After hesitating for a long time, he spoke again. I have something to trouble Mr. Chu. I wonder if you can still play one more song for me. He wanted to record this song and let his old friends listen to it. He believed that the expressions on their faces would be very interesting. Chu Nan agreed without thinking. This kind of thing was simple. However, after playing this time, Mr. Zhong's expression became even more varied, with an expression of disbelief. The tune just played was more stable, and the rhythm and melody were more perfect. In just such a short period of time, the level of this song was raised to a higher level. What a terrifying talent this requires. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Chu Nan in front of him is the reincarnation of Beethoven. Afterwards, Mr. Zhong apologized to Chu Nan and expressed his regret for his previous contemptuous attitude. But Chu Nan didn't care. As long as you have the ability, you can slap someone in the face at any time. Why bother arguing? After keeping Mr. Zhong for dinner, he left on his own. After returning, Mr. Zhong found that all his old friends looked unhappy. It was obvious that the level of most contestants was not up to standard. After visiting 50 companies, only a few of them were barely good enough to participate in the competition. These little bastards, they don't have the skills to do this. Why are they joining in the fun? Are they embarrassing themselves by going up there? This is going to tire us old guys out. I'm afraid no one in Huaqing will be favored by Master Griffin in this international competition. Several old guys sighed heavily. There were countless so-called famous piano masters in Huaqing, but there were only a few who had real talent. In their eyes, those so-called piano masters were just entry-level players. Only those who are truly in the circle know the true level of those people. Old man Zhong, you look so happy this time. How was your visit over there? Li Hongyi noticed the expression on his old friend's face. This old guy would never show this attitude unless he encountered something particularly happy. I visited quite a few of them, and most of them were just fancy shops. But there was one shop that I still can't believe was composed by a young man. Given time, it won't be long before even Master Griffin is inferior to this man. Hiss! Old man Zhong actually gave such an evaluation. Even Master Griffin may not be able to surpass the person he mentioned in the future. They're all very curious. Li Hongyi asked curiously, what kind of person is it that can receive such an evaluation from you? Mr. Zhong didn't say much and played the song he had recorded before. In an instant, Li Hongyi, who was sitting on the stool, stood up suddenly. His cloudy eyes became sharp. His pupils suddenly widened and then shrank tightly together. The faces of the others also had an incredible expression. Their old bodies were trembling. They closed their eyes and enjoyed this moment. Images appeared in their minds one after another, as if those things happened yesterday. When the tune ended, the eyes of several people were already red and tears fell. Great! Great! The memories of the past years seemed like they happened yesterday. That was my lost youth. Chapter 34, Reward, an office building. They had already been immersed in the music, and at this moment they were still savoring it. Gradually they calmed down, and Li Hongyi was the first to speak. Who played this? Is there a pianist of this level in Huaqing? With such exquisite skills and tunes, this person's level is far beyond theirs. There are only 5 people of such level in Huaqing now. But the person playing this piece makes people feel like they are listening to a performance by a Hall of Fame master. He now urgently wanted to know who this person was. He had never heard of anyone with such a level in this circle in Huaqing. Hey, don't worry, old man Li. Mr. Zhong had a smile on his face as he sorted out Chu Nan's information and handed it over. What? Only 21 years old? Li Hongyi screamed in horror. The old friends around him also looked incredulous and hurried forward. When they saw Chu Nan's age, they took a deep breath. Really 21 years old. Being able to play and compose such classic music at such a young age, it's no wonder that old man Zhong gave such a high evaluation. However, according to the investigation of the data, Chu Nan's certificate was only obtained in the past few days, and it was mostly purchased by using connections. But what does it matter? Mr. Zhong has already visited in person, and this music score is enough to prove that Chu Nan has the ability to participate in international competitions. It's really the young who are to be feared. Several people couldn't help but sigh. Even at their age, they cannot compare with Chu Nan. At this age, his future prospects are limitless. Where does Mr. Chu live? I'll go visit him someday. I have to see this young and talented man with my own eyes. Li Hongyi couldn't help asking. Elder Zhong smiled, but revealed an extremely strange expression. You would never have thought that Mr. Chu is actually the owner of the mountaintop villa in the Sky Garden. Li Hongyi and several other old men's pupils suddenly shrank and their faces changed. He is actually the owner of the villa on the top of the mountain? He has such a huge wealth at such an age. You should know that this mountaintop villa is worth hundreds of millions. Why has such a person never been heard of in the circle? It seems that Mr. Chu is no ordinary person. We have never heard of such a young talent. Several people looked at each other in disgust, but they all knew that Chu Nan would definitely be a dark horse that no one expected in this international competition. Maybe we can attract Master Griffin in one fell swoop. I hope he can concentrate on preparing. These people would never imagine how Chu Nan could possibly concentrate on preparation. This game was just a pastime for him. As for him to take it to heart, how is that possible? A good life is waiting for me, and such trivial matters are not worth his worrying about. The next morning, Chu Nan opened the system panel with a nervous mood, muttering to himself. 3 pure ones, please bless me. Taishang Laojun, please let me produce some good stuff. What I produce these days is just garbage. Okamoto, underwear, and all kinds of miscellaneous things are of no use to him at all, even though they are all top-notch products of the same type. But it has no effect on Chu Nan. With a nervous mood, he clicked the sign-in button. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the T1 office building in the city center square. Please rush to the destination to claim it within 3 days. Hiss! Chu Nan took a deep breath and almost jumped up with excitement. Damn it! Finally, some useful things came out. An office building in the city center square, the price of which was over tens of billions, including the industrial entertainment venues and shops on it, all of which were under Chu Nan's management. In other words, all the rent from these people goes into Chu Nan's pocket. He once asked someone and found out that the monthly rent for that place was 4 or 500,000, and the annual profit from the rent alone would be 6 or 7 million. Moreover, building T1 had a total of 10 floors, and every floor had to be rented. This means that Chu Nan receives as much as 60 to 70 million yuan in rent every year. Why did it seem so familiar to him? Because the company he previously worked for was located in this office building, and the reason he was excited was not because of the rent. This amount of rent was not enough to excite him. The Marriott Hotel's annual profit was nearly 200 million yuan, and as time went by, Chu Nan became a little numb to these things. Money may be just a number in his eyes. What excites him is this office building. The total value of this office building exceeds 10 billion, which is far more valuable than the Marriott Hotel. You know, it is in the prosperous center of Flower City. The value of that place will definitely appreciate in the future. As time goes by, it will not be a problem for him to increase the rent. At least from a long-term perspective, the value that this office building will bring to him is far more than enough. Pick it up within 3 days? He couldn't wait to get there, so after a quick wash, he drove out in his electric car. The number of people turning their heads to look at him on the street was almost as high as that of his Lamborghini. Chapter 35, Idiot Public Man. Fuck, your motorcycle. Oh my god, this car is so cool. I've never seen one like this before, and the sound is so loud. The guy in the car is not bad. Since he looks good, I don't mind chatting with him all night. Sure enough, no matter where he is, even if he doesn't drive a luxury car, Chu Nan is still the coolest guy on the whole street. Of course, there are sour people everywhere, and some people are naturally extremely sour. Some people showed disdain and made sarcastic remarks. Isn't it just a broken motorcycle? What's the big deal? I'll buy one someday. No matter how cool this motorcycle is, it can't protect you from the wind and rain. The owner of the Volkswagen taunted, and felt even more unhappy when he saw the looks from the girls around him, feeling a little jealous. This pretty boy does look good, but so what? How can he compare to him when he drives a shabby motorcycle? However, the man driving the Volkswagen did not know that once Chu Nan was about to sell the car, hundreds or thousands of dollars would be a small amount to buy his Volkswagen. A single technology is a priceless treasure, and once it is exposed, all countries will scramble for it. The traffic light turned green, and then a roar accompanied Chu Nan's back as he walked away. Some girls on the street looked at the handsome back with shining eyes, reluctantly leaving. Arriving at the city center, it was still crowded even though today was not a holiday. After parking the car, Chu Nan came downstairs to his office building. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving it. Along with the sound of the system, a few more things appeared in his system warehouse, which were basically some procedures regarding office buildings. On the third floor of this office building is the company where he previously worked. Last time he was just a small employee, but this time when he came back, he has become the owner of this office building. Wang Jun, who had just come out of the parking lot, saw the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure looking up at the tall building downstairs and felt puzzled. Wait until he comes closer and take a look. Oh shit, isn't this the guy who was driving the motorcycle before? A disdainful smile appeared on Wang Jun's face. You were doing very well on the road before, right? Now I will completely destroy your glory. Who are these people? They're all standing downstairs. If they didn't look like human beings, I would have thought they were garbage collectors. Wang Jun raised his voice and walked past Chu Nan, glancing at him with contempt. Chu Nan looked at the arrogant Wang Jun as if he were an idiot, with a black question mark expression on his face. Is this guy an idiot? It seemed like I didn't even know him. Was that contemptuous look just now directed at me? He was too lazy to pay attention. In his eyes, this person was just like an ant on the ground. The worlds of the two people were not on the same level at all. But when Wang Jun walked in, he was a little confused. Doesn't this kid know that what he just said was directed at him? This kid had no expression on his face and was whistling leisurely. I thought he would rush in angrily and take this opportunity to humiliate the security guard. But what he didn't expect was that Chu Nan simply ignored him. Wang Jun was also a little annoyed about this. Forget it, don't bother with this country bumpkin. Wang Jun touched his Rolex. He spent a lot of effort to buy this watch and even asked his friends to buy it in installments. But today, by wearing this watch, I can show off in front of my colleagues. Thinking of this, Wang Jun felt happy. Since it is an office building, there is no need for him to stay here. But at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Get on the phone. Hello? Who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Chu? Yes, I am. Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm the person in charge of the T1 office building on Honghai Road. I am very sorry to bother you. However, I need you to review and discuss the rent paid by the various businesses here. Is it convenient for you to come over? The person on the other end of the phone asked cautiously. You have to know that the owner of the number he is calling owns an entire office building. This is the first time he has seen such a wealthy person. If you want to buy this entire office building, it will cost at least $2 billion. I wonder if these rich people have nothing to do and would spend $2 billion just to buy this office building. Are $2 billion just numbers in the eyes of these rich people? In the eyes of ordinary rich people, $2 billion is an astronomical figure, but in Chu Nan's eyes, it is just a bunch of data and numbers, and he doesn't need to worry about these things at all. It's okay, I have time. I'm downstairs now. Tell me which floor you are on, and I'll go up right away. Chu Nan said word by word. When Pan Ping heard that Chu Nan was downstairs, he shuddered with fear. The big boss was actually downstairs. Is this a surprise inspection? Pan Ping hurriedly asked carefully. Then please wait a moment. I will go down to pick you up now. Just as he was about to leave, Chu Nan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Don't bother, I can go in by myself. You just wait at the door. Yes. Pan Ping nodded vigorously. After hanging up the phone, he rushed to the door and waited. The employees were confused when they saw the manager's appearance. Who is this manager in such a hurry to meet? It was the first time they saw the manager look so flustered. Chapter 36. If I regret it, I will lick your shoes clean. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Chu Nan arrived upstairs. The office area on the left is where Pan Ping works. When Pan Ping saw that simple figure at the door, I was a little confused at first. Could this simple outfit be the one for Mr. Chu? He didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly stepped forward and asked tentatively, Excuse me, are you Mr. Chu? Yes, I am. Chu Nan nodded. After confirmation, Pan Ping couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not underestimate the other party before. Otherwise, if he offended the big boss in front of him, his future would be over. Pan Ping led Chu Nan to the office area, and the people around them looked at the manager with some surprise. That fawning smile seemed to be trying to please the other party. These people had never seen the manager treat anyone in this way. Even the company owners and shop owners downstairs had to be in awe of the manager. Moreover, this young man looked ordinary and his clothes were very cheap, although these people were ordinary wage earners. However, she still pays special attention to her dressing style, and the clothes she wears are all from famous trendy brands on the internet. Could this be a low-key wealthy person? After inviting Chu Nan into the office, Pan Ping took the cup and prepared to make tea for Chu Nan. He didn't dare to neglect such a person for fear of making him unhappy. Wang Jun, who had just come out of the toilet, walked out with a happy face, looking at the Rolex on his hand with a proud expression. As soon as he arrived at the company, many people noticed the Rolex in his hand. That greatly satisfied his vanity, and he even had sex with a female employee in the toilet just now. Brother Wang, the manager's report has been sorted out for you. Be careful when you go in. The manager just invited a big shot. His younger brother in the company whispered, "Big shot? What big shot?" Wang Jun looked confused. When I learned that even the manager had to please the other party, I couldn't help but be shocked. Who is the manager? All the shop owners in this building have to please the manager. Who is that person? Even the manager has to be in awe of him. Wang Jun came to the manager's office with the report and opened the door carefully, but when he saw Chu Nan, his face changed instantly. "It's you. Why are you here?" Wang Jun looked incredulous when he saw Chu Nan. Could it be that he is the big shot that the manager invited? But Wang Jun quickly dismissed this idea. How could this guy be the distinguished guest invited by the manager? His shabby appearance is simply disgusting, and even the air in the office exudes a foul smell. This guy must have sneaked in. Why can't I be here? Chu Nan smiled meaningfully. It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. I didn't expect to meet this idiot again in this place. Looking at the document in his hand, he should be an employee working here. Snort. You are still pretending here. Did you get this position? Don't think I don't know. You actually dared to sneak into the manager's office. I think you wanted to steal something. Wang Jun looked as if he had suddenly realized something, as if he was sure of victory. He absolutely did not believe that the poor boy in front of him was the big shot in the manager's eyes. Stealing? Didn't your manager tell you that I was his guest? Chu Nan's face was not very good at this time. What he hated most was that others put a stigma on his head. There is no doubt that Wang Jun was on the verge of death at this time, but he seemed to have not realized the seriousness of the matter and continued to speak. Bah! Wang Jun's face was full of contempt and disgust. He looked at Chu Nan as if he was looking at garbage in the sewer and said disdainfully, "Don't you even look at yourself? You deserve it? Are you worthy enough to be our manager's guest? Everyone in this building is flattering our manager. Even the bosses have to give our manager face." Chu Nan's face turned completely dark, and he said in a low voice, "Don't regret what you said later." Regret? Wang Jun's disdain grew even stronger, and he said arrogantly, "If I regret it, I will lick your shoes clean. Do you really think you were a big shot? Get out of here now. Don't force me to call security." Just at this moment, Pan Ping brought in the brewed tea, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was so scared that he couldn't even hold the cup in his hand, and his legs trembled. "Wang Jun, what are you doing?" Pan Ping roared angrily like an angry lion. Wang Jun was also startled by the unexpected voice. When he saw the manager, he showed joy, but he didn't understand the situation in front of him. I actually thought that the manager was so angry because of Chu Nan, a stranger in the office. "Manager, you're finally back. This guy broke into your office with the intention of stealing something. I'm kicking him out right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Pan Ping kicked him and roared angrily. "If you want to die, don't take me with you." Chapter 37. Chu Nan, why are you here? Pan Ping was both terrified and angry, and the cold sweat on his forehead was as big as beans. "I was only out for a short while, and this happened. Is this guy an idiot? Who could sneak into his office under so many eyes? No one with a bit of common sense would think so. Is Wang Jun's mind a mess today? Although he usually has high hopes for this kid, he absolutely cannot tolerate it since he offended Chu Nan this time. Manager Pan, your employees are quite interesting. I think I'd better not stay any longer. If I sit here, I'm afraid I'll dirty your office." Chu Nan samai zoking li. Standing up means leaving. Pan Ping was even more panicked and hurriedly stopped him, apologizing nonstop. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. I'm going to let him go now." Wang Jun was still confused when he fell to the ground, until he heard that the manager wanted to fire him. He begged for mercy. Manager, you can't fire me. I'm very dedicated to my work. If you fire me, how am I going to live?" Wang Ping almost knelt on the ground and kowtowed. He really didn't expect that this ordinary Chu Nan was actually the distinguished guest invited by the manager. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have dared to mock Chu Nan even if he had 10 times the courage. If he were fired, his life would be basically miserable as he had to pay back his car loan, mortgage, and the Rolex he bought in installments every month. Get lost! You still want to stay here after offending Mr. Chu. Get out of here right now. Security guard. Soon the security guard ran in, and Wang Jun was dragged out like a dog. Manager. Manager. Please just give me one more chance. Manager. The staff around also looked at each other in shock. What happened? Why was Wang Jun dragged away by the security guard? You know, Wang Jun and the manager usually have a good relationship. The two are even often seen eating together. Wang Jun's younger brother was also confused, and he quickly came forward and asked in panic, "Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? Why are you so embarrassed?" You have to know that he offended a lot of people here by relying on his relationship with Wang Jun. Wang Jun is an old employee of the company and has a special relationship with the manager, so no one wants to offend him. If something happened to Wang Jun, he wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. Wang Jun's eyes were dull, and he smiled miserably. He said weakly, "I was fired by the manager." The atmosphere in the office was a little tense. Both of them were silent, but Chu Nan's powerful aura made Pan Ping feel a little breathless. Pan Ping stood aside in fear, his back covered in cold sweat. At this moment, he didn't even dare to breathe. Chu Nan, who remained silent, sighed deeply. "Forget it. Let's just leave it at that. Give me the rental reports of each business." Call. Pan Ping finally put down the heavy stone in his heart and hurriedly searched for the document in the pile of files. After about a minute, he handed the document to Chu Nan. "I looked at the rents, and most of them are around 500,000, with a few being between 600,000 and 700,000. The contracts of most of these people are about to expire. Moreover, the rent is paid on an annual basis, and this wave of rent collection will start at least 50 or 60 million yuan, or even more." If it were in the past, Chu Nan's heart would have been beating wildly with excitement, but now there was no fluctuation on his face, as if he had become numb. Now, the money is just a number in his eyes. Which of these people need to renew their lease? Chu Nan couldn't help but ask. Basically, the contracts of these people are about to expire, and the issue of renewal is the key now. "Most people renewed their leases," said Pan Ping. "How long will the lease be renewed for?" "Some want to renew their leases for 5 years, some for 3 years, and 2 for 1 year. Pan Ping handed the other set of information to Chu Nan. All of this contains information about people who rent office space. Some use it as a company, while others use it as entertainment venues. Chu Nan directly rejected the 2 one-year lease renewals. 1 year was too short a renewal period, and if they wanted to benefit both parties, the best way would be to renew the lease for a longer period of time, which would be beneficial to the development of both parties. Although Chu Nan is not short of money, he never does business at a loss. Some companies plan for long-term development, and so they rent for a longer period of time. Contact the 2 who have rented for 1 year. I need to communicate with them about this issue." Chu Nan said slowly. Pan Ping quickly dialed the number of the 2 people. After answering the call, the 2 people stopped working and ran up. One of these 2 people is in the beverage business, and the other one runs a small company. However, what is strange is that this small company does not plan to rent the property for a long time. In previous years, it has renewed its lease year by year. In less than 5 minutes, the 2 of them walked in. The moment one of them saw Chu Nan, his pupils shrank, and he looked incredulous and shouted in disbelief, "Chu Nan, why are you here?" Chapter 38. Lu Yashuan's Invitation. "Tanghe, why is it you?" Chu Nan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet someone from his previous workplace. But why is Tang he responsible for this lease renewal? It turns out that Mr. Tang knows Mr. Chu. Pan Ping was a little surprised. Tang he is the head of a branch company, and this lease renewal was done according to his ideas. Tang he smiled indifferently. Manager Pan may not know that Chu Nan was an employee of our company before, but was fired by the previous leader of the company because of some previous conflicts. What? Mr. Chu has worked at Tang he's workplace, and he was removed? Pan Ping was incredulous. He knew what kind of person Chu Nan was. How could the owner of this office building, a mere head of a branch company, dare to fire Chu Nan? Oh my God, the world has changed. Or maybe the previous head of this branch was too arrogant and dared to fire such a big shot. What a ruthless person. Tangy did not notice the expression on Pan Ping's face, but instead looked at Chu Nan in surprise. I haven't seen you for so long. Why do I feel like you've grown taller? Tangy looked doubtful about his life. Before, when the two of them stood together, they looked no different. But this time, Chunan was a head taller than him. If Chunan hadn't been wearing flat shoes, he would really suspect that the other person had put insoles in his shoes to increase his height. I've been taking a lot of supplements recently. Chunan smiled. Tang, he was one of the few friends he had in his previous company. The two had a good relationship. When he first joined the company, Tang he often helped him. It turned out that after the fat guy was fired, Tang he was responsible for managing the branch company here. Of course, even Chu Nan did not expect that the people from the head office would actually let him be in charge of the management. By the way, why are you here? Tang he asked puzzledly. However, before Chu Nan could speak, Pan Ping took the lead and said with a smile, Mr. Tang, don't you know? Mr. Chu is the owner of this office building. In other words, he is your landlord. Puff! Tang he, who had just taken a sip of water, couldn't hold it back and spit it out. He widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted in horror. What did you say? This office building belongs to Chunan? How is this possible? He knew what kind of person Chunan was. Since he graduated from college and joined the company, this guy had lived a very frugal life. Sometimes he was even reluctant to go to company dinners on an AA basis, and he was often bullied by his superiors. Even the commission that should have belonged to him went into his boss's pocket. If Chunan was really the owner of this office building, why would he have endured it for so long? His eyes couldn't help but look towards Chunan, only to see Chunan looking at him and nodding. Hiss! Only then did he take a deep breath. All of this was real. Fuck, you're so awesome. Since you were the owner of this office building, why did you put up with that fat guy for so long? He can get out of here with just one word from you. Tangy didn't understand why Chunan had to put up with that fat guy, since he had such strength. Chunan smiled helplessly. We only got this building recently. But who do you think was responsible for the sudden expulsion of that fat guy? Suddenly, Tangy understood when he saw the meaningful smile. No wonder that fat guy was fired without any warning. It turned out that it was Chunan who did it. You are such a hidden talent, kid. Tangy patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Chunan also smiled in response. However, the other person just sat aside with an awkward look on his face. Since they were acquaintances, he had no time to interrupt. Fortunately, they got to the point after a while. When they learned that it was a question of lease renewal, they both fell silent. 1 year is indeed a bit short for lease renewal. Tangy can report it to his superiors without any difficulty, but the other one looks unhappy. After a long silence, Tangy said in a deep voice, That's no problem. I can report it to the higher-ups. The reason I renewed the lease for another year was because I didn't see the owner. But I didn't expect that the owner is you, so there's nothing to worry about. The head office originally planned to develop in this place for a long time, so it wouldn't be a big problem even if the lease was renewed for a longer period of time. Tangy solved the problem, but the other person was a little embarrassed. The man glanced at Chunan, sighed deeply, and said, If that's the case, then I won't renew the contract. I'll move out after the contract ends. This man had been hesitating whether to renew his lease. In recent years, the business in his store has been getting worse day by day, and there are fewer people coming than usual. The shipment volume and order volume have been declining in a curve compared to the past. This location is good and has a lot of traffic. He originally wanted to try it for another year, but now the other party's 1-year lease period is too short and the rent may be increased, so he gave up the idea. Chunan did not try to persuade him to stay. Originally, this kind of cooperation would be beneficial to both parties in the long run. Although there would be no loss for him in the short term, he still needed to think from a long-term perspective. After that person left first, Tang He and Chunan chatted for a while and then returned to the company. Mr. Chu, the rent will be transferred to your account within 3 days. The total amount is 89 million. Pan Pinglu said slowly. Chunan nodded, not showing any emotion when he heard such a number. Pan Ping secretly sighed. He is worthy of being a big boss. There was no movement at all. After he left and went downstairs, a call came in on his cell phone. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard that familiar voice. Hey, Chunan, do you have time today? Lu Yashuan said nervously. Yes, I have. In that case, why don't you come to my company to find me? I'll treat you to a meal as an apology. Squad leader, you are too polite. Actually, it was nothing. Didn't you apologize to me later? How can this be? Besides, we didn't have a good talk at that time. Why do I feel like you were so reluctant to see me? Lu Yashuan said resentfully. Chunan quickly responded. No. Since you, squad leader, have invited me so kindly, I won't be polite. Where's your company address? After getting the company address, Lu Yashuan hung up the phone, and Chunin got on his car and headed to his destination. Chapter 39. Take me with you at night. Lu Yashuan works in the company's finance department. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, she stared at the time on the clock and packed up her things immediately when it was time to get off work. The people around looked at Lu Yashuan suspiciously, who was behaving strangely, and asked, "Sister Lu, why are you in such a hurry to leave today? You don't seem to be so anxious on weekdays." Lu Yashuan smiled sweetly and said shyly, "I have an appointment." The expressions on the faces of the colleagues around him changed slightly, and they smiled wickedly. Sister Lu actually also makes appointments with people, men or women? You know, there are quite a few people in this company who have a crush on Lu Yashuan. Most of these people have pursued her, but it seems that Lu Yashuan doesn't care about the daily necessities of life. The whole person was like an iceberg, and those people eventually gave up in frustration and disgrace. They never expected that Sister Lu, who was usually as cold as an iceberg, would actually act like a little girl. Could it be that Sister Lu already has someone she likes? Lu Yashuan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she said shyly, "A man." Hiss! The pupils of the colleagues around her shrank slightly. It was obvious from this look that the other person had already been taken. After Lu Yashuan packed up and left, everyone else began to discuss in low voices. Look at Sister Lu's expression. It's obvious that man probably holds a special place in her heart. I didn't expect that the beautiful lady in our company has already been taken. I wonder how many people in the subsidiary are going to be heartbroken now. But Manager Liang seems to be interested in Sister Lu as well. If he knew about this, the discussions gradually died down. Lu Yashuan walked out of the elevator with a sweet smile on her face. This was her first date with Chunan, but suddenly a figure blocked her way. When she saw the person in front of her, her face didn't look very good. Manager Liang's obscene smile gave Lu Yashuan a chill. But this guy actually thought he was very handsome and lifted his hair and handed a bouquet of flowers to the beauty in front of him. He said softly, "Yashuan, be my girlfriend. I have liked you for a long time. You should be able to see my sincerity." Lu Yashuan's brows were tightly furrowed. Manager Liang looked at her chest from time to time while showing his true feelings. It was really disgusting. After all, Lu Yashuan was the manager of the company, so she couldn't curse him. She could only politely refuse. "I'm sorry, Manager Liang. I already have a boyfriend, and my boyfriend will be here soon. Please don't bother me anymore." Boyfriend? Whether it was Manager Liang or other men in the company, everyone widened their eyes and suddenly had difficulty breathing. There are countless people in this company who are in love with Lu Yashuan and regard her as a goddess. They all have a secret crush on her in their hearts. But now, their goddess actually admitted to their faces that she has a boyfriend. Their hearts hurt so much. Damn it, who on earth stole our goddess? 555555, my goddess is in love. I don't believe in love anymore. Mom, I'm heartbroken. Looks like I need my sister to comfort me today. Fuck, you scumbag. Have some shame. If you need someone, take me with you tonight. I have to say that there are quite a lot of talented people in this company, and each of them speaks nicely and interestingly. Manager Liang gave an ugly smile. Yashuan, you are lying, right? You are embarrassed to reject me, so you lied to me that you have a boyfriend, right? It's okay. I can wait until the day I can move you. Lu Yashuan felt more and more disgusted, and every time she saw that obscene look, she felt nauseous. Her tone became a little cold, and she slowly said, "Manager Liang, I'm not kidding you. My boyfriend will be here soon. You should give these flowers to someone else." This domineering scene made many people take a deep breath. Manager Liang is a veteran in the company. Most new employees don't dare to offend him. In addition, some female new employees in the company have been harassed by him in the past. This guy is a real pervert. Manager Liang's face flushed and gradually became gloomy. Being rejected 3 or 5 times had worn out his patience. He didn't expect that this little girl would be so arrogant and not give him face several times, and even embarrass him in public. Haha, I want to see what kind of person your boyfriend is. Manager Liang laughed coldly, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Yashuan was no longer as infatuated as before. Lu Yashuan was too lazy to pay attention to him. She took out her phone and called Chunan. "Hey, where have you been?" "Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. There's a bit of traffic at the last traffic light. Please wait for me." "Well, I'll wait for you at the company gate." Her mood gradually improved when she heard Chunan's voice, but Manager Liang behind her had a terribly gloomy expression on his face. It was a man's voice. Moreover, he had never seen Lu Yashuan smile so sweetly because of someone. For a moment, jealousy burned in his heart. who could actually win Lu Yashuan's favor. As for the others, when they heard the voice on the phone, they all lowered their heads in dejection, as if there were sounds of broken hearts. Their goddess was really abducted. Chapter 40. You are just a toad. I want to see what your boyfriend looks like then. Manager Liang muttered to himself grimly. Not long after, a man in simple clothes riding a cool motorcycle parked his car at the door. When seeing this, Lu Yashuan's face was filled with a happy smile, and everyone who saw this scene cried out helplessly in their hearts that God was unfair. It would be fine if Lu Yashuan's boyfriend was better than them, but the man in front of her was not even as good as them. A cheap outfit, except for the motorcycle underneath, which is quite attractive. The rest is just ordinary. However, most of these people ignored Chunan's height and appearance. Whenever he stood there, the men passing by lowered their heads in shame. It's just jealousy after all. They didn't understand why their beloved goddess actually liked such an ordinary man. Looking at the sweet smile on that face, everyone felt a pain in their hearts. Before Chu Nan could react, Lu Yashuan walked up to him and took his arm. Such an action confused Chu Nan. What was going on? At this time, Liao Yashuan's pretty face was slightly red, which added a little more charm than usual and made people feel excited. As for Manager Liang, he looked at the two of them sinisterly, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists. Lu Yashuan. So in your eyes, this manager is not as good as a poor boy? At this moment, Manager Liang felt extremely humiliated, and he became even more furious when he saw the two people being intimate. He walked forward, suppressed the anger on his face, and said sarcastically, Yashuan, is this your boyfriend? Boyfriend? Chu Nan was also stunned. When did he become Lu Yashuan's boyfriend? Looking at Lu Yashuan's pleading eyes, he understood that it must be the obscene man in front of him who was harassing Lu Yashuan. Manager Liang, please don't call me so intimately. We are not that familiar with each other, so as to avoid causing my boyfriend to misunderstand. Lu Yashuan said in a cold tone. Her temperament was like a piece of thousand-year-old ice. It was as if she was not the same person at all when she was with Chu Nan. Manager Liang sneered obscurely, looked at Chu Nan with disdain in his eyes, and said in a strange tone, Haha, I believe your boyfriend should not be so narrow-minded. He can't even tolerate a little opposite sex around him. It can only be said that he is not mature enough. Chu Nan stepped forward, looking down at Manager Liang in front of him, and raised his voice and said, Of course I am not so narrow-minded, of course. The premise is that she's a friend of the opposite sex, not a toad like you. Rely? Toad? Everyone around widened their eyes and looked at Chu Nan in disbelief. Oh shit, are we going to start a war right away? The goddess boyfriend is also a ruthless man, but Manager Liang seems to have some connections in the underworld. I'm afraid that Manager Liang's boyfriend will be in danger after today. Manager Liang's expression froze. After a while, he roared angrily in frustration. You little bastard! Who the hell are you calling the toad? Whoever admits it will be told. Phew! Someone laughed out loud and quickly covered his mouth. Manager Liang glanced around coldly and suddenly sneered. Lu Yashuan, I thought your boyfriend was some kind of rubbish, but he's just this kind of trash? Cheap clothes and a broken motorcycle. In this flower city, people like this live the lowest level of life. You are really blind. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to Chu Nan and said disdainfully, Boy, do you think you can give her a future? If you know what's best for you, get out of here. I'll give you 100,000 yuan to leave Lu Yashuan. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Manager Liang threatened in a grim tone. Lu Yashuan's face turned completely dark, and she said coldly, Liang Chao, I call you manager because you are my boss. I know what kind of person my boyfriend is, but what kind of person are you? You have no right to judge my boyfriend. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're handsome? Rich? A lot of money? I'm sorry. You're not comparable to Chu Nan in any way. Even if all the men in the world were dead, even if I were blind, I would not fall in love with you. In my eyes, you are really like a toad. Finally, the once tough squad leader came back, and a smile appeared on Chu Nan's face. TSK. This familiar smell? This is the squad leader he knows. If Lu Yashuan just swallowed her anger like this, he would doubt whether the person in front of him was the class monitor he knew in college. Fierce. Everyone around was completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a fierce Lu Yashuan before. They had never even thought that their goddess had such a side to her. It's really an eye-opener. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. You! Liang Chao's face turned pale with anger, and he pointed at Lu Yashuan in front of him with trembling fingers. He couldn't help but stretch out a palm and hit Lu Yashuan in the face. Bang! However, before he could deliver the slap, Chunan grabbed his hand, gave him a firm and gentle push, and the enormous force caused his center of gravity to shift, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 41. Lu Yashuan's Concerns. Liang Chao fell to the ground and howled like a wolf. The people around looked at each other in shock. Although the goddess is strong, she is a company employee after all, and Liang Chao is the manager. If they fall out, will the goddess still be able to stay in the company? At once, more people had opinions about Chunan. In their opinion, Chunan had ruined Lu Yashuan's future, and her future days would probably be difficult. As a boyfriend, he doesn't even consider these things, which is really childish. How could a goddess fall in love with such a guy? In fact, these people are more jealous of Chunan. Ouch! How dare you push me? Just wait for me. Liang Chao covered his aching buttocks and screamed with a red face. It was so embarrassing that I was suppressed by a young boy. However, Chunan only responded with 2 words. Stupid. Then he got into the car without looking back. As for Lu Yashuan, she sat in the back seat and hugged Chunan's waist. Don't leave if you dare. Are you still a man? You wimp. But no matter how Liang Chao cursed, the two would not pay any attention to him. Watching the two of them leave, Liang Chao's eyes turned extremely resentful, and he whispered in a grim tone, Lu Yashuan, I will make you regret it. And that little jerk, I will make sure you see with your own eyes how I play with your woman. Then he made a phone call. Hey, brother who? I need a favor from you. After hanging up the phone, Liang Chao showed a sinister smile, and no one knew what he was planning. The two of them remained silent along the way, and only when they reached their destination did Lu Yashuan reveal a bitter smile. It seems like I won't be able to keep my job this time. Liang Chao is the manager of the company after all and has the right to fire her. Moreover, they have completely fallen out with each other now, so it would be easy for the other party to trick her. Because of that guy? Well, he is the manager of the company after all. Even if he doesn't fire me, the news will have a lot of impact on the company. Even if I don't want to leave, the company's top management probably won't agree. Lu Yashuan has been working here for more than a year, and she would be reluctant to leave. Don't worry, you won't be fired. Chunan smiled. Lu Yashuan looked at him doubtfully and said, How can you be sure that I won't be fired? Chunan showed a meaningful smile and said, Leave it to me. After hearing this, Lu Yashuan couldn't help but feel a little moved and secretly said in her heart, This straight man finally started to use his brain. The place Lu Yashuan agreed to meet was a high-end steak restaurant. A meal for these two people would probably cost her half a month's salary. It was impossible for her to not feel bad. But after all, it was her fault last time, and it was also his and Chunan's first date. When they arrived at the restaurant, the two sat down at the reserved seats. There didn't seem to be many people in the restaurant, but for a high-end steak restaurant like this, there were only a few reservations per day. If it were an ordinary day, Lu Yashuan would just solve the problem with a simple meal of spicy hot pot. As soon as she sat down, Lu Yashuan couldn't help but ask curiously, You said you were a billionaire worth billions, but you drive a motorcycle and wear simple clothes. Who would think you were a billionaire on the street? Chunan waved his hand and smiled. Billionaire, those are just empty titles. It's better to be low-key. It's much better to be free like I am now. And mine isn't a motorcycle, it's electric. Lu Yashuan widened her beautiful eyes and said in disbelief, Electric car? Are you kidding me? I've only seen this cool two-wheeler, and the sound it makes is just as loud as a sports car. You told me it's an electric car? It's not that she believes it, but everything is too unbelievable. Even if she tells it to others, they may not believe it. Seeing that Lu Yashuan didn't believe it, Chunan didn't say much. Anyway, this thing was not a product of this world, and it would be better to keep a low profile if it wasn't exposed. In the restaurant, several eyes were cast towards the two of them, and of course most of the eyes were focused on Lu Yashuan. Anyone who sees a stunning beauty like Lu Yashuan would be moved. Even in the car, when Chunan felt the softness and trembling of her back, he felt a surge of desire in his heart. Is this a human? Can you bear it? With the beautiful music in the restaurant, the atmosphere gradually became more lively. It has to be said that expensive places have their reasons for being expensive. Whether it is the atmosphere, the environment of the restaurant, or the beef they claim to be, they're all worthy of the price. You were so frugal in college. I didn't expect that you've changed so much after just a few years. Lu Yashuan's pretty face was slightly red, and she was obviously a little drunk from the red wine, but there seemed to be something strange in her tone, revealing a sense of inferiority. In fact, it is true. The current Chunan is too outstanding and worth billions. If it were the Chu Nan of the past, she might not have this feeling. Is Chu Nan really worthy of her now? Lu Yashuan asked herself this question and felt even more worried. Chapter 42. Why not take something that is given for free? Just at this moment, the waiter in the restaurant came up with a bottle of red wine. This bottle of red wine is very valuable, costing 2,000 to 3,000 yuan each. Lu Yashuan was also confused. It seemed that the two of them did not order any red wine. But why did the waiter walk towards them? Ma'am, your wine. The waiter placed the wine on the table politely. Lu Yashuan asked with a puzzled look on her face. Did you make a mistake? I don't think I asked for red wine. The waiter smiled and pointed to the well-dressed man at another table. He looked at Lu Yashuan and smiled appropriately. This wine is given to you by Master Li. Master Li said that fine wine should be paired with beautiful women. The corners of Chu Nan's mouth twitched slightly. Fine wine should be paired with a beautiful woman. Young man, you've watched too many cheesy videos. Lu Yashuan was a little embarrassed for a moment and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I don't know him. Why don't you send the wine back? The waiter was in a dilemma. This Mr. Li was of great influence. If this matter was not done, he would be in trouble too. Ma'am, Mr. Li means well, and he has already paid for the wine. Why don't you just accept it as a friend? The waitress' tone sounded pleading. This made Lu Yashuan feel a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. Chu Nan on the side took the red wine and opened it directly with a corkscrew. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Yashuan said anxiously. Chu Nan chuckled and said nonchalantly, just accept it if someone gives it to you out of kindness. If you don't accept it, this guy will probably get in trouble. After all, why not accept something that doesn't cost money? This is also a kind gesture from others, so just accept it for free. As he spoke, he waved towards Li Xiao's seat and said thank you. Why not want something that's given away for free? It was obvious that Mr. Li's expression turned ugly in an instant. He gave the red wine to the beautiful lady, not to such a little punk. Oh shit, why would such a beautiful woman be with such a poor boy? Li Xiao lowered his head, and his face was so dark that it seemed as if ink was about to drip out. Seeing this, Lu Yashuan had no choice but to accept it with pleasure. Not to mention that this high-end red wine tasted different. She glared at Chu Nan fiercely and whispered, Don't be so presumptuous next time. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The waiter on the side was a little dumbfounded. The boyfriend of this beautiful woman was really weird. Instead of getting angry when his girlfriend was flirted with by another man, he accepted the other man's kindness. Why on earth did this beauty fall for such a weirdo? With doubts and confusion in his heart, the waiter slowly walked away. Anyway, this matter was none of his business. He also successfully completed the task assigned to him by Li Xiao. Since he had already delivered it, it shouldn't be difficult for himself. It's all thanks to you, a beautiful lady. I guess Mr. Li has taken a fancy to you. You know what? This high-end red wine tastes different. Chu Nan didn't seem to care at all. Lu Yashuan was really angry and amused by what she saw. And in the end, she could only sigh helplessly in her heart. When will this straight guy see through her thoughts? He doesn't really want me to confess to him actively, does he? Could it be that Chu Nan doesn't like this? Lu Yashuan is very confident about her figure and appearance. But why is it that in Chu Nan's eyes, her advantages seem to be non-existent? This situation made her a little disappointed. In fact, it is not like that, but Chu Nan does not have any other thoughts about Lu Yashuan at the moment. They're just old classmates. Of course, he didn't know that his old squad leader had been interested in him since college. If one day Lu Yashuan really confessed to Chu Nan in person, Chu Nan would probably be so scared that his jaw would drop to the ground. About half an hour later, the two of them had finished the bottle of wine. Chu Nan didn't have any problem because the genetic potion had transformed his body. Even if he drank hundreds of bottles of beer, he probably wouldn't get drunk. As for Lu Yashuan, her entire face was completely red, and her blurry eyes were so beautiful that no man could bear it. Only Chu Nan, this weirdo, didn't show any emotion at all. Otherwise, if Chu Nan hadn't had some reaction in the car before, I wonder if people would really misunderstand him as having problems with his sexual orientation. Lu Yashuan lay on the table and seemed to be completely drunk, mumbling something. Chu Nan pushed Lu Yashuan, but she didn't seem to respond at all, which gave him a headache. It would be fine if Lu Yashuan was drunk, but the key point was that Chu Nan didn't know where she lived and had no way of sending her back. How about finding a hotel nearby and letting her sleep there for the night? Suddenly, a figure slowly approached. Li Xiao looked at the drunk Lu Yashuan with fiery eyes, and the uncontrollable fire in his lower abdomen even made him react. Brother, Li Xiao hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, Chunan patted Li Xiao on the shoulder and spoke first. Brother, thank you for the red wine. It tastes really good. Awesome. Generous. Chapter 43. Citibank Black Gold Card. The corner of Li Guangliang's mouth twitched. Where on earth did this weirdo come from? He had never seen such a weirdo before. Brother, is this beauty your type? Someone flirted with your partner, and you didn't react at all. You're welcome. Li Guangliang smiled awkwardly, then pulled Chunan aside and whispered, Brother, it's a waste for you to have a beautiful woman following you. Name a price and give this beauty to me. To be honest, Li Guangliang disliked Chunan in his heart, and even felt uncomfortable standing next to Chunan. You know, he normally wouldn't even look at people like this, and if it weren't for this beauty, he wouldn't even want to talk to Chunan. This? Not very good. Chunan said, pretending to be a little embarrassed. 200,000. I'll give you 200,000. Li Guangliang said in a deep voice. Hiss. Chunan took a breath and looked very excited. One has to admit that his acting skills were extraordinary. He really fooled Li Guangliang. Seeing Chunan so excited, Li Guangliang felt even more contemptuous in his heart. It turned out that this country bumpkin was so excited just for 200,000 yuan. Brother, are you serious? Chunan said in disbelief. Of course, I can still afford a mere 200,000. Li Guangliang smiled proudly. Such a beauty is worth 200,000. You know, he has been to countless clubs and has never seen a top beauty like Lu Yashuan. If I could share the beauty of such a top-notch girl, my life would be perfect even if it were bad. However, what no one expected was that Chunan sneered and said coldly, As for your 200,000, I don't even look at your young master. Li Guangliang, who thought there was no problem, was suddenly dumbfounded. How come this guy suddenly changed like a different person? 200,000 is not worth your attention? Do you have that much money? 300,000, no more? I will give you 300,000. Li Guangliang's face was not very good. He thought that Chunan thought the money was too little. Although he is a rich second generation, his monthly living expenses are not much, and the 300,000 is already his bottom line. The waiter at the side reminded him with some concern, Sir, Mr. Li is the son of the chairman of Longting Construction Company. We should not offend such a person. This waiter is quite thoughtful. For a person like him, it would be easy for him to deal with an ordinary person. After the waiter revealed Li Guangliang's identity, Li Guangliang raised his head even more proudly. What is the market value of the Longting Group? Chunan was not afraid, but asked calmly. Li Guangliang said with disdain, The market value of my company is more than 100 million, which is an astronomical figure that you can never imagine in your lifetime. I give you money to show my respect. You are not asking around to know my reputation. Phew! An unexpected scene happened, and Chunan couldn't help laughing out loud, and the waiter next to him was stunned. Big brother, what do you mean by laughing at this time? People like Li Xiao are not people we ordinary people can mess with. I thought it was a big company, but it's only worth 100 million. How dare a tiny company like this act so arrogant? Chunan's face was full of disdain. Everyone else in the restaurant, including the waiter and Li Guangliang, was dumbfounded. Is this person a fool? The market value of 100 million was called a tiny piece of mosquito meat by him. What right does this guy have to say such arrogant words? This is 100 million. The other people in the restaurant are just senior executives of some companies. Their annual income is only 5 or 600,000. There are only a few who earn 1 million. 100 million is an astronomical figure that they cannot even imagine. Even your 100 million is not as much as the deposit in this bank card of mine. Chunan loget kun li. You're fucking farting. Li Guangliang ruaratangrili. But when he looked at the bank card in Chunan's hand, his whole body was shocked and his pupils kept shrinking, as if he had seen a ghost. This Citibank Black Gold Card. Citibank's Black Gold Card is only available to those with personal deposits of over 100 million and annual income of over 100 million. Generally, those who can own this kind of card are basically the top upper-class people in Huaqing. Looking at the contemptuous smile in Chunan's eyes, Li Guangliang now understood that he was just a clown in the other's eyes from the beginning to the end. He would not mistake this bank card. The unique gold thread border pattern of Citibank was exactly the same as the one he and his father had the honor of meeting a big shot on. People around him didn't understand why Li Guangliang had such an expression. It was because of that bank card. Some knowledgeable people fell silent when they saw this bank card. They lowered their heads and remained silent, with strange expressions on their faces. Oh, you have some vision? Now that you know that, why don't you get out of here? Chunan's voice was extremely cold. Li Guangliang left the restaurant quickly with a red face. Those who were watching the show were dumbfounded, looking at Li Guangliang, who fled in shame with question marks on their faces. Mr. Li escaped? Just because of that bank card? Only then did they realize how powerful this boy, whom they looked down upon, was. Many people had even mocked him before. Jealous of Chunan? What does that bank card mean? Chunan ignored the dumbfounded looks of these people, and instead left the restaurant with Lu Yashuan on his back. After Chunan left, someone finally spoke up. The card just now is Citibank's black gold card. Only members with deposits of over 100 million are eligible to apply for it. Hiss! Almost at the same time, the whole restaurant was filled with the sound of air conditioning being turned off. The expressions on their faces were the same, full of shock and fear. Chapter 44. Brother, safety measures are very important. Chunan carried Lu Yashuan on his back and walked out. It would have been fine if he was drunk, but these hands were uncomfortable and kept touching him all over. Chunan was also helpless. Sister, I am also a man, you're breaking the rules. To be honest, he never expected that Lu Yashuan would change so much. From her appearance to her figure, Lu Yashuan actually looked pretty good in college, but she didn't know how to dress up carefully, so she looked ordinary in college. The most important thing is that Lu Yashuan had short hair when she was in college. The passers-by around looked at Chunan strangely, making him feel embarrassed. There seems to be a bar nearby, and these people seem to suspect that Chunan is a corpse picker. Helpless Chunan had to quicken his pace to leave this place. Finally, he saw a hotel not far away and crossed the road to reach the hotel. As soon as he entered the hotel, the receptionist looked at Chunan with a smirk and said, "Brother, you were so lucky. You got such a beautiful lady. It's really a bargain for you." Chunan's mind was filled with black lines. Why were these people's heads filled with these things? Book a room. Chunan handed his ID card to the receptionist. The guy at the front desk gave a lewd smile. I understand. After everything was done, the guy at the front desk handed the room card to Chunan and secretly gave him something that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Chunan was even more speechless when he saw this thing. The man then said, "Brother, safety measures are very important." Chunan. He didn't want to say anything, so he carried Lu Yashuan on his back and walked towards the elevator. After entering the elevator, Chunan finally couldn't help but complain, "What kind of people did I meet today? This guy at the front desk seems to know too much. Could it be that there are quite a few people picking up corpses here?" In fact, this is true. Basically, most of the men who come every day will bring different women to the hotel every other day, and most of them are partying and getting drunk in the bar. Chunan checked into a large private room, and as soon as he entered the room, he threw Lu Yashuan on the bed. "Water! I want to drink some water." The drunk Lu Yashuan shouted weakly. Fortunately, there was mineral water in the hotel. He helped Lu Yashuan up, but she vomited it out as soon as he poured it into her mouth. After that, he kept retching, which scared Chunan so much that his face changed drastically. "Fuck! Don't vomit here." Chunan dragged Lu Yashuan into the bathroom in panic. As soon as she entered the bathroom, it was like a flood. The situation was completely out of control, and after about half a minute, the whole bathroom was filled with a strong stench, and Chunan's face was distorted. The most important thing is that some of it was stained on the corners of his clothes. "Oh, my aunt, can't you wait a little longer?" Chunan shouted how pei. However, Lu Yashuan, who had already finished vomiting, had fallen into a deep sleep at this moment. Chunan, who was in great pain, could only reveal a bitter smile. He was fine, but Lu Yashuan's collar and chest were stained with filth, so Chunan couldn't just let her sleep on the bed like that. Then, the next morning, Lu Yashuan woke up in a daze and opened her sleepy eyes. Her head felt dizzy and her whole body ached. Looking at the unfamiliar environment, she was stunned for the first time. Who I am? Where am I? Where is this? However, she immediately felt that she seemed to be missing some clothes. She was only wearing a shirt. The most important thing was that her underwear was also missing, and a glimpse of spring light appeared on her chest. Lu Yashuan's mind went blank, and her screams echoed throughout the room. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Chunan ran out of the bathroom in a panic. Now he had changed into a new set of clothes. When Lu Yashuan heard the sound, she immediately pulled up the quilt on the bed to cover the spring light on her chest. When she saw Chunan, her whole face turned red. Why was Chunan here? Yesterday? She only remembered that she seemed to be drunk and finally felt drowsy. When she woke up, she found herself in the hotel, and all the clothes on my body. Thinking of this, Lu Yashuan's ears became even hotter. Her pretty face became even redder, and she looked like she had a high fever. Chunin seemed to understand something and quickly explained. Don't get me wrong, I didn't change your clothes for you. I asked someone at the hotel to help you change them. She's a woman. Hearing this, a hint of loss flashed across Lu Yashuan's face. Why did she feel so lost? After asking about what happened last night, Lu Yashuan found out and hid herself in the quilt. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. How could such a scene happen in front of Chu Nan? How should she face Chu Nan in the future? But she also had some resentment. This little man didn't even eat the meat that was right in front of him, and she was still expecting something to happen. Was she really that unattractive? However, Lu Yashuan didn't know that Chu Nan was filled with a foul odor at the time, so he had no time to think about anything else. Everyone who came in to clean wore a mask, and the sound of retching could be heard from the bathroom from time to time. Chunin had to ask the hotel staff to buy the clothes he was wearing. Afterwards, Chunin called the front desk and asked them to bring a cup of sobering tea and put it aside. Lu Yashuan poked her little head out from under the quilt, looking extremely cute. I'm sorry about last night, Lu Yashuan said somewhat embarrassedly. Chunin could only accept it with a helpless smile. He couldn't say anything to Lu Yashuan either. By noon, Lu Yashuan's clothes were completely dry. She went into the bathroom to change clothes, while Chu Nan lay on the bed. Chu Nan slept on the sofa all night yesterday, but he seemed to hear some of Lu Yashuan's talking in her sleep, and she kept repeating her own name. Could it be that this old squad leader has other thoughts about him? Chapter 45, Aston Martin. After changing clothes, Chu Nan sent Lu Yashuan downstairs to the company. Lu Yashuan sighed deeply as she watched Chu Nan walking away, then shook her head helplessly as she recalled what happened last night. What is this? She actually showed such an embarrassing look in front of Chu Nan. Fortunately, Chu Nan didn't care. But what puzzled her was, did Chu Nan really do nothing? Is there something wrong with this guy's habit? If Chu Nan knew what Lu Yashuan was thinking, he would probably slam her on the head. However, a sinister gaze was fixed on Lu Yashuan for a long time. Liang Chao looked at her with a gloomy expression, and a cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Yashuan, you can't escape from my palm, and that poor bastard. I will definitely play with your woman in front of you. After returning home, Chu Nan threw all his clothes to his maids and lay on the sofa, feeling comfortable. Host, Chu Nan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Current deposit, 150 million. Transportation, Lamborghini Venom, the electric car of the new era. Personal real estate, Sky Garden Mountaintop Villa, office building. Personal property, Marriott Hotels. Whether to be married, no. Special skills, expert piano talent. Warehouse items, none. The rent from the office tenants had already been paid last night, and Chunin now had more than 100 million yuan in deposits in his bank card. Not long ago, Citibank also called him and informed him that he was eligible to apply to become a senior member of Citibank. Because of what happened in the morning, Chunin had not signed in. Then he clicked the sign-in button. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the Aston Martin. Hiss! His second luxury car arrived. Although the Aston Martin is not as good as the Lamborghini Venezia, it is still a supercar, and in comparison, he likes the appearance of Aston Martin more. Anyway, no man will complain about having too many cars, especially supercars, just like no woman will ever complain about having too many clothes. Even if they buy the clothes and put them in the closet without wearing them, they will still be happy. Chunin didn't sleep well all night. He felt a little sleepy at the moment, so he went back to his room and had a good sleep. At noon, Chunin was woken up by an inexplicable phone call. Chunin, who was originally a little unhappy, saw the name on the phone, and the unhappy expression on his face disappeared. It was my mother calling. Hello. Mom, what's the matter with you calling me? Son, I saw on TV that a dating website has put your information up, so please don't let me down. Puff. Chunin, who was still drowsy, suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Mom, you are my real mom. Why are you so anxious? I'm still young. Why do I need a blind date? Chunin suddenly had a huge headache. It seemed that his parents were obsessed with having a grandson. It was because Erden next door got married early and had children, and his parents were extremely envious of him every day. This is why my parents are so anxious for me to start a family. After hearing what Chunin said, her mother was unhappy. What do you mean you were still young? When your father and I were your age, you were already 2 years old. Mom, times are different now. How can our time be compared with your time? Chunin said helplessly. Anyway, I don't care. I've already given your information to that website. If someone contacts you later, you must go. If you like someone, take the initiative. Girls are more reserved. I'm waiting for your good news. Chu Nan was about to say something when the phone was hung up. He showed a helpless smile. It was not that he didn't want to fall in love, but there was really no one he liked at the moment. There are indeed a lot of girls around me. In this villa, there are girls everywhere except me, but there are only a few that make me feel moved. Zhou Ying is indeed good, but Chu Nan has no idea about her. Xia Yue is also okay, but this girl is too naive, and it might be too boring to get along with her. The only person whose personality I feel matches mine is Liu Yaxuan. He also had some suspicion that his old squad leader had ill intentions towards him, because he kept repeating his name when he fell asleep last night. Chu Nan was lying on the sofa, feeling like an evil ghost was looking for him to kill him. However, Chu Nan was not sure. From his college days, he could not see that his old class teacher had any feelings for him. Chu Nan sai hao pui. My mother has already acted first and reported to me later, so this is the only way things will continue. However, he did not have high expectations for blind dates. There were too many bad examples of blind dates on the internet that made Chu Nan feel a little scalp tingling. Chapter 46. Is this car more expensive than Mercedes-Benz or BMW? Boss, where are you planning to go so early in the morning? Zhou Ying asked puzzledly. Chu Nan looked helpless and smiled bitterly. Blind date. Sudden. Zhou Ying's delicate body trembled suddenly, and she widened her eyes with a barely perceptible panic flashing in her eyes. Boss, you're actually going on a blind date? This. Zhou Ying hid her strange emotions and said in disbelief. With your status as boss, you actually want to go on a blind date? After hearing this, Chu Nan felt even more helpless. It was his own mother's fault. He didn't know what was wrong with his mother, why she would post a blind date information on a blind date website. Just today, a girl contacted him and planned to meet him. Chu Nan had no choice but to agree. There's no other way. You have to listen to what I say. Chu Nan said helplessly. Zhou Ying was also speechless. You said there are so many girls in your family. Can't you just like one of them? There is a beautiful girl right in front of me, but she actually goes out for a blind date. What is going on with this upset feeling in my heart? Zhou Ying asked a few questions casually and left. Chu Nan came to the parking lot and stared at the Aston Martin for a while, but finally chose the newly signed supercar. With a roar, the door of the underground garage slowly opened, and Chu Nan drove his supercar farther and farther away. The two met in a Starbucks, and of course it was the girl who took the initiative to propose it. Chu Nan planned to just say a few perfunctory words. After all, his mother didn't know the specific situation. As long as she knew that he came to meet her, that would be enough. When I entered the store, I saw a woman with a white face and some fat on her body, delicately touching up her makeup. Are you Qian? Chu Nan asked in disbelief. This person is totally different from the one in the photo. The woman in the photo is tall and thin, with a very slender figure. The information above also says that her height is 1.8 meters. But the person in front of him, in Chu Nan's opinion, is probably less than 1.6 meters tall, but weighs about 130 kilograms. This guy is definitely a photo liar. Qian was immediately attracted by Chu Nan's 1.85-meter height, but soon she couldn't help but frown, and a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. Turns out he's just a poor loser. Her purpose of coming to the blind date was to find a rich and honest man to take over, but this young man is good-looking and his height suits her taste, so even if his conditions are a little worse, she might not find him unacceptable. Since you are here, I will get straight to the point. We are all adults, and we go on blind dates with the intention of getting married, so let's be realistic. Qian looked arrogant. Chu Nan was immediately amused. This guy didn't even look at himself. He acted like a soaring white swan. Could you please look in the mirror before you talk? This is not Chu Nan's discrimination. It is a problem of the other party's attitude. The arrogant man never looked at Chu Nan directly from beginning to end. Go ahead. Chu Nan didn't want to waste time, so he wanted to end this farce quickly. This dating website is too unreliable. For such a blind date, you should at least check whether the photo and the real person are exactly the same. Who would dare to come for a blind date in the future? Do you have a car? Qian asked proudly. Chu Nan threw the car keys directly on the table. Qian was also confused when she looked at the car keys. What kind of car was this? She had never seen it before. It didn't look like a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz. Is this car more expensive than Mercedes-Benz and BMW? Qian asked doubtfully. Chu Nan was really happy at this moment. It was the first time he saw an Aston Martin being compared with a Mercedes-Benz or BMW. About that, Chu Nan answered casually. Qian looked at Chu Nan with disgust and disdain. Looking at this car logo that I have never seen before, which niche brand dares to compare with Mercedes-Benz and BMW? Do you think you have no knowledge? However, this woman really doesn't know her own ignorance. This Aston Martin can buy dozens of Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Qian continued to ask, do you have a house? There are suites in the Sky Garden. Chu Nan replied calmly. Suddenly, Qian's expression finally changed subtly, and she looked at the man in front of her in some disbelief. Sky Garden? Isn't that the famous high-end residential area in the Flower City? Can Chu Nan, who is now in front of us, afford to buy a house there? You have to know that the people who live there are either rich or powerful, and the housing prices there are as high as 200,000 yuan per square meter, which is simply not affordable for ordinary people. Qian took out her cell phone, took a picture of Chu Nan's car keys, and put it online for search. Suddenly, she took a deep breath and looked at Chu Nan with her eyes shining as if she had seen a treasure. The car key in Chu Nan's hand turned out to be a supercar. Oh shit! It turns out that the man in front of me is actually a rich second generation. Suddenly Qian felt that Chu Nan in front of her was more and more charming. But Chu Nan felt very uncomfortable. This gaze seemed like a hungry wolf seeing food. So how much savings do you have? Qian asked excitedly. More than 100 million. Hiss. Qian's breathing became rapid and her body couldn't help but tremble. More than 100 million. OMG. The young man in front of me is a super rich man. Opportunities never come again. She can't miss such a good opportunity. Handsome guy, I am very satisfied with your conditions. I agree. Qian was already fantasizing about her life as a rich woman. However, Chu Nan looked at him strangely and asked, what did you agree to? Qian was stunned for a moment, then said, I promised to be your girlfriend. When did I say I wanted you to be my girlfriend? That's not right. The script shouldn't be like this. Little brother, do you think there is something not good about me? Just tell me and I can change it. Qian emphasized her tone and changed it into a coquettish voice, revealing a pitiful look. Chu Nan almost vomited the breakfast he had this morning. The sound made the hairs on his body stand up. I'm sorry. I don't think there's anything good about you, so I'm not interested in you. Chu Nan had a cold look on his face. After this experience, he felt that he never wanted to go on a blind date again. I asked my mom to contact the dating website when I got home and deleted my blind date post. What kind of monsters are these? Chapter 47. Lu Yashuan in danger. After getting in the car, Chu Nan quickly called his mother. Son, how's the blind date going? Hearing some expectation in his mother's tone, Chu Nan was even more speechless. My dear mother, please let your son go. You should contact the dating website and remove the dating post. Chu Nan smiled bitterly while hiding in the car. Mother Chu looked puzzled. The little girl is not good enough? That's not right. I think the little girl is pretty. Son, are you asking too much? I'm telling you, our family is just an ordinary one. Don't always compare yourself with others. Chu's mother thought that Chu Nan had set too high standards and looked down on others, but this lecture left Chu Nan confused. Oh my dear mother, you don't know that she is completely two different people from the photo. She is 1.7 meters tall in the photo and 1.5 meters tall in reality. Her figure is completely different from the photo. You would not be satisfied if you saw her. Chu Nan said speechlessly. Is it really as weird as you say? Chu's mother was also stunned. Do girls nowadays use other people's photos for blind dates? This won't work, right? Since you are not satisfied with this one, I will find another one for you. There are so many blind dates anyway, there will always be one you like. Mother Chu did not seem to give up, and her words scared her son. My mother, please let me go. Your son is not bad looking and has good conditions. You two elders don't have to worry about your son not being able to find a wife. Chu Nan felt overwhelmed when he heard that his mother was still going to arrange a blind date for him. He had no choice but to think of a way to perfunctorily say, Mom, your son actually has someone he likes, so don't spend so much time on it. Aren't you causing trouble for your son? Do you have a crush on someone? Which girl? What's her family background? Do you know her well? Yes, we are college classmates. That's great. Then you have to work hard. I'm counting on you to give me a grandchild in the next 2 years. In that case, I won't cause any more trouble for you. I'll go contact them now. His mother hung up the phone as soon as she finished speaking, and Chu Nan in the car smiled bitterly. My own mother. How much does she want to hold her grandson? My dad is not in a hurry, but you are pushing him so hard. My mother is like this. If I don't bring a girlfriend home, she will not let me into the house someday. Why? I just don't understand why. Sometimes things like this can be rushed. It's all about fate. When fate arrives, everything will fall into place naturally. He should just enjoy his life for now. This month will soon be over, and he is looking forward to what kind of rewards the system's monthly sign-in will bring him. At this time, Chunan's cell phone rang again. It was Lu Yashwan who called, but after the call was connected, it was not Lu Yashwan's voice. "Kid, you didn't expect it to be me." Manager Liang's gloomy voice came from the phone. Chunan's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a low voice, "Why is it you? Where's Yashwan?" Liang Chao smiled coldly. "Of course your girlfriend is in my arms now. If you don't want her to get hurt, come to the Royal City KTV if you have the guts. I'll be waiting for you here. Of course, if you haven't reached your peak by then, don't blame me for being rude. Your girlfriend's skin is really smooth." Beep, beep, beep. Veins bulged on Chunan's forehead, and a suffocating aura spread in the car. He stepped on the accelerator without hesitation and drove towards the direction of Imperial City KTV. He didn't expect Liang Chao to be so bold. He underestimated this man's dark psychology. He hoped that nothing would happen to Lu Yashwan. If something did happen, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Inside the Imperial City KTV, Liang Chao looked at Lu Yashwan's round figure with aggressive eyes. He didn't pay close attention to her on weekdays, but now he realized that Lu Yashwan's figure was so hot. Suddenly, a small flame started to spread in his lower abdomen. But he quickly suppressed it. A sinister look flashed in his eyes. Now is not the time. He must make that little jerk feel complete despair. "Brother who? I'll leave that kid to you. Just cripple his limbs," Liang Chao said politely to the burly man sitting opposite him. A clear scar was visible on the sturdy man's face. This brother who had some reputation in the underworld. He had been in prison for several years a long time ago. After he was released, he made a name for himself in the underworld with his brutal means. Liang Chao spent a lot of money to find Brother Who this time. Yeah, Brother Who nodded, but his eyes were also looking at Lu Yashwan. Liang Chao's face turned ugly and his whole body tensed up. Could this guy also be interested in Lu Yashwan? "Brother Liang, if you are done playing with this woman, how about lending her to me and my brothers to play with for a few days?" Brother Who's suffocating pressure spread. Liang Chao's face looked a little ugly, but he knew that the person in front of him was not someone he could offend. If he made Brother Who unhappy, he would probably be the first one to be destroyed before Chu Nan even arrived. He gave an ugly smile. "Since Brother Who has spoken, then of course I can do it." Brother Who nodded in satisfaction, his fiery eyes lingering on Lu Yashwan for a long time. Chapter 48. Only a saint will accept your apology. About 10 minutes later, Chunin arrived at the Imperial City KTV. He called Lu Yashwan and said gloomily, "I'm here. Where are you?" "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so quick. Come to box 402. I'll be waiting for you here." Liang Chao's joking voice came from the phone, making Chu Nin so angry that he gritted his teeth. "You bastard. I'm going to tear your mouth apart later." Chu Nin thought the elevator was too slow, so he ran up the stairs directly. After finding box 402, he pushed open the door and entered, and found that there were 7 or 8 people in the room who seemed to be waiting for him. On the sofa, Lu Yashwan seemed to have fallen into a coma. Seeing that Lu Yashwan's clothes were intact, Chunin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the bastard hadn't made a move yet. "I didn't expect you to be so brave, kid. Last time you made me lose face. This time I'm going to make you live a life worse than death," Liang Chao said with a hideous smile. Anyone who saw that gloomy face would feel creepy. "Brother Tiger, I'm counting on you." Brother Tiger snorted coldly and looked at Chu Nan with disdain. He was just a little kid. He took a puff of cigarette and said in a deep voice, "Boy, don't blame us. We are also paid to do this. Just let us cripple your limbs. This way you can suffer less and we can save some time." The younger brothers in the room came over and surrounded Chu Nan, staring at him with hostility and fierce eyes. But Chu Nana was not afraid. Instead, he sneered. "What do you think you can do to me? Come on, you're just a bunch of chickens and dogs." Hearing this arrogant tone, Brother Tiger did not get angry, but laughed grimly. "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Let me see how capable you are. You actually dare to say such arrogant words in front of us." The younger brothers swarmed forward and suddenly smashed the iron bars in their hands towards Shunan's arm. However, in Shunan's eyes, these people's movements seemed to be slowed down several times, and his reaction nerves were even quicker, and he dodged them easily. Bang! This time the blow did not hit Chu Nan, but hit the glass table. With a bang, The glass table shattered into pieces and glass fragments and shards scattered on the ground. Everyone here attacked with extreme cruelty, with every move aimed directly at the vital points. However, even with so many people here, they couldn't touch the corner of Chu Nan's clothes. In this small space, he was like a fish in water and no one could catch him. Seeing the opportunity, a fierce light flashed in Chu Nan's eyes. He grabbed the gangster holding the iron rod and directly grabbed the other's hand and kicked him. Boom! The powerful explosive force instantly kicked the gangster away, and he hit the wall heavily. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of the gangster's mouth, and he fainted. Seeing such a fierce scene, these people were stunned and kicked the man away. They had only seen such people in movies and didn't expect that there were really such people in real life. What kind of explosive power is needed to achieve this level? The younger brothers who were so aggressive before all took a step back, their pupils shrank, and they looked at Chu Nan in front of them with horror. I thought he was an easy target, but I didn't expect him to be so ferocious. Even Brother Tiger didn't expect it. Brother who glared at Liang Chao angrily and decided to deal with this guy after this matter was over. Liang Chao was so frightened by the scene in front of him that his face turned pale. His brothers fell to the ground one by one, howling like ghosts. He had never expected that Chu Nan was so tough. The hostility on his face was completely different from the person he had seen before. Boy, if you have some skills, why don't you give me a favor and let's just forget about this matter and be friends. Brother who is also a smart man. This boy didn't even breathe heavily from beginning to end. Such a tough guy is rare in the underworld. I didn't expect that this seemingly pretty boy could be so ferocious. Chu Nan sneered disdainfully and said sarcastically, "Why? You are so brave. It turns out that you are also a person who only responds to softness and fears hardship." Brother whose face looked very ugly. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this since he was released from prison. I didn't expect this guy to be so disrespectful. In that case, don't blame him for being rude. Brother who took out a 3-meter-long machete from under his feet. The cold edge of the blade made people's hair stand on end. Chu Nan's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this. Haha, in that case, don't blame me for being merciless. Brother who grinned ferociously, revealing his big yellow teeth. Brother who swung at Chu Nan with a machete, but luckily Chu Nan had also undergone a transformation with genetic potion, and his reaction nerves were several times faster than those of ordinary people. He jumped up and actually jumped a distance of 3 meters, which stunned Brother who. Is this something a human can do? Brother who only then realized that he had been tricked by this kid Liang Chao. Chu Nan kicked out in the air, and the knife in Brother whose hand fell to the ground violently. His whole face was twisted together, and he flew backwards, with 3 or 4 yellow teeth falling out. Brother who covered his cheek, his mouth full of blood, and looked at Chu Nan in front of him in horror. Failure. Failure. This time, it's completely failed. Is this kid really a human being? If he used a little more force, he would have kicked his forehead to pieces. Now Brother who felt that all the bones on his face were broken, and his swollen face looked like a pig's head. Seeing Chu Nan approaching step by step, Liang Chao's face turned pale with fear. He never thought that he could not even defeat Brother Hu. Brother Chu, I was wrong. Let's talk it over. Look, Yashuan is fine. With a click, Liang Chao's face twisted and he let out a miserable wail. Chu Nan's face was icy cold, and his voice full of hostility was like the whisper of a devil. Only a saint would accept your apology, but I'm not a saint. Since you want to cripple my limbs, you should experience it yourself first. With waves of wailing, Brother Hu was lying on the ground, tensed his whole body, covered with icy coldness, and swallowed madly. Chapter 49. Has Liu Yashuan's thoughts been seen through? Liang Chao kept wailing and lay on the ground like a dead dog. At this moment, his eyes were lifeless, as if his entire soul had been sucked out of him. His arms and legs were crippled by Chu Nan. Brother Hu was lying on the ground, was trembling with fear. People who act without hesitation and with great determination are the most terrifying. He already regretted it. He should not have gotten involved in this matter, and now he is in trouble. If you dare to harass Yashuan again in the future, don't blame me for being rude. Chu Nan's cold eyes made people shudder. Liang Chao no longer has this idea. He has long been frightened by Chu Nan's methods. Even if he wanted to take revenge today, he couldn't. If this gets out, I will be in trouble, and Brother Hu may not let me go. How could he have imagined that a seemingly ordinary boy could be so tough, and that his movements and reaction abilities were simply not something a normal person could do? Brother, misunderstanding. This guy instigated us to do all this, and we did it for money. Brother who begged for mercy again and again, and almost kowtowed to Chunan. I thought he was going to be very successful in the business world, but I didn't expect that he would fall today. Chunan glanced around coldly, and the little brothers on the ground shuddered all over, fearing that Chunan would do something to them again. Fortunately, Chunan did not attack them. Instead, he carried Lu Yashuan out of the box. Because in Chunan's opinion, there was no point in taking action. That guy was right. It was not their fault that they were paid to do the job, and they had also learned a lesson. You know, he's a law-abiding and good citizen. After Chunan left, Brother Hu and his brothers surrounded Liang Chao. The ghostly howling like a pig being slaughtered reverberated throughout the box again. Lu Yashuan, who had been unconscious in the car, finally woke up and looked at Chu Nan beside her in disbelief. Chun Nan, why are you here? I remember I was in a KTV. Then, hiss. As Lu Yashuan thought about it, her head started to hurt. She remembered that she seemed to drink a glass of water that Liang Chao handed to her. After drinking it, her head became dizzy and she didn't remember anything that happened afterwards. Hey, class monitor, I usually think you're smart in school, but why do you seem so stupid now? Chu Nan looked helpless. Lu Yashuan glared at Chu Nan in anger. Who are you calling stupid? I haven't told you why you are here. And with this car? Only then did she notice that she was actually sitting in a supercar with its luxurious interior, high-tech screen, and cool car logo. Lu Yashuan was quite knowledgeable and knew that the car was an Aston Martin. But she quickly recovered from her shock. It was not surprising that Chu Nan, a billionaire, drove a supercar. Afterwards, Chu Nan told Lu Yashuan the whole story. Lu Yashuan was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, and her face turned dark after hearing this. However, when she thought about it again, she still felt a little scared. What would have happened if Chunan hadn't come? She was afraid that her chastity would be lost. Looking at the man next to her, Lu Yashuan had a sense of security for some reason. She felt even happier when she thought that Chu Nan came to save her. It seems that this guy is not a completely straight man and can still be saved. Sure enough, there is a saying on the internet that is true. When a woman is with someone she likes, her IQ is basically negative. Anyone would probably come to save Lu Yashuan, and Chunan himself only came as a friend. In short, from now on, this Liang guy shouldn't harass you anymore. Chunan said lightly. Liang Chao's limbs were broken, and it would take at least half a year to recover. He had already asked someone to deal with it. It was estimated that it would not be long before Liang Chao would receive the news of his dismissal. After all, as the owner of the Marriott Hotel, anyone in Huacheng would give him some face. Not to mention that Liang Chao's company could not even be compared with the Marriott Hotel, let alone. As long as Tang and makes a phone call, it's basically a sure thing. Lu Yashuan had a complicated expression. Chunan was so outstanding that it made her feel ashamed of herself. Was she really qualified to be with Chunan now? Moreover, the other party's attitude seems to be not in line with his own intentions. Why? Now she can only take one step at a time. She's not a person who gives up easily. Unless Chunan rejects her directly, she will not give up. However, Lu Yashuan also hated herself. Every time when the important moment came, she wanted to express her feelings to Chunan, but she just couldn't say it, as if there was a stone stuck in her throat. Gurgle, gurgle. A funny voice was heard, and Lu Yashuan's pretty face turned as red as an apple. Chunan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lu Yashuan took out her little pink fist and hit Chunan, saying angrily, "Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Okay. I won't laugh." Afterwards, Chunan drove Lu Yashuan to a restaurant. Of course, a strange atmosphere spread in the car during the driving, and both Chunan and Lu Yashuan could clearly feel it. After getting off the car, Chunan looked at Lu Yashuan's back and sighed deeply. He noticed the fight in the car and the way Lu Yashuan looked at him. Could it be that she really has some special thoughts about me? Chapter 50. This young man does a lot of exercise at night. They arrived at a Chinese restaurant. If Chunan remembered correctly, this Chinese restaurant seemed to be an internet celebrity restaurant. The appearance of today's popular online stores is pretty good, but I don't know how the food in this store tastes. After ordering a few dishes casually, Lu Yashuan ran to some places where internet celebrities specially checked in and took photos like a little girl. After all, girls always want to take photos of some beautiful places as souvenirs. Chunan, come and take 2 pictures for me. Lu Yashuan shouted. Are you sure? My skills are not that good. Chunan looked at him doubtfully. This girl might not know her own photography skills. You know, her skills have angered countless people to death. It's okay. Even if the photo you take is ugly, I have such a good foundation. At worst, I can go back and Photoshop the picture. Lu Yashwan didn't care at all. After all, she was quite confident about her figure and appearance. She didn't believe that Chu Nan could make her look different no matter how many times he took the photos. In fact, Chu Nan did not disappoint Lu Yashwan. After seeing the photo, Lu Yashwan's face darkened and she gritted her teeth and said, You, how could you take such an ugly picture of me? Oh my God, the lighting is so dark and dim. And these legs, this height. Lu Yashwan, who is only 1.7 meters tall, was photographed by Chu Nan to look like someone who is only 1.5 meters tall. Most importantly, her skin is dark yellow and has no radiance at all. She now understood that Chu Nan might never be able to take up photography in this life. Chu Nan smiled awkwardly. You can Photoshop a picture, maybe it will work. To be honest, he felt that he was also a clumsy person. After seeing the photos, he felt that it was a bit too much. Lu Yashwan said angrily, It's possible to save this photo by Photoshopping it, but if it were any other girl, she would have been pissed off to death by you. Chu Nan smiled meaningfully. Then why didn't you die of anger? Lu Yashwan's pretty face turned slightly red. She snorted without saying anything and did not answer Chu Nan's question. Chu Nan sighed secretly in his heart. Now it is almost certain that this old squad leader has some feelings for me. Otherwise, he would not be like this. But he didn't understand what was so special about him that the class monitor liked him. The class monitor's conditions were not bad, and it was impossible that he was doing it for his money. Before this, he recalled that Lu Yashwan took the initiative to add him, and she might have been interested in him during college. The silly Lu Yashwan seemed unaware that her thoughts had been seen through. Seeing Chu Nan looking at her, her whole face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head in silence. In fact, Lu Yashwan looks pretty good, so maybe she can be considered. However, Chu Nan is not someone who would easily fall in love. He has his own principles. We need to observe for a while longer. Soon the dishes for both of them were served. Chu Nan frowned after taking the first bite. It's not that the food was not tasty, but the standard of this restaurant was totally out of line with the price of the dishes. This is just an average-level restaurant outside, even worse than some small restaurants outside, except that the presentation is a little better. As for the taste and so on, there is no need to say more. It seems that these so-called internet celebrity stores cannot be trusted too much. Most customers will basically never come back to such stores after visiting them once. This is what they think. However, because internet celebrities come to promote from time to time, even if they are one-time customers, most of them come under the guise of the internet celebrities. Plus, internet celebrities have so many fans that most people just come to check in. Here comes another pair of internet celebrities. They're doing a live broadcast and start introducing themselves as soon as they enter the store. This group of internet celebrities consists of 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was tall and thin. His facial features were good, but he had serious dark circles under his eyes. Chu Nan guessed that the young man did a lot of exercise at night. As for the other one, her face was covered with heavy makeup, and she looked a little seductive. The first 3 people came up and started praising the restaurant, talking about its decoration design and style, but they didn't say a word about the taste of the food. Soon the 3 of them found a place to sit down. When the waiter of the shop saw them, he hurried over with his head down and a humble attitude. These 3 people also acted arrogantly as if they were so noble. Some people saw that the 3 were internet celebrities and wanted to take photos with them. Soon more and more people gathered around. The only 2 people who remained unmoved were Chu Nan and Lu Yashwan. What? You don't want to go up and take a photo? Chu Nan said with a smile. After reluctantly eating the food on the table, Lu Yashwan said, I'm not interested in internet celebrities. Besides, what can I get from taking photos with them? Posting them on WeChat Moments to show off? That's too childish. Indeed, what Lu Yashwan said makes sense. It seemed that because Chu Nan and Lu Yashwan were the only 2 people in the entire restaurant who did not come forward, they quickly attracted the attention of these 3 people. The man with dark circles under his eyes widened his eyes when he saw Lu Yashwan, and his fiery gaze kept looking at Lu Yashwan's beautiful figure. It's the best. He has been active in the nightlife scene for so many years, but has never seen such a gorgeous girl. But the only thing that spoiled the mood was that, sitting opposite this girl, was a poor loser wearing cheap clothes. There was no way he could compare with them at all. They are all wearing trendy branded clothes, and the shoes on their feet are the latest models worth thousands of dollars, which is enough to buy hundreds of pieces of clothing for that poor loser. Soon the man with dark circles under his eyes took the initiative to step forward. Chapter 51. Embroidery Needle. Watching the man with dark circles under his eyes moving forward, Chu Nan didn't care at all, but a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a character dares to provoke Lu Yashwan. You should know that Lu Yashwan's tough character has not changed at all, but sometimes she hides her tough character in front of Chunan. Beauty, can we meet each other? The man with dark circles under his eyes lifted his hair and threw a coquettish glance at Lu Yashwan. Lu Yashwan felt a chill all over her body and almost vomited out what she had just eaten. Where did this weird thing come from? It's too greasy. That's it? Still an internet celebrity? Not interested. Lu Yashwan's temperament like an ice goddess was revealed. The man with dark circles under his eyes stood there awkwardly. You know, he has the title of 100-Man Killer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such deep dark circles under his eyes. Basically, he never fails when he approaches her. Could it be that this woman doesn't know that she is an internet celebrity? Well, I'm an internet celebrity. The dark circles under his eyes revealed his identity, and the sense of superiority that came naturally could be clearly felt. In his opinion, after he revealed his identity, even if she didn't want to pay attention to her, at least she wouldn't be so cold. However, Lu Yashwan's expression became even more disdainful, and her tone became even colder. Why? Are you special because you're an internet celebrity? Do I have to give you an award just because you're an internet celebrity? Don't stand in front of me and affect my appetite. With those obvious dark circles under your eyes, are you the kidney-deficient gentleman in the internet celebrity world? Phew. Chunin couldn't help but smile. This girl's tough personality and sweet mouth are still as strong as before. The man's face turned pale, fearing that he had been hit in a vital spot. Young people, there is nothing wrong with being moderate. Don't wait until middle age when you are left with nothing but tears in your eyes, alone in an empty room, feeling lonely. You little brat, what the hell are you laughing at? The man with dark circles under his eyes realized that Chu Nan was making fun of him, and he immediately became angry and embarrassed. Chunin didn't care and smiled meaningfully. Nothing. I just thought of something happy, what? Is it not okay? Suddenly, the internet celebrity was speechless, his face turning blue and red. He had never suffered such humiliation in all his years as an internet celebrity. Beauty, you look like a beautiful flower. Why do you want to be with such a poor guy? It's useless for him to be nice to you now. Can he give you a car, a house? Can he give you everything you want? Don't be fooled by this kind of man. I've seen a lot of people like him. Beautiful girl, why don't you get together with us? We can help you become famous, and then you can become an internet celebrity like us. I don't know why this man has a special sense of superiority when he talks about being an internet celebrity. Both of them don't understand why the identity of an internet celebrity gives him such a great sense of superiority. Is he getting too cocky? Or is Chu Nan's identity as a billionaire not exposed? He must be crazy to be showing off in front of a billionaire. You keep calling me an internet celebrity. You think you're so great because you're an internet celebrity. I'm telling you, I won't even look at a little brat like you, whose hair hasn't even grown out yet and whose body is as weak as a 50 or 60-year-old. Looking at your weak face, I think you are just an embroidery needle. Finally, everyone around couldn't help but burst out laughing. This girl is good at metaphor. Embroidery needle? How dare she say that? The beauty is really tough. However, they also envy having such a top-notch woman. I am afraid they will wake up laughing in their dreams. Embroidery needle. The man with dark circles under his eyes suddenly became angry and slapped Lu Yashwan in the face. Lu Yashwan was also frightened. She curled up into a ball and shivered like a little hedgehog. Chu Nan stood up suddenly, with a layer of coldness on his face. He grabbed the arm of the man with dark circles under his eyes, and with a light flick, the man flew out. He fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! Ouch! How dare you do that? At this time, the internet celebrity who had come with the man with dark circles under his eyes finally came over with his mobile phone in his hand to record the scene. They threatened with a sneer. If you don't want to be all over the internet, just apologize to us honestly. After that, they kept saying something like Z was beaten up or something like that. Z should be the name of this internet celebrity with dark circles under his eyes. After all, they're internet celebrities with millions of fans. As long as they cut the video and add the voice, they could put a big hat on Chunan. However, Chunan was not afraid of them at all. He took a step forward, and his incredible aura immediately crushed them. The three of them swallowed their saliva at the same time and took a step back in fear. The woman with the face of a snake-like internet celebrity said, "What do you want to do? Do you want to hit someone? Be good." The people around were stunned for a moment when they looked at Chunan. They didn't notice him when he was sitting, but they didn't expect that he was so tall. Looking at his chest, muscles, and arms, he must be a martial artist. These people are not afraid of death. If they really anger the other party, They will probably be beaten to a pulp with their small bodies. A bunch of cowards, Chu Nan said coldly and left the restaurant with Liu Yashuan. As for the remaining internet celebrities, they stood there with sullen faces, gritting their teeth and looking at the two men's backs. You two bastards, since you don't give us face, don't blame us for being rude. Chapter 52. Even if I am in front of him, I will kneel on the ground and call him daddy. The next morning, several internet celebrities posted the short videos as expected. And they also made another story. Z made friends and got beaten, and the voice in the dubbing was not Chu Nan's but someone else's. The comments below are all verbal abuse against Chu Nan. Our Z is so adorable, and the person who did that was so cruel. Z Yibi, the mothers are all on your side. Sisters, let's organize ourselves and kill that idiot. He looks so poor, but he dared to hit our Z. Let him see how powerful our Z support group is. In the company, Z sneered as he looked at the unanimous comments below. Since you are poor and look down on me, then let me show you the influence of internet celebrities. His company is a media company, and it is because of the packaging of this company that he became an internet celebrity. However, he could never have imagined that his company was located in Chu Nan's office building on Red Beach, which meant that this media company was also one of Chu Nan's tenants. Sure enough, not long after, Pan Ping saw this video in the office. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Isn't this Mr. Chu? After seeing the caption below and Chu Nan's voice, his face suddenly turned dark. The voice of Chu Nan in the video was not his own, but was processed later. When he saw this person's account, his face became even gloomier. Metian Media, isn't this company one of the tenants here? A small internet celebrity actually dared to play a prank on Mr. Chu and even put a hat on Mr. Chu's head. These people are really looking for death. Soon, Pan Ping called the boss of the media company, and within a minute, the boss came up happily. Soon a man with a big belly pushed open the door of the old office and asked breathlessly, Manager Pan, what do you want from me? Manager Pan snorted coldly. Suddenly the man's body shook violently. Why does Manager Pan have this attitude? It seems like I haven't offended him recently. Pan Ping handed the phone to Zhou Tong, who also looked at the video on the phone in confusion and asked in confusion, What's wrong with this video, Manager Pan? What's the problem? Pan Ping laughed coldly and asked seriously, Is this internet celebrity under the name of your company? Zhou Tong didn't understand either, so he answered straightforwardly, Yes, she's a relatively famous internet celebrity in our company. Looking at Zhou Tong's silly look, Pan Ping couldn't help but sigh and said sympathetically, Old Zhou and I usually have a good relationship, but I'm afraid I can't protect you this time. Hearing Pan Ping's serious tone, Zhou Tong's body trembled violently, and he asked in a panic, Manager Pan, what's wrong with this video, or did this brat offend you? If this brat offended you, I will let this brat come up and apologize to you right now. Pan Ping glanced at him coldly and said calmly, If you only offended me, it would be fine, but do you know who the man in the video is? Who is it? Zhou Tong's heart tightened. He didn't know why he had a bad premonition. Mr. Chu, the owner of this office building, if you offend me, I may be able to forgive you for your sake, but if you offend Mr. Chu, even I can't save you. And this video was processed later, and it's obvious that it's trying to put the blame on Mr. Chu. You just wish yourself the best. Boom, boom. Zhou Tong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was as pale as tinfoil. His legs were so weak that he almost fell to the ground. His heart was beating wildly, and Pan Ping's words just now kept echoing in his mind. Is the person in the video Mr. Chu? He is the owner of this office building. How dare the internet celebrity under his own company dare to offend such a big shot? He was just the owner of a small media company. He had no time to curry favor with such a big shot. Moreover, it was time to renew the lease. If something went wrong at this time, his company would most likely face bankruptcy. Manager Pan, where is Mr. Chu now? Zhou Tong asked tremblingly. Pan Ping shook his head. I don't know where Mr. Chu is either. The most important thing for you now is to delete this video, then go to Mr. Chu to apologize and beg for his forgiveness. Otherwise, even the King of Heaven can't save you. The reason why he had this attitude toward Zhou Tong was because he had received many benefits from him over the years. If it were someone else, he would have kicked him out long ago. Zhou Tong suddenly realized what was going on and quickly ran out of the office. As for the man called Ze, he was chatting with his 20 online friends and making an appointment to meet at a hotel. Luo Hao, get out here now, you little bastard. Everyone in the company was shocked and lowered their heads when they saw the angry Zhou Tong. They had been in the company for more than a year, but had never seen the boss get so angry. Boss Luo Hao was in the lounge. Hearing that Luo Hao was still in the lounge, Zhou Tong became even more furious. Rest! He dares to rest! When they arrived at the lounge, Zhou Tong kicked the door open with one foot, which really scared Luo Hao. Looking at his boss, he immediately showed a flattering smile. Boss, what brings you here? Bang! Without saying a word, Zhou Tong kicked Luo Hao in the stomach. Luo Hao curled up on the ground with a distorted face, looking at his angry boss in fear. Boss, why did you kick me? I don't think I have offended you. Zhou Tong laughed coldly. Didn't offend me, but you offended someone that even I don't dare to offend. Do you know who that person is in the short video you posted today? That's the owner of this office building. How dare you offend such a person? Even I have to kneel down and call him daddy in front of him. Chapter 53. I don't want to see those three people again. Do you understand? Luo Hao was stunned, his lifeless eyes widened. The owner of this office building? Even the boss has to call this person dad? That shabby-dressed kid actually has such a prominent background? Delete the video now and make the whole story public, Zhou Tong said angrily. Luo Hao's face turned pale all of a sudden, and he begged for mercy. Boss, if this happens, everything will be ruined. Wouldn't all the efforts I made to improve the image of those fans be in vain? Zhou Tong grabbed his collar and said viciously, Your image is worthless. If you offend Mr. Chu, he can make me get out with just one word. Your image is worthless. If you keep talking nonsense to me, I will strip you naked and throw you on the street. And later you will come with me to apologize to Mr. Chu. You must get Mr. Chu's forgiveness, whether you kneel or use any other method. Luo Hao collapsed to the ground helplessly, his eyes dulled. He had completely understood that his career as an internet celebrity was completely over. Including the other two people in his team, all the works and status of their accounts are banned at the moment. As a company account, they have this right, and it is clearly written in the contract. Moreover, the company had a firm grasp on the ugly things they did behind their backs, and they dared not resist. After the video was deleted, many people were confused, but soon another apology video left Luo Hao's fans dumbfounded. What is a slap in the face? This is a slap in the face. He revealed the whole story, and all his female fans couldn't believe it and continued to support him. This is not true. Z baby, if you feel threatened, just blink. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Z baby is not that kind of person. Is all this planned? Z, are you being threatened? The above scoundrel is really disgusting. It is obvious that the man in the video is of high status. He might have offended the wrong person. Besides, his tone is not good to begin with. The dark circles under his eyes are exactly the same as Mr. Shinshu's. Of course, a war of foul language broke out under the above comment. At this time, Chunin knew nothing about this matter, but soon Lu Yashuan sent the video to him. Lu Yashuan. Chunnan, look, those guys really posted the video and even made up a story saying that you bullied them. These people are too shameless. Chunan, who had not cared at all, looked unhappy after seeing the video. He didn't like unnecessary hats in the first place, and the video was processed later. So his original voice had been completely eliminated, and the voice speaking in the video was not his own. But the next moment, Lu Yashuan sent another message. Wait a minute, that guy sent another apology video. He has deleted the previous video. It's really weird. What on earth is this guy trying to do? The video was deleted? Posted another apology video? But just when he was wondering, Pan Ping called. Hello, Mr. Chu. Sorry to bother you. It's okay. Tell me what's going on? Chunin originally thought it was a problem with the tenant renewing the lease, but when he learned that Pan Ping was here to tell him about the short video, his expression became extremely strange. He didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence in the world. The man with dark circles under his eyes turned out to be an internet celebrity under one of the media companies in his office building, and he just happened to offend him, the big boss. Then this explains why he deleted the video. As for the fact that the two of them were on their way to apologize to him, Chunin didn't take it to heart at all. After the two hung up the phone, about half an hour later, Zhou Tong and Luo Hao finally arrived at the door of the villa. The two were completely dumbfounded when they saw this huge villa, and the maid outside the villa made Luo Hao even more excited. Such a large villa would cost at least hundreds of millions, and a super luxurious villa like a mountaintop villa might not be affordable without a certain status and identity. Zhou Tong was even more frightened at this time. Big shots like him were usually moody and unpredictable. Seeing such a luxurious villa, Zhou Tong felt even less confident and said viciously, You little bastard, I'm really going to be killed by you this time. Ding dong. The maid in the villa quickly came over and asked in confusion, Who are you looking for? Zhou Tong immediately put on a flattering smile. My lady, May I ask if Mr. Chu is home? The maid immediately understood that the two men were here to see the boss. Wait a moment, I'll check with the boss. Zhou Tong smiled and nodded quickly. It wasn't long before the door of the villa opened. When they saw Chu Nan, they trembled even more. Zhou Tong immediately stepped forward to apologize and said, Mr. Chu, this is an apology gift for you. I am really sorry that my men have offended you. Then he kicked Luo Hao again. Luo Hao knelt down in front of Chu Nan, begging for mercy with a sad face. Mr. Chu, I was blind and didn't know it was you. Please forgive me. I beg you to forgive me. Damn it. Bang. I am guilty. Bah. As he said that, Luo Hao slapped himself a few times. You should know that Luo Hao himself has no special ability. He became a small internet celebrity, mainly relying on his good looks. Before being packaged by the company, he was just a young man with nothing. If he stopped being an internet celebrity, Luo Hao really didn't know what he could do. After experiencing the huge profits made by internet celebrities, he simply looked down on working for someone else. Even if he wanted to find another company, no company would want him once they knew he had offended a big shot like Chu Nan. Really? I remember you said that yesterday. Didn't you want me to see how powerful internet celebrities are? Where did your previous arrogance go? Chu Nan said with a smile, looking at Luo Hao in front of him as if he was looking at a jumping clown. Luo Hao knelt on the ground and trembled. He was incoherent and didn't know what to say for a moment. If you have done something wrong, you must pay the price. Chu Nan seemed to have sentenced him to death. He turned his head and looked at Zhou Tong coldly and said, I don't want to see those three people again. Do you understand? Yes. I understand. Zhou Tong nodded, then hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously. Then Mr. Chu, about the renewal of the lease. Chu Nan glanced at him calmly and said, Don't worry, I won't take my anger out on you. The lease renewal will be as planned. Take this person away. I don't want to see him. Under Chu Nan's judgment, Luo Hao was dragged out of the villa like a dead dog. At this time, his career was completely cut off. Perhaps no company would dare to sign him in the future. Moreover, there was a huge penalty for breach of contract in the contract. It was obvious that Luo Hao's future would be dark. Chapter 54, Yi Chun. Hurry up. Where's your Yi Yasuo? Be happy. Looking at the death of his teammates, Chu Nan angrily cursed them as idiots. This teammate's Yasuo is not happy at all. He didn't even use E in front of the row of soldiers. Yasuo without E is not happy. Happy win man, cannot be without E even if the score is 0-20. Under the leadership of his teammates, Chu Nan's crystal exploded successfully. Fuck, what a bunch of scumbags. Seeing the game end, Chu Nan suddenly felt that he had nothing to do. He had been bored at home these days and was tired of playing games or playing games with his mates. It seems that Chu Nan, who has become rich, has lost his goals. At this time, Chu Nan's cell phone rang. Hello, are you Mr. Chu? I am. Who are you? Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the president of the Piano Association. Because the international piano competition will start tomorrow, I need you to come to the Piano Association to handle some formalities. From the Piano Association? The old man who came to the door before seemed to be from the Piano Association. However, when he heard that the international piano competition would start tomorrow, his lazy eyes suddenly became bright. This might be a good way to pass the time. If Li Hongyi knew that in Chu Nan's eyes, the international piano competition was just a form of entertainment, I wonder if he would faint from anger. In the eyes of these people, the piano competition is sacred. I don't know how many people go there just to get the favor of Master Griffin. Of course, Chu Nan didn't know who Master Griffin was, nor did he want to know. As long as it could bring him some fun, that was enough. After a brief understanding, Chu Nan hung up the phone, changed his clothes, and drove his Lamborghini to the Piano Association. The Piano Association is in a place called Rose Manor, which is rented by Li Hongyi and Mr. Zhong. However, with their status and position, it is not difficult to rent this manor. At this time, the place was already full of people, most of whom were outstanding pianists who had passed the screening and were qualified to participate in the piano competition. Of course, there are some people who have reached the required level, but have other purposes. For example, some female pianists want to get to know the rich second generation among them. There are quite a lot of luxury cars out there, such as Porsche, Jaguar, Maserati, and there are a wide variety of luxury cars out there. The most dazzling one was a young man named Yi Chun. He was 1.8 meters tall and extremely dazzling in a suit. His handsome face and gentlemanly manners immediately attracted most of the female pianists. Among the younger generation in Huaqing, Yi Chun is a prominent figure, an outstanding young man in Huaqing, and a prodigy in the piano circle. In the eyes of people here, he's the only one who has a chance of winning the championship this time. With Master Yi participating in the competition, I'm afraid we have no chance of winning. If Master Yi comes out, then the champion must be Master Yi. When Master Yi sang the song Falling Leaves, I don't know how many people were shocked. Even Master Zhong looked at Master Yi with new eyes. Yi Chen did not take Feng Cheng's words seriously. He was not proud. On the contrary, he did not like people who flattered him. Those so-called beauties of heaven who approached him were just ordinary women in his eyes. Before this, he had asked Mr. Zhong whether there were any powerful people participating in the competition this time. Of course, he did not hold out any hope before this, because in his opinion, no one in the piano circle in Huaqing could match him. But what was unexpected was that he heard from Mr. Zhong about a young man whom even Mr. Zhong admired, which shocked Yi Chen. Such high praise for a young generation of Hall of Fame pianists actually came from Mr. Zhong's mouth. There are only a handful of Hall of Fame pianists in the entire world, perhaps no more than 10. And the one that Mr. Zhong mentioned is only in his 20s, which means he is the same age as himself. Chun Nan, since you have received such high praise from Mr. Zhong, why are you so unknown in the entire circle? This is what makes Yi Chen feel most puzzled. This person's name is unknown in the entire upper-class circle and has never been heard of. When did such a person appear in Huaqing? Suddenly, at this moment, there was a commotion among the crowd. Fuck, look at that car. Isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? It's a limited edition, top-of-the-line luxury car that only a few of them exist in the entire country. Hearing this, everyone looked outside, and sure enough, they were deeply attracted by the cool sound and the cool car model. What kind of car is the Lamborghini Veneno? It's a Lamborghini, right? I remember Lamborghini only costs a few million. Do you have to be so shocked? One of the ignorant people spoke casually. However, everyone around him sneered and looked at the man with contempt. An ordinary Lamborghini is indeed not worth our efforts, but this Lamborghini Veneno is a limited edition, priced at 80 million, and there are no more than 3 people in the country who own this car. Hiss! Some people who didn't understand before took a deep breath, and the person who had spoken so arrogantly before lowered his head in shame and left in a hurry. Could it be that the people in the car are also contestants in this piano competition? Those were gold diggers who came for the rich second generations, and their eyes were shining as they looked at the car. This is the real rich second generation. The luxury car priced at 80 million is enough to kill all the young talents here in seconds. But when they saw the person getting out of the car, they were dumbfounded. Chapter 55. I'm afraid of pain. A simple white vest, casual shorts, and a pair of flip-flops on his feet. The most important thing is that the clothes on this man are all common street goods, and the flip-flops on his feet probably cost only a dozen yuan a pair. Everyone stood there in astonishment, staring blankly at the strangely dressed man. Everyone here takes dressing up seriously and wears suits and dresses, unlike the man in front of me. In an instant, these people's impression of Chu Nan dropped to the lowest point. Everyone's face looked unhappy. This person was simply insulting the Piano Association. He was dressed like this in such a serious and sacred place. Chunin took a quick glance at the manor and thought it was it. He dialed the number. Hey, Mr. Lee, I'm here, but there are too many people here. Can you come pick me up? Convenient. Convenient, Mr. Chu. Please wait a moment. The people around couldn't stand Chu Nan's arrogant look, and everyone had a look of disgust on their face. Who on earth is this person? He actually dresses like this in this kind of occasion. He has no gentlemanly manners at all. Could it be that this kind of person was also invited by Elder Zhong and Chairman Li? I doubt whether this guy can play the piano. His temperament is no different from that of a gangster. He's coming. He's coming. These people all had a look of disdain on their faces, and they all made way for Chu Nan, as if they were disdainful of associating with him. The girls before also shook their heads in disappointment. Although they worshipped money, Chu Nan's image really did not arouse their interest. Although he could easily outshine these young, wealthy men, it was too inappropriate to be dressed like this in such an occasion. However, there was one person in the crowd who was looking at Chu Nan with interest. That is Yi Chen. This was the first time he had met such an interesting person. He also had no good feelings towards the hypocritical people here. These people were just hypocrites on the surface. They were all so arrogant and self-righteous, thinking themselves superior to others, and some were fawning on him, which really made him feel sick. An old man from upstairs hurried down the stairs. The people around widened their eyes when they saw it. Oh shit, isn't this President Lee? Even Yi Chen was a little surprised. Mr. Lee could be said to be a leading figure in their field, but why was he in such a hurry? Could it be that some important person is coming? The next scene made them completely dumbfounded. Li Hongyi held Chu Nan's hand and said with a smile, "Mr. Chu, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Let's talk upstairs." The air froze in an instant, and the originally noisy scene became silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The expressions on their faces were all frozen, and their eyes were wide open as if their eyeballs were about to fall out. Did they see something wrong? Mr. Li came down in such a hurry just for such a young man, or the person they despised before, who they thought couldn't even play the piano. Chu Nan nodded naturally, as if all this was as it should be. Watching Mr. Li and Chu Nan walk up the stairs, they all stood there in a daze, their minds blank. "Pa!" A loud slap was heard. "Why the hell did you hit me?" The man who was hit shouted angrily, covering his burning penis. "Does it hurt?" "Of course it hurts. Are you fucking crazy? Since you are in pain, then I am not dreaming." The man was speechless and roared. "Then why don't you hit yourself?" "I'm afraid of pain." The people around were speechless at the sight of these two strange people, but they still couldn't believe that the sloppily dressed man was actually invited up by Mr. Li. And he seemed very polite, as if this person was of extraordinary status in Mr. Li's mind. Mr. Li, he is a figure like a mountain and a North Star, and even they all respect him very much and always behave humble when meeting him. What's more, Mr. Li is a first-class piano master. Although he is still some distance away from the Hall of Fame level, he is not far away either. How many Hall of Fame pianists are there in the world today? But such an unattainable person in their eyes was actually treated like this by a junior. This was the most ridiculous thing in the world. What is the identity of that person? Even if Mr. Li has a prominent family background, he would not do this unless his piano skills have reached a level that even Mr. Li would be amazed. Otherwise, even if the person has a prominent family background, Mr. Li still won't fall for it. But is it really possible for someone of this age to achieve this? Even in this crowd, even Yi Chun, who was the only possible person, couldn't do this, and Yi Chun's identity was not simple. The prince of the Yi group, worth tens of billions, is the leading enterprise in Huaqing. Such an identity is already extremely honorable. No one noticed the expression on Yi Chun's face at this time. Perhaps he understood why he was treated like this by Mr. Li. Could it be the mysterious young man mentioned by Mr. Zhong? Is it Chu Nan? Chapter 56. 1 year's time. Who was that person just now? He is actually qualified to have Elder Li come down to greet him. Could this person have some monstrous origin? Impossible. Elder Li is not the kind of person who cares about family background. Unless this person's musical attainments are so great that even Elder Li admits he is inferior to him. This? Impossible? How old does this guy look? He is only in his 20s. Even if he has been practicing piano since he was born, he can't surpass Mr. Li. Everyone shook their heads. If they were as good as Mr. Li at this age, then they were just practicing the piano like dogs. No matter what, we'll see what's going on. I want to see what kind of person is capable of making Elder Li come to greet him personally. Most people don't have a very good impression of Chu Nan. They don't feel the same temperament in Chu Nan. But there was one person in the crowd who remained silent, and that was Yi Chun. He was basically certain that the man was Chu Nan. Such interesting people were really rare. But was this man really as exaggerated as Mr. Zhong said? If the rumor about a legendary pianist in his 20s were spread out, most people would probably just treat it as a joke. But since it was said by Mr. Zhong, the truth of the rumor is beyond doubt. Yi Chun smiled. He wanted to see what kind of ability this Chu Nan had to receive such high praise from Mr. Zhong. "Nice to meet you again, Mr. Chu." Mr. Zhong smiled when he saw Chu Nan. As for the other old men, they also smiled and didn't care much about Chu Nan's clothes. They were just going through the motions this time. Who knew that those little bastards below would be so formal? Compared to them, they preferred Chu Nan's carefree personality, which is more friendly. Moreover, his achievements in playing the musical instrument are among the best. Wrong. It cannot be said that there are only a handful of them. I am afraid that there are basically no people in the whole country who can possess such superb piano skills as Chu Nan. "Mr. Chu, how long have you been learning piano?" Their main purpose this time was to record some information, and by the way, it was also a gathering for pianists in Huaqing to get to know each other. "Less than a month," Chu Nan said casually without thinking too much at first. Puff! This scared the old men a lot. How is it possible to reach a top-level level in just 1 month? Mr. Chu really loves to joke. For ordinary people, it is considered good if they can get started after practicing for a month. If they can reach this level after practicing for 1 month, they will swear that they will never touch the piano again in their life. "Mr. Chu, you really like to joke. How is it possible in 1 month?" Li Hongyi said with a smile. They didn't know that Chu Nan had only touched the piano twice since he acquired his talent, and had basically no practice. But there is no way around it. Expert-level talent is so terrifying that all the music theory knowledge is in Chu Nan's mind. Chu Nan then realized that he had exaggerated a bit, and thought for a while. About a year. 1 year. The atmosphere in the room froze instantly, and the expressions on several people's faces froze instantly, and they looked at Chu Nan as if they had seen a ghost. A look of shock appeared on Li Hongyi's face, and his hand holding the pen couldn't help shaking. 1 year's time was comparable to that of a top-level master. He once did not believe that there were evil spirits in this world, until he met Chu Nan. All right, this is a real monster. He has reached this level in just 1 year. I am afraid Chu Nan is the only one in the world who can do this. No one in this younger generation can compare to Chu Nan. Mr. Chu, what was the name of the piece you played that day? Alive. What a life. In that tune, people are trying to survive under the pressure of today's society. What a great song to live. Mr. Chu, I have another question for you. When did you compose the song To Live? That day, the day when Mr. Zhong visited. Ahem, Mr. Chu really loves to joke. No, I'm not kidding. I just created it on that day. Hiss. Almost at the same time, their expressions were the same, with their eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on their faces. The song created that day took only a few minutes to compose. What kind of amazing talent is needed to achieve this? This song can even be called a classic of a generation. Even they alone cannot create such a song. Of course, the most important reason is that the people playing it are different. Even if they had the music score, they couldn't play it with the charm and liveliness of Chu Nan. Chu Nan's answer once again went beyond their understanding. Li Hongyi and Mr. Zhong looked at each other, and then they all showed a helpless, bitter smile. Perhaps this is what is called a genius. They once did not believe that there really were such geniuses in the world. No matter how extraordinary the talent was, it was impossible to surpass their cognition. But the Chu Nan in front of them was such a person, refreshing their worldview time and time again. They were also extremely curious about Chu Nan's identity. He lived in a villa on the top of a mountain and had such superb piano skills. But why had he remained unknown all along? Chapter 57. Everyone present is garbage. Originally, Chu Nan thought that he was invited alone, but he didn't expect that it was actually a banquet. But since I'm here, and a few elderly people are trying to keep me, I might as well wait until the banquet is over before going back. After the banquet started, no one came up to talk to Chu Nan, and most people looked at him with contempt. Of course, most people were jealous that Chu Nan could be personally welcomed by President Li. Even they had never received such treatment. They didn't even understand why President Li allowed such a person to appear at the banquet. Chu Nan seemed out of place here, but he didn't care too much. If it weren't for the two elders' persuasion, he might not have stayed here. But let's not say the food here tastes pretty good. Chu Nan's eating manners were very casual, unlike other people who cared about their image and took small bites. If you wanted to eat, just eat as much as you wanted. Why be so hypocritical? If you act like a male chauvinist and are shy, people who don't know would think you came back from Thailand. Why can such a person attend a banquet on this occasion? Is this guy really a contestant like us? I don't see any artistic temperament in him at all. Do you think that President Li and Mr. Zhong were deceived? This shouldn't be possible, right? Who are the president and Mr. Zhong? How could they be deceived so easily? Moreover, these people are people who have come to visit and their strength has been tested, and the strength of those who can be here is unquestionable. But seeing Chu Nan's appearance, they really doubted whether this guy could play the piano. There is a piano in the middle of the hall. From time to time, someone would go up to play a song, and most of the people below would praise it. Li Hongyi and Mr. Zhong, who were upstairs, also smiled. There are quite a few outstanding young talents in watching. But it's a bit too much for these 30-something old guys to steal the limelight from a few little brats. But doesn't Mr. Chu plan to go up and show off his strength? I think these people have a deep opinion of Mr. Chu. After a moment of silence, Li Hongyi said leisurely, maybe Mr. Chu doesn't care about these things at all. Old Zhong also fell silent. From his interactions with Chu Nan and his behavior at the banquet, Chu Nan had always been in a relaxed and contented state. He cared about everything around him, even the looks of those people. I'm afraid no one in today's young generation can compare with this mentality. Chu Nan was enjoying the delicious food alone, while the people around the piano were enjoying being watched by the crowd. Listening to the music, Chu Nan shook his head. The standard was there, but the emotions were too stiff, as if it was a song played by a machine. Such music may sound beautiful to outsiders, but to Chu Nan's ears it is no different from mechanical sounds. Wang Yu on the stage was originally enjoying the cheers of the crowd, but when his gaze shifted to one of them, his face gradually became gloomy. What did that person mean by shaking his head? He shook his head repeatedly after he finished playing. Could it be that his music was so unbearable to his ears? What qualifications does he have to attend this banquet? He even felt that Chu Nan's appearance was an insult to the banquet. He didn't understand why such a person could be personally greeted by Mr. Li, and they are contestants of the same level as them. Hey, what do you mean by shaking your head just now? Are you dissatisfied with the performance just now? Wang Yu looked at Chu Nan with contempt. Everyone also looked over when they heard this. Oh, it turned out to be him? The people who were originally curious now had expressions of contempt and disgust on their faces. Is this guy really a pianist like them? This guy has been eating since the banquet started, and he is still eating now. Is he a big eater? Hey, did you hear Master Wang Yu talking to you? Someone nearby asked dissatisfiedly. But these people seemed to be like air. Everyone's faces looked unhappy. What did this guy mean? Was he ignoring them? When Chu Nan finished the last piece of food in his hand, he glanced at Wang Yu indifferently. Well, your performance is really rubbish. The people who were originally talking were all stunned at this moment. What did he just say? Saying Wang Yu's performance was rubbish? You have to know that Wang Yu is a well-known piano master in Huaqing, respected by many people, although he is slightly inferior to Yi Chen present. But it's definitely not garbage level. How dare you? Do you know who Master Wang Yu is? How could someone like you appear at this banquet? How shameless! How arrogant! You are not worthy of being with us. Get out! Get out! Right! Get out! Wang Yu stood on the high platform and looked at Chu Nan arrogantly, as if he was looking at a tiny ant. How could a mere junior be so arrogant? At this age, who else could compare to him except Yi Chen? However, Chu Nan's eyes were deep and solemn. He glanced at the people in the venue and sighed deeply. I take back what I said before. Now I think all of you here are garbage. Chapter 58. This kid is a monster. The loud and clear sound echoed throughout the hall. When Chu Nan said this, his eyes were so natural, as if in his eyes the level of these people was indeed just garbage. You're the fucking rubbish. Your whole family is rubbish. You are a frog in a well. You don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Who do you think you are? Master Griffin? Even Master Griffin isn't as arrogant as you. You are a vulgar person. You are not worthy to be with us. Since you think our playing is rubbish, go up and play a song if you dare. If you play better than us, I will admit that I am rubbish. That's right, that's right. If you have the ability, speak with your strength. Everyone's eyes were on Chu Nan, who had now been pushed to the top of the wave. The faces of Mr. Zhong and Li Hongyi upstairs also looked a little strange. Isn't this Mr. Chu a little too arrogant? After hearing what Li Hongyi said, Mr. Zhong smiled and said, if you and I were as good as him at our age, we would probably be even more arrogant than him. 2. It is close to the hall level, or maybe Chu Nan has already reached the hall level. They are not clear about Chu Nan's true strength. It only took a few minutes to create the song, To Live, and he created a classic. No one knows how much truth there is in Chu Nan's words. Is it true or false? But he does have the power to be arrogant. Yi Chen's opinion of Chu Nan also changed. What right did he have to say this with such confidence? Why was he so arrogant? Did he really have such strength? They are right. Only those who have proven themselves with their strength are qualified. Chu Nan showed a mocking smile on his face. Today I will show you that there are always people who are better than you. I have the strength to shut your mouth. Everyone was so angry that they gnashed their teeth. If Chu Nan didn't have that ability, then they would definitely let him know why the flowers were so bright. Chu Nan walked to the piano. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looking at the black and white piano keys, he closed his eyes and sorted out his thoughts. If you want to play it, just play it. Why are you pretending? Could it be that this guy can't play the piano at all? It's unlikely. All of us have been tested. I don't think this guy has the ability to do it. I'm afraid he doesn't even have the courage to play the piano now. Chu Nan didn't care about the ridicule from the crowd at all. He wanted to make those who lost admit their defeat sincerely. Technically, these people are so poor, it would be better to have a galloping, stormy tune. Finally, Chu Nan opened his eyes and smiled confidently. On the balcony, Elder Zhong and Li Hongyi both widened their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. Could it be that in such a short time he had... When the clear and powerful sound of the piano rang out. After that, 10 fingers danced on the piano keys, and the phantoms were so numerous that even the human eye could not follow them. Everyone looked horrified and looked towards Chu Nan. Looking at those 10 fingers that were too hard to see clearly, everyone felt their scalps tingling. How confident must he be in himself to be able to achieve such a speed of hands and change of melody? The mocking voices from before had disappeared without a trace. Everyone's face was filled with horror. Their pupils kept twitching, and their faces turned red. As for the few people who had mocked Chunan before, they fled the venue in shame. If they continued to stay, they would be the only ones to be embarrassed. Wang Yu opened his mouth, and it seemed as if a stone was stuck in his throat. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he was so shocked that he couldn't recover for a long time. Is this the standard for this age? Just ask yourself, who at this age can reach such a level? No one in the world today can reach it. Even compared with Yi Chun and the man who is playing the song, the gap between the two is like a chasm that cannot be crossed. As the melody changes, the expressions on their faces change accordingly, and their emotions change along with the melody. Chunan, standing on the high platform, was rising like a dazzling star. Mr. Zhong and Li Hongyi's faces flushed, and the old lady's body as sturdy as a pine or cypress could not help but tremble. They were excited, thrilled, and even a little frightened. Artistic conception. Chunan performed a kind of artistic conception. Under the sound of the piano, it seemed as if all of their clothes were wet by the rain, and everyone below was immersed in it for a long time, unable to extricate themselves. Only the masters of the highest caliber can bring out the artistic conception, which is why there are so few of them. Even a beautiful piano can heal the pain in people's hearts. There is no doubt that Chunan in front of him has already reached the top level of piano playing. It's not just close to it, but the real top level of piano playing. 21 years old. They couldn't imagine how shocking it would be to the world if the news of this 21-year-old legendary pianist got out. The corners of Li Hongyi's mouth were bitter and a little decadent. This kid is a monster. Chapter 59. The so-called fingertip universe. The hall-level standard is the threshold that many people dream of. Some people are even stuck at this threshold throughout their lives and cannot bring out this kind of artistic conception. If those old guys knew about this, I'm sure they would just bang their heads against the wall and die. Basically, none of the world's known Hall of Fame pianists have reached this level before the age of 40. These people dare not imagine being under 40, and they even think it is impossible for such a person to exist. But now such people have appeared. Not only is he under 40, but he has already reached the top level at the age of 21. Since Mr. Chu is at such a level, what is the point of him participating in the international competition this time? At his current level, he doesn't even need Master Griffin's guidance. For fame, it doesn't look like he is that kind of person. As long as Chunan proves his level, he will be invited by countless people to play the piano, and he may even become a world-famous figure overnight. The network of contacts of piano masters like this one is unimaginable. Today's Master Griffin has even played the piano for the queen of a certain country. Elder Zhong looked at Chunan and recalled the state that Chunan had always presented in their eyes. He said bitterly, perhaps in his eyes, this international competition is just a pastime. Pastime? Li Hongyi's heart suddenly shook. From the mentality that Chunan showed from beginning to end, it seemed that he didn't take this competition seriously at all. Thinking of this, Li Hongyi also shook his head and looked at the man below with a complicated expression. In his eyes, the World Series is just a pastime. Perhaps Chunan is the only person in the world who would treat a competition that everyone takes seriously as a pastime. Chunan was playing his own music on the stage with ecstasy and seemed to be completely immersed in it. Everyone in the audience who had mocked Chunan before now blushed and turned pale, and Wang Yu even lowered his head in shame. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. Who is he? When did such a monster appear in Huaqing? However, if they knew that Chunan had only been learning the piano for more than a month, I wonder what expressions would appear on these people's faces. Such exquisite skills are no longer in the same field as them. Yichen looked a little strange and looked at Chunan, who was playing music on the stage with fear. Mr. Zhong was right. This is a dark horse, an unexpected monster. He was no longer on the same level as them. He had the honor of listening to a performance by a master of the highest caliber once, and the artistic conception was exactly the same as what Chunan was performing at this moment. Is he a master of the hall level? His voice was trembling a little, but he was almost certain in his heart that the person of the same age as him on the stage was already a top-notch pianist. The gap between them was like an insurmountable chasm. Even if Yi Chun was given another 3 or 4 years, he would not be able to reach Chunan's level. Yi Chun, who had always been proud, finally felt a sense of frustration and looked a little depressed. He originally thought that no one in Huacheng could compare to him. He was the only unique one with talent. Even Chu Nan, who was in the air before by Old Zhong, would not have such a big gap between them. But this time, he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly and completely, without any complaints. He really wanted to know what Chu Nan had been through to become a world-class piano master at such a young age. At the end, the melody suddenly accelerated, and everyone looked at the phantom fingers and smiled bitterly. They lost completely. They're the real clowns. Chu Nan had already killed them in seconds. Even if they were given a few years, they might not be able to catch up. Perhaps in the other party's ears, the songs they played were just rubbish. Although Chu Nan is a little arrogant, others have the capital to be arrogant, and they are convinced. After the song was finished, Chu Nan glanced at the people around him. After seeing those deep eyes, everyone lowered their heads and their faces flushed. It seems that my level is a little bit ahead of yours, but this strength should be enough to kill you in seconds. Chu Nan said lightly. Is it a little bit or a billion bit? If it was just a little bit, looking at the subtle gap between Chu Nan's fingertips, everyone smiled bitterly. Maybe this is the fingertip universe? Even that little bit is a gap they cannot cross. Are you convinced or not? Chu Nan's aggressive tone did not cause any disgust among the two elders upstairs. On the contrary, in the eyes of the two elders, these people had it all their own fault. From the moment Chu Nan stepped into the banquet, they saw through Chu Nan. These people considered themselves to be noble and disdained to communicate with Chu Nan, and even felt that his presence was a disgrace to the banquet. Clothes. Everyone said this word dejectedly, as if they had used up all their strength and their bodies were shaking. As for those who admitted that they were trash, they had already left the scene in shame. Wang Yu walked forward and used all his strength to finally apologize to Chu Nan. But Chu Nan just glanced at him indifferently and then left the banquet. There was nothing good to stay here. Chapter 60. Dad, do you believe that there are evildoers in this world? When the party was over, most people had left. The expressions on everyone's faces were extremely lonely. After suffering a blow from Chu Nan, the two elders were probably worried about the state of these people in the subsequent competitions. Mr. Li, Mr. Zhong. Yichen looked at the two men and greeted them respectfully before leaving. Xiao Yi, everyone has left. Why aren't you leaving yet? Li Hongyi asked puzzledly. After the banquet, most people did not choose to stay. After greeting the two elders, they left one after another. After a moment of silence, Yichen asked, who exactly is Chu Nan? He is already a master-level player at such a young age. Why has no one in the entire Flower City heard of this person's name? The two elders also shook their heads. Elder Zhong said, we don't know who Mr. Chu is. Before this, we didn't expect that there would be such a person in Huacheng. However, Mr. Chu's identity may not be simple. He lives in a mountaintop villa in the Sky Garden. A mountaintop villa with a sky garden? Yi Chen's expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered. It was not surprising that someone who could afford a Lamborghini Venom would live in that kind of place. But what is puzzling is that since Chu Nan has such strength, it stands to reason that he cannot be unknown in their circle. Could he be from another city? He couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He had originally wanted to learn some news about Chu Nan from the two elders. But now it seemed that even the two elders didn't know Chu Nan very well. Xiao Yi, there is no need to be discouraged. You may become a hall-level master in the future. At least now you are a leader among your peers. Li Hongyi was afraid that Yi Chen would be devastated by the blow he suffered today, so he comforted him earnestly. Yi Chen is still a very good seedling. Even if he cannot become a hall-level master in the future, he can still become a first-class pianist like them. You two elders, there is no need to comfort me. Chu Nan is right. There are always people better than you. I was too narrow-minded before. Yi Chen said with a wry smile. The two of them also sighed. The gap between the two was indeed difficult to cross. It's getting late. I won't disturb you two anymore. Yi Chen said goodbye and left Rose Manor. After looking at Yi Chen's back, the two elders looked at each other, speechless for a moment, and didn't know what to say. They hoped that this kid Yi wouldn't suffer too much of a blow. After returning home, Yuan saw his son coming back and asked, did you see the two elders? Yi Chen nodded, sat on the sofa in a daze, and looked up at the chandelier above his head. Yuan also noticed that something was wrong with his son and frowned. Strangeness. How come this kid was so absent-minded after visiting Rose Manor, as if he had lost his soul? It was the first time he saw his son look like this. Did something happen? Yuan asked with concern. Yi Chen sighed, looked at his father and asked, Dad, what do you think of my achievements in the field of piano? You are very talented. At least no young talent in Huaqing can compare with you. Did you meet someone in Rose Manor? Yuan continued to ask. Could it be that there is someone in Huaqing who is more talented than his son? That shouldn't be possible, right? If it really existed, the news should have spread in the piano circle in Huaqing a long time ago. Yichen smiled bitterly and said, Yes, I have encountered a gap that I may not be able to overcome in this lifetime. A master pianist in his 20s, Dad. Do you believe there are evildoers in this world? Yuan became even more agitated at this moment. He stood up directly, widened his eyes, and looked in disbelief. A legendary pianist in his 20s? Does this really exist in the world? A legendary pianist, such a famous master, has a very high status even in the whole world. Moreover, the youngest Hall of Fame pianists in the world today, including those in the past, all achieve this level after the age of 40. That's simply unimaginable in my 20s. Are you serious? Are there really such legendary pianists in their 20s? Yi Wen's voice was trembling. Of course, other people would feel the same way. Once such a thing is said, few people would believe it. The reason why Yi Wen believed it was because these words came from his own son's mouth. He brought out the artistic conception. Yi Chen said, Hiss. Yi Wen took a deep breath and sat down on the sofa. His eyes looked a little confused, just like Yi Chen's. Artistic conception. The artistic conception. Anyone who can play out the artistic conception is most likely a top-notch pianist. When did such a terrifying person appear in Huaqing? He had never heard of him before. He heard Chu Nan's name from his son, but he had no impression of this name at all. Moreover, the other party actually bought the mountaintop villa in the Sky Garden, which was enough to prove that the other party's status was not ordinary. But why has it remained silent all this time? Seeing his son's lifeless eyes, Yi Wen felt distressed. In his eyes, his son was a child of destiny. At least no one in Huaqing could compare to him. In the field of piano, he was favored by countless people. But now that such a person has emerged, it has dealt a huge blow to his son. Chun Nan. It seems that there is no one with the surname Chu among the wealthy nobles today. Chapter 61. No comparison, no gap. After Chu Nan finished washing up, he said to Zhou Ying at the dining table, You will go out with me later. Zhou Ying looked at him with some confusion. Where are you going? Come with me to pick out some clothes. The international competition starts today, so we should dress a little more formally. Chu Nan was also a man who knew his limits. If he continued to look so casual when participating in the competition, it is estimated that gossip is inevitable. Of course, Chu Nan himself does not care about people gossiping about him behind his back. This time he is mainly representing the image of Huaqing and the country, so naturally he has to be a little more grand. Zhou Ying nodded. After packing up, Chu Nan drove out the Aston Martin. Zhou Ying widened her eyes. When did you buy a car again? Not long ago. Chu Nan smiled casually. When he drove the Aston Martin out that day, it seemed that Zhou Ying was not at home and naturally didn't know about the car. Zhou Ying said, oh, and complained silently in her heart. It's great to have money. Of course, her salary is not bad now, 30,000 yuan a month. Even if she buys some things every month, she can save more than 20,000 yuan. Such a salary is something she never dared to imagine before. She was also very grateful to Chu Nan. Zhou Ying completed all the tasks in the villa very carefully. Soon after, the two arrived at Rongmao Plaza. After parking the car and entering the mall, there is an Armani on their left. Unless some petty bourgeoisie people, most people will not enter this store. As for the reason, that is, it is expensive. Of course, if it were the Chu Nan in the past, he would not necessarily enter such a store because he was poor and had no money. But now things are different from the past. Even if he wanted to buy all the suits in this store, he had the capital to do so. However, he was not stupid enough to buy so many suits. He didn't know much about suits, so he asked Zhou Ying to come out and accompany him. There are usually not many customers in this kind of store. In the empty shop, there are probably only 5 or 6 people looking at suits. However, clothes like this can cost thousands of dollars just for a shirt, so selling a few pieces a day is enough. Soon the saleslady came up and looked at the two of them politely, smiling and saying, Excuse me, is there anything you two can do for me? Which suits are the more famous ones in your store? Please introduce them to us. Zhou Ying said slowly. Upon hearing this, the salesgirl's eyes suddenly lit up. These two people seemed to be wealthy. Zhou Ying was wearing all Chanel brand clothes and had an extraordinary temperament. The shopping guides had come into contact with people like her many times, and such people were generally not short of money. As for Chu Nan, who was dressed rather plainly, the shopping guide didn't see him clearly. One of the iron rules in their store is not to judge a book by its cover. You know, there are quite a few hidden wealthy people in Huaqing who can guarantee that others are just low-key. So even though Chu Nan's clothes looked like an ordinary person, the shopping guide still treated him as a customer in the store and did not look down on him at all. The shopping guide took them to a more upscale area where Western-style clothes were placed. She introduced the suits in detail to Chu Nan and Zhou Ying, and they both nodded silently. Zhou Ying's eyes shifted to the suit on the left, and she slowly said, "Let's go with that one. Let's try it first." The shopping guide's face lit up with joy. After taking the dress off, he handed it to Zhou Ying. She touched the material of the suit and nodded with satisfaction. "Why don't you try it first?" Zhou Ying asked. Chu Nan had no objection. He took his suit and walked into the dressing room. About 2 minutes passed. When Chu Nan walked out of the changing room, almost everyone in the store focused their attention on him. Even Zhou Ying widened her eyes. The figure and height of his boss are too perfect. When Chu Nan puts on the suit, his whole temperament becomes different. The shopping guide next to her also wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, her heart beating fast. These biceps, these pectoral muscles, and this bare waist. Oh my God! How can there be such a perfect man in this world? And with his height, he looks like a typical domineering president. A fat man's eyes lit up when he saw Chu Nan's suit, and he said to his wife, "Honey, this suit looks good. How about I try it too?" This man's wife has been staring at Chu Nan with her beautiful eyes. This figure and these small pectoral muscles, I love them. But after hearing what her husband said, her face was full of contempt and disgust, and she said bluntly, "Why are you trying? You have the same body shape as others. You just eat all day long at home. If you continue like this, you will become a pig." The fat man's face flushed, and when he saw his wife's infatuated eyes, he suddenly felt green on his head. As the saying goes, there is no gap without comparison. Of course, it is not just this couple. Several other couples also encountered the same situation. They looked at Chu Nan with envy and jealousy. I thought to myself, how nice it would be if I had a figure like this. After Zhou Ying came back to her senses, she asked, "How do you feel?" Chu Nan looked in the mirror and said, "It looks good, but it's a little tight." He raised his hands and puffed out his chest muscles, outlining his explosive body more clearly. The shopping guide at the side was screaming in his heart that he couldn't stand it anymore. "Handsome guy, are you here to buy clothes or to show off your body? Who can resist this?" Zhou Ying on the side couldn't bear it any longer. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chu Nan, as if they were frozen at this moment. "Since you feel it's tight, why don't you try this one?" The shopping guide took out another suit that was similar. Chapter 62. Encounter with Qian Sijia. After changing, Chu Nan moved around a bit, and it was obviously much more convenient than before. "Well, this one is pretty good." "Then this one?" Zhou Ying asked. Chu Nan looked around in the mirror, took a look at the dress he was wearing before, and said, "Pack this one too." The shopping guide was overjoyed and looked a little excited. The total value of the two pieces of clothing was about 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. If the commission was included, he could get more than 1,000 yuan. After arriving at the checkout counter, the shopping guide began to breathe rapidly when he looked at the black gold card that Chu Nan took out. She took the bank card with trembling hands, and after confirming that she had not made a mistake, she was extremely shocked. Citibank black gold card. As expected, she was right. This young man in simple clothes was the real boss. Fortunately, she did not look down on him. Otherwise, her future in this life would most likely be ruined. After leaving Armani, the two of them strolled around casually and bought a pair of leather shoes that cost nearly 10,000 yuan. If it were in the past, Chu Nan would never have been willing to spend that much. But now this 10,000 yuan is like $1, not enough to cause any fluctuation in him. All these things, big and small, cost him nearly 100,000 yuan. It turns out that the happiness of being rich is so simple and unpretentious. More than 100,000 yuan is almost the annual income of some families in Huaqing. The gap between people is so huge. There was nowhere to stay after leaving the mall. He had to reach the venue in 2 hours. After sending Zhou Ying back, he drove towards the Blue Butterfly piano venue. This competition not only attracted pianists from Huaqing, but also famous pianists from all over the country and even from abroad. In the parking lot, luxurious cars are parked there, and there is a circle of security guards guarding the parking lot. There are also some powerful people gathered here. Most of the people who come here to watch are not ordinary people. As for some ordinary people, they just look up from the intersection, their faces full of envy and curiosity. This is the difference. Luxury cars drive through it. Mr. Li and Mr. Zhong at the entrance of the venue were also waiting anxiously. They looked around as if they were looking for someone. President Mr. Zhong. Suddenly, someone called them in a respectful tone. It turns out to be Xiao Yi and Mr. Yi. Li Hongyi said with a smile. Yuan smiled and said, Uncle Li, you are too polite. You should just call me Xiaowen. It's fine for outsiders to call me that, but it seems strange for you to call me that. Li Hongyi and Yi Wen have known each other for a long time. They met each other early because of family relationships. Mr. Li's status in Huaqing is not ordinary. Even Yi Wen is quite afraid of the power behind Mr. Li. In that case, I won't be polite. But since you and your son are here, why don't you go in? Li Hongyi asked puzzledly. Then who are you two waiting for? Yi Chen had actually guessed what the two elders were thinking, but he still asked meaningfully. Elder Zhong and Li Hongyi looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Young man Yi, you should have guessed it. The two of us are naturally waiting for Chunan. I didn't expect that this guy would be so slow to come. Chunan. Yuan narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that the two elders paid so much attention to this young man. He was a little curious about what this young man looked like and what kind of young man could have such a top-notch level at such an age. With such a level, what is the significance of participating in this international competition? It's impossible to become Master Griffin's student. If Master Griffin knew that there was a top-notch pianist in his 20s and watching, I wonder what he would think and what kind of shocked expression he would show. I'm afraid that no one who came to the venue this time would have thought what a shocking scene they would experience, and they would never forget it in their lifetime. Boom, boom, boom. An Aston Martin drove in with a roar, and everyone just paid a little attention to it, and it didn't cause much commotion. After all, although a car like Aston Martin can be considered a luxury car, there are also quite a few luxury cars here. There are even luxury cars that are more expensive than Aston Martin. When Chunan got out of the car, he attracted the attention of the two elders. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chunan's arrival. Because of yesterday's incident, many contestants were hit hard. Some of them applied to withdraw from the competition on the grounds of poor condition. There were originally nearly 200 contestants in Huaqing, but now there are less than 100 left. This is a particular headache for the two elders, but fortunately the protagonist this time is Chunan. They believe that as long as Chunan appears at this venue, the championship will be prepared for Chunan. As for the Hall of Fame pianists of the same age, they didn't believe that there would be another genius like Chunan in the world. It was basically impossible. Yuan looked at the young man in front of him curiously. Fresh appearance? Is this the Chunan that his son mentioned? This child? She exudes a unique temperament from head to toe. Not an ordinary person. We've been waiting for you. Please go into the venue. Mr. Zhong said. Chunan nodded, and just as they were about to enter the venue, a familiar voice suddenly called Chunan. Chunnan? Why are you here? Chen Sijiao walked towards Chunan incredulously. Chapter 63. The Arrogant Chinese. Judging from Chunan's attire, he doesn't seem to be here to watch. Could he be a contestant? After thinking about it, it's impossible. Chunan had never even touched a piano in college. How could he be a contestant? Mr. Chu, do you know this person? Li Hongyi asked doubtfully. Yes, classmate. Chunan looked at Chen Sijia and asked, Why are you here again? Do I even need to ask? Of course I'm here to enjoy this international competition, just like you. Chen Sijia said with a smile. Mr. Zhong stood up and asked tentatively, Are you Qian Jinghao's daughter? Qian Jinghao? The director of the largest pharmaceutical company in Huaqing? Is the girl in front of me the daughter of Sifang Pharmaceutical? Who are you? Qian Sijia looked at the old man in front of her puzzledly. Does this man know her father? Mr. Zhong sighed. I didn't expect you to have grown so big. I remember I held you in my arms when I was a child. I wonder if you still remember that my last name is Zhong. Qian Sijia's pupils suddenly shrank, and she exclaimed, Could it be? You are Grandpa Zhong? Mr. Zhong nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect that the little girl still remembered him. Qian Jinghao was a student back then. He didn't expect that his daughter has grown up now. Time flies so fast. Qian Sijia still clearly remembers that when she was a child, she had an old grandfather who loved her very much. She often saw her father communicating or scolding the old man when she was a child. Grandpa Zhong had been very good to her since she was a child, but later on, due to academic and company reasons, she went abroad for further studies, which lasted for 5 or 6 years. After she came back, she had forgotten about the old man. But I didn't expect to meet you here again. It's all fate. Qian Sijia took Zhong Lao's arm and said with a smile, Grandpa Zhong, I still remember you. You were the best to me when I was a child. Jiejie remembers you. Elder Zhong stroked the hair of the graceful girl in front of him and said with a smile, I haven't seen you since you went abroad. I didn't expect to meet you again in this occasion today. Qian Sijia lowered her head in shame. She didn't remember how good Grandpa Zhong was to her in the past. She had forgotten about it after leaving for a few years. If Grandpa Zhong hadn't mentioned it, she probably wouldn't have thought about it in the future. Okay, old man Zhong, if you want to chat, go inside and do it. We still have to go register Chunan. Li Hongyi said. Register? Register for what? Do the audience here need to register? Can't we just go to the auditorium if we have a ticket? Qian Sijia couldn't help but ask puzzledly. Mr. Zhong smiled and said, Silly girl, Mr. Chu is not a spectator. He is a contestant this time. What? Qian Sijia looked at Chu Nan blankly. This guy is actually a contestant? Can he play the piano? As this guy's classmate in college, he had never seen Chu Nan touch a piano. He only knew that Chu Nan was the president of the Taekwondo club in college. As for the fact that he can play the piano, I'm afraid no one in the class would believe it. She suddenly found it difficult to see through this old classmate in front of her. From knowing that he was the owner of Marriott Hotel at the class reunion to now being a contestant, how much has this guy hidden? Was his ordinary appearance during college just a disguise? Mr. Zhong and Mr. Li took Yi Chun and Chu Nan to register. When the two elders came back, they no longer saw Chu Nan and Yi Chun. Qian Sijia hesitated for a long time, but couldn't help asking, Grandpa Zhong, can Chu Nan really play the piano? Of course, and the level is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Just wait and see, little girl, Mr. Chu will be the biggest dark horse in this game. Old Zhong was looking forward to what expressions Chu Nan and others would show. Since Mr. Zhong has such a high opinion of Chu Nan, this guy is hiding too much. How many secrets does this mysterious old classmate of mine hide? In a huge hall, contestants from all over the world gathered. Each of them is a top-notch pianist. Chu Nan and Yi Chun walked in together, and those who attended the banquet yesterday also came forward. Mr. Yi. Then he looked at Chu Nan a little embarrassedly and said respectfully, Mr. Chu. They were completely convinced by Chu Nan yesterday. This game was no longer important to them because Chu Nan appeared here. Once he comes to power, he will be the brightest planet. Chu Nan also greeted him. Since the other party had humbled himself, he was not the kind of person who liked to make things difficult for him. Chu Nan's attitude is that if you don't offend me, I won't offend others. If you come to provoke me, I'm sorry, but I will let you know what it means to be slapped in the face. We're all family here anyway, so why make things difficult for us? A person from the Pengzi country on the high platform had just finished playing a piece of music. He looked at the person below the stage with contempt and arrogance and said arrogantly, This is called performance. What you just played is only for 3-year-old children. With your level, you still participate in the competition. It seems that the level of your Eastern country is just like this. My country is the race that has inherited excellent bloodline. Chapter 64, Master Griffin. The Chinese man sitting on the piano, his face shiny with grease, looked very arrogant. The person being mocked lowered his head and left the hall in shame. Chu Nan frowned. This is their territory. When will it be the turn of a Chinese person to act so arrogantly here? Who is this person so arrogant? Chu Nan said lightly. Yi Chun said slowly. This man is Cui Jingyu, who is the same age as us and is more advanced than me, but his attitude is really disgusting. What's wrong? Is there no one left? It seems that you guys are just like this. The winner of this competition must be me, so you just follow behind me and be my followers. Choi Young-woo's arrogant look made people grit their teeth in hatred. But there was nothing they could do as their level was indeed not as good as Choi Young-woo, and they had no way to refute it. Cui Jingyu glanced around with disdain and snorted coldly. Seeing that no one refuted, his arrogance became even stronger. At this moment, a cold voice broke the frozen atmosphere. Oh, you said you were the winner this time? How about we make a bet? Chu Nan stood up and looked at the greasy Cui Jingyu with a cold gaze. Suddenly, all eyes around were drawn to him. Those who knew Chu Nan at yesterday's banquet were immediately excited. If it was him, the people from Pengzi country would not be a problem. Oh, who are you? How do you want to fight? From the looks of it, you should be a contestant this time. Why don't you let everyone see your level first? Cui Jingyu's tone revealed deep disdain. He didn't take Chu Nan seriously at all. It was as if he was looking at a tiny ant. But the one standing before him was not the ant he had imagined, but a giant dragon that he could never overcome. Chu Nan showed a provocative smile. I'm afraid you will run away with your tail between your legs after hearing this, so why don't we make a bet? If the winner of this competition is me, then you crawl out of here. If it's you, then I crawl out of here instead. You, do you dare to bet? Everyone in the hall was stunned and gasped. Who is this guy? He is so arrogant. The stakes are too high. Is this guy so confident that he will definitely be the winner? If I were to crawl out of the venue, it would be a lifetime of shame. How shameless of you to say that. Since you want to die, don't blame me. I'm betting with you, but I have another request. If you lose, not only must you crawl out of the venue, but you must also kneel on the ground and call me Dad 3 times. Choi Young-woo said coldly. Dare to provoke him? Then you must bear the consequences. Okay, I promise you, but the same goes for you. Chu Nan said with a smile, as if this matter was insignificant to him, because he knew that this group of Chinese people had no chance of defeating him. Then let's wait and see. Choi Young-woo said coldly and returned to his lounge. Everyone in the hall knew that something interesting was about to happen. But does the person who challenged Choi Young-woo really have such strength? Is he just talking big? Those who didn't know Chu Nan naturally had no idea, but those around were familiar with Chu Nan and had seen Chu Nan's strength all sneered. Arrogant fan, you will never know what a terrifying and evil person the person in front of you is. There is only one legendary pianist in his 20s, Chu Nan, in the world. After a long time, the game finally began. The audience seats at the competition venue were already full. These people were undoubtedly well-known, wealthy, and powerful people in the upper circles of watching. They would not miss this event. As beautiful piano music began to play, an old man walked onto the stage. Everyone's face changed. The contestants became very excited when they saw the old man's face turned red. Even Mr. Zhong and Li Hongyi were no exception. This is a legend, a Hall of Fame pianist, the real man who organized this international competition. Master Griffin. When a weird piano sound was heard, almost everyone's expression changed at this moment, and they all looked at Master Griffin. As the tune reached its climax, everyone closed their eyes and immersed themselves in it. Pictures emerged in their minds one after another. This was the artistic conception. Picture after picture was painted in people's minds, and everyone's face flushed, enjoying this moment, relaxing all over and just wanting to immerse themselves in the music. The contestants in the waiting hall were all immersed in it. To them, Master Griffin was like a god. But among the crowd, there was only one person who kept his eyes open, as if Master Griffin's music had no effect on him. So this is the Hall of Fame pianist? Chu Nan said secretly in his heart. After listening to the performance of Master Griffin, a veteran and legendary pianist, he also discovered some of his own shortcomings. In just such a short period of time, Chu Nan's piano skills improved by leaps and bounds again. This is expert piano talent. Chapter 65. Just wait and call me Dad. This is Master Griffin. I wish I could be as cool as Master Griffin someday. Don't dream. Master Griffin is a world-class pianist. You should know that there are only a few world-class pianists in the world. To become a world-class pianist requires extremely high talent. Only when you can play with such artistic conception can you be considered a world-class pianist. Most of the eyes around were full of admiration, respect, and excitement. The purpose of their trip was to attract the attention of Master Griffin. If they could get the attention of Master Griffin, perhaps they would be able to avoid many detours on the road to piano and gain experience that ordinary people could not get. After the performance, everyone was still not satisfied and couldn't help but sigh at the difference between a Hall of Fame pianist and an ordinary pianist. This kind of artistic conception is something that many people can never achieve in their lifetime. Sure enough, there is still some gap between Mr. Chu and Master Griffin. Master Griffin is more delicate. Liumi siga sincerely. Although both of them can bring out this kind of artistic conception, Chu Nan is still too young after all. Compared with these old-fashioned Hall of Fame figures who have been famous for a long time, he still needs some time to settle down. Grandpa Lee, what are you talking about? There must be a gap between Chu Nan and Master Griffin. Griffin is a Hall of Famer. How could Chu Nan be compared with Master Griffin? Qian Sijia said, as a matter of course. In fact, it is true in the eyes of others. Master Griffin is world-class, and no matter how talented Chu Nan is, he cannot be considered as a Hall of Famer in the eyes of outsiders. Mr. Zhong had always had a question, so he asked, Girl, since you and Chu Nan were college classmates, why do you know so little about him? With Chu Nan's piano skills, he shouldn't be unknown in your school. Grandpa Zhong, you don't know that Chu Nan never touched a piano in college. He was just the president of the Taekwondo club in college. I'm afraid none of our college classmates knew that he could play the piano, and at this level. Qian Sijia answered. Li Hongyi, Zhong Lao, and Yi Wen were dumbfounded. He had never touched a piano in college? Chu Nan had never touched a piano in the past 3 years? Could it be that Chu Nan's statement that he could reach such a level in 1 year was not an exaggeration? Was it true? The two of them once again had a full understanding of Chu Nan's evil talent. Such a terrifying talent was simply unheard of. There are 3 judges below. These judges have participated in large and small competitions and have taken part in world-class competitions like this several times, so they are qualified to serve as judges. As for the one sitting in the seat of honor, it was naturally Master Griffin. His deep green eyes seemed to be able to touch people's hearts just by touching them. He closed his eyes, waiting for the contestant who could bring him some surprises. Finally, the competition began. Undoubtedly, the players at the beginning were under the most pressure. They made frequent mistakes due to their insufficient on-the-spot performance. This was a test of one's mentality. Everyone would be nervous in such an event. They all came here from Master Griffin, and wanting to show off themselves and their skills too much would lead to mistakes. The first contestant was cruelly eliminated and left the stage dejectedly. People in the audience were pointing and talking. These people just wanted to watch the fun and make trouble. Their comments can even hurt people's hearts. After being eliminated, the contestant left the scene in disgrace. The contestants waiting in the hall were all tense. Everyone was very nervous, and there was not a single moment for them to relax. But there was an outlier here. He sat leisurely on the sofa, enjoying the delicious food available in the hall, as if this event had nothing to do with him, and he stayed out of it. Everyone around looked at Chu Nan suspiciously and was very puzzled by Chu Nan's behavior. This is the big brother of international competitions. Can you be a little more serious? You made a bet with others, and you were so relaxed. Do you really think you have already won? The people nearby were also speechless, but it's good to have this mentality. At least you won't be nervous when you go on stage and can perform better. In fact, Chu Nan didn't take it seriously at all. After all, in his opinion, it was just a game for entertainment. Why should he care so much? Besides, he was not focused on the piano. After all, it was just for fun. Only Yi Chun and others knew why Chu Nan was so leisurely, because the other party was a Hall of Fame figure like Master Griffin. Who among those present could compare with Chu Nan? The cheers from outside the stage, the constant sound of pianos, and the judges' comments put layers of pressure on the contestants. Facing the huge crowds, they were still a little uncomfortable. Choi Young-woo, who came out of the lounge, looked down upon the leisurely figure. I'm afraid this person is just bragging. No one will not be nervous when participating in such a large-scale event, unless this person has the strength to crush everyone else, or this person is just going through the motions for this event. In his opinion, Chu Nan belongs to the latter. I thought you could give me some surprises, but now it seems I overestimated you. It's not too late for you to withdraw your bet now, Chui Jingyu said with disdain. On the contrary, Chu Nan seemed to ignore what he said before and grinned. No need, just wait to call me dad. Chapter 66. Choi Young-woo's Strength. Chui Jingyu's face turned pale. He didn't expect Chu Nan to be so ungrateful. The people around him also shook their heads in disappointment. It seemed that this man was just bragging when he made a bet with Choi Young-woo. His pretense would probably be exposed once he got on the stage. You are shameless, so just wait for the fulfillment of your bet. Snort. Chui Jingyu snorted coldly and returned to his locker room again. It was still too early for him to go on the court. Generally, the most talented players were arranged to play at the end. As for Chu Nan, he was even less anxious. He was even behind Chui Jingyu. Once he came on stage, he would probably cause an unprecedented commotion in the entire venue. Yi Chun, contesting Yi Chun, please come on stage. Finally, Yi Chun, who had been waiting for a long time, came on stage. Even he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and walked towards the stage. Young man Yi is on the court, Old Master Zhong said slowly. Yiwen looked at himself under the spotlight, his eyes full of anticipation. Although he knew that the championship of this international competition had nothing to do with his son, he would always regard Yi Chun as his pride. When the sound of the piano rang out, followed by 10 slender fingers dancing on the keys, and the phantoms were dazzling. Everyone in the audience looked at the young man under the spotlight in disbelief. This young man was simply not on the same level as the previous ones, and he was still so young. Who is this person? I'm afraid there is no one like him among his peers. This level of performance is probably enough to rival some well-known pianists. This kid's future is limitless. It makes people wonder what kind of family can raise such an outstanding young person. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, I know who this person is. This is Yi Chun, the son of the chairman of Yi Group. Hiss. There was an uproar at the scene immediately. I didn't expect that the young man performing on the stage had such a shocking background. He was actually the prince of the Yi group. Since it is such a family, it is not surprising. Since Yi Chun is here, is Mr. Yi also in the audience? Many people are looking for Yi Won. It would be a good thing if they could make friends with such a big man. Several judges in the audience looked at Yi Chun, who was performing with great appreciation. They had not seen such an outstanding young man for a long time. With this level of skills, he may become a famous pianist in the future. Master Griffin, who had been closing his eyes, also opened his eyes. He only took a glance and then closed his eyes again, saying 2 words, "Not bad." It seems that there are still some good talents among these contestants. Although Yi Chin's strength is among the best among his peers, Master Griffin thinks he still has some shortcomings. However, it is already very good to have such a level. I hope there will be more players who can surprise him next time. He secretly memorized Yi Chin's name in his heart. After the performance, several judges gave Yi Chin a score of 9 points. None of the contestants who had gone on stage before had scored 9 points. Yi Chin glanced at Master Griffin and finally left the stage. He had also noticed the unusual fluctuations in Master Griffin before, but even so what? The winner this time was unquestionable, and they were all just Chunan's foil. Cui Jingyu looked at Yi Chin solemnly. He didn't expect that there would be such a person among this group of people. His level is indeed extraordinary, but there is still a small gap between him and him. Seeing Yi Chun and Chu Nin sitting together, he suddenly felt unhappy. These 2 people are actually in the same group, but why would a person of this level have such an attitude towards an arrogant person? It seems that Yi Chun respects that person a lot more. Could it be that the boy really has the real talent? Thinking of this, he quickly dismissed his idea. He was just pretending with that lazy attitude, and he even doubted whether Chu Nin could play the piano. However, he didn't know that some people had thought so before, but what was the result? They were all slapped in the face. Of course, when Chu Nin comes on the court, Cui Jingyu will be slapped in the face as well. Yi Chin couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the leisurely Chu Nin. Chu Nin looked at him puzzledly. "Why are you sighing?" Yi Chin shook his head and said helplessly, "I envy Mr. Chu's mentality. Everyone present is nervous, and only you can be so relaxed." Chu Nin curled his lips and said calmly, "These people take the game too seriously. It's just a game, right? Just treat it as entertainment. Remove. Pastime." The corner of Yi Chin's mouth twitched slightly. "In your eyes, is this kind of international competition just a pastime?" Perhaps others would think Chu Nan was arrogant after hearing this, but Yi Chin knew that he had the capital to be so arrogant. Perhaps in Chu Nan's view, this was just a game. "Mr. Choi Young-woo, please invite Mr. Choi Young-woo to the stage." After waiting for a long time, it was finally Cui Jingyu's turn to go on stage. He looked at Chu Nan provocatively and said something. "Boy, you will see the difference between you and me later." Chu Nan didn't pay any attention to him at all. Instead, he seemed to be ignored. Choi Young-woo gritted his teeth and said, "Wait until the game is over and see how long you can be arrogant." After Choi Young-woo came on stage, many of his little fans in the audience cheered and looked at their idol with stars in their eyes. "Appa! Appa! It's time to go on stage." There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of the judges. This contestant had an extraordinary temperament. Compared with the previous contestants, he exudes a sense of confidence. This player is worth looking forward to. When the graceful piano sounded, and as the sound of the piano changed, the whole song became lively and beautiful. His fingers played very quickly, and the horizontal and vertical transitions were dazzling. The judges below all widened their eyes, and the people in the audience also looked incredulous and asked about the origins of the person on the stage. The judges' faces flushed, and it was obvious that they were provoked by Choi Young-woo. The level of the contestant on the stage is not inferior to theirs at all, and in some aspects he is even better than them. This is just a show of skill. With such irregular beats, the music played is not disordered at all, and the changes in pitch can be controlled so perfectly. This contestant may be the biggest dark horse this time. Even Master Griffin was moved. He opened his eyes and watched the 10 slender fingers playing on the keys. Chapter 67. New Music for Seasons. If you play with a purpose, no matter how skilled you are, there will be flaws. This also means that if you continue to have this mentality, you will never reach the pinnacle of piano. However, as he could play such beautiful piano music at such a young age, Master Griffin had to admit that Choi Young-woo was a genius. He is even better than Yi Chun, whom he cared about before. In the backstage hall, the other contestants and the eliminated people were looking at Choi Young-woo on the stage with shock. Obviously, Everyone's age is not much different, and the oldest here is only about 30 years old. But why is there such a big gap between their level and Choi Young-woo's? The winner this time is self-evident. It must be this group of Chinese people. He is just showing off his skills. Who among you here can do that? Everyone showed a bitter smile, which dealt another blow to their morale. They basically had no intention of dealing with such a monster anymore. Even Chu Nan was simply ignored by the others. No one took him seriously at all. In their eyes, Chu Nan was just a clown and a big talker. Gradually, the performance came to an end, and cheers were heard outside. Choi Young-woo enjoyed his moment, and his attention shifted to Master Griffin. The other party was also looking at him, which made him feel even more elevated. The winner this time was self-evident. In his opinion, no one could match him. 3 judges, 2 gave 10 points, and 1 gave 9 points. Such high scores surprised everyone in the audience. This is the first contestant to get a perfect score since the beginning. It was already evening, 6 hours had passed since the start, and there were still nearly 30 contestants left. After Choi Jingyu left the stage, he returned to the backstage hall. Looking at Chu Nan, who was still leisurely, he sneered and said contemptuously, "I hope your words are as hard as your strength. Are you ready to fulfill the bet?" Chu Nan smiled and said, "I am not prepared to fulfill the bet because I can't be the loser. A dead duck is still stubborn." Choi Jingyu didn't want to waste time talking to Chu Nan. They would just fight and see who would win. However, there was no way this guy could defeat him. Most people were already feeling a little sleepy and were hoping that the competition would end soon. They really had no interest in the contestants coming up next. The gap between these people and Choi Young-woo is really too huge, and under the influence of Choi Young-woo, most of them performed very poorly. "Mr. Chu Nan, please come to the stage." After waiting for so long, it is finally Chu Nan's turn. Everyone in the hall focused their attention on Chu Nan. Is it finally his turn? I don't know if he has the ability to do that. Is he really just bragging? Look at how relaxed he is, not nervous at all. Does this guy really have the ability to defeat Choi Young-woo? Naturally, they knew nothing about Chu Nan's strength, and only Yi Chun had an intriguing smile on his face. Just wait. He will shock your eardrums. This international competition is prepared for him. As for the others, they are just his foils. When Chu Nan came on stage, people in the audience frowned when they saw his lazy look. Who is this person? Is he really a contestant? Could this guy have just woken up? He looks so dazed that he seems to be asleep. When Li Hongyi and Mr. Zhong saw Chu Nan coming on stage, excited smiles finally appeared on their faces. Mr. Chu finally came on stage. Yes, it all depends on his performance. He will definitely be the most unexpected dark horse here. Qian Zijiao was confused and doubtful about Chu Nan's ability. This guy was actually valued so much by President Li and Grandpa Zhong. Was he really that capable? However, after Chu Nan sat on the stage, he did not start playing immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to organize his thoughts. The other audience members were puzzled. What is this guy doing? Could it be that he fell asleep on the stage? Some people were getting impatient, and voices of complaints gradually emerged. As for the people in the backstage hall, they were also a little disappointed with Chu Nan and shook their heads. It seemed that the guy was really bragging, and they didn't even have the courage to press it. But only Master Griffin was deeply attracted by Chu Nan's temperament. His pupils contracted, and he looked a little excited, but more of it was disbelief. He had only seen this kind of temperament in one type of person, and that was a Hall of Fame pianist. But the man on the stage is only in his 20s. Why does he have this kind of temperament? Master Griffin couldn't believe it, and even didn't want to believe it, because such a thing was almost impossible to happen. But he was full of expectations for Chu Nan. The judges all noticed the strange expression on Master Griffin's face and found it incredible. Master Griffin actually looked at the players above with anticipation. Why is that? Finally, after several minutes, Chu Nan opened his eyes and blocked out all the complaints from the audience. His slender fingers finally fell. At this moment, the entire venue was silent. Even Master Griffin kept widening his eyes and suddenly stood up. His face was filled with an expression as if he had seen a ghost and was deeply shocked. The reactions of everyone in the venue also changed. The moment Chu Nan pressed the piano key, the complaining voices disappeared. The spotlights were all focused on Chu Nan, his 10 slender fingers dancing on the piano keys like 10 girls. A kind of artistic conception arises spontaneously under Chu Nan's performance. Everyone closed their eyes, including Master Griffin. He had a peaceful face and a faint smile on his face, enjoying this moment. Accompanied by the soft music, pictures one after another emerged in people's minds. The rain falls quietly on the ground, The soil absorbs the rain and new buds grow beneath the soil. In the spring, when all things come back to life, all the sleeping plants and animals are slowly waking up. In their minds was a scene of spring quietly arriving, and with this picture, everyone's mouth was filled with a warm smile. But then the music changed again, as if spring had passed without anyone noticing, and the hot summer had arrived. The cicadas were chirping, and the scorching summer sun and the scorching heat wave seemed clearly visible in their eyes. Then with the arrival of autumn and winter, everyone's face changes. What Chunin played was not a piece of music, but a way for people to experience the changes of the four seasons at this moment. Just like the piece he played was called The Four Seasons. Chapter 68. My dear son, you are too enthusiastic. Those who were not optimistic about Chunin before were now completely dumbfounded. They opened their eyes wide and their pupils constricted. He opened his mouth in shock and didn't know what to say. As for Choi Young-woo, his face was as pale as tinfoil. He took several steps back and fell to the ground. Artistic conception. This is the artistic conception. Only a top-notch pianist can create this artistic conception. How is this possible? He's a top-notch pianist? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There can't be such a young top-notch pianist in the world. Illusion. This is all an illusion. Choi Young-woo seemed to have gone completely insane, sitting on the ground and talking nonsense. Shut up, Yi Chen shouted coldly. He still wanted to savor the song played by Chunin. This piece of music was more delicate than the one at the previous banquet, and it even made up for the shortcomings that Master Griffin had previously thought of. The music was profound and lively, touching people's hearts without a trace of superficiality. Such progress was achieved in just one day. Or is this his true strength? This is already on the same level as Master Griffin. The entire venue was very quiet. Everyone closed their eyes and enjoyed the beautiful piano music. It was as if strands of silk were touching their skin. The wonderful feeling was indescribable. When it came to the winter part, everyone shivered, as if they had arrived in a cold winter, and many people curled up involuntarily. The picture in their minds was a scene of ice and snow, with pure white snowflakes falling. Of course, some people had pure smiles on their faces because Chunin changed the way he played in winter. The joy brought by winter also appeared in their minds, and the whole tune became cheerful. When, finally, a piano key fell and the performance finally ended. They would never forget this performance that made them feel like they had experienced the entire four seasons in just a few minutes. Applause. Warm applause echoed throughout the venue, and countless people stood up to express their highest respect to Chunin. Master Griffin had tears falling from the corners of his eyes. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, stood up, and bowed to Chunin, which was a recognition of Chunin's strength. In his opinion, Chunin is not just a junior, but a person who stands at the same top as himself. He was shocked, unbelievable, and even felt that the scene before his eyes was a little unreal. This international competition was really beyond his expectations. If the news of this legendary pianist in his 20s were to get out, the whole world would be shocked, and there would be an unprecedented earthquake. How did he do it? Master Griffin looked at the mysterious man on the stage. The confident smile on his face was natural, a kind of confidence in his own strength. Finally, Chunin left the stage, and the whole venue was filled with cheers like a wave. Qian Sijia sat stupidly in the audience, her brows trembling, her heart already filled with turmoil. Chunin. He's actually a top-notch pianist. Grandpa Zhong, you already knew that Chunin had such a level. Qian Sijia said with a trembling voice. The two nodded at the same time, and Elder Zhong couldn't help but sigh. This time he even made up for the gap between him and Master Griffin, and truly became a figure of the same level as Master Griffin. This kid always brings unexpected surprises to people. Perhaps Chunin had never shown his true strength before. These people will never know that it was only after listening to Master Griffin's performance that they achieved such a qualitative leap. The people in the backstage watched Chunin slowly walk towards them, and they all stepped aside to make way for him, looking at him with admiration and respect. All eyes of envy, jealousy, and disbelief were focused on Chunin, looking at Cui Jingyu, who was lying on the ground with lifeless eyes like a dead dog. Chunin looked at him coldly. Are you ready to fulfill your bet? Cui Jingyu was shocked all over, his face flushed, and he lowered his head in shame. Many people had gloating smiles on their faces. They had long been annoyed with this arrogant supporter. The reason why he had been so provocative before was because these people did not have the strength to refute. But now a person who is even more evil than him has appeared. This is simply a slap in the face. If Choi Young-woo fulfills this bet, I am afraid that his reputation in the entire piano world will plummet in the future. Choi Jing-yu uttered a few words with difficulty. Can you let me go? At this moment, he regretted it. If he had known earlier that Chu Nan had such strength, he would not be so arrogant to make the bet. He might even not participate in the competition. Do you regret it now? Chu Nan said with a joking smile. Choi Jingyu's face flushed, and he nodded silently. If he really fulfilled the bet, he would never be able to go out and see people in his life. If he crawled out of the venue, he would probably be the headline of the news the next day, and even his status would plummet after he returned home. It's too late to regret now. But I am a man of great character, and I don't bear grudges. As for crawling out of the scene, you don't have to do it. Just call me Dad 3 times, and I will let you go. Chu Nan said lightly. Choi Jingyu looked at Chu Nan with resentment, gnashing his teeth and saying, Do you really want to make things difficult for me like this? Chu Nan spread his hands to show his helplessness. How can you say I am making things difficult for you? Everyone around us knows about the bet between you and me. And you were the one who came up with the latter part. What? Can't afford to play? What were you doing earlier? Of course, if you don't want this to happen, it will affect your image if it gets out. TSK, TSK. Choi Jingyu stood up from the ground, looked at Chu Nan in front of him, and uttered a few words with difficulty through his teeth. Dad! 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 Stop, stop, stop. That's enough, my good son. You are too enthusiastic. Dad will remember it. Chu Nan said with a smile. Choi Jingyu was so angry that his body was shaking. He said sinisterly, I will remember you. After saying this, Choi Young-woo went back to his lounge without looking back. He didn't want to stay in this place for a moment and went back to his hotel. Most of the people in the audience had already left, so the winner of the game was self-evident. There was no so-called award ceremony for this game. The next step was for Master Griffin to meet with the player alone. But since that player is also a Hall of Fame master, what is the point of participating in this competition? With such strength, it is impossible for him to become Master Griffin's apprentice. Due to some reasons, I can only update twice. Hope you understand. Chapter 69. It is impossible to work as a part-time worker. Mr. Chu, congratulations. Congratulations. I didn't expect Mr. Chu to have such a hidden talent. Now your level is comparable to that of a veteran pianist of the highest caliber. Congratulations. The two elders, Qian Sijia and Yiwen, all sent their blessings. But Chunin didn't feel anything, because in his opinion this match was just a game and didn't have much meaning. Now that this entertainment was over, he felt good overall. Next, he would return to his boring life. Even though Chu Nan had the wealth of a billionaire, his days were still very boring. He had Tang In at the hotel, Pan Ping at the office building, and an agency at the rental house, so he basically didn't need to worry about anything. Son. The door to the backstage hall was pushed open, and an old man walked in, followed by a 1.8-meter tall bodyguard. His muscular body had explosive power that could be clearly felt. Mr. Griffin. Except for Chu Nan, everyone else's expression changed, and they shouted respectfully. Master Griffin smiled and said, Hello everyone, there is no need to be so restrained. Everyone please sit down. Everyone sat down. Master Griffin looked at the leisurely Chu Nan and was very interested in the young guy. After the game, I didn't feel any tension at all. Mr. Chu, you are the winner this time. I wonder what your wish is. Master Griffin asked curiously. In fact, he was also curious about Chu Nan's purpose in participating in this competition. To be honest, since he had such a level, he would never participate in such a competition. For someone of this level, this kind of competition is just a small fight. Once the famous masters and ancient families from the outside world know about Chu Nan, they will definitely send an invitation. By that time, Chu Nan's status will have grown by leaps and bounds. A young Hall of Fame pianist will have an extraordinary status in the whole world, especially in the eyes of some royal members. Chu Nan means even more to them. Wish. I don't have any wishes. Taking part in this competition is just a pastime. When the competition is over, it's over. Chu Nan an su gasu. Master Griffin was not too surprised to hear such an answer. In his opinion, it was all reasonable. After all, a world-class pianist had a different perspective. Mr. Chu is also a man of temperament. Master Griffin smiled politely. As for the people around, listening to the conversation between the two and Chu Nan's casual attitude, they all sighed deeply in their hearts. Only Chu Nan could have this mentality. If it were anyone else, they would have been too nervous to speak. Even Mr. Zhong and Li Hongyi respect Master Griffin. In their eyes, Master Griffin is their predecessor. None of them dared to speak to Master Griffin like that, but the two men talked like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. I don't know what the future holds for Mr. Chu. With your level, there will definitely be many people who will invite you in the future, Master Griffin said with a smile. However, Chunan's next answer was simply shocking. Development? There is no development. Piano is just a hobby for me, Chunan said indifferently. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Yichin even gave Chunan a thumbs up in his heart. Bro, you are awesome. Is piano just a hobby for you? Then for people like us who practice piano all year round, isn't it even less of a hobby than yours? Perhaps some people would think that Chunan was too arrogant to say such things. But the fact is that it is true. Chunan is not interested in piano, but he can't say that he likes it either. He can only cultivate it as a hobby. Want him to perform for someone? He didn't want to cause so much trouble by thinking too much. Hobbies and interests? Master Griffin was completely shocked by this answer. If one could achieve such a level just by doing it as a hobby, then why did they go to so much trouble to practice the piano? Their level is not as high as others who treat it as a hobby. Mr. Chu, are you kidding? Master Griffin smiled awkwardly. No, I'm serious. Piano is just a hobby. I like money more. It's impossible for me to work. I will never work for others in my life. If you ask me to play for others, isn't that equivalent to working? Chunan said as a matter of course. Work to earn a living. You actually regard such a sacred profession as piano playing as a part-time job. If Chunan was a young man without such level, Master Griffin would have cursed him long ago, but the person in front of him was Chunan. Now it seems that what the other party said is true, and Master Griffin finally showed a bitter smile. Hobbies and interests? Just for the sake of interest, I don't know how many people will look up to him. This is the first time that Master Griffin cannot see through such a mysterious man. After a few casual chats, both parties exchanged contact information, said goodbye, and left the venue. As time went by, Chunan's reputation in the circle grew, and many people even wanted to know who Chunan was and which family he was born into. But when those people investigated, they were also surprised. Chunan was actually from the mountaintop villa in the Sky Garden, which was a little unexpected for these people. It seems that Chunan's background is not simple. Later, rumors spread in the circle that Chunan would not engage in any professional activities in piano, for it was just a hobby. Chunan asked Mr. Zhong and President Li to help convey this message. As soon as the news spread, the piano community in the entire Flower City exploded, and they even doubted the authenticity of the rumor. It's just a hobby? It is this kind of hobby that has actually reached a height that everyone has only been able to imagine and admire so far. However, this news came from the mouths of President Li and Mr. Zhong, and the authenticity of this news is beyond doubt. Countless people in the circle have sad faces every day. What do you think is the reason why they learn piano? It is not as important as other people's interests and hobbies. No one could withstand such a blow. This was too depressing. Chunan didn't think much about it. As long as no one bothered him, it would be fine. Just let him enjoy his happy life. Everything in the circle has nothing to do with him. No matter what kind of shock it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 70. Brother, do you need a girlfriend? After the competition, Chunan acted as if nothing had happened, and anything that happened afterwards was none of his business. Even Master Griffin often contacted him, asking him to pursue a career as a pianist, which would be a waste just to treat it as a hobby. But Chunan really didn't have any idea at all. After all, it was just a pastime. Today, Chunan has become a well-known figure in the celebrity circle, and the Four Seasons he played that day has long been widely circulated in the entire celebrity circle. Chunan's news was not only spreading in Huacheng, but also throughout the country and even abroad. Xia Yue was no longer preparing for the school exams, as she had taken a leave some time ago. Chunan was used to eating the breakfast she made, but no one else would eat it. The main thing is that it suits Chunan's taste. Helpless Chunan went out to look for food in the morning. As soon as you walk into the breakfast street, you can smell the aroma of meat and wisps of steam waft out of every store. Most of them are students and office workers. This breakfast street has existed for a long time and is an old alley. Such tranquility could be broken at any time by a roaring sound of airwaves, and almost everyone on the street was startled. Fuck, big bull. Oh my god. How can such a luxury car come to a place like this? Do these rich people also like to eat breakfast street food? Isn't it said that rich people dislike street vendors being dirty? Chunan drove his beloved car slowly forward. He had no obstructions on the road, and basically all the cars that met him obediently made way for him. Finally, Chunin stopped at the intersection of a steamed dumpling restaurant. Fortunately, there was a parking space on the side of the street. After Chunin parked the car, he got out. Everyone exclaimed, "The owner of this luxury car is so young. Is he the legendary rich second generation?" Even cars like BMW and Audi are rare in this place, but now a big car has appeared. Judging from the situation, this car cannot be bought without several million. I guess most people think Chunan's car is an ordinary Lamborghini. "Boss, I want 2 baskets of Xiaolong Bao." "Okay, boss." The owner of this shop is very efficient, and he wraps the buns and puts them on the steamer in almost no time. As for those people around him who were taking pictures of his car, Chunin had already gotten used to it. He just let them take pictures if they wanted. However, if he wanted to take a picture of Chunan himself, he would be scolded immediately. He said that he could take pictures of cars, but not people. Some white-collar women were eager to try and wanted to approach Chunan, but most of them just took a few steps, hesitated for a while, and finally left. Some people may just be too thin-skinned to even have the courage to approach and chat with someone. As for the following few, they were all rejected by Chunan. Are you kidding? He is not Teddy. Why does he need so many women's contact information? Is it convenient for him to exercise at night? After the dumplings were served, Chunan tasted them. Not only did they taste good, but they were even more delicious when dipped in chili sauce. I learned from other customers that this bun shop has been open for 5 or 6 years. It is a time-honored brand here, and basically all the customers here are repeat customers. Once you eat there, you won't want to stop coming back. The owner of this restaurant has never changed, and he is always nice to customers. These people also have some good feelings towards Chunan. This kind of close chat is no different from the rich second generations that are rumored on the internet. In fact, most of the rich second generations are approachable. Only the nouveau riche are so arrogant every day, thinking they're the best in the world. All the excellent families have received a good education. Of course, there are also a few freaks who have been spoiled and look fearless. At the same time, a woman on the street attracted everyone's attention. She was holding a selfie stick in her hand and saying something into the microphone while wearing headphones. "Thanks to my black brother for the small truck. Thank you, big black brother. Brother Dahe, you can send a private message to add my sister's prestige." All the brothers in the live broadcast room can add Luo's prestige by brushing the truck now. If you are interested, you might as well do it quickly. It is obvious that this is an internet celebrity who is live streaming. Nowadays, live streaming on the street is a very common thing. However, this woman's appearance is indeed average, with a standard internet celebrity face. Her cone-shaped face has a sharp chin that is a bit abnormal. But with her makeup and dress, her looks are still pretty good. No wonder so many people are willing to spend money. The comments were full of praise, and Luo even revealed a proud smile like a white swan. Huh. Luo suddenly noticed the Lamborghini on the street, and her eyes widened immediately. Oh shit, how could such a luxury car appear here? It's really awesome. The comments in the live broadcast room went crazy instantly. Oh my god, it's a Lamborghini? Luo, didn't you say that you live in an old neighborhood? How come there are such nice luxury cars here? This car probably costs several million, right? The guy above is talking about the Lamborghini that is usually on the market. This Lamborghini is a limited edition and costs over 80 million. Hiss. The barrage of comments fell silent for a moment, and even Luo took a breath, and her breathing became rapid. A luxury car worth more than 80 million. How rich must its owner be? I glanced at the people wearing fancy clothes at the street stalls, but most of them looked like ordinary people. Could this person be a low-key big shot who drove a luxury car? So Luo relied on her beauty to find someone to ask. When the man saw the beautiful woman asking, he immediately became very enthusiastic and pointed at Chunan, who was eating steamed dumplings. This man still wanted to show off his prestige, but Chunan ignored him and just turned around and left. The man turned pale and couldn't help cursing and left. Chunan had just finished eating the last steamed bun when a girl sat down next to him. Her eyes looked as if she had seen some gold, silver, and treasure. She said in a coquettish voice, "Little brother, do you need a girlfriend?" Chapter 71. The anticipated monthly sign-in. Little brother, do you need a girlfriend? Feel my clothes and see if I'm girlfriend material. Luo's shy look coupled with her coquettish voice really confused Chunan. Even the barrage of comments exploded in an instant. It was obvious that their goddess had fallen for them. As for some of the trivial things in the barrage of comments, no one paid any attention to them anymore. What the hell? Are you suitable to be my girlfriend? Chunan looked around, wondering whose old lady this was. It looks okay from a distance, but if you get closer, you can see the thick layer of loose powder on her face. If it weren't for the beauty filter, this look would have lost a lot of its beauty. Little brother, what are you looking at? Are you looking at me? Maybe I am your future girlfriend. Luo Luo said shyly again. Luo Luo is very confident about her beauty, and she is so proactive that any man would be moved. Sister, please don't discuss me. I'll just finish my meal so early in the morning. Please don't make me eat again later. Chunan's mouth is well known. During his college years, countless people have been poisoned by his poisonous mouth. Big sister? Luo Luo was so confused that she didn't seem to realize that Chunan was calling her big sister. And I was even called disgusting. Could it be that this rich second generation is the legendary straight man? Can't you see that I am a living beauty? The people in the live broadcast room also laughed wildly when they saw this scene. I am dying of laughter. The anchor wanted to flirt with someone, but the other person ignored him and even thought he was disgusting. Do you think the anchor we see looks the same as the real anchor? You know, beauty filters are very powerful nowadays. Could it be that the anchor is not the same person as us after turning off the beauty filter? Otherwise, why would other little brothers say it's disgusting? Luo Luo doesn't pay attention to anything on the barrage. Hold on. She has to hold it in. For my brother's money. I have to hold back my anger for my little brother's sake. I can't be angry. Little brother, how can you talk like that? What did I do wrong? Luo Luo said pitifully. But others found it even more disgusting to see that Chunan didn't buy into this. He was a complete green tea. With this coquettish tone and this artificial expression, Chunan definitely couldn't be wrong. Sister, you did nothing wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't be here. I'm leaving right now. Chunan was afraid that he would burst into tears, so he scanned the QR code and paid the money. Then he hurried back to his car and drove away. Luo Luo sat at the dining table with a confused look on her face. She took out a mirror with some doubt about her life and looked left and right, not missing any blind spots. Old lady, is it really that ugly? Oh shit. Although my looks are not top-notch, they're at least around 80 points. It's great to be rich. Are all the rich blind? I'm not beautiful. I'm not beautiful. Hey, do you think I'm ugly? Luo Luo asked a passerby in frustration. The passerby was also frightened. The noodles he had just eaten were spat out by Luo Luo, and the noodles were sprayed all over Luo Luo's face. Yes, I am Soda. The man said a little embarrassedly, but looking at Luo Luo's confused face, he still wanted to laugh, and finally, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Luo Luo had a confused look on her face as the noodles stuck to her face slowly slid down. The scene looked even more comical, and the people around her were laughing. Afterwards, Luo Luo fled out of Zhao Street in a panic. The live broadcast had been turned off long ago. How could she let the people in the live broadcast room see her in such a miserable state? After all, she cares about her image. After returning to the villa, he received a call from his mother. Hey, what's up, Mom? Son, your second grandfather will be turning 70 in 2 days. Do you think you can come back? Second grandfather? 70th birthday? Chunan was a little stunned. How could his second grandfather be 70 years old already? Time passed too quickly. Thinking about it carefully, my second grandfather was quite good to me when I was a child. Although he always beat me the hardest when I did something wrong, he would buy me my favorite toys after beating me. Thinking back, it seems like I haven't been back for 2 or 3 years. If I have time, I will go back on second grandpa's birthday. Your second grandfather talks about you every day. It would be better if you bring a girlfriend back when you come back. That way, your second grandfather will be happier. How is things going between you and the girl you mentioned last time? Mother Chu was still a little expectant. Chunan smiled bitterly helplessly. All the development was fake. But after thinking about it, Lu Yashuan seemed to be a good person, and it was not impossible to consider her. You haven't even started dating your son yet. You can't be impatient about this. You have to take it slow. When my father pursued you, would you have agreed right away? Chunan said with a sneer. Harmful. When your dad and I were together, we weren't as troublesome as you young people. When your dad and I were attracted to each other, he wrote a love letter to trick your mom. Now that I think about it, Mom seemed a little stupid. Chuna. All right. Your era was awesome. Son, you have to work hard. Mom is still looking forward to holding her grandson in her arms in 2 years. If you're really interested, hurry up and do it. Don't be afraid. Mother Chu encouraged her son. Okay, Mom, I get it. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Chunan leaned helplessly on the sofa with a melancholy look on his face. Forget it, I don't want to think too much about it. I'll just look forward to the monthly sign-in tomorrow. I wonder what kind of reward the system will give me. A month has finally passed. The items for this monthly sign-in reward should not be too bad, but if it is money, it would be a bit boring. Chu Nan is not short of money now and hopes to be rewarded with something unexpected. Chapter 72. Monthly sign-in, reward small island. The next day, early morning, a new day has begun, and Chunin can't wait to know what kind of reward he will get for the monthly sign-in. Sign-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. This sign-in is a monthly sign-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small island. Please go and claim it within 1 month. The island map has been stored in the system warehouse. Please pay attention to the inspection. Puff. Chunin widened his eyes. His body trembled uncontrollably. His breathing became rapid, and he looked very excited. He had been completely shocked by the system's reward. A small island. A small island. An island that belongs to Chu Nan personally. In this life, Chu Nan never dared to imagine that he would actually own an island of his own. Sure enough, the monthly sign-in did not disappoint him. The value of a small island was far more than that cash. Of course, this also requires verification of the environment and geographical location of the island. If it is a deserted island, then the gain will outweigh the loss. If it is an island suitable for vacation like Hawaii, then he can be said to have made a huge profit. Awesome. Sure enough, the system's monthly sign-in did not disappoint him. As for the daily sign-in, it was downplayed because the daily sign-in was turned into the monthly sign-in. Originally, Chunin wanted to sign in twice a day and get 2 rewards, which would be great, but the system said, "Young man, your fantasy is very beautiful. How could this system leave such a loophole?" The island is not far from Hawaii Island, and there seem to be shipping routes to both islands. However, it seems that the island has not been fully developed yet. If it is carefully developed, it may become a resort island. If there is a route, Chunin will feel more at ease. At least it proves that this island is not a deserted island. At least some people still know about it, but because no one has developed it, few people go there. Of course, now that the island belongs to Chunin, things are very different. Ding-ling-ling. The cell phone rang. It was Tangan calling. "Hello, boss. The hotel needs you to come over to sign the contract with the previous seafood supplier. If it is convenient for you, can you come over today?" Tangan asked cautiously. The supplier in the office next door also had a look of confusion on his face. When he first met Tangan, he was not such a person. No matter which shareholder he was, Tangan would not have such a humble attitude. This supplier doesn't know that there is only one shareholder of Marriott Hotel now, and that is Chunan. How can a person who can acquire Marriott Hotel on his own not be treated with caution? "Well, I'll be there in a minute." After saying that, Chunan hung up the phone. Tangan in the office breathed a sigh of relief. The supplier beside him asked in confusion, "Why is Director Tang so nervous? Did your shareholders change?" "Yes, the person has changed. All the shares of the hotel have been bought by one person. Do you think I can be rude to such a big boss? One word from him could make me lose my job." In the past, some people might have been cautious, but now this boss's mood is unpredictable. How many people in the entire Flower City can afford to buy Marriott with this asset alone? The supplier was also dumbfounded. One person bought Marriott hotels? Oh my God! What kind of strong strength is needed to achieve this? Marriott has a solid foundation, and why would the shareholders sell their shares in such a profitable hotel? The only explanation is that the other party's identity and background are extraordinary. Otherwise, it would not be acquired so easily. Marriott Hotel. Chunin drove his luxury car to the parking lot, parked the car, and walked into the Marriott Hotel. The original welcoming staff had been replaced, but when they saw Chunin getting out of the car, some strange colors appeared in their eyes. He is young, rich, and handsome. Although his outfit is a bit mediocre, it does not prevent him from being rich. When Chunin just walked to the door, the two people were very enthusiastic, and Chunin felt a little embarrassed. Afterwards, when Tangan came, he glared at the two of them. They were frightened and pale. When they saw Tangan putting on a humble attitude, the two girls were even more stunned. Who is that young man? Even the boss is so polite to him. After arriving at the office, the supplier came forward enthusiastically and shook Chunan's hand. "Boss Chu is such a handsome man. It's our first meeting. I hope you will take good care of me in the future." This supplier is indeed a veteran. Marriott Hotel is one of their big customers. Every time they sign a contract, it is for 1 year's supply. "Hello." Chunan was also stunned, but still greeted politely. After taking a look at the contract, Chunan found out that this seafood supplier had been cooperating with Marriott Hotel for several years. After reviewing the contract and confirming that there were no problems with the price, he signed his name. Boss Chu, we hope to have a pleasant cooperation in the future, the supplier said with a smile. The heavy stone in his heart also fell. It's been a pleasure working with you. The two shook hands. After that, Tang arranged a private room on the top floor for Chunan, so Chunan stayed in the hotel for lunch. Chapter 73. If you have eaten, you can watch me eat. After dinner, Chunan received a call from Qian Sijia. Sister, why are you calling me when you have nothing to do? Do you have nothing to do every day? Chunan was also speechless. Ever since the competition, the goddess image of Qian Sijia has disappeared, and now she is like a curious baby. Chunnan, let me treat you to a meal. Sister, I just ate. It's okay, I don't mind. You can watch me eat after you've eaten. If it doesn't work, I don't mind you having another meal. Maybe this girl didn't take her medicine today and is confused. Goodbye. Don't take me with you if you have a seizure. I'm wondering why you want to ask me out every other day. Chunan expressed helplessness. Nothing. I just want to get to know you better. You have a deep understanding of me, and you are still acting coquettish. I will smash your dog head with a hammer. What Chunan can't stand the most is this coquettish voice. He has goosebumps all over his body. Speak normally. I'm not going anyway, so don't waste your energy. Chunan said firmly. Is that so? Then I'll have no choice but to call you every few days to harass you. See you on the blacklist. The blacklist is useless. I don't lack phone numbers. If you block someone, just do this. Chunan. This girl really doesn't respond to any soft or hard tactics. If he had known this would happen, he would not have joined the competition in the first place. However, he was also a little curious about Qian Sijia's identity. Logically speaking, only powerful people can enter, so Qian Sijia's appearance in there means that his family background is not simple. As for how complicated it is, Chunan doesn't know. Okay, forget about the meal. Let's just arrange a place to meet. Don't harass me again after this. Chunan had no choice but to agree. In that case, let's meet at Shirley Street. Qian Sijia said with a smile. Well, it's okay. I'm hanging up. Hey, I'm such a beautiful woman asking you out. Why are you in such a hurry to hang up? Are you doing something shameful? I just feel too tired to talk. That's it. I'll call you when we get to Shirley Street. Chunan hung up the phone without giving Qian Sijia a chance to speak. However, just after hanging up the phone, Lu Yashuan called. Chunan was a little puzzled. Could it be that his luck with love had come to him, and that his luck with love today was extraordinary? Is Chunan free tonight? Shall we have dinner together? I'm afraid I don't have time today. I have an appointment with someone else. Chunan said apologetically. Got an appointment? Lu Yashuan's heart was shaken. She smelled something wrong, so she asked nervously, Who did you make an appointment with? A man or a woman? The woman, you also know her? Qian Sijia. Chunan said helplessly. Qian Sijia? Lu Yashuan's head suddenly started buzzing. Why did that beautiful girl ask Chunan out? Only then did he remember that at the class reunion, Qian Sijia stood on Chunan's side and spoke for Chunan. When did these two people become so familiar with each other? Even she and Qian Sijia hardly talked to each other during college. This woman was as arrogant as a white swan, and ordinary people looked down on her. When did these two become so close? Could it be that they are more than just friends? Or? Lu Yashuan's little head started to wander, and then she said dejectedly, Well, have fun. Beep beep. Chunan in the car smiled bitterly. The old squad leader started to have wild thoughts again. But when did this squad leader become interested in him? College days? If it was during college, how could Chunan feel that the class monitor was interested in him? The two of them would joke from time to time, but most of the time it was Lu Yashuan bullying him. There was no way out at that time. Lu Yashuan was the class monitor and had to succumb to his tyranny. Chunan stepped on the accelerator, and with a roar of air, he disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving behind a group of little fans. Shirley Street is a well-known internet celebrity street in Huacheng, where most of the food is sold. When the Aston Martin drove near Shirley Street, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Fuck, Aston Martin. How did this car get here? Did the owner take the wrong road? Does it mean that rich people now also like to eat snacks like us? What a cool sports car. I wonder what the guy in the car looks like. Chunan looked around for a while, found a parking space, parked the car, and got out of the car. Suddenly, seeing that Chunan was good-looking, many people were ready to make a move, but when they were just about to step forward, Chunan here. Suddenly, a young girl's voice called Chunan. When the women heard what was said, they immediately lowered their heads and walked away dejectedly. It turned out that others already had appointments with beautiful women, so they had no chance at all compared to a beauty like that. Some men stared blankly at the young woman in the white dress. Chapter 74. I am just an ordinary person. No wonder others look down on me. It turns out that the beauty has a date. With this figure and this figure, she is a perfect goddess. The white floral dress, snow-white shoulders, and amazing long legs attracted everyone's attention. Coupled with her youthful appearance, she was definitely the dream goddess in the eyes of these people. It turns out that the goddesses are in the hands of these rich second generations. How can these people be qualified to touch the goddesses? So cruel. If looks could kill, Chunin would have died hundreds or thousands of times already. How about it? I put this on specially to see you. Qian Sijia smiled sweetly, looking very charming. But in Chunan's eyes, this woman is a trouble. Well, it's pretty good, Chunin said casually. Qian Sijia's face turned pale with black lines on his face. This attitude was too perfunctory. If you want to be perfunctory, at least act like it. Your attitude is too perfunctory, Qian Sijia said with dissatisfaction, pouting. Stop talking nonsense. What on earth do you want from me? Chunan said helplessly. Qian Sijia hooked Chunan's arm and said with a smile, Of course I asked you to come out to accompany me shopping. Originally Chu Nan wanted to pull his hand out. After all, he and Qian Sijia were not very familiar with each other. But Qian Sijia held it tightly, and if he wanted to pull it out, he would inevitably touch the pair of peaks. In order to avoid helplessness, Chunan had no choice but to accept it. The men around looked at Chunan with envy and jealousy, as he looked unhappy to be accompanied by such a beautiful woman. A full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. Chunan also witnessed Qian Sijia's amazing appetite. Although she looked very petite, this girl never stopped eating along the way. Come, try one too. Qian Sijia handed Chu Nan an octopus ball. Sister, I've eaten a lot with you along the way, and I really can't eat anymore. You won't really just let me come out and accompany you shopping, which is so boring, right? Chunan really wanted to cry, but had no tears. The people around looked at Chunan's reluctance and wished that they were the ones next to Qian Sijia. It was true that rich people were willful, and they couldn't wait to pamper a goddess like this. I say, why are you so boring? You look so reluctant to go shopping with me. Is it because I'm ugly, or am I too ugly? Qian Sijia was also a little resentful. This guy is too straight. If he knew that there are so many people who want to ask her out on weekdays, but she doesn't like those people, it's rare that she took the initiative to ask Chunan out. As a result, this guy looked reluctant. The other woman almost stumbled and fell to the ground, looking at Qian Sijia in surprise. Girl, if you were so ugly, how can we survive? You might as well find a place to smash your head and die. I just don't understand why a young lady like you would harass me for no reason. Chunan looked helpless. Harassment? Everyone around looked at Qian Sijia in disbelief. Qian Sijia's pretty face turned red, and she pulled Chunan directly to a place with few people and glared at him with shame and anger. Why are you talking so loudly? You're making me look so embarrassed. Oh, are you still afraid of embarrassment? Just say whatever you want to say. Don't waste your time. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. As soon as Chunan took a step, he was pulled back. Qian Sijia looked into Chunan's eyes and slowly said, I have something to tell you. I'm just curious about what else you're hiding. You were an ordinary person in college, but how come you seem to have become a different person after a few years? The owner of Marriott Hotel is also a world-class pianist. You even know someone like Yi Chun. Chunan, you're really so curious. Chunan looked at the lovely person in front of him. His scorching gaze made Qian Sijia feel a little uncomfortable, and the blush that had faded away reappeared. Miss Qian, do you know that it's best for a woman not to be too curious about a man, otherwise it's easy to fall for him? After all, I'm just an ordinary person. Why are you so curious about me? Chunan spread his hands and said casually, An ordinary little person? You are worth billions and are one of the world's best pianists, yet you call yourself a little person. I don't know how many people you will offend if this gets out. Qian Sijia glanced at him and said unhappily. At this moment, a somewhat angry and jealous voice suddenly sounded. Jia Jia. Hearing this voice, Qian Sijia couldn't help but frown, and his face looked a little ugly. A young man dressed in designer clothes looked at the two of them with jealousy and anger, and at the same time, he looked at Chunan with a hint of resentment. Your acquaintance? Chunan asked doubtfully. Just an annoying follower. Qian Sijia pulled Chunan's hand and turned away without even looking at the man. Seeing this scene, Rongshan became even more angry. He didn't expect Qian Sijia to be so proactive towards a man. Who is this man? Rongshan directly blocked the two of them. Jia Jia. Who is he? Chapter 75. The beauty is the trouble again. Rongshan didn't know how long he had been pursuing Qian Sijia. He even admired Qian Sijia a few years ago. But now the other party is actually with a poor boy, which he cannot accept. What he could not accept the most was that Qian Sijia, who was like an iceberg in front of him on weekdays, took the initiative to hold the boy's hand. Does who he is have anything to do with you? I really didn't check the almanac before going out today, and I still meet you here. What bad luck. Qian Sijia said this bluntly, without giving the other party any face. Now it should be Chu Nan's turn to have a headache. It is obvious that the beauty is the trouble again, and he cannot avoid trouble again. If he had known this would happen, he should have rejected this girl directly. You. Rongshan's face turned blue and red, and he was speechless after being confronted by Qian Sijia. If you know what's good for you, let go of your dog hands. You and she are not from the same world. Do you know who she is? She is the daughter of the chairman of Sifeng Pharmaceutical. There is no way that you two can be together. Rongshan threatened viciously. Since he couldn't do anything to Qian Sijia, what could he do to a poor boy? Chu Nan's face darkened. If you can't speak human language, I'll teach you. You're a dog that can't spit out ivory. Not to mention her. Even I don't like you. Qian Si on the side chuckled and gave Chu Nan a thumbs up in front of Rongshan. Young Master Rong, aren't you relying on your grandfather? Without your grandfather, you are nothing. Others may not know, but don't think that I don't know that you have been messing around with other women. I don't have time to waste with you. If it weren't for the relationship between our two families, I really wouldn't want to bother with you. Qian Sijia said in a cold tone. Rongshan's face flushed, veins popped out on his forehead, and he said sinisterly, Jia Jia, even if you don't like me, Uncle won't let you be with a poor boy. Suddenly, Qian Sijia's face suddenly turned cold, like solid ice, and she said coldly, You keep calling me a poor boy. What else can you do except judging people by their appearance? I really don't know how Grandpa Rong could have a grandson like you. The poor boy you mentioned is the owner of the Marriott Hotel. He is also the legendary pianist who is a big name in the piano circle. Isn't your grandfather looking for him? Now he is right in front of you. Rongshan stood there in a daze, with an expression of disbelief on his face. The owner of Marriott Hotel? Is he the pianist that Grandpa is looking for? How is this possible? The Marriott Hotel is no longer in the hands of a few shareholders. When did it become the property of a single person? As the only five-star hotel in the Flower City, the profits of the Marriott Hotel are unimaginable. The annual profit income is enough to exceed 100 million or even higher. The two men ignored Rongshan's shocked look and walked straight past him. Rongshan turned around and grabbed Chu Nan's wrist. Suddenly, Chu Nan turned around, his eyes filled with hostility. Rongshan was so frightened that his face turned pale instantly, and he immediately let go of his hand. Looking at the figure walking away, Rongshan's eyes gradually turned cold, and he looked at Chu Nan with resentment. Qian Sijia must be lying. How could that guy be the legendary pianist his grandfather was looking for? Moreover, as far as he knew, the Marriott Hotel had always been managed by several shareholders, and there was an open owner of the hotel. Marriott Hotel is the asset of several people. Does this kid think he has the ability to acquire all the shares of Marriott Hotel? That's a price tag of billions, and even my grandfather would have to consider for a long time before making a decision. But when he walked out and saw Chu Nan and Qian Sijia get into the Aston Martin, he was stunned for a moment. This luxury car belongs to this guy? This? Could it be that Qian Sijia was not lying? At night, Lu Yashuan was restless in her room, covering herself with the quilt, with the images of Chu Nan and Qian Sijia in her mind. Could the two people from tonight still be outside? What is the relationship between these two people? It makes people curious. Could it be that Qian Sijia got ahead of her and gave Chu Nan to poo? How could I have such wild thoughts? Lu Yashuan kept comforting herself. Looking at the number on the phone, I was hesitating whether to call and ask what was going on. I was naturally relieved when Chu Nan arrived home. What if Chu Nan didn't answer the call? Or he was still out with Qian Sijia? Wouldn't that mean her heart would be broken? She wouldn't dare to face it. Forget it. If I don't make this call, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep all night. I want to die. I want to die. Lu Yashuan dialed Chu Nan's number. Hello. After hearing Chu Nan's voice, Lu Yashuan's heart was in her throat. She asked anxiously, Have you returned home? Of course I'm going back. I'm on my way now. Call. Lu Yashuan breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt relieved. In that case, just drive carefully and I won't distract you. Bye. Beep beep. Chu Nan in the car smiled helplessly. This little girl might be afraid that there was some relationship between him and Qin Sijia. Why did she feel like she was being checked on? Could it be that he is also interested in Liu Yashuan? Chapter 76. Another luxury car, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in and successfully obtaining the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Another luxury car. Chu Nin has become numb. There are only a few Rolls-Royce Phantoms in the country, and they are all owned by famous people. But it's better this way. There are too many rugged roads in their town. If you drive a sports car, the chassis is too low and there is a high chance of scratches. It would be nice to drive this Rolls-Royce back, but I still need to prepare some things before going back. After all, I haven't been home for so long, I can't go back empty-handed, and it's my second grandfather's birthday. Driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Chu Nin also went to the mall. About half an hour later, he came out pushing a cart with a box of Ergo 2, some supplements, and some famous liquors. My father is an alcoholic. He has no interest in anything else but this one. Afterwards, Chu Nin went to a store that specialized in selling jade articles. As soon as he entered the store, the salesperson came up to him enthusiastically. "Sir, what do you need to buy?" The salesperson asked enthusiastically. "Recommend me some better jade pendants and bracelets in your store," Chu Nin said lightly. At a quick glance, the cheapest ones cost hundreds or thousands, while the most expensive ones cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. As for jade, it still depends on the quality of the jade and the fineness of the carving. "Sir, you can take a look at our jade pendant. It is a bracelet made of emerald jade. The color is deep and there are no impurities. The most important thing is that the surface of the jade is very smooth and there is no flaw at all." The prices that the salesperson introduced to Chu Nin were basically within 10,000, because judging from Chu Nin's clothing and appearance, he might not have that much money. When the salesperson was about to introduce the next model, Chu Nin spoke up. "These jades are too cheap. Tell me about the ones above." Too cheap? The salesperson looked at him in surprise. Could it be that this handsome boy was a low-key rich second generation? Most of the jade pendants and bracelets listed were priced at tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. However, according to Chu Nin's request, the salesperson still gave him a detailed introduction. It must be said that the service attitude of this store is really good. After the introduction, the salesperson thought that Chu Nin wanted to take another look. "But I didn't expect. I want all these. Please swipe the card." Chu Nin handed over a black gold card. The salesperson widened his eyes and thought he was dazzled when he looked at the black gold card. There was a gold ring pattern and the bank's logo on it. It was a Citibank black gold card. OMG! It turns out that this young man is actually a wealthy man. The total price of these jade pendants and jade bracelets is 600,000, but the young man handed over his bank card generously without even blinking. The other people around were also shocked. The total price of these jade pieces was 600,000 yuan. If the commission was included, Chu could get a commission of nearly 20,000 yuan. The other colleagues looked at Chu with envy. However, when swiping the card, Chu took a deep breath after seeing the balance displayed on the bank card. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. Hiss. This guy is a billionaire. Under Chu's shocked gaze, Chu Nin walked out calmly. "Everyone has left, and you are still watching. This order of yours is worth nearly 20,000, including the promotion." "Congratulations," said a colleague next to him with envy. Duo. Do you know what number I saw on the balance of that little brother's card just now?" Chu said blankly. "Balance? For a rich man like this, spending 600,000 yuan on something that looks like $60 must be worth tens of millions." Duo thought for a while and said. Chu turned her head, her eyes a little dazed, and said word by word, "It's not tens of millions, it's hundreds of millions. This little brother has hundreds of millions in his bank card." Puff! Hundreds of millions? Duo was also confused. Then a burst of noise outside attracted their attention. A Rolls-Royce Phantom caused a commotion. When the two of them inadvertently saw the people in the car, both of their pupils shrank suddenly. That Rolls-Royce Phantom, the one in the car, is the young man from before. After returning home, he called Zhou to come out for help. Zhou looked at him in surprise. "Why did you buy so many things? It's still a long way to go before the new year." Chu Nin said, "I have to go home in a few days. My elders are having their birthdays, and I can't go back empty-handed. I'll trouble you for the few days I'm away." He was quite relieved about Zhou. With her managing the villa, Chu Nin basically didn't have to worry about anything. When Zhou heard this, she realized that this was the case. The two of them carried all the things in the trunk into the car, in large and small bags. Chunin called home and told them that he planned to go back tomorrow. His mother originally wanted to come out to pick him up, but he politely declined. Tell yourself that mom drove back. His mother's train of thought was also quite strange. She was even worried that he had done something illegal outside, which made Chunin laugh and cry. Chapter 77. Rewarding divine-level traditional Chinese medicine skills. When Chunin woke up in the morning, he suddenly remembered something. All the things he bought yesterday were going to be sent back to his hometown anyway, and he was going to drive this Rolls-Royce back. So what's the point of him moving out? Now he has to move back. Chunin patted his confused head speechlessly. Forget it. I'll let Zhou help me later. The first thing to do every morning is to sign in. Host, Chunin. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Current deposit, 108 million. Vehicles, Lamborghini Venom. New Age electric cars, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Personal property, Sky Garden Mountaintop Villa. Personal assets, Marriott Hotel, Red Beach Office Building, Small Island, not claimed. Whether to be married, no. Special skills, expert piano talent. Warehouse items, none. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and be rewarded with God-level Chinese medicine skills. Chunan's whole body trembled violently, and a large amount of Chinese medicine knowledge, as well as lost acupuncture techniques and lost prescriptions, all flooded into his mind as if he had suddenly been enlightened. After it was over, Chunan felt that his brain was much more relaxed. Nice one. God-level Chinese medicine skills are rare. What are people most afraid of nowadays? Get ill. No matter how rich they are, these people don't want to get sick because some diseases are incurable. Some people spend their whole lives in mediocrity, but end up getting a serious illness that burns up all their life savings, and they're still not well again. The same is true for those big shots at the top and those people in the upper circles. In the second half of their lives, these people pay attention to their physical health. Moreover, my parents at home have some minor ailments from time to time. They always have back pain in the middle of the night, and my father gets a headache when it rains. This time when I go back, I can help them solve these minor ailments. Ding dong. Lu Yashuan sent herself a message saying good morning, and Chu Nin also replied. He didn't pay any more attention to it after that. He and Lu Yashuan talked a lot in the past 2 days, which did bring them closer. However, Chunin always felt that something was missing and their relationship could not develop further. Of course, Chu Nan was not in a hurry. If his mother hadn't urged him, he wouldn't want to taste the bitterness of love so early. Zhou was called up early in the morning, and she also complained about Chunan. Chunin had no choice but to smile awkwardly. After the two of them moved yesterday's things back into the trunk of the car, Chunin drove away from the villa. This time when Chunin returns home, he plans to stay at home for 3 or 4 days. After coming out, he will go to the island to take a look at the environment. If it is worth developing, Chunan's net worth may double. The location of his villa was not far from the highway entrance. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, Chunan got on the highway. The drivers around him all took a detour. Even the toll collector was a little surprised for fear of encountering this car. It was really rare to see someone driving a Rolls-Royce on the highway, especially such a young guy. Because Chunan's car appeared on this highway, the cars behind him also slowed down, and those who wanted to overtake did not dare to speed up. Chunan's hometown is in Hangzhou. If he wants to take the highway to go back, it will probably take at least 4 or 5 hours to get home. It will probably be afternoon by the time he gets back. But Chunan didn't care. This Rolls-Royce was indeed a road bully. No car behind him dared to overtake him. Chunan's driving speed was still relatively steady at 120 kilometers per hour. If I continue at this speed and reach the speed limit in the tunnel, I will probably have to slow down even more before I get home. Looking at the familiar environment and terrain around me, the last time I was on the highway was a few years ago. The surrounding mountains have disappeared, replaced by small houses. Of course, Chunin just took a glance. Being distracted on the highway is a big taboo. The accidents that have occurred on the highway in recent years have been quite bizarre, including changing lanes at will and driving in the wrong direction on the highway. Chunin felt his scalp tingling when he saw these news. He couldn't understand how these people passed the driving test in the first place. Could it be that they all got fake licenses? As for the consequences, they are naturally self-evident. It would be fine if no one is hurt, but the fear is that a series of accidents may happen accidentally, leading to tragedy for several families. Just as Chunan was concentrating on the road ahead, the small truck in front of him made his eyes shrink suddenly, and the door of the truck suddenly opened. The white foam box inside fell out, and Chunin slowed down the car to keep a distance from the truck. But a funny scene happened. After the phone box fell out, it bounced back, and this happened twice in a row. It was as if the phone box was saying, "I'm out again. I'm back again. What can you do to me?" Chunin honked the horn several times, overtook the car, and shouted. The truck driver seemed to understand and stopped in the emergency lane nearby. Chapter 78. Shocked Parents. Chunin probably wouldn't believe that such a scene had already been recorded by the camera on the highway and posted on the internet, causing quite a stir. And my car also became the protagonist in that video. After that, Chunin never encountered such an accident again. Generally, such accidents have a very small chance of happening, and now he still feels happy when he thinks of the previous scene. After driving on the road for about 3 hours, Chunan's speed slowed down after passing through a tunnel. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After Chu-Nin turned from the fork in the road, he saw the toll station in Hangzhou. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Chu-Nin smiled. It would take about an hour to get to their town from the highway, and it would probably be past 4 o'clock by the time he got home. On the highway, Chu-Nan's phone kept ringing. It was his mother calling. Just after getting off the highway, his mother called again. "Nanzi, have you arrived? Why didn't you answer the phone before?" Chu's mother said worriedly. Hearing his mother's caring tone, Chu-Nan's heart warmed, and he said, "I was on the highway before, so it was inconvenient for me to answer your call. I've already arrived in Hangzhou, and it will take about an hour to get home after I got off the highway. Then be careful on your way. Your dad just went to the Lotus Pond and caught some fish. He's waiting for you to come back and eat them together." "Got it, Mom." After hanging up the phone, Chu-Nin rushed back home. The economy has developed rapidly in recent years, and Hangzhou has also developed rapidly. The familiar streets have been completely renewed, and some roads have also changed. If it weren't for the navigation, Chu-Nin might not be able to find his way home. I don't know what the town is like now. Has it changed like the urban area? The road leading to the town used to be full of gravel. I don't know if it is still the same as before. After entering the city, Chu-Nin drove along the national highway towards home. As he expected, the mountain road had been repaired, and the gravel road had disappeared. He had passed this gravel road when he took a bus before. The feeling is just like riding a bumper car. Your butt will feel numb after passing this road. Finally, after half an hour, Chu-Nin saw the town he was familiar with. Of course, Chu-Nin would definitely cause a commotion after entering the town. In a town like theirs, the entry of a car like an Audi or BMW would usually cause quite a stir. Not to mention Chu-Nan's luxury car worth tens of millions. All the eyes at the street corner in the town were focused on it. Now is the information age. Even if you haven't seen it in real life, you have at least seen it on the internet. Sure enough, someone in the crowd finally recognized him. "I've seen the little man logo on this car online. It seems to be called a Rolls-Royce. This car must be worth several million. Fuck, a car worth millions. Is there anyone like this in our town? This car doesn't seem to be an ordinary Rolls-Royce. It seems to be of the Phantom series. This series of luxury cars seems to cost tens of millions." Hiss! Tens of millions! Everyone present was stunned. Millions were numbers they could not imagine, let alone the astronomical figure of tens of millions. Whose kid is this? He's working hard outside and driving this multi-million-dollar luxury car. He must be worth hundreds of millions. I thought the Audi in the mayor's house was pretty cool, but who would have thought such a luxury car would appear in the town? The Audi in the mayor's house is nothing. It's just a little brother in front of this Rolls-Royce. Everyone in the town looked at this luxury car with envy. Which man doesn't love cars? And a luxury car at that? They dream of owning such a luxury car, but what these people are concerned about is whose child drove the car back. Father Chu looked at the luxury car with envy. I don't know how our Xiaonan is doing out there. I don't know how glorious it would be if he could drive a car like this back. Chu's mother patted his head in annoyance. What are you thinking about in broad daylight? Xiaonan is doing well. Why do you have to compare yourself with others? It's good enough that you have a car now. I don't know how much money it would cost to maintain a car like this. Father Chu smiled naively, but when he saw the Rolls-Royce roll down its window, he widened his eyes and rubbed them for a while. I thought I had seen it wrong. Father Chu pointed at the car with a trembling voice. Old woman, do you think the person in the car looks like our Xiaonan? Chu's mother was speechless. Even if her son did well outside, it would only take 2 or 3 years for him to be able to afford such a car. But when she shifted her gaze, the expression on her face was the same as Chu's father's, and she also rubbed her eyes. Gurgle! Both of them swallowed at the same time. The person in the car did look a lot like their son, but it couldn't be their own child. But in the next scene, the people in the car got off and shouted at them with a smile. Dad! Mom. Chapter 79. Did you get the birdie vodka? Fuck. Isn't this the kid from the old Chu family? This kid seems to have only been out for a few years, but he's already driving such a nice luxury car. What on earth is he doing out there? This isn't going to be anything illegal, is it? Humph. That's not necessarily true. After a few years out of the house, he can drive a luxury car worth tens of millions. What kind of job can make him money? In my opinion, this money is not earned cleanly. As expected, once you have money, you can't avoid gossip. Chunin also wants to keep a low profile, but his strength doesn't allow it. These people just say that it is he and his family who are enjoying life anyway, and in the final analysis, these people are just envious and jealous. What's wrong, Mom and Dad? How come you don't recognize your son after not seeing him for so long? Chunin saw the confused looks on the two elders' faces and understood what was going on. Father Chu stared at his son in a daze, then glanced at the luxury car behind him. Did what you said come true? What you say must be followed by what you do. Is this car really his son's? My son has tens of millions of assets after just a few years away from home? This seems a bit unreal and too dreamy. Xiaonin, is this car really yours? Chu's mother pointed at the car with trembling fingers, and suddenly felt that the scene in front of her was a little unreal. Yeah, Chu Nan not that. Chu's mother pulled Chu Nan aside and whispered in his ear, Son, we are poor but not poor in spirit. Don't do anything illegal. Is your money legitimate? Chu Nan didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment and said, My dear mother, this money must have come from a legitimate source, so don't worry. Your son made money for you to enjoy. Otherwise, if your son's money was obtained illegally, how could he drive into the town so brazenly? Mom, my legs and feet are still shaking. This is too unreal. Chu Nan understood why his parents were so worried. His family had always been an ordinary family. A few $100,000 was a huge sum of money for them, let alone millions or tens of millions. They would need time to adapt. Mom and Dad, please stop standing there and get in the car, Chu Nan said with a smile. The two elders got into the car very carefully, fearing that they might break something. They were even more shocked by the luxurious decoration inside the car, especially the leather cushion under their buttocks, which was so comfortable to sit on. Under the gaze of everyone, Chu Nan and his family drove back. Someone sighed and said with envy, The Chu family has produced a dragon. It's even more lively when we get home. Is this the son of the old Chu family? What kind of car is this? Why have I never seen it before? It looks so bulky, but the logo on the car is pretty nice, and there's a little man on it. You ignorant woman, this car is a Rolls-Royce, worth millions. If I get hurt in the slightest, I won't be able to pay for it even if I sell you off. Ah, so expensive. Listening to the discussions of the neighbors around him, Father Chu straightened his back with a proud look on his face. They relied on their son's success in their life so that they could brag about it in front of outsiders. However, Chu's mother was a little embarrassed and hurried back home with the vegetables she bought outside. Dad, there are some things in the trunk. Let's move them in together. Chu Nan opened the trunk and, looking at the things piled up inside, Father Chu was a little confused. He thought that this amount of things would probably only be bought during festivals. You said you would come back, kid, so just come back. Why are you buying so many things? Save your money now. You will get married in the future. Chu Nan suddenly so my bitterly. All right. Now my father has started to urge me, and I am afraid that my mother has been nagging him a lot. What are these things you bought? Father Chu took things out of the car one by one. Wow. Oh my goodness. There's Erwoda too. You know your dad loves this. Now that I'm back, let's have a few drinks. No problem, Chu Nan said with a smile. After moving all the things out, they were all some famous liquors, supplements, and birds' nests, all valuable items. Father Chu looked at the wine in front of him and suddenly said, Xiaonan, have you got some little bird vodka? The one that's been very popular on the internet recently? My brother said that the thing is good and powerful. Puff. What the hell? Isn't birdie vodka just a joke? Some people actually think it's a kind of alcohol. These friends of my dad are so unreliable. Seeing his son laughing all the time, Father Chu looked puzzled. Chunin didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Dad, that birdie vodka is not alcohol at all. It's a joke someone else made. Your friends who said they drank it are all lying to you. That birdie vodka is just something someone else made for fun in a video. Ah, no such wine. Are you saying that my buddies cheated me? Of course, that bird vodka is not alcohol at all. Chunin didn't expect that his father actually knew about bird vodka. When he thought of the video, he couldn't help but smile. These old guys are causing trouble. We'll go settle the score with them later. Father Chu said angrily. Afterwards, the two of them took the things into the house one by one. Of course, the news that Chu Nan came back driving a Rolls-Royce spread throughout the surrounding area. There will be 3 updates tomorrow as the author has an exam, and 4 updates will be resumed later. Chapter 80, Warm Dinner. Watching the father and son moving in one thing after another, Chu's mother was stunned for a moment. Look at the packaging. There is erguo 2 and bird's nest. These things must cost a lot of money. Mother Chu felt distressed when she saw all these things. She couldn't help but complain. Why did you buy so many things when you came back? They must cost a lot of money. You've worked so hard to earn so much money. Save some money, you'll have to marry and raise children in the future. It's about getting married and having children again. Oh my God. Is this the only thing you remember? This bird's nest, this ergo, what can I say about you? The more Chu's mother looked at it, the more distressed she felt. After all, they were all born in ordinary families and have never seen such good things. It is not easy for them to adapt to it in a short period of time. Seeing his mother's distressed look, Chu Nan smiled and said, Mom, don't be distressed. Aren't these things just for honoring you 2 elders? You have worked hard for half your life. Now that your son has money, let you enjoy a peaceful life. After hearing what her son said, Chu's mother showed a gratified smile. Chu Nan has always been liked by their elders since he was a child, and even now is no exception. Father Chu also smiled. His son has really grown up. As Chu Nan said this, he took out all the jade bracelets and jade pendants he had bought before. Chu's mother's eyes widened immediately. So many jade pieces would probably cost a lot of money. Moreover, the luster of these jade pieces and the fineness of the carvings would probably make them very valuable. Mom, see if there's anything you like here? Try it on. This mutton fat jade pendant is very nice. Try it on. Chu Nan said as he put the jade pendant on his mother. You know what? It fits me pretty well when I wear it. Mom, look in the mirror. Chu Nan smiled with satisfaction. Chu's mother looked in the mirror and liked it at once, but she was a little uncomfortable wearing such an expensive thing around her neck. After all, she was used to being poor. Xiao Nan, how much did you spend on these things? Chu Nan said indifferently. Not much, just a few 100,000. Hundreds of thousands? Chu's mother stood there in a daze and slapped Chu Nan several times. You prodigal son, who told you to spend so much money? You only need to buy a few jade articles. You just have a little money, and you were spending it lavishly. Faced with his mother's reproach, Chu Nan could only smile helplessly. My mother just feels bad that these hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent so casually. Is it true that money is no longer money after you become rich? After the family's greetings, when it was time to cook dinner, Chu Nan ran to the kitchen to help. Although the space in the kitchen was small, it seemed particularly warm. The family sat at the dining table, enjoying the taste of home. The father and son drank and chatted. However, because Chu Nan drank the genetic potion, it can be said that he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Afterwards, his father fell completely drunk on the table. Mother Chu was a little surprised. When did her son have such a good alcohol tolerance? After a few glasses of erguo 2, his face didn't even turn red, and he didn't feel drunk at all. After Chu Nan helped his father back to the room, only the mother and son were left. After Chu Nan came back, Chu's mother slowly said, Xiao Nan, you are rich now. Your parents are proud of you, but we can't spend money carelessly. We need to think about making more wealth. Forget about the time when Mom urged you to get married. You are an adult now, and you can make your own decisions. If she hadn't seen that her son was so rich now, maybe Chu's mother would still urge Chu Nan to find another girl like before, because before that, Chu's mother thought that their family's conditions were just average. As long as there is someone he likes or his son likes her, he will hurry to get married. But now his son is not only rich, but also comes back driving a luxury car worth tens of millions. I guess my son wouldn't even look down on an ordinary girl. Now I think I was too anxious before. My son is grown up and has his own ideas. It doesn't matter if they have grandchildren a few years later. Anyway, they're not too old now and can still live another 10 or 20 years. I understand, Mom. Chu Nan said. You told Mom before that you have a girl you like. How is things going between you two now? If you have an idea, seize the opportunity. Don't be timid. When your father was pursuing me, he was as stubborn as a bull. But it was his perseverance that touched your mother. Think about how good it was back then. Chu's mother is a nostalgic person. She can't help but smile when she thinks back to the past. Mom, I understand all these principles. In this era, we can't fall in love the same way we did in your time. We can't be in a hurry. Chu Nan said slowly. Chu's mother also nodded and decided to worry less about her son's affairs in the future. As long as her son lived a good and happy life, that was enough. After that, the mother and son cleaned up the food on the table and went outside for a walk. Wherever they went, they would visit the neighbors who usually didn't say hello to them. They became enthusiastic all of a sudden. Chu's mother couldn't help but sigh. Normally, they were indifferent to her because they had no money, but now that her son had money, she had never seen them so enthusiastic. Some people have even started contacting Chu's mother privately to introduce their daughters to her, but Chu's mother has rejected them all. It would be fine if her son didn't have anyone he liked. Now that her son has found someone he likes, she, as a mother, cannot make a decision at will. She also understands that these people's sudden enthusiasm is because they are eyeing her son's wallet. Chapter 81. Why doesn't this kid look like you? The news that Chu Nan came back in a luxury car spread all around. Early in the morning, the family heard a roaring noise downstairs. Chu's mother leaned her head out of the window and almost scared her. My goodness! There were more than a dozen people outside the iron gate of the house, and there was a larger group behind it. All of them were holding their mobile phones and taking pictures of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Each of them had an expression of envy on their faces, wondering how nice it would be if they could sit inside and experience it. Maybe we can discuss it with Lao Chu's family. Chu Nan in the room also felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he should have been more low-key. Why did he drive a luxury car back? He couldn't even have a good rest. Forget it. Let's start with daily sign-in. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and you will be rewarded with a Rolex Gypsophala. Chu Nan took the watch out of the system warehouse and put it on his hand. It gave off an air of wealth at first sight. The watch was inlaid with sparkling little diamonds, which were so dazzling. This wave of signing in is worth it. It's a huge profit. The family was happily eating breakfast at the dining table. They didn't want to pay attention to the people outside. After breakfast, Chu's mother came out and looked at the people around her helplessly. Those people asked excitedly, Aunt Chu, can we go in and stand next to the car to take a picture? Chu's mother was also a little embarrassed. Although she was her son's mother, the car belonged to her son, so she should ask her son. Ask Xiaonan. Thank you, Auntie. After entering the living room, Chu's mother said, Xiaonan, someone outside wants to take a photo with your car. You see, we are all neighbors, so why not? Chu Nan took the last dough stick in his hand and said, if they want to take pictures, let them take pictures, but... He paused in the middle of his words and walked out. It was okay to take pictures, but there were some things he had to make clear. Chu Nan said directly in front of everyone, you can take pictures together, but I have one thing to say. If the car is scratched or damaged during the photo shoot, you will be responsible. A small scratch on this car will cost 5 or 600,000. You should think carefully. This statement shocked many people. How could the neighbors in the surrounding area have so much money of 5 or 600,000? Sure enough, when this statement was heard, many people began to back off. This is fine, but if they accidentally get scratched, they will have to pay for it and lose everything. What? Forget it. Just take a photo of the car honestly. After all, the car belongs to someone else and not them. It's good enough if you take some photos and post them on your circle of friends to show off. Who knows who the car belongs to? Most people just want to satisfy their vanity. Looking at the people leaving, a sly smile appeared on Chu Nan's lips. Suddenly, a person outside holding a child saw Chu Nan and shouted in surprise. Nanzi! Nanzi! Chu Nan heard the voice and looked over, and was a little surprised to see the familiar figure. Erden, long time no see. Erden is the man that Chu's mother mentioned before who got married early. Erden is not his real name. This is also what the acquaintances in the neighborhood call him. Moreover, they were very good playmates when they were young. Erden was not handsome. He was as dark as charcoal, and his beard looked a little sloppy as he hadn't shaved for a long time. But the skin of the son he held in his arms was as white as snow. Even though they may not be good-looking, their wives are famous for their beauty. Nanzi, I haven't seen you for so many years. You even drive a luxury car. I should have gone to the city with you back then. Maybe I could have had a bite of soup with you, Erden said while glancing at the Rolls-Royce from time to time. Chu Nan smiled, looked at the child in his arms and said, Is this your son? Erden said proudly. Of course, don't you think my baby is pretty? Handsome, very handsome. But why doesn't this kid look like you? Chu Nan also found something wrong. Looking left and right, it seemed that there was no single facial feature that looked like Erden. Especially Erden, his whole body is as black as charcoal, but his child's skin is as white as snow. I don't understand it either. Although he doesn't look like me, he looks like my wife. The eyes and nose are just like they were carved from the same mold. I was worried that my child would be as dark as me, but I didn't expect him to be as white as snow. My whole family is so happy. Erden smiled naively. This. Chunin smelled something bad. What's the child's blood type? Blood type? Let me think about it. This baby seems to be type O. What are your and your wife's blood types? I'm blood type A. My wife is AB. What's wrong? Why are you asking about my blood type all of a sudden? Erden looked at him in confusion. Chunan's face looked a little ugly. It was impossible for people with blood type A and AB to give birth to people with blood type O. Doesn't that mean this child? He patted Erden's shoulder heavily and said in a deep voice, Erden, go to the hospital to confirm the child's blood type when you have time. If it is type O, do a paternity test. Paternity test. Erden's expression suddenly turned ugly. Nancy, what do you mean? Do you still think this child is not mine? I didn't say that. You should confirm the blood type first. Maybe you remember the child's blood type wrong. Chunan said and walked back into the house. Erden looked at the child in his arms who did not look like him. Combined with Chunan's words, he didn't know why the more he looked at him, the more he felt something was wrong. This. Is there really a green patch on his head? Chapter 82. Departure. Chunan himself didn't dare to say frankly that the child was not Erden's. After all, it was just a suspicion. It was also possible that he remembered the child's blood type incorrectly. I hope he was just overthinking it. Erden is a very simple and honest person. As his childhood playmate, he just wants to remind him to prevent him from being foolish and getting cheated. Mom, where is my dad? Chunin walked around the room, but didn't see any trace of his father. Mother Chu smiled and said, Your dad just went to visit some of his old friends. I guess he went there to show off. Chunan smiled when he heard this. Which son doesn't want to make his parents proud? His parents have been workers all their lives, and it's time for them to enjoy themselves. However, my parents seem to be the kind of people who can't sit still. Even though they're retired now, they still go out to sell some fruits from time to time. The backyard of Chunan's house is full of vegetables, as well as some watermelons and other fruits. His parents have nothing to do at home, so they go out to earn some money. In fact, the combined pension of the two is enough to be 5,000 yuan a month, which is enough for the two elders to live on, but they just don't like to sit at home doing nothing all day. This is also the reason why Chu's mother is so anxious to have a grandson. Chunan thought about it and decided, why not open a fruit shop for his parents in the town? He thought about it and decided that it was not impossible. He would discuss it with his parents when the time came. Today is second grandpa's birthday. Mother Chu went to the vegetable garden to get some fresh vegetables to take over. Second grandpa lives at the entrance of the village on the other side of the town. It would take another hour to drive there. After my father came back from his friend's place, he took out a few bottles of matai from the box. My second grandfather also loves drinking like his father, but he not only loves drinking, but also smoking. However, he doesn't smoke the cigarettes available on the market. He uses a pipe and likes to put his own tobacco in it and smoke it one puff at a time. After Chu's father took out bottles of matai, he looked at Chunan strangely and said, When did you become so good at drinking? You didn't feel drunk at all after a few glasses of liquor. Your father gets dizzy after one drink. Chunan smiled indifferently. Isn't this something you learned while working outside? It would have been better if she hadn't said this, but once she said it, Mother Chu felt a little distressed. How much alcohol did this child have to drink outside to develop such a drinking capacity? Everything in front of her was probably caused by her son drinking one cup after another. Looking at his mother's distressed look, Chunan was also a little confused. What's wrong with my mom? Why is she suddenly looking at me with such a distressed look? Mother Chu stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, saying distressledly, Nancy, you are rich now, so drink less alcohol outside in the future. It's okay for you to be young now, but you can't drink too much alcohol when you are older. After hearing what his mother said, Chunan was moved. It turned out that home was the best place. That is, only his parents think of him all the time. However, what he said just now was just a casual remark. The reason why Chunan and Buzue are now using genetic potions to change the genes in his body is that his physical fitness is now several times beyond that of ordinary people. Even the soldiers in the army probably don't have as good physical fitness as Chunan. After putting all the things in the trunk, Mr. and Mrs. Chu also entered the car carefully. There was a lot of space inside the car, but his parents knew that the car was valuable and were afraid of getting scratched. They thought that if it was scratched at all, it would probably cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Seeing his parents so restrained, Chunan felt a little distressed. Dad, Mom, you don't have to be so careful. This car is not that easy to scratch. This car is ours. Go easy on us, both of you. Fasten your seat belts, and and we're off. With a loud boom, the air wave gave Chu's father goosebumps all over his body, and the nervousness on his face turned into excitement. This kind of roar is what a car should be. Isn't this the sound that men are pursuing? The neighbors looked at Chu Nan's family with envy as they left, then looked at their own men and children and sighed silently. The gap between people is so huge. Old Chu's family lived an ordinary life before, but now his son drives a luxury car and his net worth is probably not ordinary. It won't be long before these two will follow him to the city to enjoy a good life. The mountain road to my second grandfather's house is different from the road to the town. It is quite roundabout, and there is a big turn after walking for a while. Chunin was fine, but he made his parents dizzy. Fortunately, the originally rugged mountain road was repaired. The mountain road was bumpy before, and coupled with a mountain road like this, it would be a living hell to go through it. Fortunately, after passing this circle of mountain roads, the road is no longer so winding. If it continued to go in circles like this, Chunin wouldn't care if his parents behind him vomited. The two of them leaned against the car window with expressions of despair on their faces. Looking at the expressions on his parents' faces through the mirror, Chu Nan shook his head helplessly. This was the only way to get to his second grandfather's house, and he didn't want to take this road if possible. Chapter 83. Not expensive, just over 20 million. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Chu Nan and his family entered the village. Neither Mr. Chu nor Mrs. Chu dared to open the window, and all the eyes on the surrounding streets were focused on them. Driving this car is still too ostentatious, and Mr. and Mrs. Chu are still a little uncomfortable with it. Although Second Grandpa's village is not big, the road is not narrow. Chunin did not feel crowded when driving in. My second grandfather's house is in a small alley on another street, a courtyard house next to a small river. This courtyard house is an old house, but it has been maintained over the years and does not look very old. From the outside, compared with the other houses, my second grandfather's house looks like a wealthy family. There are several cars parked outside: Civic, BMW, Audi. Chunan's car was also parked on the side, and it was estimated that other relatives had already arrived. The other family next to them was also a little confused. Uncle Chu looked puzzled as to why this Rolls-Royce was parked at the gate of their yard. Could it be that the people in this car are from Lao Chu's family? This Rolls-Royce would cost at least millions, or even tens of millions. Although he recognized it as a Rolls-Royce, Uncle Chu did not realize it was a phantom. Could it be the fourth brother's family? I had heard before that the fourth child opened a company in the county town with an annual income of nearly 1 million, which made the whole family extremely envious. But you can't afford such a nice car even if you earn more than 1 million yuan a year, right? But when he saw Chu Nan's family getting out of the car, Uncle Chu widened his eyes, looking as if he had seen a ghost, and his chin dropped. Is it the boss's family? Old Chu and his family actually drive such a nice car? Second Uncle Chu's mind went blank for a moment. The family of his eldest brother was the worst off in the Chu family. The other brothers were all successful in their careers, but the eldest brother dropped out of school early and went out to work. Of course, the eldest brother also wanted to relieve the pressure on the family at that time. If he had not gone out to work, it is estimated that they would not be able to go to college and might not have achieved what they have today. Uncle Chu kept all of this in mind and helped eldest brother's family a lot over the years because eldest brother and sister-in-law had children relatively late and are now a little older. Now I live on my pension. Looking at Chu Nan sitting in the driver's seat, Uncle Chu was suddenly shocked. Could it be that this car belongs to his eldest nephew? Second brother. Father Chu noticed his younger brother, who was in a daze not far away, and shouted in surprise. Chu Nan took a look. It turned out to be my second uncle. This second uncle was very nice to him when he was a child, and was also pretty good to his whole family. Among the Chu family, Chu Nan had the worst impression of his fourth uncle's family. He always looked so arrogant, and he would be so proud of himself if he had a little money. His own father was even turned away when he tried to borrow some money from him. When Chu Nan learned about this incident at school, he was almost angry to death. Since then, Chu Nan rarely had any contact with his fourth uncle's family. It is said that the fourth uncle's son seems to have opened a small company in the county town. I guess he will take advantage of this issue again. However, this time, Chu Nan's family is doomed to fail. For the long time no see. What car is this? Uncle Chu asked unconfidently, and his whole body felt dry in the mouth after he finished speaking. Father Chu showed a smug smile. You mean this car? This car belongs to Xiaonan. When second Uncle Chu heard this, he realized that, as he had expected, the car belonged to his eldest nephew. It seemed that his eldest nephew must be doing quite well in Huaqing, Such a luxury car is affordable to everyone. Even a family with an annual income of 1 million may not be able to afford it. Gulp! Uncle Chu swallowed and asked, "How much is this car?" This question also stunned Chu's father. He only knew that the car was very expensive, but he didn't know the specific price. "This, you should ask Xiaonan, I don't know either." Dad Chu touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Mother Chu looked at Father Chu, who was grinning foolishly, and shouted angrily, "All you do after getting off the car is chat. Why don't you come over and help? Come quickly and take out all the things and carry them in." Hearing Chu's mother shout, Chu's father ran over happily, and Chu's second uncle followed. "Sister-in-law, let me help you," Uncle Chu said with a smile. "Thank you so much, second brother." Mother Chu said, "It's okay, we're all family." Uncle Chu was also distracted when he looked at the things in the trunk. Moutai, bird's nest, and a host of other expensive supplements. These things would probably cost tens of thousands. Suddenly, he noticed the Rolex on Chu Nan's hand, and he took a deep breath, his heart beating wildly. "Rolex? It seems to be full of stars. I saw this watch online before, and it cost millions." What on earth was his nephew doing in Flower City? He not only drove a Rolls-Royce, but also wore a Rolex. Second uncle. Chu Nan called politely. Uncle Chu came to Chu Nan and asked in a low voice, "Nephew, Uncle Chu has a question for you. Tell me honestly how much this car costs." "This car? It's not expensive, just over 20 million. Chapter 84. Fourth uncle and his family arrive. Not expensive, just over 20 million. Uncle Chu was also stunned. Chu's father and mother beside him were so scared that their legs went weak, and they stared at Chu Nan with wide eyes. More than 20 million? This car costs more than 20 million. They originally thought that the car would cost at most a few million, and they didn't dare to think about anything more. More than 20 million is an astronomical figure that many families cannot even imagine in their lifetime. What on earth is my son doing and watching that he can afford a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan? As for Uncle Chu, there were only two words that kept echoing in his mind. How could these 20 million be so worthless in the mouth of his eldest nephew? He was also curious about what Chu Nan, who had been hanging around and watching, was doing. Such earth-shaking changes had taken place in just a few years. It was like a dream. I guess no one in the Chu family had expected that the most awesome family wasn't the fourth brother's family, but the eldest brother's family, who had always been inconspicuous. Uncle Chu doesn't like the fourth brother's family very much. The eldest brother dropped out of school to support their studies, but now the fourth brother turns his eyes away and doesn't recognize him. When the old family was in trouble, the eldest brother went to their house to ask for help, but the door was not opened and he was turned away. When Uncle Chu thinks about it now, he still feels itchy. My nephew has made great progress. A true dragon has appeared in our Chu family. Uncle, you are exaggerating. How could that be? You don't know that your fourth uncle and his family are so arrogant that they even hesitate to make time for your second grandfather's birthday. This guy, Lao Si, really forgot where his roots are. When his whole family comes later, you'll have to put a dent in their arrogance. Uncle Chu said through gritted teeth. Chu Nan raised his eyebrows, also somewhat displeased. They even have to refuse my second grandfather's birthday party. This family is hopeless. Outsiders may not know, but their own family members know that this family is a hands-off family and leaves most of the things to their employees. Moreover, the fourth child has always looked down on the eldest child's family, thinking that it was a waste to support Chu Nan to go to college, as he has already started a company with only a junior high school education. In the end, those college students still work for him. Chu Nan's family carried their things in and walked in. The other relatives also looked at them in surprise. It turned out to be the boss and his family. They were holding Moutai and Bird's Nest in their hands. When did this family become so wealthy? Did they win the lottery? Brother? Sister-in-law? Nanzi, Uncle San, who had just come out of the yard, also shouted in surprise and hurried over to help. Uncle Chu looked at Chu Nan, who was a head taller than him, in disbelief and said in surprise, "Xiao Nan, I haven't seen you for a few years. You have grown taller again. Come on, give the things to Uncle San." No, you're too polite, Uncle San. I can do it. You have so many things in your hands, so I'll help you get some. Under the enthusiasm of his third uncle, Chu Nan had no choice but to compromise. His third uncle was good in everything except that he was too hospitable. After putting all the things in the storage room, my father and mother started chatting with several uncles and aunts. Now the only elder in the Chu family is the second grandfather. The great-grandfather passed away due to cancer a few years ago. Now the few members of the Chu family are only Chu Nan's family, as well as the second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle's families. My second uncle is a manager of a company, and his annual income is about 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, which makes him a well-off family. As for my third uncle, he is an official in the village. Although his salary is not high, he lives a comfortable life in this village. Finally, there's my fourth uncle and his family. When third uncle and his family found out that Chu Nan and his family came in a Rolls-Royce, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Everyone knows the situation of the eldest brother's family. The eldest brother gave birth to Chu Nan relatively late, and because he dropped out of school, he has been working as a worker in a factory. In comparison, the eldest brother's family had the worst life before. After knowing that Chu Nan was doing well in Huaqing, Uncle Chu smiled with relief. Their eldest brother had lived a hard life for half his life, and it was time for him to enjoy some good life. However, they were all a little curious about what their nephew was doing in Huaqing. Such great changes had taken place in just a few years. Can you drive a luxury car worth tens of millions? I asked my eldest brother and sister-in-law, but they didn't know either. I must ask my eldest nephew what he is doing in Huaqing later. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz stopped outside. The woman in the car, who was dressed like a noblewoman, looked at the surrounding environment with disdain and said with a sneer, "No matter how this mountain valley changes, it still smells poor. I hope it ends soon. I don't want to stay in this place any longer." Okay, just talk less. Everyone here is an acquaintance. I don't want them to look at me like an enemy as soon as I go in. Chu Jianshan said unhappily. The people who came were Uncle Chu's family. Uncle Chu's son Chui smiled and said, "Dad is right. After all, it's the old man's birthday. Mom, please give me some face." After hearing this, fourth aunt reluctantly said, Okay. Chuyi's face was full of confidence. The reason he came here this time was to satisfy his vanity, and also to show off in front of his uncle's family. But just as he was about to walk in, his eyes suddenly widened and he looked at the car at the gate of the yard in disbelief. Rolls-Royce. Chapter 85. I believe in my son. Inside the hall, everyone had already taken their seats. There were nearly 100 people sitting in the hall, but the birthday party had not yet begun. Most people didn't look very happy. The banquet should have started a long time ago, and they were all waiting for the fourth brother and his family. The old man sitting at the top was a little unhappy. Old 4, are they coming? Old 2, give them a call and ask. Second Uncle Chu's face also looked very ugly. Today was second Uncle Chu's 70th birthday, and they were the only elderly people in the Chu family. The fourth brother's family is too ignorant of the rules. Ever since the fourth brother's son started his own company, they have become more and more arrogant and don't take their relatives seriously. Uncle, don't worry, I'll make a phone call and ask. Just as Uncle Chu was about to make a phone call, he saw the fourth uncle and his family walk in, especially the fourth son's wife, who covered her nose as if there was some foul smell and was full of disgust. Fourth brother, your family is a little too slow, Uncle Chu said unhappily. Chu Jianshan smiled awkwardly, picked up a glass of wine, and said with a smile, Second uncle, and all relatives and friends, this is my fault. I will drink this wine first as an apology to you. After he finished half the cup of ergotu in one breath, his face quickly turned red, he coughed twice, and looked at the old man sitting in the upper seat with a smile. Uncle, is this okay? It can be seen that Chu Hanxue, who was sitting on the table, still looked unhappy. Although Xiao Si had apologized, it was just an act. In his eyes, he might not even be an elder. Forget it. Sit down. Chu Hanxue didn't say anything in the end. Today was a happy day, so he shouldn't make the atmosphere too awkward. Then the banquet began. Chu Jianshan took a sip of the wine, tasted it carefully, and said, What kind of wine is this? Erguo-tu. Uncle Chu said lightly. Erguo-tu. Chu Jianshan's expression changed slightly. Could it be that this Erguo-tu was bought by his second uncle? When did his second uncle become so generous? But what he found strange was that the eldest brother's family seemed a little different today, but he couldn't tell what was different. More confident? Second grandpa, this is a birthday present for you. I wish you a long and healthy life. At this moment, he handed over a small wooden box tied with a golden ribbon. What's in it? Chu Hanxue couldn't help but ask. He raised the corner of his mouth and said modestly, It's not a valuable thing. I heard that second grandpa's health is not very good. This is just a ginseng root, which is only worth tens of thousands of yuan. Compared with your health, this little money is nothing. Tens of thousands of dollars? The other guests were also shocked. These people came from ordinary families, and they were reluctant to give things worth tens of thousands of dollars as birthday gifts. Although Chu Laoxi's family is not that well off, they're still quite generous. Enjoying the gazes of the people around him, Chu felt greatly satisfied. At the same time, he took the opportunity to talk about the topic and said to Chu Nan, "Brother Nan, since you have come back so rarely, you should have prepared a gift for second grandpa, right? Here it comes." Chu Nan had expected such a scene to happen. This family always likes to take advantage of other people's situations. "Second grandpa, do you have a pen and paper?" Chu Nan asked. Chu Hanshua was stunned, not understanding why Chu Nan wanted a pen and paper. "Have." Then he asked someone to bring out pen and paper from the room. Everyone in the hall focused their attention on him. No one understood what was going on. Even Chu's father and mother didn't know what their son was going to do. After Chu Nan finished writing, he handed the list over and continued. "Second grandfather, please ask someone to go to the pharmacy to get the herbs according to the prescription above. After taking them for 3 or 4 months, your blood pressure will drop." Prescription? Can Chu Nan also treat illnesses? Does this stuff work? Will it cause any problems if I eat it? Fourth aunt chuckled and said disdainfully, "If you can't afford a gift, just say so. Why are you playing tricks here? The old man's health is not good to begin with. What if something goes wrong with your prescription?" Aunt 4, "I seriously suspect that you didn't brush your teeth before going out. Why does the whole air stink as soon as you talk?" Chu Nan said without any consideration. "You little bastard, what did you say? Are there any rules?" Fourth aunt suddenly roared. Chu Yi's face darkened, and he said gloomily, "Brother Nan, it's not nice for you to talk like that. When did you, a finance major, learn how to treat a disease? And do you have a medical license? Do you have a medical license?" Chu Nan didn't know how many times he had heard this sentence on the internet. Chu Nan smiled coldly and said, "I don't have any, but I can guarantee that as long as second grandpa follows my prescription and drinks it for 3 or 4 months, his high blood pressure will never recur." The other people at the table shook their heads, and their eyes towards Chu Nan gradually turned cold. This is too much of an exaggeration. What kind of medicine can prevent a person's high blood pressure from ever recurring? Is it a miracle drug? Playing tricks? Fourth aunt was too lazy to argue, so she just said nothing more. "Brother, why don't you do anything about your Chu Nan making such a fuss?" Chu Jianshan said in a reproachful manner. "It seems to be saying, you guys haven't taken good care of your son. Why don't you stop him?" However, Chu's father and mother spoke at the same time, and what they said was consistent. "I believe in my son." Chapter 86. They are all small amounts of money and not worth mentioning. For a moment, Chu Jianshan was speechless. It seemed that his eldest brother and his family had really changed. Why did they have so much confidence to believe in Chu Nan? And second uncle didn't even get angry? This is what puzzled him the most. Could it be that his second uncle also believed the words of a junior like Chu Nan? Chu Hanshua looked at the prescription in his hand, then glanced at Chu Nan, who looked confident, and said slowly, "Okay, Xiaonan, second grandpa believes in you." Suddenly, the people at other tables were in an uproar. The old man actually believed what this junior said? Isn't the old man really afraid of something happening after eating? Old Chu and his family seemed a little different today since they came in. It seems that those erguo and birds' nests and other expensive supplements were all sent by Boss Chu and his family. This is unlikely. You all know the situation of Boss Chu's family. Those things cost at least tens of thousands. Chu, he was also confused. Second grandfather actually believed what Chu Nan said? Isn't this just senility? Don't worry, second grandpa. My prescription will cure any disease. You will understand after drinking it for a while. Chu Nan said with a smile. Chu Hanshua nodded. The reason why he believed Chu Nan was because Chu Nan's change was so great, it could be said to be an earth-shaking change. He originally thought that the most promising family was the fourth brother's family. But no one expected that Chu Nan could even drive a luxury car worth tens of millions. When he heard the news, he suspected that he had heard it wrong. The results turned out to be true. Compared to the arrogant and domineering family of the fourth brother, he prefers the simple and honest character of the Chu brothers' family. In this round of confrontation, the fourth brother and his family were at a disadvantage. The family, which was originally very happy, suddenly became like a war zone due to the arrival of the fourth child. Chu Hanshua also had some doubts, wondering if he shouldn't have invited the fourth brother and his family over before. After a while of silence, Chu Yi started to take advantage of the situation again. "Brother Nan, you have been in Huaqing for so long, so you should be doing well, right? Why? Sometimes I really envy you. Even though I earn millions a year, I barely have a day off." The dining table had become a battlefield for the two young men to fight. Fourth aunt looked arrogant and even raised her hand to show off her sparkling gold bracelet. The aura of a nouveau riche is definitely there, not to mention that it's quite rustic. Well, you're right. I'm doing pretty well. At least I'm not like you, who has expanded to this level with only 1 million a year. If it were any higher, wouldn't you be on par with the sun? Chunan's face remained calm from beginning to end, and he was not affected by his emotions at all. You're just a clown. I will slap you in the face and let you see why the flowers are so red. You. Chewy was about to curse but swallowed it back. Considering the presence of his elders and other people, he had to endure it. Chu Jianshan also looked unhappy. Wasn't his nephew too arrogant? Only 1 million a year? He made it seem like he made millions or tens of millions a year. He had asked Chunan what he did before, but he worked in a company and could barely make over 10,000 a month with overtime. Can you compare with them like this? Chu Yi showed an ugly smile, gritted his teeth, and asked sinisterly, Well, I will have to rely on Brother Nan's influence to guide me in the future. I wonder if Brother Nan would be convenient to tell me which company you work for. Chu Yi's question hit the nail on the head. Not only did he want to know, but everyone else also wanted to know what Chunan was doing in Huaqing. Even Chunan's parents looked at him curiously. Chunan said word by word, Company? I don't work in the company. However, I do own a 5-star hotel, which only makes 100 or 200 million yuan a year, which is just a small amount of money and not worth mentioning. Suddenly, the people at the table were silent and stunned. Chunan's uncles, aunts, and second grandfather all had dazed expressions on their faces. Only Chu Yi was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then laughed disdainfully. Chunan, I call you Brother Nan because of seniority. Do you really think you are the brother? How can you brag so much? A 5-star hotel? How dare you think that? 1 or 200 million a year. Didn't you sleep well last night? You're daydreaming here in broad daylight? Why don't you say that Rolls-Royce outside is yours? It originally belonged to me, Chunan said calmly. It's shameful, fourth aunt scolded mercilessly. Chu Jianshan also sneered with disdain. It seemed that he was overthinking it. His eldest brother's family had indeed changed and had become mentally abnormal. However, the three of them did not notice that, except for their family, everyone else was looking at Chu Nan in shock. Even his parents were no exception. Because only they know that what Chu Nan said might be true. Second brother? Third brother? Second uncle? You. Chu Jianshan looked at the shocked expressions of the others with a puzzled look on his face and asked in confusion, You don't really think what he said is true? Second Uncle Chu let out a long sigh, and after coming to his senses, he glanced at Chu Jianshan, who was completely unaware. Of course, we all believe that what Xiaonan said is true. And Xiaonan is right. The Rolls-Royce outside is indeed his. Chapter 87. Into the birthday banquet. The Rolls-Royce outside belongs to Xiaonan. Since he can afford a luxury car worth tens of millions, can't he have a 5-star hotel outside? Uncle Chu's words pushed Chu Jianshan's family into a corner. A suffocating atmosphere gradually spread, and all the guests around were staring at this scene in stupidity. Does the Rolls-Royce outside belong to Boss Chu and his family? That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and you can't buy it without 10 or 20 million. Does that mean what the son of Mr. Chu said is true? Hiss! Thinking of this, there were gasps throughout the living room, and they looked at Chu Nan in horror. An income of 1 or 200 million a year is an astronomical figure that many people cannot imagine. In other words, Chu Nan's current net worth is enough to reach hundreds of millions. As for Chu Laoxi's family, their annual income of 1 million is not even a fraction of that of the other party. This is impossible. Chu Yi's voice trembled, and his eyes revealed fear. Suddenly, he noticed the bright watch on Chu Nan's wrist. His pupils suddenly dilated, and his whole body trembled. Rolex Starry Sky. This watch costs millions, and judging from the workmanship and the dazzling light flashing from time to time by the diamonds inlaid on it, there is no doubt that this is not a high-end fake, but the real thing. Is the watch on Chu Nan's hand very expensive? Fourth aunt asked unconfidently. That watch is equivalent to our family's annual income. Chu Yi replied with a trembling voice. Fourth aunt was even more shocked when she heard this, and she stared at the gorgeous watch on Chu Nan's hand with wide eyes. This watch costs millions? What exactly happened to Boss Chu's son in Huaqing? How come he has changed so much after just a few years? Chu Jianshan's face turned red, and he felt the blood surging in his body. It seemed as if he was suffering from internal injuries. If there was a crack in the ground at this moment, he would have wanted to crawl into it right now. Uncle, brother, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do with the company, so my family and I will leave first. You guys can enjoy this meal. I will treat you all to a meal next time. Chu Jianshan left with his family in disgrace. He was self-aware enough. If he had stayed any longer, he would have lost all his face. Second Uncle Chu, third Uncle Chu, and his father looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Xiaonan, you did a great job. You finally killed off the fourth brother's family and made them look more powerful. You usually act so arrogant, but you were late for your second grandfather's birthday. You even forgot your last name when you achieved a little success. This time, with you here, I'm afraid the fourth brother's family won't dare to be so presumptuous again. Come on, Uncle Air will give you a toast. Chunin also smiled, picked up the glass, and clinked it with his second uncle. Chu Hanxue felt complicated when he saw this scene. It seemed that the atmosphere had changed again after the fourth brother and his family left. Looking at the prescription in his hand, Chu Hanxue was still a little bit expectant, wondering if this prescription would really work. Because of his high blood pressure, he had to avoid many foods, and he often woke up in the middle of the night with palpitations. This problem of high blood pressure has troubled Chu Hanxue for several years. I hope what Xiaonan said is true. The atmosphere of the family returned to normal again. The aunts chatted with each other. Chunan chatted and drank with the uncles, and of course, many people came to toast Chunan specifically, wanted to make friends with him. After all, he's a billionaire. Some elders are already eager to introduce their daughters to Chunan. This is a walking gold mine. However, Chunan ignored these people and just clinked glasses with them out of courtesy. Seeing that Chunan didn't mean that, these people didn't bother themselves, but they still felt a little disappointed. An hour later, Father Chu, second Uncle Chu, and third Uncle Chu all waved their hands, their faces as red as monkey buttocks, and said drunkenly, "No more drinking. No more drinking." Hiccup, Xiaonan's alcohol tolerance is not normal. He drank these few glasses of ergo without even a blush on his face. "You really don't feel anything at all?" Uncle Chu asked with a little disbelief. "No." Chunan smiled. Uncle Chu also had a helpless look on his face. This was really bizarre. If it were an ordinary person, he would have collapsed to the ground after drinking these few glasses of liquor. Even someone with a good alcohol tolerance would probably feel it. But his nephew didn't even blush. He drank the wine just like he was drinking boiled water. The scene just now scared all of them. This kid actually finished a bottle of ergo by himself. Look, is this something a human can do? Second Uncle Chu and third Uncle Chu also knew that they could not defeat their nephew, so they stopped trying to be tough and surrendered quickly. As for Chu Hanxue, he just drank a little casually. There was nothing he could do about his high blood pressure. Even if he was greedy, he still had to consider his own health. I hope Xiaonan's prescription is as magical as he said. The alcohol bug in his stomach is already thirsty, and he can't bear it anymore. He can't tell how he feels when he sees his juniors drinking. Then a large 6-layer cake was brought out, and after the cake was divided, most people left. The 70th birthday party was over, and as for the evening, it was the Chu family's home court. Chapter 88. Second Uncle's Little Problem. After everyone has left, the people invited previously will clean up everywhere and then take away the table. Chu's mother looked around and didn't see Chunan, so she couldn't help asking, "Do you see Xiaonan? How come the person disappeared in the blink of an eye?" The second aunt who just came out of the room said with a smile, "Jingyao wants to see Chunan's car. The two of them should be outside now." I see. Since second Uncle Chu and Chu Nan were together, Mother Chu didn't ask any more questions. "Nanzi, this car is too luxurious. Your uncle never dreamed in his life that one day he would be sitting in such a luxurious car. This is all thanks to you, kid." Uncle Chu looked dizzy and burped loudly, sounding drunk. Feeling the luxurious interior of the car and the leather seats under the seats, it is so much more comfortable than the sofas that cost thousands of dollars at home. Second uncle, what you said is true. We are all one family. Chunan looked at his drunken second uncle with a helpless look on his face. This second uncle's alcohol tolerance is just SOSO. He was forcing himself to drink at the dinner table before, mainly because he didn't want to lose to his junior in alcohol tolerance. In the end, they still couldn't drink as much as Chunan. Uncle Chu lay down for a while, then slowly sat up, his eyes dodging as he slowly said, "Nanzi, are you really good at treating illnesses? Kindness." Chunan looked at his second uncle strangely. Why did his second uncle suddenly ask this? Was there something wrong with his body? "I know a little bit. Uncle, are you not feeling well?" Chunan asked with concern. After hearing what Chunan said, for some reason Uncle Chu felt a little embarrassed and acted like a shy little girl. "Ahem. Nanzi, please don't laugh at me after I tell you this. Looking at second Uncle Chu's appearance, Chunan probably knew what was wrong with his uncle. Most people with this problem would have it when they reach middle age. You know that I'm getting older now. Because I was not restrained when I was young, I have some conflicts with your aunt and sex now. Look, can you fix it? Uncle Chu's face was as hot as a big iron kettle. It was all over in just a few minutes. Even he himself found it hard to accept. This was about a man's dignity. Okay, Chunan said confidently. Really? Uncle, can you please not be so excited? Chunan was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How long had this problem troubled his second uncle? Uncle Chu smiled awkwardly. How long will it take to solve this problem? Problems like these are minor. I'll prescribe a prescription for you when we get back. You just need to follow the prescription and drink it for a month. Eat less spicy food in your daily life, and you'll be back to your prime within a month. Chunan said with a smile. The god-level Chinese medicine skills are not just talk. Even the minor ailments that middle-aged people may have can be easily solved. You want me to regain my vigor in just 1 month? Uncle Chu asked in disbelief. Of course. I am confident that my second grandfather's high blood pressure can be cured with the medicine in a few months. Not only can your minor problem be cured, but it can also be cured overnight, Chunan said, making the number 7 with his hand. Hiss. Uncle Chu took a deep breath. 7 times? Even at his peak, this number was unimaginable. So, second uncle, don't worry. Chunan patted his second uncle's shoulder and said, You are worthy of being my eldest nephew. You are really outstanding. From now on, my second uncle's happy life depends on you. Uncle Chu laughed frivolously. After cleaning up, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Second grandpa usually had the habit of taking a nap. As for second uncle and third uncle, they were dizzy from drinking and soon found a room and fell asleep. Everyone else gathered in the yard playing mahjong. Chunan sat in the car and took out his cell phone. Only then did he realize that Lu Yashuan had sent him more than a dozen messages. Chunnan, where are you? Hey, you bastard, are you still there? I'm going to be angry if you ignore me again. Chunan, where are you? Get back to me when you see the message. The following series of messages were all from Lu Yashuan asking him where he was. Look, another message has been sent. Sorry, I just saw it now. Chunan quickly typed a few words and sent them out. As he expected, Lu Yashuan replied to him immediately. You finally showed up. If you hadn't shown up, I would have thought you were missing. Where have you been these past few days? You didn't even reply to my messages. I'm so worried. Chunan looked at the words on the screen and couldn't help but smile, then started typing again. I forgot to tell you before, my second grandfather is celebrating his 70th birthday. I'm already in Hangzhou. I'll be back in a few days. But why are you so anxious when I didn't reply to your message? Are you so anxious to see me? Chapter 89. One shot, one kid. When Luya in the room saw this string of news, her face instantly turned red. Bah, you are dreaming. Oh, really? Then why are you looking for me so urgently? Lu Yashuan was speechless when she saw the message on her phone. Could it be that this stray guy saw through what I was thinking? But why doesn't he take the initiative? Do you still want me to take the initiative? No. The straight man might suddenly come to his senses. Let's see if the straight man still can't see what she's thinking. There was no other way, but Lu Yashuan had to confess on her own initiative. Anyway, I don't want to see you that much. But you must tell me when you come back. Why? Funny. Why didn't I realize Chunan was so despicable before? Lu Yashuan was almost going crazy, pouting and gritting her teeth. If Chunan was in front of her, she would have scolded Chunan to death. Why so many whys? You have 100,000 whys. If you can talk about it or not, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to work, pouting. Originally, Lu Yashuan was going to take a day off today, but unfortunately, a colleague from the finance department took a few days off due to family matters. So Lu Yashuan had to help out for a while. The company will arrange for her to rest in the next few days. Go. Chunan responded with 2 sentences and stopped looking at his phone. He walked around and thought that the last time he was in this place was 5 or 6 years ago. He hasn't been to this village since he went to college. Although the village is small, it has everything you need. There are even some small entertainment venues such as internet cafes, tea houses, and mahjong rooms. And there is also a small primary school in the village for people to study. Sometimes you can hear the groans of vendors on the street. Sometimes it is quite comfortable to live in your hometown in the countryside, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, and enjoy the tranquility of the village. But maybe Chunan has no interest in the village now. After all, He is still young and wants to have some fun. Maybe he will have such an idea when he is old. I came to the small river where I often played with my friends when I was a child. The river used to be crystal clear, but now it is not as clear as it used to be. This is also affected by the life and development of the village. There were several children by the river, each holding a pole in his hand with a small piece of meat tied to the rope. After a while, they caught something red. It's a lobster. The moment they saw the lobsters coming up, smiles like blooming flowers appeared on the faces of the children. Chunin also revealed a faint smile. Thinking back to when he was a kid, he also loved fishing for lobsters with his friends. His childhood was indeed the best memory, without any pressure. Some people are eager to grow up and to be away from their parents' care, but they don't know that when you are a child, the easiest time in your life is the time before you enter society. No need to think about anything, no pressure, no worries, just study hard. Every person in Huaqing is under tremendous pressure like a mountain. Otherwise, even if Chunin had the system, the situation would not be much better now. Maybe nothing could be the same today. After walking around for a while, Chunin felt that it was boring, so he went back to the car and opened the currently popular mobile game, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Chunin likes to play this game to kill time when he has nothing to do. Of course, although it was just entertainment time, Chunin's skills were not bad. In just 1 week, he had reached the level of a super ace. As for the clothes in the mall, he basically just looked at them. Although there are some nice-looking clothes, you failed to optimize it for a shooting game and made it look like a dress-up game. Opening game. Chunin landed at the airport, which is the place with the most people. Chunin landed at Building C and picked up a submachine gun on the roof. Da-da-da. Chunin took out his Uzi and fired a burst of shots, and the people on the same floor as him fell down instantly. Then the opponent also picked up the gun, and Chunin's health was instantly reduced by half. He did not panic but jumped directly from the roof and lost a little blood. When he heard footsteps inside the building, he did not choose to go downstairs, but waited patiently, like a hunting lion. Finally, the footsteps were getting closer and closer to him, and a figure suddenly appeared in the window. Chunin shot and knocked the other person down. The other person had no time to react at all due to the sudden attack. Chunin fought and mended the wound, and after quickly licking the bag, he moved upstairs and filled a first aid kit. Top, top, top. The footsteps of 2 people were heard downstairs. These 2 people might be a pair with the person Chunin had just eliminated. The person upstairs might have been helped up as well. Chunin hid in a room at the entrance of the building, holding the bomb in his hand, and threw it out in an instant when there were only a few seconds left. With a bang, the screen showed that someone was knocked down by a grenade. Chunin was not in a hurry to make up for it. He hid behind the window and listened patiently to the footsteps. The footsteps were heard for a while and then disappeared. This person should be helping his teammates. Chunin jumped out of the window and just saw the 2 of them. A wave of M4 gunfire swept through the area, directly eliminating the 2 men. Fuck, it's so fucking fat, an 8x scope, a 98K, and a sniper silencer. After Chunin licked the bag with a smile, he ran to another building with a wider view. He just happened to see a man running in the airport by the window, picking up a 98K and aiming at the other person's head. Bang! Headshot. Shit. He was shot in the head. Must he be cheating? The man who was knocked down cursed angrily. Teammate number 1. Building C. There is a silenced 98K in Building C. The teammate hiding in the bushes spoke on the microphone, but the moment he finished speaking, there was another mute sound, and he was also shot in the head. Oh shit! Can this be seen? Chunin felt secretly happy, holding the 98K. He likes the feeling of headshot with 98K. 1 shot per kid. Chapter 90. I don't play games with noobs. Bang! The 2 people who fell were instantly killed by Chunin. Teammates number 1 and number 4 hid behind a building and shivered. Damn, this guy is not an immortal, right? Every shot is a headshot. Let's smoke and go. Number 4 said calmly. Both of them agreed and threw the only 2 cigarettes in their hands away, successfully finishing the smoking. Chunin didn't just stand there stupidly. This time, he was playing alone in a 4-person team. He was like this all the time, and under the change of the genetic potion, even his reaction ability in the game had undergone tremendous changes. Chunin was preparing to move to the high tower, but just after he left Building C, he heard gunshots. Someone was already lying in ambush on the high tower. 1/3 of his health was taken away, and there was still a large bag left in his backpack which contained bandages and energy drinks. Chunin listened carefully to the movements around him, and was relieved when he didn't hear any footsteps. The team from the airport had not come over yet, so he could deal with the 2 people on the tower first. His current position is completely blocked. If he shows his head now, he will definitely be captured by the opponent. Chunin controlled the character to lie on the ground and silently move position. High-level players compete with each other in terms of awareness and body skills. Since they like to fight so much, let them do it. Anyway, from this angle, the people on the platform can't see him moving. When Chunin reached the side, he squatted down, looked out his head, and saw the two people's position. Then he took out his 98K and shot them in the head. I don't know if it was because the guy panicked when his teammates reached the platform. He originally wanted to throw a smoke bomb, but accidentally threw a fragmentation grenade. The guy just ignored his teammates and ran down the stairs on the platform. Chunin seized the opportunity and shot him in the head again. He was originally confused, but when he saw the fragmentation grenade explode on the platform, he suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that the other party made an operational error. After killing that person, there seemed to be no sound in the airport, but Chunin couldn't be sure if there was anyone else. The position of the two boxes above was not very good, and if he licked them, he would easily become a target. Chunin no longer considered the box on the platform and planned to lick the two dead people in the previous team. Chunin touched it carefully. After throwing out a smoke cloud, Chunin went to loot the bag with peace of mind. After looting the bag, he drove a jeep and left the airport. This circle was heading towards G-Port. Chunin drove across the bridge. Fortunately, there was no one holding the bridge. Otherwise, even if Chunin was very powerful, it would be useless against a group of people on the bridge. The car will be blown up in a few minutes. Chunin drove to Town G and circled around the area. The doors of all the houses had been opened, so there was most likely someone in Town G. Sure enough, there was a sign of footsteps on the map. There was someone on top of the red building. After Chunin parked the car, he took a bomb in his hand and threw it up. Bang! The first mine seemed to have missed. Chunin threw another instant explosive bomb, and sure enough, the opponent was hit by the explosion. Chunin did not go to the gong loop immediately. He listened carefully to the footsteps and found only 2 footsteps above, so he let go and woke up. I switched to the first-person perspective, took out the M4 and rushed up, and sure enough, the opponent was hiding next to the stairs. After the confrontation, Chunin eliminated 2 opponents with a little blood. TSK. Level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, medical kit, adrenaline grip. One of the good fellows is richer than the other. After Chunin licked the bag, he heard the roar of an airplane above his head and looked up. An airdrop at your face? After looking at the circle and seeing that it still had 3 minutes to shrink, Chunin decided to squat here for a while. After the airdrop landed, Chunin was not in a hurry to pick it up. He planned to catch some fish. After a while, the sound of a car was heard behind him. Chunin leaned against the window and watched a pink Maserati speeding towards him. He had already prepared for an unexpected move. The Maserati gradually approached and seemed to be about to stop at the building next to Chunin. After predicting the direction where the Maserati was coming from, Chunin instantly threw the grenade in his hand out. The people in the car heard a bang before they got out and were immediately frightened. Then 4 people were eliminated. What the hell? What kind of operation is this? I was in the car, and you took me away for a moment. So damn awesome. The 2 men were also furious. Their team had 2 girls, and they said before the game started that they would win the game with the girls. But they were eliminated before the circle was even halfway reduced. This is so damn embarrassing. Chunin's voice was all on, and the 2 girls turned on all the voice and spoke. Wow, this little brother is awesome. Can you guide us? Brother, this move of yours is so cool. I want to have a deep discussion with you about the game. The 2 men's faces turned green after hearing this. Chunin got goosebumps all over his body. It was that coquettish voice again. He turned on all microphones and said something lightly. I don't play games with noobs. After saying that, Chunin simply turned off the voice. 2 girls in pajamas in the female college dormitory looked confused. Straight man. A true straight man of steel. Before, when these 2 heard that they were girls, they licked them in all kinds of ways. If it weren't for their good skills in the past, they would not have teamed up with this loser guy. Chunin licked something casually and went to lick the airdrop. It turned out that he was lucky. There was a gun in the airdrop. This gun was a good thing. Chapter 91. Zon Mother Hunter, come if you have a mother. The circle is going to be brushed. The poison circle has already spread to G-Port and the school. Chunin's position is already outside the poison circle. Fortunately, the car still has some oil, so he should be able to enter the circle. He is now a very rich man and belongs to SF Express. If someone kills him, it will be a great fortune. Chunin drove into the circle, occasionally shifting his gaze to see if there was anyone on the surrounding hills. Chunin came to the housing area and all the doors inside were open. As soon as he stopped the car, there were footsteps coming from the house upstairs. Chunan hid behind the fence and waited quietly. It seemed that if Chunan didn't move, the other party would not move either. The footsteps sounded like there were 3 people. Chunan was not in a hurry. The most taboo thing for a solo player is to rush to the power building alone. At this time, he needs to make more use of grenades. I took a look at the backpack and saw 5 grenades, which was enough. He threw a mine from outside the door, intending to test the opponent. As soon as the mine was thrown, wow, I didn't expect that one person would be knocked down by the explosion. Chunan made instant explosive bombs. When he was about to throw a bomb in the house, he would go outside and throw it upstairs. Another mine went up, but no one was hit. However, the other party seemed a little panicked, and all his steps were exposed. Tread. It seemed like someone jumped down from the building. Chunin guessed that the fallen person should have been helped up. The sound of the footsteps jumping down from the upstairs did not seem to be jumping on the ground. From the location where the sound was heard, Chunin slowly approached and found that there was no one outside. With a smile on his lips, he fired at the upper edge the moment he opened the door. The person jumping on the edge fell to the ground instantly after a wave of shooting. Grass. You can even know this. This guy must have used a perspective hack. You damn grandson of a grass mud horse. You are such a damn fool. You cheated for a while, and your whole family went to the crematorium. I hope your parents die soon. Zon Mother Hunter, come if you have a mother. The man directly turned on the Zon mode, but Chunin didn't turn on all the microphones at all, so he had no idea what the man said. Chunin was not in a hurry to make up for it. Instead, he moved into the house and waited patiently for the prey to take the bait. He had already prepared a bomb in his hand and threw it out. There was a bang sound, and it seemed that the explosion did not hit them, but the 2 people had already jumped down. Chunin changed his position and fired another wave of probing shots, hitting another person. The man seemed to be panicked, and in a flustered manner, he actually planned to rush out and fight with Chunan. The result was naturally self-evident. Chunan had cover while the other party rushed out directly. Da-da-da-da. Another team was wiped out, but the gunshots here seemed to have attracted other people. Chunin picked up a few mines and some bullets and ran to the roof. There were indeed people at the school. Chunin saw someone running out of the school, took out his 98K, and shot him. But this time, Chunin didn't shoot the head, but hit the body. The opponent's flustered and sly movements made Chunin laugh and cry. He picked up the dog's ab and sprayed it with a red dot. ABA was knocked down. The other teammates set off a smoke screen, and another one held a gun and kept aiming at Chunin. A few waves of shots reduced some of Chunan's health. There's something. After applying 2 bandages and drinking an energy drink, Chunin looked at the circle. The circle was on his side, and those people must be trying to escape the poison. And there was no car on the road, so he just had to wait patiently. However, Chunin also threw 2 cigarettes to prevent someone from stealing his ass from behind. The other side also started to block the smoke. Chunin took out his 98K and found a person running from the school to the road. He shot him in the head with another 98K. This time, Chunin attacked and made up for the lost targets at the same time. Another wave of red dot shooting came from behind Chunin, and there was a burst of gunfire. There was someone behind him. However, since he has already started fighting with other teams, he must deal with the team from the school, otherwise he will be in a difficult situation if he is attacked from both sides. Bah! Da-da-da-da! Another member of the school team was eliminated, and as for the other one, he hid in a small house on the street, and Chunin had no way to deal with him for the time being. After coming down from the roof, a group of people really ran out from the top of the hill. It's a full team. Chunin's heart sank. He still had 3 grenades in his hand, and he had to make good use of them. A wave of probing gunfire caught the opponent off guard again, but this time no one was knocked down. The opponent must be seriously injured as he was hiding behind a tree. After a few smoke screens, this group of people had already arrived at the floor above Chunin's. Several waves of grenades were thrown up. Chunin ran around everywhere, but only 1 grenade took away half of his blood. The circle has been refreshed again. This is already the final circle. Apart from this full team, there is only that other person left. After these people fired a wave of mines, they confirmed that there was only 1 footstep upstairs and prepared to go downstairs. However, they did not know that Chunin already had the mines in his hands. A quick explosive bomb was thrown down, and the double explosion knocked down 2 people directly. Chunin jumped to the edge of the eaves. These people hid in the house on the 2nd floor to pull people in. Chunin squatted on the edge of the eaves and knocked down another person directly. He killed those 3 people directly and the other one jumped out of the house and shot Chunin several times, but he was just a little bit short of being eliminated. A full team was wiped out again. After looting a bunch of bags, Chunin also replaced his 98K with a six-fold fully equipped M4. When I reached the rooftop, the door of the small house was already open, so the other party might no longer be there. I adjusted the six-fold scope to three-fold and took a look around. Finally, the man showed a little bit of his body and lay on the ground beside a tree, and Chunin fired a wave of shots with his M4. Eat chicken. Chapter 92. I'll give you a few injections tomorrow morning, and you'll be fine. After playing for a while, Chunin didn't feel like playing anymore. I glanced at the time, and it was only 4 o'clock. I returned to the yard and saw several ants playing mahjong, while my father and uncles were still sleeping soundly. Nanzi. Suddenly Chu Hanxue called out to Chu Nan and waved his hand. Chu Nan walked into the room puzzled and asked, "Second grandpa, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Nanzi, you are not young anymore. Now that you have a successful career, it's time to consider getting married," Chu Hanxue said with a smile. But Chu Nan was petrified on the spot. "I thought my mother was the only one in my family who was urging me to get married, but why is my second grandfather so anxious too? He is not young anymore. He is already 70 years old. At this age, it is considered advanced." Chu Hanxue does not have many wishes. He just wants the Chu family to live a good life and for him to hug his great-grandson during his lifetime. "Second grandpa, I thought mom was the only one in my family who urged me to get married, but now even you. Chu Nan samai bitoli. Nanzi, when your great-grandfather was your age, your uncle and your father were already 2 or 3 years old. You are not young anymore, and it is time to consider marriage. I have some old friends whose granddaughters are pretty good-looking. How about you meet them?" Chu Hanxue said slowly. "Why?" Chu Nan sighed in his heart. "This kind of thing cannot be rushed. Second grandpa, this kind of thing can't be rushed, and I already have someone I like, so please don't rush me," Chu Nan said heavily. "Oh, do you have a crush on someone? How is things going?" Chu Hanxue's eyes lit up, and he asked curiously. "They are all college classmates and are quite familiar with each other. There is no need to rush this matter. Your grandson should know his limits." Chu Nan's tone was quite helpless. "It seems like if he doesn't bring a girlfriend back next year, his family will probably force him to go on a blind date. In that case, I won't rush you. I don't understand much about you young people's affairs. But if you like it, don't be timid. My Chu family cannot be a place for cowards," Chu Hanxue said solemnly. "Got it, second grandpa." Chu Nan shook his head as he left the room. In the evening, the whole family sat together, except for the fourth child's family, but no one really cared. The impression that Lao Si has left on people in recent years is really bad, especially his wife. He is a complete snob and never looks at the whole family with a straight face. Unless someone earns more than him, his sharp and mean expression will be clearly shown on his face. "Nanzi, what's the name of that 5-star hotel under your name? I'll go and have a look when I go to Huaching on a business trip someday." Uncle Chu took a sip of wine and started chatting. "Marriott. Uncle, why are you still on a business trip? If you come to Huaching, your nephew will promise to take you to eat and drink well. Good boy. Your uncle's love for you when you were a child was not in vain. You are now a successful person. Our Chu family is proud of you. I wish those boys in my family were as successful as you." Uncle Chu looked like he was very disappointed with his children, but even though he said that, he didn't have any big opinions about his own children. As long as they lived a good life, that was enough. As for matters at home, they don't need to worry about them. At his age, he can still work for a few more years. Their parents are also very charming, and they are proud of their son's success. Don't be arrogant or impatient. If the fourth brother and his family had the same mentality as Nanzi, they wouldn't be such bad people. Humph, they don't take us relatives seriously after they made a little money. I still remember how the fourth brother turned my eldest brother away. My eldest brother was one of the best students in the school. If he hadn't dropped out of school for us, he might have achieved extraordinary results now. Stop talking about it. These are all old things. Why bring them up?" After Mr. Chu spoke, everyone stopped talking. After finishing the meal, the remaining cakes were taken out, and everyone helped themselves to a little bit and almost finished it. Chu Hanxue didn't dare to eat this thing because he had high blood pressure and couldn't touch it. After eating, the family took a walk outside for a while. However, not long after walking, Third Aunt's face turned pale and she seemed to be in pain. After returning home, Third Aunt covered her head with her hands, feeling a splitting headache. No one knew what was going on, so they went to the room to make a packet of medicine. But after drinking it, there was still no effect, and it only gave me an even worse headache. "How about I try it?" Chunan said at this time. Uncle Chu slapped his forehead. He almost forgot about this. Doesn't his eldest nephew know how to treat illnesses? Based on the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine in his mind, Chunan pressed several acupuncture points on third aunt's body, and gradually third aunt's complexion relaxed. Aunt San, is this an old problem of yours? Chunan said. Aunt San looked at Chunan with some surprise and nodded. Yes, it's an old problem. Uncle Chu looked at Annie with concern and asked, Nancy, you can treat illnesses, right? Do you think there's a way to cure Andy's illness? Unexpectedly, Chunan answered straightforwardly, no problem. I'll give you a few injections tomorrow morning and you'll be fine. Chapter 93. First Acupuncture. How many injections? Everyone else was also shocked by Chunan's words. Nancy, are you talking about acupuncture? Asked Uncle Chu. Chunan not that. Aunt San's problem is easy to cure. It's because she has too much cold in her body for many years, and she gets headaches from time to time. I guess you have more than just a headache, Annie San? You must feel weak all over every time it rains, right? Third aunt nodded quickly. He had never had headaches before. It was only in the past few months that the headaches started. Ever since his head started hurting, he couldn't sleep well at night. Nancy, there won't be any accidents during the acupuncture, right? Uncle Chu was still a little worried. No, it will only take a few minutes. After the acupuncture, I will prescribe some medicine for Aunt San. The disease will be cured within 2 days. Both Chu's father and mother looked at their son strangely. After all, he was the child they had raised for more than 10 years. So why did they suddenly feel that they didn't know Chunan very well? When did my son learn medical skills? After third aunt's headache was cured, several aunts started playing mahjong again. They joined their father, second uncle, third uncle, and second grandfather at a table. The whole family happily played mahjong. Chunan was watching from the side. Time passed slowly. He had to say that his mother was very lucky. She had already won several $1,000s, while his aunts were still losing. But over there, my father seemed to be in a bad situation. He lost several $100s. They were losing and winning at the same time, just like a couple. No, not like. It is what it is. After playing mahjong, they all felt a little sleepy, so they washed up and returned to the room. Chunan lay on the bed, chatted with Lu Yashuan for a few words, and then fell asleep. The next morning, Chunan signed in and went out. The item he signed in for this time was a Cartier watch worth over $1 million. He placed the watch in the system warehouse and did not take it out. Originally, he was going to give it to Chu's father. After all, it was useless for him to have so many watches. It was impossible for him to wear one on each hand. If he wore it outside, even if he was rich, others would think he was a lunatic. However, Chunan estimated that even if his father gave it to him, he would not take it out. After all, it was more than 1 million yuan, and Chu's father and mother had never come into contact with such a huge amount of money in their lives. Chunan drove for half an hour to the town and attracted the attention of people on the street as usual. They were all taking pictures left and right with their phones. Either post on Moments or post on TikTok. Seeing a traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy, Chunan stopped. The owner of this luxury car is so young. Whose child is this? This car must be worth several million, right? He's so young, and he can drive a luxury car. It would be great if this was my son. I wonder if this guy has a girlfriend. Maybe I can introduce her to you. Chunan didn't care at all about the sighing sounds around him. The salesperson in the store was also very enthusiastic and smiled flatteringly. Excuse me, gentlemen. Do you want to get medicine or see a doctor? I don't prescribe medicine or treat illnesses. Do you have any silver needles for acupuncture? Chunan said directly. The man was stunned for a moment. Are you here to buy silver needles? This is not common. I usually prescribe medicine and see patients, but this is the first time I have seen someone buying silver needles. Yes, please wait a moment. The salesperson ran upstairs, took out a few wooden boxes, opened them, and placed silver needles of varying thicknesses inside. These are the only few silver needles we have in our store, but the price is a bit expensive, said the salesperson with a smile. Money is a small problem for Chunan. Chunan looked around and picked out a few silver needles and also got some medicine. These medicines were for third aunt to drink. Since he was out, he got the medicine as well. After everything was ready, Chunan left the store. The man who got the medicine looked at Chunan with envy as he drove away in his Rolls-Royce. After returning, everyone woke up. Uncle Chu looked at her and said, Nancy, where did you go so early? Chunan raised the medicine bag in his hand and said, Look, I went to the town this morning to see if there were any silver needles and got some medicine. Now everything is ready. After hearing Chunan's words, Uncle Chu was somewhat moved. Nancy, thank you, Uncle. Oh, we're all family. Why are you thanking me? Uncle, you're being too polite. You should make this medicine for Annie every day at noon for a week. I guarantee it will cure her illness. So, shall we start now? Uncle Chu continued to ask. If you don't mind, we can start now. Chunin looked at third aunt, who said she had no objection. They found a room and revealed her snow-white back. Chunin inserted needles into the acupuncture points one by one. Third aunt frowned. It wasn't that she felt any pain, but it felt like ants were crawling on her body, and it was a little itchy. Silver needles were inserted into third aunt's back. After a while, her whole body turned red, sweat appeared on her forehead and back, and she felt a little weak. Nanzi, why am I so sleepy? Aunt San couldn't help asking. Don't worry, Annie. It's normal to feel a little tired and sleepy. It will be fine soon. Just bear with it. Chunan et lai. After a while, Chunin pulled out the needles one by one. After going out, Uncle Chu couldn't help but ask, how is it? Chunin made an okay gesture, which made his uncle feel relieved. The author has not written urban stories before, so if there are any shortcomings, I hope you will be gentle with your criticism. Chapter 94, Road Hooligan. Aunt San changed her clothes and came out. How is it? Uncle Chu asked with concern. Third aunt smiled, and her face looked much rosier than before. Nanzi is indeed quite capable. After receiving this injection, I feel much more relaxed. My normally stiff joints are no longer so stiff anymore. Nanzi, when did you learn this medical skill? Aunt San couldn't help but ask. She now feels that she is in a completely different state than before, and her mind is much clearer. Chunin casually said, I met an old Chinese doctor in Huaqing before and learned a little bit from him. These are just small tricks and not worth mentioning. You think such a small trick can cure high blood pressure? Third aunt glared at him unhappily. Chunin touched his head and smiled. When Mr. and Mrs. Chu saw this scene, they also smiled with relief. Their son was getting better and better. After breakfast, the family chatted for a while, and Uncle Chu and the others exchanged a few words of greeting and prepared to go back. Because the couple only took a day and a half off, they had to rush back to work at noon. Second brother, be careful on the road. Got it, big brother. Chunin walked over and quietly gave the prescription he wrote to his second uncle. Uncle, this is your prescription. Just drink it for a month after you go back, and you will be fine. Chunin secretly handed the prescription to his uncle. The second uncle showed a lewd smile. Nanzi, thank you, second uncle. After my second uncle and his family left, this place seemed a lot quieter. My third uncle and aunt lived with my second grandfather and his family, and they were the couple who took care of my second grandfather on weekdays. After lunch, Chunin and his family planned to leave. After saying goodbye to his second grandfather and the others, Chunin drove his parents back to town. Nanzi, when do you plan to go back? Asked Father Chu. Go back. Chunin thought for a while and decided that he certainly couldn't stay here for too long. All the procedures for the island, visas, and passport systems were issued in a unified way. The island must be claimed within 1 month, otherwise the reward would be invalid. Maybe in 2 days. Chunan Samai. Father Chu said, oh, and said nothing more. His mother was sleeping soundly in the car. The driving was fine along the way. After about half an hour, we reached a bend. Chunan's face suddenly changed, and he slammed on the brakes. An arrogant old man who looked to be in his 60s was blocking the road, his nose almost reaching the sky, but it seemed that the old man was also frightened. Mr. and Mrs. Chu were also shocked by the brakes. Why is there an old man on this nice road? Nanzi, should we go down and take a look? Chuma asked with some concern. Chunin narrowed his eyes and understood something when he saw the old man's look. He didn't expect that he had only heard of such things, but he actually encountered them today. This old man is obviously a road bully. Road bullies are people who specifically stop you on the road and collect tolls from you. If you don't pay, they will refuse to leave. Looking at the old man's arrogant appearance, it seems that he often does such things. Seeing that it was Chunin getting out of the car, the old man's eyes lit up. Such a young man driving a luxury car. He must blackmail him more this time. He said arrogantly, how do you drive? Don't you have eyes? If you go faster, my old bones will be broken into pieces. Did I bump into it? Chunin said calmly. The old man was confused at this moment. Why doesn't this kid follow the routine? In a situation like this, shouldn't he greet each other first? It's okay if you didn't hit me. I told you I have a heart disease, and you scared me. My heart hurts so much now. You have to give me some compensation. The old man covered his chest with his hands and showed a painful expression. Chunin sneered and said, Your acting is quite realistic. Why don't you act in a TV series? What does it have to do with me? This is a highway. If you're standing in the middle of the road, who else can you hit? And you had a heart attack? I think you had a heart attack because you were too evil-minded, right? Don't waste your time here. Get out of the way. You want money? No way. You little bastard. I've been here for so many years, and I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. What can you do if I just won't move out of the way? If you have the guts, just run the fucking over me. The old man was shaking with anger and roared angrily. Okay, that's what you said. Chunin returned to the car and slowly stepped on the accelerator to get closer. Chu's father and mother in the car were terrified and shouted, Nancy, what are you doing? Stop now and don't be impulsive. Let's go down and talk to the old man. Mom and Dad, it's useless to reason with this kind of person. I know my limits with your son. This kind of person is easily fooled by soft words and afraid of hard ones. If you scare him, he will give in. Seeing the car slowly approaching, the old man started to panic. Could this guy really want to run over him? The old man finally couldn't stand the pressure anymore and quickly ran to the side. Chunin in the car immediately laughed out loud, stepped on the accelerator, and left. The old man was so angry that he threw his cane to the ground and said with gritted teeth, Damn it, you drive such a nice luxury car. What's wrong with giving an old man like me some money? I hope you go bankrupt soon, little bastard. Chapter 95, Anti-Japanese Drama. I've only heard of such things before, but I didn't expect it to happen to us. How can there still be such people nowadays? They have good hands and feet, can find a job, and live a normal life. Mother Chu sighed. Mom, don't expect people like this to work. They're just used to being lazy. That old man might be a repeat offender. Judging from his tone, I don't know how many people have been blackmailed by him. Mother Chu shook her head to express her incomprehension, then continued to close her eyes and fell asleep after a while. Because it was still half an hour before he got home, Dad Chu felt a little sleepy and closed his eyes and fell asleep. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Nan and his family arrived home. Although the house is not big, the sense of belonging is still comfortable at home. Dad Chu went to the vegetable garden to pick some vegetables. Sitting on the sofa, Chu Nan massaged his mother and found that there seemed to be something wrong with his mother's shoulders. Mom, are your shoulders always sore? Sometimes you feel too weak to lift them up. Mother Chu was stunned for a moment. What Chu Nan said was right. She did have some problem with her shoulder. Sometimes it would become numb in the middle of the night. At first, she just thought it was a minor problem, but as time went on, her shoulders became more and more sore, and sometimes it was difficult for her to lift things. Yes, my shoulders are always sore. It may be because of my age, Mother Chu said indifferently. As people get older, their resistance weakens, and they always have some minor ailments. Mom, please bear with it, Chu Nan suddenly said. Mother Chu still hadn't figured out what this meant. With a crack, Chu Nan pressed the shoulder hard, causing a sound that made one's scalp tingle and bones break. Hiss! Mother Chu widened her eyes and took a breath of cold air. Boy, are you going to break your mother's shoulder? Would you feel more relaxed if you move around a bit first? Chu Nan said with a smile. Mother Chu raised her shoulders and moved them casually twice, a hint of joy flashing across her face. It is much more comfortable than before, and there is no more soreness or swelling. I will give you 2 more injections later, and your problem will be basically cured. Please lift less heavy objects in normal times. Your shoulders are suffering from overstrain, Chu Nan said with concern. My parents are in good health and have never had any problems. But now as they get older, they need to take care of themselves, and my father is a worker, so he sometimes suffers from back pain. This is also what Chu Nan is worried about. He must solve his father's illness before returning this time. Chu's mother was bored, so she turned on the TV and switched to a channel. The plot played on TV was about the feuds among wealthy families. The male protagonist was a famous wealthy man, but because of eating the forbidden fruit, he fell in love with a girl from an ordinary family, and his whole family opposed it desperately. But the hero and the heroine insisted on being together and getting married, and in the end it was revealed that the heroine was pregnant. The man's family refused to acknowledge that the child was theirs, and asked the heroine to beat the child. They also threatened that if the man insisted on being with the heroine, they would cancel his qualification as heir. As soon as these words came out, the male protagonist hesitated. Is it worth giving up hundreds of millions of assets for a girl from an ordinary family? In the end, the hero made the choice to abandon the heroine. The heroine was heartbroken, and the vows they made to each other reappeared in her eyes. In the end, she walked towards the sea and decided to leave with her child. In the blink of an eye, the story comes to 3 years later. At this time, the heroine is already the chairman of a listed company and has a lovely child, who is the child of the hero. The heroine took this step just to take revenge on the hero, and then design a trap step by step to lure the hero into the trap. The corners of Chu Nan's mouth twitched. What kind of ridiculous plot is this? How did he become the CEO of a listed company in the blink of an eye? Let's talk about the process of this transition. The key point is that even with such an outrageous plot, my mother watched it with great interest. Chu Nan went upstairs without paying attention to the TV series and played a few games on his mobile phone. Time passed quickly, and it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the blink of an eye. After going downstairs, my mother was already preparing dinner in the kitchen, and my father was leaning on the sofa, watching TV with great interest. Okay. Just fight like this and fight as hard as you can. My goodness, what a lot of strength this takes. Seeing his father watching TV and clapping excitedly, he took a look and was stunned. He could tear the Japanese apart with bare hands, climb walls, and fly over rooftops. And what's even more outrageous is that he could even dodge bullets. This is definitely a magical anti-Japanese drama. This is even more outrageous than the family feuds among the wealthy that my mom watched. This drama, Dad, is too outrageous. It's not edifying at all. Chunan couldn't help but complain. Who knew that his father became more and more pleased as he watched, and said a few words that left Chu Nan speechless. Of course I know it's outrageous. I'm not stupid, but a great drama is a great drama. I feel good watching them kill the devils. And if you look at the logic, it's pretty good. Chunan was speechless after hearing this. It seemed that there was some truth in it. Chapter 96. Special Reward. Any part grows 5 centimeters. Chunan went to the kitchen to help, while his father was watching the drama with great interest. Soon the family's dinner was on the table. Dad, Mom, do you want to consider living in the city? Chunan suddenly said. Now that I have money, I can let my parents move to the city to enjoy a good life. But what is surprising is that my parents don't seem to have that idea. Your father and I are used to living in this town. Life in the city may not be suitable for us. We are living well here. I usually chat with my neighbors, grow vegetables and fruits, and my life is pretty comfortable. Seeing that his parents had no such intention, Chunan stopped mentioning the matter. How about I open a fruit shop for you two in this town, and you can buy and sell fruits, some vegetables when you have nothing to do. Chunan said this. My parents' faces changed slightly. They were indeed a little tempted, but the price of owning a store in this town was not cheap. That's possible, but it's not cheap to buy this store. Chu's mother is a money-thirsty person. Chunan smiled and said, Mom, do you think your son is still short of money now? You can open this fruit shop if you want to, and you can close it when you are free. Anyway, it is just for fun. The parents hesitated for a while, and Chu's mother moved her lips and said, In this case, let's do as you say. We will save the money we earn. If you need money one day, your family can help you. Mom, you don't need to save the money earned from this fruit shop. Just buy whatever you want. Your son is not short of money now. There are more than 100 million in this card. Chunan said as he took out the black gold card. 100 million? This really scared Mr. and Mrs. Chu. Nanzi, are you saying that you have more than 100 million yuan in this card? Father Chu asked in a trembling voice. Chunan nodded. The parents of the two elders were blank and stunned for a long time. 100 million is such a huge astronomical figure, and millions are a huge sum of money in the eyes of the two elders. That more than 100 million is an astronomical figure that they cannot imagine. After finishing the meal, his parents remained silent. It seemed that they needed some time to digest this huge news. After the family walked around for an hour, they returned home, and Chunan said, Mom, I'll help you with the needle later. Acupuncture? Why are you giving your mother an acupuncture? Are you not feeling well, old lady? Dad Chu suddenly became anxious and looked at Mom Chu worriedly. Mother Chu felt warm in her heart, but she still looked at him unhappily. You know my old shoulder problem. Your son knows medical skills now. He said that 2 injections can solve it. It's not a serious illness. Why are you so worried? It turned out to be a shoulder problem. Father Chu smiled naively. Afterwards, Chunan picked up the silver needles and pricked them into several acupuncture points on Chu Ma's back, and then combined them with massage techniques. During this process, Chu Ma didn't feel anything. I even felt a little comfortable. After a few minutes, the acupuncture was over. After this injection, I feel younger. Mother Chu couldn't help but sigh. Mom, just be careful not to lift too many heavy objects. It basically won't recur. Chunan Zeminde. Mother Chu nodded and planned to take a shower. Her whole body had been hot during the acupuncture process, and now she was sticky with sweat. Afterwards, Chunan wanted to check on his father. He pressed left and right and asked where it hurt. Chunan's face did not look very good. There is a high possibility that there is a problem with the lumbar spine in this area. If it is not treated in time, it is easy to become paralyzed. Chunan could only solve the problem through massage and acupuncture, and reminded his father to bend over less often. If he needed to pick up something, it was best to squat. He wrote a prescription and told his father to pay attention and take some medicine. It's not serious now and can be treated. After Chu's mother finished taking a shower, Chu's father left again, and then the two elders watched TV downstairs. After taking a shower, Chu then went upstairs. After playing a few games, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. He felt a little sleepy and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, host, Chunan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Current deposit, 105 million. Vehicles, Lamborghini Venom. New Age electric cars, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Personal properties, Sky Garden Mountaintop Villa, 10 school district houses on Ushuaia Road. Personal properties, Marriott Hotel, Red Beach Office Building. Whether to be married, no. Special skills, expert level piano talent, God level traditional Chinese medicine skills. Warehouse items, none. Sign in. The first thing to do every morning is to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a special reward. This reward will increase the host's body position by 5 centimeters. Kindness? Chunan widened his eyes. The system had this kind of reward. Only children make choices. This kind of reward is of course the most important part of oneself, and a height of 185 centimeters is enough. As his thoughts turned, he felt a certain part of his body expanding. Feeling the length that was different from before, a smile appeared on Chunan's lips. Chapter 97. No matter how much he has grown up, he is still a child in my eyes. This reward is more real than money. After breakfast, Chunan walked around the town and visited several shops. As for this store, he can't choose one that's too far away or in a bad location. Anyway, he's not short of money as long as his parents are happy. I casually looked at several shops on the intersection. There were 2 shops selling clothes and 1 selling fruits, but the shop selling clothes had a larger space. Is your boss here? Chunan asked the people who were buying clothes. The man pointed at the man sitting at the cash register and picking his feet, and Chunan walked over. If it were someone else, the boss might not pay attention, but the person who came was Chunan. The boss immediately put on a fawning look, like a dog. The news that Chunan came back driving a luxury car spread far and wide, not to mention that the boss saw Chunan get out of the car with his own eyes. Isn't this Chunan? Why are you here to look at the clothes? Wang Huang enthusiastically stood on Chunan's side. Uncle Wang, I'm not here to look at clothes. I want to discuss something with you. Chunan took a look at the surrounding environment and was quite satisfied. Wang Huang was stunned. This kid drives a luxury car worth tens of millions. What else could he do with him? What is it? Name a price and sell this store to me. Chunan said. Selling a store? This kid Chu Nan wants to buy his store? This is such a great feeling. Wang Huang was extremely happy. The business in the store was already bad right now, and he had been trying to find a way to solve the problem. This was clearly a timely help. But Wang Huang was still a little curious, so he asked, Why do you want this store? With your wealth, there is no need to open a store in this town, right? Chu Nan waved his hand and said, I don't want to open this shop. I'm selling it to my parents. They are idle at home and have nothing to do. I plan to sell it to them and open a fruit shop to sell fruits and vegetables. Oh, so that's it. Wang Huang understood as soon as he heard it. You name the price. Chunan also wanted to resolve the matter so that he could go back. Wang Huang was silent for a while, and then he made a price in his mind. 200,000. If you give me 200,000, this store will be yours. 200,000? Chunan was a little surprised. The price of 200,000 was just 1 month's rent at most in Huaqing. It is impossible to buy a store, but the price of 200,000 is already very high in this town. Okay, 200,000. Uncle Wang, give me your bank card number, and I will transfer the money to you now. Chunan said slowly. When Wang Huang received the text message of the account arrival, his hand holding the phone was shaking a little. These 200,000 is a huge sum of money for their family, as their annual income is only tens of thousands of yuan. After confirming some formalities, Wang Huang had people take back all the clothes in the store. He already had a truck for transporting goods, and after more than 2 hours of hard work, the clothes in the store were finally taken away. The people nearby were confused when they saw this and asked, Why did you move all the clothes out? Lao Wang, are you not doing business anymore? Wang Huang chuckled and said, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm selling this shop to Lao Chu's son. Sold? Isn't the son of the old Chu family the rich kid who came back recently? It is said that he was driving a luxury car at that time. Other people are different from us. They can transfer these 200,000 without blinking an eye. Old Chu has given birth to a good child in this life. Wang Huang sighed with some envy. If this was his child, he would wake up laughing every day. Although the store has been emptied, it still needs to be cleaned up and the interior needs to be renovated. Of course, Chunin doesn't need to do these things. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Chunin just found a few people and they cleaned the store spotlessly in no time. After that, I found a few decorators to do some simple renovations inside the store. Chunin contacted several fruit suppliers and asked for some seeds. After discussing for a while, Chunin called his parents over. This supplier has been introducing the product to Chu Nan and his friends enthusiastically. After Chu's father and mother felt there was no problem, the two sides reached a cooperation agreement and then got some fruit seeds. Dad and Mom Chu planned to plant it. After returning home and having lunch, Chunin took out another bank card. Dad, Mom, there is 3 million in this bank card. Keep it for your use. Hiss. 3 million. Mother Chu said quickly. This is too much. Your father and I don't need it. Let's just forget it. Chunin directly placed the bank card in Chu Ma's hand and said with a smile, You can't use this money now, but you may need it in the future. I'm keeping this money for you in case of emergency. Besides, your fruit shop also has expenses. You and your father are both old, so it's better to hire 2 people to help you. Anyway, you should just keep it. After hearing Chu Nan's words, Chu's mother felt that there was some truth in it, and after Chu Nan's repeated persuasion, Chu's mother finally accepted the bank card. After the shop was renovated and everything inside was ready, Chu Nan told his parents that he was ready to go back. Mr. and Mrs. Chu watched Chu Nan go away reluctantly, and a tear flowed from the corner of their eyes. Father Chu patted Mother Chu's shoulder and said solemnly, Go in. Your son is old enough to take care of himself. No matter how much he grows up, he is still a child in my eyes, Chu's mother said with some sadness. She finally returned to the house only after she could no longer see the shadow of Chu Nan's car. Chapter 98. Do you have someone you like? It took about 30 minutes for Chu Nan to enter the city. Before getting on the highway, Chu Nan sent a message to Lu Yashuan, telling her that he was on his way back. I'm afraid Chu Nan would never have thought that after Lu Yashuan received his message, she made a goose-like cackling sound in the office. At that time, everyone in the office thought that there was a goose in the company. After getting on the highway, Chu Nan stopped looking at his phone and concentrated on driving. After leaving Hangzhou, Chu Nan stopped at a service area and bought some food. Looking at the 4 or 5 buses and the huge crowds of people in the service area, Chu Nan didn't plan to stay long. Now is a good season for traveling. No wonder there are so many people in the service area. After eating, Chu Nan continued on his way. Time passed slowly, and Chu Nan didn't know how much time had passed before he finally arrived at Huaqing. After driving for about half an hour, when Chu Nan got off the highway, Lu Yashuan happened to call him. Chun Nan, where have you been? I've already arrived at Flower City. Lu Yashuan was overjoyed when she heard that Chu Nan had arrived in Huaqing. Since you're in Huaqing, why don't you come to my company and we'll go eat Haidaleo tonight? Sure. Okay, that's settled then. I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Chu Nan drove towards Lu Yashuan's company. Lu Yashuan was waiting patiently downstairs in the company, with happiness written all over her face. She looked like a little wife waiting for her husband. Sister Lu, you're not leaving even after get off work. What are you waiting for? A colleague who just came down from upstairs couldn't help but ask. Lu Yashuan smiled sweetly, waiting for friends. Friend, the person who made our great Miss Lu wait is probably not an ordinary friend, right? The other colleagues all started to make a noise. After saying this, a blush gradually appeared on Lu Yashuan's face. What are you talking about? We are just ordinary friends. A few people chuckled. Male? Kindness. Oh, just an ordinary boyfriend. Several people sighed for a long time and looked at each other, as if to say, we all understand. Oh, you guys? Lu Yashuan stomped her feet in shame and anger, her face as red as a ripe peach. Just at this moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove over. What the hell? Rolls-Royce Phantom. This is a luxury car worth more than 20 million. How come it is downstairs of our company? What a cool luxury car. The flying goddess logo on it is so charming. Our boss may not even be able to afford a luxury car worth more than 20 million, right? Everyone looked over with envy. And what was even more surprising was that a young man who looked to be no more than 20 years old got out of the car. I didn't expect that the owner of this luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan is so young. Hey, wait, something is wrong. Why is it coming towards them? Why are you still standing there? Let's go, Chunan said with a smile. Lu Yashuan's colleagues all widened their eyes and their jaws dropped in shock. Oh shit, could this person be the friend Lu Yashuan mentioned? Damn, he is young, rich, tall, handsome, and successful. Looking at Lu Yashuan's shy look, it seems that the relationship between the two of them is extraordinary. Then, I'll go first. After saying goodbye to her colleagues, Lu Yashuan got into Chunan's car. Looking at the departing figure, these people finally came to their senses and exploded. Oh my god, I didn't expect Sister Lu's boyfriend to be so tall, rich, and handsome. He's really a hidden talent. No wonder Sister Lu is not tempted by those suitors in the company. It turns out that she has already found someone she loves. But why does Sister Lu have to work so hard in the company when she has such a boyfriend? If it were me, I would never come to this crappy company and be a rich wife at home. This is what makes Lu Yashuan different from these people. Lu Yashuan is not a person who is willing to live in comfort. She does not want to be just a woman like a vase. Why did you change the car again? Lu Yashuan couldn't help but ask. Chunin smiled and said, I have too much money and nowhere to spend it, so I have to buy a car. After hearing this, Lu Yashuan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. You damn rich man. I worked so hard for a month and barely make over 10,000, which is probably not even a fraction of what you make. Chunan chuckled. Even a small fraction of his money might be worth more than 10,000 yuan. Soon the two arrived at a Haidaleo restaurant. After Chunan parked the car, the two took the elevator up together. Welcome. How many people are there? 2. Okay, please follow me over here. The enthusiastic waiter helped them find a seat. You two can order food by scanning the code. Chunan nodded, scanned the code, ordered some dishes, and the pot was served quickly. I have to say that the service at Haidaleo is quite good. People come to Haidaleo for the service. The waiters keep refilling water before you even finish your drink. He would only leave after Chunan spoke. How are uncle and auntie in good health? Lu Yashuan was the first to break the silent atmosphere. I'm in good health, but I feel too bored at home. But now I shouldn't be. I bought a shop in town for them to run as a fruit shop. That's nice, but why do you look so sad? Melancholy? Is there? Of course, it's written all over my face. Chunin took out his cell phone doubtfully. It seemed like that was the case. The most common thing my family asked me to do when I went back this time was to bring a girlfriend back home. Not only did my mom urge me to do this, but I didn't expect that my second grandfather was also urging me to find a partner. When Lu Yashuan heard this, her heart suddenly trembled and her heart beat faster. Has Chunan's family started urging him to find a partner? She secretly glanced at Chunan. His handsome face and deep eyes were the most attractive. I don't know if Chunan understood her thoughts or not. Was the last incident just a coincidence, or was he joking? So, do you have someone you like? As soon as she said this, Lu Yashuan regretted it. What if Chunan said that he had someone he liked? Why are you asking this question yourself? Chunan looked at him for a while, and was silent for a while. Well, not really, but I have a little impression of him. Lu Yashuan's body trembled on the spot. Chunan actually had a crush on someone. Could that person be her? Or Qian Xijia? Chapter 99. Chunan takes the initiative for the first time. No, it's just a good impression. Chunan also made it clear that he doesn't like her, but she really wanted to know who the person Chunan was fond of was. I'm afraid Lu Yashuan herself doesn't know that the person she has a crush on is herself. Lu Yashuan, feeling depressed, stared at the hot pot in a daze. This little girl is sulking. Chunan is a person who takes relationships seriously. He won't fall in love with someone so easily. He has a crush on Lu Yashuan only because he thinks she is worth a try. As for whether it is suitable for this, it remains to be seen. As for the relationship between the two, it's a little more than friends, but if you want to say there's ambiguity, it seems like there is, but it also seems like there isn't. When the waiter brought all the dishes, Lu Yashuan seemed to have lost the mood to eat, and everything she ate tasted bitter. Eat some beef. Chunan picked up a piece of beef and put it in Lu Yashuan's bowl. Lu Yashuan widened her eyes, looking incredulous. Oh my god! Chunan actually took the initiative to pick up food for me. Am I dreaming? Could it be that this straight man has really come to his senses? Or maybe the person he was referring to as someone he had a crush on was me. Girls, she would always have wild thoughts because of some subtle actions. Lu Yashuan's pretty face turned slightly red and the depressed mood disappeared from her face. At this moment, everything she ate tasted delicious. Chunan sees you sitting around, doing nothing every day. Don't you need to manage the businesses under your name? Lu Yashuan asked curiously. In fact, he saw in TV dramas that although those rich people are rich, they need to look at various contracts and plans every day, and basically their working hours are no less than those ordinary employees. But Chunan is different. He gives people the impression that he has nothing to do every day. No, I'm just responsible for collecting the money. There is a person in charge in the hotel, and basically all matters are handled by him, unless there are some matters that require my signature. Chunan is the kind of person who likes to sit and wait for the harvest. As for hotel management, he doesn't need to worry about it at all. As long as nothing serious happens, he rarely gets involved in hotel affairs. Damn capitalism. Lu Yashuan pouted and complained. In fact, that was because of Chunan's current industry. He had no company under his name. A hotel was not as complicated as a company. Chunan could just be the boss behind the scenes. Expect hundreds of millions in profits every year. Many people's eyes were focused on the table where the two were sitting because Lu Yashuan was so beautiful, and they were filled with envy and jealousy. If looks could kill, Chunan would have died hundreds or thousands of times already. But after looking at the other person's handsome face, I looked at myself again. All right, the other party is a little handsome. This damn appearance. Half an hour after eating, Lu Yashuan's belly was bulging and the buttons of her skirt seemed to be about to burst. I can't eat anymore. I really can't eat anymore. Lu Yashuan finished the last bit of food in the bowl and waved her hand. She touched her bulging belly and a blush appeared on her face. When did she become so hungry? She even behaved like this in front of Chunan. Wouldn't my image as a lady be ruined? Lu Yashuan would never have thought that in Chunan's eyes, she did not have the image of a lady at all. In Chunan's heart, being tough and a tomboy was in line with Lu Yashuan's personality. After Lu Yashuan finished her meal, Chunan never stopped eating. About 20 minutes later, all the food on the table was gone. The people around were also shocked by Chunan's amazing appetite. Is this guy a big eater? The half of the food left on the table was eaten by him alone. It was at least enough for 3 people. Are you full? Lu Yashuan asked tentatively. Chunan wiped his mouth and estimated. Probably 80% full, but it's enough. 8/10 full. Big brother, do you know how much you need to eat to feel 80% full? How does your stomach work? These people were stunned by Chunan's words and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. You really can eat. Lu Yashuan couldn't help but sigh. Chunan Samai. Ever since the genetic potion transformed his body, his appetite has increased 5 or 6 times. Zhou and the other maids were shocked by how much he ate. After paying the bill, Chunan sent Lu Yashuan back home. After returning home, Chunan took a nice bath, opened his phone, and watched Douyin for a while. Huh, greasy. There is a video that has been very popular recently. It is about eating jelly and drinking Pocari Sweat, and then some cheesy love words. It may be greasy, but it's also tasty enough to suit my taste. After clicking the like button, Chunan took a look at the visa and a series of island procedures documents on the bedside. He couldn't wait to know what his island looked like. He decided to set off in 2 days. There were still 2 weeks left before the deadline set by the system. After playing a game, it was already 10:30. Chunan felt sleepy and fell asleep. Today, 3 updates tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow will resume updating. Chapter 100. Who is bragging? Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the green orange bar. Please come and claim it within 3 days. Green orange bar? The good guy directly gave him another property. If they remember correctly, the green orange bar was a relatively famous bar in the city center. This bar is in a good location near other entertainment venues and is said to have considerable income. The bar industry can actually be considered highly profitable. The system is good in every way, except that the procedure for receiving it can be modified. Chunan couldn't help but complain. In order to prevent the host from becoming lazy, this system will never change this program. Host, forget it. This is clearly a case of taking advantage of others. Chunan's mind was suddenly filled with black lines. Wow, this system has learned to offend people. Chunan had no choice but to go out for a trip. When we arrived at the door of Qingju Bar, we found an extra file in the system warehouse, which should contain documents about the equity of Qingju Bar. This is considered a successful receipt. Soon Nan received a call. The other party asked cautiously, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Chu?" "I am." "Chunan Zepunde Indai Phone." This call is probably from the manager of Qingju Bar. The manager was also shocked. In the previous second, he received news that the Qingju bar was acquired by a mysterious person. The acquisition of Qingju bar would cost at least tens of millions. The profit of Qingju bar is pretty good, making about 20 to 30 million a year. Hello, Mr. Chu. From now on, the Qingju bar is your property. When can you come over to take a look? Chunin could clearly hear that the other party was a little nervous. I'm at the door of the bar now. The manager's eyes widened and his hand almost dropped the phone. You're right outside the bar? Then I'll pick you up now. Kindness. Manager Chong ran out in a hurry, and the other employees looked at the hurried manager in a daze with a look of confusion on their faces. Who was the manager going to meet in such a hurry? At the same time, Chunin was waiting patiently at the door of the bar. Huh, Chunnan, why are you here? At this time, a man slowly walked towards Chunin. Chunin looked back, but for a moment he couldn't remember who it was. However, this person gave him a sense of familiarity. It seemed like he had seen this mean face somewhere before. What? Don't you recognize me? It's been a while since we last met. You rented a house in my house for a year or two. After the man said this, Chunin remembered who it was. It's you. Chunin glanced at him indifferently. This man is the son of the previous landlord. The two of them don't have much in common, but this man seems to have an inexplicable sense of superiority. He simply looks down on people who work outside, but he himself does not have a job now and lives at home all day long relying on his parents, and basically all the rent collected is in his hands. What's with that look? Li Hao immediately became unhappy. Don't look at me. Do you think we are very familiar with each other? Chu, Nan said lightly. Li Hao was stunned for a moment. Are he familiar with Chu Nan? Of course they were not familiar with each other. He and the other party had not spoken a few words to each other, and there were some conflicts between them. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so tough after just a few months of not seeing each other. But are you still renting a house now? Heh, someone like you is only worthy of renting a house in Huaqing. It will probably take you half your life to buy a house in Huaqing. My monthly pocket money is higher than your salary. This is the gap between us. Li Hao's cold and hot sarcasm seemed to have no effect. Chunin glanced at him and said disdainfully, Li Hao, this is the first time I've seen someone as shameless as you. You talk about living off your parents in such a refreshing and refined way. Indeed, we are not from the same world. You. Li Hao was furious and snorted coldly. It's hard to talk to an outsider like you. You want to go into the Qingju bar? You can't afford it here, but you can beg me. The manager of the Qingju bar and I are brothers. As long as you beg me, I will ask them to give you a discount. Oh, the manager is your brother? That's right. Li Hao raised his chin proudly. I'm sorry, but you're probably going to be disappointed. This entire bar belongs to me, and the manager you're talking about is just an employee under me. Chunin said calmly. Li Hao was stunned for a moment, and soon he burst into mocking laughter. Chunin, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so long, you've become not only arrogant, but you're also really good at blowing. Why don't you blow a balloon up into the sky? Why don't you look in the mirror? Do you know how much profit this Qingju bar makes in a year? 20 to 30 million. This is a number you would never dare to imagine in your lifetime. The price of acquiring the Qingju bar is even higher, at 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. Just you? Can you come up with 70 or 80 million? Chunan's cold voice rang out. If you keep talking nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. Faced with Chunan's cold words, Li Hao suddenly became timid. It seemed that Chunan was quite good at fighting. When a few thugs threatened him, he managed to beat off 5 of them by himself. Humph. Li Hao snorted coldly, but his eyes lit up the next second. Isn't that Manager Chong? Brother Wei. Brother Wei. Li Hao ran over flatteringly. Chong Wei looked around and suddenly saw Chunan's figure and hurried over. Brother Wei, it's me. I'm Li Hao. We drank together that day. Li Hao stood in front of Chong Wei. Chong Wei immediately became angry. Who on earth was this idiot who was preventing him from seeing Mr. Chu? Get out of here. I don't even know this Li Hao. Chong Wei kicked Li Hao, causing him to fall flat on his face. Seeing this scene, Chunin laughed. He just said that he and the manager were brothers, but now he was kicked into a pulp by the other party. Who is bragging here? Chapter 101. 100 million. It seems a little insufficient. Ouch! Brother Wei, what are you doing? Li Hao covered his bruised butt and couldn't help complaining. But the next second, he was completely stunned. Boss, you should have informed me before you came so that I could send someone to pick you up. Why bother making the trip? Chong Wei had a fawning smile on his face, just like a dog licking his lips. He lowered his head in front of Chu Nan like a little brother. Oh shit! Is he dazzled? Is this still the Brother Wei he knows? Why did he become like a bootlicker in front of Chunan? Brother Wei, did you recognize the wrong person? He is just an employee of a small company. How could he be the owner of your bar? Brother Wei must have recognized the wrong person. If Chunan was the owner of Qingju Bar, he would have tried to curry favor with him a long time ago. Chang Wei kicked him again and roared angrily. Worker? I am Mr. Chu's worker? Who the hell are you? You keep calling me Brother Wei. Do I know you? Brother Wei, we just had a drink together 2 days ago. Li Hao covered his stomach, looking extremely aggrieved. Chang Wei sneered and glared at him fiercely. There are so many people who have had drinks with me. Who the hell do you think you are? Get out of the way now, and don't get in Mr. Chu's way here. Mr. Chu, I will chase this guy away now. Chang Wei smiled flatteringly at the young man in front of him. Why don't you get out of here right now? Do you really want to take on a tough guy? Chang Wei threatened in a cold voice. Li Hao was so scared that he ran away crawling. He couldn't understand when Chu Nan became the owner of the Qingju Bar. Fuck it. Rich second generation is rich second generation. Why are you pretending to be poor? If I knew you were the owner of the Green Orange Bar, I would try to curry your favor. Li Hao regretted it very much. If he had known earlier, he would not have made his relationship with Chu Nan so stiff. If he had known earlier that Chu Nan was the owner of Qingju Bar, he would have been willing to be Chu Nan's liquor. It's too late now. It is noon now, not night, and there are only a few people in the bar. As for large-scale disco scenes, they can only be seen at night. Boss, would you like to have a couple of drinks? Chang Wei said with a flattering smile. Chu Nan shook his head. I drove the car. Since they had already started the car, Chang Wei didn't say much and simply introduced the environment inside the bar to Chu Nan. The entire bar was decorated in a youthful style. The color combinations are all colors that reflect the liveliness of young people. The bar has 2 areas. One area is for people to drink, which is relatively quiet. The other area is for dancing and partying. After a while, Chang Wei called all the employees in the store to gather together. They looked at Chang Wei with confusion, not knowing what the manager wanted them to do at this time. Chang Wei coughed twice and said seriously, This is Mr. Chu. Qingju Bar is now owned by Mr. Chu, which means Mr. Chu will be your boss from now on. Hiss! The employees all widened their eyes and looked at the young man standing next to the manager in disbelief. Them? A new boss? Still a young boss. Many female employees in the store flirted with Chu Nan, but Chu Nan simply ignored them. Although these people are good-looking, Chu Nan has no interest in them at all. Compared with Liu Yaxuan and Zhou Ying, these people are not even a little bit inferior. Chang Wei just wanted these employees to get to know Chu Nan. He was worried that some fool would offend Chu Nan. If such a thing really happened, his position as a manager would be over. This is also because Chu Nan dresses too low-key. You are a rich man, but you dress like an ordinary person on the street. The clothes you wear are probably from a department store and only cost a few dozen yuan each. No one would think that Chu Nan was a rich man. Then Chu Nan followed Chang Wei to the office. Chang Wei was not in a hurry to sit down. Instead, he poured a cup of tea for Chu Nan and stood aside. Boss, are you satisfied with the environment and atmosphere in our store? Yeah, not bad. In fact, Chu Nan didn't know much about the bar industry, so he could just say something perfunctorily. After all, he was the boss. What else could Chang Wei, as the managers say? However, Chang Wei was so nervous that his whole body was tense. This boss might be difficult to deal with. Generally, bosses who don't talk much are difficult to deal with. This new boss only said 3 words and didn't give any comments on the bar as a whole. Could it be that there is something about the bar that the owner is not happy with? However, he didn't know that Chu Nan himself had such a personality. He didn't understand the bar industry at all. As long as it could make money, it was a good industry in his eyes. If you don't understand, then just say less. Chang Wei took out a folder and handed it to Chu Nan cautiously. Boss, here is our bar's profit for this quarter. Chu Nan flipped through the document. Good. At least it's better than the financial statements made by Tang Yin. Tang Yin, who was far away at the Marriott Hotel, was sorting out documents when he suddenly sneezed and touched his nose. Who was talking about me behind my back? Poor Tang, and was shot even when he was lying down. Call. Chang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he said this, his heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. In that case, the Qingju Bar will be handed over to you. This quarter's profit will be credited to this card number. Chu Nan said lightly. Yes. Then I'm leaving. Goodbye, boss. Chang Wei finally couldn't help but collapse on the sofa. He became even more afraid of this young boss. This boss was not an ordinary person. I thought a young boss would be easier to deal with, but I didn't expect him to be so calm from beginning to end. He is so calm that it's a little scary. People like him who are intimidating without getting angry and whose emotions are hard to understand are the most terrifying because it's impossible to guess what they are thinking. Since when did Huaqing have a young master named Chu? Chu Nan, who had just left the bar, received a transfer text message. 10 million. Now it can no longer arouse much emotion in Chu Nan. But just now he suddenly thought of a problem. That is, he needs money to develop the island. In comparison, the funds consumed for island development would be terrifyingly huge. Chu Nan touched his nose. 10 million seems not enough. Chapter 102. Douyin Anchor, Yeezy Big Eater. If you want to build a holiday island, the amount of money required is unimaginable. It would be a bit too much for Chu Nan to develop an island by himself. But he believed that if the island was developed, countless people would contact him as the owner of the island. Host, Chu Nan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Current deposit, 113.5 million new Taiwan dollars. Vehicles, Lamborghini Venom. New Age electric cars, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Personal properties, Sky Garden Mountaintop Villa, 10 school district houses on Yushui Road. Personal properties, Marriott Hotel, Red Beach Office Building, Green Orange Bar. Whether to be married, no. Special skills, expert-level piano talent, God-level traditional Chinese medicine skills. Warehouse items, none. It was noontime, and Chunin hadn't eaten lunch yet. He looked around, and luckily there was a snack street here. When Chunin arrived at the snack street, he found a barbecue stall and ordered 100 skewers of barbecue. The owner of the barbecue restaurant looked at Chu Nan in confusion and said, "Young man, how many people are you ordering this much for?" "I'm alone," Chu Nan said with a smile. "One person? Eat 100 skewers?" The people around also looked at Chu Nan in surprise. The barbecue here is not skewers. Most people can't finish more than 20 skewers. Even those who can eat a lot can only eat 30 skewers at most. These 100 skewers are enough for 4 or 5 people. Can you finish all these 100 skewers by yourself? How about I grill 20 skewers for you first? 100 skewers was really too much. The most gluttonous person he had ever seen could only eat 50 skewers. No, just 100. Seeing that Chu Nan was so determined to order 100 skewers, the boss didn't say much. Everyone around looked at Chu Nan strangely. Can one person really finish these 100 skewers? It's not that they look down on Chu Nan. They really haven't seen anyone who can eat so much. Could it be that this person is a big eater? After a while, Yi Zi, a big eater anchor on Douyin, came to the barbecue restaurant. "Boss, give me 100 skewers of barbecue. You can grill as much food as you want, as long as you have enough for 100 skewers." Hiss. Everyone around was extremely surprised. How come they met 2 big eaters that day? "Young man, you want 100 skewers too?" The barbecue restaurant owner asked doubtfully. "Of course, but what do you think, boss? Did someone order 100 skewers of barbecue?" Yeezy asked puzzledly. "Yes, the young man sitting over there ordered 100 skewers just like you. I hope you can finish them and don't waste them." It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. The barbecue restaurant owner doesn't care at all. He opened a barbecue shop just to experience life, even though he is not particularly rich. But at least there are 10 buildings to collect rent from. In this small snack street, no one would have thought that the owner of this barbecue restaurant was actually a hidden rich man. "Don't worry, boss. I'm a big eater. Look, this is my Douyin account, Yeezy Big Eater. I'm broadcasting live," Yeezy said, gesturing to the phone. When the boss heard it was Douyin, he felt relieved. Since he was a big eater, he should be able to finish 100 skewers. Yeezy also curiously sat next to Chu Nan and couldn't help asking, "Brother, are you a big eater too?" Chu Nan glanced at Yeezy indifferently and said 2 words in a cold voice. "No." Yeezy sat there with an awkward look on her face. She had originally wanted to chat with this brother, but she had not expected him to be so aloof. It seemed that this brother was not good at dealing with people. Since the other party has no interest, forget it. I could have started a live broadcast to compete with this person to see who can eat 100 skewers of barbecue faster, but now it seems I'd better forget it. Half an hour later, Chu Nan's 100 skewers of barbecue were ready. He took a bottle of Fatty Happy water and drank it while eating. After all, barbecue is relatively dry, so you still need to drink something. The eyes of the people around were also focused on Chu Nan. They were all curious whether Chu Nan could eat these 100 skewers of barbecue. But gradually, everyone widened their eyes. Chu Nan ate one string after another without stopping at all. In just 10 minutes, Chunin ate more than 50 skewers, but his eating speed did not slow down at all. Oh my god, is this guy's stomach a bottomless pit? He's already eaten 50 skewers and he still doesn't feel anything. This guy must be a big eater, but isn't he afraid of getting angry if he eats 100 skewers by himself? I used to think that big eaters were all fake eaters, but after seeing this guy, I believed it. This is not a human stomach at all. Getting angry? Chunin raised his eyebrows. His physical body now is not comparable to that of ordinary people, and this kind of minor problem is impossible to occur to him. Yeezy standing by was also stunned. Although he could eat, it would take him at least 2 hours to finish 100 skewers. It was impossible for him to maintain the same eating speed as Chunin. Doesn't this guy need to digest the food he eats? Yeezy originally thought that she was a big eater, but compared with Chunin, her big eater was nothing. About 10 minutes later, all the 100 skewers of barbecue on Chunin's table were eaten up. Chunin drank the rest of the fatty happy water, hesitated for a moment, and shouted again. Boss, another 100 skewers. Chapter 103. Do you think I'm short of money? What? Another 100 skewers? Everyone widened their eye sockets bulged out, and stared at Chunin in a daze. Brother, haven't 100 skewers of barbecue filled your stomach yet? Are you still human? Does food need to be digested? How strong is your digestive system? At this time, many people already thought that Chunin's stomach was not human. If it were someone else, these 100 skewers would have burst long ago. This guy is not full yet? Yeezy's barrage has gone crazy. Fuck, this guy is still not full after eating 100 skewers. Is he a human being? This little brother looks handsome, but I didn't expect him to be such a big eater. If anyone lives with this little brother, wouldn't their family be bankrupt? I used to think Yeezy was a big eater, until I saw this little brother. Yeezy is nothing. Yeezy was stunned with shock. Is this handsome guy serious? Even 100 skewers was his limit. If he finished eating these 100 skewers, he would probably be so full that he wouldn't want to eat anything else. This, young man, can you really eat more? The boss was a little worried about Chunin's health. One cannot eat too much barbecue, and most people's stomachs would have been full if they ate so much. It's still eatable. Boss, I'll only eat these 100 skewers. The 100 skewers just now were only 4/10 full at most, and Chunin would be hungry soon. All right. The boss was also skeptical and grilled another 100 skewers for Chunin. What if this young man gets sick from eating them? Some people who had already finished eating were reluctant to leave. They wanted to see if Chunin could finish all 100 skewers. After the skewers were grilled, Chunin did not disappoint them. He poured out another bottle of fatty happy water alone, and everyone around was completely stunned. Chunin's eating speed was the same as before, and there was no slowdown at all. This string of skewers is like a snack in his mouth. He eats one string of skewers and drinks a bottle of Coke. Isn't he full? This is really edible. If this is a normal meal, how much food would it take? Wouldn't the whole family go bankrupt? The little brother is so handsome. Even when he is eating, he is so charming. Handsome guy, eat. I am willing to call you the strongest. At this time, Yeezy's barrage was like crazy. Fuck, is this guy the reincarnation of Tao Dai? This is the first time I've met someone who eats so much. I'm afraid Yeezy will have to admit defeat this time. With this eating speed, how many days has it been since you last had a meal? Host, can you consider cooperating with him? He is also a big eater. If you two work together, you might become a big hit on the internet. When Yeezy saw this comment, her eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Why didn't he think of this idea? 2 big eaters are enough to attract everyone's attention. Wait until the guy finishes eating and go up to him and ask him. If the two of you reach a cooperation, your income will increase rapidly. Another half an hour passed, and Chunin successfully finished 100 skewers of barbecue. Awesome. Brother, you can even participate in a big eating competition. A big brother at another table gave Chunin a thumbs up in admiration. Thank you. Chunin zeponde politili. Phew. Some people couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy is quite funny. You ate all of these 200 skewers. You are amazing. I have never seen anyone who can eat 200 skewers by himself in all the time I have run the shop. Are you okay? Although the boss was surprised, he was still worried that Chunin would have an adverse reaction from eating so much barbecue at one time. Chunin smiled and shook his head. It's okay, I'm fine, boss. Your cooking skills are very good. I will come often. Next time you come, I'll give you a discount, said the boss with a smile. Okay, I'll trouble you next time. Chunin turned around and prepared to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Yeezy. He frowned and wondered why this little internet celebrity was stopping him. Brother, I have something I want to discuss with you. What's up? Look, you're a big eater, and so am I. I'm also a little internet celebrity. If we work together, it will definitely be a hot topic. Besides, big eaters like you are so rare. This is a rare opportunity to make money. Yeezy gave a flattering smile. Ways to make money? Collaborate on live streaming? Chunan is not interested in that. Not interested. Chunan walked past Yeezy. Yeezy hurriedly said, "Brother, live streaming can make a lot of money. Are you sure you don't want to consider it?" Chunan smiled, took out the car key from his pocket, and pressed it, and the two headlights of the Lamborghini in the distance flashed. "Do you think I'm short of money?" The scene was very quiet, and everyone seemed to be frozen in place, with horror written all over their faces. Yeezy was frozen in place, as if he had been struck by lightning. Even the boss was a little surprised. When Chunan left, the scene was in an uproar. "Oh my God! Does that Lamborghini belong to this guy? Oh my God! We are actually having dinner with such a rich man. This guy is too low-key. A Lamborghini would cost at least several million, right? I should have asked for his WeChat before. He looks so handsome when he eats barbecue. Brothers, I just searched and found that the car is a Lamborghini Venom, worth more than 80 million. Hiss." Everyone took a deep breath. It was unheard of to drive a car worth more than 80 million yuan to eat barbecue in the snack street. Their outlook on life and values were impacted. Yeezy came back to her senses and smiled bitterly. No wonder he doesn't like it. How can he be interested in the money earned from live streaming when he drives a luxury car worth more than 80 million yuan? A luxury car worth 80 million. I want to sit in it too. Chapter 104. A banquet specially held by merchants. Chunan stopped at an intersection and looked at his ringing cell phone. It turned out to be Pan Ping calling. "Hello, boss. Are you available to answer the phone? It was inconvenient just now, but it is convenient now." These words really frightened Pan Ping so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Did he just disturb his boss? The thought of this made me feel a little scared. After all, the owner of this office building belongs to Chunan, and he is just an employee under Chunan who can make him get out with just one word. Although he looks so glorious on the surface, he dare not be negligent in front of Chunan. "It's like this, boss. Today, the merchants here are jointly holding a banquet in the banquet hall downstairs. I would like to invite you to come and let the merchants here get to know you. I don't know. Is it convenient for you? A banquet held by merchants? Why hold a banquet when there is nothing to do?" In fact, this was also because the merchants had received the news that the owner behind the office building had appeared, and they jointly held this banquet mainly because they wanted to get to know Chunan. After all, it is on the other party's territory. If we establish a good relationship, it will be easier to negotiate the rent. Banquet. Chunan thought for a while. "Okay, what time in the evening?" "Boss, do you need me to send someone to pick you up at 7 p.m.? "No need. I'm driving, so that's it. I'm hanging up if nothing else." Beep. Pan Ping in the office smiled bitterly and shook his head. This boss didn't give him a chance to speak. After he walked out, all the merchants came up to him and asked nervously, "How is Manager Pan? What did your boss say?" "You are lucky. The boss has time today. You should prepare well." When they heard that Chunan was coming, every merchant's face was filled with joy, and Tang, he showed a faint smile. He and Chunan are old friends and are quite familiar with each other, but if Chunan wants to come, he will stay here with him at night. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chunan arrived at the Red Beach. Pan Ping and a group of merchants were waiting anxiously outside and were stunned for a moment when they suddenly saw the cool Lamborghini. It looks like a Lamborghini Venom. You mean the supercar worth over 80 million? Yes. There are only a handful of people in the country who own this car. It is very rare. Do you think the boss that Manager Pan mentioned is the owner of this car? Everyone's eyes narrowed slightly. Since the other party could buy this office building, then this luxury car worth 80 million should not be a big deal. The merchants and Pan Ping were also somewhat expectant because he was not sure whether the car was Chunan's, because the last time Chunan came here he drove a motorcycle. After Chunan got off the car, Pan Ping jogged over. "Boss, you're here," Pan Ping said with a flattering smile. "Kindness." As soon as we walked over, all the merchants started talking at once and smiled ingratiatingly. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm a merchant of Yanhua Financial Company." "Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm a merchant of Tianqing Entertainment Company." "Hello, Mr. Chu. Hello, Mr. Chu." These merchants all greeted me at once, and their enthusiasm was a little hard to accept. These people all want to please Chunan and attract Chunan's attention. They just want to have a good relationship with Chunan. Everyone made way for Chunan and extended their hands to invite him to walk into the banquet hall. Chunan looked around, as if looking for someone, and finally he saw Tang he at a drinking table. Brother Tang, I didn't expect you to be here too, Chunan said with some surprise. Tangy smiled and said, this banquet was held for you, and you are the owner of this office building now. You can be considered my immediate superior. Brother Tang, you are exaggerating. Looking at the two of them talking and laughing, the other merchants were puzzled. Since when did Tang, he and Mr. Chu, become so close? Manager Pan, what is the relationship between Tang He and Mr. Chu? They seem to have an unusual relationship. They were all very curious as to why Tang He could chat so casually with Mr. Chu. Could it be that the two of them had known each other for a long time? The boss used to be an employee of Tang He's company. Tang He had always taken good care of the boss, so the relationship between the boss and Tang He was like that of friends. Pan Ping said calmly. What? Was Mr. Chu an employee of Tang Company before? They were shocked by the news. A man who owned an office building actually worked for the business company under them. No one would believe it if they told others about it. Of course, after hearing that Chunan was fired by his previous manager, their outlook on life and values were greatly impacted. That manager probably wanted to go to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Sure enough, not long after that manager fired Chunan, he was dismissed and replaced by the current Tang He. So envious. These people felt like they were about to turn into sour grapes. It would have been great if they were the ones sitting there talking to Mr. Chu. However, this party will not only include employees from these merchants, but most of them are female employees. They want to seduce Chu Nan with beauty. No matter who you are, as long as you are a man, you will have that desire. She's the most beautiful girl with the best figure in their company. If Chu Nan is not interested, there is nothing they can do. They can only say that Mr. Chu is too difficult to make friends with. Chapter 105. You want to kill your boss? These people kept flattering and trying to please him just to build a good relationship with him so that they could borrow money from him when they had rental issues or problems with the company in the future. But Chunan had no interest in these people, so he just answered them casually and continued chatting with Tang He. The people who were humiliated were very upset. Mr. Chu was too difficult to talk to as he refused to eat anything. Hong Huang called one of his female employees over. Yin Li, you should take the initiative to contact Mr. Chu later. Mr. Chu is young, rich, and drives a luxury car worth tens of millions. If you seize this opportunity, it is not impossible for you to become a phoenix from a sparrow flying to a branch. Yin Li nodded and looked at Chu Nan with shining eyes. I even muttered to myself, I'm not stupid. How could I let go of such a young and rich man? After all, Yin Li has dated more than 10 guys. She knows these men's psychology very well, and she is confident in her charm. Since you left, the company's planners have changed several times. As the general manager of the branch, it's really a headache for me. Tang He shook his head helplessly. How did you deal with the planning cases sent by the company these times? Chunan couldn't help but ask. I can do it by myself. Tang He drank the wine in the glass dejectedly. All the people from the previous company stood in the distance and watched this scene with complicated expressions. I never thought that Chunan was actually the owner of this office building. He worked so hard in the company and suffered so much suppression from Zhou Paopi. Who would have thought that he had such strength? Those colleagues couldn't help but sigh, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Why didn't they take the initiative to establish a good relationship with Chunan in the first place? Given the relationship between Mr. Tang and Chunan, if Mr. Tang encounters difficulties and asks Chunan for help in the future, Chunan might help him. Those female employees were also filled with regret. If something had happened between them and Chunan at the beginning, they might have been enjoying themselves somewhere else now because of Chunan's help. Chunan was just a newcomer in the company before, and basically no one except Tang he had ever given Chunan a good look. They handed their documents to Chunan to handle, and asked Chunan for help with their matters. Only then did they suddenly remember a sentence. You ignored me in the past, but now you can't afford me. This is the situation facing them now. Yin Li had already taken the initiative. She slowly approached Chunan, handed him a wine glass, and said with a smile, Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm the financial advisor of Yinrong Financial Company. Something? Chunan frowned. What he hated most was someone interrupting him when he was chatting. Yin Li was stunned for a moment. This kind of reaction was not right. But then I thought about it. Maybe they are rich and have special personalities. Yin Li showed an elegant smile on her face. Nothing. I just think that you are handsome and talented, Mr. Chu, and you can buy an office building at such a young age, so I just want to get to know you. Wow. She started praising the three companies right away. If other people heard what Yin Li said, they might have reacted, but Chunan was not moved at all. Instead, he glanced at her indifferently, and a cold voice came out. Do you need to tell me about this? It's obvious that he's young and rich. Who here can tell? And you interrupted me, which is the most annoying thing I do. Wait until your intelligence returns to normal before you try to pick up girls like others. Chunin turned around and switched positions with Tang He. Chunin would not be interested in a woman like Yanli at all. Yanli was indeed good-looking, at least 85 points in appearance. If she dressed up well and changed out of her work clothes, she might be considered a goddess in public. But from the moment Yanli walked over, Chunin smelled a scent of debauchery. There was a sense of coquettishness in her bones. It would be of no benefit for him to make friends with such a woman. These people still need to be warned. Later, Pan Ping will tell these merchants to stop playing tricks in front of him. He is not that kind of person at all. As long as they pay the rent on time and don't default on it, Chunin will consider giving this person some small benefits. Yanli stood there stupidly, looking a little messy. I thought my appearance and figure were enough to attract Chunan's attention, but I never expected that this scene would be met with such indifference. After all, she is considered a beauty outside, and there are no less than 50 men who actively lick her on WeChat every day. Yanli, who was used to this kind of life, found it difficult to accept such a scene. Does this boss have some weird quirk and dislike women? All of a sudden, many chilling images emerged in Yin Li's mind. Because of this thought, the conversation between the two grown men suddenly became sour. Hong Huang looked at Yin Li and asked hurriedly, "How is it?" Yin Li said in a low voice, "Boss Hong, does Mr. Chu have a quirk and dislike women?" I have no reaction at all in front of him. Snap! As soon as she said this, Yin Li was slapped in the face. The confused Yin Li covered her red and swollen face with a bewildered look. "What nonsense are you talking about? I think you are drunk and have lost your mind. Get back here." Yin Li felt extremely aggrieved all of a sudden. "Didn't you ask me to seduce Mr. Chu? I'm just doubting and not really sure." The people around looked at Yin Li, who was leaving, and gave Hong Huang a strange look. What happened between these two people? After the banquet ended, all the merchants left disappointed, except Tang He, who left with a bright smile on his face. Pan Ping, tell these people to worry less in the future. Tell them to pay the rent honestly and on time. I won't make it too difficult for them, and will even give them some small benefits as appropriate. Chu, Nan said slowly. "Yes, boss. How about I take you home?" Pan Ping said with a flattering smile. "Have you been drinking?" Pan Ping. "I drank it. You sent me back after drinking. Do you want to kill your boss?" Faced with Chu Nan's rebuke, Pan Ping was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Forget it. Don't worry about it. I'll call a designated driver later." Chu Nan opened the designated driver app and called one at random. Although Chu Nan was fine, he would be in trouble if he was caught in a drunk driving inspection and found that there was alcohol in his body. He is a person who doesn't like trouble, so just in case, he decided to call a designated driver. Chapter 106. Sir, I don't dare to drive this car. About 5 or 6 minutes passed. His cell phone rang. "Hello, sir. I'm your designated driver. Where are you?" "I'm in the office building across from you. Just come over." Chunin had already seen the man on the other side who was talking on the phone. After the man crossed the road, he apologized a little sheepishly. "I'm so sorry, sir." "Fine. Do you have your driver's license?" Chunin asked. The designated driver took out his driver's license, and Chunin felt relieved after taking a look at it. "Here are the car keys. Go drive." Chunin handed over the car keys. After the designated driver took the car keys, he was confused. What kind of car is this? Why does it seem like he has never seen it before? No matter what, as long as it is a car, there is nothing he can't drive. He pressed the car key gently. "Didi! Oh shit!" The designated driver was completely dumbfounded, watching the two headlights flash. This cool leap, with a blade-like shape, this car is like a messenger in the night. This is a supercar. The designated driver felt like crying, but had no tears, and his legs kept shaking. Damn, if it was any other sedan it would be fine, but he has never driven this supercar. If it gets scratched even a little bit, he won't be able to afford the compensation. Why are you standing there? Drive. Chunan looked at the stunned driver in confusion. Although this is not the first or second time I've been shocked like this, but you were the designated driver I called, and you were here to take me home. The driver's voice was trembling, and he said with tears in his eyes, "Sir, I don't dare to drive this car." Although he also wants to drive a supercar, if it gets scratched on the road, it will cost millions. He can't afford to pay it back even if it means he loses everything he has. "It's okay, don't worry. If you're scared, you can drive slower. I'm not in a hurry." Chu Nan said indifferently. After hearing Chu Nan's words, the designated driver was eager to try it. This was a supercar. It was probably the only chance he had in his life to experience it. Should he really not give it a try? After hesitating for a while, the designated driver gritted his teeth. Oh shit, done. After opening the car door and getting in, the designated driver was shocked by the luxurious interior at first, and his hands were shaking with excitement. He stroked the steering wheel, savoring it carefully. Is this a supercar? Love it. After Chu Nin got in the car, he stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The blast instantly ignited the driver's adrenaline. Which man would not love such a sound? Along the way, although the designated driver was very excited, he still drove carefully, maintained a speed of 70 miles per hour, and gave way to all vehicles on the road. They had never seen a supercar drive so slowly. Could it be that the owner of this car is a novice? It took about half an hour before Chu Nin finally arrived home. Thank you for your hard work. After paying the money, Chu Nin gave the designated driver a tip of 500 yuan. The driver was extremely happy and thanked Chu Nin repeatedly. Then Chu Nin drove the car into the garage. The designated driver took a reluctant look at the villa. What a big villa! When can I live in it? After thinking about it, the designated driver shook his head. What was he daydreaming about so late at night? It would be good enough if he could buy a suite in Huaqing. After returning home, Chu Nin saw Zhou Ying seem to be busy with something. So he asked, "What are you fiddling with on the computer in broad daylight?" Zhou Ying rubbed her dizzy head and said helplessly, "Thesis. Paper? Didn't Zhou Ying graduate a long time ago?" It turned out that the paper Zhou Ying wrote was not her own, but her brother's. Her brother was about to graduate from college and had asked her for help several times because of his paper. At first, Zhou Ying refused, but who would have thought that her weird brother told his parents that his parents wanted to call her, so Zhou Ying had to help for the sake of his parents' face. After this help, his brother just stopped doing anything and handed the paper over to Zhou Ying. After hearing this, Chu Nin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How could Zhou Ying have such a weird brother? Poor Zhou Ying was busy until 1 o'clock in the morning before going to bed. When Chu Nin woke up the next morning, he signed in again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving the reward of 1976 Romanicani. Wine? Chu Nin was quite knowledgeable. Romanicani was one of the world's top red wines and was basically sold through auctions. He checked the price online. Wow! This bottle of wine costs 300,000. It is indeed the world's top red wine. Of course, Chu Nin was not in a hurry to taste it, but put it in the cabinet. He was not in a hurry to taste it, as he had more important things to do now, which was to see with his own eyes the island he had been looking forward to for a long time. The plane leaves at noon, and it's already past 9 o'clock, which is just the right time for Chu Nin to go out. He booked a first-class ticket which cost more than 9,000 yuan, but now this amount of money was just a small amount in Chu Nin's eyes. When we arrived at the airport, the economy class aisle was already full of people, but there was no one in the first-class cabin. A first-class ticket costs 9,000 yuan, which is not affordable for most families. Chu Nin walked through the first-class cabin and boarded the plane without any obstruction. Now Chu Nin was the only one in the entire first-class cabin. Chu Nin was enjoying the first-class service and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the power of money. Chapter 107. Don't move. You will kill her. Chu Nin bought a plane ticket to Hawaii. After arriving in Hawaii, Chu Nin still had to take another boat to reach his island. It takes about 5 hours to get from the Flower City to Hawaii. Chu Nin leaned against the soft seat, and soon the flight attendant brought a glass of orange juice and placed it on the table. The quality of the stewardesses on this plane is quite good. Each of them has fair eyebrows and a pair of big, lively eyes. The most important thing is that each of them has a good figure. Sister Lee, I can take the role, but I won't act in scenes that are too hard or too tiring. Tell them to prepare a double. The last time we filmed, that shabby director insisted on having me do it, and he broke my hand. I'm going to film a movie, not to get into trouble. You need to make this clear to the director. The young man with makeup came to the first-class cabin with his nose raised to the sky. He took off his shoes without paying any attention to Chu Nin around him. That strange smell gradually spread. Chu Nin's brows were tightly locked, and he said in a bad tone, "Brother, can you put on your shoes? They smell a bit." The man was immediately unhappy when he heard this, and said arrogantly, "What does it have to do with you if I take off my shoes? Isn't there a rule here that prohibits taking off shoes? Do you know who I am? If you come to manage me, be careful or you'll get into trouble." He was also wondering, is there anyone who doesn't recognize him these days? Now he is a popular young star on the internet, a super V with millions of fans on Weibo and countless crazy fans. Someone once criticized him under his comments. He was exposed by his own fans who came to his house and forced him to move. He also didn't expect his fans to be so awesome. But the current him is completely different from the one who appeared in front of the screen. Now he is like a little gangster on the street with such an arrogant and domineering look. Even his fans probably would not have thought that their idol had such a side. Sister Lee is his agent. Sister Lee is also a worldly person. Generally, people who can sit in the first class are not ordinary people. Suddenly, she noticed the watch on Chu Nan's hand. He took a deep breath. Rolls-Royce full of stars. This is a watch worth millions. Although Yuan Wu is currently a little famous on the internet and a big V on Weibo with tens of millions of followers, he is just a newly crowned traffic star. The person who can wear this watch definitely has a special status. I don't know who you are, and I'm not interested in knowing who you are. If you have any self-awareness and manners, I think you should put on your shoes. There was no sign of concession in Chunan's tone. From the conversation just now, the man in front of him is most likely a star, but he should be a traffic star, which can be heard from the conversation just now. Just as Yuan Wu was about to start cursing, he was stopped by Sister Lee. Sister Lee, why are you stopping me? Yuan Wu asked unhappily. Sister Lee said something in his ear, and Yuan Wu's expression gradually relaxed, but he still had no good feelings towards Chunan, and even felt a little disgusted. You're a troublesome guy. For Sister Lee's sake, I won't bother with you. Sister Lee is right. He is in his rising period now. If some bad news comes out, his life may come to an end. Yuan Wu obediently put on his shoes, put on headphones, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Chunan checked on the internet and found that the arrogant person next to him was indeed a celebrity. However, the more he looked down, the more contemptuous his expression became. Damn, this is totally ruining my worldview. When acting in a play, he couldn't go to the airport himself. All the professional actions were done by a stand-in. He only said a few words, and he also revealed that he couldn't even remember his lines. What is even more shocking is that he complained online just because he had a few scratches, and there was a group of women comforting him, saying that the director was bad and that there were problems with the quality of the equipment. Isn't it normal to get injured while filming? It's just a scratch on the hand, not a serious injury. Making a fuss about it is clearly just to attract attention to yourself. Chunan couldn't bear to watch anymore after seeing this. No wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out he is a popular star who has risen recently. The entertainment circle now is different from before. Those who became famous in the entertainment circle back then were all talented. However, the atmosphere in the current entertainment industry is completely different from what it was before. With the explosion of traffic stars, everyone only looks at their appearance but ignores their acting skills. This is a great tragedy in the entertainment industry. Nowadays, there are very few rookies who can shoulder such a heavy responsibility. After lunch, Chunan closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. 5 hours later, Chunan finally arrived at Hawaii Island. After getting off the plane, he felt the cool sea breeze blowing towards him. But in just this brief moment, there was a commotion among the crowd. Jia Jia, Jia Jia. What's wrong with you, Jia Jia? A young woman looked at her child with a pale face and worry. The little girl, who looked no more than 6 or 7 years old, was as pale as tinfoil. The curve of her chest rose and fell in a strange way, and she was gasping for breath as if she couldn't breathe. The young woman didn't understand why this happened. The plane was fine, so how could it suddenly have problems? Someone come and help me. Save my child. The young woman shouted without hesitation. Is there anyone who is a doctor who can help me? Beauty, why don't we put the child in a cool place first? The child can't stand the scorching sun. The young woman thought it made sense, and just as she was about to pick up the little girl, a strong voice came from the crowd. Don't move. You'll kill her. Chapter 108. But Chinese medicine is in no way inferior to Western medicine. It was like a thunderclap exploding among the crowd. The beautiful young woman was so frightened that her whole body stiffened. She didn't know what to do for a moment and was about to cry. Everyone looked over when they heard what was said and became even more confused as they saw Chu Nan slowly walking towards them. Isn't this the young man who walked through the first-class aisle earlier? Could it be that he is a doctor? Little brother, are you a doctor? Someone couldn't help but ask. I am not. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar. You're not a doctor. What are you talking about here? Do you think this is a joke? You are rich but immoral. Can you take responsibility for delaying the rescue of this little girl? Facing the accusations of the crowd, Chu Nan remained indifferent. Instead, he glanced at them and said, Who says that if you are not a doctor, you can't save people? I know a little bit of medical skills. If you pick her up now, you will hurt her instead. The young woman seemed to see hope and hurriedly begged for help. Handsome boy, please save my daughter. Since you know what's wrong with her, you must find a way. Don't worry, your daughter will be fine with me here. Although Chu Nan said this, his face was still a little solemn. Seeing that the little girl's chest was rising and falling abnormally, she was almost unable to breathe. If this was not treated, it would be too late. Suddenly, someone in the crowd said something coldly. You looked at me for a long time, but didn't say anything. Could it be that you were pretending? If you don't know how to read, don't waste their time. Time is life. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Chu Nan turned around and glanced at them coldly, saying in a cold voice, Stop talking nonsense and shut your mouth. You. The man's face turned red with anger. He clenched his fists and snorted coldly. I want to see how you save this little girl. Chu Nan deduced that there was a high probability that the little girl had pneumothorax. Pneumothorax refers to the state of gas accumulation caused by the entry of gas into the pleural cavity, which is called pneumothorax because the air entering the chest cavity will increase the pressure in the pleural cavity, thereby compressing the lung tissue and causing it to collapse. Even people who do not have lung disease may suddenly develop such symptoms. Chu Nan took out the silver needle from his bag. Fortunately, the silver needle had been kept in his bag before. When the people around saw the silver needle, they were shocked. What are you going to do? It's so obvious. Don't you understand? I need an injection. Wow. Suddenly, the eyes of the people around changed instantly. Fuck. After all this time, it turns out he's a Chinese medicine doctor. Chinese medicine is just fancy tricks. How can it be used to treat illnesses? Chinese medicine can treat minor illnesses, but this kind of disease still needs to be treated by Western medicine. After all this time, it turns out that he is just a small Chinese medicine practitioner. Isn't this a waste of everyone's time? Traditional Chinese medicine is just fancy tricks. It can't treat serious diseases. It's rubbish. All the doubts about traditional Chinese medicine have aroused Chu Nan's dissatisfaction. You are a bunch of frogs in a well. It is so sad that you have criticized the traditional Chinese medicine passed down by our ancestors in such a bad way. Chu Nan turned around and looked at the beautiful young woman again. It's all up to you. If you don't want to, then I won't give you the acupuncture. This? The young woman began to hesitate and asked tentatively, Are you sure? 100%. Boast. Someone snorted with disdain. The young woman gritted her teeth. A firm look flashed in her eyes. Okay, I believe you. Chu Nan smiled and pierced the acupuncture points according to his memory. During the process, the little girl kept sweating and her skin turned blood red. Such a change made the beautiful young woman's nerves tense. However, as the little girl's breathing gradually stabilized, the rise and fall of her chest returned to normal, and the little girl's face gradually regained its color. After Chu Nan put away the silver needle, he said, There is no danger anymore, but I suggest you go to the hospital. Let her go out less and rest more recently. The young woman held Chu Nan's hand tightly, crying with joy, and almost knelt in front of Chu Nan to thank him repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. Thank you for saving my daughter. Snap, snap, snap. There was warm applause all around. I have really broadened my horizons. This experience has really made me realize the magic of Chinese medicine again. After a few injections, the little girl is back to normal. What about those people who doubted Chinese medicine before? Stand up now. Why aren't you talking? Are you all dumb? Chu Nan smiled and said, It's okay, as long as the child is okay. He turned around and looked around, then spoke in a loud voice. Traditional Chinese medicine is not just fancy tricks. It is the cultural heritage of our great country with a history of 5,000 years, and traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years. Since some people still think that traditional Chinese medicine is just fancy tricks, are all the ancients who believed in traditional Chinese medicine dead? I want everyone to know that Western medicine has its advantages, and Chinese medicine has its advantages as well. But Chinese medicine is in no way inferior to Western medicine. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, countless people felt their blood boiling, and excitement appeared on their faces instantly. At this moment, their emotions were ignited. That's right. That's right. Traditional Chinese medicine is not inferior to Western medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine is not just fancy tricks. If anyone ever says that Chinese medicine is just fancy talk again, I will be the first to disagree with him. Traditional Chinese medicine has been questioned for so long. Has someone finally stood up? In this boiling crowd, Chu Nan left quietly, and no one even noticed. Chapter 109. Opening a coconut with bare hands. Sir, please wait. The young woman, wearing high heels, took difficult steps to catch up with Chunan. She was wearing high heels, so it was difficult for her to run, not to mention that she was holding a child in her arms, which made it even more difficult. After taking a breath, she said, Sir, thank you for saving Jiajia. I wonder if I can have dinner with you? Chunan looked at the young woman carefully for a while. She was dressed gorgeously. All her clothes were famous brands, and the bag she carried was Chanel. Judging from her clothes, this young woman was not a simple person and was a wealthy person. As for how rich you are, that's definitely not as rich as me. He's the man who owns an entire island. There are only a handful of people who can buy an entire island. Even the richest man in the country would not be stupid enough to rent an island. The price of an entire island is at least tens of billions, including the subsequent procedures and documents, which are very troublesome. However, Chunan is different. Once he successfully obtains all the documents and procedures for the island, there will be no trouble at all. The system will take care of it all. I'm very sorry. I have something else to do. Chunan politely refused. The young woman was very beautiful and had a great figure, but Chunan was not yet to the point where he was horny. If it were someone else, he would probably be eager to agree to have dinner with a beautiful young woman. Why don't you leave me your contact information? You saved Jiajia, and I don't know how to repay you. Call me if you have any trouble. The young woman was a little disappointed, but she quickly got rid of her mood and took out a business card and handed it to Chunan. Vice President of Tianyu Media and Entertainment Company, Limited. Chunan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the young woman in front of him was actually the vice president of a media and entertainment company. Tianyu Media Entertainment. This company looks familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. That's right. Isn't that guy in the first-class cabin on the plane the newcomer from Tianyu Media Entertainment? What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet that boy's boss here. I guess this young woman was not on the same plane as Chunan. Afterwards, Chunan also left a contact number for the other party. After saying goodbye, the two walked out of the airport from different channels. As soon as you step out of the airport, you can feel the scorching temperature and the constant sea breeze, not to mention the feeling of ice and fire. Chunan came to the port and found a yacht. He paid the money and asked someone to take him there. The man driving the boat was called Lao Shi, who was a Chinese like Chunan and came to Hawaii to work. Little brother, why are you going to that island? I heard that the island has been abandoned for a long time and no one has developed it. Lao Shi couldn't help asking. In Lao Shi's opinion, the geographical location of this island is very good. Many mail search ships and business ships will pass by this island on this route. Unfortunately, this island is a deserted island and no one has developed it. There are also wild animals in the jungle, such as snakes and wild boars. Most people would not choose to go to this island. Lao Shi, do you believe me when I say this island is mine? A smile appeared at the corner of Chunan's mouth. The old man was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. It was obvious that he didn't believe it. Buy an island? That was not something he dared to think about at all. The price of an island was at least tens of billions, but the young man in front of him looked to be only in his early 20s. He had never heard of anyone at such an age having assets worth tens of billions. In Lao Shi's ears, it was just a joke. The two chatted along the way and soon arrived at the island. Ding! Congratulations to the host for logging into the island and claiming it successfully. All the relevant certificates and procedures for the island are stored in the system warehouse. Please check them in time. From now on, this island belongs to him. The island is not far from Hawaii Island, and it only takes an hour and a half to get there. On the beach, you can see groups of coconut trees with big, round coconuts growing on them. Little brother, do you want to go to the island? Lao Shi looked a little worried and seemed a little afraid of facing this deserted island. There are a lot of wild animals on this island, including poisonous snakes and wild boars, which are very dangerous. Chunan just smiled faintly after hearing this. He didn't care about wild boars, poisonous snakes, or anything like that. He was a man who had been transformed by genetic potions. If he punched with all his strength, the force would be enough to kill a wild boar. As for poisonous snakes, they could only be encountered deep in the jungle. Chunan was just wandering on the edge of the beach. It is estimated that it won't be long before people know that this island belongs to me. By then, I am afraid that many people will contact me and ask for cooperation in developing this island. It's okay. I'll just stroll around here. Don't worry too much, Lao Shi. If there are wild boars, I will protect you. Chunan Gudin. Hearing that Chunan was walking around the edge, Lao Shi breathed a sigh of relief. After anchoring the boat, he also followed him onto the beach. This was also his first time to visit this island. Not to mention that the scenery on the island was quite beautiful. But the next scene stunned Lao Shi. Chunan was a little curious about the taste of the coconuts on the island, so he climbed up the tree and picked 2 coconuts without saying a word. Even an experienced hand might not be as fast as Chunan. Lao Shi was about to say something when he saw Chunan's palm smashing down like a sickle. With a crack sound, the coconut was actually smashed open by Chunan. The juicy coconut juice slowly flowed out from the crack. Chunan handed the coconut to Lao Shi and said with a smile, "Lao Shi, this is yours." Lao Shi stood there stupidly, his whole body stiff as a wooden stake, his eyes revealing deep shock. Chapter 110, Carpenter Lane. I've heard of people opening a durian with bare hands, but this is the first time I have seen someone open a coconut with bare hands. He knocked on the coconut shell, and it made a clang 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 sound. It was harder than a brick. Crack, another sound, and another coconut cracked open. Chunan drank the coconut water as if nothing had happened. Looking at Chunan's hands, and then looking at my own hands, are his hands made of iron? If it were him, I'm afraid that if it cracked, it would not be a coconut anymore, and his whole body would probably crack in pain. You're awesome, little brother. Are your hands okay after opening a coconut with your bare hands? Lao Shi asked with some concern. Chunan shook his head and said with a smile, "It's okay. It's just a coconut. What's the problem? It's just a coconut. Okay, you're awesome. This island is really nice. If it is developed, it will probably become a resort." After returning, because there was no signal on the island before, Chunan's cell phone kept buzzing after returning to Hawaii Island. "Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Chu? Well, who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm Carpenter Ryan. I'm contacting you to discuss the development of the island under your name. Can I meet you?" "Oh, Carpenter? Seems to be a foreigner. I didn't expect someone to come to me so soon. I don't know how much capital the other party has. They can't eat this big piece of cake. Well, I'll wait for you at the Peninsula Hotel in Hawaii." "Okay, Mr. Chu, I look forward to meeting you." After hanging up the phone, Chunan returned to the Peninsula Hotel. The Peninsula Hotel is a luxury hotel with a long history and culture in the world. It is expensive and not affordable for ordinary people. The price for one night is as high as tens of thousands of yuan. The hotel also has a high-end buffet, but the ingredients and meals there are very expensive if you buy them outside. Chunan hadn't eaten anything since he got off the plane, so he was indeed a little hungry now. Chunan picked up some cooked food and a few pieces of cake and found a place to sit down. Suddenly a person came over and was a little surprised when he saw Chunan. "Why are you here?" Yuan Wu was surprised at the man who had opposed him on the plane. Could it be that this man also stayed at the Peninsula Hotel? Can he afford the expensive price of the Peninsula Hotel? If you can be here, why can't I? Chunan Zetponde Indai Fun. Seeing that the other party didn't take him seriously at all, Yuan Wu's face immediately darkened. "Oh shit, why are you being so arrogant?" If this wasn't a public place, Yuan Wu would have started cursing. "Xiao Yuan, why are you here? Can't I let you go with me to see President Du? Hurry up, don't waste time here." Sister Lee also looked at Chu Nan in surprise. She didn't expect to meet him here. At the same time, she was also glad that Yuan Wu did not have further conflicts with the other party on the plane. People who can stay at the Peninsula Hotel are of extraordinary status. Yuan Wu became famous too early. He is arrogant and has a low profile. Arrogant people like him are most likely to offend some people. This is also why the company sent the most stable Sister Lee to be Yuan Wu's agent. Yuan Wu snorted coldly and walked away with his nose turned up. After arriving in Hawaii, Sister Lee told him that a big shot from the company was also on the island of Hawaii, and he was the company's vice president. Vice president? Not to mention that Yuan Wu is very popular on the internet. In the eyes of ordinary people, he may be a star who is highly praised by everyone, but in the eyes of real big shots, he is just a small role. The company's vice president can ban him with just one word. If he can make friends with the vice president, he will be on the verge of success. Chunan didn't care about this little episode. The so-called big shot might be the beautiful young woman, Du Rulin. After Yuan Wu walked into the room, he was stunned for a moment, staring at Du Rulin with his eyes. So beautiful. A perfect figure, a devilish face, and a charming young woman. Is this the vice president that Sister Lee was talking about? Love it. Mr. Du, this is a rising star named Yuan Wu. Sister Lee gave Yuan Wu a look. After Yuan Wu came back to his senses, he smiled flatteringly and shouted, "Boss Du." Kindness. Du Rulin responded indifferently, and the atmosphere became a little awkward afterwards. She has never cared much about these traffic stars in the company. If it weren't for the decision made by the higher-ups, She wouldn't want to have any contact with these traffic stars at all. Because of the decision made by the higher-ups, the entire company's morale plummeted. Although she was the vice president, she did not own many shares and did not have much say. Fortunately, the people under his command have clean backgrounds and good abilities, and are now well-known figures in the entertainment industry. Moreover, she was also aware of some of Yuan Wu's bad deeds. A grown man was seeking comfort on the internet just because he had a little scratch on his hand. Naturally, Du Rulin had no good feelings towards Yuan Wu. Chapter 111. You will suffer the consequences if you do evil. Yuan Wu followed behind Sister Li and Du Rulin with an unhappy look on his face. MD, this old woman is so arrogant. Isn't she just a vice president? This figure and this posture reveal a sense of coquettishness. It is possible that the position of this vice president was obtained through some improper means. Grass. One day, I will ride on your head. Du Rulin learned some of Yuan Wu's business from Sister Li, and she despised Yuan Wu even more. You have to leave the stage after only a few minutes of acting and even have to use a stunt double to do the difficult moves. Is this the quality an actor should have? The company must change. This kind of culture will ruin the company. Although the profits brought to them by traffic stars were indeed huge in the early stage, as time goes by, the popularity of these traffic stars can only last for 2 or 3 years at most. Moreover, only some small directors who want to make money will agree to such requests. Some well-known domestic directors will not cooperate with their company at all. Du Rulin came to the buffet restaurant. Seeing that familiar figure, Du Rulin's face showed joy. I didn't expect that this gentleman was also at the Peninsula Hotel. This is really fate. Sister Li also noticed the expression on Mr. Du's face and wondered who Mr. Du saw that made him look like that. Walk forward. Du Rulin sat down opposite Chu Nan and showed an elegant smile. Mr. Chu, we meet again. Mr. Zhu. Chu Nan veponde politi. Yuan Wu widened his eyes, and it took him a long time to react to the situation. How so? How come this guy knows President Du? It seems that the relationship between them is unusual. This is unreasonable. The current situation was completely beyond Yuan Wu's expectations. Could it be that this guy is also one of the executives of their company? Thinking of this, Yuan Wu suddenly felt a chill all over his body. If this was true, then his career would be over. Having offended the company's senior executives, he would probably be banned permanently. Sister Li never expected that someone she had only met once was actually a friend of Mr. Du, and that Mr. Du actually took the initiative to shake hands and have a polite conversation with her. Mr. Chu, are you coming to Hawaii Island for vacation? Mr. Du asked curiously. This young man, who looked to be in his early 20s, possessed supernatural medical skills. Yet he was calm and composed without being arrogant. He rarely saw young people like him. No, I'm here to see the island that I own, and I'm here at this hotel to wait for someone I'm supposed to meet. Chu Nan said with a smile. What? An island under your name? Du Rulin and the other 3 were shocked by Chu Nan's words. Could it be that Chu Nan had a private island on this sea? OMG, isn't this too scary? The price of a private island is estimated to be tens of billions, and it is absolutely impossible to swallow such a huge thing without a certain background. Is he bragging? Or is it true? Yuan Wu stood there and muttered quietly. There is also an island. What a boast! He thought that no one would hear him if he whispered, but the restaurant was a bit noisy, and there was beautiful classical music, even though he thought the sound was low. But in fact, his voice is loud enough for outsiders to hear. Xiao Yuan. Sister Li pushed Yuan Wu. Only then did Yuan Wu notice Du Rulin's gaze. The moment he met that cold gaze, he felt as if he was in an ice cellar. Xiao Li announced that any cooperation with Yuan Wu will be terminated and banned from the entire internet. Boom boom. Yuan Wu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale instantly, and he collapsed to the ground exhausted. Sister Li covered her forehead with her hands, looking like she had a headache. She played a good hand so badly. She was really a bad teammate. Busdu. Please forgive me this time. I was bewildered for a moment, and I don't know why I said such a thing. Please, President Du, please don't ban me. Yuan Wu cried and begged for mercy, but Du Rulin was not moved at all. Mr. Chu, please help me plead for mercy. You are a magnanimous person. I apologize to you for what happened on the plane before. It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything, but after he knew that Yuan Wu had offended Chu Nan on the plane, his face became even colder. Chu Nan just ignored him. You will suffer the consequences if you do evil, and Yuan Wu is a very obvious example. Yuan Wu's face was ashen, like a dead dog. His eyes were lifeless and had lost their original brilliance. Once he is banned, those who he has offended before will definitely come after him one by one, and by then his life will probably be worse than that of a stray dog on the street. Afterwards, Yuan Wu was dragged out by people from the Peninsula Hotel. The membership card Yuan Wu used was the company's membership card, and Du Ruolin, as the vice president, had the right to revoke it. Poor Yuan Wu was thrown out of the hotel like that. Time passed quickly, and the two chatted for about half an hour before returning to their respective rooms. In the evening, Chu Nan and Lu Yashuan chatted for a while and then played games. The little girl didn't know she was in Hawaii yet. If he told her now, Lu Yashuan would explode. At 5 o'clock in the morning, a private plane slowly landed at the airport and arrived in Hawaii. Carpenter Ryan arrived in Hawaii, breathed in the fresh air, and smiled faintly. "Young master, do you need to contact Mr. Chu now?" The blond old man at the side asked respectfully. "No, it's too early. This Mr. Chu was able to take over this island quietly. My Carpenter family has been fighting for this island for several years. I didn't expect that it would be snatched away by Mr. Chu so easily. I'm a little curious about what kind of person this Mr. Chu is." Chapter 112. Obtaining the reward of Bajiquin Grandmaster level. Ding. Congratulations on signing in successfully and receiving the reward of Bajiquin Grandmaster level. Boom. It was like a revelation that I suddenly realized about Bajiquin's movements, attacks, and some terrifying killing moves. Bajiquin does not belong to the category of traditional martial arts, but rather ancient martial arts. Bajiquin has a long history, and its movements generally pursue a style that is tough, unpretentious, and swift, with extremely strong explosive power. Combined with Chu Nan's physical fitness, the power of the Bajiquin he displayed might be able to penetrate a steel plate. Bajiquin is a pretty good technique. If I continue like this, I'll become a master of ancient martial arts. Chu Nan muttered to himself. After washing up, he received a call from Carpenter Lane. "Hello, Mr. Chu, I'm already at the Peninsula Hotel. Which room are you in?" "Presidential room 001201. Not long after I hung up the phone, I heard a knock on the door. When Chu Nan opened the door, he saw a foreigner who was the same height as himself with a blond old man standing next to him. "Mr. Chu, this is a small gift for us as we are meeting for the first time. Please accept it as a token of my respect." Carpenter Ryan took out a painting and unfolded it carefully. At the same time, the blond old man who followed Carpenter Lane had all his nerves tense up, a little cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was extremely terrified. Who exactly is this Mr. Chu? Just standing there, he looks like a sleeping lion, with terrifying power sleeping in his body. They all underestimated Mr. Chu. The painting shows a row of villages, fertile fields with weeping willows, winding rivers on the ridges of the fields, and boats crossing bridges. Farmers are planting rice in paddy fields. Fishermen are casting nets to catch fish. Boats are moored on the shore or rowing with oars or carrying bags on their shoulders, and the people are bustling about, creating a prosperous scene. And the large seal below is even more eye-catching. Dang Yin. Farming in Jiangnan. Is this an authentic work of Tang Bohu? One of the four great talents of the Ming dynasty. He was also a great calligrapher and a famous painter in ancient times. An authentic work of Tang Bohu could even fetch hundreds of millions of yuan at auction. The price of this painting is at least 70 or 80 million, or even higher, close to hundreds of millions. Chu Nan did not expect that the other party would give him such a precious gift right away. It seems that the development of the island is particularly important in the other party's eyes. He was not worried that the painting was fake. Since the other party had the courage to swallow this piece of cake, he would definitely not use a fake painting to fool him. "Please come in. Mr. Ryan gave me such a precious gift right away. I am flattered," Chu Nan said politely. "Mr. Chu, you are joking? Since this island belongs to you, I believe this painting means nothing to you." Carpenter Ryan smiled with narrowed eyes. As he walked in, the blond old man whispered in his ear, "Master, this Mr. Chu is not simple. If we talk about strength, perhaps I am not as good as him." "You're not as good as him?" Carpenter Ryan seemed to have heard something shocking. His pupils contracted violently, and he looked at Chu Nan with eyes full of deep fear. Perhaps others are not clear about the identity of the blond old man, but as the heir of the Carpenter family, Ryan knows clearly how terrifying the strength of the old man in front of him is. "I don't know how much effort my father put into recruiting this old man. Even the world's top special forces soldiers are like the unbridgeable gap between adults and children in front of this blond old man." At least the blonde old man is not afraid, even if he is attacked by 10 of the world's top special forces, and can even kill them. But how could he not be shocked to hear such words from the mouth of the blonde old man? Is this Mr. Chu really so terrifying? Who is he? As expected, the person who could snatch things from his carpenter family was definitely not an ordinary person. More importantly, when he investigated Chunan's background, the information he obtained turned out to be that he was from an ordinary family. This absolutely cannot be the other party's real information. There is definitely a terrifying force supporting Chunan, which is even not inferior to their carpenter family. The carpenter family is one of the world's top chaebol families today. The carpenter family has a history of 100 years. Its groups and companies cover the globe, and their industries can be seen in the world's prosperous centers. Excuse me for asking, which faction does Mr. Chu belong to? Carpenter Ryan asked tentatively. As for the blonde old man at the side, he did not relax at all. If Mr. Chu really attacked them, even he might not be sure of his success. He could only barely protect the young master from leaving. Oh, maybe you misunderstood. I don't have any power behind me. I only represent myself. Moreover, this island belongs to me personally. No other power is involved. If Mr. Ryan is sincere and cooperating, I will naturally welcome it. If Mr. Ryan has other ideas, please go back. When Chunan said this, his tone became a little cold. No power at all? Ryan couldn't be sure because after their investigation, they found that the island seemed to have belonged to Chunan out of thin air. And as for other things, they didn't find any information at all. Chapter 113. Top-level luxury enjoyment. I'm sorry for being rude, Ryan said apologetically. If Mr. Chu does not have any support from any force behind him, then he is too terrifying. Even with the power of the Carpenter family, they were unable to investigate the true background of the other party and only found out the industries under Chunan's name. As for other information about Chunan, including the flow of funds for the acquisition of the hotel, they were unable to find out. This may also be the system's way of protecting Chunan's privacy. In that case, Mr. Ryan, why don't you talk about how to develop it? I wonder if Mr. Ryan has the ability to take on this big cake. Chunan said with a condescending tone, crossing his legs, looking like a superior. The blonde old man at the side sighed in his heart. It has been such a long time since anyone dared to act like this in the Carpenter family. Mr. Chu, you're joking. There is no cake in this world that my Carpenter family can't eat. Ryan was full of confidence, but a puzzled expression appeared on Chunan's face. Could it be that Carpenter's family is very powerful? Seeing Chunan's puzzled expression, Ryan also felt strange. Could it be that Mr. Chu didn't know about their Carpenter family? Mr. Chu, don't you know the Carpenter family? Ryan was a little puzzled. Chunan shook his head. He really didn't know the Carpenter family. Could it be that this family was very famous? Ryan was also stunned. He finally understood why the other party dared to snatch the island from their Carpenter family. Others didn't even know about this family at all. However, this also made Ryan feel that Chunan in front of him was more interesting. From 7 to 9 in the morning, the two discussed the issue of island development. Ryan said that after reaching a cooperation with Chunan, they will make every effort to develop and create a resort island that is more high-end and beautiful than Hawaii. Not only that, they will also pay Chunan $100 million every year. They will also give Chunan shares in the industry. When the island development is completed, they will give Chunan 50% of the shares in the island's industries. How can Chunan refuse such lucrative profits? The $100 million alone is a sky-high price, and coupled with 50% of the shares of all industries, the profits are unimaginable. As the owner of the island, Chunan is the person with the most power on this island. I wonder what name you want to give this island, Mr. Chu? Ryan asked. Since a resort island is being built, the name of the island is naturally indispensable. As the owner of the island, Chunan is naturally the one who should solve the problem of naming. The name of the island, Chunan stroked his chin and thought for a while. He wanted to build a resort island that was more luxurious than Hawaii Island, allowing those people to experience paradise-like services and targeting high-class consumer groups. Paradise Island, let's call it Paradise Island. Chunan smiled. Paradise Island. Ryan's eyes lit up. This was a paradise on Earth that belonged to the world, the elegant Paradise Island. In this case, just leave the island development to us. If Mr. Chu has any questions later, please call me directly. Ryan left a private number. The two sides shook hands, and Ryan invited Chunan to have lunch together. Chunan did not refuse. The Peninsula Hotel has 3 types of memberships. One is the ordinary member, which is the most common. The other is the senior member, and the highest level is the black gold member. There are only a few people in the world who can own this membership card, And those who own the black gold membership card are all from the world's top chaebol ancient families. When Ryan took out the black gold membership card, the whole hotel became tense. What? You said someone has a black gold membership card? The person in charge of the Peninsula Hotel ran downstairs in a hurry with a look of horror on his face. When I saw the black gold membership card in Ryan's hand, I felt like the world was spinning and my head was buzzing. Sir, I'm the person in charge here. Please follow me upstairs. The person in charge took the black gold membership card with trepidation and became even more nervous after confirming that it was genuine. Generally, people who own this card are from top chaebol families, and they dare not neglect such people. Arriving at the upper floors of the Peninsula Hotel, all the excellent orchestras in the hotel gathered here at this moment. The moment Chu Nan and his friends stepped in, classical music started playing. The luxurious decoration and crystal chandeliers are even more eye-catching. The dining utensils of all the people on the upper level are of royal grade, which ordinary people cannot enjoy at all. Above your head is a large screen that looks like the starry sky. The entire top of your head is made up of a huge screen. The theme is called Brilliant Starry Sky. Even in the daytime, you can feel like you are in the starry sky. Soon, various precious dishes were placed on the table one after another. Top-quality foie gras, white truffles known as diamonds in the kitchen, top-quality sturgeon caviar. Various top-quality ingredients were placed on the table one after another. Chunin enjoyed these delicacies. Such top-level luxury made him feel like he was sublimating. It turns out that top-notch ingredients are different. If you ask me how you feel, it is full of the smell of money, with classical music and high-end ingredients. The price of these ingredients for lunch alone is close to 1 million. A whole meal costs close to 1 million. This is the life that real capital experiences. Chapter 114. Is their family famous? After eating, Ryan and Chu Nan went downstairs together and happened to meet Du Rulin. Du Rulin was also shocked when she saw Chu Nan coming down from the top. The upper floors of the Peninsula Hotel are for the use of black gold members. Those who possess this kind of membership card have top influence in the world. Could it be that Chu Nan is a member of a top chaebol family? Thinking of what Chu Nan had said before about an island, she now believed Chu Nan's words more and more. If Chu Nan was the one with the black gold membership card, then owning an island was nothing. Mr. Chu, Du Rulin took the initiative to walk up and say hello. Ryan raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised that there was such a stunning woman in this hotel. Mr. Chu, is he your friend? Ryan said with a smile. I guess so. We met once. Chu Nan responded politely. Du Rulin smiled and said with a noble lady's temperament, this gentleman may not know that Mr. Chu is my savior. Savior? This made Ryan curious about the story between the two. Man, what do you mean? Could it be that Mr. Chu saved you when you were in danger? Ryan's every move was very gentlemanly, and the girls around him looked like they were crazy about him. What a handsome foreigner. He is tall and handsome. Is the suit he is wearing custom-made? Why have I never seen the logo of this brand? But the little brother next to him is not bad either. He is also very elegant. It wasn't me who was saved. It was my daughter who was saved. My daughter had a pneumothorax when she got off the plane yesterday. Thanks to Mr. Chu for his medical skills, he saved my daughter. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Du Rulin still feels a little scared when she thinks about that time. What would she do if Chu Nan was not there that day? What would happen if no one reminded her not to move her daughter at will? Du Rulin couldn't imagine it, because Jia Jia's position in her heart was more important than herself. Mr. Chu, do you know medicine? Ryan looked surprised. This Mr. Chu is so mysterious. Not only does he know medical skills, he also has terrifying strength and mysterious methods that are hard to understand. He is so frightening. This kind of person can only be befriended and cannot be offended because you have no idea how powerful his background is. There are not many people who can make him afraid, but the only one who can give him a feeling of being unfathomable is Chu Nan. The other party has a natural self-confidence from beginning to end, which cannot be revealed without sufficient confidence. They're just minor fights and not worth mentioning. Chu Nan so mai fai li. After that, they chatted for a while, and Ryan said that he had to leave first because he had something to do. The family would fully cooperate with the matters on the island and provide a lot of financial support. After Ryan left, Du Rulin finally couldn't help asking, Mr. Chu, who exactly is Mr. Ryan? All his clothes are custom-made, and the fabrics are top-notch in the world. I don't know either, but he comes from a family called Carpenter. Do you know this family? Chunin had never asked before what Ryan Carpenter represented. Whoosh! Du Rulin stood up suddenly. Her beautiful eyes widened, not caring about her ladylike demeanor, and shouted in disbelief. The Carpenter family? You said Mr. Ryan is from the Carpenter family? What's wrong? Is their family very famous? Chunan asked in confusion. Awe. Du Rulin's eyes revealed awe for the Carpenter family. Perhaps most people didn't know, but Du Rulin still had some understanding of it. The Carpenter family is one of the world's top ancient chaebol families, with its industries covering the entire world. Such a family has a huge influence in the world. What's even more frightening is that the total value of the Carpenter family's industries is as high as hundreds of billions of dollars, making them richer than Bill Gates on the Forbes list. In fact, these chaebol families don't care about the Forbes rankings at all, because they don't even bother to be on the list. These chaebol families have a different kind of arrogance. They're the ones closest to the top of the pyramid. When Chunan learned that the Carpenter family was so terrifying, he was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Ryan's background to be so powerful, and that the blonde old man was different from ordinary people. His whole body seemed to reveal a cold temperament. Perhaps it was the legendary murderous intent? Of course, the person who was even more shocked was Du Rulin. She never thought that Chunan would know someone for the Carpenter family. She could not get in touch with such a person, but today I actually chatted with him for a while. Chuna, who are you? Du Rulin looked at the man in front of her, who was like a mist. For the first time, she was eager to know everything about the man, but this was just out of curiosity about Chunan, and she had no other special ideas. She already has a daughter and a happy family, so naturally, she wouldn't have any other ideas. It's just that when did such a person appear in the country? But no news has come out. After hanging out in Hawaii for 2 days, Chunan was ready to go back, even though he had a good experience in Hawaii and the service in the hotel was amazing. But there is a saying that goes, no matter how comfortable the environment is, it is not as cozy as Chunan's own villa. Chapter 115. Mr. Chu is also a top-notch pianist. The endless piano music in the Carpenter family echoed throughout the villa that was like a palace. It is more like a castle than a palace. The heavily fortified villa is full of bodyguards in uniform suits. They stand there like an invisible wall, and no one can escape their sight. A Bentley drove in slowly. The servants in the villa hurriedly opened the door, and the bodyguards at the door saluted solemnly. The performance in the villa gradually came to an end. Only an old man was savoring this sacred performance. About 3 or 4 minutes after the performance ended, the old man came back to his senses. Carpenter Clive said sincerely, Mr. Griffin's performance is still memorable. Griffin smiled and said, It's my honor to play for you. Although Griffin is a Hall of Fame pianist and does have some status in the world, compared with a family like the Carpenter family, his proud piano skills are nothing. Even a legendary pianist has someone to please, and the Carpenter family is no exception. Even Griffin wants to befriend the world's top chaebol family. I heard that Mr. Griffin met a world-class pianist in Dragon Country. Is that true? Clive's temperament as a longtime superior was revealed. Carpenter Clive, Ryan's father, is the current ruler of the Carpenter family. As long as he stamps his feet, the whole world will shake, and even countless companies will perish in the waves because of his words. It is indeed true, Mr. Clive. You cannot imagine how young this legendary pianist from Dragon Country is. In fact, I still feel it is a dream experience. Griffin is still shocked when he recalls what happened at that time. Oh, how young? Clive asked curiously. Griffin took a deep breath and uttered a few words heavily. He is just a top-notch pianist in his early 20s. Mr. Clive, have you ever heard of him? What? Early 20s? Griffin was sure he was not mistaken, a top-notch pianist in his early 20s. Since the art of piano was born, no one has ever reached top-notch level before the age of 40. Mr. Griffin, are you sure you are not kidding? Clive still couldn't believe it. Such news was undoubtedly a bombshell exploding in his ears. Every Hall of Fame pianist is extremely valuable in any era. Looking around the world today, there are only 10 Hall of Fame pianists. This is enough to show how difficult it is to reach such a level. But for a top-level pianist in his early 20s, this was unheard of and enough to shock people. Unless one has been practicing piano since the womb, it is simply impossible. But is it possible to practice piano since the womb? Mr. Clive, do you think I'm kidding you? In fact, I couldn't believe it at first. If I were at the scene or someone else told me, I would do the same as you. This legendary pianist is not only young, but his level is equal to or even higher than mine. Hiss! Clive couldn't help but take a breath when he heard this. His level was even higher than Griffin's. What kind of monster is this legendary pianist from Longwa? Where is he now? Has he been invited by other families? Clive continued to ask. He had some ideas and wanted to hire this young pianist. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of person this young pianist is. Hearing this, Griffin shook his head, sighed deeply, and smiled bitterly. Mr. Clive, the other party has not been invited by any family. In fact, this young, legendary pianist said that piano is just a hobby for him. Puff! If Clive was drinking water at this time, he would probably spit it out. Hobbies? You regard the top level as a hobby? Did the other party really say that? Clive asked in shock. Griffin nodded. Clive, who was sitting on the sofa, was silent, with an expression of doubt about his life. It turns out that the Hall of Fame level is just a hobby. If this gets out, it will be a blow to many pianists. The Hall of Fame level is what all pianists pursue. They love the piano and aspire to reach such a level, but some of them may never reach the top level in their entire life. This young man is really interesting. At this time, the door of the villa was pushed open, and Ryan came back. Father, Master Griffin. Ryan bowed respectfully to Master Griffin. Ryan, have you seen Mr. Chu? Clive said slowly, with a gleam in his eyes. After meeting my father, he agreed with our opinion and gave us full authority to carry out the development. Very good. What do you think of Mr. Chu? Clive was silent at this time and said in a heavy tone, Father, this Mr. Chu may not be as simple as we thought. Oh, what's so difficult about it? Mr. George said personally that Mr. Chu's strength is not inferior to his, and even makes Mr. George feel depressed. The George that Clive mentioned is the blonde old man. What? Even George is so afraid of this Mr. Chu? Yes, father. Clive fell silent again. He had taken great pains to recruit George, and he knew George's strength best. Since even George gave such an evaluation, it seems that Mr. Chu is not simple. Last name Chu. For some reason, Griffin felt that this had something to do with Chu Nan, and he muttered in a possessed manner. Could it be Chu Nan? Kindness. Clive on the side looked at Griffin in surprise and asked, Mr. Griffin, do you know this Mr. Chu? Griffin was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he swallowed his saliva and said stiffly, Could it be that the Mr. Chu mentioned by Mr. Clive and Ryan is Chu Nan? Ryan pulled out a photo and handed it to Griffin. Griffin's pupil shrank when he saw the familiar face in the photo. It's Chu Nan, yes, this is Chu Nan. Mr. Griffin, who exactly is this Chu Nan? Why are you so excited? Do you know his true identity? Ryan asked confused. Griffin looked at Clive solemnly and said in a deep voice, Mr. Clive, the young pianist I told you about before is the Mr. Chu you were talking about. Boom! Ryan's head was buzzing and the expression on his face froze in an instant. Mr. Chu, and he is also a top-notch pianist? Chapter 116. Only a few billion per year. Is it the same person? Clive still couldn't believe that the Mr. Chu he cared about was actually the legendary pianist mentioned by Griffin. Yes, Mr. Clive, the person in the photo is Chu Nan, the young, top-notch pianist I met in Manhwa. Silence. Both Clive and Ryan were in a state of confusion. This matter was a bit too ridiculous. Chu Nan was like a mysterious fog, making it hard to figure out who he was. No one expected that the legendary pianist that Griffin mentioned was actually the one who snatched the island away from their family. Moreover, no information about this person could be found except his family background and the properties under his name. Even this island seemed to be inexplicably under Chu Nan's name. Clive smiled. It had been a long time since he had been so interested in someone. If they remember correctly, the last time he was interested was George. Ryan, I'm looking forward to meeting Mr. Chu. Clive smiled meaningfully. Ryan was also surprised to see the smile on his father's face. His father rarely smiled like this, and such a smile showed that his father attached great importance to this person. Father, do you want to arrange for Mr. Chu to meet you? Ryan took the initiative to speak. Clive shook his head. Although he was looking forward to meeting Chu Nan, he decided to wait for now. Ahem. Clive coughed violently twice, looked at the blood on his hand, and gave a pale smile. His health was getting worse day by day. Father, Ryan's face changed drastically, and he moved forward worriedly. Your body. My father's health is getting worse day by day. His face is pale and bloodless, and his head is completely bald without a single hair. He has bone cancer, a terrifying cancer, and it's in the late stages. The doctor said my father only had 3 months to live, and after that even God couldn't save him. It's okay, it's just a little blood. Although Clive said this, his eyes still revealed despair. Griffin felt bad when he saw this scene. Clive was the leader of the Carpenter family. His fall would inevitably lead to a reshuffle of the entire family's power. Moreover, Clive's child, Ryan, is still not fully grown, and has not established his prestige in the family. His foundation is still too weak. This is what Clive was worried about. Over the years, there were more and more people in the family who were dissatisfied with him, but they had no way to deal with Clive. They are waiting for the day when Clive dies. By that time, the entire Carpenter family will probably be faced with an unprecedented storm. Dad, let's get the doctors to check you out. Ryan looked at his father in front of him with grief. The feeling of helplessness made him feel like a waste. Clive stroked Ryan's hair and said in the tone of an elder, "Kid, it's useless. The cancer cells have spread to my brain. There is no cure. The only thing that worries me is Ryan. Your wings are not yet fully grown, and those guys are bound to attack you." Ryan's body couldn't help but tremble, and he clenched his hands tightly. He was indifferent to the pain of his nails digging into his flesh. There is really no hope. Cancer, especially in the late stages, means any hope is basically gone. No, there is still hope. There is one more person who might have a solution. Father, Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu might have a way. He knows medical skills. He is so amazing. He must have a way. It seemed that Ryan saw the last straw. He didn't know why he believed Chu Nan at this time. Could it be because the woman said before that Chu Nan knew medical skills? Of course, it's more because they can't see through Chu Nan. Chu Nan seems to be shrouded in a layer of fog. The more difficult it is to see through a person, the more fearful he is. He also knows medical skills? Clive was stunned. Ryan told Clive everything he knew. Clive's expression was extremely complicated. What kind of environment could produce such an outstanding young man who was not only a world-class pianist, but also a medical practitioner, and who made George give him such a high evaluation? But is Chinese medicine really reliable? The miraculous medical skills of traditional Chinese medicine are regarded as a product of the times in the eyes of Western medicine. Although Clive has some doubts about traditional Chinese medicine, he does not think so. Manhwa is a mysterious country with a history of 5,000 years. Some of its mysteries are beyond their understanding. Traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down in Manhwa for thousands of years. Father, no matter whether he is reliable or not, at least there may be hope. Ryan didn't have much confidence because he didn't know Chu Nan. Then let's give it a try. Maybe there's hope. Clive still longed to live. No one could face death calmly. The reason why he was calm was because he knew that there was no hope for him. If he could live, he would rather live a miserable life. Chu Nan had just got off the plane at this time. The first-class cabin was extremely comfortable without anyone disturbing him, so he felt that his money was not wasted. "Chun Nan, is that you?" As soon as he walked out of the airport, a man in a suit and glasses looked at him with some surprise. "It's me, Lee Bowen." "Lee Bowen? What a familiar name. Isn't this his high school classmate?" If you look closely, he really looks a bit like him. "Long time no see." Chu Nan responded politely. "Yes, it's been a long time. We haven't seen each other for 5 or 6 years since we graduated from high school. But there's something wrong with your head. How come you've grown so tall?" Looking at Chu Nan's height, Lee Bowen's tone was a little jealous. Chu Nan was also a celebrity in high school. I wonder how many girls had a crush on him. Most of the male students in the class were very jealous of him. "I've eaten better in recent years." Chu Nan smiled. "Oh." A short while passed. "Chun Nan, where do you work now?" Lee Bowen changed the subject and spoke again. "No work. No job?" Lee Bowen's attitude towards Chu Nan suddenly changed, and he looked at him with disgust and contempt. I never expected that the once famous figure on campus would become like this now. However, Chu Nan's next sentence left Lee Bowen speechless. "Although I don't have a job, I own a 5-star hotel, 10 houses, an office building, and an undeveloped island. I make about $1 billion a year." Chapter 117. Luxury cars and beautiful women. 5-star hotel? 10 houses and an office building? What's even more outrageous is that Chu Nan actually said he has an island. Are you crazy? I didn't expect that the person who was once a big shot in high school would now be in such a disgraceful state. Haha, Chu Nan, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect you to become like this. Are you just a braggart? Lee Bowen showed a sneer on his face and kept his distance from Chu Nan with disdain and contempt. Maybe Chu Nan's brain is not in good condition now. What if he suddenly falls ill and hurts him? Bragging? I'm just telling the truth. Chu Nan still blurted out calmly. In this day and age, no one will believe you even if you tell the truth. You're daydreaming? Chu Nan, are you crazy? If Teacher Gao knew what you look like now, he would be so disappointed. Lee Bowen used a scolding tone all the time. Chu Nan shook his head and just walked out of the airport silently. Seeing that Chu Nan ignored him, Lee Bowen snorted coldly and opened the class group from high school. Guess who I met when I just got off the plane? Who did you meet? Lee Bowen is now considered to be doing relatively well among his high school classmates. He works in a listed company and has even reached a senior level with an annual salary of more than $1 million. I don't know how many people in the group he is ahead of. As soon as he opened his mouth, many people were naturally curious. Chun Nan. Chun Nan? Oh my God! You actually met him. He was a famous figure in school. How is he doing now? Lee Bowen sneered and replied in the group. Don't mention it. You would never imagine that Chun Nan doesn't even have a job now. He even has some mental problems. Do you know what he told me? Say what? He said he had a 5-star hotel, 10 rental properties, and an office building. What's even more outrageous is that he actually said he owned an island. You guys tell me this is either crazy or mentally ill. Everyone in the group showed surprised expressions. Is he daydreaming? Why doesn't he just say he's a billionaire? Oh, I didn't expect Chun Nan to end up like this. Not only does he have no job, but he also has mental problems. The one who is doing the best among us right now should be Bowen. How can there be such a big difference between us? I will have to rely on Bowen more in the future. Yes, Bowen now earns $1 million a year and works for a big company. If you become rich in the future, don't forget to take us with you. Lee Bowen, who was praised by everyone, suddenly felt like he was floating on air. He had worked so hard for so long just to feel praised. No problem, we're all classmates, so if you're free, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Thank you, Brother Bowen. Outside the airport, Lee Bowen just walked out of the airport, glanced at his watch, and waited for the company's car to pick him up. But in the blink of an eye, he saw Chun Nan not far away, and he seemed to be waiting for a car. Seeing this, Lee Bowen showed a disdainful smile. This guy must be using Didi. It's so sad that the two people are not from the same world at all. At the same time, at this moment, a Rolls-Royce with a flying goddess logo appeared in everyone's eyes, causing a brief commotion. Oh my God! Look, it's a Rolls-Royce! Fuck, this car logo, this color, this shape is too domineering. This car costs several million, right? Brother, you are too narrow-minded. If it were an ordinary Rolls-Royce, it would indeed cost several million. But this car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It costs 20 million. What? More than 20 million. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the luxury car with envy. They would be willing to do anything if they could experience the feeling of driving this luxury car. Lee Bowen looked at the Rolls-Royce with envy. Even though he had an annual salary of $1 million, it was impossible for him to drive a luxury car worth more than 20 million without certain assets. Moreover, this car is not an ordinary car. It is a limited edition one. No matter how rich you are, you cannot buy it without financial background. Hey, the car actually stopped. Could it be that this car is here to pick someone up? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Rolls-Royce, and no one knew who this Rolls-Royce was here to pick up. Hey, look, someone's passing by. Fuck, this car isn't coming to pick up this kid, is it? The people who were standing next to Chun Nan before all had an incredible expression on their faces. Chun Nan? What did he do in the past? Could it be that this car is here to pick him up? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. However, the next moment, a stunning beauty got out of the Rolls-Royce, causing everyone's breathing to quicken. A white shirt, a black suit, a tightly wrapped miniskirt, and a pair of slender and delicate long legs and black stockings make her even more attractive. I don't know who swallowed the liquid and stared at those long, beautiful legs. MD, this is so beautiful. She is simply a fairy. Even Lee Bowen was moved for a moment. But the next scene made everyone drop their jaws. The stunning beauty sat on the passenger seat, while Chun Nan walked to the side and sat in the driver's seat. This. Lee Bowen was petrified instantly. His whole body stiffened in place. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he was seeing things. When he looked clearly again, it was still Chun Nan in the car. This 20 million luxury car is here to pick up Chun Nan, and the car is likely to belong to Chun Nan himself. Thinking of this, Lee Bowen's hair stood on end instantly. If this was the case, then everything Chun Nan had said before. It's all true. Does he really own a 5-star hotel, 10 houses, and an island? Regret. Endless regret. No matter whether what Chun Nan said was true or false, there was no doubt that Chun Nan was definitely not simple. He could drive a luxury car worth 20 million. Such a person was not something that people of his level could get in touch with. I'm a fucking idiot. Lee Bowen suddenly felt that there was something wrong with his brain. He refused to believe what others said, even though it was true. Now, not only did he offend Chun Nan, but he also missed an opportunity to rise to prominence. Luxury cars and beautiful women, these are what they dream of. Chapter 118. The Carpenter family's forever friends. What on earth are you going to do in Hawaii this time? Are you going there for tourism? In the car, Zhou Ying, who had been silent all the time, suddenly asked. Chunan smiled and said, "Of course not. I have an island over there, and I am discussing island development with someone." "What did you say? You said you have an island?" As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Ying screamed in horror. Damn it. She had always heard of people buying islands or seen it on TV, but she had never met someone who actually owned an island. Yes, what's wrong? It's just an island, and it hasn't been developed yet. There's nothing to be surprised about. Chu Nan's expression was calm. It seemed that an island became worthless in his mouth. It would cost at least tens of billions to buy an island. Zhou Ying was already in a state of disarray. Her eyes seemed to have lost their luster, and she stared blankly ahead. It's just an island. Brother, if you spread this out to other people, I don't know how many people would be scared to death. Since he met Chu Nan, his outlook on life and values have been refreshed time and time again. What makes him curious is where Chu Nan's money comes from. It seemed that Chu Nan had nothing to do at home and occasionally went out for a walk, but there didn't seem to be anything to do. So the question is, where does Chu Nan's money come from? All she knows about is a Marriott hotel, and she has no idea about Chu Nan's other industries. In fact, Chu Nan's annual income is already 3 to 400 million yuan, including the rent of Marriott Hotel, Qingju Bar, and office buildings, each of which is a huge amount. Zhou Ying was stunned for a moment when she saw the man in front of her, who was like a mist. But soon Chu Nan's phone rang. "Please help me take it," Chu Nan said. Zhou Ying answered the phone, and standard fluent English immediately came out from the other end of the phone. "Foreigner?" Fortunately, Zhou Ying's English level is pretty good. She passed the level 6 exam during college, so there should be no problem if it comes to communication. "Hello." Ryan in the villa was stunned for a moment, looked at the phone number, and thought he had dialed the wrong number. Chu Nan glanced at the name. Ryan? Why was he calling him at this time? "Hello. Is Mr. Chu here?" Ryan asked politely. "He's driving right now, so it's inconvenient for him to answer the phone. Just tell me what you want to say." "This? Forget it, Mr. Chu. It's not convenient for you to answer the phone now. I'll call you later and won't bother you anymore." Beep, beep, beep. Zhou Ying was suddenly confused. Why did they have to avoid her about something? What does this foreigner mean? Who is this foreigner? Do you have foreign friends? Zhou Ying asked puzzledly. He's not a friend, but a partner at most. He is fully responsible for the development of the island this time. Chu Nan said lightly. Island development? You mean he took on the entire island development project by himself? Not really. He still has the support of his family. But it doesn't matter. I don't need to worry about this matter. I just need to wait for the payment. Puff. Is this any different from a project where one person takes over the entire island? Who is this foreigner? How could he take such a big piece of cake? The most important thing is that he has the strength. The funds needed for island development are unimaginable. Especially offshore development is more expensive. After returning home, Chunan took the initiative to call Ryan back. Ryan, what do you want from me? Mr. Chu, I would like you to treat my father. See a doctor? Chunan Frauen. With the strength of the Carpenter family, is there any disease that they can't cure? I'm afraid they can probably invite the world's top celebrity doctors. Yes, my father has cancer, bone cancer. It's already in the advanced stage. The doctor said that my father only has less than 3 months left. They are powerless to help him. Mr. Chu, you have medical skills. Do you have any suggestions? Bone cancer, or in the late stage. Ryan overestimated his abilities. Although he had God-level Chinese medicine skills, late-stage bone cancer was basically a death sentence. Cancer itself was the most difficult disease to cure in the world, let alone in the late stages. Do you really think he is a god? Ryan, I'm sorry, if it's advanced bone cancer, it's basically impossible to treat it. Ryan's heart sank when he heard this, and he staggered back a few steps. Even Mr. Chu couldn't do anything. But, Ryan shouted excitedly. Mr. Chu, but what? Although I can't cure your father's cancer, I can delay the spread of his cancer cells and allow him to live a few more years. I need to see your father's condition before I can confirm the details. There is help. There is help. Hope. This is hope. Even if the cancer cannot be cured, living a few more years would be enough. It is an incurable disease, and there are less than 3 months left, but I learned from Chu Nan that it can be extended for a few more years. These few years were enough for Ryan to gain a firm foothold in the Carpenter family. Mr. Chu, are you telling the truth? Ryan's voice trembled a little. Anyone would be so excited. Well, I still need to confirm the specific situation. You can ask your father to come to Longwa. I will be waiting for you there. If outsiders knew Chunan's tone, they would be shocked. Let the leader of the Carpenter family come to him in person? Only Chunan was so arrogant and dared to speak to the Carpenter family like this. Yes, yes, yes. I understand, Mr. Chu. I will definitely bring my father to find you. May I ask where you live, Mr. Chu? The mountaintop villa in the Sky Garden. After hanging up the phone, Ryan excitedly found his father. Clive still asked with some trepidation, "What does Mr. Chu say? Is there any possibility?" "Father, there is hope. There is hope." Mr. Chu said that although it cannot be cured, it can at least slow down the spread of your cancer cells and allow you to live a few more years. What? Clive stood up excitedly, coughing a few times, his body shaking uncontrollably. Live a few more years. Could he live a few more years? Who on earth is this Chunan? How could he have such great abilities? Clive took a deep breath and looked at his child seriously. Ryan, if Mr. Chu really delays my illness this time, then he will be our Carpenter family's eternal friend, and our Carpenter family will be his strongest backing. Chapter 119. Permanent Property Rights of Commercial Street. At this time, Chunan had no idea that the Carpenter family would undergo a series of earth-shaking changes because of him. The first thing Chunan did when he got home was to lie down on the bed and fall into a deep sleep. When it was time for dinner, Zhou Ying called Chunan up. After going downstairs and sitting at the dining table, Chunan looked around and saw that there was no one around and couldn't help but ask, "Have Xia Yingyue and the others not returned yet?" "No, Xia Yingyue is about to graduate and has to work on her thesis. As for the others, one has already resigned, and the other two have asked for a few days off due to family matters," Zhou Ying said slowly. "I see." Chunan responded and started eating. Chunan had no habit of chatting at the table, and soon the two of them finished all the food on the table. Although Zhou Ying's cooking skills are also good, Chunan still prefers the food cooked by Xia Yingyue. Chunan's taste is heavier, and Xia Yingyue's dishes are also heavier, but Zhou Ying's taste is lighter. But overall, Zhou Ying's cooking skills are not bad. "Boss, can I ask you a favor?" Zhou Ying was hesitant, as if she wanted to say something. "What's the matter?" Chunan looked at her puzzledly. Can you be my boyfriend?" "Ah." Chunan widened his eyes and almost spit out the water he had just drunk. "No, I mean, can you pretend to be my boyfriend tomorrow? Because my mom arranged a blind date for me, so I want you to go with me tomorrow and pretend to be my boyfriend." Zhou Ying's voice became smaller and smaller, and the blush on her face gradually spread to her ears. "I see. If you don't want to go on a blind date, just say so. Why make me pretend to be your boyfriend?" Chunan was also confused. "It's not like you can't refuse a blind date. If you don't like it, you don't have to go." "No, the person for this blind date is the son of my mom's best friend. If I refuse, my mom will be embarrassed," Zhou Ying said helplessly. "It seems difficult to refuse now. Anyway, I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I will accompany Zhou Ying." "Okay, I promise you clean up the dishes on the table first. I'm going upstairs," Chunan said and ran upstairs, leaving Zhou Ying stunned. The next day, host, Chunan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Current deposit, 150 million. Vehicles, Lamborghini Venom. New Age electric cars, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Personal properties, Sky Garden Mountaintop Villa, Yushui Road School District House. Personal properties, Marriott Hotel, Red Beach Office Building, Green Orange Bar. Name of island, Paradise Island. Whether to be married, no. Special skills, expert level piano talent, god level Chinese medicine skills, Bajiquan Grandmaster. Warehouse items, none. It's time for the part we look forward to every day. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the permanent ownership of Sisui Commercial Street. Oh shit. Awesome. Sisui Commercial Street is the largest commercial street in the entire Flower City. It includes shops and office buildings, and there are all kinds of famous brands. It is said that the monthly rent for shops on Sisui Street has reached 200,000. Soon Chunan's cell phone rang again. "Hello, is this Mr. Chu?" "Yes, I am." "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the general manager of the management company of Sisui Commercial Street. I would like to ask when it would be convenient for you to come and discuss the follow-up procedures for the transfer of ownership of the commercial street with us. When are you available?" "Kindness. If I have time later, I will go over there. I will contact you before I go. If I don't have time, I will go over tomorrow." "Okay, Mr. Chu." After saying that, Chunan hung up the phone. The manager's office of a property company in an office building on Sisui Street. Gao Tianxiao's forehead was covered with beads of cold sweat the size of beans. He only came back to his senses after looking at the information on the computer. If you tell others that such a huge commercial street as Sisui Street was actually acquired by one person, I'm afraid no one would believe it. But that's the fact, and to be honest, he couldn't believe it when he received the news. This is the largest commercial street in Huaqing. If it is to be acquired, it would cost at least tens of billions. Looking at the young face in the information, Gao Tianxiao fell silent. I hope this new boss is easy to get along with. Chunan and Zhou Ying arrived at the blind date location. Are you sure you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if your mother knew about this when we met? If your mother knew you lied to her, wouldn't she be mad at you? Facing Chunan's questioning, Zhou Ying felt a headache. Anyway, don't worry about it for now. Just keep it a secret for as long as possible. Then you can pretend to be my boyfriend. Chunan shook his head helplessly. Blind dates were really a devilish experience. After his previous blind date experience, he never wanted to go on a blind date again. Chapter 120. Asking for trouble. The two enter the coffee shop. Do you know who that person is? Chunan suddenly asked. I've seen the photos. Zhou Ying glanced at the people sitting in the coffee shop, and her eyes suddenly stopped at a certain position. There! When Gao looked at Zhou Ying's photo on his phone with an obscene smile on his face, muttering to himself. I didn't expect that Aunt Li's daughter is so beautiful. Her figure and appearance are both top-notch. Such an excellent woman is perfect to be my wife. However, he did not notice that Zhou Ying was already behind him. Looking at the obscene smile on Wen Gaoyang's face, he felt even more disgusted. The son of my mother's best friend actually showed such an obscene smile when looking at my own photo. OMG, I absolutely don't want to be with someone like this. Hello, you are Gaoyang, right? Zhou Ying still gave a polite smile, but her tone was a little cold. I am. Wen Gaoyang was stunned immediately, staring at Zhou Ying. He was stunned at this moment. Aunt Li's daughter is even prettier than in the photo. Mother, I will marry no one else but this woman. Bang, bang, bang. Wen Gaoyang's heart was beating wildly, and he was so excited that he even ignored Chunan beside him. Why? Why is my heart beating so fast? Is this the feeling of being moved? Zhou Ying looked at that perverted smile and got goosebumps all over her body. This nightmare-like blind date experience should end sooner rather than later. If the other party wasn't the son of her mother's best friend, she would have left long ago. You are even more beautiful than in the photo. When Gaoyang praised with infatuation. Normally, Zhou Ying would feel happy when others praised her. But why did she not feel happy at all when Gaoyang praised her? She even felt annoyed. Perhaps it was because when Gaoyang gave her a very bad first impression. Suddenly, Chunan sat down next to Zhou Ying. Suddenly, when Gaoyang was stunned. Brother, are you sitting in the wrong seat? I'm on a blind date. Before Chunan could speak, Zhou Ying took his arm and said coldly, he is not sitting wrong. He is my boyfriend. Boom, boom. A bolt from the blue suddenly struck Wen Gaoyang. He looked stiffly at the arm that Zhou Ying was holding around Chunan. Love breaks down at this moment. Boyfriend? Is this your boyfriend? Then why did Aunt Li say that you have never been in a relationship? Wen Gaoyang felt heartbroken. His heart ached so much that he looked at Chunan opposite him with resentment. Why? Why is this person Zhou Ying's boyfriend? Although he is quite handsome, in today's society, you can't make a living just by relying on your looks. Money and status are the most important things. Zhou Ying is still young. Maybe she has been deceived. He still has a chance. I'm really sorry. I haven't told my mother about my relationship yet, so you made this trip in vain. Zhou Ying still felt a little guilty. After all, this matter was hers. Not only did you waste the other party's time, but also made them make a wasted trip. It's okay, it's okay. This is because I didn't ask clearly at the time. Even if the blind date doesn't work out, we can just be friends. When Gaoyang forced a smile. Although he had a smile on his face, he cursed Chunan countless times in his heart. He was firm in his thinking that Zhou Ying must have been bewitched by the appearance of the boy in front of her. He wants to let Zhou Ying know that having good looks alone is useless in society. At this moment, Zhou Ying's impression of Wen Gaoyang was not so bad anymore. She didn't expect this man to be so open-minded. But the next second, Wen Gaoyang took the initiative to talk to Chunan. Brother, what kind of job are you doing now? No work. What? No job? Even though he didn't have a job, he was able to hook up with Zhou Ying. Just as he guessed, Zhou Ying was deceived by this guy. Brother, you can't be without a job. Although my salary is not high, I still make 300,000 or 500,000 yuan a year and have time to travel. Although the work is tiring, my life is still acceptable. And how can you take care of Zhouing if you don't have a job? How about this? You come to my company and I'll give you a sales assistant position. Although the salary isn't high, it's still 5 or 6,000 a month. Wen Gaoyang seemed very generous, but both Chu Nan and Zhou Ying could hear his targeted tone. Suddenly, Zhou Ying's favorability towards Wen Gaoyang dropped sharply. He was another person who looked down on Chu Nan. Chu Nan was right that he didn't work. That's because others don't need to work at all, and they are at the top. No, I don't need a job. Don't need a job? Wen Gaoyang was delighted. He didn't expect that Chu Nan was so unambitious. He must let Zhou Ying see Chu Nan's true face and let her know that she is the truly excellent one. Brother, I'm not saying anything, but at our age, we shouldn't think about relying on our parents. Our families are not having a good time either. There's nothing wrong with going out to work. When Gaoyang gave Chu Nan a lecture, Chu Nan felt helpless. He didn't want to make things difficult for you, but if you insisted on making things difficult for yourself, there was nothing he could do. Who says that if you don't have a job, you won't have income? I have an office building, a shopping street, a 5-star hotel, and I earn hundreds of millions a year. Do you think I still need to work? Chapter 121. Did you listen? Did people say that? What? More than $1 billion? This is just Chu Nan's rough estimate. If the subsequent development of Paradise Island is completed, he will probably make nearly 3 billion yuan a year. 3 billion. What a terrifying number. For ordinary people, this is an astronomical figure and unimaginable wealth. Brother, you are bragging too much. It's not shameful to be unemployed. What's shameful is to pretend to be rich. How can you take care of Zhou Ying like this? Zhou Ying, now you see the true face of this guy, right? He is a complete liar. He can even say such a ridiculous thing. He can't give you a future. After when Gaoyang fell out with Chu Nan, he belittled him and said he was worthless. He kept saying that he was lying, and the disdain in his eyes was revealed without any concealment. I don't know if this person is stupid or has low EQ. He didn't even notice that Zhou Ying's face was as cold as ice. And when Gaoyang's opinion, he had a sure win. He did not expect that Zhou Ying's boyfriend was so ignorant. Idiot, let's go. Zhou Ying didn't want to stay any longer, so she took Chu Nan's hand and left the coffee shop. That's not right. This was different from what he had imagined. He had thought that Zhou Ying would leave in disgust after seeing the man's true face. But what kind of picture is this, of them walking away holding hands? When Gaoyang hurriedly chased after him, but he was stunned the next second. In an instant, he was stunned when he saw Chu Nan and Zhou Ying get into the Lamborghini. Who I am? Where am I? Why am I here? Especially since Chu Nan was sitting in the main driving seat, which meant that the car was his. The words Chu Nan said directly kept appearing in his mind. Immediately, when Gaoyang was stunned, he finally understood why the plot did not develop in the direction he expected. It turned out that what Zhou Ying's boyfriend said was true, but there was a possibility of exaggeration. But the fact that he can afford a luxury car like Lamborghini also proves Chu Nan's strength. Lamborghini Venom, a sports car worth hundreds of millions. I didn't expect it to appear here. Puff! Hearing what others said, when Gaoyang was so frightened that he staggered and stared at the luxury car driving away in amazement. A luxury car worth hundreds of millions? Is this Lamborghini really that expensive? He searched on the internet, took a deep breath, and stood there in a daze. It really is a luxury car worth more than 80 million. When Gaoyang smiled bitterly, it turned out that he was the clown in the end, who actually tried to provoke a billionaire. He is the one who doesn't know his place. Sorry to trouble you, boss, Zhou Ying said a little embarrassedly. He didn't expect Wen Gaoyang to be such a person. He should have turned around and left when the other party was looking at his photo and grinning foolishly. It's okay. Chu Nan seemed to be used to it. There were many cases like this where others showed off in front of him. But what is the final result? I have slapped myself in the face, so it is better to be low-key. It would be nice if everyone was as low-key as me. If people outside heard this, they would probably drown him in a pile of spit. How can you talk to me about being low-key while driving a luxury car worth hundreds of millions? Did you hear what people said? Soon Chu Nan arrived at Surabaya Commercial Street. Boss, what are we doing here? Rent collection. Collect rent? Does Chu Nan have other businesses in Sisui Street? How many properties does he have under his name? Sisui Street is the largest commercial street in the Flower City. The price of a shop there is 5 to 6 million yuan, and the monthly rent is as high as hundreds of thousands or even 200,000 yuan. It was not clear how many shops Nan had in Sisui Commercial Street, so Zhou Ying asked, Boss, how many shops do you have in Sisui Commercial Street? Shop? There is no shop, Chu Nan said. No shops? Zhou Ying was stunned for a moment. If there are no shops, why are you collecting rent in the commercial street? I don't have any shops, but this whole street belongs to me. Isn't it normal for me to come here to collect rent? Looking at the puzzled expression on Zhou Ying's face, Chu Nan explained again. After hearing this, Zhou Ying's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she stood there in a daze. The entire Surabaya commercial street belongs to him? Siswi Commercial Street, as the largest commercial street, has countless shops worth billions. If you want to acquire all of them, it would cost more than 10 billion. A commercial street worth tens of billions of dollars turned out to be so bland and boring in Chu Nan's mouth. What is wrong with this world? Following Chu Nan, he was shocked speechless again, and each time it impacted his three views. After arriving at the management company, Gao Tianxiao had been waiting at the door for a long time, and all the employees of the management company were standing at the door. Gao Tianxiao took a trot and jogged along the way, his face smiling as brightly as a chrysanthemum. "Welcome, Mr. Chu. Please come in, Mr. Chu. Welcome, Mr. Chu." The employees gathered outside all shouted a warm welcome. Chapter 1222. Brother, are you too confident? Is this their new boss? So young. And the girl next to him, with her curvy figure, is goddess level just by looking at her face. Wow, this is unbelievable. If you don't feel this way, you're not a man. And how rich is this new boss? When the general manager told them that Surabaya Street had been completely acquired by one person, they were all stunned. That's more than 10 billion. Just buy it? And more than a billion is a figure they can't even imagine. How much is their monthly salary? Some cost 4 or 5,000, some cost 7 or 8,000, and the highest is just over 10,000. Originally, some female employees wanted to show off when Chu Nan arrived. If they were chosen by him, they would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. But the moment they saw Zhou Ying, the thoughts in their hearts were wiped out. They also think that they are good-looking, although not the best, but above average. However, the gap is starkly obvious when compared to Zhou Ying. Standing in front of Zhou Ying, these people pale in comparison and look almost indistinguishable from passers-by. "Mr. Chu, please come in." Gao Tianxiao took Chu Nan into the office. Immediately, discussion started outside. "I thought our new boss was a middle-aged man with a big belly, but I didn't expect him to be so young. Did you see the beauty next to the new boss? She's absolutely stunning. She's prettier than the actresses on TV. Yes, we actually met the legendary super rich man. I thought he only existed in novels. Others spend billions and billions without blinking an eye. But what about us? We're still struggling to make a living. Sometimes it is better to have a good family." Everyone was silent for a while, and suddenly the atmosphere in the entire office area became strange. In the office, Gao Tian smiled and said, "Mr. Chu, this should be your lover. She is so beautiful." Facing Gao Tianxiao's praise, Zhou Ying's pretty face instantly turned red, and she shyly retorted, "Manager Gao, you are wrong. Chu Nan is my boss, and I am his housekeeper." "Housekeeper? Butler, if you take care of me, then I will become your real home." You know, he went out a lot when he was young. People who have been to this age know that it is not easy to control desires. What's more, she is a stunning beauty. I have to say that Mr. Chu really knows how to have fun. He even found such a stunning beauty for his housekeeper. Sorry, I was rude." Gao Tianxiao apologized. Zhou Ying sat obediently aside, occasionally stealing glances at Chu Nan, and sighed helplessly in her heart. Could it be that she was so unattractive that even Chu Nan was not moved? Or was he simply not interested in women? But this was impossible. Otherwise, he would not have wanted a beautiful housekeeper and maid. "Mr. Chu, this is the document for the transfer of ownership, and please take a look at these financial information." Gao Tianxiao handed the document to Chu Nan. Chu Nan glanced at it casually and said calmly, "Not bad. Have all the rents of these merchants been paid?" "All have been handed in. Except for the salaries that need to be paid to employees, we will deposit the remaining rent into your account." "Yes, Mr. Chu, these merchants don't know you yet. Would you like to arrange a meeting for you?" Gao Tianxiao said after hesitating for a while. "No need. I will leave all the affairs of the commercial street to you. Do your job well, and I won't treat you unfairly." Chu Nan patted Gao Tianxiao's shoulder. As time went by, Chu Nan increasingly had the aura of a superior and was completely a different person compared to when he first obtained the system. "Okay, I understand. I will transfer the full rent to your account later," Gao Tianxiao said respectfully. After a brief chat, Chu Nan left the company, and the female employees watched him leave reluctantly. I sighed in my heart. It's a pity that such an outstanding young man is already taken. and he is such a top-notch beauty. If Zhou Ying wasn't so stunning that they couldn't compete with her, otherwise, if it was just someone with ordinary looks, they would rather give it a try. It was already noon, and Chunan and Zhou Ying were a little hungry, so they found a nicely decorated hotel and walked in. However, as soon as he entered, he seemed to attract the attention of someone inside. Chunan is actually here? Chunnan? Someone inside suddenly called him. Han Hongfei had never expected that he would meet such a prominent figure in his class here. Chunan is now a well-known bragging expert in the class. Some people even joke that Chunan is born to be a braggart. Long time no see. Chunan Gripoli. Han Hongfei was also attracted by Zhou Ying, who was standing next to Chunan. He didn't expect that although Chunan loved to brag, he was quite good at picking up girls. He could even pick up such a beautiful girl. Such a top-notch girl was seduced by Chunan. I guess he was just bragging in front of the girl again. The girl probably knew nothing and was deceived by Chunan. I didn't expect to see you here. Are you here for dinner? Kindness. That's great. I'm a member of this hotel. I'll ask them to give you some discounts later. No, I don't need that little money. Suddenly, Han Hongfei frowned and sneered with disdain. Aren't you short of that little bit of money? Are you going to say again that you have millions or that you are a billionaire? Chunan was also helpless. Why did he keep running into his high school classmates these past few days? And why did they have to show off in front of him? In fact, for the sake of his high school classmates, he really didn't want to embarrass these people, but there was nothing he could do since these guys liked to find trouble and thought Chunan was a soft persimmon. In this situation, he really wants to say, "Brother, are you too confident?" Just when Han Hongfei was about to say something, a middle-aged man came out of the toilet. When he saw Chunan, he widened his eyes with an incredible expression. He hurried over. Chapter 123. Are the people inside killing pigs? Mr. Chu, I didn't expect you to be here too. The middle-aged man stood respectfully in front of Chunan, but from the expression on his face, he seemed a little frightened. Uncle, why did you come out? And what's going on with Mr. Chu? Han Hongfei was also stunned, as if he realized something was wrong. Mr. Chu? Is he calling Chunan? That shouldn't be possible, right? Didn't Li Bowen say that Chunan didn't have a job? And he loves to brag. He couldn't be so bored as to post a fake message in the group. Who are you? Chunan felt that the person in front of him seemed familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere, but he couldn't remember clearly for a moment. Mr. Chu, I'm from Red Beach Feiyu Technology Company, Limited. I greeted you at the banquet that day. Han Hongfei's uncle had a flattering smile on his face, which confused his nephew. Is this still the uncle he knows? Why did his uncle call Chunan Mr. Chu? At this moment, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that Li Bowen was lying to them? Chunan is not an unemployed vagrant at all. Otherwise, his uncle would not have behaved like this. This time, he and his uncle came to meet the company's partners. Han Hongfei has had a good relationship with his uncle since he was a child, and this time he was brought out to see the world. But he didn't expect to meet Chunan here, and such an unexpected situation would happen. It seemed that the person in front of him was indeed present on the day of the banquet, but the so-called greeting seemed to be just greeting everyone at the door. But Chunan didn't pay much attention to it. On the contrary, except for Tang He only had a brief chat with the other people. As for those who asked for contact information, he asked all the companies and store managers to find Pan Ping. Yeah, I remember. Chunan nodded. Han Hongfei on the side seemed to not understand what was going on, so he asked, Uncle, why do you call Chunan Mr. Chu? Who is he? Han Hongfei's uncle looked at him in surprise. Do you know Mr. Chu? Yes, he and I were classmates in high school. High school classmates? Han Hongfei's uncle showed an incredible expression. It turned out that his nephew was a high school classmate of Mr. Chu. This was something he never expected. At the same time, he was also a little excited, since his nephew and Chunan were high school classmates. If he had any difficulties in the future, he could ask his nephew to talk to Mr. Chu. You also know that your uncle's company rents the space and your classmate, Mr. Chu, is the owner of that office building. Do you understand what I mean? After listening to his uncle's answer, for a moment, Han Hongfei was dumbfounded, his thoughts flying in a mess, and he turned his head stiffly to look at Chunan. The office building rented by his uncle turned out to be Chunan. Not only that, what his uncle just mentioned was not just one office, but a building. Chunan has an entire office building. Thinking back to what Li Bowen said, Han Hongfei even wanted to kill him. Li Bowen is just talking nonsense. What Chunan said is true. He really has an office building. As for whether the other things were true or false, he didn't care. That office building was worth nearly 1 billion yuan. No one in the entire high school could compare to Chunan. I have to have dinner with someone else, so I won't chat with you. Chunan greeted politely and asked the waiter to take him and Zhouing upstairs. Han Hongfei returned to the box, but still hadn't come back to his senses. Because the partner of Han Hongfei's uncle's company left early, there were only two of them in the box. Hongfei, my uncle will be relying on you from now on. If he has any difficulties in the future, you must speak well of Mr. Chu on his behalf. Han Hongfei's uncle's face was full of joy. He was so happy. This was a complete surprise. Something that was almost impossible actually happened to him. Han Hongfei was about to cry. If he had known Chunan was so awesome, why did he pretend to be so awesome? The other party must have seen through his intention. This damn Li Bowen is going to kill me. What's wrong with you? Why do you have that expression? Don't you want to tell me that you have offended Mr. Chu? Han Hongfei's uncle noticed that there was something wrong with his nephew's face, and his face suddenly turned dark. If his nephew really offended Mr. Chu, he might be implicated as well. He knew very well that Mr. Chu was definitely not that simple. Even the Lamborghini Venom top luxury car was driven out. Its status is probably unimaginable. Faced with his uncle's questioning, Han Hongfei was speechless for a while. As for whether he offended Chunan, it didn't seem like he did. He just wanted to show off in front of Chunan. There was no other way. Han Hongfei had to tell his uncle what had just happened. After hearing this, his uncle couldn't hold his breath and pulled out his belt. You little bastard, I can't kill you. Is there something wrong with my nephew's brain? Mr. Chu is worth hundreds of millions, but he still cares about those few dollars? It is no exaggeration to say that if Mr. Chu was willing, it would be easy for him to acquire this hotel. Afterwards, screams like a pig being slaughtered echoed in the box. The people outside also looked at the box where Han Hongfei and the others were in confusion, wondering why there was a pig slaughtering sound. Are the people inside killing pigs? Today is the third update, sorry. Chapter 124. Li Bowen has left the group chat. After finishing his meal, Chunan just came down from upstairs. Then I saw Han Feiyu's uncle and Han Hongfei waiting at the entrance of the corridor. Han Hongfei's uncle led Han Hongfei to bow his head and apologize to Chunan. I am really sorry for what happened to Mr. Chu before, because I am ignorant of his nephew. Snap! Han Hongfei's head was buzzing. The force of the slap his uncle gave him on the back of the head almost made his brains pop out. Han Hongfei said humbly, I'm sorry, Chunan. I was wrong before. Chunan was also a little confused. Wasn't it just Han Hongfei showing off in front of him? He didn't care about it himself. He was used to such things. He didn't expect that Han Hongfei's uncle would take this matter so seriously. In fact, anyone would do the same. Chunan was the owner of the office building, and no one except Tang he spoke to him at the banquet. This makes many people think that Chunan is difficult to get along with and has a weird temper. But these people think too much. Chunan simply feels it is troublesome. If there is any problem, he can just ask Pan Ping to solve it. Why contact him? It's okay. This little thing is not worth my concern. Chunan said lightly. Hearing this, Han Hongfei's uncle breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went to the cashier to settle Chunan's bill. Afterwards, the two watched Chunan and Zhou Ying leave. When Han Hongfei saw Chunan's Lamborghini Venom, he was stunned on the spot. He knew this car best. It was a top-of-the-line supercar worth nearly 100 million yuan, and Chunan was actually driving such a luxury car. MD, Li Bowen, you not only deceived me, but also deceived everyone in the class. I must expose you. Within the class group, at Li Bowen, are you fucking interesting? The people inside were all confused when they saw the news. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Classmates, Li Bowen is a liar, and Chunan is not an unemployed person at all. What? Did Li Bowen deceive them? Is this impossible? There are quite a few people in the group who are Li Bowen's bootlickers, and the reason is naturally that Li Bowen is doing well. At Han Hongfei, what kind of car does Chunan drive? Don't keep us in suspense. That's unlikely. Li Bowen wouldn't be so bored as to deliberately lie to us, right? At Han Hongfei, did you see the wrong person? Afterwards, some of the bootlickers made comments that made Han Hongfei laugh out of anger. Lamborghini Venom, a luxury car worth nearly 100 million yuan, and Chunan also has an office building in the center of Huaqing. Others, Chunan, don't really have to work. That's because they don't need to at all. Wow! The group immediately exploded. Chunan drives a luxury car worth nearly 100 million yuan and also owns an office building. How is this possible? They, as high school classmates, knew very well that Chunan's family background was very ordinary, even worse than theirs, but how come he had become someone they could not reach after just a few years of not seeing him? All of a sudden, everyone in the class group became popular. Li Bowen had ed them all. and the Zon mode was activated in the class group. All kinds of swear words were directed at Lee Bowen. Then a series of prompts followed, causing everyone to stop firing. Lee Bowen has left the group chat. Lee Bowen's face was dark in the office. Damn, how could Han Hongfei meet Chu Nan and actually see Chu Nan driving a Lamborghini Venom? Doesn't that mean Chu Nan has more than one luxury car? Thinking of this, Lee Bowen felt like crying. It would have been great if he had not belittled Chu Nan in the first place. Wouldn't it be nice to follow Chu Nan? They already have beautiful women and luxury cars, so maybe they all live in villas. When Chu Nan returned home, he received information about the deposit into his bank card. Another 300 million, it's just too good to be true. Afterwards, I don't know where Ryan got a WeChat account from, but he actually applied to add Chu Nan as a friend. The two then talked about some issues related to island development and then about some of his father's symptoms. Chu Nan estimated that the problem should be solved. If he wanted to suppress the cancer cells, he would need some medicinal herbs, and then he would have to go to a larger Chinese medicine store. Time passed quickly, and in the evening Liu Yashuan sent a message to Chu Nan after get off work. Big Pig Hoof, are you there? Big Pig's Hoof? Several black lines appeared on Chu Nan's forehead. What Big Pig's Hoof? I think you're the pig's hoof. What do you want from me? Ha! How can my slender legs look like pig's trotters? They clearly look like yours. Liu Yashuan in the boudoir pouted, looking a little angry. Does this guy really not know what the Big Pig's Hoof means? He has hinted so obviously, but this straight guy has not noticed it yet. TSK, I didn't expect the monitor to have a narcissistic side. It's called confidence. My body is made of real materials. Chu Nan couldn't help but roll his eyes across the screen. All right, my monitor. Just tell me what you want to say. There was silence for nearly a minute after the message was sent. That is, can you accompany me to a dinner party tomorrow? My best friend is back and wants to treat me to a meal. Your best friend invited you to dinner. Why did you bring me along? Oh my. Others go with their boyfriends. It would be so awkward for me to go alone. I see. What time tomorrow? Tomorrow at noon. Okay. Seeing that Chu Nan agreed, Liu Yashuan smiled like a flower. After that, the two chatted briefly for a few more sentences, and it was 10 o'clock in the evening. They were both sleepy, so they sent each other good night and fell asleep. Chapter 125. Rewarding E-Group with 5% of its shares. Ouch! Chu Nan woke up in a somewhat special way this morning. He cried out in pain and rolled off the bed. It's strange. It hasn't happened in years. This time, he actually fell off the bed. Chu Nan touched his numb butt and didn't care much. Turn on the system. The daily sign-in has begun. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a 5% stake in Yi Group as a reward. Yi Group? Chu Nan was stunned. Isn't that Yi Chen's group? I didn't expect that the reward this time would be 5% of the shares of Yi Group. Unexpectedly, by some strange combination of circumstances, I got involved with the Yi family again. In the Yi Group's conference room, all the company's top executives gathered here. Yi Wen's face looked very ugly. Just now he learned a piece of news that 5% of their Yi Group shares were suddenly acquired by a mysterious person. 5% of the Yi Group shares is already worth more than 10 billion, and they don't even know who acquired the Yi Group shares. Such an unexpected event was enough to make all the senior executives of the Yi Group nervous. Suddenly, Yi Wen's secretary rushed in. How's the investigation going? Yi Wen asked solemnly. The secretary gasped for breath and spoke after a while. We found out that the chairman of the board of directors bought the shares from a man named Chu Nan. It was as if a bolt from the blue fell on Yi Wen, and he widened his eyes and let out an incredible roar. What did you say? The person who bought the shares is called Chu Nan? The secretary was frightened by Yi Wen's sudden roar and responded tremblingly. Yes, Chairman, the 5% of shares you asked me to investigate were indeed acquired by a Mr. Chu Nan. Yi Wen sat down on the chair. All the senior executives didn't understand why Yi Wen had such an expression when he heard this name. Who is this person named Chu Nan? He actually had the ability to acquire shares of their Yi Group. Could it be him? Yi Wen's mind was in a mess, and the young man who was like a dazzling star appeared in his mind. Is there any information? Have. The secretary handed over the information. Yi Wen opened the information and looked at the familiar young man in the photo. His pupils suddenly dilated and then contracted infinitely. Even his breathing quickened a lot. It's really him. It was really the Chu Nan he knew. After the competition, he had secretly investigated Chu Nan. It was strange to say that apart from his family background and the industries in watching, he could not find out anything else. He comes from an ordinary family, but owns an industry like Marriott Hotels. How did he make the leap from an ordinary person to this level? Let's end this meeting. Yuan said with a sigh. A number of senior executives and several shareholders expressed their confusion. Chairman, why is this? The change of equity is a top priority for the company. But now Yuan lets everyone go away so easily. Aren't we going to discuss how to deal with this new shareholder? No need to discuss. I know this new shareholder. Let's all go back. Yuan said slowly. After everyone left, Yuan was left alone in the conference room, muttering softly. When did this guy set his sights on the company's shares? Let Chinner contact him to find out the bottom of the matter. I hope that there won't be any major changes in the company because of him. It is basically impossible to say that you are not worried. The replacement of shareholders is a top priority for any company. Not to mention the huge leading enterprise like Yi Group. Ye Venbo Khalid Ye Chen. Hello, Chinner. There is something you need to go do. Wow, what a cool car. Is this a supercar? How did this car appear in our neighborhood? I don't know if the people in the car are handsome or not. Aston Martin, a luxury car worth millions. Everyone took a deep breath when they heard this. Million. Those were numbers they dared not even think about. The men around them were looking at the luxury cars in front of them with great envy. When will they be able to experience what it feels like to sit in a supercar? Chunan in the car was already used to it, and he had already arrived downstairs of Lu Yashuan's house. Soon Lu Yashuan came downstairs, and her appearance once again caused a burst of exclamations. Wow, look, it's a goddess. Fuck, there are such beautiful girls in this place. Why didn't I notice it before? Beauty, do you want to add me on WeChat? When these people saw Lu Yashuan getting on the car, their faces suddenly fell. Another moment of heartbreak. Those damn rich people. Why do goddesses like rich men and don't even look at us interesting souls? The eyes of those girls who had originally planned to strike up a conversation gradually dimmed. They had no chance with such girls. Buzz! Along with the sound of the roaring engine, this supercar that everyone envied disappeared from their sight. Chapter 126. This is already the worst car in my garage. Can't you be more low-key when you go out? Lu Yashuan also felt some pain. She estimated that she would become a celebrity when she returned this time. The main reason is that Chunan's car is too high profile. Chunan said helplessly, "This is already the worst car in my garage." Lu Yashuan was suddenly speechless. Listen, is this human language? Sure enough, she doesn't understand the world of rich people. Chunan swore that he was not trying to show off. The Aston Martin was only worth a few million, while the other two cars were worth tens of millions. He drives this car very low-key. Where are we going? Chunan asked. Your Marriott Hotel. Lu Yashuan was also wondering why her best friend would book a room at the Marriott Hotel. The Marriott Hotel is a 5-star hotel, and a meal there is worth half a month's salary for her. Chunan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would go to his hotel to eat. Marriott Hotel. A man and a woman just arrived at the door. Sahan, when will your best friend arrive? It's almost noon, and I haven't seen anyone yet. Ma Haoran said impatiently. Yashuan said he will be here soon. Why don't we go in first? Lu Sahan said. Okay, let's go in first and ask her to call us when she arrives. The two walked into the box they had booked earlier. Ma Haoran didn't want to come, but his girlfriend forced him to come. How could I, who was having dinner with your girlfriend's best friends, make do with them? He had seen photos of his girlfriend's best friend. That appearance is not even on the same level as my boyfriend's. However, the photo he saw was of Lu Yashuan in college, and no one could tell that the current Lu Yashuan was the same person as in the past. Soon, not long after, Chunan and Lu Yashuan arrived at the Marriott Hotel. As soon as they entered the door, the two receptionists covered their mouths, a little surprised, and then respectfully called out, Boss. Well, don't notify your President Tang for now. I'll come over to have dinner with him. Chu, Nan said lightly. Yes. Lu Yashuan followed behind Chu, Nan, and couldn't help but mutter. Why do you treat people like you're visiting incognito as soon as you get here? There's nothing I can do. I'm their boss. Chu Nan spread his hands as if he was still helpless. This tone really makes people feel that Chu Nan deserves a beating. The hotel lobby manager was also surprised to see Chu Nan. Just as he was about to run over, he was stopped by Chu Nan. The door opened for the two people who were waiting. Lu Yashuan smiled embarrassedly and said, Sahan, I'm sorry. There was a traffic jam on the road, and I was late. Lu Sahan was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, his eyes suddenly widened with an incredible expression, and he screamed in horror. Are you Yashuan? Yes. Lu Yashuan was already used to this reaction, not to mention that she hadn't seen this best friend for several years. Naturally, I didn't know that she had changed so much. Oh my god, you are totally different from before. You've become so beautiful now. Lu Sahan looked at her best friend, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, with envy on her face, feeling mixed emotions. Ma Haoran stared at Lu Yashwan blankly. Is this my girlfriend's best friend? This was totally not the same person in the photo, and he also knew that it was a photo of Lu Yashwan during her college years. But this change is too big. The photos from college were completely unremarkable, just an ordinary person, but now Lu Yashwan is definitely a goddess. Gurgle. Ma Haoran couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his pair of burning eyes looked at Lu Yashwan secretly. Now he somewhat regretted being with Lu Sahan so early. If Lu Sahan were thinking like her boyfriend, she would probably grab his hair and beat him up. Lu Sahan looked at Chu Nan and smiled. Is this your boyfriend? Hello, I'm Yashwan's best friend, Lu Sahan. Chu Nan glanced at Lu Yashwan, whose pretty face was slightly red and who had remained silent, and smiled. Chu Nan. A jealous gaze was fixed on Chu Nan, and Ma Haoran was burning with jealousy. Such a perfect girl actually already has a boyfriend. Grass. But then he looked at Chu Nan's outfit and smiled with disdain. He is probably a poor boy because he is wearing those cheap clothes. However, Ma Haoran had no idea that what Chu Nan was wearing was not some cheap stuff. He just didn't know the value of it. What Chu Nan was wearing was a custom-made piece by Versace, which cost between 150,000 and 200,000 yuan. Although it looks ordinary, it is worth a lot of money. Soon, after they chatted for a while, the dishes were served, and Ma Haoran, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. Brother, what do you do now? Kindness? What a familiar scene. Lu Yashwan couldn't help but turn her gaze away. There seems to be something wrong with Sahan's boyfriend. No work. No job. Even Lu Sahan was a little surprised. She whispered in Lu Yashwan's ear. Does your boyfriend really not have a job? Lu Yashwan looked embarrassed when she heard the word boyfriend. I can't tell you right away, but he really doesn't have a job. Suddenly, Lu Sahan's impression of Chu Nan was reduced by more than half. A man in his 20s who doesn't even have a job and is either lazy or has no ambition is not suitable to be with Yashwan. No job. Ma Haoran was delighted, thinking that Chu Nan couldn't find a job, and acted very generously. Brother, if you can't find a job, you can come to my department and try. I'm a supervisor in the sales department of Yi Group after all. I have some connections and can arrange for you to work there. Yi Group? This is really a coincidence. Ma Haoran would never have thought that he would end up showing off to the group's major shareholder. He would probably regret it to death when he finds out. Not interested. Chapter 127. Director Chu. Not interested? Lu Sahan's brows were tightly furrowed together. She wondered if Yashwan's boyfriend was somewhat incompetent. Since you were the head of Yi Group, don't you know that a big event happened in Yi Group today? Chunin looked at Ma Haoran and said slowly. Event? Ma Haoran was stunned. Although he is the head of the sales department, it is not a very high position, and he is not qualified to know about matters such as equity changes. Big news? Where did you get the news? I haven't heard of it. Ma Haoran thought to himself, is this guy trying to change the subject? Forget it if you don't know. Chunin also realized that the equity changes were probably only known to the top management. B. As for some department heads, their status is not high enough. Ma Haoran looked at Chu Nan unhappily. He hated it most when people kept things in suspense in front of him. This guy talks as if he is from Yi Group. He has no job, but he has such a condescending attitude. I guess you heard this gossip from somewhere. Nothing major has happened in the group recently. But brother, you don't have a job. How do you live? Collecting rent. Chu Nan responded indifferently. Collect rent? Could it be that he is a second-generation real estate developer? Lu Sahan's expression gradually relaxed. Yashwan said that she couldn't explain it clearly at the moment. Is this it? However, as a second-generation rich man, he is probably supported by his family's foundation. She would still look down on the kind of people who just eat and wait for death. Just at this moment, Chu Nan's cell phone rang. It's Yi Chen calling. Brother Chu, where are you? I have something to talk to you about. Yi Chen's attitude was very polite. When he learned that Chu Nan had acquired shares of their family group, he was completely confused. His father asked him to find out the details first to see what Chu Nan's purpose was in acquiring the shares. Is it about shares? Chu Nan said lightly. Yes. Shares? What shares? Ma Haoran and Lu Sahan were also surprised. Could it be that Chu Nan had another company? If this is really the case, it seems that there is nothing wrong with others not working. Since they have their own company, why should they be a small employee under you? Lu Sahan looked at Chu Nan thoughtfully. It seems that Yashwan's boyfriend is not ordinary. After knowing that Chu Nan was at the Marriott Hotel, Yichen hung up the phone and went out. Ma Haoran seemed to be unwilling to give up, so he asked, "Brother, you have another company? Which company is it?" Chu Nan glanced at Ma Haoran and said, "Aren't you asking for trouble by asking this question? This is clearly pushing yourself into the fire step by step. You are from Ye's group, right?" Chu Nan said, "Yeah, what's wrong?" Ma Haoran looked at him puzzledly, not understanding why he asked that. "If that's the case, then you can call me Mr. Chu." Chu Nan smiled elegantly. Everything seemed so ordinary in his eyes, not enough to move him. Puff! Ma Haoran seemed to have heard something unbelievable. What did he mean? Did he mean that the shares he held belonged to Yi Group? Stop kidding. Just 1% of the Yi Group shares is worth hundreds of millions. Moreover, the equity of Yi Group has not changed for a long time. He has met several shareholders in the group, but he has never met Chu Nan. Brother, isn't this a bit too much of a joke? Do you know how expensive the shares of Ye's Group are? I have worked in Ye's Group for several years, and I have basically met several shareholders in the group, but I have never met you. Ma Haoran showed a sarcastic smile, as if he was mocking Chu Nan for not knowing his own limitations. Lu Sahan also shook her head in disappointment. "Yashuan, let's go home after this meal. Your boyfriend is too unreliable to say such big words." She knew the Yi Group well. As the largest enterprise in Huaqing and the only group in Huaqing worth tens of billions, Yi Group's businesses cover almost the entire Huaqing. Yashuan's boyfriend actually said that he has shares in Yi Group. This is ridiculous. Lu Yashuan was also a little embarrassed. She didn't know whether what Chu Nan said was true or not, because she didn't know how many industries Chu Nan had. It might be true. Lu Yashuan muttered softly. Lu Sahan patted her head speechlessly. Have you become stupid from falling in love? You even believe such things. She even suspected that Chu Nan had given her best friend some kind of magic potion, and that someone actually believed such words. Believe it or not, you will know when the people arrive. Chu Nan didn't want to argue anymore, and his every move revealed unparalleled confidence. Looking at Chu Nan's confident look, Ma Haoran thought it was true for a moment. But then I thought about it and realized that this was basically impossible. I'm afraid Chu Nan did this to delay time. He wants to see who will come later. Time passed slowly, and about 20 minutes passed. Finally, the door was pushed open. The moment he saw this man, Ma Haoran stood up suddenly. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Master Yi. The person who came in was actually young Master Yi. Doesn't that mean? Ma Haoran uttered two words for some unknown reason. Director Chu? Chapter 128. Just think of it as a panic because you have too much money. Mr. Chu? Lu Sahan covered her mouth with her hands. Her eyes widened into the size of copper bells, and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Could it be that Yashuan's boyfriend is really a shareholder of Yi Group? Maybe Lu Sahan doesn't know who Yi Chun is, but Ma Haoran definitely knows who Yi Chun is. The chairman's son, the young master of the Yi Group, and the future heir to the Yi Group. Who are you? Yi Chun looked at Ma Haoran puzzledly. Ma Haoran responded in panic. Master Yi, I am Ma Haoran, the head of the sales department. Oh. When he heard that it was the sales manager, he immediately lost interest. Although the sales manager had a small status in their group, that was all. Please sit down, Chu Nan said with a smile. Yi Chun sat next to Chu Nan without any hesitation. At this moment, Ma Haoran's back was completely wet, and he felt very uncomfortable sitting on the chair. There is no need to verify Chu Nan's words. He never imagined that his girlfriend's best friend's boyfriend was actually a shareholder of their group. What do you think this is? The key point is that others have said it before, but he simply didn't believe it. Things like changing shareholders should have been notified to every department long ago. Ma Haoran couldn't help feeling a little scared. If Chu Nan pursued the matter further, he would probably have to give up his position as sales manager to someone else. You might even lose your job. Now he wanted to slap his previous self twice. Let you show off. Let you be arrogant. Okay now. Something happened. Who exactly is your boyfriend, Yashuan? He can even buy up shares of Yi Group, which is worth more than tens of billions. Lu Sahan whispered beside her. The shock in his eyes still hadn't subsided. This slap in the face came too unexpectedly. I didn't expect that everything I just said was true. Maybe he's richer. Even Lu Yashuan was extremely surprised. The Yi Group owns shares in the Marriott Hotel and even other industries. How much has Chu Nan hidden over the years? No one knows this. The longer you spend with Chu Nan, the more you will understand how terrifying he is. You simply cannot see through this man, because being with him is like a bottomless pit. On the surface, one might think that what he showed was all of him, but in fact, it was only the tip of the iceberg. Even Yichen thought so. If it were before, he would never have thought that Chunan had the ability to acquire 5% of the shares of their Yi group. Brother Chu, it's been a few months since we last met. I didn't expect to meet you under this circumstance this time. Yi Chen's tone revealed helplessness. What's the big deal? You came here just for the equity issue. Chu Nan said indifferently. Yi Chen sighed, looked at Chu Nan meaningfully, and said nervously, Brother Chu, why did you buy the group's shares? For what? There's no reason. Just think of it as having too much money and having nothing to do. So just buy some shares. Chu Nan said casually. Do you have nothing to do, so you can buy some shares? Such an answer left Yi Chen speechless. It seems that billions of dollars are just like throwing away water in your eyes, and you just buy some shares casually. The three people standing by were even more shocked when they heard this. They feel bad when spending thousands of dollars, but others spend billions without blinking an eye. The gap between people is too big. Originally, Lu Sahan felt that her boyfriend was already good enough, but when compared with Chu Nan, the difference was like that between a sparrow and a phoenix. Looking at her best friend standing beside her, she was even more envious. After learning that Yi Chun was the young master of the Yi group, he was so shocked that he became as stiff as a wooden stake. Brother Chu, you won't interfere with some company decisions, right? Won't. I will not manage the group's affairs after acquiring the shares. You can do whatever you want. As long as I get my dividends every year, that's all. Hearing this, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He and his father were worried that after Chu Nan became the group's new shareholder, he would arbitrarily change the company's rules. However, he felt relieved when he heard that Chu Nan only wanted money. However, logically speaking, Chu Nan should not be short of money. Could it be that he was really bored? This Brother Chu is really hard to understand. After that, the atmosphere at the dinner became extremely awkward, especially Ma Haoran, who didn't even dare to breathe. He picked up his dishes carefully and ate his food cautiously. As soon as Yi Chun started to use his chopsticks, he retracted his hand. Seeing her boyfriend being so cowardly, Lu Sahan couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Although it is inevitable to feel a little nervous, others are not devils and they won't worry to this extent. After finishing the meal in fear, Ma Haoran didn't want to stay for a moment and pulled Lu Sahan to go back. Why are you in such a hurry? Look at how cowardly you are now. That's because you don't know. One is the young master and the other is a director. What do you want me to do? I can't compete with them for food. My dear aunt, let's go first. Master Yi and Director Chu still have things to discuss. You. Lu Sahan stomped her feet in anger, turned around, and walked away by herself. Hey, Sahan! Sahan! Wait for me! Chu Nan and Lu Yashuan looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Chapter 129. I am only worthy of being a sourpuss. After sending Lu Yashuan back, Chu Nan came to Yi Group again. Ye's Group is located in the west of the city, and it takes half an hour to get to Ye's Group from here. However, because Chu Nan was driving a luxury car, he had a smooth journey without wasting time. It took half an hour to reach Yi Group. Hello, sir. Please show me your ID. The security guard at the gate was a veteran. He saluted Chu Nan and asked for relevant documents. Chu Nan handed the certificate that Yi Chan had given him to the security guard. Suddenly, the security guard's face changed instantly. Looking at the face of the young man in front of me, I couldn't believe it. This person is actually a shareholder of their Yi Group. Oh my God, this is too young. Mr. Chu, here's your ID. The security guard handed the ID back to Chu Nan. After watching Chu Nan driving into the parking lot, he couldn't help but mutter something. When did such a young director appear in the group? I have never seen one before. In fact, most people in the group don't know about the news of the equity change. Only the senior management and a few shareholders know about it. They will not pass the news on without meeting Chu Nan in person. After parking the car, Chu Nan called Yi Chun. Yi Chun hurriedly took the elevator out from the top floor, and the people at the front desk recognized him. He was even more surprised to see Yi Chun in such a hurry. Who did Master Yi rush out to meet? Could it be? Master Yi is in love? Impossible. How could Yi Xiao, who is so outstanding, be in love? Those female colleagues who had been fantasizing before were immediately furious. They were still dreaming of becoming rich wives. Brother Chu. Yi Chen lowered his posture and called out respectfully. All the employees in the group's lobby were stunned, with expressions of horror on their faces. What did they hear? The young master actually called the young man brother, and he seemed very respectful. Yi Chun is the heir of the Yi Group, and there are only a handful of people in Huaqing who can make the young master show this attitude. Who is that person? Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Yi Chun and Chu Nan got into the elevator side by side. Everyone was curious about this strange young man and wanted to find out what was going on. The man who can be called brother by young master, Yi might be a rich and powerful young man from some other place. Lu Tsiru murmured softly. Lu Tsiru is a woman who is determined to become a wealthy wife. She doesn't like ordinary men at all, especially those who are hanged outside. They're worthless in her eyes. She had originally set her sights on Yi Chun, but she had no chance to get close to him and had no idea where to start. But now she seemed to be able to change her target. In her opinion, the strange man must be a young master of a wealthy family, and she might be able to start with this target. When they arrived at the conference room, the group's senior executives and several shareholders were all gathered there. They were all surprised when they saw Chu Nan. They didn't expect that the new shareholder was so young. It seemed that no one in their circle had ever seen Chu Nan. Where on earth did such a mysterious young man come from? Not only were they curious, even Yiwen was curious about what kind of environment could cultivate such outstanding young people. He still couldn't forget the song The Four Seasons that Chu Nan played that day. Thinking back on it now made him feel mixed emotions. Mr. Chu, please take a seat. All these shareholders stood up and made room for Chu Nan. They sat down only after Chu Nan sat down. This is Mr. Chu Nan, the new shareholder of Yi Group. I asked everyone to come here so that you can meet the new shareholder. Yi Wen's temperament as the chairman was revealed when he sat on the upper seat. Chu Nan looked relaxed. He just came here for formality. Mr. Chu, I'm so hungry. Mr. Chu, I'm hungry. Several shareholders also took the initiative to shake hands with Chu Nan, wanting to get to know this mysterious young man. After that, we discussed some internal matters of the group and popularized some rules of the group as well as some rights as shareholders. Chu Nan also remembered them all in his mind. About half an hour later, the meeting finally ended. The news about the equity can be communicated now. Yi Wen's secretary sent an email to notify all departments. After the news was passed on to each department, there was a commotion. What? There's a new shareholder in the group? The new shareholder is only in his 20s? Oh my God! Where did this rich man come from? Another one who was the same age as Master Yi. Could he be another young master from a wealthy family? I guess so. Otherwise, how could they have the money to buy shares in our group? Although it's only 5%, it's still worth more than $1 billion. It's sour. I am only worthy of being a sour person. Lu Tsiru, who was working at the front desk of the lobby, had her beautiful eyes filled with shock, and she covered her mouth with her hands. He was actually the new shareholder of the group. No wonder young Master Yi respected him so much. She was now basically certain that this new shareholder must be the son of a wealthy family. Lu Tsiru decided that she would change her target and conquer the new shareholder to become a wealthy wife. Chapter 130, Asthma. In the afternoon, Yuan invited Chu Nan to have dinner at Ye's house. Chu Nan couldn't refuse, so he agreed. When he arrived at the Yi family, Chu Nan took a quick look at the villa. The Yi family's villa had 3 floors, one less floor than Chu Nan's villa. However, the overall appearance of the Yi family villa is very good. You can see many flowers and plants when you walk into the yard of the villa. There are also some valuable plants and 2 golden retrievers playing football in the spacious backyard. Once you enter the villa, you can see several housekeepers and cleaning ladies. Master. The butler called respectfully. This is Mr. Chu. Ask someone to prepare dinner. We have guests at home. Yuan said lightly. Yes. The housekeeper looked at him in surprise. It was rare to see the master inviting someone to dinner at home, especially a young man. Hubby, you're back. Yi Chen's mother walked down the stairs. Yi Chen's mother has taken good care of herself. Although she is in her 40s, she looks like a young woman in her 30s. Even the years cannot hide her stunning appearance when she was young. Are there guests at home? Who is this? Li Xiaojuan was stunned for a moment, then asked. This is Chu Nan, the new shareholder of the group. Weren't you curious about that legendary pianist I've been talking about? He is. What? Are you the legendary pianist? Li Xiaojuan even used the word you. It can be seen that she was very excited. She stepped forward and held Chu Nan's hand. This enthusiastic attitude really made Chu Nan a little confused. It turns out that Li Xiaojuan is also a piano lover, but her piano talent is hard to describe, and she is still just an apprentice. This also proves that she has basically no talent in the piano, so if she can't practice the piano, then just stop. After the competition ended that day, Yuan specially played the recording of the competition for her. From that moment on, she fell in love with the Four Seasons, and she always wanted to meet this young, legendary pianist. However, Chunin later told Mr. Li and Mr. Zhong to release the news and asked those people to stop bothering him. After that, the matter was left unresolved. The reason why she didn't go to that competition was because she had health problems. Before that, Li Xiaojuan was recuperating in the hospital. Recently discharged from hospital. Mr. Chu, can you play the same song you performed in the competition last time? Li Xiaojuan asked with some anticipation. Chu Nan smiled and said, Annie, you can just call me Xiao Chu. If you want to listen, I can play it for you live. Really? Thank you for your help then. Li Xiaojuan was a little excited. She had always wanted to listen to the music played by Chu Nan live. There is a valuable piano in the hall. The moment Chu Nan sat down at the piano, his whole person changed all of a sudden, and the unique temperament of a master of the highest level was revealed in him. As the sound of the piano rang out, both the cleaning lady and the housekeeper stopped what they were doing, and Yi Wen, who had just walked out of the corridor, also stood there. I dare not disturb this outstanding performance. The sound of the piano echoed continuously throughout the hall, and it seemed as if there were notes in front of their eyes. They enjoyed the music as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. This is the mysterious thing about Hall of Fame pianists. They can stimulate people's emotions and even activate some cells in the human body. Some people even experienced a change in their mood after listening to the performance of a world-class pianist, and their minor health ailments never recurred. The performance gradually came to an end. After the last lingering piano sound ended, everyone had not yet come back to their senses. It was not until 3 or 5 minutes later that they opened their eyes. Li Xiaojuan's eyes were red and swollen, and 2 tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She had no regrets in her life for being able to hear such a performance. Even the cleaning aunties and housekeepers felt the same way. It was another immersive experience, and Yi Wen and his son Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Chu Nan is truly an amazing character. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Li Xiaojuan, who had originally looked fine, suddenly looked much worse. She gasped for breath and covered her chest as if she couldn't breathe. Oh no, Mom's illness has come back again. Dad, get the medicine. Yi Chen shouted anxiously. Chu Nan's expression changed slightly when he saw this. This is asthma? Soon Yi Wen took out the medicine. What's going on? Why isn't it working? After taking the medicine, Li Xiaojuan's condition still did not improve. This is an old problem. She has consulted experts from all over the country for several years, but it still cannot be cured. Butler, call 120. Yes. Don't worry, let me try. Chu Nan, who had been standing nearby, spoke up. The butler hesitated for a moment and looked at Chu Nan strangely. Xiao Chu, what are you doing? Brother Chu, help your mother up. Chu Nan said lightly. Yi Chun helped his mother up hesitantly, and Chu Nan took out the silver needle that he had always kept on his body and gave it an injection on Li Xiaojuan's acupuncture point. Hiss! Li Xiaojuan's pupils dilated immediately, and she took a deep breath and finally recovered. Yi Chun and Yi Wen widened their eyes. This injection will be enough? Chu Nan actually knows medical skills? Due to background upgrades, the previous chapter did not have a title, which will be added later. Chapter 131. The collective silence of the female college students in the dormitory. Brother Chu, you actually know medical skills? Yi Chen said in surprise. Chu Nan nodded. Yes, my aunt is stable now. Li Xiaojuan's originally pale face gradually turned rosy, and she thanked him weakly. Thank you, Xiao Chu. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Chu Nan so mai in dai fun. Ye vents tensen advisrelayet. No one expected that Chu Nan actually knew medicine and Chinese medicine at that. In this era, most people believe that traditional Chinese medicine has declined and is inferior to Western medicine. But who among them knows the true mystery of traditional Chinese medicine? Yi Wen held on to a glimmer of hope and asked anxiously, Xiao Chu, can you cure your aunt's asthma? Chu Nan was silent for a while. Li Xiaojuan showed a bleak smile. Forget it. Forget it. This disease has tortured me for several years. I have no hope anymore. I will live as long as I can. Ye Wen sighed in frustration. Seeing that Chu Nan didn't say anything, he thought there was no way to solve it. It can be cured. Chu Nan, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. What? Yi Chen widened his eyes and asked excitedly. Brother Chu, do you really have a way to cure my mother's asthma? Kindness. It's just a little troublesome. It requires some medicinal herbs and acupuncture. It's okay to bother you. As long as Brother Chu can cure my mother's asthma, You will be my benefactor. They visited famous doctors from all over the country, but they still couldn't solve their mother's asthma. At most, it could suppress it for 1 or 2 months, but it was impossible to eradicate the symptoms. Xiao Chu, do you really have a solution? Li Xiujuan was excited, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Well, Annie's disease is not difficult to treat. I will write a prescription later. I will come to give you acupuncture once a week. In 3 months, Annie will be able to be like a normal person. Chunan said confidently. 3 months? Everyone present was suddenly shocked. 3 months was not a long time, but it was too short. Both the housekeeper and the cleaning lady knew how long Li Xiujuan's symptoms had lasted and how long she had been ill. Is there really a way to solve it in just 3 months? 3 months? Only 3 months? Yuan asked in disbelief. Chunan nodded and added, 3 months is just an estimate. If Annie recovers well, it won't take 3 months. Yuan excitedly held Chunan's hands and said, Xiao Chu, as long as you can cure your aunt's asthma, you can ask for anything, and I will satisfy you. Chunan shook his head. Uncle Yi, this is just a piece of cake. I don't have any requests. As long as my aunt can get better, that's the best. This mentality, Yuan looked at the favored child in front of him with mixed feelings. How many people can have this mentality? No wonder Chu Nan could become the youngest Hall of Fame pianist in history. Afterwards, dishes were placed on the table. The ingredients on the table were all precious ingredients that were usually supplied by 5-star hotels, and the chef of the Yi family was hired from a star hotel. The delicacies on the table are in no way inferior to those in a 5-star hotel. Originally, Yuan invited Chunan to drink with him, but Chunan refused because he had to drive, and Chunan didn't plan to stay here for too long. After dinner, he chatted with the Yi family for a while. After writing his prescription, he said goodbye and left the Yi family. Inside the Yi family, Yuan looked at the prescription in his hand. Does Xiao Chu really have a way to cure your illness? Although he was quite confident in Chunan's character, Chunan was only in his early 20s. It was impossible for a young man in his 20s to have such superb medical skills as to be able to cure asthma. Li Xiujuan held Yuan's hand and said gently, Believe Xiao Chu, you have seen his confidence. That kind of confidence can't be faked. I'm a little curious about what this child has been through before. He is a legendary pianist, has superb medical skills, and has a huge amount of money. Such qualifications are enough to make him a celebrity, but he has always remained unknown. Look at the children of wealthy families nowadays. They all look like dandies, neither arrogant nor impatient, and they hide their achievements and fame. Xiao Chu is not an ordinary person. I am afraid that he will bring us more unpredictable surprises in the future. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening when Chu Nan returned home. He took a shower and lay on the bed to play games. As for what to play, it is the game he is most familiar with, PUBG. After fast forward to the finals, the school encountered a group of female college students. The operation of these female college students was also poor. Chu Nan couldn't kill them even when he stood in front of them. Finally, on the second floor, Chu Nan directly made an instant explosion bomb. 1 blast 4. In a girls' dormitory of a university, several female college students looked at each other and fell into collective silence. They all silently clicked the report button. Hang. It's definitely Hang. I shot him several times, but couldn't kill him. He must have been locked in health. That's right, there's definitely something wrong with his thunder. How did he know our location? Hanging on the wall. It must be hanging on the wall. Chunan had no idea about this little episode. He still managed to eat the chicken afterwards. By 11 o'clock, he was feeling a little sleepy. After the game ended, I fell asleep in less than a minute. Chapter 132, 100% hit rate. The next day. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and achieving a 100% hit rate. 100% hit rate? Chu Nan was stunned immediately. What kind of magical ability could have such a 100% hit rate? After asking the system, he realized that this 100% hit rate is just as the name suggests. You can hit anything, whether it is shooting, playing football, or playing games. The hit rate can reach 100%. Doesn't that mean he's playing games like a cheat? Chu Nan started a game, playing alone in a row of 4. It just so happened that the rank was updated today, so he started a game to practice and see what the 100% hit rate rewarded by the system was like. After parachuting and landing, Chunan took a Scar-L and went out to fight. He heard footsteps and a man just jumped out from the wall. He fired a probe and hit the target accurately. The man fell before he even hit the ground. Fuck! This guy can even hit me, brother. Quickly light a cigarette for me and come save me. The knocked-down man called out to his teammates. Just as he was about to crawl behind a building, there was another blast of gunfire, and he was eliminated. I'm sorry, brother. I can't help you. But that guy's shooting skills are a bit strange. Why does it feel like every shot hits the target? Could he be a god? It shouldn't be possible. Immortals usually lock their heads. I guess I'm just lucky. He's alone. Let's pull him over from the housing area. After some discussion, they slowly walked towards Chu Nan's position. Chu Nan was not an idiot. He moved to the upper part of the building and jumped onto the roof. When he heard footsteps, he fired a shot and another person fell to the ground. Then the other person fell to the ground before he could shift his view. Fuck, this guy is definitely a god. Every shot he made hits the target. He even locked the person up even though he didn't lock the head. Hang on the wall. Hang on the wall. The remaining teammate planned to block the smoke and save them. But Chunin naturally would not be afraid since he was the only one alone, so he jumped in directly and fired a wave of guns. 1v4 team wiped out. This team silently clicked on the report button before quitting, but their report was useless because Chunin was not cheating at all. This is so cool. Then Chunin fought 1v4 several times alone, and his bullets hit the target every time he swept the car. With a big pineapple, he swept away the others directly. At this time, in the Maoyao live broadcast room, a chicken-eating anchor named Shark was matched with Chu Nan in the same game. The barrage was filled with monkey emoticons. This anchor is good in every way, except that you can't see any human beings. There's always a monkey here. Of course, this is just a joke. It is impossible to really let a monkey broadcast live, as that would be against the rules. Looking at the kill pop-up sign, the name Mo-chun has appeared several times. This Mo-chun has something special. Could he be a cheat? Anchor. This game is probably like encountering a god. This guy has all the kill signs. He must be cheating, especially since 4 people died in that wave just now. Shark was lying on the iron railings of the airport bridge. This piece of land was his Feng Shui treasure land. He had blocked countless convoys here. This time he was playing alone in a 4-person row. Immortal? The shark sneered. Brothers, today I will show you how to kill the immortals. The barrage was filled with question marks. Then they said the shark was bragging. This time it was the airport circle, and the shark could lie on it to ambush the convoy. Soon a car came and stopped on the side, and the shark quietly moved to another position without leaving any trace. He held a grenade in his hand, and it exploded instantly, knocking down 3 people. He stood up and fired a wave of shots, wiping out the entire full team. Awesome! The host is operating Shioshio. Everyone monkeys, hurry up and brush. Shark said modestly with an unruly smile on his face. Sit down, everyone sit down, basic operation, basic operation. I glanced at the poison removal time, and there was still half a minute left. He could escape from the poison by looting a bag. He had already hidden his car behind the map car. After looting a wave of bags, he showed a smile like an elementary school student. So delicious. A fully equipped M4, silenced rifle, level 3 helmet, and level 3 armor. This is too comfortable. But as he was delighted, he suddenly heard the sound of a car, and a sedan was driving towards him. Shark calmly took out the dog food and took a look at the car. There was only one person there. Da-da-da. After a wave of shooting by Goza, what was unexpected was that after the car slowed down, Shark's health instantly dropped, and he was eliminated. Most afraid of? The air suddenly became quiet. The barrage of monkeys appeared again. Kill sign, Mo-chin killed. Shark's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect the opponent to be so good at playing the game and directly cut into the back seat to shoot. However, the fact that every bullet hit the target seemed a bit fake. But this alone is not enough to determine that the opponent is cheating, so Shark clicked to watch the game. Chu Nan's subsequent operations instantly caused the audience in Shark's live broadcast room to explode. A wave of AWM headshots and another wave of M4 6-fold sweeps. Every shot hit the other person. Shark was silent, clicked report, and quietly exited. This guy. He must be banned. Damn it. Chapter 133. Ryan arrives. 20 kills to win the game. So cool. Is this a 100% hit rate? Love it, love it. Doesn't that mean that if he plays basketball now, he will have a 100% hit rate and can make the shot whether it is a 3-pointer or a half-court shot? Hiss. Thinking of this, Chunin realized the horror of a 100% hit rate. He was afraid that even the professional players on the field might not be his opponents. System, I love you so much. Chunin praised in the room alone. System. Host, please stop your gay behavior. This system is not gay. Host, please stop having such wishful thinking. Pa, pa, pa. Who wants to be gay with you? It's useless to say it to you. You are the only one in the system who talks too much. Then the system fell silent. 155555. This guy is so bad. Even after getting the reward, he still treats others harshly. He's obviously a big bad guy. If Chunan knew that the system had this side, I wonder if his jaw would drop in shock. After breakfast, Chunan came to the Yi family. Yichun had been waiting at home for a long time. Mr. Chu, the butler called respectfully while opening the door for Chunan. Chunan glanced at the seemingly elderly butler. This old man is no simple person. The power hidden in his body, once it is unleashed, the force is unimaginable. Could it be that this old man has also learned ancient martial arts? Chunan was not sure whether the ancient martial arts he knew were the same as in reality. Although ancient martial arts were powerful, they all had bottlenecks. Even Chunan is no exception. However, his bottleneck is different from that of others. For example, Chunan can now shatter a steel plate with his full strength, but even a master of ancient martial arts cannot achieve such a terrifying level. After all, they're still just flesh and blood. Even if Chunan's body changed after drinking the genetic potion, it is also impossible to withstand bullets with flesh and blood like in novels. It is simply impossible. Of course, with the sign-in rewards in the system, everything is uncertain. The rewards of the system are all kinds of strange, and there is no guarantee that there will be something that will blow people's minds. Brother Chu, we have bought all the herbs. Tell us how to prepare them. Yichun stepped forward and said, bring all the herbs here so I can check them. By the way, where is my aunt? This is all thanks to you, Brother Chu. After your acupuncture, my mother's condition is much better than before. She is probably still sleeping now. After Yi Chun brought the medicinal materials over. After Chunan took a look and confirmed that there was no problem, he asked Yi Chun to tell someone to boil the medicine. The fire for boiling the medicine cannot be too high. It must be simmered slowly over low heat so that the medicinal properties can be fully volatilized. Brother Chu, can those two people boil the medicine? None of the servants here have ever boiled Chinese medicine. Yichun asked with some concern. Chunan didn't care and crossed his legs and said, don't worry, I'll check every half an hour. During this process, Chunan and Yichun chatted for a while. About half an hour later, Chunan went to check and found nothing wrong. So he sat back on the sofa and took a look at the decoration inside the villa. Then he noticed it. On several walls of this villa are hung paintings by many famous painters, each of which is very valuable, worth millions or even tens of millions. There is even a painting that is priced close to hundreds of millions. Yichun also noticed Chunan's gaze. Brother Chu likes painting? In this case, I will discuss with my father about giving some of the paintings in my collection to Chunan. Xiao Chu is here. Li Xiujuan came down from upstairs and said in surprise, how is your health, aunt? Chunan said with a smile as he looked at Li Xiujuan, who was walking over. Li Xiujuan smiled and said gratefully, thanks to you for giving me an injection yesterday. I haven't felt so relaxed in the past few years. You're too polite, Annie. Your health is what's important. Li Xiujuan held Chunan's hands and couldn't help but sigh. In the past few years, I have been to all the hospitals across the country, and they can't do anything about my illness. If I hadn't met you, I don't think I would have survived. Mom, what discouraging words are you saying? Yichun said unhappily. After 2 hours, the herbs were finally cooked. Pour out all the medicine and put it in a cool place where it is still slightly warm. After Chunan poured out all the herbs, he said, Annie's going to give you acupuncture next. Do you think it's convenient for you? Convenient. Of course it's convenient. Li Xiujuan brought Chunan to her room, and a faint scent of perfume filled the air. It was completely different from the cheap, pungent scent outside. Li Xiujuan, lying on the bed, revealed her snow-white back with 2 blushes on her face. What are you thinking about? Xiao Chu is just a child, and he is also a doctor, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Chunan inserted silver needles one by one into Li Xiujuan's jade back. During this process, Li Xiujuan couldn't help but groan a few times. If human was outside the door, that sound would be, I guess you would think there is something green on your head. Soon, Li Xiujuan's forehead and back were wet with sweat. A feeling of fatigue made Li Xiujuan feel drowsy. Xiao Chu, why am I so sleepy? Aunt, this is a normal reaction. If you are sleepy, you can take a nap. The silver needle will be in your body for half an hour. Then I'll take a nap. Sorry to bother you, Xiao Chu. After saying this, Li Xiujuan closed her eyes and fell asleep. After seeing Chunan coming out, Yichun asked anxiously, how is my mother? Your mother is fine. She is asleep now. Go in and call her in half an hour. Yichun poured a glass of water for Chunan and handed it to him. Brother Chu, you've worked hard. It's okay. Your mother's illness is nothing. I have another. Chunan was about to say something when he remembered the phone call. Answer the phone. Mr. Chu, I'm already in Huaching. Is it convenient for you now? So fast? Ryan was outside the airport in Huaching, pushing his father, who was in a wheelchair, out of the airport. I have something to do now. Why don't you find a place to stay first? I'll let you know when I'm done. Got it, Mr. Chu. Chapter 134. Who said there is no hope? Half an hour later, Chu Nin called Li Xiujuan up. After the acupuncture, Li Xiujuan looked radiant, and her mental state seemed to have reached its best. Even she could feel that her whole body seemed to be much more relaxed. Xiao Chu's medical skills are amazing. Where did you learn this skill from? Li Xiujuan asked curiously. Chu Nan perfunctorily said, I learned it from an old Chinese doctor, but that old doctor is no longer alive. I am his successor. I see. Li Xiujuan felt it was a pity. With such a level, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a national player. If the old Chinese doctor were still alive, he might be another master of medicine. Chu Nan handed the prepared Chinese medicine to Li Xiujuan. And take this medicine. As long as I give you injections every week, your asthma won't relapse. If you keep doing this for 3 months, you should be fine if you go to the hospital for a checkup. Li Xiujuan looked at the bitter Chinese medicine with some hesitation, then closed her eyes and drank it all in one gulp. The bitter taste burst on her taste buds. She just picked up the water when she was stopped by Chu Nan. And if you drink water now, it will dilute the effect of the medicine. Li Xiujuan's whole face was tense, and after about a minute, the bitter taste slowly faded away. Xiao Chu, this medicine is too bitter. Do you have to drink it every week? Yes. In an instant, Li Xiujuan's whole face fell. Forget it, forget it. After all the hardship comes happiness. I have been suffering from this disease for many years, and it is rare to have hope of recovery now. Aunt, I'll leave first, Chu Nan suddenly said. Ah, Xiao Chu, stay and have lunch with us. I'll ask someone to make it. Li Xiujuan tried to persuade him to stay. Chu Nan shook his head. Aunt, I have something else to do. Come back next time when you have time. Oh well. After Chu Nan left, Yichen muttered in his mother's ear. Mom, Brother Chu seemed to be quite interested in the paintings in our hall. How about giving a few paintings to Brother Chu? Li Xiujuan had no objection. Although these paintings were valuable, they were just that in her opinion, and the Yi family was not short of money. Besides, people like Chu Nan are worth making friends with. It's just a few paintings, so just give them to him. I'll ask your dad later and ask him to pick a few paintings to send to Xiao Chu, Li Xiujuan said slowly. Chu Nan in the car took a look at the location Ryan sent him. Tianqiao International Hotel. This place is not far from Tianqiao International Hotel. Chu Nan can drive there in just over 10 minutes. After the red light passed, Chu Nan stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Inside the presidential suite of Tianqiao International Hotel, Ryan said to his father, Father, Mr. Chu will be here soon. Are you okay? Ryan was a little worried. Just now, his father coughed up blood again. Before coming here, he had a checkup and his condition was not optimistic. The cancer cells were spreading much faster than they had imagined. Clive was so weak that his face was as white as a piece of tinfoil, and his lips were a little pale. He said weakly, It's okay. I'm looking forward to this, Mr. Chu. Soon after Chu Nan parked the car, he went upstairs. The lady at the front desk was surprised when she learned that Chu Nan had a reservation with the people in the presidential suite. She would wink at Chu Nan from time to time. However, Chu Nan ignored it, walked into the elevator, and pressed the button for the 14th floor. The lady at the front desk stamped her feet in anger and said angrily, This little brother really doesn't understand romance. Ding dong. Ryan's doorbell rang. When Ryan saw Chu Nan, his face lit up and he said politely, Mr. Chu, you are finally here. This is my father. Please take a look at my father's condition. Clough sat in a wheelchair, slowly moved forward, slightly bending his back as if bowing, and shouted respectfully, Mr. Chu, first meeting you. I am Carpenter Clive, the head of the Carpenter family. If an ordinary person saw Clive, they would definitely be in awe and would definitely not be as calm as Chu Nan. Seeing that Chu Nan was unmoved, Clive became more interested in Chu Nan. Chu Nan, who rarely took the initiative, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Mr. Clive, it is rare to be able to support this far with perseverance. Clive and Ryan were suddenly shocked. Could it be that they could tell the extent of his illness just by looking at him? Then he asked Clive about the progress of his illness, his daily routine, and when symptoms would occur. Chu Nan took Clive's pulse, and a serious look appeared on his face. Seeing that Chu Nan's face was not very good, their hearts trembled violently. Could it be that even Chu Nan can't solve it? There was a flash of despair in Clive's eyes. Could it be that even God would not let him go? Mr. Chu, what do you think? Is there any solution? Ryan asked nervously. Chu Nan hesitated for a long time and uttered two words. It's difficult. Boom. The two of them were struck by a bolt from the blue. Their eyes were dim, and they seemed to have lost hope all of a sudden. Sure enough, there's no hope for me. Clive sighed in despair. Chu Nan frowned and looked at Clive as if he was a lunatic. Who said there's no hope? I just said it was difficult. I didn't say it couldn't be solved, right? Chapter 135. Unimaginable Stench. Both father and son were stunned for a moment. They stiffly shifted their gaze again, only to find Chu Nan looking at them speechlessly. Clive's voice trembled a little, as if he saw the hope he had always wanted to see. Mr. Chu, do you mean that I can still be saved? Chu Nan nodded and said, Your body is indeed terminally ill now. If it were someone else, there would probably be no way to help. Although I have a way, it is impossible to cure cancer. At most, it can help you suppress the spread of cells and allow you to live 2 or 3 more years. Hiss. Clive's breathing became very rapid, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. That's right. This is what he wanted to hear. Clive knew that he had cancer, and it was in the late stage. It was basically impossible to completely eradicate it. But if it could allow him to live a few more years, he would be willing to pay any price. But Chu Nan poured a basin of cold water on him again. Don't be happy too soon. The herbs that can control your condition are very precious. If you want to live a few more years, you have to find all of them. Chu Nan found a piece of paper in the room, wrote a list, and gave it to Ryan. Prepare all the herbs written here. If you don't have them, even I can't do anything. You have to find them by yourselves. Chu Nan said lightly. Some of these medicinal materials are extremely precious, and the prescription alone is worth billions or even tens of billions. If the prescription that can help cancer patients live a few more years were to be spread, the entire medical community would be shocked, and even those wealthy people who are on the verge of death would flock to Chu Nan. Ryan's face was full of confidence. These prescriptions might be a problem for others, but they were not difficult for the Carpenter family. Mr. Chu seemed to have underestimated the influence of their Carpenter family. As one of the world's top ancient families, its influence covers the entire globe. As long as he spread the news, there would be countless people willing to find and provide these medicinal materials for the Carpenter family. Mr. Chu, don't worry. I can collect all these herbs within 3 days. Ryan said proudly. This is confidence in the family itself. Oh, but he underestimated the Carpenter family. Could they gather all these medicinal herbs in such a short time? Whether he underestimated him or Ryan was just bragging, the answer would be clear in 3 days. Mr. Clive, please take off all your clothes. Clive was stunned. Why are you taking off your clothes? Clive asked, puzzled. Take off your clothes, and I will give you acupuncture. If you want to cure your problem, you need acupuncture and herbal bath together to be effective. Chu Nan said slowly. Clive obediently took off his clothes. His skin and back were slightly dark brown, which was definitely not normal. Clive was lying on the bed. Ryan, who was standing by, watched the silver needles being inserted into his father's body. He felt goosebumps all over his body, and his scalp went numb. Is this the acupuncture of manhwa traditional Chinese medicine? Wouldn't it feel any pain if this 1/3 thick silver needle was inserted into your body? In fact, Clive didn't feel much, but only a tingling sensation after a while. Clive's whole back looked like a hedgehog. Ryan couldn't accept this scene and asked worriedly, Father, how do you feel? It feels great. I've never had such a good experience before. The corner of Ryan's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed that his father was enjoying it. Was it really so comfortable to have the silver needle pierced into the body? By the way, Mr. Chu, this card is for you. Ryan handed over a black and gold card with a golden rose pattern engraved on it. It was a pattern made of real gold. This is... Chu Nan took it doubtfully. This is the highest membership black gold card under our Carpenter family industry. As long as you hold this card, all industries affiliated with the Carpenter family are free to you. Free? Chu Nan was also surprised. This black gold card actually has so many privileges. The Carpenter family's business is no small one, and their spending is extraordinary, perhaps as high as millions at a time. All of this was paid for by the Carpenter family? Wouldn't those members who have black gold cards make a lot of money? Certainly, Chu Nan would never have thought that Chu Nan was the only one who owned this black gold card. To put it another way, this black gold card was specially designed for Chu Nan. Before this, the Carpenter family had never launched this black gold card. Mr. Chu, why do I have a sticky feeling on my back? Clive felt as if there was a lot of sticky liquid on his back. A foul smell gradually spread throughout the house. Fuck, why does it stink so bad? It was no use for Ryan to cover his nose. The stench seemed to penetrate him. Vomit. Even Clive couldn't help retching. Mr. Chu, what on earth is this? Chu Nan frowned, covered his nose, and said calmly, "These are the toxins that have accumulated in your body over the years. I used acupuncture to help you expel them. There is nothing for me to do here. Ryan, come directly to my place after you find the herbs. By the way, give your father a bath." Chu Nan left after saying a few words and ran away. The stench was even more unbearable than he had imagined. After Chu Nan left, the stench spread throughout the corridor, and everyone in the aisle covered their noses. The cleaner couldn't help retching. She even doubted whether she was in a hotel or a septic tank. Chapter 136. What kind of bag is so expensive? It costs tens of millions a month. This tastes terrible. Chu Nan couldn't help but complain as he walked out of the hotel. He also didn't expect that there were so many toxins accumulated in Clive's body. It was even more disgusting than the smell of rotten food in the sewer. Chu Nan probably didn't know at this moment that it was because of this stench that a commotion broke out inside the hotel, and many people gathered at the hotel front desk to complain. However, Chu Nan had already left the hotel and came to a nearby commercial street. The street was beautifully decorated and had a bit of an internet celebrity feel. As expected, many people picked up their phones to shoot videos, and there were even a few internet celebrities doing live broadcasts to promote the event. Chu Nan was a little hungry, so he just found a shop. I ordered a bowl of cold noodles, a bowl of wontons, and spicy soup. "Brother, how many people are eating with you?" the boss asked in confusion. Chu Nan smiled and said, "I'm alone." "Boss, just do it. I can finish it." The boss glanced at Chu Nan and did it hesitantly. Chu Nan had just invited someone to sit down when suddenly a woman sat next to him. This woman specialized in street interviews. "Hello, little brother. We are doing street interviews. Can I ask you a question?" "Yes, sure." The female host smiled and said, "Excuse me, little brother. Are you willing to use your monthly salary to buy a bag for your girlfriend?" "I don't have a girlfriend." Chu Nan responded calmly. There was even a comment on the live broadcast. 666, 6666. This brother's answer is so truthful. He completely avoided the question. 55555. I have been a solo artist for 20 years and have never been in a relationship. The man above. You're only 20 years old, and I'm already 30, and I've never touched a woman's hand. Are you more miserable than me? The female host also looked embarrassed and spoke again. Little brother, even if you don't have a girlfriend, you can still assume that if you have a girlfriend, would you be willing to use your monthly salary to buy a bag for your girlfriend? No. The female host's face fell instantly, and the women around her looked at Chu Nan with contempt. You don't even want to buy a bag. No wonder you were single. Little brother, why don't you want to use your monthly salary to buy a bag to make your girlfriend happy? However, the next second, Chu Nan said something shocking. What kind of bags are so expensive? If I spend tens of millions a month on bags, my house will be cluttered. Hiss. Almost at the same time, everyone's eyes were focused here, and everyone stared at Chu Nan with eyes wide open in disbelief. What did he just say? Tens of millions a month? This guy makes tens of millions a month, and yet he comes here to eat at a roadside stall. What a boaster. The women around him looked down on people like Chu Nan even more. Not only does he have no money, he also likes to brag. I would rather marry a loser than a man like him. The host immediately lost interest in the interview. He was wearing clothes of an unknown brand, and even said that he made tens of millions a month. Would a rich man like that come here? Don't they stay in five-star hotels? The female host shook her head in disappointment, but the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was boosted by Chu Nan. Most of them were laughing at Chu Nan's ignorance, or even belittling Chu Nan. No one knew that every word Chu Nan said was true. A person who was watching the live broadcast suddenly noticed the Rolex on Chu Nan's right hand at the moment of time transfer. Fuck, that's a Rolex with stars all over it. This thing is worth millions. Da-da-da. The sound of keyboard tapping rang out, and a barrage of comments suddenly popped up. Brothers, stop criticizing me. That man is wearing a Rolex Gypsophila, a luxury watch worth millions. What? Rolex Starry Sky? Brother, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Could it be that this person really didn't lie? Is he really a low-key wealthy man? I don't think it's possible. God can't possibly arrange for someone who is both rich and good-looking to appear in our lives. I think it's probably a fake. It could also be a fake. But I've never heard of a replica of the Rolex Gypsophila. The female host also noticed the message on the barrage. and she was indeed stunned when she saw the message. But then I thought about it again. How could a multimillionaire be in this place? Moreover, everything Chu Nan was wearing was not a brand name, and he did not have the aura of a rich man at all. It is probably a high-quality imitation obtained from some channel. How vain! Pooh! I originally had some affection for Chu Nan because of his looks, but now I completely despise him. Soon, all the food ordered by Chu Nan was served, and Chu Nan finished a bowl of cold noodles in less than 3 minutes. Isn't this guy really good at eating? He's really bragging, but he's really good at eating. What kind of appetite does he have? Is he a glutton? Everyone was shocked by Chu Nan's amazing appetite. 10 minutes later, Chu Nan had eaten everything up, leaving behind an invincible figure in the astonished eyes of everyone. Chapter 137. Shooting across half court. After interviewing Chu Nan, Lily began looking for other targets. Wow! Lily's eyes suddenly lit up. In the parking lot, a cool sports car attracted the attention of the crowd. The metal body had an excellent three-dimensional effect, and the entire sports car looked like a wild beast. Family, what kind of car is this? Can anyone help me understand it? Lily asked in the live studio. Who doesn't love luxury cars? Of course, Lily cares more about the owners of luxury cars. As a professional gold digger, she often asks questions related to gender equality to attract attention. Lily, that's a Lamborghini Venom, a top-of-the-line sports car worth $80 million. Hiss, $80 million? I can't even afford this even if you give me hundreds of years. This is weird. How did this luxury car appear here? Could it be a wealthy man who came out of the Tianqiao Hotel? A luxury car worth $80 million. What a wicked rich man. There was a burst of sour comments in the live broadcast room. Some people speculated that the owner of the car was ugly, while others speculated that the owner had a Mediterranean complex. But Lily doesn't care about all this. As long as she can be with a rich man, she can live a life of luxury and become a wealthy wife. She would even be willing to be his mistress. She took out a powder puff and put some makeup on her face. An inconspicuous yet familiar figure attracted Lily. Huh, isn't that the little brother who was bragging before? Why did he walk towards that luxury car? After a brief moment, Lily understood and looked at Chu Nan with disdain. He probably wanted to take a photo with the luxury car and then post it on his moments to show off. Someone who talks nonsense like this will definitely not miss this opportunity. But the next scene made him dumbfounded. Chu Nan directly opened the cool sickle-like car door and got in the car. The powder puff in Lily's hand fell to the ground. She widened her beautiful eyes, the corners of her mouth trembled slightly, and it seemed that all the strength in her body had been drained away. So, that car is his? Boomstrapje. The roaring sound like a wild beast made everyone around shiver. The men's eyes were full of fanaticism and envy, while the women looked at the luxury car with shining eyes. Watching the luxury car drive away, Lily wanted to slap herself a few times. How could I have missed such a rich man? It seems that what others said is true, but they just don't believe it, and the barrage of comments also exploded. The moment they saw Chu Nan get into the luxury car, all of their faces froze. Oh my God, what that brother said is true. It's a luxury car worth nearly 100 million. Those who just laughed at me, get out here. Didn't you all say that what others were wearing were fakes? Have you ever seen someone driving a luxury car wearing something imitation? I guess Lily is regretting it now. No little brother wants her contact information. Lily leaned to one side, her hair a little messy, and the cold wind blew past, making her look even more lonely. Look at the host's hopeless look. This scene should be accompanied by BGM. The snow is flying and the north wind is howling. Awesome. It has that flavor. Chu Nan drove to Fengyu Gymnasium. Not long ago, Wang Mang called Chu Nan and asked him to play basketball with him. At first, Chu Nan wanted to refuse. But after thinking about whether his ability of 100% hit rate would be effective in reality, he wanted to verify it. After parking the car, Chu Nan walked into the gymnasium. Fengyu Gymnasium is a medium-sized gymnasium where some small and medium-sized competitions are usually held. National-level athletes have also come here for training. When they arrived at the basketball court, the entire court was very empty. There were a few good-looking girls on the side watching them play basketball attentively. After taking a quick look around, he looked at Wang Mang's team. Wang Mang was holding the ball, but was being held tightly by someone. 2 people were guarding him, so he had no choice but to pass the ball to the person behind him. A 3-point. Didn't get in. Reckless. Hearing this familiar voice, Wang Mang turned around and saw Chu Nan standing aside. Wow, what a handsome little brother. Little brother, I am greedy for your body. Cool. Tool, tool. Little brother, I am greedy for your prestige. All the cold gazes were cast on Chunan. Originally, these girls' eyes were on them. But as soon as Chunan arrived, these girls looked at him like crazy fans. Chunan's height of 1.85 meters is perfect, while these people are only about 1.80 meters or 1.70 meters tall. Wang Meng, is this the person you called? Zhongxiang looked down at him and raised his chin proudly. But even so, he is still shorter than Chunan. Kindness. Wang Meng pulled Chunan aside and whispered, Nanzi, just go for the layup later, and we will help you block it. I can't lose this time. Why? Did you make a bet with the other party? Wang Meng touched the girl a little embarrassedly, blushing. No, I like a girl, and this guy also happens to like her, so he's my rival in love. I can't lose face in front of this guy. Chunan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Wang Meng, such a straight man, would actually like someone else. I didn't expect that someone like you would be attracted to someone's heart one day. Don't worry, I'm here. Chunan quickly changed into his basketball uniform and appeared on the court, which immediately attracted exclamations from the girls. These muscles, these chest muscles, these abdominal muscles. Ah, Mom, I'm in love. These people looked at Chunan with wolfish eyes. Of course, this also made more people unhappy with Chunan. Humph, it's just that the figure is a little better. What's the use of having a good figure? We will target this guy later. This kid has stolen all our limelight. We'll teach him a lesson later. The game started, and the current score was still 6-16 behind Chunan. A full 10 points behind. They fought throughout the entire court, which was very physically demanding. It was estimated that Wang Meng and his men would not be able to hold out for long. Nanko, catch the ball. Chunan took the basketball, stood at the half-court position, looked at the basket, and made a shooting gesture. Holy shit, this guy wants to shoot from this distance. Milliman, is he crazy? The half-court shot is too outrageous. Does this guy Wang Meng know how to play basketball? Is he kidding us? The next moment, the basketball flew out from Chunan's hands, forming a perfect arc, under the disdainful gazes of everyone. Bang! The basketball fell perfectly into the basket. Chapter 138. Changes on the court. The scene was silent. Everyone's astonished gaze shifted. The basketball that crossed half court actually went perfectly into the frame? Awesome. Nanzi is awesome. Fuck. This is even possible. The people you found, Wang Meng, are too awesome. It's just luck. Although his shooting in the first half was awesome, it was also due to a certain amount of luck. But I admit that at this moment I have to admit it to him. The girls were even more excited and screamed. Ah, I've got a heart attack. Brother, you are so handsome. I love you so much. Who just said that little brother couldn't make the shot? Hurry up and stand up. I'll beat him to the head with a dog head-smacking hammer. The Zhongxiang team's faces turned green. They never thought that this goal could actually go in. This was too good of a luck. In their opinion, this goal was impossible to go in. But Chunan was very calm, as if the goal was a matter of course. He turned to Wang Meng and said, Mengzi, give me all the next balls. Nanzi. Wang Meng wanted to say something, but after seeing Chunan's confident gaze, he nodded. Believe in Nanzi. He can definitely do it. All of you keep an eye on that kid and defend him tightly. It's best not to let him get the ball. Zhongxiang said coldly, looking at Chunan's back with a cold light in his eyes. This time it was just a coincidence. I don't believe you can get into the blue next time. Score? 9-16. However, the following game directly broke the mentality of Zhongxiang and his team. One three-pointer after another was shot into the basket by Chunan. No matter where he was, even the ball across half-court was scored more than one. It seems that Chunan can hit the target perfectly no matter where he is. What the hell? If this wasn't real, I would have suspected that this guy was cheating. Even Curry isn't that outrageous. It would be fine if it happened once or twice. They could still think it was good luck, but these 3 or 5 times were all 100% hit rate. Is this luck? How incredible is this luck? I can even go buy lottery tickets now. The problem is that Chunan not only has an amazing hit rate, but it would be easy if they could stop him. The key point is that they couldn't keep up with Chunan's speed at all. They couldn't even catch up with him, let alone stop him. 3 people double-teamed Chunan, but the opponent was like a fish and couldn't be caught. Zhongxiang's team was chasing each other, but no one could catch up with Chunan's speed. They were so tired that they were panting like dogs. The situation was a complete crushing defeat, and they didn't score a single point at halftime. Even when the ball was in Chunan's hands, they had no chance to grab it. The score now is completely one-sided, with Chunin having 32 points and Zhong Xiang still having 16 points. What happened next was naturally just as everyone had expected. Zhong Xiang's team had no chance of winning at all. The girls were messy too. Their voices were hoarse from shouting. They cheered every time Chunin scored a goal, but now they couldn't cheer anymore. The little brother is so handsome. He has a great figure and is handsome at playing basketball. He is the perfect boyfriend. Brother Xiang is too fierce. He is not even a human being. Yeah, his stamina is simply inhuman. He didn't even take a breath in the first half. And this shooting percentage, even NBA players are not as outrageous as him. If this wasn't real, I would have suspected that this guy was using cheats. Brother Xiang, why don't we admit defeat? Zhong Xiang glared at the man fiercely. If you say anything again, I will tear your mouth apart. The man shrank back in fear and kept his mouth shut without saying a word. Zhong Xiang was also puzzled. He didn't expect that Wang Meng's brothers were so awesome. They were able to participate in the competition with such level. The only way now was to let Chu Nan leave. You come here? Zhong Xiang talked to someone in a low voice. The man's face changed. Brother Xiang, this is not good. Don't talk nonsense. I can't lose. As long as you get rid of this guy, I will give you $3,000 afterwards. 3,000 yuan. The man immediately stopped being timid after hearing this. He was just a college graduate and didn't have much money. 3,000 yuan was a considerable amount of money for him. The game begins again. Nanzi, catch the ball. Wang Meng threw the ball over. Chunin jumped up and got the ball smoothly. Then the man who had discussed with Zhong Xiang before rushed towards Chu Nan like a wild bull. It seemed that his target was not the ball, but Chu Nan himself. His goal was to injure Chu Nan and then force the opponent to leave the field. Chu Nan smiled coldly. In order to win, he even resorted to such despicable means. Since you want to hit me, I won't be polite either. He pushed hard, and the tremendous power in his body exploded. Bang! The man seemed to have hit a rockery and was bounced out by a huge force. He fell heavily to the ground, covering his arm and wailing in pain. This sudden change made everyone stunned. Wang Meng stepped forward and asked worriedly, Nanzi, are you okay? Chunin shook his head. I'm fine. This game can end now. Yes. Wang Meng also agreed. Someone went up to check it out and said with a grim expression, it should be dislocated. The man looked at Chu Nan with fear in his eyes. When he bumped into Chunin just now, the other party just hit him so hard that he lost his balance and flew out. Is this the power that humans should have? Chapter 139. Enthusiastic little fans. Brother Xiang. The man grimaced in pain and shouted weakly. Zhong Xiang's face darkened, and he cursed the loser in his heart. He couldn't even handle such a small matter, and instead of saving Chu Nan, he got himself hurt. But this seems to be a good reason to end the game early. Brother, this is a bit too much. Do you really have to use so much force to push people out? Zhong Xiang put on a hypocritical mask and blamed Chu Nan. Wang Meng could not help cursing. Zhong Xiang, you are shameless. Don't you know what's going on? Don't think we don't know what you discussed with him before. Besides, he bumped into us on his own. My brother is in good health. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be him who got hurt. Zhong Xiang wanted to exaggerate. Do you want to be so irresponsible? I don't think there is any need to continue this game. His injury is more serious. He took this opportunity to find a reason to end the game early, so that it wouldn't be considered a bad loss, and the game wasn't over yet. He was sure of winning this time. But no one expected that Wang Meng would find such a freak. With this level, he is good enough to play in competitions. Even the top domestic basketball players are probably not as bad as Chu Nan. A 100% hit rate. If this were to get out, I guess no one would believe it. Humph. Wang Meng snorted coldly and understood Zhong Xiang's intention. But if the game continues, they will not be in the right. It's just a dislocation. Let me try. Chu Nan stepped forward looking calm. When the man saw Chu Nan, he took a few steps back involuntarily and shouted in panic. What are you going to do? Of course, fix your hand and continue the game. As soon as Chu Nan finished speaking, the man hadn't reacted yet. There was only a click sound, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. I'm afraid all the bones will be broken. This. The man widened his eyes with a look of disbelief and moved his wrists. Surprisingly, all right. Wang Meng was also stunned when he saw this scene. He stepped forward and asked in shock. Nanzi, when did you learn medical skills? Secret. Chunan Samai. Wang Meng couldn't help but give him a blank look, and at the same time he felt deeply moved. My brother is becoming more and more mysterious and incomprehensible. First it was the Marriott Hotel, then his shocking hit rate, and the medical skills that he may have learned at some point in time. If I tell this to others, it's just like telling a story. It's okay now? Zhong Xiang was also confused. His hand was healed in just 1 or 2 seconds. Damn it. Who is this brother Wang Mang? What is there that he can't do? Don't tell him that this guy is a rich second generation? Although Zhong Xiang guessed wrong. Chunan was not a second generation rich, but a first generation rich. Although his family had some money, if compared with Chunan, there was simply a huge gap between them. Since everyone is fine, can the game continue? I feel like there's no need to continue. No matter how hard we fight, you guys won't be able to turn the tables. Wang Mang looked smug and gave Zhong Xiang a mocking look. When Chunan saw Wang Mang's look, he shook his head helplessly. Zhong Xiang's face seemed to be as black as ink, and he finally gritted his teeth and said reluctantly, I lost this game. Nice. Wang Mang felt extremely happy that he finally made this guy admit defeat, although most of the reason was because of Chunan. But who can blame me for having such an awesome brother? Sometimes connections are also a kind of strength. Chunan's former little fans finally couldn't help themselves and ran over. Brother, since you know medicine, can you help me? My chest hurts. Little brother, you are so handsome. I love you so much. Can I be your girlfriend? Little brother, touch my clothes and see if I am girlfriend material. Several jealous eyes were watching the scene. They wanted to cry, but had no tears. Originally, these girls were all his favorites, but who would have thought that Chunan would appear halfway through? He is handsome, good at playing basketball, and most importantly, he also has medical skills. If there is another rich person here, it would be a sure win. Wow! Little brother, the watch on your hand is so beautiful. Are those sparkling diamonds? An exclamation voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Zhong Xiang's pupil suddenly shrank when he looked at the watch, and he couldn't help but shout out, Is that a Rolex Starry Sky on your wrist? Rolex Starry Sky. Everyone widened their eyes. Although they didn't know about baby's breath, they couldn't have been unaware of Rolex. Brother Xiang, is this Rolex very expensive? Does it cost hundreds of thousands? Someone asked in confusion. It's not a few $100,000. The one he has is the latest model. It costs at least $1 million. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath and looked at the watch in shock. That small watch costs millions. Wow. The girls' eyes were shining, and their looks seemed as if they wanted to skin Chunan alive. He is handsome and rich and is definitely their future husband. A decisive blow. A complete and utter kill. Both Zhong Xiang and Chunan's former teammates were in tears and looked at Wang Mang with envy. When will they have such awesome brothers? They will wake up laughing in their dreams. Temporarily update for a while, sort out the ideas. Chapter 140. School Celebration. He shook off the girls who were pestering Chunan. The people behind him looked dejected and bitter. There was no comparison between them. Even Zhong Xiang felt like a defeated turtle at this moment. Although his family had some money, a watch worth millions was simply beyond his imagination. Zhong Xiang was puzzled. Although Wang Mang's family had some money, it was all demolition compensation. He was at most a nouveau riche. What was the background of his brother? Nanzi, thank you so much today, Wang Mang said with a grin. It's just a trivial matter. Chunan responded indifferently. Wang Mang couldn't help but ask again out of curiosity. When did you become so accurate? You can play in a competition with this hit rate. Chunan scored 3 goals in the first half, and all the subsequent shots were perfect three-pointers. The more important and lethal scene was Chunan's dunk, jumping from the inside and crossing the defense of countless people. A direct slam dunk was like a knock on people's hearts. This was a huge blow to the morale of the entire team. Brother Xiang, look, is that the Lamborghini poison that was circulated online? Fuck, this super luxury car is so damn cool. I would be willing to lose 3 years of my life if I could sit in it in my lifetime. Zhong Xiang also looked at the luxury car with envy. Under his fiery gaze, he saw 2 figures slowly walking towards the luxury car. Isn't that Wang Mang and his brothers? What are they doing near that luxury car? Do you want to take a photo? Come on, let's take a couple of photos and post them on WeChat Moments to show off. But just as they were about to walk over, suddenly, their eyes widened and it seemed as if a stone was stuck in their throat. Zhong Xiang looked at this scene in horror. His breathing became rapid, as if he saw a scene that he had never expected. Gulu. Someone couldn't help swallowing and said in a hoarse, weak, and confused voice. Well, Wang Mang and the others are going in. That's right, Wang Mang's brother opened the impact door of the luxury car, and then the 2 of them got into the car, with Wang Mang's brother sitting in the driver's seat. Finally, they understood why a watch worth millions was so insignificant in the eyes of Wang Mang. If it were someone else, they would accidentally hit the watch while playing basketball. Then these millions will be wasted. A top-of-the-line luxury car with a starting price of 80 million yuan and a price close to 100 million yuan. If you can drive such a luxury car, why would you care about a mere few million yuan? People like this probably have hundreds of millions of dollars in funds, an astronomical figure that they cannot even imagine. It's gone, it's gone. Everyone went home. Everyone was like a miser who had lost his fighting spirit. They lowered their proud heads in dejection and left the stadium in disgrace. It was also because of this blow that Zheng Xiang never competed with Wang Mang again. Joke. He's not stupid anymore. That's someone else's brother, not his brother. How can he compete with such an awesome brother? My family has some money, and women will come to me if I just wave my hand. Why should I be obsessed with just one woman? Inside the car, Wang Mang was holding his cell phone and chatting with the girl he liked with a silly smile on his face. You bastard, look at that obscene smile on your face. If other girls see you like this, they will be scared away. Wang Mang looked in the mirror for some reason and asked doubtfully, is it really that wretched? I think I look pretty good when I smile. All right. You are blindly confident and too narcissistic about yourself. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you that tomorrow is our school's anniversary celebration. Do you want to attend? Wang Mang asked. School anniversary? Chunan was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that so much time has passed, and now he is completely separated from his alma mater. Looking back, it all seems like it happened yesterday. I graduated with full of ambitions, but they were ruthlessly extinguished. Before, he couldn't imagine the happiness of rich people, and he didn't believe it. Now, Chunan really agrees with this statement. The happiness of having money is not only unimaginable, but also something you will never be able to experience. After thinking about it, it would not be that fast for Ryan to collect all the herbs, so he should have some time. Go, why not? He has been away for 2 or 3 years, and I don't know how Teacher Gao is doing now. Chunan thought of the kind teacher and couldn't help but smile. Teacher Gao is the counselor of Chunan's class and the person who takes the best care of Chunan. At the beginning, Chunan's grades dropped sharply for a period of time, and even Chunan himself felt a little depressed during that time. But it was this counselor who kept encouraging him and took the initiative to help Chunan with his homework. Later, Chunan's grades gradually improved, and compared with the previous level, it has leaped to the top 10. This time, when attending the school anniversary, Chunan was more concerned about how Teacher Gao was doing now. Chapter 141. Strange Feeling. The next day, the magnificent morning glow covered the entire mountaintop villa, and a thin mist like a veil filled the air. Everything looked so peaceful, and there was a sense of fairyland. Chunan opened his sleepy eyes hazily and stretched lazily. Open the system panel. Host, Chunan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Current deposits, 210 million. Vehicles, Lamborghini Venom. New Age electric cars, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Personal properties, Sky Garden Mountaintop Villa, 10 school district houses on Yushui Road. Personal properties, Marriott Hotel, Red Beach Office Building, Green Orange Bar, Surabaya Commercial Street. Other industries, Yes Equity, 5%. Whether to be married, no. Name of island, Paradise Island. Special skills, expert piano talent, God-level Chinese medicine, Bajiquan Grandmaster, 100% hit rate. Warehouse items, none. Sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving the reward of Nanchun Building. Please go and claim it within 3 days. Nanchun Building. Chunan was so shocked that he was speechless. Nanchun Building is the central building of Huaqing. This building is worth at least more than 10 billion yuan. I didn't expect the system to give such a generous reward. Anyway, I will pass by Nanchun Building on my way to school, so I can just pick it up then. It's so nice to earn little money lying at home every day. Chunan packed up and changed into an Armani suit he had bought earlier, which cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and paired it with his Rolex star-studded watch. Needless to say, Chunan is definitely the most handsome guy on campus. At this time, Chunan's phone rang. Chunan, are you going to the school anniversary today? Lu Yashuan's voice came from the other end of the phone, and one could clearly hear the anticipation. Lu Yashuan looked at herself in the mirror and smiled confidently. Her black hair was draped over her shoulders, her snow-white shoulders were exposed. Her figure was tall and straight with perfect curves, and the white gauze skirt perfectly set off her figure. She stood gracefully in front of the mirror. A high-nosed bridge, white teeth, and a pair of beautiful eyes under the slender willow leaf eyebrows. Well, of course. Chu Nan responded indifferently. However, Chu Nan paused for a moment and asked, which was rare, "Squad leader, do you want me to pick you up?" Suddenly, Lu Yashuan's heart trembled violently. Her heartbeat gradually accelerated, and her pretty face turned slightly red. "Yeah," Lu Yashuan snorted shyly. "Then wait for me at home. I'll be leaving soon. I'll call you when I get there." "Thank you, Chunan." Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yashuan threw herself on the bed, hugging the pillow shyly like a little girl with amorous feelings. Chunan took the initiative. This is the first time ever that this has been proactive. Lu Yashuan seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Is this straight guy finally going to be moved by her? If viewed from a god's perspective, Lu Yashuan would probably look like a wriggling worm in the eyes of others at this moment. No, I have to be reserved. Lu Yashuan kept taking deep breaths, but no matter what, her heart was beating like a deer. About 20 minutes later, Lu Yashuan received a call from Chunan. At this moment, her whole body was tense, and for some reason she even walked unsteadily. People in the corridor were even more surprised when they saw Lu Yashuan. Goddess, mainly because her makeup is so stunning. Goddess Lu looks so beautiful today. And I love this kind of Goddess Lu. Brothers, why don't you go to bed early? Haven't you seen the Rolls Royce downstairs? I guess they are waiting for Goddess Lu. Don't forget that Goddess Lu came back in a luxury car. Poor losers like us can forget about it and just feast our eyes. Envy and jealousy. If only they had money. After opening the car door, Lu Yashuan sat in the passenger seat. A light and elegant scent of perfume wafts into my nose. Not pungent and smells very nice. Chu Nan was also stunned, staring at Lu Yashuan for a while without coming back to his senses. When she felt that gaze, Lu Yashuan lowered her head and said shyly, "It's not good for you to keep looking at me like this." At this time, Chu Nan realized that he had lost his composure and smiled embarrassedly. "Squad leader, you can definitely kill everyone in seconds today." "Really?" Lu Yashuan asked expectantly. "Chu Nan not that heavily." Lu Yashuan showed a smile as gentle as spring breeze, very sweet. I don't know why. Being in the car with Lu Yashuan, Chu Nan actually felt a different feeling than usual, and he was actually nervous. This is a very rare thing. He admitted that he was really amazed the moment he saw Lu Yashuan. Even his heart, as hard as stone, trembled. Perhaps he already had an unspeakable feeling for Lu Yashuan, but he had never discovered it. Silently, Chu Nan seemed to have made a decision. When he arrived near Nanchun Building, the system prompt sounded in Chu Nan's mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for arriving at the location and claiming it successfully." At this time, the management office of Nanchun Building was like an ant on hot pot, and the manager called everyone over. "Manager, what's the matter that makes you call us so urgently?" Manager Yin looked solemn, gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice, "I just received a notice that Nanchun Building has been bought out in full." Chapter 142, The Most Dazzling Two. Hiss. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened, revealing expressions of horror. This news was undoubtedly a bombshell and instantly caused an uproar. Nanchun Building was actually bought out by someone with full payment? Hundreds of billions. This is hundreds of billions. Who in Huaqing has such a huge amount of money to buy Nanchun Building? Even the Yi Group can't acquire Nanchun Building, right? Nanchun Building is a landmark building in the Flower City, and its value far exceeds its market valuation. Nanchun Building has top-notch office buildings, luxurious apartments, open-plan hotels, and entertainment venues. Manager Yin thought that everyone's reaction was expected. Even when he first received the news, he was stunned for several minutes before he recovered. What's more important is that the owner of this new building is too young, only 21 years old. 21 years old. How could they not be shocked to see that they acquired Nanchun Building at such a young age? In short, you should be careful in the office from now on. I haven't met the new boss yet, and he might come to inspect one day. If you are careless, don't blame me for not reminding you. Manager Yin warned solemnly. The employees all nodded in unison. After returning to the office, Manager Yin tried to call Chu Nan, but no one answered. This made Manager Yin feel a little uneasy. He wondered if this new boss had a strange temper. They took over a building worth tens of billions, and there was no response at all, and they didn't even answer the phone. These tens of billions are not just a few $100s. If it were someone else, they might have contacted them earlier. Xinhong University. Although Xinhong University is not a top-notch university, It is still a first-class university after all, so it cannot be too bad. For this anniversary celebration, the principal took great pains to invite those big shots who graduated from the school. Some of them are worth tens of millions, and some are worth over 100 million. All of them graduated from Shinhong University. The huge crowds of people, the fancy dress people, and the several luxury cars parked on campus all made it look very lively. Zhao Feng and other classmates also gathered here. They looked around as if they were looking for someone. Do you think Chunan will come today? It's hard to say. Chunan is a billionaire now, so he might not have the time. In his heart, Zhao Feng actually hoped that Chunan would not come. His target this time was still Qian Sijia. Although he was discouraged by Chunan last time, he still did not give up. Sifong Pharmaceutical is a company worth tens of billions. As long as he and Qian Sijia get together, the company will be his. But Zhao Feng seemed to have overlooked one issue. That is, even he himself didn't know whether Qian Sijia would come to attend the school anniversary. Some female classmates in the class even spent a lot of money to catch a rich husband at this school anniversary celebration, spending 2 months' salary on brand-name clothes. Their eyes were also looking around. If they were asked to choose, they would choose Chunan first. After all, Chunan was their college classmate, and they knew him better. Even today, they still felt it was a bit dreamy. How come he suddenly became someone they couldn't reach? Buzz! A roar attracted everyone's attention. The flying goddess logo made everyone's eyes widen, and exclamations rose and fell. Wow! It's a Rolls-Royce! Which big shot from our school has returned? Why does this Rolls-Royce look a little different from the usual ones? Some big guys also looked at the behemoth that was driving in with surprise, squinting their eyes and staring at it for a long time. That's the car, right? Kindness. Rolls-Royce Phantom. There are only a few of these cars in the country. Even a few of us wouldn't spend so much money to buy this car. Although they are worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, they do not have much liquid funds. Those who can drive such luxury cars have assets of at least 3 to 500 million. Some Audi and Mercedes owners have moved their cars away, as they would not be able to afford the compensation even if they lost everything if their luxury cars were hit. Under the gaze of everyone, this luxury car finally stopped in a parking space. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it for a long time. They were expecting, and I was curious about who was sitting in the car. The car door opened and a man got out. Almost at this moment, the hearts of the women present were beating fast, and their fiery eyes were fixed on that tall, handsome, and rich body. The most important thing is youth. This is the perfect candidate. This is the Prince Charming they have always dreamed of. On the other side of the passenger seat, a pair of snow-white and delicate legs were exposed to everyone's eyes first. When this woman got out of the car, all the women present paled in comparison. Many people lost their minds. So beautiful. She is much more beautiful than those so-called stars. Prince and princess? Under the gaze of everyone, the man held the woman's hand. The woman widened her eyes in disbelief. At this moment, all the women felt jealous and looked at the woman whose hand was held with envy. In everyone's eyes, the two became a perfect match made in heaven. Chapter 143. Women don't love men unless they are bad. Wow, I'm so envious of this little brother and sister. What a perfect couple this is. The guy is handsome and rich. He is simply Prince Charming. The girl is also extremely pretty. Did these two also graduate from our school? The president of Shinhong University was also confused. He had invited all the people with more background from the school. So who was this person, and why did he have no memory of him? But the opponent's appearance was undoubtedly the most gorgeous, which made every student graduating from Shinhong University develop extraordinarily, thereby increasing the school's reputation and expanding enrollment. All of Chunan's classmates stood there in a daze, stunned. That is, Chunan and the squad leader? They were holding hands? When did they become friends? Didn't the two of them have a conflict at the party before? The male classmates all looked at Lu Yashuan in fascination. The class monitor was so beautiful that she was completely different from when she was in college. As for the female classmates, they all looked depressed. They didn't expect that the rich husband they had their eyes on was taken by someone else. What? Looks like they need to change their target. The shy Lu Yashuan was held by Chunan's slender hand, and she would peek at his handsome face from time to time. This time, he was so proactive. What on earth does he mean by that? Lu Yashuan felt both happy and complicated. After all, her relationship with Chu Nan was unclear, and she did not expect Chu Nan to be so proactive this time. But she was looking forward to it. Maybe Chu Nan had seen through her thoughts, and she was thinking back to the time when Chu Nan took the initiative to pick up food for her. This made Lu Yashuan start to have wild thoughts again. Chun Nan, squad leader. Everyone shouted in agreement. They felt a little embarrassed about the situation. After all, they all targeted Chu Nan last time, but were ruthlessly slapped in the face by the other party. Chu Nan nodded in response. Wang Mang walked out with a wicked smile on his face, revealing a lewd smile. You too. The shy Lu Yashuan buried her whole face in her chest, and her ears were completely red. What's wrong with us too? Chu Nan said with a faint smile. Wang Mang patted Chu Nan's shoulder and said with a sly smile, I understand everything. As someone who has experienced this, Wang Mang would naturally guess that even if the two people had no relationship, it was definitely not just a simple relationship of friends. Joke! You're already holding hands. If you still say you're just friends, aren't you being a hooligan? Wang Mang was the only one who knew that Lu Yashuan was interested in Chu Nan. At the beginning, the squad leader had tried his best to get to know Chu Nan from him. Even after that conflict, Lu Yashuan still contacted him on WeChat. Chu Nan rolled his eyes at him. You know nothing. Chu Nan glanced at Lu Yashuan, who was as shy as a little wife, and this was the decision he made. Lu Yashuan was indeed a nice person with a good heart. She was not as superficial as other women he had met. On the contrary, he could feel Lu Yashuan's genuine love for her during their interactions. If that's the case, why not give it a try? Chu Nan pulled Lu Yashuan aside and left the crowd. When they reached a secluded corner, Lu Yashuan pulled her hand out, looking shy like a little girl. Why are you holding my hand? What if others misunderstand our relationship? Chu Nan smiled faintly. Then why not turn this misunderstanding into reality? Lu Yashuan's delicate body trembled violently. Her beautiful eyes widened. Her breathing and heartbeat suddenly quickened, and she felt hot all over. What's the meaning? The atmosphere gradually became weird. Chu Nan was also a little helpless. Isn't this asking a question, even though he already knows the answer? Are all girls afraid to speak their mind? Chu Nan provoked Lu Yashuan. Squad leader doesn't know? Then maybe I misunderstood. Chu Nan deliberately showed a disappointed expression and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Lu Yashuan panicked. How could she miss such a chance? She moved forward and blocked Chu Nan's mouth with her moist lips. The picture froze at this scene. Chu Nan widened his eyes, enjoying this unprecedented experience. You have to know that Chu Nan has always been a soloist, and this is Chu Nan's first kiss. Certainly, Lu Yashuan is no exception. After the fiery passion ended, Lu Yashuan looked at Chu Nan with resentful eyes. You are so mean. You have to make me take the initiative. Chu Nan Chukai. As the saying goes, if a man is not bad, a woman will not love him. Isn't it? Lu Yashuan rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Holding hands, the two walked out. A sweet smile appeared on Lu Yashuan's face. At this moment, she was as happy as a child who had eaten candy. Finally, after thinking about her day and night, Chu Nan finally understood her feelings. But at the same time, Lu Yashuan is under a lot of pressure because the current Chu Nan is not the same Chu Nan as before. Chu Nan is now like a dazzling planet, leaving countless people behind, including the owner of the Marriott Hotel, the shareholder of the E Group, and even the industries under Chu Nan's name may be beyond her imagination. She is a person who is unwilling to be mediocre. She will not enjoy life as comfortably as others. On the contrary, she will improve herself and follow Chu Nan's footsteps closely. Chapter 144. Rich people finally get married. Looking at the two people walking slowly towards me, it seemed that there was no gap between them, and everyone was looking at this fairy couple with envy and jealousy. Zhao Feng on the side breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I was very happy. Since Chu Nan is already together with the squad leader, he has nothing to do with Qian Sijia anymore. My chance has come. Not far away, Qian Sijia was watching this scene. She didn't know why she felt a pain in her chest. She felt even worse when she saw the sweet couple. What's wrong with me? Why is it so painful to see Lu Yashuan and Chu Nan together? She and Chu Nan were just friends, and she was just curious about Chu Nan, so how could she have any other feelings? But, in fact, she herself didn't realize that all her emotions came from curiosity. She was hesitant, took a step and paused, finally smiled bitterly and shook her head. Turning and leaving, this lonely figure made some people feel desolate. What's wrong with this little girl? This back view is too desolate. Is it a broken heart? Then the school celebration officially began. First, the school dance club performed, and then the vocal club went on stage to sing. Of course, these were all entertainment. This school anniversary is more about expanding my own network. The people here are all graduates of my alma mater. They're easier to talk to, and many of them are doing well. In society, personal connections are also extremely important. Most of the people watching the performance were students from the school, and there were also some white-collar workers who came to the school anniversary specifically to relax. At this time, there was no sign of Chu Nan, Lu Yashuan, and Wang Mang. Teaching department. The three of them came to the teaching building. In fact, the three of them were all confused. They didn't see Teacher Gao at the school anniversary celebration. Could it be that Teacher Gao was no longer in this school? The three knocked on the door. Come in. The director saw the three people and said with a smile, "You are the graduates who came back from the school celebration. What can I do for you?" Chunin asked, "Hello, I would like to ask if Teacher Gao Yuan is still in school." Lofty? The director thought about it for a while. His face changed, and he started to think about it. "Are you graduates of Class 3 of Finance?" "Yes." The director's expression was extremely complicated, as if Teacher Gao had encountered something bad. The three people's hearts couldn't help but tighten. Wang Mang was impatient, so he asked, "Director, what happened to Teacher Gao Yuan?" "What happened?" The director sighed and said, "Teacher Gao was in a car accident not long ago and is still in the hospital." "What? Car accident?" Chunan asked anxiously. "Which hospital is Teacher Gao in?" In Chunan's heart, Gao Yuan is his life mentor. When he was at his lowest point, Gao Yuan encouraged him and helped him with his homework. Teacher Gao is in Shanghua Hospital. Fortunately, his injury is not serious. He only broke a leg. This is a blessing in disguise. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I only broke a leg, so I'm lucky." "Thank you, Director." The three of them thanked him and left the office. "No wonder I didn't see Teacher Gao. Logically speaking, if Teacher Gao knew we were coming, he would definitely come to find us. I didn't expect a car accident to happen." Lu Yashuan said slowly. "Fortunately, Teacher Gao's problem is not serious. Are we still going to participate in the school celebration?" She shifted her gaze to Chu Nan. Chu Nan shook his head. "There's no need to attend the school celebration. Let's go see Teacher Gao." Originally, Chu Nan attended this school anniversary celebration just to meet his life mentor. Since he is not in school, there is no need for him to attend this school anniversary celebration. Lu Yashuan said hello. "Dear classmates, we are leaving first. Let's get together again next time when we have time." "Ah, so soon. Where are you going, squad leader?" Several female classmates seemed to want to join in the fun. Lu Yashuan sighed. "Teacher Gao was hit by a car. We plan to go to the hospital. Do you want to come with us?" "Ah, Teacher Gao was hit by a car? Kindness." "Fortunately, the injury is not serious. We plan to go visit Teacher Gao." A few people hesitated for a while, then said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Monitor. How about you say hello to Teacher Gao for us? We can't leave for the time being." Their purpose of this school celebration is to find their Prince Charming and soulmate, and they don't have any special feelings for Gao Yuan. As for the other male classmates, they also asked in surprise, but didn't say anything afterwards. But Zhao Feng is still waiting for Qian Xijia. Lu Yashuan shook her head in disappointment at these people's attitude. After all, they were teachers who led their entire university, but she didn't expect that they were unwilling to even go and take a look. Chunin took her hand and whispered, "Let's go." "Manzi, have you driven here yet?" "I'm open. I'll follow you guys later." Chunin and Lu Yashuan got into the car. Everyone looked at the Rolls-Royce and couldn't help but sigh. The internet never deceives me. It is true that rich people finally get married, and the poor people have witnessed it with their own eyes. They would never touch a goddess like this. Chapter 145. Do you want to stay tonight? Shanghua Hospital. Although it is a private hospital, the medical equipment, environment, and medical standards inside are top-notch in Huaqing. Chu Nanqing walked into the hospital, causing many people to exclaim again. Soon after Chu Nin parked the car, the three of them came to the orthopedic floor and asked the nurse to find out where Teacher Gao's ward was. Teacher Gao. Teacher Gao turned around, widened his eyes, took out his glasses, and put them on, looking at the three people in surprise. "Why are you three here?" Gao Yuan said in surprise. His wife beside him was also puzzled. "Lao Gao, do you know these three young people?" Teacher Gao smiled and said, "These three are all my students." Come on, sit down." When Mr. Gao's wife heard this, she suddenly realized that the person was Mr. Gao's student. She fixed her eyes on Chu Nan and Lu Yashuan. These two kids were really handsome. Especially this girl. She is several times prettier than the big stars on TV. "How did you know I was here?" Teacher Gao asked, puzzled. Lu Yashuan was the first to speak. We went to the teaching office to ask and found out that you were in the hospital. Teacher Gao, can your leg recover? Teacher Gao waved his hand indifferently. The leg is fine, it's just broken. Just rest for a few months. You too, since it's the school anniversary celebration, why bother to come and see me? Although he said this, his heart was still filled with warmth. He didn't expect that his students would come to see him. Chunan, have you grown taller again? Teacher Gao asked again while looking at Chunan's head. Chunan smiled and said, it has grown rapidly in the past 2 years. The three of them took out the things they had bought on the road. Teacher Gao, these are the supplements we bought for you. Your leg is broken now, and if you drink more of these supplements, you will recover faster. All these supplements were bought by Chunan, and the prices range from 1 to 2,000, or even 4 to 5,000. When Mr. Gao found out the price, he was shocked and quickly refused, saying, I can't accept such an expensive item. You could just come if you want. Why bring supplements with you? And Chunan, don't you feel bad about spending these thousands of dollars? Don't spend lavishly just because you earn a little money. Young people should still have some savings. Before Chunan could speak, Lu Yashuan on the side spoke first. Teacher Gao, he has made a lot of money now. Chunan is now a billionaire. What? Billionaire? Teacher Gao was stunned. Chunan is a billionaire? How is this possible? He knew about Chunan's family situation. Compared with his classmates, his family situation was the worst. It was just an ordinary family. In just a few years, Chunan became a billionaire? No one would believe it even if you beat them to death. However, after Lu Yashuan revealed Chunan's deeds one by one, Teacher Gao's dumbfounded expression froze instantly, and he asked in a trembling voice, Chunan, is what she said true? Chunan not dead? Fuck. As a teacher, I pay great attention to the manners of my speech in daily life, so swearing is out of the question for me. But now, even Teacher Gao couldn't help but say fuck. This huge contrast was something Chunan and the other three were not expecting, and they couldn't help but laugh out loud. After getting to know Chunan, Teacher Gao was shocked. Teacher Gao's wife was also confused. There are actually such outstanding students among Lao Gao's students. Teacher Gao looked at Lu Yashuan and Chunan and said with a smile, you two are in love, right? Chunan didn't react much, just smiled faintly. When Lu Yashuan asked this question, her face turned red instantly, and she lowered her head and said yes shyly. Normally, Lu Yashuan seems to be carefree, and even Chunan didn't expect that she actually has such a girlish side. Teacher Gao also smiled knowingly and said to Chunan, Chunan, Yashuan is a very good child. You must not let her down. Don't worry, Teacher Gao. You should know me best. How could I be that kind of person? Chunan smai. If this were said by someone else, it would mean that I am that kind of person. But Teacher Gao knew Chunan's character and nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, the three of them chatted casually. About half an hour later, Chunan and the others left. Wang Meng drove back alone. Then there are only Lu Yashuan and the two of them left on Chunan's side. What are we going to do next? Lu Yashuan asked as soon as she got in the car. Chunan raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, of course, we will live in our own world. This made Lu Yashuan's face turn red again. Chunan took Lu Yashuan to all the places where couples checked in, including amusement parks, couples' secret rooms, and various entertainment places. When you are tired of shopping, just find a place to rest. Lu Yashuan really has to admire Chunan's energy. He can walk around the whole day without even taking a breath and still be full of energy. In the evening, the two arrived at the Marriott Hotel. Chunan had already instructed Tang to arrange everything. When they arrived at the top floor, all kinds of tall buildings and night lights appeared in front of them. There were only Chunan and Lu Yashuan in the entire hall. There was a band playing on the side, and exquisite dishes were served. It was the first time for Lu Yashuan to have such a luxurious experience. Do you like it? Chunan said gently. Lu Yashuan nodded. After enjoying a delicious dinner, Chunan put his arm around Lu Yashuan's shoulders, and the two of them looked at the beautiful scenery. The orchestra that was playing music also looked envious. They simply cannot understand the happiness of rich people. Do you want to stay tonight? Chunan suddenly asked. Chapter 146. A man who shows affection everywhere. Lu Yashuan's fair face gradually turned red, and she glared at Chunan fiercely. You want me to stay? What do you want to do? You're trying to do something bad to me right after we got together. I won't fall for it. Bad guy. Chunan Chukui. Is that what he meant? Of course not. He just wanted to spend the night together. If there was someone nearby, they would probably call the police. Hello, hey, Uncle Police. Someone is overtaking. After a while, Chunan said again, Do you want to consider changing companies to work for? Change company? Lu Yashuan turned her head away in a daze. That's right. After all, your company is just a small company with limited development potential. Why don't you come to Yi Group, and I will arrange a position for you? Chunan said generously. She also considered Lu Yashuan's future development. Yi Group? Lu Yashuan hesitated. It was absolutely impossible for her to say that she was not moved. As a leading enterprise, Yi Group's resources and benefits are far better than those of his current company. After all, the Yi Group is a group with a market value of tens of billions and a well-known business giant in the entire Flower City. But if Chunan arranged her to join Yi Group, she would feel a little awkward. She is a self-reliant person and is also worried that others will gossip behind her back and cause some minor troubles for Chunan. Chunan looked at the complicated expression on Lu Yashuan's face, understood what she was thinking, and said, "If you're worried about people gossiping behind my back or worrying about causing trouble for me, there is no need to worry. After all, I'm also a shareholder of the group. Those people don't have that courage. And isn't it normal for a boyfriend to help his girlfriend? I believe you have the ability to shut up those who doubt you." Lu Yashuan hooked her arms around Chunan's neck and looked at him lovingly, her eyes full of tenderness and love. Lu Yashuan, who was originally restrained in front of outsiders, didn't seem to care at this moment as the band next to her took the initiative to move forward, and their moist and plump lips touched each other intimately. "Thank you." After it was over, Tang watched the two of them leave. All the employees nearby came over, and the lobby manager and staff from various departments asked curiously, "Manager Tang, that woman couldn't be our boss's lover, could she?" Tang glanced at the man speechlessly. "How could such words come out of your mouth? Are you blind? You didn't see how intimate the couple was. Do you even need to ask?" The man touched the back of his head awkwardly and returned to the office area. "But such a beauty is quite a good match for the boss." Finally, Tang muttered something and returned to his office. After sending Lu Yashuan back home, Chunan returned home and thought of another headache. Now that he has confirmed his relationship with Lu Yashuan, how should he deal with people like Zhou Ying and the maid? Fire them? To be honest, Chunan was really reluctant to let go, but he was afraid that Lu Yashuan would think too much. After thinking about it, I decided to find a time to explain things to Lu Yashuan. It would be better than for her to find out on her own. Zhou Ying seemed to have noticed Chunan's strangeness and asked curiously, "Boss, what good thing happened to you today? The oil on your face can be used as a mirror." Chunan touched his face. "Oil? It's not oily either. Hey, I, your boss, have finally ended my 20-plus years of singlehood." Zhou Ying, who had been smiling, suddenly changed her expression. She couldn't even hold the pen in her hand steadily, and it was shaking slightly. Her heart trembled violently at that moment. An indescribable feeling blocked her chest. Uncomfortable. It feels extremely uncomfortable. What's wrong with her? Why do I feel so sad when I hear that Chunan has a girlfriend? Zhou Ying smiled a smile that was uglier than crying, and said with a forced smile, "Boss, I didn't expect that someone would like you even though you were such a straight man. Congratulations, boss. Be nicer to other girls. I feel a little uncomfortable. I'm going to go back and rest." Zhou Ying's back looked somewhat desolate, and she quickened her pace and returned to her room. Chunan also noticed that Zhou Ying's eyes were slightly red, with a crystal teardrop lingering in the corner of her eyes. He smiled bitterly inside. He didn't expect that Zhou Ying also had a good impression of him. This was something he had not expected. Although Zhou Ying is the housekeeper in his family, Chunan does not put on airs when interacting with her. On the contrary, he treats Zhou Ying as a friend. But I didn't expect. Why? He returned to his room and chatted with Lu Yashuan for a few words. After that, Lu Yashuan went to take a shower, and Chunan played a few more games. After that, they felt a little sleepy, so they said good night to each other, and Chunan fell asleep. But he could never have imagined that Lu Yashuan on the other side was rolling around on the bed in excitement and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. After an hour, the after effect was slowly disappearing. Lu Yashuan gradually felt sleepy and fell into a dream. Chapter 147. This is the bike a tough guy rides. The next day, Chunan woke up from his sleep. He had a lot of erotic dreams the night before. You know, he had never had such a dream before. Glancing at the phone, sure enough, Lu Yashuan sent him a message. "You big idiot, the sun is already shining on your butt, and you still don't get up. I'm going out now, to work. Big pig's hoof. Why aren't you awake yet?" Chunan smiled and replied to the message by tapping the screen. "Bring up your own panel. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Current deposits, 210 million. Vehicles, Lamborghini Venom. New age electric cars, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Personal properties, Sky Garden Mountaintop Villa. 10 school district houses on Yushui Road. Personal properties, Marriott Hotel, Red Beach Office Building, Green Orange Bar, Surabaya Commercial Street, Nanchun Building. Other industries, Yet Group shares, 5%. Whether to be married, no. Name of island, Paradise Island. Special skills, expert piano talent, God-level Chinese medicine, Bajikwan Grandmaster, 100% hit rate. Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and getting the reward Bicycle Butterfly Trekmadun. The Bicycle Butterfly Trekmadun has been stored in the garage. Please check it at any time. What the hell? Bike? However, the rewards from the system are usually too bad. This luxurious and fancy name should not be an ordinary bicycle. I searched it online. Fuck. Chunan swore on the spot. It's a bicycle, yes. But the price of this bicycle is enough to buy a sports car. This bicycle is worth 3.26 million, enough to buy a Lamborghini. It is the most expensive bicycle in the world. It is made of carbon fiber and designed by artist Damien Hess. Now who dares to say that bicycles are not valuable? Go out and ride this one. If someone who doesn't know the value of it accidentally touches it, he will probably want to die after knowing the price. Wouldn't it be nice to buy a sports car for more than 3 million? Maybe this is the world of rich people. Chunin washed up and went downstairs to find that breakfast was ready. But Zhou didn't seem to be at home. After finishing breakfast, Chunin came to the garage. When he saw the brightly colored bicycle, he was stunned. This is too fancy. The various layers of butterfly wings and the pink color make this clearly the Pink Girl series. But why did Chunin feel a little moved? Fuck him. This is the bike that a tough guy rides. Touching the carbon fiber material of the bicycle feels comfortable and smooth, not prickly, and a bit like a baby's skin. After returning to the living room, Chunan's cell phone rang. Answer the phone. You finally answered the phone. Who are you? Chunan asked in confusion. This number has called several times. Chunan initially thought it was a harassment call and did not answer it. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the manager of Nanchun Management Company. My surname is Yin, and you can just call me Xiao Yin. Manager Yin on the other end of the phone said cautiously, with a very respectful tone. Nanchun Building? Why? How could I have forgotten this? Chunin patted his head and said, Xiao Yin, I'm so sorry, I forgot about this. Manager Yin hesitated to speak and was at a loss for words for a moment. How could you forget such a big thing? It turned out that he didn't understand the world of rich people, and this was such a wealthy man, which was a bit too outrageous. Cough, cough. Manager Yin coughed twice. Mr. Chu, please come to Nanchun Building sometime. Several senior leaders want to meet you. To see me? Your senior leaders want to see me? Yes, because you are now the owner of Nanchun Building, we need to make some changes to the procedures for cooperation. Please see when you are free. Well, I'll be there in a moment. Okay, Mr. Chu. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Manager Yin told his employees to pay attention as the new boss was coming. As for the company's top management, they rushed over as soon as they received the news. This is a big shot, and they dare not offend him. They still have to rely on him to make a living. Chunin packed up for a while and put on some casual clothes. I pushed my bike out. The owners of the Sky Garden all looked at Chunan strangely. How could there still be people riding bicycles in this day and age? And besides, every owner of the Sky Garden was a wealthy man. This bicycle is too flashy, and the men all looked at Chunan with contempt. As for the women, they were somewhat moved when they looked at Chunan's bicycle. The butterflies on it attracted them, but it only attracted their attention briefly, and they were not willing to really sit on such a shabby bicycle. The security guard saluted seriously when he saw Chunan. Good morning, Mr. Chu. Morning. Chunan responded with a smile. Looking at Chunan's back, the security guard couldn't help but mutter, Mr. Chu, why is he so low-key today and actually rides a bicycle out? You know what, this bike looks pretty cute. I'll buy one for my daughter when I get my salary. The security guard had a good idea. In his opinion, the car would probably cost only a few $100s, or at most $1,000. However, if he knew the real price, he would be so shocked that his jaw would drop. Chapter 148, Broken Bicycle? Wow, what a cute bike. Kawaii. The little brother is so handsome. Let's go up and show off our prestige later. The man next to him looked at Chunan jealously and said sarcastically, It's just a broken bicycle. What's so great about it? It's so fancy, but you can still ride it. It probably only costs a few $1,000s. After hearing what the man said, The girls who were originally eager to try fell silent and sighed. The little brother is good-looking, but the little brothers have no money. Although they like this bicycle, they love Mercedes-Benz and BMW more. They would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. In the end, they still did not approach Chu Nan to ask for prestige. The man gave him a victorious look and looked smug, as if to say, don't think you're great just because you have a broken bicycle, so what if you have a good look? Without money, you are nothing. However, Chu Nan didn't care at all, just like how the Zhulong perch in the sky would not care about the tiny ants on the ground. After all, these people were just blind. After Chu Nan left, one of the women suddenly screamed, "Oh my God! Is this fake?" All her sisters came over as well. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "The bicycle that little brother has seems to be this one." "Isn't it just a bicycle? What's so surprising? By the way, look where you bought this bicycle. I want to buy one too." Another little sister suddenly noticed the price. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she said in a trembling voice, "Ying, I think we probably can't afford it. Look at the price. We seem to have missed something. Can't afford it? Isn't it just a bicycle? It only costs a few $1,000s at most. How could they not afford it?" The girl named Ying looked at the price on her phone suspiciously and suddenly froze. What did she see? 3,260,000. That guy's bike cost 3.26 million before? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Could it be that this was deliberately made up by a marketing account? Ying still couldn't believe it. 3,260,000 is enough to buy a supercar. Who would spend so much money on a bicycle when they have nothing to do? That's right, I just checked. There is only one model of this car in the world. They all stood there bitterly. Their eyes lost their luster for a moment. They missed a very rich man. The car was actually worth a supercar, which they never expected. They looked at the man next to them angrily. If this man hadn't been so talkative, they would have gone up to him and demanded his authority. They missed the opportunity to catch the duck that was about to be in their mouths. "Why are you looking at me like that? It's just a bicycle. I can give you one as a gift." "Deliver. Can you afford it? There is only one in the world. The broken bicycle you mentioned is worth 3.26 million. Several women roared angrily. "What? 3,260,000? How is that possible? It's just a bicycle." He searched online and found a bicycle worth 3.26 million. When he saw the picture of the bicycle he searched for online, he was completely stunned. Fuck, it really is 3,260,000. Isn't this guy mentally ill? Wouldn't it be great if he could buy a luxury car for 3.26 million? He also knew why these women looked at him with murderous eyes, and the looks they gave him made his hair stand on end. Slip away. If he stayed any longer, he was really afraid that these women would come after him. Nanchun Building. Chu Nan was stopped by a security guard just as he was about to enter. Non-staff members are prohibited from entering. The security guard looked at Chu Nan with disdain. Isn't it just a daydream to think he could come in by riding a broken bicycle? Nanchun Building is a landmark building in Flower City, symbolizing the prosperity of Flower City. Everyone inside is a rich person. If this person were to go in, he would probably lose his job. Non-staff members are not allowed to enter? What kind of rule is this? Can I go in and spend money? Pooey. The security guard sneered disdainfully, looked Chu Nan up and down, and said contemptuously, "You want to come in and spend money like this? Can you afford it? Don't get in the way and disturb other people here, or don't blame me for being rude." Hearing the security guard's arrogant tone, Chu Nan's face suddenly turned cold. Why are these security guards so arrogant and look down on others? Ultimately, it is a management problem. You don't have to come to work. Pack up your things and go back, Chu Nan said coldly. The security guard sneered and said arrogantly, "Are you crazy? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to fire me? Get out of the way now. Don't force me to do anything to you." Chu Nan's face suddenly darkened. Who I am? I am the owner of this building. Your boss. Chapter 149. If I don't see you in 3 minutes, get out of here. Are you crazy? Get out of here right now. Don't you even look at what you have? You're the owner of the building? Why don't you say you're the richest man in Dragon Country? The security guard also began to get impatient and came down from the pavilion to chase Chu Nan away. As the saying goes, those who watch the fun never mind the trouble. The people around him also began to mock Chu Nan, and the mocking sounds gradually spread around. Who is this person? Could he have escaped from a mental hospital? He wants to ride a bicycle into Nanchun Building. Isn't this wishful thinking? Can a poor loser like him afford the things inside? This old bicycle is so fancy. If he drove a will-o'-the-wisp, I'd think he was a smart guy. People nowadays don't even have any self-awareness. The security guard said with a haughty and contemptuous tone. Did you hear that? Everyone thinks you're not qualified. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Chunan laughed out of anger, his face gloomy and scary. Okay, I really got to see how Nanchun building is managed. The call was connected. Manager Yin, who was on the top floor of the building, saw that it was Chunan's call and quickly answered it. He smiled with a frown on his face and said respectfully, Mr. Chu, are you here? But the next second, he felt as if he was in an ice cellar. His whole body was extremely cold and stiff as a popsicle. 3 minutes. I'll give you 3 minutes. If I don't see you and your senior executives at the entrance of the building within 3 minutes, all of you get out. Beep, beep, beep. Snap. Manager Yin felt like he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He couldn't hold the phone in his hand steadily, and it fell to the ground. Yin Feng, what did Mr. Chu say? The senior executive nearby didn't know what was going on and asked in confusion. Looking at the frightened expression on Yin Feng's face, they had a bad feeling in their hearts. Mr. Chu said that if he didn't see us at the entrance of the building within 3 minutes, he would ask us to get out. What? Grass. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry. Let's go down. Mr. Chu has such a weird temper. It will be difficult for us to cooperate with him from now on. No matter what, we must first stabilize Mr. Chu. We rely on him for our livelihood. He can make us all go away with just one word. However, if we lose the management of Nanchun Building, we will at least lose 2/3 of our previous profits. A group of senior executives rushed out of the company in a hurry, and all the employees in the office were stunned. They have never seen such expressions on the faces of these senior leaders. Could it be that a new boss has arrived? The security guard couldn't bear it anymore, so he grabbed Chunan's shoulders and tried to kick him out. However, Chunan had already reached the edge of explosion. He grabbed the security guard's wrist with one hand, and the huge force immediately made the security guard scream miserably. My hand, alpaca, let go of my hand. The severe, piercing pain was unbearable for the security guard, and he pulled out his baton and was about to hit Chunan. Stop! The people from the management company just arrived at the door and were immediately scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. If the stick came down, all of them would be dead. Hiss! Aren't these people from the Nanchun Building Management Department? Look, there's Manager Yin. These people seem to be the senior executives of the management company. Why are they all here? Hearing the sighing sounds around them, Chunan swept his cold eyes over them and loosened his hands. The security guard quickly massaged his wrist. The place where Chunan had grabbed it had become red and swollen. He looked at the person in front of him in panic. Is he still human? How much power does this require? Snap! The next second, before the security guard could react, a loud slap hit him in the face. He fell to the ground dizzy. Manager Yin, why did you hit me? The security guard covered his face with a slap mark and looked confused. Everyone present didn't understand why Manager Yin hit the security guard. Shouldn't the security guard be the victim? The next scene surprised them. Manager Yin and other senior executives came to Chunan, all lowered their heads, and said in a panic, Mr. Chu, we are late and frightened you. All of them were trembling, not daring to breathe. The cold gaze was like a sharp knife stabbing into their hearts. Both the people who had mocked him before and the onlookers were shocked by this scene. They all looked at the man riding the bicycle in disbelief. Someone murmured to himself in a trembling and horrified voice. Could it be that everything he said is true? These people were a little dazed, as if the scene before them was a little too dreamy. The man riding a bicycle was actually the owner of Nanchun Building? Are people so low-key nowadays? Sitting on a building worth tens of billions, but the only thing you can do is ride a bicycle? Suddenly, out of curiosity, he took a picture of Chunan's bicycle and put it online for search. This search immediately went viral. That bicycle of his is worth 3,260,000. Chapter 150. God, you are so unfair. Puff. What? Worth 3,260,000. Damn it. What kind of bike is this that expensive? This amount could buy a supercar. It turns out that they don't understand the world of rich people. All those who had mocked Chunan before also slipped away in shame. If I take them along and Chunan remembers them, they will lose their jobs. Many of them work in Nanchun Building. The security guard lying on the ground was already terrified. He knelt in front of Chunan in fear and kept begging for mercy. Mr. Chu, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. Please be magnanimous and let me go for once. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 5 or 6-year-old daughter. I really can't lose this job. Pa pa pa. The man even slapped himself several times, cried and begged for mercy, and described his situation as miserable as it could be. However, all his stories were lies, such as having an 80-year-old mother. His mother had died long ago, not to mention his daughter. In his early years, his wife could not stand the domestic violence, so she filed for divorce and returned to her parents' home with her daughter. Chunan looked at him coldly. The man in front of him was nothing but a clown. He could tell at a glance from his poor acting skills that he was not telling the truth. If that was the case, how could he be so arrogant and domineering? These small security guards are so arrogant. The management of Nanchun Building is really eye-opening. You really gave me a big surprise. I don't want to see this person anymore. Get out of my sight now, immediately. The security guard felt hopeless and sat on the ground helplessly. Sudden, a hint of anger flashed across his face. He suddenly jumped up. Fuck it. If you don't let me live well, I won't let you live well. This sudden scene caught no one off guard. Mr. Chu, be careful. Several people screamed in horror and closed their eyes in fear. Facing the security guard's sudden attack, Chunan seemed to have anticipated it, and the baton had not yet fallen. Chunan grabbed him, and the huge force threw the security guard away. At the moment he was thrown out, you could clearly see the confused expression on the security guard's face, as if he was saying, "Who I am? Where am I? How did I fly?" A little girl passing by looked at the security guard flying out and said innocently, "Look, Mom, there's a flying man." The security guard fell heavily to the ground and screamed in pain, feeling like his whole body was about to fall apart. The people watching were all dumbfounded. They have only seen this scene in movies. How much strength does it take to throw someone away? This guy is not human, right? Manager Yin and the others slowly opened their eyes and were stunned for a moment as they looked at the security guard howling on the ground. After coming to his senses, he immediately called the security department to drag the security guard away. "Mr. Chu, this incident was definitely an accident. We will definitely strengthen management. Please give us another chance." All the senior people echoed each other, and one after another, they all prayed that Chu Nan would let them go this time. From now on, both the gate guards and the security department staff will receive strict training. I don't want to see this happen again. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry. We will definitely strengthen management. Mr. Chu, let's go upstairs first. The senior people and manager, Yin, all flattered and fawned on him. Chunan said nothing and pushed his bicycle to a suitable place for parking. Manager Yin found someone from the security department. "You'd better take good care of this bicycle. If you lose it, you won't be able to afford the compensation even if you sell it." Ah! The man looked at Manager Yin in disbelief. "Manager Yin, isn't this just a bicycle? Is it as exaggerated as you say?" Manager Yin glanced at him and said in a cold tone, "This car is worth 3.26 million. If you think you can afford it, just ignore what I said." After saying this, Manager Yin walked into the building regardless of the stunned security personnel. The man swallowed hard, turned his head stiffly, and looked at the fancy bicycle in front of him. He suddenly felt that his brain seemed to be inadequate. Are you really not just teasing him? This fancy bike costs 3.26 million. In the office area, these senior executives made way for Chu Nan and let him walk in front. A fawning smile appeared on everyone's face. The employees were also stunned. They had never seen these Zhou Paopi trying to please others. It turned out that these Zhou Paopi could also be afraid sometimes. But most people are envious of Chu Nan. Is he the new owner of the building? She looks younger than them, probably only in her 20s. I'm so envious of her. Sometimes the world is so unfair. Other people's starting point may be the end point of your life, and the achievements that Chu Nan has made are something they will never be able to achieve in their lifetime. At their age, they're still worrying about life, going to work and working overtime every day like zombies, while others already own buildings worth tens of billions. Hey, God, you are so unfair. Someone couldn't help but spit quietly. Chapter 151. Because I am a shareholder of Yi Group. Mr. Chu, this is Taiping Hoke, please try it. Oh, Taiping Monkey King? I didn't expect that in order to stabilize Mr. Chu, these senior people would even take out such good things. Manager Yin was a little surprised. Taiping Hokue is a well-known and precious tea. Every 100 grams is sold at a sky-high price of 159,000 yuan. It is not something that ordinary people can afford. Even these people usually don't want to drink it, and after finally getting some, they haven't tasted it themselves. But there is nothing they can do about it now. This kind of thing has happened. The only thing they have to do now is to calm down the big boss. Taiping Hokuei? Chunin had heard of it, and it seemed to be a very expensive tea. He himself didn't have any particular fondness for drinking tea. But when he drank the tea, his eyes kept flickering. It has a mellow taste and a slight bitterness at first, but after swallowing it you can taste a hint of sweetness, and it also exudes a light fragrance. Can you still get this tea? Everyone shook their heads and said, Mr. Chu, this Taiping Hokuei is extremely precious. We had to go through special channels to get half a pound. After hearing this, Chunin couldn't help but shook his head in disappointment. Wotapiti. Can you sell the remaining Taiping Hokuei to me? I will give you 600,000. Chu Nin said slowly. This tea is really good. To be honest, he wants to get some back for his father to try. When they heard this, their faces lit up and they all rushed to answer. Mr. Chu, if you like us to send you, so what? If you need it, we'll send someone to you right now. This is an opportunity for them. If Chu Nin accepted their gifts, he would undoubtedly owe them a favor. Nowadays, favors are much more valuable than money. If Chu Nin accepted them, it would also mean that Chu Nin was easy to talk to. No need for that. I don't like to owe favors to others. If you want to sell it, just sell it to me. Chu Nin said coldly. This was undoubtedly a bucket of cold water poured on them. It seemed that Mr. Chu was not so easy to deal with. In that case, I'll listen to Mr. Chu. They couldn't help but feel disappointed. They thought Chu Nin was not very old and should be easier to deal with, but who knew that the other party was so uninterested in money and it was impossible to deal with him at all. Then they handed all the management contracts to Chu Nin. Looking at Chu Nin's expressionless face, they couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Their goal this time was to renew the management contract, and if anything went wrong, I guess the company's directors won't let them go. In fact, they didn't expect something like this to happen. If Chu Nin had been injured before, all of them would have been doomed, and their lives would have basically been over. After reading the contract, Chu Nin thought for a while. Regarding this contract renewal, please change the duration to 1 year. What? 1 year? In the office, everyone except Chu Nin trembled and spoke quickly. Mr. Chu, the contract has been renewed every 3 years in the past, but this time it will be changed to 1 year. Don't you think it's not good? Yes, Mr. Chu. What happened today was an accident. We will definitely manage it well in the future. Just when some people wanted to say something, they suddenly found that Chu Nin's lazy eyes became sharp. These people quickly shut their mouths. Am I the owner of the building? Or are you? I'm giving you a 1-year opportunity because of your long-term management of the building. If I don't want to, I can go find other companies without any trouble. I believe they will be happy to have a piece of this big cake. Chu Nin spoke word by word, and every word was like a sharp, cold blade piercing these people. These people were even more afraid, fearing that Chu Nin would change his mind and no longer cooperate with their company. Change it. Let's change it. A senior executive quickly took the document and asked someone to come to the office to modify the contract. After the contract was modified, Chu Nin finally signed his name on the contract. Call. Finally, they breathed a sigh of relief. Signing a contract was like being on a battlefield. At the same time, they treated Chu Nin more cautiously. Although Mr. Chu is young, the oppressive power he exudes is no less than those bigwigs who have been in high positions for a long time. At this time, the backs of their shirts were completely wet, and each of them had cold sweats on their backs after facing the situation just now. Mr. Chu, it's so horrible. After the contract renewal was completed, the senior management wanted to invite Chu Nin to dinner, but Chu Nin refused. After a while, when the senior executives had left, Manager Yin suddenly said, Mr. Chu, there is a business that requires your approval. What business? Yi Group wants to buy a floor to build an apartment. Do you want to ask their senior executives to come and meet with you? Senior management? Aren't you a senior executive? He is qualified to make such a decision. No need, just agree with them. I will tell them about the rest. Chu Nin said lightly. It seemed that Manager Yin did not understand what Chu Nin said and was a little confused. Looking at the confused Manager Yin, Chu Nin said again, in the future, you don't need to contact me for business like the Yi Group. Just go through the relevant business procedures with them directly. Because I am a shareholder of Yi Group. Chapter 152. That's it? Didn't you eat? After Chu Nin left, Manager Yin was the only one left in the empty office. He slumped in the chair with his pupils dilated and a dazed expression on his face, as if he was completely shocked. Mr. Chu is not only the owner of Nanchun Building, but also a shareholder of Yi Group. This incident has a huge impact on him. Yes Group is the leading enterprise in Huacheng. If we compare the values, Perhaps the meager shares of Yes Group are nothing compared to Nanchun Building. But don't forget that the Yi Group is a leading enterprise, covering a wide range of business types, even some disruptive businesses. If we only talk about influence, Nanchun Building is indeed inferior to Yi Group. Moreover, the shares of Yi Group cannot be easily bought with money. This kind of family-owned enterprise attaches great importance to equity. But Mr. Chu actually got shares of Yi Group, which makes people wonder whether his identity and background are extremely huge. If word gets out that he owns a building worth tens of billions at such a young age, the entire business community will be in turmoil. Manager Yin rubbed his brows and stopped thinking about these things. He just focused on doing his own work. Why bother thinking so much? After all, he was just working for someone else. Made a phone call. Yeah, okay. Then I'll trouble you, Manager Yin. After Yi Chen hung up the phone, his expression looked a little strange. Did you agree to this so easily? Why does it feel so unreal? You have to know that before they wanted to cooperate with Nanchun Building, the owner of the building made all kinds of difficulties and put forward many demands, which greatly squeezed their profits. Of course, they didn't agree afterwards. But now this cooperation has been achieved so easily, which Yi Chun did not expect. Could it be that the owner of this building has come to his senses? Figured it out? After thinking about it, Yi Chun shook his head. Never mind. Why bother thinking so much more? It would be the best if the cooperation was reached. They haven't seen the owner of the building yet, and no one knows what the owner of the building looks like. However, if Yi Chen knew that the owner of Nanchun Building was Chu Nan, I wonder what his expression would be. After going downstairs, Mr. Chu saw the people who had been guarding the bicycle security department. Thank you for your hard work. Chu Nan took out 1,000 yuan and said, "These are your tips. Take them." The man excitedly took the stack of red banknotes and kept thanking him. "Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you, Mr. Chu." The man left happily with the money. Chu Nan pushed the bicycle slowly. Suddenly, at this moment, a figure blocked his way, and then bodyguards in black suits stopped him again one after another. "Boy, I finally meet you again." Rong Shan smiled cruelly, his yellow teeth exposed, giving people the feeling that he hadn't brushed his teeth for several days. Chu Nan had a confused look on his face. Rong Shan in front of him seemed a little familiar, but he couldn't figure out who he was. "Who are you?" Rong Shan was stunned, and when he came to his senses, he was immediately extremely angry. "Oh shit, this kid actually forgot about him. MD, am I the kind of insignificant and easily forgotten person? Boy, don't think you can get away with pretending you don't know me. Since I met you today, I wouldn't be a man if I didn't teach you a lesson. You shouldn't be so close to Qian Sijia. She is my woman, and you are just a poor boy with nothing. How can you think of marrying a rich and beautiful woman just by riding a broken bicycle?" When Rong Shan recalled the scene of that day, he gritted his teeth and wished he could tear Chu Nan to pieces. He had been pursuing Qian Sijia for 3 years, but she never even looked at him. However, even so, he still regarded Qian Sijia as his future wife. When he saw that scene, he felt something green on his head. It's narcissism after all. "Oh, it's you." Chu Nan responded indifferently, and he didn't seem to be very upset. In fact, he wouldn't have much fluctuation. He was just an insignificant little person. Rongshan's expression became even gloomier. What kind of reaction is this? It has been a long time since anyone has shown this expression in front of him. He is the young master of Rong's Pharmaceutical, and his father is the director of Rong's Pharmaceutical, a pharmaceutical company with a market value of more than 1 billion. How can a loser riding a broken bicycle have the confidence to stand there and talk to him? "Get out of the way quickly. You're blocking my way," Chu Nan said impatiently. Rong Shan sneered with a ferocious expression. "You still want to leave here? Wishful thinking. Beat him all. Beat him until he begs for mercy." These bodyguards were hired from professional security companies. Each of them has very strong skills, so it is not easy to deal with a loser. Each of those bodyguards had bulging muscles and fierce looks, and their rough and strong arms gave people an unparalleled sense of power. Fists as big as sandbags smashed towards Chu Nan fiercely. They showed no mercy at all. They had done many things like this, and they're just insignificant little people. It has no impact on them at all. The whistling wind and fists smashed towards Chu Nan, and this punch would probably cripple him. Rong Shan stood aside with a look of anticipation on his face. He was confident that these were first-rate bodyguards dealing with just a loser. Isn't that easy? However, this punch did not hit Chu Nan, but was blocked by Chu Nan instead. Chu Nan grabbed the fist of one of them and gave a chilling smile. That's it? Didn't you eat? A twist. Crack. The sound of a broken bone gives people a chilling feeling. Chapter 153 Sweep. The bodyguard fell to his knees in pain, and before he could react, Chunin kicked him away. The expressions of the remaining bodyguards changed one after another. What a tough guy. Several people did not dare to hold back any longer. When they were met with that cold gaze, even their bodies could not help but tremble. Why is this kid suddenly acting like someone else? It was totally different from his previous nonchalant temperament. Now this kid was like a ferocious beast that could eat everything. Chunin showed a provocative smile. Come on, are you scared? As he expected, the bodyguards were still angered. Some of these bodyguards were former soldiers, and some were gold medal fighters in underground nightclubs. They were all very skilled, and they couldn't stand being provoked by a young boy. A whistling and powerful fist wind swept over. This time they did not hold back at all. If this punch hit someone's body, it would probably break several bones and flesh. Another whip kick also swept towards Chunan's forehead. Each of their attacks was extremely ruthless, and their speed was incredibly fast. It is basically impossible for ordinary people to react or resist. But there was no way. They were facing Chunan. In Chunan's opinion, these seemingly unstoppable attacks all had their own weak points. With his excellent reaction nerves, he easily avoided their attacks. Not only that, one of them was kicked away by Chunan immediately, and the kick was 2 or 3 meters away. The man screamed and fell to the ground. He barely raised his head to look at Chunan and then fainted. The hairs of the other few people stood up when they saw this. A black shadow flashed by, and these people felt a sharp pain all over their body. In an instant, everyone fell to the ground, and one of them had his wrist broken. These outstanding bodyguards could not withstand a confrontation with Chunan. Rongshan on the side was completely stunned, with cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Looking at Chunan, who was slowly approaching, he kept backing away in fear, staggered a few steps, and fell to the ground. Don't come over here. If you touch me, our Rong family will never let you go. I'll give you money. I'll give you as much as you want. Chunan sneered and said disdainfully, Young Master Rong, do you really think that everything can be solved with money? He grabbed Rongshan's arm, and Rongshan immediately screamed in agony. What are you doing? Let me go quickly. If you attack me, the Rong family will not let you go. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I really like your Rong family? It's just a small pharmaceutical company. With just one word from me, your Rong family will go bankrupt. Chunin was really not bragging. The Yi group alone was enough to make the Rong family bleed heavily. If he could make use of the connections in Nanshan building, he believed that many people would be willing to work for him. The most important thing is that no one knows how deep Chunan's background is, which is what makes people most fearful. When the people from the security department saw this scene, they were about to step forward but were stopped. Why are you stopping us? The person who stopped him was the one who had helped Chunan guard the bicycle before. Let's stay out of this. Why? If we don't stop this, our superiors will blame us and deduct our wages. We'll suffer the consequences if we stop them. Do you know who that is? Who is it? The boss of our building, the owner of this building. Hiss. When these people heard this, they widened their eyes and looked towards Chunan's position in disbelief. That brutal young man turned out to be their boss, the owner of Nanshan building. OMG, isn't this too young? How do you know that? Manager Yin said so. Don't spread this matter around. Otherwise, we will all be in trouble. Just pretend you didn't see it. Everyone nodded tremblingly, feeling terrified. Fortunately, they did not step forward to stop him. If their employees dared to stop the boss from doing his work, wouldn't they be courting death? At this time, Rongshan's voice was hoarse. His eyes had lost their color, revealing full powerlessness and despair, and his 2 arms were completely disabled. He no longer had the strength to scream. As for threats, it's useless. Chunin doesn't buy it at all. Rongshan also understood that the man in front of him was a complete madman. If he had known that the other party was so cruel, why would he have come to provoke him? This was clearly asking for trouble. Rongshan originally thought that everything was over, but he never imagined that it was because of his mistake that the entire Rong family suffered the most serious blow to date. It even caused Rong's pharmaceutical to disappear from Huaqing. Looking at the bodyguard on the ground and Rongshan, who looked like a dead dog, Chunin was not moved at all and pushed the cart away. After arriving at the door, Chunin made 2 calls. One is Yi Wen. The other one is Yin Feng's, also known as Manager Yin. Relying on his own connections, it would be easy for him to deal with the Rong group. Chunan is the kind of person who will not offend anyone unless the enemy offends him. If you want to provoke me, don't blame me for being rude and beating you back to your original form. Chunan, who seemed peaceful, had actually changed invisibly. Now he was more like a superior. A chapitre 154, Rebellion, Evil Animal, Rong's Pharmaceuticals. A pharmaceutical company listed alongside Sifong Pharmaceutical and Huaqing. Both are giants in the pharmaceutical field. Of course, they are only limited to Huaqing. It's just a company with a value of just a few billion. If such a company can become a giant pharmaceutical company in Longwa, then Longwa will basically be cut off from the pharmaceutical industry. However, the situation of Rong's Pharmaceuticals did not seem optimistic at this time. The court sent a message, the disciplinary inspection department came to the door, and the drug supervision department also came. In the chairman's office, Ronghua slumped in the chair, his eyes dull and his face full of despair. He knows. Their Rong Pharmaceutical is finished. Falsifying accounts, tax evasion, and even manufacturing fake drugs are enough to bring about the demise of the Rong Group. But the only thing he couldn't understand was how could these things, which were done perfectly, suddenly be exposed. The only reason, someone wants to deal with Rong's Pharmaceutical, but if it is Sifong Pharmaceutical, the other party does not have that ability. But Ronghua really couldn't figure out who his company had offended. Ding ling ling. The call was connected. Then I heard Rongshan crying on the phone. Dad, I was beaten and my hand was broken. You must help me. Ronghua's pupil shrank and his expression changed slightly. You know, if it were in the past, he would definitely be furious. But he couldn't get angry in this situation anymore. Rong's Pharmaceutical was finished. From now on, their Rong family would be like a willow tree swaying in the wind and rain, and its branches could break at any time. Had he been causing trouble outside again? Ronghua's tone at this moment was calm and without any concern. Rongshan in the hospital was also stunned. He had never heard his father speak to him so coldly. He asked cautiously, Father, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Ronghua let out a long sigh, revealing endless desolation. Rong's Pharmaceuticals. It's over. Boom, boom. A bolt from the blue hit Rongshan's head, and he was unable to react for a moment. Rong's Pharmaceuticals? Finished? Are they Rong family? Finished? How is this possible? How could such a thing happen suddenly? Son? He suddenly remembered what Chu Nan had said before. Only a few hours after this incident happened, such bad news came from their Rong family. An inexplicable chill ran down his spine. Could it be that he really did all this? Dad, tell me, will our Rong family be implicated? Ronghua smiled miserably. How could it be? Everything that their Rong family has done over the years is enough to destroy their Rong family. That is why he is so cautious and does not leave any clues every time he does something. Everything has been found out. You should be mentally prepared. Ronghua sighed. Rongshan was completely stunned. He still couldn't believe that he had fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could he be so capable? Fake. All fake. Rongshan is a complete playboy, and all the shameful things he did were handled cleanly because of his identity. He has always been arrogant and has offended countless people by using his identity. But these people did not dare to retaliate because behind Rongshan stood an old guy like Ronghua. But now, Rong's Pharmaceutical will face a devastating blow. At this moment, the stocks of Rong's Pharmaceutical have plummeted. When the Rong family falls, who can save it? Ronghua noticed that there was something wrong in the other party's words, and he roared almost sharply, like an angry lion. What do you mean by that? Rebellion. Did you offend someone again outside? What on earth have you been doing outside these few days? Veins bulged on Ronghua's forehead, and all the nerves in his body were tensely tense. He didn't want what happened to Rong Pharmaceutical to be because of his son. Although his son was a playboy, Ronghua doted on him almost without limits. No matter what mistakes he made outside, he would just scold him. He has never been beaten since he was a child, and this kind of pampering has also led to Rongshan's current personality. But having almost no bottom line does not mean having no bottom line. If this time it is really because of his son that Rong's Pharmaceutical is in its current situation, he would rather have never had this son. Rongshan's frail body trembled for a while when facing his father's thunderous roar. He was afraid, but he didn't dare to lie in front of his father. In the end, he timidly told his father everything. After listening to this, Ronghua felt the blood in his body surging. His blood pressure rose sharply, and his breathing became rapid. Rebellion. You have ruined the Rong family. Evil beast. Puff. Ronghua, who was so angry that his heart was broken, finally vomited a mouthful of blood, and blood splattered all over the ground. The weak Ronghwa's eyes went dark, and he passed out. Rong's Pharmaceuticals was already beyond recovery. In just a short period of time, a pharmaceutical company worth more than $10 billion came to an end. This time, the entire pharmaceutical industry will be in turmoil. Of course, there will be a party that will benefit from it, and that is Sifong Pharmaceutical. In the club, Chunan enjoyed the massage from the technician and read the news with a faint smile on his face. Anyone who comes across such a smile will shudder, because it is a smile that is cannibalistic and ruthless. Chunan put his phone aside. Technician, harder. Ochaptır 155, Ye advanced sipidulation. Ye group. Yuan looked at the news on his mobile phone with a serious face. In addition to being shocked, he was also confused. Indeed, after Chunan called, he did suppress Rong Pharmaceutical, but it only suppressed the market and the stock market. Such an operation alone would never bring such a devastating blow to Rong's Pharmaceutical. Yuan knew it clearly. There must be another force suppressing Rong Pharmaceutical. So, then something strange happened. The reason why he suppressed Rong's Pharmaceutical was more because of Chunan. The Yi Group and Rong's Pharmaceutical had nothing to do with each other. The two companies were in harmony and even had business dealings. Moreover, if Rong Pharmaceutical wants to become an enemy of Yi Group, it would be like an egg hitting a stone. Although dealing with Rong's Pharmaceuticals would be a bit tricky, it was only tricky. Rong's Pharmaceuticals simply did not have the qualifications and strength to be an enemy of Yi's Group. The reason for the suppression is because Rong's Pharmaceuticals offended the shareholders of their Yi's Group. Are the shareholders of their Yi's Group someone that a small Rong's can offend? But why did another force intervene at the same time Chunan called him? Isn't this a bit too strange? Could it be that Chunan has other backers? He also suspected that it was Sifong Pharmaceutical, but after thinking about it, Sifong Pharmaceutical did not seem to have such great capabilities. It's really hard to understand. Yuan couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time, he felt more and more that Chunan was terrifying. The longer they spend together, the more he can feel the other person's unfathomable background, like the abyss. He has already sent people to investigate and believes that there will be results soon. Not long after, his secretary ran up. Yuan was the first to ask, "Have you found out?" The secretary nodded, his mouth a little dry, and when he found out the other force behind this, even he couldn't believe it. Which one? Xinqing Pharmaceutical, Hawa Energy, Yuegu Fund. The secretary revealed dozens of companies in succession, including some figures that even Yuan was wary of. Yuan's breathing became more and more rapid, and these names lingered in their minds. Chunan, how come he is connected with so many people? How wide is this guy's network of contacts? Chairman, although these people are involved in the Rong Pharmaceutical matter, they are all related to Nanchun Building. The secretary said slowly. Click. Yuan's heart trembled violently. Nanchun Building. This influential building has countless internal collaborations with enterprises, and its network of contacts is unparalleled. If Nanchun Building wants to deal with Rong Pharmaceutical, I wonder how many people would be willing to serve. But why does Nanchun Building want to deal with Rong Pharmaceutical? I couldn't help but think of someone. Chunan. If Chunan was the owner of Nanchun Building, everything would be easy, but this is the case. This is what makes Yuan feel creepy. The owner of Nanchun Building has never appeared before, and no one has ever seen this iconic building, which is worth tens of billions of dollars. No company in Huacheng can acquire it, including their Yi Group. Grunt. Yuan couldn't help swallowing. He hoped that all his guesses were wrong. If all this was true, it would be too terrible. Ding-ling-ling. The phone in the office rang. Yuan took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself down. The majesty of the chairman was revealed again. Hello. Dad, the contract for Nanchun Building has been negotiated. Yuan was a little surprised after hearing this. It was so fast, so I asked curiously, "It's so fast this time. Didn't you always disagree before?" Yi-chun was also confused. I also find it strange. The manager of the other party said that they would accept any future cooperation from our Yi Group. This is what the owner of their building said. Boom, boom. Yi Chen's words were undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Yuan. Yuan was stunned on the spot. His hands could not help but tremble, and his heart was already in turmoil. If it weren't for this sentence, he would just be suspicious. But he could confirm that Chunan was the owner of Nanchun Building. This shocking news made him feel dry in the mouth for a moment. His guess was correct. After a long silence, Yi Chen spoke. Dad, are you still there? Kindness. Yuan responded in a daze. After that, The father and son said a few more words and hung up the phone. Ewan slumped in the chair and rubbed his brow. This matter was beyond his expectations. He had not even thought that such a thing would happen. He already knows it very well. Chu Nan must not be offended. He even had a premonition that if he and Chu Nan were enemies, even his huge business empire might be destroyed in an instant. He felt lucky. Fortunately, his son and Chu Nan met by chance. Otherwise, if any company was so foolish as to provoke Chu Nan, the consequences would be disastrous. Nanchun building alone would be enough to cause trouble for the Yi family. I remember Xiaojuan seemed to have said that Xiaochu seemed to like the paintings at home. I will go back and pick a few for Xiaochu later. Chunan had just come out of the club at this time, and after the massage, he felt a lot more relaxed all over. After getting in the car, Chunan's cell phone rang. It was Ryan calling. Mr. Chu, all the herbs are gathered. Can I go to your place now? Well, you go ahead. I'll be home in a minute. Oh, cool. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Chunan drove towards home. Chapter 156. It's okay. I won't be killed by the burns. When we got home, Ryan and Clive were already in the living room. Zhouing had already made tea for them. Mr. Chu. Seeing Chunan come in, they both called out to him politely. At the same time, Clive's sharp eyes looked at Chu Nan, and the look in his eyes also changed. He could clearly feel that Chu Nan's temperament had changed. The remaining immaturity in him had disappeared, replaced by the aura of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. There are only a handful of people who possess this kind of aura, and their achievements in life are untouchable by others. Mr. Chu, please take a look at these herbs. Ryan handed the herbs to Chu Nan. Zhouing on the side looked at Chu Nan suspiciously. She had followed Chu Nan for several months, but she didn't know that Chu Nan could treat illnesses, and this time he was treating foreigners. Are his medical skills really that good? She knew that the identities of these two people were definitely not simple. They had special innate temperaments, especially the foreign old man who had a majestic aura. Only those who truly stand at the top of the pyramid have this kind of aura. She knew that the younger one was the one who called Chu Nan. Chu Nan looked at the herbs and smelled them again. Yeah, that's right. That's all. But this amount is not enough. It would be better to have more. If you can still get it, try your best. These medicinal herbs are extremely precious. Just 1 kilogram of them cost millions. Such sky-high prices for medicinal herbs are simply unheard of. Of course, if cancer can be suppressed, a mere few million would be cheap enough. These medicinal materials are extremely precious, and it can be said that they are difficult to buy even if you have money. If it weren't for the Carpenter family's connections, anyone else might not be able to collect all the herbs even if they were given a month. Isn't this enough? Ryan said in surprise. Chunan glanced at him calmly and explained. These herbs are not for oral use, but for medicinal baths. Your father's leg has no sensation because of the blockage of blood circulation for many years, which has compressed the nerves. In addition to inhibiting cancer cells, these drugs can also help heal your father's legs. Although we can't guarantee that they will be completely healed, there will be no problem with him walking normally. Clive widened his eyes and shouted excitedly. Mr. Chu, do you mean that my leg can be restored? Kindness. In theory, there is no problem. Clive's voice was trembling. He had lost the feeling in his legs after a sudden illness 5 years ago, and he had been using a wheelchair ever since. This was an extremely painful thing for him. Later, he was diagnosed with cancer, and he was completely in despair. Originally, Chunan told him that it was a great fortune to be able to suppress cancer cells, but now he actually gave him a surprise. That means his legs can still recover. Clive had sought medical treatment before, but the doctors were completely helpless and couldn't even find the cause of his illness. After that, Clive gave up, just like cancer, which cost him nearly $100 million to treat. But it still couldn't stop the disease from getting worse. Hearing that his father's leg could be saved, Ryan was so excited that he was speechless. Mr. Chu, the Carpenter family will never forget your great kindness. Feel free to ask for any conditions you have in the future. The Carpenter family will be your friend forever, Clive said solemnly. This is not a joke. Clive is optimistic about Chu Nan's future development and potential. This young man, who looks to be in his early 20s, is the most outstanding young man he has ever seen. With world-class piano skills, miraculous Chinese medicine skills, and a natural confidence and fearlessness, it seems that nothing can affect his mood. Ryan looked at his father in disbelief. He thought his father had just mentioned it casually that day, and he didn't take it seriously, but now he said it in front of Chu Nan. This is completely different. The Carpenter family's influence in the world is unquestionable. In fact, the Carpenter family has never made such a promise to anyone since its inception. But now his father is so optimistic about Chunan. Ryan calmed himself down, and his gaze towards Chunan changed, now full of admiration and respect. Chunan boiled the medicinal herbs alone. These herbs were different from those used to treat Li Xiujuan. They had extremely strict requirements on the heat. If he was not careful, the pot of herbs would be ruined. That's why Chunan made it himself. The boiling process was very complicated. Chunan had to open the lid every 10 minutes to observe the color changes of the boiled herbs. The strong smell of Chinese medicine spread throughout the house. Ordinary Chinese medicines all have a bitter taste, but this boiled Chinese medicine has only a slight bitter taste. On the contrary, it is not that bitter and has a faint fragrance. 2 hours passed. Finally, the medicinal effects of all these herbs were boiled out. Chunan's forehead was already covered in sweat, and his shirt was sticking tightly to his body and was completely wet. "Mr. Chu here." Ryan handed over a few tissues. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chunan went to the storage room upstairs and moved down the large wooden barrel he had bought earlier by himself. Seeing Chunan's amazing strength, Ryan and Clive were also surprised for a moment. After mixing the water and medicinal herbs in the right proportions, Chunan asked Clive to take off his clothes and take a medicinal bath in the wooden barrel. As for Zhou, she had disappeared long ago after hearing that she had to take off all her clothes. The two men dragged Clive slowly into the wooden barrel. The scorching temperature of the barrel made Clive gasp. "Mr. Chu, what's the temperature?" Ryan asked worriedly. "It's okay. You won't be burned to death," Chunan said calmly. Chapter 157. Acquisition of Rome Pharmaceuticals. The corners of Clive's mouth twitched slightly. "What are you talking about? What does it mean that the burns cannot kill you? Although the temperature is not fatal, you have to know that it is summer and the temperature is already high. In this scorching hot medicinal bath, it is like being in a furnace. If you feel hot, just bear it. If you can't bear it, then you don't need treatment," Chunan said meaningfully. Clive, who originally had some opinions, suddenly became depressed. No treatment? That won't do. He finally had hope, and now he was asked to give up? That's something only a fool would do. Not only that, his legs may still recover. If he doesn't get treatment, he might as well go get his brain checked. Clive's whole body was bright red while taking a medicinal bath, and his face was as red as a cooked lobster. Although it was very hot and uncomfortable, he gradually got used to it. Not only that, Clive could clearly feel a warm current flowing through his body, but he didn't know if it was an illusion or something else. Clive relaxed all of a sudden. It was much better than the experience just now. He even felt drowsy. This was the effect of the medicinal bath. But Clive couldn't be put to sleep just yet. Chunan still needs to give acupuncture. He took out the silver needle and pricked Clive again with the same acupuncture points as before. The tingling and numb feeling like being bitten by an ant spreading throughout his body was a real pleasure. After a while, Chunan finally pierced all the acupuncture points, unblocking the meridians and allowing the medicinal effects of the medicinal bath to fully penetrate Clive's body to achieve the best effect. Chunan glanced at Ryan again and looked at him for a while. Ryan also noticed Chunan's gaze and asked in confusion, "Mr. Chu, why are you looking at me like that?" Chunan asked expressionlessly. "Are you sleepy?" Ryan looked at Chunan in astonishment. He does have a sleepiness problem, but how did Mr. Chu see that? Could it be that there is something wrong with my sleepiness? "Mr. Chu, is there something wrong with my sleepiness?" Ryan couldn't help but ask. Chunan looked at him and said calmly, "There is indeed no problem now, but it may not be a problem in the future." "Ah!" Ryan was startled by these words, and he asked fearfully, "Mr. Chu, what will happen to me in the future? I just feel sleepy all the time and can't wake up. This shouldn't be a serious problem, right? This is really not a big problem. But many people should be familiar with the saying that small problems can turn into big ones. The smaller the problem, the more likely people are to ignore it, and by the time symptoms really appear, it is already too late." Ryan's sleepiness problem is indeed very minor and can be almost ignored, but in Chunan's opinion, the impact on Ryan's future is extremely huge, and it may even cause him to be paralyzed. You probably have a problem with sitting for a long time. Your sleepiness problem is indeed not a big deal, but as time goes by, the nerves in your cervical spine are likely to be paralyzed due to compression due to sitting for a long time. Chunan was not exaggerating. It was indeed the case. Paralysis? Ryan was so frightened that his face turned pale instantly. He had never thought of paralysis. It was just a minor problem of sleepiness. Mr. Chu actually said that he might become paralyzed in the future. "Mr. Chu, Are you telling the truth? Clive was also shocked and asked anxiously. He has been plagued by illness all his life, and he doesn't want his son to be like him. His son will inherit the identity of the Carpenter family in the future. If paralysis really happens in the future, the entire Carpenter family will be in chaos. Well, it is indeed a minor problem now, but if he does not change his habit of sitting for a long time, he will most likely become paralyzed as he gets older. Chu Nan answered again. This. Ryan was at a loss and begged for help. Mr. Chu, you must save me. I don't want to be paralyzed. Chu Nan waved his hand and comforted him. It's not a big deal. It's just a minor problem now. As long as you correct your problem, nothing will happen in the future. Lie down first. Ryan lay obediently on the sofa. Chu Nan held his neck to stabilize his body and twisted it with one hand to control the strength. Crack! Ryan! Clive cried out in panic. Father, I'm fine. Ryan responded. Ryan was indeed scared just now and thought Chu Nan was going to kill him. However, this is just a technique of traditional Chinese medicine, bone setting. At this moment, Ryan felt that his neck seemed to be much more relaxed. It was not as stiff as before, and even his head felt much clearer. Seeing that his son was fine, Clive breathed a sigh of relief. How is it? Chu Nan asked with a smile. Ryan twisted his neck and said happily, It's much easier now, Mr. Chu. This is amazing. These are just some of the tricks of traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine is not as simple as you think. The traditional Chinese medicine that has been passed down for thousands of years has many mysteries and many magical aspects that cannot be explained by science. Ryan nodded in agreement. He did not deny that Chinese medicine was indeed different from what he had heard. For example, Chu Nan had a way to cure cancer, which Western medicine could not cure, although it did not eliminate the root cause of the disease. However, it has the effect of inhibiting the spread of cancer cells, which is something that current Chinese medicine cannot do. Chu Nan glanced at the news and the stock price of Rome Group on his mobile phone, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Made a phone call. Hey, let's get started now. Let's acquire Rome Pharmaceuticals. Chapter 158. The Yi family father and son were shocked. This is also part of Chu Nan's plan. With such a big thing happening to Rome's pharmaceutical, those shareholders would not be so foolish as to still hold on to their shares and would definitely sell them off in the market. Now that Rome's pharmaceutical stock price has hit its limit down, now is the most appropriate time to acquire Rome's pharmaceutical. Even if Rome's pharmaceuticals was acquired, its reputation would certainly plummet due to its false accounting, tax evasion, and selling fake drugs. Just selling fake drugs is enough to make everyone lose trust in Rome's pharmaceutical. But what if there is a company or group with sufficient prestige and influence behind it to support it? Even if Rome's pharmaceutical cannot recover to its former glory, it can at least continue to survive in the market. Chu Nan has already asked Manager Yin to take charge of this matter. He is the owner of Nanchun Building. As long as he is willing, there are countless people who would be willing to help him deal with the Rome family. Ultimately, the Rome family would be destroyed because there was a prodigal son in the family. You could have provoked anyone else, but you had to provoke Chu Nan, this evil star. After 2 hours, the color of Clive's medicinal bath became much lighter, and his body had completely absorbed the ingredients in the bath. After taking a medicinal bath, Clive's face looked radiant, as if he had suddenly become several years younger. He felt a lot more relaxed all over, and his usually stiff body also became much lighter. Mr. Chu, can we take this medicinal bath more often? Clive said with a smile. Although he said no before, his body was very honest. The feeling of the medicinal bath was so pleasant. A warm current filled his body, as if someone was giving him a massage. Chu Nan rolled his eyes at him and said calmly, If you are not afraid of death, then give it a try. Medicine is partially toxic, and everything should be used in moderation. Too much medicinal bathing may not be beneficial, but may easily accumulate toxins in the body. After hearing this, Clive's expression changed slightly, and he smiled foolishly. It was never mentioned again after that. After changing his clothes, Clive said gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Chu. Chu Nan waved his hand, looking nonchalant. It's nothing, just a small matter. I don't ask for much, as long as you develop the island seriously. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. The issues concerning island development will be left to our Carpenter family. Although the island development will cost a lot of money, our Carpenter family can still afford it. Clive said confidently. He's not bragging. If an ordinary family wants to have a piece of this cake, it is basically impossible. The funds consumed just to mine resources and transform the island will cost $100 million. What's more, the subsequent luxury buildings and material transportation will require even greater funds, at least $1 billion to complete the development. Chu Nan nodded. He would not have any doubts about the strength of the Carpenter family. He had also learned about the history of the Carpenter family and its influence in the world. Son, just at this moment, the doorbell of the villa gate rang. Chu Nan opened the door and saw Yi Wen and Yi Chun, father and son. After opening the door, Chu Nan looked at the two of them in confusion. Why are you here? Yi Chun chuckled and handed all the scrolls of paintings to Chu Nan. Brother Chu, these are some of the more famous paintings in my house. I saw that you like famous paintings, so I discussed with my dad and picked a few at home to give to you. After Chu Nan took these famous paintings, he was also full of question marks on his face. When did he ever say he liked paintings? Was it that time? Chu Nan smiled helplessly in his heart. He noticed the paintings in the Yi family villa that day, but he just glanced at them because he was bored. That he likes famous paintings? It's not that exaggerated. He doesn't understand these, he just thinks it looks better. These paintings are estimated to be worth a lot of money, and the total price of these paintings is estimated to be as high as hundreds of millions. After the Yi family father and son walked in, they were also stunned for a moment. Foreigner? Ryan came forward curiously and asked, Mr. Chu, who are these two? Chu Nan put the painting aside and introduced it to Ryan. Uncle Yi and Yi Chun. You should have known about the Yi group before you came. Uncle Yi is the chairman of the Yi group. Oh, Yi group? Ryan was slightly surprised, but only for a moment. The Yi group was indeed a leading enterprise in Huacheng, but it was nothing in the eyes of the Carpenter family. It's just a group with a market value of tens of billions, and there are many groups like this that curry favor with the Carpenter family. Yi Wen politely extended his hand and greeted, Hello. Ryan reached out his hand and shook Yi Wen's hand and introduced himself politely. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Carpenter Ryan. You can just call me La Ryan. That is my father. Ryan pointed at Clive on the sofa again. Clive responded with a smile. But Yi Wen's expression seemed a little strange. Why does the last name Carpenter sound familiar? As if I have heard it somewhere. Suddenly, Yi Wen suddenly remembered that the Carpenter family was one of the top chaebol families in the world. Wasn't it? Could it be? Yi Wen widened his eyes and asked tentatively, Mr. Ryan, are you from the Carpenter family? Ryan nodded. Hiss. The Yi family father and son were shocked. Chapter 159. How rich is he? The Carpenter family. Ordinary people might not understand, but for people like Yi Wen, he is well aware of many companies and strengths in the world. Yi Wen has great ambitions. He will not be limited to Huacheng. Yi Wen is just under 50 years old, and he still has a chance to climb up. He wants to pave the way for his son if he can open up overseas markets. That would be a major breakthrough for the Yi Group. But the problem is that the Yi Group has never been able to expand into overseas markets. What is the reason? Without connections and reliable background support, it is not easy to expand a market. Yi Wen could never have imagined it. The two foreigners in front of him turned out to be the world's top chaebol family. In terms of influence, Bill Gates might not be as influential as the Carpenter family. The Carpenter family has a deep foundation. Since the last century, the Carpenter family has been a world-class chaebol family, and its foundation is unfathomable today. In the following conversation, Yi Wen remained reserved, especially when he knew that Clive was the contemporary leader of the Carpenter family. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and during the conversation, he clearly saw Clive's respect for Chu Nan. This is the most terrifying part. How old is Chu Nan? He is just a young man in his early 20s, but the achievements he has made now are what countless people have found difficult to achieve so far. Even when Yi Wen was this age, he was not as terrifying as Chu Nan. The most terrifying thing is that Chu Nan's origin and background are so ordinary. How could such a terrifying young man be born in such an ordinary environment? And these family backgrounds are real, which is the most confusing part. Then the only possibility is that behind Chu Nan stands an extremely terrifying force, which is even more terrifying than their Yi Group. This is also why Yi Wen thought so at the time. If the Yi Group and Chu Nan became enemies, perhaps it would be their Yi Group that would be destroyed in the end. The most mysterious and unknown things are the most frightening. Chu Nan. Yi Wen couldn't see through it. Yi Chun sat there silently, without saying a word. Yi Wen couldn't help but ask at this time, how did Mr. Ryan and Xiao Chu know each other? Everyone wants to get close to a huge family like the Carpenter family, and Yi Wen is no exception at this time. Ryan smiled and said, Mr. Chu and I met through the cooperation on the island. Island? Yi Wen was stunned. Ryan looked at him strangely and asked in confusion, Don't you know Mr. Yi? Mr. Chu has an island in Hawaii. Puff. Yichen almost spit out the water he had drunk. His eyes widened in shock. Yiwen turned his head stiffly and looked at the calm Chunan. His brain stopped working for a moment. There's actually an island in Chunan? OMG! How rich is he? Xiao Chu, do you really have an island? Yiwen asked after hesitating for a while. He knew that what Ryan said was most likely true, but he still wanted to confirm it from his own mouth. Yeah. Chunan nodded. There was silence for a moment. The father and son of the Yi family seemed to be frozen in time, and time stopped at this moment. The value of an island is far beyond what the Yi group can compare to, and it is also an island worth developing. Yiwen couldn't help but feel that his previous thoughts were a bit funny. At that time, he actually doubted Chunan's purpose of investing. If you own an island, you will also be attracted by the small annual dividends from the shares, but maybe others just buy it for fun. Sudden, Yiwen remembered another thing. Xiao Chu Nanchun building. Before Yiwen finished speaking, Chunan spoke first. Because he knew exactly what Yiwen was going to say, and with his experience, knowing such news for the first time would definitely involve himself, but he just couldn't confirm it. Yes, Nanchun building is mine. Chunan said without any emotion. Very calm, everything is so natural, no arrogance or impatience, and no sense of showing off, as if he is talking about a very ordinary thing. Yichen stood up suddenly and screamed in horror. What? Nanchun building is yours, Brother Chu? The expression of disbelief remained on his face and never changed. When it came to Chunan, it shocked his cognition again and again. Yiwen scolded coldly. Sit down. Look at you. How disrespectful. Facing his father's scolding, Yichen realized that he had lost his composure. He sat down obediently and silently aside. The look in his eyes when he looked at Chu Nan was not only admiration, but also shock and confusion. Afterwards, Yiwen chatted with Ryan about some other things, such as suggestions on developing overseas markets. Chunan himself is also a shareholder of the Yi Group, so there is nothing wrong with helping the Yi Group. Moreover, he will get a lot of dividends by developing overseas markets, so why not do it? In that case, Mr. Ryan hopes that we can cooperate more in future business. Yiwen smiled like a flower, as if he had suddenly become several years younger. I am also looking forward to future cooperation with Mr. Yi. Afterwards, Yiwen invited them to have dinner together at Yulin Restaurant. Chunan felt that it was not good for Zhou Ying to be alone at home, so he invited her to join them. Ever since Chunan said that he was in love, Zhou Ying's attitude seemed to have changed a lot compared to before. Originally, it was a friendship relationship, but now it is more like a working relationship. Chunan also sighed in his heart. Perhaps this was the best choice. Chapter 160. Try touching her. The next day, Chunan woke up from his sleep and looked at the time. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Last night, they not only ate but also drank. These old guys love drinking more than each other, and even Yichen came to join in the fun. For example, Ryan had never touched the white wine of Manhwa, and just a small glass made him lose consciousness. The rest were just the three of them drinking. As for Zhou Ying, she didn't drink at all. After all, Zhou Ying could only drink with peace of mind in Chunan's place. Afterwards, Yichen fell down first, followed by Clive one after another. In the end, Yiwen couldn't hold on any longer and passed out. Only Chu Nan seemed like nothing had happened. After sending a few people back, Chu Nan went back, took a shower, chatted with Lu Yashuan, and then went to sleep. The news of Rong's pharmaceuticals acquisition has spread, and the entire pharmaceutical industry is shocked. Who would dare to acquire Rong's pharmaceutical at this time? Isn't this clearly just giving money? But when it was later announced that the Yi Group was behind this, everyone was shocked. Pharmaceutical companies in particular were worried about whether this meant that the Yi Group was going to get involved in the pharmaceutical field. After the Yi Group announced the news, the story that had evaporated slowly warmed up. The person behind this who held the shares of Rong Pharmaceutical was Chu Nan. Chu Nan holds 70%, Yiwen holds 10%, and the remaining shares are in the hands of shareholders of other companies, who are all partners of Nanchun Building. They must know that Nanchun Building is behind this. And even the reason why Rong's company went bankrupt was due to their manipulation. If you can gain the favor of the owner of the building, all these efforts will be worth it. After Chu Nan finished washing up, he started signing in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving the recipe for the beauty pill as a reward. Beauty pill? Chu Nan was stunned. Why did this sound like something from a fantasy novel? Could it be some kind of magical elixir? Beauty pill. It has the effect of restoring youth, making the face radiant, the skin return to moisture, and also has the effect of prolonging life. Oh shit! Chu Nan opened his mouth wide. He could no longer remain calm. He seemed to have seen how popular the beauty pill would be once it was marketed. Women are the ones who worry most about their skin and appearance. Once a woman has a few crow's feet on her face, they will go crazy to take care of it because, in their opinion, appearance is their asset. What every woman hates to hear the most is someone saying they are old. Once someone says that, they will start to worry whether they are really getting old and ugly. If the effect of this beauty pill is really the same as described by the system, then this beauty pill will not only be popular in Long Country, but also in the whole world. Moreover, the medicinal materials mentioned above are all commonly seen. Whether this beauty pill is really that effective still needs to be verified before we can know. Ding-ling-ling. Just at this moment, Chu Nan's cell phone rang. It was Lu Yashuan who opened it. Hey, Big Pig's Hoof. I'm taking a break today. Do you want to go shopping with me? Okay. Where are you? I'm at home. Then I'll pick you up. Well, I'll wait for you then. After a brief conversation, Chu Nan hung up the phone. Chu Nan packed up, changed his clothes, and drove out in his Aston Martin. The road was smooth, and they soon arrived downstairs of Lu Yashuan's house. However, after he got out of the car, he heard a quarrel upstairs. I saw Lu Yashuan arguing with a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman had a sharp and sarcastic mouth, and her face was full of jealousy towards Lu Yashuan. She was not convinced and wondered how this little girl could marry a rich man. At that time, she saw with her own eyes that a Rolls-Royce brought Lu Yashuan back. Out of jealousy towards Lu Yashuan, she suggested raising the rent. Lu Yashuan was immediately unhappy. Why did they suddenly increase her rent? Landlord, this is unreasonable, right? Why are you raising my rent? Is my house more luxuriously decorated or larger? What gives you the right to raise my rent? The middle-aged woman showed a mean smile on her face and said sarcastically, You are already hanging out with a rich second-generation man. If I don't increase your rent, whose rent will I increase? Isn't your boyfriend rich? That little bit of money is nothing to him. He will give it to you if you just extend your hand. What do you mean? Lu Yashuan's face suddenly turned gloomy. She heard the sarcasm in the words. Who knows what I mean, but since you're hooking up with a rich second-generation guy, why are you still living here with me? Why not just move into a villa with your boyfriend? Since you don't want the rent to go up, then just don't rent it. I don't need you. She has a boyfriend who is a second-generation rich man, but she is still so stingy. She is being kept by someone but still pretends to be so pure. Does she really think she is a white lotus? The middle-aged woman's saliva was flying everywhere, and her words were as harsh as they could be. Why should I spend my boyfriend's money just because he has money? Why should I get a raise just because I have money? And you, I want to ask you, you haven't brushed your teeth for a few days and your mouth smells like it was soaked in the toilet. Did you brush your teeth this morning? Do you eat human food every day? Lu Yashuan herself had a bad temper at school, and with her character that couldn't stand being taken advantage of, how could she let herself be scolded for nothing? Facing Lu Yashuan, the top scorer in liberal arts, the middle-aged woman's face turned red with anger. She couldn't find the words to fight back. She immediately became furious and stretched out her hand to hit Lu Yashuan in the face. Right at this moment, a cold voice made the middle-aged woman's plump body tremble violently. Try to move her. Chapter 161. I am the only one who can bully my mother. An extremely cold voice reached the ears of the middle-aged woman. Chu Nan's cold and sharp gaze made her feel a little scared, and she took a step back involuntarily. How did you get up here? Lu Yashuan asked Chu Nan in surprise. Chu Nan hugged Lu Yashuan into his arms, glanced at her, and said, I came up when I heard the noise from the rooftop. The middle-aged woman's face suddenly turned red. She was actually scared by a young boy. What do you want to do? Do you want to attack me, an old man? The middle-aged woman complained first. She was indeed a little scared when she saw Chu Nan's cold gaze. Chu Nan looked at her with disdain and said coldly, Hit you? That's too much of a compliment to you. What do you mean? The middle-aged woman screamed sharply, and the disdainful look made her even more angry. Standing in front of Chu Nan, the middle-aged woman's short and fat figure looked like a pig. At this time, a slovenly man walked out of the room in the corridor behind the landlord, rubbing his eyes as if he had not woken up yet, and said in a displeased manner, Mom, what are you doing? It's so early in the morning, and you're not going to let me sleep? For some reason, the middle-aged woman instinctively shrank back, seeming a little afraid of her son. What the hell are you hugging? Let go of your dog hands. The sloppy man's face changed color, and the sleepiness on his face disappeared. He looked at Chu Nan and roared angrily. Lu Yashuan is the goddess of most people in this apartment building. Even the landlord's son has admired Lu Yashuan for a long time and even pursued her for a while. Now someone is hugging his goddess. How can he not be angry? I'm your own girlfriend. What's wrong with that? Chu, Nan said coldly. When this man appeared, Lu Yashuan instinctively shrank into her arms. Is this fear? What did this sloppy man do? Girlfriend? Son, this guy bullied me, and just now he tried to hit me. The middle-aged woman added fuel to the fire again. Her son is a big and strong man, so it should be easy for him to deal with a seemingly weak, rich second generation. How dare he threaten her? Not to mention the second generation of rich people. Even the first generation of rich people would make him suffer the consequences. The sloppy man looked at Chu Nan with anger. This man has a tendency to violence. The reason why his mother is afraid of him is because of domestic violence at home. People in this apartment are unwilling to provoke or pay attention to him for fear of getting into trouble. Fuck it. How dare you bully my mom? Only I can bully my mom. Puff. As soon as these words were spoken, all the people who were watching the show in the corridor burst out laughing. The middle-aged woman behind had an even uglier look on her face, with a lot of black lines on her face. Chunan looked at the sloppy man speechlessly. Is this brother not mentally ill? The sloppy man had a violent tendency and was on the verge of anger. He suddenly rushed over with his burly body like a bull. He is over 1.80 meters tall and is also a heavyweight. Most people may not be able to withstand it. Chu Nan pulled Lu Yashuan behind him. Be careful, Lu Yashuan said worriedly. Chu Nan smiled and nodded. The sloppy man swung his fist and smashed it down hard. A whistling and powerful wind swept over. The people around him closed their eyes and dared not watch. If this punch hit them, their bones and bodies would have fallen apart. Fuck! The sloppy man widened his eyes and lost his balance all of a sudden. Chu Nan grabbed him and threw him over his shoulder, shocking everyone. Boom! When the sloppy man's burly body fell to the ground, the whole building seemed to shake. Awa! Wailing screams echoed throughout the apartment. The sloppy man who fell to the ground felt as if his whole body was falling apart. The extreme pain made him wail loudly. Everyone around was stunned. I thought he was a frail, rich second generation who led a decadent life every night, and his body should be weak. But they all guessed wrong. Chu Nan was not weak, but very powerful. The middle-aged woman was shocked and stunned. Suddenly, Chu Nan's cold gaze shifted to her. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman staggered back a few steps in fear and almost fell to the ground. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Chu Nan took Lu Yashuan's hand and left the apartment. Many girls cast envious glances at the supercar going away. Not only is he rich, but he is also handsome, and that over-the-shoulder throw he just did was so cool. The boyfriend is full of energy. This is a real man. Those popular stars are nothing compared to this handsome guy. Are you a little afraid of him? Chu Nan in the car couldn't help but ask. Lu Yashuan nodded. Not only me, but everyone in the entire building is afraid of him. Not only did he abuse my mother, he also has violent tendencies. He once chased me and smashed my door every night. Fortunately, I called the police and he restrained himself a little. Chu Nan's face turned ugly. This had already threatened Lu Yashuan's safety. And there's no guarantee that the other party will do something excessive in the future. Chu Nan, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke. Or, come live at my house. Chapter 162, Weird Couple. Lu Yashuan turned her head away, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze in an instant. Chu Nan also looked embarrassed, but this method was the best, and there was an unstable factor on Lu Yashuan's side. People who have a tendency to make huge profits are the most terrifying. No one can guarantee what this person will do. Good. Lu Yashuan, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Chu Nan's pupils shrank slightly, and he glanced at Lu Yashuan in surprise. In fact, it was rather abrupt to bring it up suddenly, and he couldn't guarantee whether Lu Yashuan would agree, or whether she would think about other aspects. But this time it seems a little unexpected. In fact, although Lu Yashuan seemed calm, her little heart was beating very fast, and she tried her best to calm herself down. He knew Chu Nan's good intentions, but she herself felt that it was a bit too bold to suddenly live together like this. He and Chu Nan had not even been together for a week, and they were about to live together. This speed. They dared to board a rocket and go to the moon. When they arrived at Sisui Commercial Street, after Chu Nan parked the car, Lu Yashuan happily took Chu Nan's arm and walked towards the commercial street. Most people still knew nothing about him, the new boss, but Chu Nan didn't care. He and Lu Yuexin were just here to go shopping. Along the way, he saw many feminine sides of Lu Yuexin, such as her love for dolls, small pendants, and some cute little objects. Wherever the two of them went, they attracted a lot of people's attention. The men looked at Chu Nan with envy for having such a beautiful girlfriend, and then looked at their own ugly wives. Why? Someone sighed helplessly. Sudden, the man's face changed, and he felt a murderous aura. His ears were suddenly grabbed by his girlfriend, and the cold gaze made him tremble all over. Why do you sigh at others? Has being with me wronged you? The man gave a smile that was uglier than crying and explained quickly. No grievance, no grievance. Baby, I just think it's a shame that beautiful girl is with a pretty boy. This sentence was undoubtedly a powder keg, and everyone looked at the man with sympathy. This guy's emotional intelligence is really low. What does it have to do with you that other people are together? Why are you looking at them so carefully? I don't want to walk around this street anymore. Come home with me. If you don't kneel on the washboard for a few days, I think you'll be itching for trouble. Stop, baby. The man was grabbed by the ear by his girlfriend and left the commercial street. Chu Nan and Lu Yashuan, who were not far away, glanced at the two men and then looked at each other. Phew! They both laughed out loud at the same time. This weird couple is so funny. This brief interlude passed like this. Lu Yashuan spent so much time shopping that she only bought a few things, all small items from famous brand stores and more expensive luxury brands. She didn't even go in. Lu Yashuan doesn't like to spend the other person's money when in a relationship. She has the personality of a strong woman, which is also why Chu Nan likes Lu Yashuan. While walking around, Chu Nan saw a store, grabbed Lu Yashuan's hand, and led her inside. Welcome, both of you. You too. Would you like to take a look first? The salesperson said politely. Chu Nan note that. This is a store that collects all kinds of valuable necklaces. The necklaces inside are all very valuable, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars. The most common thing you see is diamond necklace. Looking at the price of the necklace, Lu Yashuan said in a low voice, a little embarrassedly, "These things are too expensive. Why don't we go out?" Lu Yashuan comes from an ordinary family. The most expensive thing she has ever bought is a mobile phone that costs several thousand yuan. The clothes she wears only cost a few hundred yuan. She really cannot accept prices of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. A young female salesperson on the other side seemed to have heard Lu Yashuan's words and snorted in disdain. What are you doing? It turns out they are two poor bastards. They dare to come here without any money. Why are they pretending to be rich? It's okay. Just take a look. Chu Nan smai. Hey. The female salesperson looked at Chu Nan with even more contempt. He was a man who pretended to be rich even though he had no money. What a vain man. The two of them looked around casually. The saleswoman's eyes were always fixed on them. It seemed as if he was afraid that the two of them would steal something. At this moment, Lu Yashuan stopped and looked at a necklace. The exquisite necklace is made of a platinum chain, which highlights the luxurious atmosphere of the necklace, and the huge pear-shaped gem further highlights the nobility of the necklace. Of course, Lu Yashuan only took a look at it twice, and the price of the necklace was terribly expensive. 8,600,000. This necklace costs 8.6 million. Do you like it? Chu Nan asked. Lu Yashuan remained silent, but her eyes were always fixed on the necklace. Chu Nan suddenly shouted at this time, "Please take out this necklace." Lu Yashuan's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly said, "What are you doing?" Chu Nan took Lu Yashuan's hand and said with a smile, "Let me give it a try." However, the next second, the previously disdainful female salesperson spoke up. "This necklace is only on display and not for sale. Not selling. But you've marked the price on it. How can you not sell it if you put it on the counter?" The saleswoman laughed disdainfully. "I'm not selling it to you. If it breaks, can you afford to pay for it?" Chapter 163. This necklace is free. I'll give it to you. The saleswoman's sharp and sarcastic expression was fully revealed, and her sarcastic tone was not concealed at all. When the other customers in the store heard Chu Nan was going to take out the necklace worth 8.6 million, they thought Chu Nan wanted to buy it. Now it seems that he's a poor guy. There are all kinds of people nowadays. If you don't have money, why pretend to be rich? If this thing breaks, you won't be able to pay it back even if you work your whole life. That's it. That's it. Beauty. You'd better be careful of your boyfriend's face and don't be fooled by him. The people around kept echoing, and many of them were looking at Lu Yashuan's graceful body. Drooling. With such a figure, such looks, and fair skin, it's such a pity for her to be with a poor guy. Chu Nan's face suddenly turned gloomy, and his intimidating aura gradually emerged. The saleswoman's heart skipped a beat when she felt the gloomy gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to eat me? If you can't afford it, go somewhere else. This place is not for poor bastards like you. The saleswoman continued sarcastically. Where is your manager? Chunin said gloomily. The saleswoman sneered disdainfully. Why? You want to see our manager? I'm sorry, our manager only meets with big clients. You're not qualified yet. In the attic, two middle-aged men came down from upstairs, talking and laughing. Manager Gao, thank you for your help. I hope you can say a few words for me in front of Mr. Chu. Gao Tianxiao raised his head, patted the man on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Of course. However, Gao Tianxiao's smile suddenly froze. His pupils constricted, and he stared at the familiar figure with wide eyes, his eyes full of disbelief. Mr. Chu. It's Mr. Chu. After hearing the sharp and harsh words from the female salesperson, Gao Tianxiao's face suddenly changed, and he ran downstairs in panic. Manager and looked at the panicked manager Gao and didn't understand what was going on for a moment. Believe it or not, if you continue to make trouble like this. The saleswoman didn't finish her words. A thunderous roar stopped him. Presumptuous! How dare you, a mere salesman, talk to Mr. Chu like that? Gao Tianxiao didn't expect to meet Chunan here, and in such a situation. The female salesperson was so frightened that her body trembled violently, and she looked at Gao Tianxiao in fear. She had seen with her own eyes this man going to the attic with the manager, and even the manager looked at him in a flattering manner. She dared not offend, but the scene that shocked her finally happened. Gao Tianxiao faced Chunan with a reserved look and said respectfully, Mr. Chu, I didn't expect you to be here too. Hiss! Everyone present was stunned. This was the manager of the management company of Surabaya Commercial Street, and there were countless people trying to curry favor with him. Yet he was showing such a respectful attitude in front of a young man. That's when everyone realized it. Chunin is not a poor guy. On the contrary, they are big shots that they cannot reach. Especially the female salesperson. Her face turned pale with fear, and her legs were shaking constantly, and she couldn't control it at all. How is this possible? Even the manager has to please him, but he is so respectful in front of this poor guy. He is not the worst one. It's Managerin. Managerin, who had just walked down, felt his legs go weak when he heard these words, and he almost fell to the ground. He held on to the stairs with difficulty as if all his strength had been drained away. I just came to see where the manager of this store is, Chunin said in a cold tone. Managerin, who was terrified, quickly stepped forward to apologize and said, Mr. Chu, I am the manager of this store. Chunin gave him a cold look. No words were spoken for a long time. Managerin would glance at Gao Tianxiao from time to time. But how could Gao Tianxiao dare to speak for Managerin now, especially when the salesperson's sharp and harsh words were simply an insult to Mr. Chu? The quality of the employees in your store is not very good. Chunan's tone was still cold. Yes. It's all because of my poor management that Mr. Chu has been in trouble. You can get out now. Managerin angrily scolded the female salesperson, asking why she had to offend the owner of this commercial street when there were so many people to offend, and even called Mr. Chu a poor bastard. Isn't this harming him? The young female salesperson collapsed to the ground helplessly, and that was the end of her. It's not just as simple as being fired. If you offend Mr. Chu, his store will be in trouble. Manager and will put this woman's name on the blacklist of the Human Resources Department. I guess my life is over. Everyone in the store was curious about Chunan's identity. Whose family was this young master from? Even the two managers were so polite to him. Those who had mocked Chunan before had long disappeared. Joke! If Chunan wasn't a rich man, there would be nothing wrong with them talking nonsense. But wouldn't it be tantamount to seeking death if one offended such an important figure with a great background? Let them stay here and be held accountable? Pack this necklace for me. Chunan pointed to the necklace in the cabinet. Manager wrapped up the necklace and handed it to Chunan. Swipe the card. Chunan was about to take out his bank card. Manager suddenly said, Mr. Chu, this is my apology to you. This necklace is free. I'll give it to you. Chapter 164. Going to Rome Clan. Everyone around stared at the scene in amazement. A necklace worth 8.6 million was just given away like that. They didn't understand Chunan's identity. They just felt that his identity was not simple. Maybe he was a rich second generation from some family. But Manager knew clearly that Chunan was the owner of Sisui Commercial Street. Sisui Commercial Street is the largest commercial street in Huaqing. Its value is inestimable, not to mention that the price of acquiring the entire commercial street is close to 2 billion. If the news that he acquired the commercial street by himself were to get out, the entire business district would probably be in turmoil. He is not exaggerating. Everyone understands the horror of this, which is that Chunan is too young. Youth is the capital, and people like him have unlimited future. This person is destined to transform into a dragon. If you offend him now, even his family will be implicated when he grows up. Besides, we can't afford to offend manager now. In that case, I won't be polite. Chu Nan said lightly. It seems that all this is as it should be. Gao Tianxiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This guy was smart enough to know that he couldn't afford to offend Mr. Chu. However, future cooperation and previous discussions might be ruined. After all, the situation this time happened in his store, and Gao Tianxiao couldn't speak for manager and in front of Chu Nan. Put it on. Chu Nan took out the necklace and took the initiative to put it on Lu Yashuan's neck. Lu Yashuan moved her plump lips as if she wanted to say something, but seemed to be hesitant. After the necklace was put on, everyone was suffocated. So beautiful. Chu Nan was also stunned. When the necklace was worn on Lu Yashuan's neck, her whole temperament was instantly sublimated. It seems that this necklace was made for Lu Yashuan. The whole picture looks natural, as if Lu Yashuan was born to be the owner of this necklace. Mr. Chu, this necklace looks so beautiful on your girlfriend. Manager and was speaking from the heart, and everyone present felt the same way. The women in the store looked at the necklace on Lu Yashuan's neck with envy. Every woman loves beauty. How wonderful it would be if this necklace was hung on their necks. As expected, other people's boyfriends are always the most greedy. The boyfriends of these girls all turn green in the face. Looking at the hungry eyes of their girlfriends, they felt like they could catch sheep on their heads. Come back with me. What are you doing? What are you doing? If you keep watching, your soul will be taken away by someone. Lu Yashuan looked at the necklace on her neck through the mirror and couldn't let it go. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Lu Yashuan actually hooked her arms around Chu Nan's neck and gave him a passionate kiss. It even caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. The people around looked at this scene and sighed. Today is another day of turning into a lemon. Lu Yashuan's face flushed and she looked at Chu Nan lovingly, making a slight sound. Thank you. Chu Nan rubbed Lu Yashuan's head and said lovingly, Silly, do we still need to say thank you to each other? Lu Yashuan snuggled in Chu Nan's arms, and a sweet feeling of happiness gradually surged into her heart. Then we'll leave first. Chu Nan glanced at Manager In and Gao Tian and smiled. Manager In and Gao Tianxiao rushed to see Chu Nan off, but were persuaded by Chu Nan to stop. He wasn't going to leave, but instead planned to continue strolling around Surabaya Commercial Street. After shopping until noon, the two went to a Chinese restaurant for lunch. At the dinner table, Chu Nan still planned to tell Lu Yashuan what happened in the villa. After all, if he discovered it after Lu Yashuan moved in, the situation would probably be a bit awkward. Yashuan, I have something to tell you. Lu Yashuan looked at Chu Nan suspiciously. What is it? Chu Nan told Lu Yashuan everything. After listening to this, Lu Yashuan's facial expressions became extremely expressive. Her expression changed with every word she said, and it was almost like a Sichuan opera face-changing scene. Lu Yashuan remained silent for a long time without saying a word, leaving Chu Nan at a loss for words. The two of them finished their lunch in silence. After eating, the two were still holding hands, but on the way to the parking lot, neither of them said a word, and the atmosphere was very weird. After getting on the bus, Lu Yashuan threw herself into Chu Nan's arms, her eyes a little red, and finally spoke. I don't mind. They are all your employees. I won't be jealous. Lu Yashuan said stubbornly. Chu Nan felt distressed when he saw this look. This silly woman said she wasn't jealous, but her body was very honest. It was obvious that she was not feeling well. Don't worry. You will be the mistress of the house after you move in. But I'm worried that you might misunderstand something if I don't tell you. Chu Nan said again. Lu Yashuan nodded obediently. After sobbing for a while, Lu Yashuan's emotions stabilized. She knew that Chu Nan was thinking about her, and that he was telling her this now showed that Chu Nan cared about her thoughts. After wiping away the tears from her eyes, Lu Yashuan asked, Where are we going next? Rong's Pharmaceuticals. Rong family. Lu Yashuan was a little confused and didn't understand why she was going to Rong's. Chu Nan smiled and said calmly, Rong Corporation has been acquired by me. Chapter 165. The Amazing Effect of the Beauty Pill. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Lu Yashuan silently gave a thumbs up. You're awesome. Chu Nan chuckled, feeling extremely satisfied. The name Rong's Pharmaceutical is only temporary. Once the effectiveness of the beauty drug is confirmed, Chu Nan will change the company's name. At this time, Rong's Pharmaceutical looked a little rundown. The originally large company was now sparsely populated, and the number of staff was reduced by 1/3 compared to before. If the Yi Group hadn't stepped in, more people would have resigned and left. Chunin drove the car in, and many people's eyes paused. Of course, it was only for a moment. As a listed pharmaceutical company, Rome's Pharmaceuticals rarely has luxury cars worth millions of dollars. Even the company's top executives at the time each owned a luxury car. After parking the car, Chunin got out and made a phone call. "Hello, it's me. I'm Don Stives." After saying these two brief sentences, Chunin hung up the phone. Liu Yashuan looked at the declining Rome's Pharmaceutical and couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect that a pharmaceutical giant with a market value of more than 1 billion would fall into decline overnight. Even if you acquire Rome's Pharmaceutical, it would be extremely difficult to restore it to its original state." "That's hard to say." Chunin gave a meaningful smile. He guaranteed that as long as the beauty pill was really as magical as the system said, it would be very popular in Long Country once it was released, and it might be possible to open up overseas markets in a short period of time. Liu Yashuan frowned, not understanding the meaning of Chunan's words. Could it be that Chunan had already planned to acquire Rome's Pharmaceuticals? After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit ran out. The employees passing by called out respectfully when they saw this person. "Mr. Shang." Shang Guilai had no intention of paying attention to these people. Instead, he quickened his pace and walked towards the door. Everyone was confused. Who was Mr. Shang going to meet in such a hurry? The next scene also shocked everyone. Shang Guilai came to a young couple in a reserved manner and addressed the man respectfully, "Mr. Chu." "Mr. Chu?" The people around widened their eyes with expressions of disbelief. Mr. Shang is the company's vice president, and he was transferred from Yes Group. They also heard that although Yes Group claimed that they acquired Rome's Pharmaceutical, however, there are other companies involved. It is said that a mysterious person acquired Rome's Pharmaceutical, and the reason why Rome's Pharmaceutical is facing this crisis is because of one person. It seems that the former chairman Rome's son offended someone, and eventually the company was implicated. The huge family business was destroyed overnight. No one knows who has such great power. Could this person be the new director of our company? That may not be certain, but he is a little too young. The Aston Martin parked in the parking lot appears to be his. But the beauty next to him is superb. Look at the diamond necklace that woman is wearing. How much does it cost to buy such a big diamond? Shang Guilai heard the surrounding employees talking, coughed twice and scolded. "Why are you all gathered here to talk? Go back to your posts." The employees all shrank back at the same time. Shang Guilai still had some intimidation. After all, he came from Yi Group and was said to have been a senior executive of Yi Group. "How's the progress?" Chunin narrowed his eyes, and his tone changed slightly. Shang Guilai replied, "The thing you mentioned has been made. We were just about to test the drug when you came. How about you go and take a look together?" "Let's go," Nan said lightly. Liu Yashuan on the side was also confused. The two people were talking vaguely about some progress and drug efficacy. Could it be that the company was developing some new drug? The storm has just passed, and now we are developing new drugs immediately, but it may not be effective if it is put on the market. When we arrived at the R&D base, this place was full of researchers, and basically only a few people could enter, because many documents in the R&D base were related to all the hard work of a company. A lot of pharmaceutical information is stored in the R&D base, which is considered the most confidential place in the company. "Mr. Shang." "Hello, Mr. Shang." Everyone in the R&D base shouted, and their eyes shifted to Chunan and Liu Yashuan. "Who are these two, Mr. Shang?" An older researcher said in a bad tone. "Outsiders are not allowed to enter the R&D base, and these two people are so young. Are they from the company?" "Don't worry, Mr. Yu. This is Mr. Chu, the largest shareholder of Rome Pharmaceuticals and your chairman. Mr. Chu is also a shareholder of our Yi Group and a member of the board of directors of our Yi Group." Mr. Yu was stunned on the spot. Did he hear it wrong? Is this young man their chairman or a shareholder of Yi Group? The people around were also stunned. After coming to his senses, Mr. Yu quickly apologized. "I'm really sorry, Chairman. We haven't received any relevant information before and don't know who the chairman is." Chunan smiled nonchalantly. "It's okay. You should be one of the people who has stayed in this or D base for a long time." Mr. Yu nodded. "Have you tested the efficacy of the beauty pill?" "Not yet." "Let's start the test now." "Yes." The test subject this time was a middle-aged woman in her 50s. The beauty pill looks no different from ordinary pills, but it exudes a faint and subtle fragrance, as if this faint medicinal fragrance has the effect of refreshing the mind. Just smelling it makes the mind clearer. The middle-aged woman put the pill into her mouth, and it melted immediately. Everyone's eyes were focused on the middle-aged woman's face. Gradually, The crow's feet at the corners of the eyes of middle-aged women gradually faded. The nasolabial folds also decreased a lot, and even the skin became smoother. The face that was originally full of wrinkles suddenly looked several years younger in a short period of time. Except for Chu Nan, who smiled. Everyone else widened their eyes with a look of shock. Chapter 166. We need a spokesperson. Really look younger. Previously, these researchers had expressed doubts about this so-called beauty pill. This effect is simply a miracle drug. It can make people younger, but this is clearly bragging. Although there are drugs in the world that can delay aging, their effects are minimal and basically useless. Most people still rely on self-care to delay aging. Before, they all thought that this beauty pill was a fake medicine and did not hold any hope for it at all. But then he thought again, since it was the Yi Group that came forward to certify the company, then the Yi Group should not damage its own reputation. After all, the Yi Group is such a large enterprise. If something really went wrong and it was reported in the news, the whole Huaqing would probably be shocked. The Yi Group is undoubtedly a giant in the Huaqing business district. They thought before. Perhaps the efficacy of the drug is exaggerated. Maybe it's just an advertisement, just like the ordinary anti-aging health products. But they witnessed this magical scene with their own eyes. Most of the wrinkles on a living person's face magically disappeared, and he looked much younger. This, not fake medicine. This is a miracle medicine, the real miracle drug. Old Yu's face was filled with excitement, and his old body, which was as strong as pine or cypress, couldn't stop shaking. A drug that can truly make people younger is something that many people dream of. The middle-aged woman took out a mirror and was completely stunned when she looked at herself in the mirror. She touched her cheeks with trembling hands, feeling the smoothest skin she had ever felt. Tears welled up on the woman's face. Get younger. She really looks younger. Before, she had no hope for this drug, mainly because she was attracted by the generous reward for drug testing. The company would give this middle-aged woman 100,000 yuan after the drug trial. 100,000 is the annual income for a small or medium-sized family. But now, the middle-aged woman is very glad that she came to try the medicine. Youth is priceless. This magical medicine that can eliminate wrinkles on the face and make people younger. I am afraid that if a single pill is put on the market, it will be sold at a sky-high price of millions or even tens of millions. What women fear most is aging. Chunin walked over slowly and said calmly, "The drug test is over. You can leave now. After you leave here, you must not leak any information about this place or the effects of the pills. If you leak anything later, we will hold you legally responsible. You should be aware of what was stated in the previous confidentiality contract." The middle-aged woman nodded honestly. She turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and looked at Chunan, then said, "Will you still give me the 100,000? I will ask the finance department to transfer the money to your account later." After hearing this, the middle-aged woman left with peace of mind. After the middle-aged woman left, the entire research base became silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one seemed to have come to their senses yet. Except for Chu Nan, who knew the efficacy of the beauty pill early on. No one present had expected this result. "Does anyone have anything to say?" Chu Nan said calmly. At this moment, his awe-inspiring temperament became more and more obvious, and he was completely different from before. This was the change of growth, and he was becoming more and more like a leader. After everyone came to their senses, the researchers' eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. They could already imagine how popular the beauty pill would be once it was released to the market. Some of the researchers even wanted to take a few home to give to their parents. Elder Yu, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. "Where did you get the recipe for this beauty pill from, Director Chu? I have never seen such a magical pill in my life. The prescription was passed down from our ancestors. Do you have any questions, Mr. Yu?" Chunan answer perfun koti. Old Yu shook his head bitterly, wondering if he was getting senile and if this question was too abrupt. Questions like this should not be known to our D personnel like them. All they have to do is make the medicine. Chairman's office. Lu Yashuan, Chunan, and Shang Guolai all gathered here. "Mr. Chu, your medicine is amazing. It can actually make people rejuvenate. This is simply a miracle drug." If he had not seen it with his own eyes, even if someone else told Shang Guolai, he would not believe it because it was too mysterious. Most people probably would not believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. Lu Yashuan stared at Chu Nan for a long time, biting her plump lips with a complicated expression. Dazzling. Too dazzling. Chu Nan was like a rising star, overshadowing the light of countless people. But after thinking about it, Lu Yashuan smiled proudly again. This distant man was her boyfriend, and she was very glad that she had grasped the love she wanted. The efficacy of the medicine is indeed beyond my expectation, but efficacy alone is useless. Do you think anyone will believe it if we advertise it like this? Chu Nan said calmly. This? Shang Guolai also looked embarrassed. Then, what should we do? Chu Nan stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the scenery outside, and said slowly, We need a spokesperson. Chapter 167. 200,000 per piece. Spokesperson? This word is not unfamiliar to them. On the contrary, it is extremely familiar. As a pharmaceutical company, they naturally hired spokespersons. Big companies like them will look for spokespersons every time they release a new product. However, after the incident involving the Rhone Group, all the contracts of these spokespersons were terminated. Moreover, for medicines like Myandin, it seems to have no effect if they are endorsed by old and famous people, unless it is a star who has a huge influence in Dragon Country, preferably a female. Beauty pills are mainly aimed at the female market. Every woman is afraid of aging. Even young women will worry in advance whether wrinkles will appear on their faces. Once the beauty pills are truly released to the market, the entire pharmaceutical industry and even other industries will be affected. The spokesperson is indeed a problem. Chu Nan looked at the scenery outside through the window, and his frown gradually relaxed. If it was a female star, perhaps that person would be willing to help. Du Rulin, the woman whom I met once. As the vice president of Tianyu Media and Entertainment Company, she probably has quite a few famous female stars under her. Maybe she can solve the problem of spokesperson this time. And don't forget, Du Rulin is also a woman. No woman can resist the effect of the beauty pill. Once Du Rulin knows the effect of the beauty pill, she will probably be eager to cooperate with Chu Nan or even become his client. I'll figure out the spokesperson issue, and as for the rest, ask the people at the research base to produce 200 beauty pills every 3 months. Chu Nan said in a flat tone. 200, Mr. Chu, isn't that too few? Shang Guolai expressed his confusion. The cost of beauty pills was not high, and their D-cost was even the lowest among the companies he dealt with. Because the prescription was provided by Chu Nan, they just produced it and didn't spend much time on it. If it were really put into production, it would be no problem to produce several thousand per month. Do you think it's too little? Chu Nan turned around and looked at Shang Guolai and said with a smile. Shang Guolai also nodded. If we produce a few thousand a month and put them on the market, what will those people think? We feel that our production costs are just this much. If we set the price higher, I'm afraid some media will make a big fuss about it. Do you think this will be good for us? Shang Guolai shook his head again. Chu Nan continued. Scarcity makes things valuable. We will produce 200 beauty pills every 3 months, and we will set the price at 200,000 per pill. Hiss! Shang Guolai's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stared at Chu Nan with wide eyes. A pill that costs 200,000 yuan. This is unheard of in the entire Dragon Country. More than 200,000? Not much. It's really not much for most people, and the effect of the beauty pill is worth 200,000. Even more than that. Youth cannot be bought back and is priceless. No matter how much it costs, women are unwilling to regain a few years of their youth. Moreover, this also shows that the research cost of the beauty pill is really not low, and it will not arouse the vigilance of other peers. Huge profits. This is really huge profit. The research cost of the beauty pill was only a few thousand yuan, but the pills produced with a few thousand yuan were sold for 200,000 yuan. If this news spread outside, all the colleagues would think they were crazy. Chu Nan is very clear about his positioning. After knowing the effect of the beauty pill, he clearly positioned his own customers. This beauty pill is not for ordinary people. On the contrary, the powerful and wealthy are not short of money, and even a 200,000 yuan beauty pill is a bargain in their eyes. By the way, once the beauty pill is released to the market, you must make an appointment with us in advance to place an order. Each person is limited to purchasing 2 pills. Chu Nan's method of doing this is also to prevent others from reselling the beauty pill. Of course, even if there is a purchase restriction, there are still people who can find a way. Chu Nan can even foresee that once the beauty pill becomes popular on the black market, it can be sold for millions of dollars. After Shang Guolai left, only Chu Nan and Lu Yashuan were left in the office. Lu Yashuan hooked her arms around Chu Nan's neck with a look of affection in her eyes, which showed an indescribable charm and temptation. What secrets do you have that I don't know about? Lu Yashuan looked at Chu Nan like a curious baby and looked into his eyes. Chu Nan smiled and said, Do you want to know? Lu Yashuan nodded honestly. As women, curiosity is one of their main characteristics. I won't tell you. Lu Yashuan's face froze instantly, and her little pink fist pounded on Chu Nan's chest, shaking violently. You bad guy, are you making fun of me? Lu Yashuan pouted, like a bullied goldfish. Chu Nan hugged Lu Yashuan and held her in his arms. Feeling the hot masculine scent, Lu Yashuan's face turned red and her body had an inexplicable strange reaction. I have too many secrets which cannot be explained in a few words. You need to slowly understand them yourself, Chu Nan said with a smile while stroking her hair. Lu Yashuan rolled her eyes, said huh, and stopped talking. Chapter 168, Lingering. What Chu Nan said was true, and along with the system's rewards, all of this was a secret. Moreover, it is absolutely impossible to tell anyone about the system, not to mention that no one would believe it if they did. Lu Yashuan's question is actually a pointless one. Yashuan, help me think of a name. Name? What's the name? The company's name, Rongs, no longer exists. This company is mine now. I can't keep asking him to call it Rongs, right? This. Indeed, the name should be changed. Besides, Rongs Pharmaceuticals' reputation has already been ruined, so there is no point in keeping it. Name it? Lu Yashuan bit her upper lip and didn't know what name to choose. Although she is Chu Nan's girlfriend, she is just a girlfriend, and she doesn't dare to interfere in such matters. This was also her concern. But since it was Chu Nan who spoke, it wouldn't be good for her to be so hesitant. After thinking for a while, Lu Yashuan said, How about you, Nan? Southern Hunan. Chu Nan touched his chin and squinted his eyes to savor it carefully. It seemed that it felt quite good. However, this name was quite beyond Chu Nan's expectations. If it were someone else, they would probably want to have some of their own shadow in the company's name. But Lu Yashuan avoided it. Lu Yashuan didn't treat Chu Nan as an outsider, but she just didn't like it. Yes, it's a good name, Chu Nan said with a smile. Lu Yashuan rolled her eyes and sat on the sofa nearby. Chu Nan returned to his desk nonchalantly, took out a document, wrote something on it, and then asked his new secretary to take it out. Let's go. Chu Nan stretched out a hand. Lu Yashuan also took the initiative to put her hand on Chu Nan's. Where are you going? I'll take you around the company. The two of them walked around the huge company and were surprised to find that the company's environment was quite good, with a gym, a swimming pool, and other areas for sports and leisure. Of course, in the past, these places would probably be full of people. But now the crowds are sparse, with only 5 or 6 people on the basketball court, and the entire company is on the verge of bankruptcy. Those who resigned, those who were lazy became lazy, and those who just wanted to get by. In Chu Nan's opinion, these people all need to be cleared out. Under his leadership, Yunnan Pharmaceutical will be even bigger than the previous Rome group, and may even shock the entire circle. Become a pharmaceutical giant in Huaching. At night, after the two had dinner, Lu Yashuan hesitated in the car, and a charming blush appeared on her pretty face. Would you like to stay at my house tonight? After saying this, Lu Yashuan's ears turned red. Chu Nan's pupils contracted slightly, his breathing gradually became rapid, and his bright eyes stared at Lu Yashuan's face. Meeting that burning gaze, Lu Yashuan turned her head away embarrassedly. It was too embarrassing to say this, but this was also Lu Yashuan's decision. A decision I won't regret. Since you have invited me so kindly, I will reluctantly stay here. Chu Nan joked. After hearing this, Lu Yashuan's expression changed slightly. She glared at Chu Nan, snorted, and stopped talking. After arriving downstairs at Lu Yashuan's house, the two went upstairs together. After taking a look at the previous landlord by the window, Chu Nan glanced at him fiercely. The landlord shrank back in fear and pulled up the curtains. Lu Yashuan is so lucky that she actually found a rich second-generation man, and this rich second-generation man is so good at fighting. Her son is still lying in bed. Although the injury was not serious, given his lazy personality, his son would probably have to lie down for a few weeks. What? If it weren't for this house, her family would have been emptied out long ago by having such a prodigal son. She hates it. I hate that her father passed away early. I hate my own incompetence even more. If I hadn't indulged this child when he was young, he wouldn't have become like this. All this is retribution. The door opened. The light comes on. The overall model of the room was presented in front of Chu Nan. The apartment-style room was not big, and girls had a lot of things. The room consists of a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. There are some unopened express parcels placed at the door of the room. Of course, everything is neatly arranged, and some are even recycled to form a table, which looks even better when covered with a tablecloth. There are a lot of things at home. Lu Yashuan smiled embarrassedly. Normally, I didn't feel like there were too many things at home, But today when I brought people back home, I saw so many express boxes that they took up 1/3 of the room. It's okay, I don't mind. Chunin walked in and sat down on the sofa. After Lu Yashwan packed up her things, she hesitated for a while and said, I'm going to take a shower. Chunin nodded. At the same time, he felt a little nervous and excited. After more than 20 years of solo life, was this moment finally coming? Half an hour later, Lu Yashwan walked out of the bathroom. Suddenly, Chunin widened his eyes and his breathing became rapid. Lu Yashwan was only wearing a nightgown. That's right, a nightgown. The fiery gaze made Lu Yashwan even more shy. She lowered her head and said shyly, You go wash too. Chunan nodded and walked into the bathroom impatiently. After taking a shower, I came to Lu Yashwan's room. It seemed that everything was ready, from the foreplay to the subsequent lingering. Everything went smoothly. Bursts of oriole-like chirping came from the room. The recent plot is more daily. Chapter 169. Film Queen Tao Minying. Early morning. Chunin woke up first, looked at the bright red spot on the bedsheet, and smiled. Thinking back to that crazy night yesterday, it was still fresh in his memory. He had never expected that Lu Yashwan would be so proactive when she went crazy. Looking at Lu Yashwan, who was still sleeping soundly, there were purple-red marks on both sides of her collarbone. Obviously, this was what people often call strawberry. Now the relationship between the two has heated up. About an hour later, Lu Yashwan hummed and opened her eyes hazily. She looked at the man next to her and was stunned for a while. Her pretty face turned slightly red. Just as she was about to get up, the strange pain in her lower body made her gasp. Then he lay down slowly again and asked, When did you wake up? Chunin smiled and said, Not long after. I woke up a little earlier than you. How is it? Does it hurt? Lu Yashwan glared at him angrily. What do you think? Don't you know how to be gentle with women? Oh, yeah. I do remember someone was pretty crazy last night, saying brother, good father, baby. Chunin showed a playful smile. Lu Yashwan blocked his mouth quickly regardless of the pain. Her entire face turned completely red like a ripe apple. Say it again. I feel ashamed whenever I think about it. Is that me? She even had some doubts that the person last night was not her. Chunin smiled and looked at Lu Yashwan's embarrassed and angry eyes and said nothing more. After washing up, Chunin took another look at Lu Yashwan, who had fallen asleep again, quietly closed the door, sat on the sofa in the living room, flipped through the address book, found the number, and dialed it. Hello, who is this? After the call was connected, a mature woman's voice was heard on the other end of the line. Mr. Du, you wouldn't forget it so quickly, right? Chunin said with a smile. Du Rulin on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then reacted and smiled apologetically. I'm so sorry. Are you Mr. Chu? Yes. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chu. I left in such a hurry that I forgot to give you a note. Du Rulin's tone seemed a little nervous, and she seemed a little afraid of Chunan. She also didn't expect that after she separated from Chunan, the other party would call her. In her opinion, Chunan must be a descendant of a large family, or one with extremely powerful power. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have any intersection with the Carpenter family. It even owns an island. Compared with this kind of role, her role as the vice president is actually nothing special in the other party's eyes, not to mention that he is involved in an amusement park. The entertainment industry itself is full of murky waters. Many female celebrities are kept by various powerful people and eventually become famous. Du Rulin has seen too much and has long been accustomed to things like unspoken rules. For real big shots, the entertainment industry is nothing more than a small matter. It's just that the entertainment industry is too complicated and there are many tricks involved. Even if we want to regulate the entertainment industry, it is not easy to do it. I wonder if Mr. Chu has anything to talk to me about? Du Rulin asked. Chunan smiled. I didn't expect that Ms. Du has the ability to predict the future. I really need your help. Help? Du Rulin in the office was a little surprised. How could such a big shot actually ask for help from her? Du Rulin was a little curious about what Chunan wanted from her. Mr. Chu, why don't you tell me in detail what you need my help with? If it is within my ability, I will naturally do my best to help Mr. Chu. It's not a big deal. After the two of them talked for a while, Du Ruan on the other end of the phone fell silent. The expression was extremely strange. Beauty pill? Can it bring people back to youth? Is this true or false? Why does it sound so much like those drug dealers in the underworld? But Chunin couldn't possibly be joking with him. Mr. Chu, is what you just said true? Du Rulin still couldn't believe it. Well, if you don't believe it, Ms. Du, I can give you a beauty pill, and you will know after trying it yourself. Chunan said generously. Du Rulin walked to the mirror, looked at herself in the mirror, touched the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and the faint nasolabial folds. She was already 34 years old. This is a tormenting age for women. At this stage, you will age rapidly, and wrinkles will appear on your face within a few years. Any wrinkles are fatal to women. If this beauty pill is real, she is willing to pay any price, because youth cannot be bought with money. Well, thank you, Mr. Chu. I wonder what age group Mr. Chu is looking for as a spokesperson. Chunan was silent for a while and blurted out. Around 40 years old, preferably someone who has been very famous and has a great reputation and influence. He is around 40 years old and has great fame and influence. Du Rulin screamed in her mind. She had a lot of people signed under her name, even some who were once very popular all over the country. How is Tao Minying? Tao Minying? Chunan opened his mouth in surprise. The woman who was hailed as the queen of film was actually under Du Rulin's command. Chapter 170. Who did you just say? Tianyu Entertainment Media Company. Office. Du Rulin's phone rang while she was working. Hello. Mr. Du has your package. Do you need me to deliver it to you? Pack? Du Rulin frowned, and she didn't seem to buy anything. Send it up. After a while, Du Rulin's secretary walked into the office. Mr. Du, here's your package. The secretary called respectfully. Thank you for your hard work. If there is nothing else, please go out. Du Rulin said with a smile. Yes. She glanced at the address on the package and saw that it was sent from Huaqing. Suddenly, she remembered the call Chu Nin made to her a few days ago. Could it be the so-called beauty pill? Is it really so magical to make people return to youth? With a skeptical attitude, Du Rulin opened the package and saw a small wooden box that was well protected. She took the wooden box out and opened it. The true appearance of the beauty pill made Du Rulin a little dazed. This pill is too ordinary. It looks no different from other pills. This? Is she eating? Or not eat it? She had investigated the news in Huaqing before. Rome's Pharmaceuticals went bankrupt and was acquired by a mysterious person. It was estimated that this mysterious person was Chu Nan. Moreover, the industries under Chu Nan's name were even more shocking, including Nanshun Building, Marriott Hotel, office buildings, and shares of Yi Group. The industries that were investigated are far more than just these, not to mention that Chu Nan also has an island and is connected to the Carpenter family. Such a person shouldn't cheat her, and there's no point in lying to her. Du Rulin took the pill in her hand, looked at it left and right, and finally hesitated for a while, gritted her teeth, and put the pill into her mouth. The moment she put it in her mouth, Du Rulin widened her eyes. The pill instantly melted in her mouth, and a faint fragrance burst out in her mouth. At the same time, her cheeks seemed to have a tingling sensation. Du Rulin picked up the mirror and was stunned when she looked at herself in the mirror. A pair of slender and trembling hands stroked her cheeks, and a pair of round, beautiful eyes revealed great confidence. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak as she watched the wrinkles disappear on her face. The crow's feet at the corners of the eyes, the nasolabial folds that are so tiny that they are invisible unless you look closely, and the forehead wrinkles have all disappeared, and the loose skin has become much smoother. Oh my God! Is all this true? Suddenly, Du Rulin was so excited that she couldn't speak. For women, wrinkles are their natural enemy. At this moment, Du Rulin seemed to have returned to the age of 27. She realized it. Once the beauty pill is released to the market, it will be very popular. And this opportunity is equivalent to a gift from Chu Nan to her. Du Rulin dialed the number, and the call was quickly connected. Sister Du, I think you have received the beauty pill I gave you. Chu Nan on the other end of the phone had a smile on his face. Du Rulin took a deep breath and calmed herself down, but she still couldn't completely recover from the shock. Mr. Chu, I would like to ask how much your beauty pills cost. 200,000 per piece. Du Rulin was silent again. She didn't know what to say. Is a pill that costs 200,000 yuan expensive? Perhaps for most people, the price of 200,000 per pill seems like they are crazy for money. There has never been such a sky-high price for a pill in the entire Dragon Country. However, Du Rulin, who has experienced the effects, feels that the price of 200,000 is far beyond her expectations. The price is really too cheap. Even if it is 1 million per pill, Du Rulin does not think it is expensive. Because for women, youth cannot be bought back, and they are willing to pay any price to regain their youth. Are there any purchase restrictions for your pills? Du Rulin asked again. Of course there are purchase restrictions. Each person is limited to buying 2 pills, and we only produce 200 beauty pills every 3 months. Orders must be placed in advance. By the way, A person can only take one beauty pill in his lifetime. Even if he takes a second pill, it will have no effect. Chu, Nan said slowly. This is what I just learned from the system. A person can only take one beauty pill in his lifetime. Otherwise, even if he takes the second pill, it will not have any effect. You can only take one pill at a time. Du Rulin felt a little disappointed, but she quickly kept her attitude positive. It was impossible to stay young forever. If such a medicine really existed, the whole world would be crazy about it. It may even lead to conflicts of interest between countries. Mr. Chu, I think we should meet to discuss our cooperation in detail. Du Rulin said solemnly. Since Sister Du thinks so, that would be great. Do you need me to go to the Magic City to find you? Thank you for your help, Mr. Chu. We have taken advantage of you this time. I will go to Huaqing to find you. Well, that's fine too. Then we will meet in 2 days, and I will bring Minning with me then. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Du. You are so polite, Mr. Chu. I will have to rely on you for future cooperation. After that, the two chatted for a few more words and hung up the phone. Lu Yashuan in the room looked at Chu Nan, who was very happy and couldn't help asking, You look so happy. Is there something good happening? Chu Nan sat beside Lu Yashuan and said with a smile, The spokesperson issue has been resolved. So soon? Who is it? Lu Yashuan was a little surprised that the spokesperson issue was resolved so quietly. Tao Minning. Chu Nan blurted out 3 words. Suddenly, Lu Yashuan suddenly stood up and shouted in disbelief. Who did you just say? Chapter 171. I'll give you a chance to call Brother Tiger over. Tao Minning. Chu Nan responded as a matter of course. Lu Yashuan was numb. Who is Tao Minning? It is estimated that 70 to 80% of the people in Long Country know Tao Minning. Because Tao Minning is so famous, she is a female star with some status internationally. Do you know Tao Minning? Lu Yashuan asked puzzledly. Chu Nan shook his head. I don't know him. If you don't know her, how did you find her to be the spokesperson? Lu Yashuan was even more puzzled. Even if a female star with such great influence as Tao Minning was to be asked to be the spokesperson, her schedule would probably have to be put aside. I don't know her, but I know her boss. Chu Nan said slowly. Her boss? What's going on? Do you know the CEO of Tianyu Entertainment? I guess so. After a while, Chu Nan told Lu Yashuan what happened. Lu Yashuan finally understood at this moment, and was also extremely surprised at Chu Nan. I didn't expect Chu Nan actually knows medical skills. When did this happen? This guy studied finance in college just like me, not some medical school graduate. Lu Yashuan took Chu Nan's arm and said in a sly voice, Can you take me with you when you meet Tao Minning? She is my idol, and I want to ask her for an autograph. No problem, it's no big deal. Chu Nan agreed without saying a word. Baji. Lu Yashuan leaned forward and gave him a kiss, then smiled foolishly. The two had discussed it yesterday and decided to go to Chu Nan's residence today. Lu Yashuan's heart was beating like a deer. Went downstairs. Suddenly, several people stopped Chu Nan and Lu Yashuan. These people all had dyed hair and tattoos on their arms and legs. They looked nonchalant and arrogant and glanced at Chu Nan with disdain. However, the look he gave Lu Yashuan was unusually fiery. What do you want to do? Chu Nan said in a somewhat cold tone. At this time, Li Jinghao came out from the crowd, looked at Chu Nan with contempt, and said arrogantly, Boy, you really left me with a deep impression last time. Aren't you good at fighting? Can you fight so many people? This person was the sloppy man who was beaten by Chu Nan last time. Although Li Jinghao is idle, he likes to make friends. However, most of them are gangsters in society. But even these gangsters give him a lot of face. He even got to know Brother Hu, a gangster. Brother Hu is a well-known figure in the underworld. Many people in the underworld follow Brother Hu, and even Li Jinghao is no exception. He admitted it. Chu Nan is indeed a good fighter, but no matter how good you are, can you beat 10 people? He just didn't believe that 10 people together would not be able to deal with Chu Nan at all. Boy, I'll teach you a lesson today. Don't be so arrogant in the future. Is it great to be a rich second generation? What brothers hate the most is the rich second generation, right? Right. It's better to say that these people are jealous rather than unhappy. They are all children from ordinary families, and their families cannot give them the life they want. But those rich second generations can live a godlike life without much effort. Looking at Lu Yashuan next to Chu Nan, they would never dare to imagine a woman like this in their entire lives. Brothers, let's do it. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 or 5 people rushed over first, looking at Chu Nan with ferocious smiles on their faces. They are most happy to teach the rich second generation a lesson. It's not like they haven't done that before. The worst that can happen to them is just detaining them for a few days. What else can they do to them? However, what these people did not realize was that the rich second generations they were teaching a lesson to were just nouveau riche and had no status in watching. Chu Nin pulled Lu Yashuan behind him. Suddenly, a flying kick kicked a person away. Fuck! Those gangsters widened their eyes with a look of disbelief. This guy kicked the guy away. Is this guy a Superman? Several people rushed over with baseball bats in their hands and were about to hit Chu Nan. Click! One arm was completely tensed and caught the bat, and the baseball bat also broke. The man widened his eyes and looked at Chu Nan in horror. Is this guy an Iron Man? The person is fine, but the baseball bat is broken. Could it be that Brotherly is here to cheat them? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Come on, everyone come together. Control him together. There is definitely a way. Li Jinghao, who was watching from the side, was shocked. He thought Chu Nan was good at fighting, but he didn't expect him to be so good at it. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 2 minutes, all the gangsters were lying on the ground howling, with painful and distorted expressions on their faces. Chu Nan walked slowly towards Li Jinghao. Li Jinghao suddenly panicked, and just as he was about to turn around and run, Chu Nan grabbed him by the collar. Let me go! Let me go! I'm telling you, I'm Brother Tiger's man. If you touch me, Brother Tiger will never let you go. Chu Nan raised his eyebrows. Brother Tiger again? Is the brother who you were talking about a gangster? Chu Nan asked. Li Jinghao's face lit up with joy, thinking that Chu Nan knew that brother whose attitude had become as arrogant as before. That's right, it's Brother Tiger from the underworld. If you know what's good for you, let me go. Brother Tiger and I are brothers. If you attack me, Brother Tiger will never let you go. As long as you let me go, I will pretend that what happened today never happened. Suddenly, Li Jinghao let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and Chu Nan grabbed his wrist and applied a little force. Li Jinghao's whole face turned red, and he knelt on the ground in pain. I'll give you a chance to call that tiger brother over. Chu Nan suddenly let go of his hand and said lightly. Li Jinghao was also stunned for a moment. What did this mean? Give him a chance? Shabby. He was actually asked to call Brother Hu. Li Jinghao wished he could do so. As long as Brother Hu was around, it would be useless no matter how awesome this kid was. Brother Hu was a man who would kill people without blinking an eye. It was said that there was a big shot supporting him behind the scenes. Chapter 172. Who the hell is your brother? Brother Hu will be here soon. Li Jinghao said proudly, and even said sympathetically in a condescending tone. Since you were so stupid, I will ask Brother Hu to be gentle later. With this arrogant look, I'm afraid he has never experienced the dangers of society. What are you going to do, son? Li Jinghao's face changed drastically, and he looked at Chu Nan in fear. He thought Chu Nan had let him go, but now it seems that is not the case. No matter what you do, you have to pay a price, including Li Jinghao. Chu Nan is not a saint. If others don't provoke him, he will not take the initiative to provoke others. People like Chu Nan are easy to get along with. But once you become an enemy of Chu Nan, it will be a fight to the death, and Chu Nan will make you pay the price no matter what. He grabbed Li Jinghao's arm, using only the simplest means. Fuck, my arm. You're a fucking devil. Lu Yashuan watched coldly from the side. He did not sympathize with Li Jinghao. On the contrary, if Chu Nan wasn't good at fighting, the people lying on the ground would probably not be these gangsters but Chu Nan, and even she might be implicated. Lu Yashuan would never forget the look in those gangsters' eyes before. That kind of invading gaze was like that of a hungry wolf, as if they wanted to strip all her clothes off. Li Jinghao knelt in front of Chu Nan. He no longer had the strength to wail, although people around him saw what had happened through the window. They all took a deep breath. They don't want to get involved in this kind of thing, nor do they dare to get involved. Once they get involved in this kind of thing, they will get themselves into trouble, so they just treat it as a spectator. Anyway, this show doesn't require any tickets or money. Isn't that great? And from the current situation, it seems that this drama is not over yet. About 10 minutes later, a Wuling Hongguang van drove in and stopped in front of Chu Nan and the others. A group of ferocious thugs got out of the car with iron bars and iron rods. When Li Jinghao saw these people, it was as if he had seen his saviors. Here he comes. Brother Tiger is here. You little bastard. How dare you do this to me? I will make Brother Tiger destroy you. The originally calm Lu Yashuan couldn't help but shrink her beautiful eyes when she saw these people. These people looked completely different from the gangsters before. They were real desperados. Lu Yashuan grabbed Chu Nan's hand worriedly. Chu Nan smiled and said calmly, "It's okay, I can handle it." Hearing Chu Nan's words, Lu Yashuan immediately felt relieved because she knew that Chu Nan would never do anything without confidence. Everyone who got off the car looked at Li Jinghao's disabled arms, opened their mouths slightly in surprise, and at the same time seemed to realize the seriousness of the consequences. Although Li Jinghao is a loser, he is a first-rate flatterer. That is why brother who likes Li Jinghao's smooth-talking tone very much, so he tells others that he is his brother. In fact, brother who says this to everyone, because brother who is a person who values face and protects his children. Therefore, many people in the underworld are unwilling to provoke brother who, because once you provoke one of brother who's subordinates, he will retaliate against you like a mad dog, regardless of any consequences. Moreover, it is said that there is a big shot backing brother who, and it is said that the big shot is the local boss in Huacheng. I saw a man with tattoos on his arms. His arms were as thick as iron pillars and full of muscles. His burly figure was as big as a mountain, and his temperament was like a tiger. Brother who got out of the car with a cigarette in his mouth. Brother Tiger, save me. My arm is broken. You must help me. Brother whose face suddenly darkened. Both arms were disabled? This doesn't take him seriously at all. If he remembered correctly, Li Jinghao said at the time that the other party asked him to call and ask him to come over. Brother whose face became increasingly gloomy, and he slowly walked towards the crowd. All his younger brothers around him made way for him. He wanted to see who could be so arrogant and not take him seriously. When brother who walked in, he found a young man looking at him with a smile on his face. Brother who, I didn't expect that we would meet again. The moment brother who saw the young man, his face changed instantly and he cursed in his heart. Grass! How could this evil star be here? Damn it! Could it be that the brat Li Jinghao offended this gentleman? The younger brothers around and Li Jinghao were all stunned. What was going on? What does this mean? Have these two people met before? Could it be that a flood washed away the Dragon King Temple? We are all family. The next second, brother who walked up to Chu Nin cautiously, lowered his head and said respectfully, Mr. Chu, we meet again. I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. For a moment, brother whose younger brothers and Li Jinghao looked at brother who in disbelief. Oh shit, who is this person? It is actually possible to make brother who show this attitude. You have to know that brother who is a ruthless person in the underworld. Li Jinghao's face suddenly froze. Brother Tiger, you? Before he could finish his words, brother Tiger kicked him in the stomach and yelled, Who the hell is your brother? Do I know you? Chapter 173. Two women meet. This unexpected attack left Li Jinghao completely unable to react. He rolled on the ground several times. Brother who showed a flattering smile and said flatteringly, Mr. Chu, I don't know this person at all. If this person offends you, you can deal with him as you like. Oh, why would I get your phone number if I don't know you? Chu Nin showed a playful smile. Suddenly, the expression on brother whose face froze and he stammered, not knowing how to explain. If he had known it was Chu Nan, he would not have come even if he had 10 times the courage. Okay, continue to solve your problems. I still have things to do. As for how to deal with it next, it's up to you. Chu Nan said lightly, glancing at brother who with cold eyes. Brother who was so scared that his whole body shook. Then he smiled and watched Chu Nan go away. Gradually, brother whose face darkened and he slapped Li Jinghao in the face. Brother who is such a strong man, but this slap would have knocked him unconscious. Li Jinghao lost his balance and fell to the ground again, feeling dizzy. Damn it, you almost killed me. Brothers, fight for me. Poor Li Jinghao was beaten again. His eyes were black and purple, and his whole face was swollen like a pig's head. This time, Li Jinghao was really beaten by society. Tui! Brother who spat a mouthful of thick yellow phlegm on the ground, his big yellow teeth exposed without any cover. He grabbed Li Jinghao by the collar and warned him, If I ever hear you say my name again, I will make sure you die. Do you understand? Li Jinghao nodded in horror, like a frightened lamb. Snort! Brother who snorted coldly and threw Li Jinghao to the ground. A dozen people got on the bread and left, leaving Li Jinghao standing on the ground in a daze. Son? Wow! Li Jinghao actually burst into tears. No one around him expected that a man in his 20s would actually sit on the ground and cry like a child. Son, what's wrong with you? The landlord, who had just returned from the vegetable market, dropped the vegetables in his hands, hugged Li Jinghao, and said worriedly. Li Jinghao hugged Fangxin and said with great sorrow, Mom, I must be a good person in the future. After experiencing the dangers of society, Li Jinghao said that he would never be a gangster again. Who could bear such injustice? Chunan drove back to the villa. Looking at the magnificent villa in front of her, Lu Yashuan was also dumbfounded. Is this Chunan's home? This is too big. Back garden, a swimming pool, and various flowers and plants. This is simply the paradise most people dream of. Lu Yashuan walked around the villa and saw brand-name furniture, various valuable flowers and plants, and top-quality decoration materials. Chunan, I'm afraid it will cost at least 100 million to buy this villa of yours. Lu Yashuan said in shock. Chunan nodded and said calmly, it's probably close to 200 million. Real estate is still appreciating now, so it's probably worth more now than before. Lu Yashuan couldn't help but smacking her lips. A villa worth 200 million is something most people would never even think of. The villa is equipped with guest rooms, KTV, cinema, piano, and gym. But Chunan had never used it. Zhou Ying, who had been in the room, heard the noise and came out. The moment the two women looked at each other, the atmosphere in the whole villa suddenly froze. Even Chunan's heart skipped a beat. Lu Yashuan's expression changed slightly, and an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. Although we know that she is a housekeeper, isn't she a little too pretty? If she were anywhere else, she would be known as a top goddess with excellent figure and appearance. Boss, you're back. This should be the girlfriend you mentioned before, right? Although Zhou Ying felt a little uncomfortable, she still took the initiative to step forward, extended a hand, and greeted politely. Hello, I am Zhou Ying, the boss's housekeeper. You should be the Miss Lu that the boss mentioned. Lu Yashuan also extended her hand politely. Hello. Zhou Ying turned to Chunan and said, Boss, do you need me to ask the chef to prepare lunch? Chunan asked doubtfully. Are they back? Zhou Ying shook her head. No, but I just hired a new one. I tested him, and he's a pretty good cook. Then let the chef prepare lunch. Seeing Zhou Ying leaving, Lu Yashuan couldn't help but glare at Chunan with resentment. Are you too good a butler? Were you attracted by someone else's looks at that time? Chunan touched his head and chuckled, but didn't want to say anything more. At the beginning, I had just obtained the system, and because I saw that Zhou Ying was good-looking, I let her be the housekeeper. At that time, Chunan felt that with the system, he didn't have to do anything and could enjoy himself. But as time went by, this kind of life seemed too boring, otherwise he would not have acquired Rome Pharmaceutical. Sometimes it can be a bit boring if you have too much free time. Chapter 174, Being Followed. Soon, the chef prepared the food. The chef was a middle-aged man in his 50s who had previously worked in a 4-star hotel. Because the company's equity changed and there seemed to be problems with the hotel's management, a series of events happened in the hotel later. Eventually, the hotel closed down. As a 4-star chef, he had countless options, so he posted information online with the mentality of giving it a try, hoping to try his luck. By chance, he was chosen by Zhou Ying, and after several tests, Zhou Ying finally helped him pass. Looking at the young Chunan, Luo Yingwu was a little surprised. He thought that the owner of the villa was at least the same age as him, but he did not expect that the owner of the villa was such a young guy. This surprised him a little. Chunan glanced at Luo Yingwu and said with a smile, Uncle Luo, do you want to come up and eat with us? Luo Yingwu waved his hand and said with a smile, Forget it, this is against the rules. Harmful. What are the rules? I just hate rules. Come up and eat together. At this moment, Luo Yingwu had a very good impression of this young boss. He was very humble and warm to others. There were really not many young people like him. Half an hour later, all the food on the table was cleared away. Lu Yashuan and Zhou Ying cleaned the table together. The scene looked a little weird. Luo Yingwu was also helping out, washing dishes, and Chunan was the only one who was idle, watching TV. Suddenly at this moment, his cell phone rang. Hello. Excuse me. Are you Mr. Chu? Well, I am. Who are you? Hello, Mr. Chu. We are from Shark Live. We found out that you are already a shareholder of our company. Would it be convenient for you to meet with other shareholders? I'll go to the Magic City in a few days. Okay, sorry to bother you, Mr. Chu. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yashuan walked out of the kitchen and asked curiously, The company's phone number? Chunan shook his head. No, it's Shark Live. Shark Live? Why do they call you? Lu Yashuan asked doubtfully. He knew that Shark Live was currently the largest live streaming platform in China. All the famous anchors in China were on the Shark platform, and Shark platform was the first live streaming platform to be listed in China. The other one was Manhwa Live. I have shares in Shark Live, and other shareholders want to meet me. Chunan said lightly, leaning on the sofa. He obtained the shares of Shark Live by signing in the morning. The market value of a listed live broadcast company like SharkLive is only more than 3 billion yuan, which is not even a little bit different from Yi Group. The upper limit of the live broadcast industry is there, and there are only a few people who have reached the ceiling. Moreover, most of the live broadcasts rely on the support of trade unions to give huge gifts and rewards to gain popularity. Chunan estimated that this 10% stake was worth only about 300 to 400 million yuan. Host, Chunan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Current deposits, 890 million. Vehicles, Lamborghini Venom, New Era electric vehicle, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Butterfly Trekmadon. Personal properties, Sky Garden Mountaintop Villa, 10 school district houses on Yushui Road. Personal properties, Marriott Hotel, Red Beach Office Building, Green Orange Bar, Sisui Commercial Street, Nanchun Building, Yunnan Pharmaceutical. Other industries, Ye Group shares 5%, Shark Banknote shares 10%. Whether to be married, no. Name of island, Paradise Island. Special skills, expert piano talent, God-level Chinese medicine, Bajiquan Grandmaster, 100% hit rate. Chunan glanced at the information on the panel and continued, I'm going to go out for a while, so you stay at home for now. I will arrange a position for you in the company. Lu Yashuan nodded silently. Before Chunan left, he slapped the other person on the face. Chunan drove to the Yi family. It's time to give Li Xiujuan acupuncture. 1 injection per week is essential. Because it was afternoon and there were many vehicles, Chunan drove to a sparsely populated national highway. Few people drove on this road, and there were only a few vehicles passing by. However, when Chunan entered the national highway, several Mercedes-Benz cars quietly followed him. At first, Chunan didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just a coincidence that they were traveling the same distance. But now, Chunan could be sure. These cars were following him. Chunan raised his eyebrows and looked through the front mirror at the Mercedes-Benz cars that were approaching him. I was also full of doubts. Why are these people tracking me? He also thought that he didn't seem to have offended anyone, and that he could afford to offend most people, and it was more often the other party who offended him. With a boom, Chunan stepped on the accelerator and instantly distanced himself from the Mercedes-Benz car. The people in the Mercedes-Benz looked gloomy. Speed up and catch up. Yes. Chapter 175. Hey, isn't this my son? Are these all followers? I can't get rid of it no matter how hard I try. The only thing that made Chunan curious was the identities of these people. Why is he following me? It looks like he is from some powerful force. After crossing the national highway, Chunan drove in the opposite direction of the Yi family. He wanted to see who was following him. We came to a relatively cheap suburb, and there was an abandoned and undeveloped park. This place was a suburb of Huacheng that had been abandoned for a long time. After Chunan slowed down, the Mercedes-Benz cars quickly caught up with him and drifted around the corner to block Chunan's way. Men in black suits got out of the Mercedes-Benz one by one, and each of them had a very strong aura. After Chunan got out of the car, his brows were tightly locked. This solemn atmosphere made it obvious that the conflict between him and the other party could not be resolved with just a few words. A handsome man got out of the leading Mercedes-Benz car and looked at Chunan with a playful expression. His eyes were full of hostility, as if he wanted to eat Chunan alive. You didn't expect that we would meet again, Choi Yun-woo said with a sinister smile. When Chunan saw Cui Jingyu, the scene of that day immediately emerged in his mind. He laughed sarcastically and said, Hey, isn't this my son? Why did you bring so many people to welcome your father? It's a bit too grand. Suddenly, Cui Jingyu gritted his teeth and looked at Chunan angrily. His gloomy eyes were extremely terrifying, as if he wanted to kill someone. Don't you understand the situation? These people are all veterans of my Pingxi country. I still can't forget the humiliation I suffered that day. Chunan picked his ears and asked leisurely, What kind of insult is that? We made a bet that time, but you couldn't afford it? You should accept the loss. Cui Jingyu's face changed slightly and turned red. He was speechless for a moment. Indeed, everything that happened at that time was a bet between both parties. To some extent, he really couldn't afford to play this game. But he is a member of the Cui family, a chaebol family in the country of Pongzi. He has lived in an environment where he is pampered by everyone since he was a child, and no one has ever dared to treat him like this. However, in this dragon country, he suffered the most painful humiliation in his life. Umph. Sharp teeth. You really picked a good location. In this remote place, even if you suddenly disappeared, no one would know. Kuiting you left the grimly. Chunan's expression tightened, and he asked in a deep voice, Do you want to kill someone to silence him? No, no, no. I'm not that stupid. In your dragon country, if a murder happens, it's a big deal. I'm not that stupid. I'll make you disappear for a few days. During these days, I will torture you to my heart's content and make you want to live but not die. If you cooperate a little, maybe I can make you suffer less. Choi Young-woo said this in a high-handed and generous manner. He really didn't dare to kill people to silence them. If he were in Pingxi country, he would dare to do so. But this is Longwa, which is known as the country with the best public security in the world and has an extremely low crime rate. Moreover, Longwa takes cases like murder extremely seriously. Although he is the son of a chaebol family, he is willing to get himself into trouble. He just them? They are nothing but chickens and dogs. Chu Nan smiled disdainfully. Chui Jingyu narrowed his eyes and said gloomily, I hope your strength is as hard as your mouth. Bring them all on. It doesn't matter where you start. I'll take care of everything. These bodyguards are all well-trained veterans. They have even helped Choi Young-woo do many inhumane things. They are extremely ruthless and show no mercy. The victims are either killed or disabled. With Choi Young-woo's words, these people felt at ease to act. These people have extraordinary aura, and each of them has the temperament of someone who has fought on the battlefield. The oppressive feeling proves that these people are stained with blood. One of them took a big step with incredibly fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Chu Nan, and the huge arms were about to lock Chu Nan up. Good job, Chu Nan Loget. The enormous power hidden in his body suddenly exploded, and he stepped on the concrete road so hard that even a crack appeared. The noise was unbelievable. This is a cement road. Even a cement road can't withstand this force. How terrible is this force? Chu Nan dodged the attack, turned around, and threw a punch. The strong wind from his fist swept over. The man's pupils suddenly shrank and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. It's too late to dodge. Ah! With a scream and a wail, the man flew backwards in an instant, with his cheekbones sunken in. Hiss! Suddenly, all of them took a breath, looked at their companions' sunken cheekbones, and suddenly fell silent. This is how much force is needed to dent a person's bones. This little dragon countryman actually has such tremendous power hidden in his body. Only the best soldiers in the army can fight against him with such strength. The two men pulled out their weapons, a baton and an electric baton. Pala! The crackling light from the electric baton is chilling. I believe it would be very painful if it were to stab someone in the body. What are you still dawdling for? Come on, if you can't even handle one person, then get out of here. The faces of several people changed drastically. If they left the Chui family, they really didn't know how to live. Several people looked at each other and gritted their teeth, not caring about the consequences and rushing towards Chu Nan. A chapter 176, Protective Jade Pendant. They just couldn't believe that a dragon countryman could be comparable to them, the veterans. At most, it's just a little stronger. Chui Jingyu had never investigated Chu Nan's information. He only knew that Chu Nan knew the young master of the Yi family. As long as he acts carefully, the other party will not notice anything, and the public security in Longwa is recognized by the world. With a fierce horizontal kick, the movements of these people seem to have slowed down several times. In Chu Nan's eyes, they were extremely slow and easy to dodge. Jump up! Chu Nan swept his leg directly onto the opponent's forehead. The man fell to the ground instantly, his head buzzing, and it was difficult for him to even stand up. The man holding the electric baton stabbed Chu Nan's waist and abdomen fiercely. Chu Nan slightly moved his feet and turned around to easily avoid the attack. He snatched the electric baton away. The man let out a miserable cry, and his whole body was shaking when the electric baton touched him. Dozens of people collapsed in an instant. These people were not ordinary bodyguards. Each of them had the strength to fight 10 people alone. However, in front of Chu Nan, their proud strength was easily torn into pieces like paper. You, how is it possible? They actually, all of you, get up. You bunch of rubbish, get up now. Chu Nan slowly approached Chui Jingyu, the electric baton in his hand still emitting a crackling light. Chui Jingyu was so scared that his face turned pale. It is no exaggeration to say that these people are the elites of the family. All the big and small matters of the Chui family were handled by these people, including those things that were not allowed to be seen in the open, but what they did not expect was that Chu Nan was so terrifying. Even these people are no match for him. This made Choi Young-woo start to doubt his life. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. I'm warning you. If you come over here again, I will be rude to you. Choi Young-woo shouted in panic. He kept backing away to warn Chu Nan, but Chunin seemed to ignore his words and continued to slowly approach. Suddenly, a terrifying scene happened. Cui Jingyu, who was forced into a corner, pulled out a weapon from his waist, with the black hole facing Chunan. Chunan paused, his pupils dilated slightly, and he was shocked. This Choi Yungwoo, he actually brought a gun. You have to know that guns are banned in Longwa. Once a gun case occurs, it will definitely cause a sensation across the country. Chunin never expected that Cui Jingyu would take out a gun at this time. Ha ha ha. Shabby, you're getting closer. Come closer. Do you still have the guts? I admit that you are a good fighter, but what does it matter if you can fight? Can you fight well enough to withstand a gun? Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you awesome? Cui Jingyu had a ferocious smile on his face, pointing a gun at Chunan and mocking him arrogantly. He would not take out guns and other things in Longwa unless it was absolutely necessary. Once they were discovered in Longwa, even the Cui family would not be able to save him. After all, his family's influence is in the Pengzi kingdom, so it is still difficult to reach out overseas. Chunin narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking about something. He glanced down at the jade pendant hanging around his neck and secretly made a plan in his mind. Seeing Chunin being suppressed, Cui Jingyu smiled even more wildly, but the next moment his face froze again. He raised his pistol and shouted at Chunin in panic. Don't come over. I told you to stop. Do you really think I won't shoot? CNM, don't you understand what I'm saying? Chunin approached step by step, and Cui Jingyu didn't know what Chunin's confidence came from. But Chunin never does anything without confidence, let alone playing with his own life. Cui Jingyu was really panicked. He didn't understand why Chunin dared to approach him. What capital did he have to dare to approach him? He had a gun in his hand. As the saying goes, no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife, let alone a gun. Cui Jingyu took off the safety, loaded the gun, and warned again. If you come any closer, I will be rude to you. However, his warning seemed to have no effect, as if Chunin was not afraid of the gun in his hand at all. His gun was not a toy gun or a simulation gun, but a real pistol, a weapon that was powerful enough to kill a person with one shot. Grass! If you're determined to die, don't blame me. Pull the trigger. With a bang, a deafening gunshot echoed all around, and a flash of fire flashed by. The speed of the bullet was simply beyond the ability of the human eye to judge. Cui Jingyu was so scared that his face turned pale, and he sat down on the ground. He lowered his head, feeling anxious. Should just die. He raised his head. He thought there would be a dead body lying in front of him, but at that moment his breathing stopped, and his face was filled with horror. It was like seeing a ghost. Chunin was standing in front of him unharmed, his cold gaze like a sharp blade. How is that possible? How could you still be alive? Cui Jingyu wanted to pick up the gun, but was controlled by Chunin in an instant. Chunin smiled coldly. You really made me waste a good thing. Looking at the crack on the jade pendant on his neck, Chunin's face became even colder. If it weren't for the protective jade pendant, he might have been hit and killed by the gunshot just now. Chapter 177. Is it difficult for me to take action against the Cui family? Protective jade pendant. It was also obtained by Chunin from the sign-in a few days ago. The protective jade pendant is just as its name suggests. The wearer can withstand 3 fatal attacks without getting hurt. The protective jade pendant has helped Chunin block the shot just now. That's why there is an extra crack on the jade pendant. You are not human. You're a ghost. You're a monster. Someone come. Help. Cui Jingyu's eyes were filled with fear, and he kept crawling backwards. Now he was really afraid of Chunin to the extreme. There is no doubt that the shot just now could not have deviated, and it definitely hit Chunin. But Chunin in front of him stood in front of him intact without any wounds. How could there be people in this world who are not afraid of guns? Ghost? Monster? Chunin laughed disdainfully. This was an ability beyond the cognition of this world. It could be said that with this jade pendant, Chunin had 2 more lives. Sizzle. The crackling sound of the electric baton made Choi Youngwoo feel creepy. He was sure that it would be very painful if the electric baton hit someone. Awa! Cui Jingyu's whole body twitched suddenly, and he kept struggling and waving his hands on the ground as if he was dancing. You know what? It really does have that flavor. After a while, Choi Youngwoo was completely electrocuted. Chunin threw the electric baton aside, looked at the people on the ground coldly, and silently made a phone call. There is absolutely zero tolerance for things like carrying guns. Choi Youngwoo is an unstable factor, and if he offends Chunin, he will not let Choi Youngwoo have an easy time. When we arrived at the Yi family, all 3 members of the Yi family were there. Brother Chu, you're here, Yi Chen said with a smile. Chu Nan apologized awkwardly. Sorry, I encountered something on the way and was delayed. It's okay, it's okay. Brother Chu, we all know that you are a busy man. Ever since Yi Chen knew that Chu Nan knew someone from the Carpenter family, his attitude towards Chu Nan changed completely. Before, he regarded Chu Nan as his friend, but now Chu Nan is his idol. Moreover, it is said that the company had always wanted to expand overseas markets, but never had the opportunity. But this time, cooperation with the Carpenter family is a sure thing. After walking in, Yuan put down his phone and greeted with a smile. Xiao Chu is here. Uncle Yi. Chu Nan responded politely. Yi Wan and his family were making a decision before, and now that Chu Nan is here, it's a good time to tell Chu Nan. Xiao Chu, it's all thanks to you that we were able to expand into overseas markets this time. Otherwise, we don't know how long it would take us to develop overseas markets. Yi Wan expressed his sincere gratitude. Chu Nan smiled indifferently. Uncle Yi, you are too polite. I'm also a shareholder of the company. The bigger the company is, the more dividends I will get. This is what I should do. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chu is a very honest person. There is nothing wrong with what he said. At this time, Li Xiujuan came out of the kitchen, holding a plate of fruit. When he saw Chu Nan, his eyes were full of love. Xiao Chu, have some fruit. These fruits have just been picked not long ago. They are very fresh. Thank you, Annie. Yuan said again. Xiao Chu, we just discussed it and we plan to give you another 10% of the shares. Hearing this, Chu Nan looked at Yi Wan in surprise. 10% of the shares? Even though this is only 10%, if Chu Nan's 5% stake is added, Chu Nan will be the second largest shareholder in the group, and his say will be no less than Yi Wan. I guess they're not much different in terms of power. Uncle Yi, this is not necessary. Chu Nan took the initiative to decline. Yi Wan looked stern and said seriously, this is what we should do. You should know that the group wanted to expand overseas markets a few years ago, but there was no opportunity. Now it is because of you that our group can reach a cooperation with the Carpenter family. You deserve this 10% share. If you don't want it, you are looking down on your Uncle Yi. Hearing this, Chu Nan smiled helplessly. Okay, then thank you, Uncle Yi. Yuan asked the butler to take out the share transfer contract. Looking at this situation, Chu Nan shook his head helplessly. It seemed that they had been prepared for a long time. But it doesn't matter. These shares are nothing to him, and he won't care about the affairs of the joint stock company unless there is an important board voting meeting in which he will attend. Chu Nan was too lazy to care about anything else. I don't have that intention. After giving Li Xiujuan the acupuncture, Chu Nan Yu couldn't help but ask, Uncle Yi, do you know the Chui family in Pengzi country? The Chui family? I know. The Chui family is a well-known chaebol family in the country of Pengzi. Our group is not as influential as the Chui family. The Chui family is one of the few chaebol families in the country of Pengzi. The country of Pengzi itself is controlled by chaebol families. These chaebol families are unscrupulous and their government can do nothing about them. Why are you asking this suddenly? Yuan asked puzzledly. Chu Nan, who was silent for a while, suddenly spoke. Will it be difficult if I want to take action against the Chui family? Yi Wen's pupils suddenly shrank, obviously shocked by Chu Nan's words. Thinking of the Chui family, could it be that someone in the Chui family has provoked Chu Nan? The Chui family is indeed not easy to mess with, and the Chui family is not in Long Kingdom, but in Pengzi Kingdom. But don't forget, the Chui family is not the only chaebol family in this world. Behind Chu Nan stands one of the world's top chaebol families, the Carpenter family. There is no comparison between the Chui family and the Carpenter family. The Carpenter family can destroy this small chaebol family with just a flick of their fingers. Therefore, Yuan resolutely answered, it's not difficult. Chapter 178. Du Ruolin is here. Given your relationship with the Carpenter family, it won't be easy to deal with the Chui family. Yeven spoke. Oh, is the Carpenter family's influence so profound? Chu Nan asked with some interest. Yuan took a sip of Longjing tea and said, a chaebol family like Peng Ziguo may have a huge influence in their home country, but facing a chaebol family at the top of the world, it is undoubtedly like an egg hitting a stone. And I've heard that the Chui family actually worked with the Carpenter family behind the scenes. If that's true, then the Chui family will be easier to deal with. I believe in your relationship with the Carpenter family. They are willing to deal with a small Chui family. Chu Nan touched his chin, and a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Chu Nan like this, Yuan couldn't help but ask curiously, does Xiao Chu have any grudges with the Chui family? Yes, Brother Chu, if I remember correctly, the guy who participated in the piano competition was from the Chui family. Did he make things difficult for you? Chu Nan said calmly. There is a festival, but it is not a small one. Chui family. I want to destroy their family and their people. The eyes of the Yi family's father and son narrowed slightly. It seemed that the grudge between Chu Nan and the Chui family was probably very serious. After lunch, Chu Nan went to Ryan and Clive again. Zing zong, zing zong. The doorbell rang. Ryan opened the door and said to Chu Nan with a smile, Mr. Chu, you are here. Not long ago, Chu Nan had already given a greeting in advance. After Chu Nan sat down, Clive couldn't help but ask curiously, I wonder what you want to talk to us about, Mr. Chu? Clive was also a little curious. From the previous call, it seemed that Chu Nan had something to ask of them. This is a rare thing. I want you to help me deal with the Chui family. The Chui family? The two of them were puzzled for a moment, and then asked, Excuse me, which Chui family are you talking about, Mr. Chu? The Chable family from Pengzi country. Chu, Nan said lightly. After hearing this, Clive and Ryan understood that they were familiar with this Chui family, and it seemed that they were partners in other industries of their family. They remembered that someone from the Chui family wanted to visit Clive not long ago. But Clive refused. He always looked down on families like those in the country. Why? The Bangzi kingdom does business by any means necessary, and even does some shady things in secret. What's more, Clive himself doesn't have much good feelings towards the Bangzi kingdom. This is also related to their culture. They think they are high-end and elegant barbarians who are gentlemen. It's not difficult to deal with the Chui family. I'm sorry to ask, but Mr. Chu, do you have any grudge against the Chui family? Clive asked. Chu Nan nodded and told Clive, Ryan, and others what happened today. With a bang, Clive slammed the table and roared angrily. The Chui family is so bold. How dare they treat Mr. Chu like this, and even carry a gun? How outrageous. Too outrageous. Ryan, call the family members immediately and tell them to terminate all cooperation with the Chui family and do everything they can to deal with the Chui family. I want to see the Chui family cease to exist within 3 days. Clive's aura suddenly exploded, the kind of authority without anger and the momentum of having been in a high position for a long time, and the sharp eyes were very much like an excellent leader. Chu Nan is a distinguished guest of their carpenter family. A small Chui family actually dared to harm Chu Nan. This is a slap in the face of their carpenter family. What's more important is that if Chu Nan really encounters an accident, will his only hope be gone? This is something he absolutely cannot accept. Ryan absolutely couldn't accept it. His face was as cold as ice. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. I promise that you will receive news about the destruction of the Chui family within 3 days. Clive said politely. Chu Nan smiled and nodded. I feel relieved with Mr. Clive's words. Since I'm here, I'll give you an injection. Clive nodded, as if he had fallen in love with acupuncture. After each acupuncture treatment, Clive felt much more relaxed all over. The feeling was indescribable. Because of Chu Nan's reminder, Ryan changed his habit of sitting for a long time. In addition, after the last bone correction, it seems that he can now sleep normally and looks much more energetic. After walking out of the hotel, Chu Nan's cell phone rang. It was Du Ruling calling. Sister Du? Mr. Chu, please don't call me Sister Du. It makes me feel a little scared when you call me that. Sister Du, you're worrying too much. You're a few years older than me, so it's only natural for me to call you Sister Du. You called me at this time. I guess you should have arrived in Huaqing. Du Ruling laughed like a yellow warbler and said, Mr. Chu's guess is really accurate. We really just got off the plane. Mr. Chu, do you know where we are meeting? Marriott Hotel. Sister Du, you brought Tao Minying with you, right? Ha ha ha, don't worry about this. Minying is right next to me. How about letting him talk to you? That's not necessary. We can talk about it when we meet later. In that case, I'll arrange to wait for you at the Marriott Hotel. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Chu. After hanging up the phone, Chu Nan called Lu Yashuan again. Dear Miss Lu, Tao Minying has arrived in Huaqing. Chapter 179. What is happening? Chu Nan drove back home. When Lu Yashuan heard that Tao Minying came to Huaqing, she was so excited on the phone that her voice was trembling. Chu Nan parked the car at the door, walked into the villa, pushed open the door. However, the following scene stunned him. I saw Lu Yashuan and Zhou Ying sitting on the sofa, talking and laughing like close friends. They were looking at their phones and seemed to be discussing something. Lu Yashuan looked at Chu Nan, who was stunned at the door, and said with a smile, You are back. Chu Nan note deeply. My brain is a bit slow to calm down. What is going on? What happened between these two people during such a short time away. How did they become so close? It shouldn't be. Lu Yashuan took Chu Nan's arm, looked at Chu Nan, who was still in a daze, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Let's go." "Sister Ing, Chu Nan and I will leave first. We will continue our conversation when we come back." Zhou Ying smiled and nodded. Lu Yashuan pulled the dazed Chu Nan into the car. Chu Nan glanced at Lu Yashuan and asked, "When did you two become so close?" Lu Yashuan fastened her seatbelt and smiled. "Isn't that the way it is between girls? Sister Ing and I have similar personalities and interests. We have the same hobbies and interests, so we naturally become familiar with each other as we have more topics to talk about. Okay, stop being in a daze. Let's go see Tao Minying." Lu Yashuan is as happy as a little girl at this moment. Tao Minying is her baby-face goddess. Chu Nan shook his head and smiled helplessly. "Marriott Hotel, for floors. Basically, people who come to this floor to discuss business will book rooms on this floor." After receiving Chu Nan's call, Manager Tang had already arranged a private room, but when he saw Tao Minying, he was full of disbelief. He even excitedly stepped forward to ask for an autograph. Someone of Tang An's age would definitely know Tao Minying. You have to know that Tao Minying was already famous all over the country when she was in her 20s. Although her fame has declined now, her influence in the entertainment industry has not diminished in the slightest. Inside the box, Du Ruolin was dressed elegantly, wearing a beautiful lace floral dress that she had not dared to try before. However, after taking the beauty pill and looking several years younger, she dared to wear it so boldly. As for Tao Minying standing aside, she was wearing a bright red cheongsam, which stuck tightly to her body, fully highlighting her graceful figure. As beautiful women grow older, they will add a different kind of charm. The entire cheongsam is tailor-made, which further highlights Tao Minying's temperament. Elegant yet feminine. "Sister Ruolin, is the beauty pill you mentioned really that magical?" Tao Minying still couldn't believe it. Is there really such a magical pill in this world? The pill that can make people younger must be a legendary miracle drug, but Du Ruolin's transformation is real. Both her appearance and skin have become extremely delicate, as if she has become several years younger. Du Ruolin held Tao Minying's hand. Although the two were in a superior-subordinate relationship, everyone in the company knew that their relationship was more like that of sisters, and Ruolin had always regarded Tao Minying as her good friend. "You'll know when you meet Mr. Chu later, but you must be careful with your words. Mr. Chu is not someone you may not want to mess with." Du Ruolin warned solemnly. Tao Minying nodded, but at the same time, she was confused. Who is this Mr. Chu? It was the first time she saw Sister Ruolin being so cautious toward someone. Could it be an old man? So Tao Minying asked, "Sister Ruolin, how old is this Mr. Chu you mentioned?" Du Ruolin said slowly, "Just in his early 20s. "What? Early 20s? Tao Minying was no longer calm. I thought the person that Du Ruolin was afraid of was at least a middle-aged man. She had never asked about it before. After all, it was a matter of business cooperation, and Tao Minying never asked too many questions. And this time it was Sister Ruolin who came to her, not her agent. She didn't dare to ask any more questions. "Son?" The door was pushed open. Chu Nan smiled and said, "Sister Du, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. This is my girlfriend, Lu Yashuan." Du Ruolin stood up and shook hands with Chu Nan and said with a smile, "Mr. Chu, you are joking. In fact, we just arrived. Mr. Chu, your girlfriend is really good looking. If she were to be seen outside, I wonder how many people would regard her as their goddess." "Hello, Mr. Chu." Tao Minying also took the initiative to greet him and was shocked by Chu Nan in front of her. "Isn't this too young? What kind of background does this person have that makes Sister Du afraid?" He estimated that the only company in Huaqing that can make Sister Du afraid is the Yi Group. "Hello, Ms. Tao. Thank you for your trip." Chu Nan looked at Tao Minying. She is worthy of being the movie queen. Even though there are traces of time on her face, it still cannot conceal her once stunning appearance. Lu Yashuan's eyes were always on Tao Minying. She finally met her favorite idol. Although she really wanted an autograph, Lu Yashuan knew that it was not appropriate to ask for an autograph at this moment. She should at least wait until Chu Nan and the others had finished their game before asking for an autograph. Lu Yashuan suppressed her excitement and sat down next to Chu Nan. Chu Nan also took out a small wooden box and placed it on the table. When Du Ruolin saw the familiar wooden box, her pupils suddenly shrank. She knew very well what was inside. "Ms. Tao, would you like to try the effects of the beauty pill? The new book has been published. Both the new book and this book are updated 3 times a day. I hope you will support it." Chapter 180. No endorsement fee. Tao Mining's beautiful eyes slightly dilated, her gaze fixed on the small wooden box containing the beauty pill. It's impossible not to be moved. This is a pill that can make people younger. Tao Mining opened the wooden box, and the faint fragrance of the pills wafted throughout the box. Suddenly, influenced by the medicinal fragrance of the pill, Tao Mining felt that his brain became much clearer. In her early years, Tao Mining was at the peak of her fame, but she suffered from neurasthenia due to overwork and has not fully recovered yet. At midnight, Tao Mining always woke up naturally and took an hour to fall asleep again. This also brought a lot of trouble to her life. Tao Mining didn't sleep well on the plane because she was a light sleeper and couldn't fall asleep even if there was a little noise. Since we need Ms. Tao to be the spokesperson, of course you need to experience the effect of the beauty pill yourself. This beauty pill is equivalent to a gift to Ms. Tao. Chunan said with a smile. It's just a beauty pill. If we produce it at our full capacity, we can have as many of them as we want. Tao Mining hesitated for a while and put the beauty pill into her mouth. The beauty pill melted instantly as it entered her mouth, and a faint fragrance burst out in her mouth. Her mind became much clearer, and she became more energetic. The most important thing, of course, is the change on the face. Although Tao Mining has taken good care of herself and put on makeup, the traces of the effects of aging are still clearly visible. But at this moment, the wrinkles on Tao Mining's face gradually faded, and she could feel an itchy feeling on her face as if something was crawling on it. Not only that, her hands also became much more delicate. Tao Mining quickly took out the makeup mirror from her bag and was stunned when she looked at herself in the mirror. Her slender hand touched her cheek with slight trembling, and the wrinkles on her face were gradually fading. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Is this the effect of the beauty pill? It's simply amazing. Such pills are sold at 200,000 yuan each, and even she thinks the price is too low. She believed that even if the beauty pill cost millions, there would be people willing to spend the money. In such a short period of time, Tao Mining felt that she looked at least 4 or 5 years younger, and her eyes were red with excitement. Manning, I didn't lie to you, did I? This beauty pill is really that magical? It's good news for us women. What do we women fear the most? Wrinkles. But unfortunately, this beauty pill can only be taken once by a person, and it will only be effective once. Du Rulin said with great regret. The corners of Chu Nan's mouth twitched slightly. Being able to make people return to youth is already miraculous enough. If there were no restrictions, the whole world would probably be in chaos, and it might even attract the attention of Long Guoping senior management. Ms. Tao, you should be able to endorse the product with peace of mind now, Chu Nan said with a smile. The doubts in her heart were eliminated, and Tao Mining no longer had any doubts. After experiencing the effect of the beauty pill, she was sure. Once this product is launched on the market, it will cause a huge storm. Many industries, including the pharmaceutical industry and the beauty industry, will be affected. Of course, the most influential person is the spokesperson. Her influence as a film star endorsing a product cannot be underestimated. Mr. Chu, excuse me for asking, is this beauty pill only effective on women? These are questions out of curiosity. If it is effective, why does it have to be on women? Although men don't care about their age, who wouldn't want to return to their youth for a few years? Of course, the beauty pill is effective for both men and women. The reason why it is called the beauty pill is because I am targeting the female market, Chu Nan said slowly and calmly. Tao Mining looked at Chu Nan in front of her, and she also had an understanding of Chu Nan in her heart. This seemingly young man, when speaking, inadvertently revealed a temperament that was no different from those big shots standing at the top of the pyramid. It seems like everything is within their control. After talking so much, why don't we talk about cooperation? Chu Nan said. Du Rulin and Tao Mining looked at each other and nodded. Of course, I have no objection to the cooperation, but Mr. Chu, Mining and I have already discussed the endorsement fee this time, so the endorsement fee will be waived. Du Rulin said slowly. Chu Nan, who had originally picked up the teacup, paused for a moment. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he drank the tea in the cup and looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. Sister Du, you're giving me a big advantage. Du Rulin smiled and said, Mr. Chu, look at what you said. This is what Mining and I have discussed. If you hadn't contacted me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have experienced the effect of the beauty pill. This is a great bargain for me, and I believe Mining thinks so too. Du Rulin blinked and gave Tao Mining a look. Tao Mining nodded and showed a comfortable smile. Mr. Chu, you don't have to postpone this matter any longer. I don't have any objection. Chu Nan was silent for a while. Then he looked at the two of them and smiled and said, "In that case, I won't be polite. If Sister Du and Minning have any difficulties in the future, they can come to me." Du Rulin was delighted to hear this. The reason why she didn't want the endorsement fee was that she wanted a favor from Chu Nan. This favor was much more valuable than the endorsement fee, especially with the power behind Chu Nan. If I have any difficulties in the future, maybe Chu Nan can really help me solve them. Chapter 181. Director Chu is awesome. After dinner, Chu Nan planned to ask Du Rulin and Tao Minning to go to the company. After going downstairs, the employees who knew Chu Nan called out to him respectfully. Some passers-by expressed their confusion, wondering why these staff members were so respectful to a young man. Could it be that this young man had some extraordinary background? Business people are quite concerned about these things because they need to expand their network. So one of them stopped someone and asked, "Hello, I want to ask who this Mr. Chu you were talking about is, and why I see some managers in the management department are so polite to him." "You don't know that. Mr. Chu is the owner of our hotel, so of course we should be respectful to him." "What?" The middle-aged man was stunned at first. The young man turned out to be the owner of Marriott Hotel. It was said that all the shares of Marriott Hotel were bought by one person, but this person has never shown up, and not many people outside knew about this. Except for some high-ranking officials, no one else is aware of the changes at Marriott Hotels. He secretly memorized Chu Nan's appearance and planned to have a good communication with him if they met again next time. But why did the back of the woman next to him look so familiar? Wearing a hat, mask, and sunglasses, isn't it hot in such a hot day? After Tang and watched Chu Nan and the others leave from upstairs, he sent someone to the box to clean up all the things. I didn't expect the boss actually knew Tao Minning. I really didn't expect that. Tang smiled as he looked at the signatures on the table. This was like meeting the goddess of his dreams and getting her autograph. Not a loss. I guess no one knew that the famous film queen Tao Man was actually in their hotel and knew their boss. I wonder how much discussion this news will cause. Soon after, Chu Nan and his friends arrived at the company. After entering the elevator, Tao Minning still covered himself tightly. Once his whereabouts were known to others, he would probably be surrounded by a large number of media. She doesn't like that kind of scene. In fact, being a star also has its disadvantages. Her private life is always being watched by others, and the paparazzi are hoping that she will make some mistakes. She also longed to live like an ordinary person, but sometimes you lose something when you gain something, and it is impossible to have the best of both worlds. She also accepted it all silently. After arriving at the conference room, Chu Nan had already called the company's directors to the conference room before coming here. Several directors were sitting in the conference room, waiting for Chu Nan. None of them had any expression of annoyance on their faces. Of course, they didn't dare to show it because they couldn't afford to offend Chu Nan. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and Chu Nan and others walked in. All the directors looked at me, and I was stunned for a moment. Who are these people? They don't seem to be from the company. After closing the door of the conference room, Chu Nan looked at Tao Minning and said, "You can take them off now. These are all directors of the company." Tao Minning took off all the objects that were covering her face, took off her hat, and let her hair fall on her shoulders. The moment she lifted her hair, all the directors held their breath, stood up at once, widened their eyes, and opened their mouths, too shocked to speak. Taman Shedol. It turned out to be Tao Minning. Even Shang Guolai didn't expect that the woman was Tao Minning. He widened his eyes and immediately understood. No wonder Mr. Chu told him not to worry about the spokesperson. It turned out that he knew Tao Minning. With Tao Minning as the spokesperson, Ma Yandan would probably occupy the market quickly, and there was such an influential person. Even if someone doesn't believe in beauty pills, they will be eager to try and buy them. Okay, everyone sit down. Chu Nan was not surprised by the reactions of these directors. Everything was as he expected anyway. I have already found a spokesperson for you. You will be responsible for the advertising planning. This time, Shangguo will be in charge of everything. The beauty pill will be officially launched next month, and advertising on all major platforms will be invested. You don't need to worry about the money. This is the Vice President of Tianyu Entertainment, Mr. Du. You can discuss some details with President Du. That's all I have to say. If you have any opinions, please raise them now. The directors looked at each other, and no one spoke. They did not have any opinions because, in their opinion, with Tao Minning as the spokesperson, nothing else mattered. The beauty pill is destined to sweep across the Dragon Kingdom and set off a crazy wave. Since no one has any objections, let's adjourn the meeting. Vice President Shang, please come to my office with me. Chu Nan left the office after saying this. Then the directors discussed it. Boss Chu is awesome. I didn't expect he could even find Tao Minying. Although Tao Minying is not as popular as before, his influence is much greater than those so-called fresh meats. Yes, after all, he's an old man in the entertainment industry, and the beauty pill is targeted at those older people. With Tao Minying as the spokesperson, most people will probably believe it. And didn't you notice? Tao Minying looks a lot younger. I think she must have taken the beauty pill. Sure enough, our original choice was not wrong. Mr. Chu even has the formula for this magical pill, and he also knows a female star like Tao Minying. I'd be willing to follow Mr. Chu, even if it meant drinking soup. Yeah. Most people echoed. At the same time, they were also very excited. Once the market for the beauty pill became popular, their annual dividends would be an unimaginable number. They were even more determined to make friends with Chu Nan. Chapter 182. The End of the Chui Family. After some discussion, the final plan has been determined. The commercial will start shooting in a week, and before leaving, Shang Guolai tells him that other board members also want the beauty pill. Chu Nan naturally had no objection, but it only applied to the board members. If any information was leaked, Chu Nan would hold them accountable for their legal responsibilities. The news about the beauty pill must not be leaked in advance. Once any information is leaked, all parties will pay attention and quickly block the market. To outsiders, Yunnan Pharmaceutical at this time was just a dying pharmaceutical company. Even if it had the support of the Yi Group, it would not last long without good products. Chu Nan and others are an opportunity. An opportunity to make a big splash and slap everyone in the face. After leaving the company, Chu Nan took them to the Imperial City, KTV, to relax. Although Tao Minying is a film queen, you should know that she debuted as a singer. It can be said that Tao Minying's singing is in no way inferior to her acting skills. Lu Yashuan finally got Tao Minying's autograph as she wished. Of course, she not only got the autograph, but also the contact information. After Tao Minying finished singing, Lu Yashuan, as a little fan, clapped excitedly. Chu Nan also clapped twice silently. Tao Minying's singing was indeed very good. Although his popularity was not as high as the young and handsome singers in the current market, his influence in the entertainment industry was still quite huge. And he believed that once Tao Minying entered the music scene again, it would cause a big earthquake. Man Ying's level is still the same as before. Du Rulin said with a smile. Sister Rulin, you are joking. I'm old and ugly now. How can I compare with the young people nowadays? Tao Minying said with a modest smile. Then, Chu Nan also sang a few songs casually. After hearing this, Tao Minying's face flashed with surprise. Although Chu Nan's singing skills were average, he was very well in tune with the melody. Mr. Chu said he learned some musical instruments. Tao Minying couldn't help but ask. Chu Nan nodded and said, I have practiced piano before, but it's just a little bit, not worth mentioning. If someone who knew about this heard it, I wonder if they would roll their eyes at Chu Nan. What is fur? Damn, are the hall-level standards just the basics now? No wonder. Tao Minying nodded slightly. Lu Yashuan looked at Chu Nan strangely and asked suspiciously, When did you learn to play the piano? It wasn't that long ago, so it's normal that you didn't know. Chu Nan smiled. Lu Yashuan also said silently and didn't ask any more questions. Around 4 or 5 o'clock, a few people had dinner together again. Du Rulin and Tao Minying returned to the hotel, while Chu Nan and Lu Yashuan returned home together. Pengzi Country, Chui Family. As a chaebol family located in the capital, the Chui family's influence spreads throughout the country of Pengzi, but now all of the Chui family's industries have been hit overnight. All the companies that cooperated with them terminated their cooperation. Not only that, the stock markets of the Chui family's industries also plummeted and fell to freezing point. The entire Chui family was in complete chaos. Their huge Chui family had suffered such a devastating blow overnight, which had even shaken the foundation of the Chui family. Choi Young-guk, the current head of the Choi family and Choi Young-woo's father, had a melancholy look on his face, and a few of his originally black hair had turned white. He didn't understand who was going to deal with their Chui family. There was absolutely no force in the country that dared to deal with the Chui family. In his opinion, the force that was going to deal with their Chui family came from overseas. He has sent people to investigate. However, 24 hours have passed, and the people he sent to investigate have not returned yet. But at this moment, a man hurriedly pushed open the door and ran in breathlessly. Chui Jingwa saw this man and suddenly approached him, grabbed his shoulder and asked, Did you find out anything? Who is going to deal with our Chui family? The man took a breath, fear in his eyes, and said in a trembling voice, Boss, Yes, the Carpenter family. Boom, boom. Chui Jingwa felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He stood there in a daze. He opened his mouth, but was so shocked that he could not utter a word. The Carpenter family. Why are the Carpenters going against them? It seems that the Chui family has no grudges against the Carpenter family, and they even had business dealings in the early years. But what is going on in the current situation? If the Carpenter family wants to deal with the Chui family, it is just a matter of moving their fingers. The Chui family has no right to resist at all because the Carpenter family is the world's top chaebol family. Their Chui family is only limited to the Pingxi kingdom. Even if Bill Gates wants to deal with them, it would be easy. And from the looks of it, the Carpenter family intends to completely destroy the Chui family. I'm afraid Chui Zhengguo would never have thought that all this was caused by his son, who was far away in Longhua. After the news of the Chui family's bankruptcy spread throughout the country, the whole country was shocked, and not long after, Chui Zhengguo committed suicide. The Chui family is a chaebol family and has offended many people because of its power. Of course, those people did not dare to retaliate because of the Chui family's background. However, the Chui family has fallen, and those people will naturally attack Chui Yongguk. One can imagine what would happen if he fell into the hands of those people. It would probably be more painful than death, so Chui Yongguk chose to commit suicide. Chapter 183. Tian Sui Villa. The next morning, Chunan started signing in again. The items signed in these times are all pretty good, especially the protective jade pendant, which is the most valuable thing for Chunan at the moment. Because he can save his own life, and can save his own life 100% in times of crisis. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in and successfully obtaining Tianshui Villa. Please go and claim it in 3 days. Tianshui Villa? Chunan opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Tianshui Villa is a holiday villa in Huaqing, said to be worth 5 billion yuan. It has a race course, a golf course, and even a performance stage and villa lounge area. Most of the powerful people in a region would choose Tianshui Villa for their vacation. I didn't expect the system's reward this time would be this. After Chu Nin washed up and changed his clothes, he found Zhou Ying and Lu Yashuan were already talking and laughing downstairs. You got up so early? Chu Nin asked suspiciously. Lu Yashuan said unhappily, look at the time, it's almost 11 o'clock. If you just get up now, the sun will be shining on your butt. Since it was already noon, Chunan just asked Luo Yingwu to make lunch. After lunch, Chunan sent Lu Yashuan to the company. Of course, not the company where Lu Yashuan worked before. Chunan has arranged everything. From now on, Lu Yashuan is the financial director of Yunnan Pharmaceutical. Most people are confused by the sudden appointment of a financial director. However, when the news came out that it was someone arranged by the chairman, everyone kept their mouths shut. They are not allowed to discuss the people arranged by the chairman. If the chairman hears about it, their jobs will probably be in jeopardy. Chunan also believed that Lu Yashuan had the ability to take on this position well. She knew very well that with Lu Yashuan's enthusiasm, she would be able to adapt quickly. After arranging everything, Chunan came to the location where the commercial was shot and took a look, even though Tao Minying had already taken a beauty pill. However, the effect of the beauty pill still needed to be shown in the later advertisements. Later, they gave Tao Minying a chocolate that looked like a pill and asked Tao Minying to swallow the chocolate during the shooting process. By adding the changes in facial wrinkles in post-production, all of this will not be a problem. And when someone takes a picture of Tao Minying, they will definitely notice her changes, and by then I don't know how many people will be shocked. After a quick look, Chunan left the company after confirming that there was no problem, and now he was on his way to Tianshui Villa. It is said that Tianshui Villa's annual profit is as high as tens of billions. This is not just the profit from vacation. As a holiday villa, there are many interest chains behind Tianshui Villa. When he arrived at the road leading to Tianshui Villa, the system prompt sounded in Chunan's ears soon. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the property rights shares of Tianshui Villa. Chunan drove the car up. He still wanted to see what the legendary Tianshui Villa was like. Although he had heard of Tianshui Villa, he had never been there. After arriving at the villa, the staff on duty at the gate stopped Chunan. Hello, sir. Please show me your membership card. If you want to enter Tianshui Villa, you must be a member of the villa. The membership levels are divided into ordinary members and core members. The fee for ordinary members is 3 million per year. As for the membership fee for core members, it is 5 million. Do you have to be a member to enter? Chunan asked the person on duty. Yes, sir. I can't let you in if you're not a member. Although the person on duty knew Chunan's car, and it was a top-of-the-line luxury car, the rules of Tianshui Villa were the rules and could not be changed in any way. Since Tianshui Villa opened to the public, no exception has been made for anyone. Moreover, he has seen many powerful people like this. The members of Tinshui Villa are all big bosses. It's okay, I'll just wait a while. Chu Nan smiled indifferently. The person on duty thought that Chu Nan didn't understand the rules of Tinshui Villa and wanted to explain it in detail. Sir, no matter who you are waiting for, we will not let you in. If you want to enter the villa, you must be our member. This has always been the rule. Sir, if you want to enter the villa, I have the manager's contact information here. If you want to enter the villa, you can contact the manager to apply for membership so that I can let you in. Don't be anxious. Wait a little longer. Chu Nan smiled. Seeing that Chu Nan didn't appreciate it, the person on duty stopped talking. Why are these big shots so self-righteous and think they're great just because they are rich and powerful? However, in Tinshui Villa, the rules are the rules and no one is exempted. Not long after, Chu Nan's cell phone rang and an unfamiliar number came in. The person on the other end of the phone said cautiously, "Excuse me, are you Chu Nan, Mr. Chu?" "Yes, I am." "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the person in charge of Tinshui Villa. From now on, Tinshui Villa is your property. I wonder when it would be convenient for you to come over. I'm at the entrance of the villa now, but I'm not a member and the staff on duty won't let me in. Please come out and pick me up." Suddenly, Mr. Yao in the villa office stood up in fear and said in panic, "Please wait a moment. I will come out to pick you up right away." Chapter 184, National Archery Team Players. The person on duty also looked surprised. This shouldn't be possible, right? Tinshui Villa has not broken the rules until now. Otherwise, why would the members pay membership fees every year? In fact, the membership mechanism is nothing more than taking advantage of people's vanity, making them feel superior and higher than others. And the same is true for core members. Core members enjoy treatment like emperors and can enter any place in Tinshui Villa at will. However, there are some places that ordinary members are not allowed to enter. This is the difference between members. And what is the most important thing about Tinshui Villa? That is the connection. Members are always in contact with each other and have direct business cooperation with each other. Ordinary members and core members are two different groups. Tinshui Villa is very big, and Yao Jun ran all the way here from the office. He is already middle-aged, and his physical fitness is not as good as it used to be, but the person at the door is the boss of their Tinshui Villa. He did not dare to delay and did not stop along the way. All the employees stared at Yao Jun in a daze. Mr. Yao is so anxious. Is there something wrong at home? Yao Jun is the person in charge of Tinshui Villa. All employees of Tinshui Villa have to listen to him. Although he seems to be the boss with real power, Chu Nan can fire Yao Jun with just one word. Because Chu Nan is a 100% shareholder, this is the property under his name. After 5 or 6 minutes, finally, I saw Yao Jun's figure. The person on duty also widened his eyes, looking incredulous as to why Mr. Yao came out. And in such a hurry. Sudden, the person on duty seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Chu Nan again. He swallowed involuntarily and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Could it be because of him? The person he is waiting for is Mr. Yao? President Yao was so angry when he saw the stunned staff on duty that he shouted angrily, "Old he, you are so bold that you dare to stop anyone. Do you know who this person is?" Only then did Lao He realize that he might be in trouble and asked fearfully, "Who is it?" "The boss of our Tinshui Villa." Yao Jun looked very disappointed with Lao He. Lao He was also a veteran here, but if he offended the boss, old friendship would be useless. In order to quell Chu Nan's dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to fire Lao He. He will give Lao He some money when the time comes. Considering that Lao He has worked in Tinshui Villa for so long, he will not forget their friendship. "Boss!" Lao He suddenly felt dizzy and almost passed out. This, young people are their bosses. He would never have thought of it. No wonder he felt weird. Why could Chu Nan be so confident and fearless? Someone else's business was blocked from entering. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Chu, because we just received the news and haven't had time to inform you yet. I will handle the next things," Yao Jun said apologetically. His mood was one of panic. Chu Nan glanced at the frightened Lao He, and instead of getting angry, he smiled. "No, remember to give this person a bonus at the end of the month." "Ah?" Yao Jun was confused for a moment. Should he give Lao He a bonus? Doesn't Mr. Chu care that Lao He stopped him at the door? Lao He was also confused. He thought he was definitely fired, but he didn't expect that not only was he not fired, but the boss actually gave him a bonus. What is going on? Although Lao He stopped him, it was also according to the rules. If he broke the rules, Chu Nan would look down on Lao He. What Chu Nan likes most are employees who abide by the rules. No matter who the boss is, they hope that their employees will abide by the company's rules. Yao Jun gave Lao He a look. Lao He reacted immediately and thanked him quickly. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. It's okay, just do your best. Chu Nan drove the car in, and Yao Jun followed closely behind, quickening his pace. After parking the car, Yao Jun took him to various places in Tianshui Villa for a while. It was impossible to walk around the entire Tianshui Villa on foot. Sitting in the golf cart, Yao Jun introduced everything to Chu Nan one by one, and also told Chu Nan about the profitability of Tianshui Villa over the years. Tianshui Villa's annual profit from membership fees alone is over 10 billion. Tianshui Villa has more than 200 ordinary members and more than 100 core members. Adding some other expenses, Tianshui Villa's annual profit is nearly 2 billion. What a terrifying and shocking number. This was something Chu Nan had not expected. This membership system could actually be achieved to this extent. Perhaps only Tianshui Villa could do it. When Chu Nan arrived at the archery range, he got out of the car and glanced around the huge archery range. One person made Chu Nan stop his gaze. Chu Nan looked at the man in surprise. He didn't even expect to meet her here. The man stared at the target intently, his eyes fixed on the center of the circle. His breathing was very steady and his movements were very standard. Sudden, the man's hand dropped from the arrow string. Call out. Hit the bullseye. 10 rings. Chu Nan didn't see much fluctuation, as if everything was within his expectations. I guess everyone knows this person, Ding Haoren, a national archery team member and a gold medalist in international archery competitions. Ding Haoren. Chapter 185. This is unscientific. Ding Haoren, a national-level athlete. He is also a gold medalist in the games, and he has broken world records year after year. Everyone in the circle regards Ding Haoren as their idol, and he has the title of archer in the circle. This is not. The arrows on the target all hit between the 9th and 10th rings, and Ding Haoren's scores were never below the 9th ring, which was what made him so terrifying. Snap, snap, snap. Just as Ding Haoren was about to shoot another arrow, he heard bursts of applause. He turned his head suspiciously and looked at Chu Nan. Who are you? Ding Haoren looked at Chu Nan in confusion. At the same time, he was also surprised that Yao Jun was following Chu Nan. Yao Jun knew it best, as he was the person in charge of Tianshui Villa. Moreover, Ding Haoren was not an ordinary member, but a core member of Tianshui Villa. Logically speaking, an athlete's annual salary was probably not enough to pay the annual fees of an ordinary member of Tianshui Villa. But Ding Haoren is actually a core member of Tianshui Villa. Chu Nan. Chu Nan extended his hand politely and greeted. Ding Haoren also symbolically extended his hand and shook hands with him politely. At the same time, he looked at Yao Jun, looked at him strangely and said, Mr. Yao, would you like to introduce yourself? Yao Jun walked over and spoke with a smile, his tone revealing respect. Mr. Ding, this is the owner of our Tianshui Villa. Mr. Ding? Chu Nan's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Ding Haoren, while he started to guess in his heart. It seems that only the young masters of big families are called young master. Could it be that Ding Haoren is not just an athlete? Does he have other amazing identities? It seems that Yao Jun knows something. Maybe we can find out something by asking him privately? Ding Haoren was also stunned for a moment, looking at Chu Nan in front of him with some disbelief. Is he the owner of Tianshui Villa? A bit young. This was indeed beyond his expectations, but Ding Haoren was not too shocked because it was also related to his identity and background. This little thing was indeed not enough to shock him. Mr. Ding, your archery skills are even more amazing than what we see on TV. Chu Nan boasted with a smile. Ding Haoren smiled and said modestly, not as good as before. If it were before, the hit rate would be higher than it is now. It's boring for Mr. Ding to shoot arrows alone. How about I accompany Mr. Ding? Chu Nan spoke again. Ding Haoren narrowed his eyes, his gaze always fixed on the smiling face. His expression gradually relaxed, and he said since Mr. Chu is so interested, it would be fine to try it together. He didn't know whether Chu Nan really didn't mean it or was just provoking him. Although his condition is not as good as before, he is still the #1 person in the country, and his status in the world is recognized by everyone. His records have not been surpassed again and again. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Yao Jun was also very surprised. Why did his boss want to compete with Ding Haoren in archery? For no reason. Don't you know that the other party is a professional player? Ding Haoren took a look at Chu Nan's bowstring pulling posture and shook his head in disappointment. This was completely amateur level, and it seemed that Mr. Chu had never touched archery before. All of a sudden, Ding Haoren's impression of Chu Nan dropped drastically. If he didn't have the ability, Why bother pretending to be cool here? Ding Howard shot an arrow and hit the bull's eye. 10 rings. Mr. Chu, how about I just forget it? Ding Howard hesitated for a while, but decided to give Chu Nan a way out. No need, Mr. Ding. Please continue. Chu Nan samai in dai fun. The kind smile on Ding Howard's face gradually faded. If you don't give in when I give you a way out, don't blame me for being rude. I didn't expect that the owner of Tianshui Villa is such a person. Ding Howard probably doesn't want to come to this place again in the future. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, Ding Howard had already shot all 5 arrows. The score was 3 10 rings and 2 9 rings, which would be a crushing result in any city-level competition. A world-class player is worthy of being world-class. This state is not yet Ding Howard's peak. Ding Howard once crushed everyone with a perfect score in a world championship. Currently, Ding Howard is still the record holder, and no one can break it. He has a status in the circle that is equivalent to that of a myth or legend. After Ding Howard finished shooting, he sat aside. In his opinion, there was no need to look at the result carefully, because there was no way Chu Nan could beat him. Just because of that bad posture? It's not that Ding Howard looked down on Chu Nan, but Chu Nan's posture was really even more amateurish than that of an amateur. Even Yao Jun, who was standing by, looked embarrassed. Boss, this? Why? After all, he is still too young. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing to hand over Tianshui Villa to such a young man. Finally, after Chu Nan got into position, he shot an arrow. Originally, neither of them had any hope and thought it was good enough that Chu Nan hit the target. Hit the bull's eye. 10 rings. Ding Howard, who was sitting and resting, was stunned. This is unscientific. Chapter 186. The Ding family in the Magic City. How can this guy get 10 rings? This is totally impossible. Good luck, good luck, Chu Nan said modestly. In fact, he knew clearly that no matter what posture he took, even if it was not standard, the arrow he shot would always hit the 10 rings. The ability of 100% hit rate is not just for fun. Luck. Ding Howard's expression gradually relaxed. Perhaps it was really luck. It was normal for the arrow to miss the center of the target. But he never expected that this arrow would hit 10 rings so unexpectedly. Yao Jun wiped the cold sweat from his head. Mr. Chu's luck was really unique. He could even win 10 rings with this luck. Wouldn't it be great to use this luck to buy lottery tickets? Chu Nan picked up an arrow again. This time, his archery posture was more standard than before. If he was a beginner before, now he was almost equivalent to an amateur archer. Chu Nan is very adaptable, and he can quickly adjust to this difficulty. The arrow string flew out of his hand, and the sharp arrow flew out again. Ding Howard's eyes were fixed on the arrow, not shifting his gaze at all. The sharp arrow hit the bull's eye again. Grass! Ding Howard stood up suddenly, and this time he was really not calm. Damn it! It was luck this time too. This happened again. The first time was luck. Could it be luck the second time too? It must be luck. Ding Howard still didn't believe it. He firmly believed that Chu Nan was lucky, and not just ordinary luck, but the kind of luck that was lucky. He didn't believe that Chu Nan could hit the 10 rings with the third arrow. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Howard felt a burning pain on his face. He stared blankly at the arrow that hit the bull's eye. He is already messy. Luck can be explained once or twice, but the third time, it's hard to explain it as luck. But in Ding Howard's opinion, both Chu Nan's archery posture and accuracy were not up to standard. It shouldn't make sense for him to hit the center of the bull's eye. This is too weird. The people in the surrounding shooting range were also stunned. Who on earth was this guy? He was actually on par with Ding Howard. This was already the third 10 ring, and 3 arrows had already tied with Ding Howard. Could he hit the target again with his next arrow? Everyone expressed their doubts. If this was true, wouldn't it mean that this person was even more awesome than Ding Howard? Ding Howard still found it hard to believe and forced himself to believe again that this was Chu Nan's luck, and this luck was completely against the will of heaven. Chu Nan didn't care about the suspicious looks of the crowd. Instead, he picked up another arrow and aimed at the bull's eye. Call out. Ding Howard shouted weakly. Brother, I called you brother. How did you do it? 10 rings again. If this was a game, he would suspect that Chu Nan was cheating. Don't worry, there's still one, Chu Nan said with a smile. Ding Howard's face looked very ugly. If he got another 10 rings, he would really be in despair on the spot. Don't do that. Don't do that. He would accept it even if it was the 9 rings. However, with everyone following his gaze, Chu Nan's last arrow hit the bull's eye again and was a 10-ring shot. Hiss! The entire archery range was silent, and everyone was staring at the scene in a daze. They all had their eyes wide open and were deeply shocked. 5 arrows and 10 rings, a 100% hit rate, which is comparable to Ding Haoren in his peak period. Ding Haoren had a confused look on his face, as if he had stopped thinking. With a 100% hit rate of 5 arrows and 10 rings, he was already qualified to be a professional player. Snap, snap, snap. Yao Yun clicked excitedly. He thought the boss was just playing around, but he didn't expect it to be so surprising that he hit all 10 rings. Yao Jun walked over blankly and asked dully, "Brother, how did you do it?" Chu Nan smiled mysteriously. "Just consider it luck." Ding Haoren was choked for a moment. "Is this really luck?" "I'm afraid not. If 1, 2, or even 3 arrows hit the 10 rings, you can say it's luck, but if all the arrows hit the 10 rings, then it's a bit hard to say it's luck. There are always mountains beyond people and things beyond what you have." Am I too arrogant? Why did I assume from the very beginning that Chu Nan was not as good as me? Ding Haoren took a deep breath and apologized solemnly. "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, I underestimated you." Chu Nan smiled and waved his hand. "What do you mean by looking down on me? I've already said it's just luck." After hearing this, Ding Haoren shook his head bitterly. "Luck? How is this possible? Mr. Chu seems to be too modest. The owner of Tianshui Villa is not an ordinary person at this age." After that, the two chatted for a while, and Yao Jun took Chun in to see other places in the villa. And from Yao Jun, I also learned another identity of Ding Haoren. Someone from the Ding family in Modu. The Ding family of Modu. The Ding family's influence is not regional, but rather affects the entire Magic City. The Ding family themselves come from a military background, but of course as time goes by, not every member of the Ding family becomes a soldier. In addition to military personnel, the Ding family also has businessmen. Currently, there is a large jewelry group in Shanghai called Hanlin Jewelry Group, and the director of this group is Ding Haoren's father. Chapter 187, The Fourth Master. Ding Haoren's father, Ding Hanlin. He is the core figure of the Ding family, and his say in the family is second only to the old man who has retired behind the scenes. Basically, the only person who can represent the Ding family independently is Ding Hanlin. The market value of Hanlin jewelry in Shanghai is as high as 50 billion. Coupled with the prestige of the Ding family, its influence is extremely huge. As Ding Haoren is the only son of Ding Hanlin, the relationship between father and son is actually not harmonious. Ding Haoren doesn't like the ways of businessmen. He doesn't like so many rules. He wants freedom. So, despite all opposition, he even secretly went to participate in the national team's training and happened to be accepted. If he was not admitted, relying on the influence of the Ding family, Ding Hanlin could get Ding Haoren out with just one word. But once you enter, it is equivalent to entering this system, and Ding Haoren is also in this system. Ding Hanlin and Ding Haoren had many quarrels over this matter. In the past few years, Ding Hanlin had been persuading Ding Haoren to withdraw from the national team. But Ding Haoren would never listen to his father. Ding Hanlin was also troubled by this matter. Was such a big enterprise going to be handed over to outsiders if he had no one to inherit it? He would not be willing to give it to someone within the Ding family, as the internal system of a large family is very complicated and outsiders would not understand it. After Ding Haoren became famous, Ding Hanlin contacted Ding Haoren less and less frequently, until Ding Haoren's status was recognized internationally. Ding Hanlin was even proud of this. This dramatic scene was even more subtle than what was shown in TV dramas. But wanting him to bow his head and admit defeat? That's absolutely impossible. It is absolutely impossible for a father to admit his mistake to his son, let alone a person like Ding Hanlin. What if the news spreads within the family? Ding Hanlin's reputation was ruined just like that. I don't know how many people in the family were waiting to laugh at him. After listening to it, Chunin touched his chin and finally understood. No one expected that Ding Haoren had such a great background. I'm afraid that except for some powerful families, no one knew Ding Haoren's true identity. Ding family. The influence of this behemoth is quite huge. We also visited various places in Tianshui Villa, including the Villa Lounge area. Most of the people we met in the Villa Lounge area were relatively famous figures in the upper-class circles of Huaqing. However, this place allowed Chu Nan to meet unexpected people. Near the villa area, he saw several bodyguards at the door of a villa and people coming out from behind the villa. This surprised Chu Nan a little. Oh, this little tiger is here too. Chu Nan looked at the figure with some surprise. The little tiger that Chu Nan mentioned was Brother Tiger, whom he met a few days ago. Brother who seemed to have seen some important person and ran over in a hurry. Of course, he didn't seem to notice Chu Nan. Instead, he trotted in front of Yao Jun with a frown on his face. Boss Yao, why are you here? Yao Yun glänzt der Pole hu indifferently. People like Brother who might have some reputation in the underworld, and those little gangsters would regard him as the big brother. But in the eyes of real big shots, people like Brother who are actually no different from gangsters. If it weren't for the person behind him, Yao Jun probably wouldn't even want to talk to him. I came here with the boss to take a look. Is the fourth master in there? Yao Yun asked indifferently. Wang Hu nodded tremblingly. The fourth master was the person behind him, but he was more curious about who was the person who had President Yao following him. When he turned around, he was stunned on the spot. His round eyes with dilated pupils revealed disbelief. He never thought that he would see Chu Nan here no matter where he came from. Mr. Chu, why are you here too? Wang Hu shouted in disbelief, but at the same time, he turned his head to look at Yao Jun, as if he suddenly thought of something. Mr. Yao, are you here to accompany Mr. Chu? Wang Hu asked tentatively. Who is Yao Jun? He's the person in charge of Tianshui Villa. It has always been the case that others have to curry favor with him, but he has no right to curry favor with others. Basically, every member of Tianshui Villa wants to make friends with Yao Jun. Of course, Yao Jun has very high standards. Apart from core members, he generally will not meet ordinary members unless they are the ones he is particularly interested in. Yao Jun was also very surprised. It seemed that Wang Hu knew Mr. Chu. Well, you know Mr. Chu? This question scared Wang Hu a lot. It would be more accurate to say that he had offended Chu Nan rather than knowing him, and it seemed that the relationship between Yao Jun and Chu Nan was unusual. If Yao Jun knew about this, I would be in big trouble and might even lose my life. I guess we know each other, Chu Nan suddenly said. Wang Hu breathed a sigh of relief and gave Chu Nan a look of great gratitude. Yao Yun looked at Wang Hu strangely. How could someone like Wang Hu make friends with someone like Mr. Chu? In fact, Chu Nan had a good impression of Wang Hu. Although he had offended him before, he was quite decisive in handling things. Chu Nan was more interested in those who acted decisively. The fourth master is inside. How about Mr. Yao and Mr. Chu go up and sit together? Wang Hu took the initiative to invite. Chu Nan was a little curious and asked, who is the fourth master you were talking about? Yao Jun took the initiative to explain to Chu Nan. Boss, this Wang Hu is a subordinate of the fourth master. The fourth master is a gangster and a core member of our Tianshui Villa. Chapter 188. It turns out to be Mr. Chu. Boss? Wang Hu's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Chu Nan with horror. Mr. Yao just called Mr. Chu boss? Maybe he heard it wrong? The only person that Mr. Yao could call boss was the owner of Tianshui Villa. Hiss! Wang Hu took a breath, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the owner of Tianshui Villa is Mr. Chu? At this moment, Wang Hu was no longer calm, and cold sweat kept coming out on his back. You know, he had offended Chu Nan. If people knew about it, even the fourth master would not forgive him. The only thing I pray for is that Chu Nan will never mention this matter in front of anyone. If the previous things are exposed, even the Lord cannot save him. Fourth master. His reputation in the underworld is well known to everyone. He is the local tyrant in Huaqing. Bigwigs from all sides will ask this fourth master to handle all the shady matters, big and small. The relationship between the fourth master and Yao Jun is pretty good, but due to various interests, their relationship can no longer be described as friends. Someone from the underworld? Chu Nan's expression also turned strange. The people in the underworld inevitably reminded him of the gangsters on TV who killed people without blinking an eye, but Chu Nan had never seen the real gangsters. In fact, the underworld in real life is not as cross-dressing as it is shown on TV. In fact, the real underworld are very low-key and not ostentatious. Because most of what they do is not allowed to be seen in public, being too ostentatious is actually seeking death, and this fourth master is only doing business in clubs and underground casinos and collecting protection fees. As for killing people at will, that does not exist. Boss, would you like to meet me? Yao Yun greeted respectfully. Such a scene made Wang Hu even more certain that Chu Nan was the boss behind Tianshui Villa. Let's meet. Chu Nan Zetpunde in Daifun. He also wanted to see what the people in this underworld were like. Although he had never come into contact with the underworld, he was still very curious about this industry. Please, please, please. Wang Hu stretched out a hand stiffly and made a gesture of invitation, letting Yao Jun and Chu Nan walk in front. The rest areas in the villa area are prepared for core members, while ordinary members rest in a mountain villa. When we arrived at a mahjong room in the villa area, we saw a middle-aged man in a Tang suit having a great time playing with others. The man in the Tang suit looks peaceful, but he has an oppressive aura of someone who has been in a high position for a long time. Fourth master, General Manager Yao, is here. Wang Hu pushed open the door and shouted. The fourth master, who was about to play mahjong, suddenly paused, looked at Yao Jun and stopped playing mahjong, then walked over with a smile on his face. Mr. Yao, why didn't you notify me when you came? The fourth master said with a smile. He gave his bodyguards a look, and they all retreated. The fourth master noticed Chu Nan standing aside, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked in confusion, Boss Yao, who is this? Yao Jun solemnly introduced him to the fourth master. Fourth master, this is the owner of our Tianshui villa, Mr. Chu. The fourth master was stunned for a moment, then suddenly widened his eyes, and the word shock seemed to be written on his face. Ah, it's Mr. Chu. My apologies. After the fourth master reacted, he quickly apologized with a smile. At the same time, looking at Chu Nan's calm expression, a huge wave of emotion was already rising in his heart. A young man who looks to be in his 20s is actually the boss behind Tianshui Villa. You have to know how many interest chains are connected behind Tianshui Villa. Tianshui Villa can be said to be a gathering point for these powerful and upper-class people. Although he is a gangster, Li Si's identity is not simple. There is a person with a big background behind him. Otherwise, Li Si would not have been able to gain a foothold in Huaqing in the past 2 years and become the local boss of Huaqing. Do you know me? Chunin looked at Li Si with a strange look. Li Si was also confused for a moment, smiled awkwardly, and didn't know what to say. You don't recognize Mr. Chu now. I didn't expect that Mr. Chu is already the boss of Tianshui Villa at such a young age. I wonder how many people will be shocked if this gets out. Li Si kept bridging. Li Si has strong interpersonal relationships. His specialty is building relationships with people. When Yao Jun and Li Si first met, they were also praised in this way. In fact, everyone wants to have someone who flatters them around them. Of course, flattery should be done in moderation. If you flatter the horse's butt, the effect will naturally be counterproductive. Chunin glanced at the bodyguards and 4 others in the room. These gangsters were indeed different from those on TV. The gangsters on TV are arrogant and domineering with tattoos on their arms. There is no one without tattoos. But looking at the people in front of me and the fourth master, they are completely different from those on TV. It turns out that nothing you see on TV can be trusted. What about killing people at will? People who are truly in the right path will not be so stupid as to do this. Killing is the last resort to preserve oneself. No one would take this step unless it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 189, Thriller. Li Si's face looked a little unhappy. Although the owner of Tianshui Villa is not easy to offend, this is too arrogant. He was not an ordinary person and had his own pride. It was inevitable that he felt uncomfortable being ignored by a junior. Yao Jun on the side was also a little anxious. The relationship between him and Li Si could not be made too strained because of the things and interests between them. Fourth master, have the people in your gang ever killed anyone? Chunin blurted out after being silent for a long time. In an instant, the room fell silent. Even Li Si himself did not expect Chu Nan to ask this question. Li Si was a little panicked. How could a man who lived in the martial arts world not have blood on his body? Although it happened a long time ago, Li Si did have a life on his hands, although it was not caused by him. But he planned it all step by step. He now suspected that Mr. Chu had some grudge against him. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. Li Si quickly hid the strange emotions on his face, smiled, and said, It seems that Mr. Chu has some misunderstandings about us in the underworld. Mr. Chu should have never come into contact with people from the underworld, right? Chu na not that and then Li. This also made Li Si feel relieved. If this was the case, then it was understandable for Mr. Chu to ask such a question. Mr. Chu, people in the underworld are not as cruel as you think. We will not do all the fighting and killing shown on TV. In fact, I'm a businessman, Li Si said with a smile. After saying this, Chu Nan showed an expression of disbelief. Businessman? He had just noticed the nervous expression that flashed across Li Si's face, and he was sure that Li Si's hands were stained with blood. Is that so? I misunderstood. Chu Nan's expression did not change much. Of course, we are all businessmen. Mr. Chu, you're also a businessman. I think we all understand the things between businessmen. Li Si said with a smile. Saying that he is a businessman is just superficial. It is true that in the eyes of outsiders, he is doing business, but many things he does are not allowed to be seen in the open. In fact, most people are aware of the unspoken rules in the club. Even underground casinos are prohibited in manhwa, and these things cannot be discovered. After that, the three of them chatted for a while, and during the chat, Chunin also noticed some things. Li Si came from another place and was not a native of Huaqing, but it took him 2 years to gain a firm foothold in Huaqing. Some people even thought about becoming the local tyrant in Huaqing. However, the bosses from all sides would not allow any new forces to emerge to disrupt the balance, so those people did not end up well. Although some incidents happened during this process, they were all resolved by Li Si. This is enough to prove that Li Si's identity is not simple. Otherwise, these big guys would not be helpless against Li Si. However, Li Si seemed to cleverly avoid the questions every time, as if he didn't want people to know his background, which also aroused Chu Nan's great interest. Even Yao Jun, who had a relatively good relationship with Li Si, only knew that Li Si had a big shot backing him up, and that many collaborations were completed with the help of Li Si. After chatting for a while, the three of them walked out together and planned to go to the banquet hall to eat something. The food at Tianshui Villa is all buffet style, and many fresh ingredients are delivered on the same day. All the food is freshly made to keep it fresh, instead of being prepared and displayed like the buffets outside. Mr. Chu, I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Li Si took the initiative to extend his hand and said with a smile. Chunin also held it and smiled. There will be a chance. Li Si felt extremely happy at the moment. After making friends with the owner of Tianshui Villa, many problems might be solved more easily. The network of contacts in Tianshui Villa was extremely wide. The members here are all famous figures from all walks of life in Huaqing. Because the banquet hall was quite far away, several people got on the sightseeing bus and planned to go to the banquet hall. Just as he got into the car, a man who came out of the villa's rest area locked his eyes on Chu Nan. After confirming that he was right, he shouted in surprise, "Boss Chu! Boss Chu!" Just as they were about to leave, they turned around at the same time after hearing the voice, and saw a middle-aged man running over and looking at Chu Nan in surprise. "Mr. Chu, I didn't expect you to be here too." As soon as these words were spoken, they attracted the attention of Yao Jun and Li Si. Mr. Chu? This title is generally used by shareholders of some large companies. As for the person in front of him, he is naturally one of the directors of Yi Group, and he has met Chu Nan once before. "Brother Yao, isn't this the shareholder of Yi Group?" Li Si asked in a low voice. Yao Jun nodded silently, and at the same time, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Chu Nan. Could it be that Mr. Chu is also a shareholder of Yi Group? "Mr. Zhuang?" Chu Nan blurted out after a little thought. Zhuang Kaiqiang was even happier to see that Chu Nan still remembered him. "I didn't expect that you still remember me, Mr. Chu. Of course, we are all shareholders of the group. If we don't remember and don't recognize each other when we meet on the road later, wouldn't that be an offense?" Ha 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 ha. What Mr. Chu said makes sense. The two of them sang the same tune, making Li Si and Yao Jun understand that Chu Nan was definitely a shareholder of Yi Group. Li Si looked at Chu Nan with a more friendly look. Not only was he the owner of Tianshui Villa, but he was also a shareholder of Yi Group. Such a person was even more worthy of making friends with. Zhuang Kaiqiang hesitated for a while and asked tentatively, "Mr. Chu, I heard from Mr. Yi that Nanshan Building." Before he finished speaking, Chu Nan realized that there was nothing to hide about this matter, and he said without hesitation, "Well, Nanshan Building is indeed mine." Hiss. Li Si and Yao Jun's faces changed drastically. Their originally natural expressions suddenly underwent a huge change. It would be more accurate to say that they were horrified rather than shocked. This news was undoubtedly a bomb, which stunned the two of them. Chapter 190. Unfathomable Young Man. That's right, it's a thriller. If Chu Nan was from another industry, perhaps they would not have shown such expressions. But Nanshan Building is different. Its influence is different. It occupies the best location in Huaqing and covers a wide range of business. The most important thing is the value of Nanshan Building. Nanshan Building is the center, and people coming in and out on weekdays are all celebrities in the circle, and countless people want to reach cooperation with Nanshan Building. From the time of Nanshan Building to now, no one has actually seen who the owner of Nanshan Building is. But now, Chu Nan actually said so naturally that he was the owner of Nanshan Building. If it were any other day, the two would think it was just a joke. But it should be clear that it was the shareholders of Yi Group who first asked the question, and Chu Nan admitted it. So the nature of this is completely different. Moreover, Chu Nan's calm and naturally composed expression didn't seem like he was bragging or lying at all. This Nanshan Building belongs to Chu Nan. Yao Jun's brain had stopped functioning. This dramatic scene and the shocking explosion would probably shock the entire circle. If this matter were to leak, it would undoubtedly be an earthquake. Chunan said it so frankly without fear of causing trouble. But when someone started investigating, that person would already understand how terrifying Chunan was. That's good, that's good. I thought old Yi was joking with us. Although Zhuang Kaiqiang has a calm smile on his face, his heart has already been filled with turbulent waves. Oh shit! Nanchun Building. Although the market value of Nanchun Building is not as high as that of Yi Group, its influence is definitely higher, and even many businesses revolve around Nanchun Building. He also became more and more aware of how terrifying the young man in front of him was. The Yi Group has never had the opportunity to develop overseas markets. This problem has been surrounding the Yi Group for several years, and there has been no solution. But just a week ago, Yuan suddenly announced that he would officially expand into overseas markets and had already found a partner. This sudden announcement made the shareholders a little confused. Later they realized that the expansion into overseas markets was also thanks to Chunan. What an unfathomable young man. Zhuang Kaiqiang is a seasoned man after all. Apart from being a shareholder of the Yi Group, he also owns a listed financial company worth billions. Although this identity does not allow him to have omnipotent connections and watching. But he is also a remarkable person. When Yuan mentioned Chunan, he could deeply feel his fear of Chunan. It is not easy to develop overseas markets. You must have connections overseas to develop overseas markets. Moreover, the partner they are cooperating with this time seems to be of great importance. Yuan can remind them that they must treat every link seriously and not be careless in the slightest. Afterwards, Zhuang Kaiqiang followed them to the banquet hall. Along the way, Zhuang Kaiqiang and Li Si spoke to Chunan in an extremely polite tone, and even boasted about Chunan from time to time. Yao Jun on the side couldn't help but sigh. This Mr. Chu is truly an extraordinary figure. At the same time, he feels more assured that with such a figure backing Tianshui Villa, no one would dare to deal with it unless something unexpected happens. In fact, the momentum of these people in Tianshui Villa is too strong. It has caught the eyes of many big shots and has touched their interest cake. This is also what he is more worried about. But now there is no need to worry about these things anymore. No matter who wants to deal with Tianshui Villa under such a tough background, any attempt to take action will be a death sentence, which is just asking for trouble and bringing about self-destruction. They ate a little and chatted for a while, and Li Si took the initiative to ask for Chunan's phone number. Chunan was also quite helpless. This Li Si is too enthusiastic, and his skill in flattering people is just right. Although he's a bit of a bootlicker, what he says is very comforting. After dinner, Yao Jun took Chunan to visit some places in Tianshui Villa. After introducing the facilities, Chunan fully understood them and lost all interest. He asked Yao Jun to transfer this year's profits from Tianshui Villa to his account and left. Not long after leaving Tianshui Villa, Chunan received a bank deposit message. TSK, TSK, TSK. 1 billion. This money comes so easily, and the life of rich people is really unimaginable for ordinary people. After crossing an intersection, Chunan's phone rang. Looking at the name displayed on the phone, Chunan was a little surprised. It was Mr. Li Hongyi who called. He hadn't had any contact with the association since the international competition ended. Mr. Li and Mr. Zhong did not disturb him after they released the news. In fact, the two elders still wanted to persuade Chunan at that time. After all, Longhua finally produced a world-class pianist, but Chunan had no interest in holding any performance. They are sure that once Chunan is exposed to the public, he will attract the attention of countless people and lead to competition among many ancient families. But in the end, the two elders still held back. Chunan answered the phone. A familiar, old voice came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 191. Big Star, Li Minjing. Mr. Chu. Li Hongyi's tone was very respectful. Well, Mr. Li, is there anything you want to tell me? Chunan said. Mr. Li on the other end of the phone was silent for a while. Then he sighed and said with some embarrassment, Mr. Chu, I want to ask you for a favor this time. Help? What's the matter? Chunan continued to ask. It's a bit complicated to explain. Do you have time, Mr. Chu? There is time, Li Hongyi continued. Then is it convenient for you to come to my place? Yeah, no problem. I'll be there now. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Chu. After hanging up the phone, Chunan was a little curious about what Mr. Li wanted to talk to him about. Could it be a problem with the piano? It was probably a problem with the piano. It was impossible for Li Hongyi to ask him for help with other things. Rose Hill. There are only two people in the association, Mr. Zhong and Mr. Li. The rest of the old guys are not in the association today. In fact, the others don't participate too much in the association. Most of them are just holding positions. Piano is just their hobby, unlike Mr. Zhong and Mr. Li, who regard piano as a lifelong career. Boom strapia. A roar echoed throughout the villa, and the birds in the woods took flight, as if frightened by the sudden roar. Chunan drove the car into Rose Villa and parked it. After walking in, I just happened to see two people coming down from the corridor. Mr. Chu, you're here, Li Hongyi said politely, and of course he showed more respect for Chunan. The level of a Hall of Fame pianist is something they will never be able to reach in their entire lives. Even though Chunan is young and is their junior, age is not a factor in skill. As long as the level is high enough, age is no big deal. Chunan looked at the two elders in confusion and asked, Mr. Li, what do you want to talk to me about? Let's talk upstairs. Chunan followed the two elders to the attic. Fresh dahongpo was ready on the elders' tea table. Although this dahongpo was not as precious as the Taiping Hokue that Chunan drank last time, it was not bad either. The price of 1 pound of dahongpo is about 30,000 yuan. Chunan tasted a little and found that this dahongpo was not bad. Mr. Li, you can tell me now. Li Hongyi and Mr. Zhong looked at each other, and Li Hongyi finally spoke. Mr. Chu, actually, an old friend of mine has been worried for many years, and this worry is because my old friend's deceased son left behind a score that he can't play. He hopes to listen to his son's music again. Hearing this, Chunan felt strange, looked at the two of them in confusion, and said, Can't you two play it too? The two shook their heads at the same time, and Elder Zhong spoke first. We have tried, but it has no effect at all. Perhaps my old friend's worry can only be relieved if we play the music with artistic conception. You are the only pianist of the highest level in Huaqing, so I would like to ask for your help. Do you want to play with artistic conception? As for artistic conception, it is easy for a hall-level pianist to perform it, because the hall-level standard is a different threshold and is completely different from that of ordinary professional pianists. The two of them looked a little nervous, and they felt insecure when they saw Chunan remaining silent for a long time. This little question is no problem. I wonder where the old friend you mentioned, Mr. Li, is? Chunan asked again. Devil's City. Magic City? Not a local. Chunan raised his eyebrows slightly and asked again. Li Hongyi said embarrassedly. No, my old friend's identity is somewhat special. Chunan narrowed his eyes, looking thoughtful. It seemed like he understood something. Doesn't a special identity mean that it is not simple? Could it be a big family in Magic City? In Huaqing, the Yi family is considered a big family, but it still cannot be compared with those families in the Magic City. With a market value of 10 billion, it can indeed be regarded as a leading enterprise in Huaqing. But in the Magic City, there are quite a few groups with a market value of tens of billions, and there are even larger groups. As for Chunan, he himself is an unstable factor. In Yi Wen's eyes, perhaps Chunan alone is equivalent to a big family. The strong backing of the Carpenter family alone is incomparable and terrifying, but the Carpenter family is, after all, an overseas family, not a domestic one. If something really happened to Chunan, it would be difficult for the Carpenter family to extend a helping hand to protect Chunan. After all, Long Kingdom is not Pingxi Kingdom. The influence and control levels of the two countries are different. Long Kingdom strictly prohibits external forces from interfering. When are we going to the Magic City? Chunan said after thinking for a while. If Mr. Chu has time, we can arrange it in 3 days. Li Hongyi said slowly. Chunan nodded without objection. At this moment, there were footsteps in the corridor. Not only Chunan, but the two of them also felt confused. If they remember correctly, it seemed that they invited Chunan. A tall girl with a high ponytail, a baseball cap, and a mask walked up. Although her face was blocked, her stunning appearance was enough to show off a part of her. When he saw this figure, Mr. Li stood up at once and shouted in disbelief. Minjing, it seems that he is someone Mr. Li knows. However, when the girl took off her mask and baseball cap, Chunan was also stunned. She has seen this person before. Not only has she seen it, it can be said that most people in the country know it. Isn't this today's most popular singer and superstar, Li Minjing? Chapter 192. What the F*** CK? Popular singer Li Minjing is hailed as the most likely to become the new generation's queen of singing. She has more than 40 million fans on Weibo and is one of the most popular singers on the entire internet. Many celebrities who have released her songs have said that no young singer of this generation can compare with Li Minjing. Grandfather. Li Minjing's words shocked Chunan. Chunan widened his eyes with an expression of doubt about his life. Today's most talented and promising new generation singer is actually Mr. Li's granddaughter. This was something he had never expected. Upon closer inspection, he found that there were indeed many similarities between the two people's appearances. Minjing. Why didn't you tell your family you were back? This way I could send someone to pick you up. Li Hongyi looked at his granddaughter lovingly. Since childhood, Li Hongyi has been extremely fond of his granddaughter, treating her almost like the apple of his eye. In his eyes, Li Minjing is the apple of his eye. Li Minjing showed a playful smile. Isn't this just to give you a surprise? And Grandpa, you know the paparazzi. I came back secretly this time. Li Hongyi patted his granddaughter's little head and said helplessly, I oppose your entry into the entertainment industry at the beginning, but I couldn't persuade you to do so. It's better for you to take care of the family's properties than to go through this muddy water. People like Li Hongyi know how deep the entertainment industry is. The system of the entertainment industry is complex, and there are many big names behind it, and there are countless people with powerful eyes and hands. There are even many people from the big families in Yendu. Grandpa, you are too worried. Don't you think I'm fine now? Li Minjing said with a smile. Li Hongyi shook his head. The reason why my granddaughter has not been targeted in the entertainment industry is because the family has helped her prevent unnecessary trouble, as long as Li Minjing does not offend anyone. It would be easy for her family to help her avoid those little troubles. Forget it, forget it. Grandpa is old and can't argue with you. Li Hongyi sighed leisurely with pretentiousness. Li Minjing hooked her arm around his and said with a smile, Grandpa is not old at all. It won't be a problem for him to live to be 100 years old. Forget it, forget it. I've lived this long, and I'm not an old monster anymore. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chu. Li Hongyi directly took his granddaughter to introduce Chu Nan. A hint of surprise flashed across Li Minjing's face, and she looked at Chu Nan with some surprise. Mr. Chu? This person actually asked my grandfather to call him by a respectful title. What is his origin? This is my granddaughter, Li Minjing. I believe you should know Minjing, Mr. Chu. Although Li Hongyi opposed Li Minjing's entry into the entertainment industry in the beginning, she has now become famous, and her fame is extraordinary. She is a popular singer today. It is impossible for me not to be proud. The biggest star in Dragon Country today is my granddaughter, and Li Hongyi often brags about her in front of his old friends. Li Minjing is not a vase. Her talent is obvious to all, and her stunning appearance has also attracted a large number of fans. The big star Li Minjing. How could I not know her? Chu Nan rarely took the initiative to extend his hand to show his goodwill. Li Minjing also extended her hand politely, and the two shook hands and smiled. Hello. Seeing this scene, Li Hongyi laughed even more happily. Mr. Chu is not much older than his granddaughter. Although Li Minjing is already 24 years old, the age difference is not a problem. The key is that Chu Nan is talented and is a world-class pianist. If Chu Nan became the son-in-law of their Lao Li family, then he could be unscrupulous and arrogant in front of those old friends. Do you see who our Mr. Li is? My son-in-law is a top-notch pianist. Of course, this is still just Mr. Li's fantasy. If Mr. Li knew that Chu Nan already had a girlfriend, I wonder what his expression would be when his fantasy was shattered. Ahem. Li Hongyi coughed twice, came back to his senses, glanced at the expressions of several people, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one noticed his loss of composure. Li Hongyi then returned to his previous elder demeanor and said with a smile, Minjing can cooperate with Mr. Chu in the future, if she has the opportunity. Oh! Li Minjing's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that, Mr. Chu, you are also a musician? Chu Nan shook his head. No. Then Grandpa, why did you say that you would cooperate with Mr. Chu in the future? Li Minjing looked at Li Hongyi in confusion. Li Hongyi explained slowly. Although Mr. Chu is not a pop musician like you, his piano accomplishments are so great that even your grandfather, I, would be ashamed of myself. Li Minjing widened her eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. Was Grandpa exaggerating? Li Minjing knew her grandpa's level clearly. Her grandpa was one of the top pianists in Huaqing. This is probably going to be close to the palace level. Could it be that Mr. Chu has already reached the top level? It's not that she doesn't believe it, but it's really too exaggerated. There are only a few Hall of Fame pianists in the world, and none of them is less than 40 years old. The Mr. Chu in front of him was about the same age as himself. Li Hongyi whispered a few words into her ear, then suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Chu Nan with horror, and couldn't help but utter two words. Fuck. Chapter 193. Li Minjing's Request. Li Minjing was shocked on the spot. Grandpa, are you sure you're not mistaken? A legendary pianist? Is Mr. Chu, who seems to be of the same age as him, a top-notch pianist? Grandpa, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Li Minjing still couldn't believe it. If it were a person in her 40s, perhaps she would believe it. The main reason she doesn't believe it is that Chu Nan is too young. Currently, there is no world-class pianist as young as Chu Nan. Moreover, Chu Nan's current temperament is exactly the same as that of an ordinary person, and he did not give Li Minjing the feeling of being influenced by art. Of course, Grandpa has heard Mr. Chu's live performances. You are not in Huaching and don't know what has happened recently. Li Hongyi said slowly. Li Minjing was a straightforward person, so she asked Chu Nan on the spot. Mr. Chu, I would like to ask you a question. My grandfather said that you were a legendary pianist. Is that true? Chu Nan glanced at Li Hongyi. Well, almost, Chu Nan said lightly. Li Minjing raised her eyebrows slightly. Almost? What does almost mean? Is it or not? Or is it just close to the Hall of Fame level? Why don't you listen to it with your own ears? Chu Nan stood up and sat in front of a piano in the room. Suddenly, a subtle change occurred on Li Minjing's face. The moment Chu Nan sat in front of the piano, his temperament seemed to have changed, and Li Minjing could feel it clearly. Clang! The black piano keys were pressed, and clear and melodious notes popped out, followed by a rapid change of tune. Li Minjing's pair of beautiful round eyes continued to expand, first showing an expression of shock and then an expression of fascination, and she was completely intoxicated, and all the messy thoughts were left behind. Mr. Zhong and Mr. Li also enjoyed it. They would never miss such a world-class performance no matter when. There was a subtle smile on Chu Nan's face, and his fingertips were dancing on the piano keys, creating phantoms that crisscrossed vertically and horizontally. His slender fingers were like dancing Aladdin dance. It makes people feel extremely enjoyable when watching it. I don't know how much time had passed. They had all forgotten the time and were completely immersed in the mood when the last crisp note fell. The performance is over. After Li Minjing came to her senses, the way she looked at Chu Nan changed completely. It changed from questioning to admiring. She excitedly stepped forward and shook Chu Nan's hand. His face flushed and he stammered. He was so nervous that he didn't know what to say. After a long while, he finally said, Mr. Chu, I'm sorry for what happened just now. This is unquestionable for any Hall of Fame pianist. Li Minjing apologized for questioning Chu Nan before. I accept your apology. Chu Nan is not a stingy person, and this kind of thing is nothing. Li Minjing breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she was still emotional. If she could work with a world-class pianist, her songs might be elevated to a higher level. Although Li Minjing is hailed as the new generation singer with the greatest potential to become a singing queen, she is still too young and needs time to mature. The big names in the music circle all think so. Indeed, her talent is undoubtedly excellent. She has achieved such an achievement in just 2 years since her debut. She is completely different from those singers who are just filling up their resumes. Mr. Chu, could you please play the piano part of my next song for me? Although Li Minjing's words were a bit abrupt, it was basically impossible for her to hold back with her personality. Are you already preparing a new song? Chu Nan was a little surprised because it had only been 3 months since Li Minjing last released a song. This speed of releasing songs is already considered fast. The creation of a song is very complicated. Unless the frequency of releasing songs is relatively frequent, singers like Li Minjing will generally take some time to settle down before creating another song. Li Minjing nodded. Because I have some inspiration recently, I plan to try to edit it. If the song is finally confirmed, I hope you can help play the piano part of the final recording. I'll pay you too. Chu Nan shook his head. Li Minjing's face suddenly changed. What did this shaking of the head mean? Was he rejecting her directly? Sure enough, she was too abrupt. After all, she and Mr. Chu had just been introduced to each other. Although she was famous, she had to know that the other person was a top-notch pianist, and such an identity would make him a celebrity all over the world. Many ancient families would invite Mr. Chu. However, just when Li Minjing was feeling discouraged, what Chu Nan said was exactly the opposite of what she thought. You don't need to pay. You are Mr. Li's granddaughter. It would be a bit strange to ask you for money. Besides, it's just a short recording. It's not a big deal. The meaning of Chu Nan shaking his head is that no fee is required. He is not short of money. No matter how much Li Minjing can give, considering his hall-level status, it is estimated to be only a few million. This sudden reversal made Li Minjing stunned. After she came to her senses, she asked excitedly, Do you really mean it all counts? Tu n'as not that? Count. Chapter 194. Definitely an ugly guy. I chatted with Chu Nan for a while again. Li Minjing became more and more curious about Chu Nan. How talented did he have to be to become a top-notch pianist at such a young age? It's getting late. Why don't we go have a meal? Mr. Chu, why don't you come too? Chu Nan nodded silently and did not refuse. After they went downstairs, Li Minjing sat in Chu Nan's Lamborghini. At the same time, I couldn't help but marvel in my heart that Mr. Chu's family background was not simple. This limited edition Lamborghini is worth nearly 100 million. Li Hongyi and Mr. Zhong got into a Volkswagen Phaeton. If they had been so high profile when they were young, everyone in their generation would have known about it. But now that they are older, they don't have so many thoughts. If they don't know the Volkswagen Phaeton, they might think it is an ordinary Pagget. People who know the goods can naturally tell it at a glance. Low-key yet classy. Before leaving, Li Hongyi booked a store called Xiange. This restaurant specializes in Cantonese cuisine. Li Hongyi is an old customer here and also a senior member of the restaurant. About half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Li Minjing still wore a mask to cover herself up as before. There was nothing she could do about it because of her fame. If someone discovered her, the place would probably be crowded in no time. After Chu Nin got out of the car, Li Minjing looked around, lowered her head, and followed him quickly, looking as if she had done something wrong. Several people walked into the store, and the lobby manager saw Li Hongyi and walked over with a bright smile. Mr. Li, the seat is reserved for you. I'll take you up. Liumi Nudda. The eyes of the people around were also focused on it. Yuexian Pavilion had a great reputation. Generally, those who could make the lobby manager come out to greet them were all celebrities in the circle of watching. Some people also recognized Li Hongyi, and although they wanted to say hello, they held back. There are also rumors in the circle that Mr. Li has a very strange temper, and no one can figure it out. The children of those big groups and families have all been scolded by Mr. Li to some extent. Mr. Li doesn't care about the identities of those so-called children of big families at all. After the four people went upstairs, several people who walked down the corridor noticed the tightly wrapped Li Minjing. That person looks so familiar, like someone else. How can you tell when others are wearing masks and sunglasses? Do you still look at their figures? Oh, I can really tell the figure. It looks so familiar. As expected of my brother Aquaman, he can tell what kind of person someone is by their body shape. But let's not say that the beauty has a good figure. I don't know what she looks like. She's covered up so well, most likely she's ugly, and the kind that will die in the light. One of the female companions said jealously that she was not happy with Li Minjing's figure. Since you have a good figure, why do you cover up your appearance? You must be ugly. This is what the female companion thought in her heart. The other men thought this made sense. If the other person was a stunning beauty, she wouldn't have to hide her appearance. Yeah, that's right. I guess he is another person who will die in the spotlight. If people knew that some people said Li Minjing was ugly, I wonder if these people would be criticized to death. Li Minjing's appearance is recognized as goddess level, but such a stunning face is actually called ugly. I guess the saliva of Li Minjing's fans can drown all of this. After arriving at the booked box, Li Minjing took off his mask and sunglasses. The lobby manager standing by was stunned. Fuck, Li Minjing. The lobby manager was confused, but when he came to his senses, he became very excited, because this is a very popular star. Li Hongyi coughed dryly and said slowly, "Be quiet, this is my granddaughter." Hiss. The lobby manager's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing an incredible expression. The popular star Li Minjing is actually Mr. Li's granddaughter. Oh shit, this news is so explosive. However, when he met Mr. Li's gaze, he immediately shut his mouth. He was well aware of Mr. Li's status and connections in watching. From the look in his eyes, he knew that he didn't want to reveal Li Minjing's whereabouts. After a brief excitement, he shut his mouth. Hand over the menu. Mr. Chu, would you like to take a look? Li Hongyi said politely. You'd better go for the elder one. You should be a frequent customer here and be familiar with the cuisine. Chu Nan responded with a smile. The lobby manager at the side was confused again. He just heard that Mr. Li actually called a young man Mr. Chu. Oh shit, how powerful is this young man to be treated so politely by Mr. Li? If this gets out to everyone in the circle, everyone will be shocked. The lobby manager looked at Chu Nan carefully for a while and found that there seemed to be nothing special about him. In addition, in his impression, he seemed to have not heard of any young figure recently who made Mr. Li so respectful. After ordering the dishes, Li Hongyi handed them to the lobby manager and asked the manager not to leak the information about Li Minjing, otherwise he would bear the consequences. The lobby manager nodded in fear. Even if he had 10 times the courage, Mr. Li had already warned him like this. If he let the secret slip again, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? After they chatted for a while, Chu Nan's cell phone rang. After the call was connected, that sticky voice came out of the phone. My dear Mr. Chu, where are you? Chapter 195, Paparazzi Sneak Shot. Li Minjing, who was pouring tea, immediately pricked up her ears. It's a girl's voice. Li Minjing's heart couldn't help but tighten. Could it be that Mr. Chu already has a girlfriend? Thinking of this, Li Minjing felt a little uncomfortable. Chu Nan responded with a smile. Guess. Do you want to guess? I'll guess if you guess I don't. Guess if I won't open the door for you when you come back. Chu Nan was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Why don't you play by the rules? You were the one who tricked me first and made me guess. Tell me the truth where it is. Lu Yashuan said playfully. I just arrived at the restaurant with my friends and am about to have dinner. Tu nan vet punde. Male or female? Both men and women. At this moment, Lu Yashuan on the other end of the phone suddenly said in a sarcastic tone, Wow, you seem to be having a lot of fun with both men and women. Be careful or you'll get weak in advance. Don't you know whether I'm in good health or not? There's no such thing as a weak body. Chu Nan said jokingly. Lu Yashuan's pretty face suddenly turned red. You bastard. Okay, actually it's two elderly people from the Piano Association who invited us to dinner, and one of them is the granddaughter of the president. You can rest assured now, right? Chu Nan said slowly. That's more like it. I won't bother you anymore, and we'll wait for you to come back. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Li Minjing beside him couldn't help but ask, Mr. Chu, is this your girlfriend? Yeah. Chu Nan not that? Li Minjing's expression changed slightly, and she looked a little disappointed. Li Hongyi, who was standing by, also noticed it and sighed secretly. I didn't expect that Mr. Chu already has a girlfriend. He had originally planned to let Minjing and Chu Nan develop a relationship, but now it seems that this idea has failed. The atmosphere gradually became weird, and the originally harmonious atmosphere became a little awkward, mainly because Li Minjing, who had taken the initiative to talk to Chu Nan before, became silent. The two elders looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. It's up to young people to sort out their own issues. In fact, Li Hongyi did not expect that his granddaughter would develop different feelings for Chu Nan just after they met, although he was also happy that something would happen between his granddaughter and Chu Nan. After all, such outstanding young people are obvious to all. But all the previous thoughts were based on the premise that Chu Nan didn't have a girlfriend. But the problem is that Chu Nan has a girlfriend now. After the phone call, the atmosphere became weird. After the dishes were served one by one, Chu Nan and Li Minjing rarely spoke to each other. Chu Nan seldom took the initiative to talk to others, especially during meals. So it seemed that Li Minjing had always been the one who took the initiative. Because of this, Li Minjing had no appetite and could not eat anything after just eating some dishes. After eating for a long time, all the dishes on the table were swept away, and most of them were eaten by Chu Nan. After seeing Chu Nan's amazing appetite, several people were also amazed. I didn't expect Mr. Chu to be such a good eater. Even those big eaters who are famous on TikTok are no better than him. After sitting for a while, they went downstairs, and all their expenses were recorded in Li Hongyi's membership card. Li Minjing wore a hat and a mask, but her unusual outfit only attracted the attention of some people. They just felt strange. It was a hot summer, and people were still wearing baseball caps and masks. Wouldn't it be stuffy? Everything went smoothly, and Li Minjing was not discovered by anyone. He and Chu Nan walked together and were about to go to the parking lot. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light flashed before their eyes. The paparazzi reporters took a lot of photos in front of the two of them. At the same time, they became even more excited because they actually took some explosive photos of Li Minjing. They spent a lot of money and used special channels to find Li Minjing's whereabouts. In fact, Li Minjing has done a good job of keeping secrets. No one knows Li Minjing's whereabouts except these paparazzi. However, there is no impenetrable wall in the world, and these paparazzi are professionals. Li Minjing was alone with a man. Once this news was released, no one knew how big a stir it would cause. It would definitely be top-notch explosive news. As a popular female star, any news of Li Minjing's love affair will have a huge impact on her career, not to mention that many of her fans claim to be her husband's fans. Although Li Minjing covered her face, many details still allow us to tell that the person is Li Minjing herself. Li Minjing reacted by covering her face, but she soon realized that even if she covered herself, Chu Nan's entire body was exposed to the camera. Once the photos are leaked, the impact on Chu Nan will probably be extremely huge. These paparazzi were very professional. They quickly ran away after taking a few photos. Li Minjing quickly took out her cell phone and called Li Hongyi. Grandpa, I was secretly photographed by the paparazzi. And Mr. Chu, if these photos are leaked, it will be a disaster. Li Hongyi, on the other end of the phone, cursed without caring about his image. These followers actually followed us here. Don't worry, Grandpa will call now. After hanging up the phone, Li Minjing turned around and said to Chu Nan apologetically, I'm really sorry, Mr. Chu, I didn't know they would follow me here. It's okay, these paparazzi can't get away. Chu Nan also made a phone call. It was Li Si's. As a local boss in the underworld, Li Si's subordinates are naturally spread all over the place. If you want to catch these paparazzi, he is the best person to find. Chapter 196. The sound of Yanko dance every night. Mr. Chu, is there anything I can help you with? Li Si's tone was very polite and a little cautious. Ever since he came into contact with Chu Nan, he had investigated, but Chu Nan's family background was really disappointing. An ordinary family, living in a rural town with an only child, such information could not be more ordinary. No one would believe that the owner of Nanshun Building, a shareholder of Yi Group, also owns various businesses including bars, hotels, and office buildings. If such a person is born in an ordinary family, ordinary people will never be able to achieve such achievements even if they're given 10 lifetimes. If there is no certain background behind him, it is impossible to reach such a height. That's why Li Si is wary of Chu Nan. The more unknown something is, the easier it is to make people wary, because you don't know the other party's strengths and background. At the same time, Li Si was also surprised by the call. He didn't expect Chu Nan to contact him so quickly. Fourth Master, I want you to help me capture a few people. It shouldn't be difficult, right? Arrest someone? It is indeed not difficult to arrest someone, but it also depends on the other party's identity and background. Mr. Chu, what is the other party's identity? To be on the safe side, Li Si asked first. They are just a few paparazzi. They don't have any big backgrounds and are not from Huaqing. Hearing this, Li Si felt relieved. It was just a few paparazzi, so there was nothing to worry about arresting them. But how did Mr. Chu have any connections with the paparazzi? Don't paparazzi usually follow celebrities or something? Could it be that Mr. Chu has someone he supports in the entertainment industry? This kind of thing is actually very normal. The entertainment industry is very complicated. Both male and female stars have their own sponsors, and they can only thrive in the circle by relying on the background of those people. For example, the young and handsome actors nowadays, although they don't have any talents, they have traffic PR and the studio's water army to increase their popularity, and they are still very popular. There must be someone behind this supporting him. These traffic stars either have rich women backing them, or they have their own backgrounds. Of course, most of them disappear after just a few months. This is also in line with the character of those big guys. They will naturally stop supporting someone after they are new for a few months. Chu Nan briefly described the appearance of several people to Li Si. No one knows how many spies Li Si has in Huaqing. He has people in almost every area. People like them who are in the underworld need to have intelligence capabilities, and they need to grasp a lot of information as soon as possible. Li Si quickly ordered all the people below to be notified. This was the first time that Chu Nan asked him to solve a problem. If it was done well, the relationship between the two might be able to get closer. He can ask Chu Nan for help if he has any problems in the future. Mr. Chu, I've already given the order. Please rest assured that those people will not be able to escape from Huaqing. Well, thank you for your help. Hey, Mr. Chu, you are too polite. It is my honor that you have come to me. If you have time, please do me the honor of having a meal with me. Eating is fine. In that case, I won't bother you anymore, Mr. Chu. I'll let you know if there's any news. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Li Minjing apologized sincerely again. Chu Nan smiled indifferently. It's okay, this matter is not your fault. Li Minjing really hated these paparazzi. Because of these people, she had to be very careful whenever she went out, and even when she returned home, she would be followed and found here. In fact, most celebrities hate paparazzi. Journalists at least have a bottom line, but paparazzi are different. They have even affected people's normal lives. Regardless of any bottom line, some celebrities even have paparazzi outside their homes, monitoring their every move. It's getting late. I'll take you home, Chu Nan said. Li Minjing bit her upper lip, not knowing what to say. Finally, she nodded and got into the car. The Li family is not far from here. Old Li and Old Zhong have already returned to the villa. The two elders have lived in the villa almost all year round. There are servants to help in the villa anyway, so there is no inconvenience. The Li family lives in an upscale residential area called Tainyudan. Although Chu Nan did not have an access card, the security guard still opened the door honestly. Regardless of whether or not they're the owners of this community, He would not offend anyone who drives such a car. He is just a small security guard, and most of the owners living here are rich people. After sending Li Minjing home, the two said goodbye briefly, and Chu Nan drove back. After returning home, Lu Yashuan sat on the sofa in the living room watching TV and hadn't gone to bed yet. The two sat and chatted for a while, but when Lu Yashuan found out that Li Minjing was going to have dinner with him this time, he was stunned for a long time. Both Tao Minying and Li Minjing were people he had never been able to contact before, and it was because of Chu Nan that she got Tao Minying's contact information. Chu Nan met with two big stars consecutively in the past 2 days. What's even more coincidental is that the president of Huaqing's Piano Association is actually Li Minjing's grandfather. This is too much of a coincidence. After that, the two chatted until 11 o'clock and felt sleepy. After washing up, they both went to bed. Of course, the sound of Yanga dance could be heard in the room every night. After all, they were young people with strong energy, and the battle lasted for about 2 hours before it stopped. Chapter 197, Music Master Max. The next day, Chu Nan woke up early, while Lu Yashuan was still sleeping soundly. They were too tired last night. If it weren't for Chu Nan's abundant energy after being transformed by the genetic potion, it is estimated that others might not be able to get up the next day. Host, Chu Nan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Current deposits, 2.16 billion. Vehicles, Lamborghini Venom, New Era electric vehicle, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Butterfly Truck Madon. Personal properties, Sky Garden Mountaintop Villa, 10 school district houses on Yushui Road. Personal properties, Marriott Hotel, Red Beach Office Building, Green Orange Bar, Sisui Commercial Street, Nanshun Building, Yunnan Pharmaceutical. Other industries, Yi Group shares 5%, Shark Live shares 10%. Whether to be married, no. Name of island, Paradise Island. Special skills, expert piano talent, God-level Chinese medicine, Bajiquan Grandmaster, 100% hit rate max. So, they're already more than 2 billion. Chu Nan muttered with a laugh. Now money is just a number in his eyes, but it will be normal for him to be worth tens of billions in the future. Once Paradise Island is developed, the profits will be unimaginable. Another month is about to pass, and the much-anticipated monthly sign-in is about to come again. Sign-in. Chu Nan signed for today without saying a word. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving the reward of Music Master Max. Boom. In an instant, a vast amount of music theory knowledge poured into Chu Nan's mind like a torrent. Chu Nan covered his slightly swollen head. This huge amount of information was really overwhelming. About a minute passed before the feeling stopped. Chu Nan mastered not only music theory, but also music post-production and mixing tunes at this moment. Music Master Max. There is no doubt that Chu Nan is the best music creator in the world today. Interesting. Chu Nan's mouth corners slightly raised. Yesterday, he met the popular singer Li Minjing, and today he actually won such a reward, which really makes people think a lot. Could it be that the system is really watching my life, including what happened last night? Bah, bah, bah. Thinking of this, Chu Nan immediately stopped his daydreaming in his mind. Thinking about it this way made him feel a little chilly. Chu Nan has no interest in being a singer, and he would definitely not choose to be a star. If he wanted to be famous, he would have become famous all over the world with his top-notch piano skills. Moreover, the halo brought by being a celebrity is really troublesome. For example, the paparazzi that happened yesterday can keep your life from being disturbed or being watched. The key is that if you have any dissatisfaction, the media will make a big fuss about it. There are so many media like this. They have no moral bottom line. All they want is popularity. So even if he has the ability of a music master, he will not appear in the public eye. Chu Nan prefers to stay behind the scenes. However, in today's era, you don't have to debut to become famous. There are many online singers who are not inferior to today's debut singers. Now is an information age for personal use. As long as you have talent, you can become famous in one fell swoop. Soon, Chu Nan conceived the outline of a song in his mind, including the post-production mixing of the song, and the various musical instruments used also emerged in his mind. Although he couldn't guarantee that the song would become extremely popular, he was sure that as long as the song was released, the performance would not be too bad and would definitely create some heat. After Chu Nan finished washing up, he quietly closed the door. As soon as I went downstairs, my phone vibrated. It turned out to be Li Si calling. It seems that the paparazzi from last night have been found. Hey, Mr. Chu, we have already caught the paparazzi you mentioned, but a few of them seem to have been taken away by the Li family. It's not easy for us to ask for help, Li Si said slowly. The Li family still has some status in Huaqing, especially the old man of the Li family. The network of people he controls in Huaqing is terrifying. Although Li Si is the local boss of Huaqing, he is unwilling to come into contact with such a person. He would not offend the Li family unless it was absolutely necessary. It's okay, I'll talk to the Li family. Are all the things taken in the photos here? Chu Nan explained and asked again. Everything used for taking photos is still there. Li Si replied. Then tell me the address, and I'll come over later. Rose Entertainment Club, Mr. Chu, if you arrive, call me and I will send someone to pick you up. Yeah, no problem, I'll be there in a minute. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. Beep, beep, beep. This Li Si is quite efficient. It seems that he has considerable intelligence capabilities in Huaqing. Chu Nan touched his chin and thought, as if he was thinking about something. But soon Chu Nan took out a pen and paper and wrote down all the songs that came to his mind on the paper. The first one he wrote was the song title City. Chapter 198, Please Don't Kill Me. The melody of the city and the meaning of to live itself are actually similar. This is a particularly relatable song, and it may release emotions that have been hidden deep in one's heart for a long time. Chu Nan relied entirely on his own brain to improvise. If there were any veteran original singers, they would probably think Chu Nan was crazy. Songs can indeed be improvised, but generally these songs are bad songs that won't cause any stir even if they are released on music platforms. Any song needs time to mature. Even if someone suddenly has a burst of inspiration, he will just write down the inspiration at that time and then decide whether to add the lyrics. But Chu Nan creates entirely based on his imagination, which is bound to make people feel crazy. Chu Nan marked all the melody of the song, including the remix, on the paper. This is a complete original song. Zhou Ying walked out of the room and looked at Chu Nan, who was sitting on the sofa writing something, with confusion, and walked over curiously. Seeing the lyrics and melody on the paper surprised her. You can write songs? Chu Nan smiled calmly. Just write it down. Zhou Ying did not respond, but looked at the lyrics carefully. She was also a little surprised that Chu Nan had even marked the melody. This is not just casual writing, this is professional. Looking at the lyrics of City, Zhou Ying felt touched. For some reason, the feeling of being far away from home arose in her heart, and her eyes became red. This would seem exaggerated if anyone saw it. Are you touched just by reading the lyrics? Even popular singers may not be able to achieve such an effect. Zhou Ying took a deep breath and glanced at Chu Nan. What on earth is there that this man can't do? Not only can he play the piano, he can also write songs. Later, Lu Yashuan also came down from upstairs and came over curiously. What are you writing? Write a song. Ah! Lu Yashuan showed a surprised expression and looked at the lyrics on the paper suspiciously. After reading for a while, she immediately covered her mouth, with deep shock in her eyes. Really writing songs. And this song actually made her feel homesick. Not only the lyrics were written, but also the composition, melody, and mixing parts were all marked. The entire song was produced by a single person. When did you learn this? Lu Yashuan couldn't help but ask. Chu Nan replied perfunctorily. I am smart, and I was born with the ability. Hearing this, Lu Yashuan couldn't help but rolled her eyes. You are so frivolous. Zhou Ying was also laughing secretly beside her. Okay. After finishing writing, Chu Nan looked at it carefully for a while and stopped writing when he thought it was good. After washing up, Chu Nan first sent Lu Yashuan to the company, then turned around and drove towards the Rose Club. The Rose Club is a private club belonging to Li Si. Many important people come and go on weekdays, and most of these people have some cooperation with Li Si. The Rose Club is magnificent, with accommodation, restaurants, and a bar for entertainment. Of course, there are also many shady interest chains involved. After arriving at the Rose Club, Chu Nan parked the car and called Li Si. After a while, a middle-aged man about 1.8 meters tall and wearing a suit came over. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Scar. Please come this way. Scarface is Li Si's confidant. The reason why he is called Scarface is that he was slashed on the face due to some incident in his early years. Although the scar was not deep, it left a permanent scar on his face. Soon, Scar brought Chu Nan to the inner hall. Seeing Chu Nan walking over, Li Si said with a flattering smile, Hello again, Mr. Chu. Chu Nan also politely shook hands with Li Si and said politely, Sorry to bother you this time, Master Si. Li Si waved his hand and said generously, Mr. Chu, you are too polite. It's just some small things. It's my honor that Mr. Chu thought of me, Li Si. Chu Nan glanced around and didn't see the paparazzi from yesterday, so he asked in confusion, "Where are those people?" Li Si didn't say anything and took Chu Nan into another room, where he saw several people tied to chairs, looking at the people around them in horror. When they saw Chu Nan, their eyes paused. Isn't this the person who was with Li Minjing yesterday? How come he is here? They had planned to leave watching at night yesterday, but who would have thought that when they were sleeping soundly in the hotel, suddenly several big men in black came and blindfolded them. I came here after waking up. It's them for sure. Where are the things? Chu Nan said calmly. Li Si's men handed the camera to Chu Nan. Chu Nan checked and found that the negatives were still there. At the same time, those who were tied up were terrified. Could it be that Li Minjing's boyfriend was a gangster? They won't be killed to silence them in order to prevent the matter from being exposed. These people have never come into contact with gangsters, and they are all bullies who only fear the strong and bully the weak. The reason why they dare to follow celebrities is because celebrities will consider their reputation and fame, so they will not do anything to them. But it is different for people in the underworld. They have nothing to consider. Thinking of this, they became even more panicked. After Chu Nan deleted all the photos, he had someone tear down the cloth that was covering the paparazzi's mouths. After this, the man was so scared that he begged for mercy. "Please don't kill me. I won't say anything." Everyone was stunned by this statement. Chapter 199. Li Minjing, what happened to you? This dramatic scene was beyond his expectations. Who wants to kill him? No one has this idea. In today's civilized society, they only maim people and never kill them. And no matter how he dealt with the person in front of him, he did exactly what Chu Nan said. Since it was Chu Nan, it would be even more impossible for him to kill someone. It seemed that Chu Nan also understood something. He estimated that this young man, like himself, had no idea about the underworld. He might have thought of some murder to silence the witness. But this is easier to handle and can better shut the other person up. "Please, I won't say anything. I know nothing about what happened last night." The man kept begging for mercy. His legs were shaking, and he seemed extremely scared. Chu Nan pretended to be pretentious. His eyes gradually became colder, and his temperament changed as well. Li Si on the side was a little stunned. The momentum changes at any time, and this unique temperament of someone who has been in a superior position for a long time can actually be felt in Mr. Chu. This is not the temperament that people of this age should have at all. Facing that cold gaze, that man became even more frightened. The others all stammered, their legs trembling constantly, their eyes full of fear. "What guarantee can you give?" "Your life," Chu Nan said coldly. The man curled up in the chair, trembling with fear, his voice trembling and his tone revealing fear. No, brother, believe me, I won't tell anyone a word. I will never reveal anything about you and Li Minjing." Chu Nan's face suddenly turned dark. He had noticed the changes in the expressions of the people around him. Everyone had the same expression of disbelief. They seemed to have heard some explosive news. Isn't Li Minjing the most popular female singer today? It is said that she is also regarded as the young generation with the greatest potential to become a singing queen. Mr. Chu actually has an affair with such a big star. Mr. Chu is so awesome. No wonder they want to catch these paparazzi. This is reasonable. If a popular star today is rumored to have a love scandal, it will probably have a huge impact on his future career. Although these people heard it, they would not say anything. After all, Mr. Chu was a person that even the fourth master had to please. Since Mr. Chu didn't want anyone to know, if they told others, wouldn't it cause trouble for the fourth master? The paparazzi seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing and became even more panicked. Brother, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. I was so quick to say it that I let it slip." Chu Nan was too lazy to talk nonsense. He turned his head and whispered to Li Si, "Just warn them. I've deleted the negatives. I have something else to do, so I will leave first." Li Si nodded. The man was so frightened when he saw this scene that his face turned pale. Could it be that they were really going to kill them to silence them? Thinking of this, the man felt a black screen before his eyes, and he fainted from fright. "Fourth master, this man has fainted." Li Si turned around and found that the man had really fainted. He was speechless. He had people drag all of them to another room, lock them in a room, and blindfold them. Just scare them. I guess they won't dare to say anything else. Chu Nan is still confident in the work done by Li Si and his team. This is also what Yao Jun told him. Li Si has always been very dedicated in his work. Otherwise, so many important people would not ask him to do things. After leaving the meeting, Chunin called Li Minjing again. Li Minjing was very annoyed at home because of the paparazzi yesterday. Those paparazzi actually knew her whereabouts. Even if Grandpa has caught them and destroyed the film, she has caused trouble for Mr. Chu. Is it possible that Mr. Chu will never contact her in the future? Thinking of this, Li Minjing became even more annoyed. Son? Just at this moment a phone call came in. Li Minjing raised her eyebrows with some impatience. Who on earth was calling her at this time? When she picked up the phone and saw the name on it. Li Minjing sat up from the sofa and looked at the name on the phone in disbelief. Mr. Chu actually took the initiative to call me. Li Minjing couldn't wait to answer the phone. Excuse me, is this Miss Li? Mr. Chu, it's me. Mr. Chu, you'd better stop calling me Miss Li. Just call me Minjing. Oh well. Minjing, do you know where there's a recording studio in Huaqing? Recording studio? Li Minjing also showed a puzzled expression on her face. Why did Mr. Chu look for a recording studio? Recording studios are usually used to record songs. Could it be that Mr. Chu can also write songs? Mr. Chu, do you want to record a song? Well, I'm going to record a song to try. Did you write the song? Well, I've marked the lyrics, melody, and mix. All I'm missing is a suitable place to put it into the song. What? Li Minjing stood up from the sofa, widened her beautiful eyes, and her breathing became rapid. Even the mixing, melody, and lyrics are all original creations. OMG! Is this man a genius? He is a Hall of Fame pianist who can also write songs. This is the first time she has ever met such an outstanding man. Li Minjing's heart kept beating, and a few faint blushes appeared on her face. She touched her hot cheeks and asked herself, Li Minjing, what's wrong with you? Chapter 200. One person's production. Chunin arrived at Li's house, and Li Minjing had been waiting outside for a long time. Wearing a white off-shoulder dress, her snow-white shoulders exposed and her delicate collarbone visible, Li Minjing looks like a pure female college student who just graduated from school. Mr. Chu. Li Minjing called out politely after getting in the car. Where is that studio? Chunin couldn't help but ask. Li Minjing thought for a while and said, in an office building on Haitian Road. If I remember correctly, it should be there. But I haven't been to that place for a long time. It's been 2 years. I'm not sure if the studio is still there. After hearing this, Chunin said disapprovingly, it's okay, anyway, let's go and see if it's there. It would be better. Chunin stepped on the accelerator and drove away. On the way, Li Minjing couldn't help but ask, Mr. Chu, when did you start learning to write songs? Forehead. This question was a little difficult for Chunin to answer. When did he start learning to write songs? Should he tell her that he had never learned it and just learned it this morning? It was impossible to answer this question like that. Chunin found an excuse and said perfunctorily, it wasn't long. It was only a month. I just wrote it for fun. Just 1 month? Li Minjing was also stunned for a while. What kind of song could she write in a month? Her original expectations were dashed. Maybe Mr. Chu was really just writing for fun. Mr. Chu, can I take a look at your manuscript? Li Minjing asked again. Chunin took out the manuscript and handed it to Li Minjing. Li Minjing, who had originally planned to take a casual look at it, was suddenly stunned the moment she saw the manuscript. Her beautiful eyes widened with incomparable shock in her eyes. Is this really just some random writing? The melody, mix, and instruments used in each measure are all marked. This is not just random writing. It's clearly professional. Li Minjing is a singer herself, and her occupational habit made her unable to help but hum along with the melody, and then savor the lyrics carefully. She is really messy. Both the melody and the rhythm are marked. The melody of each measure is impeccable, and even the mixing part, which is equivalent to the post-production of the song, has been perfected. Li Minjing looked at Chunin in front of her in a daze. Just write something? Li Minjing couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. If this was just written casually and those singers saw this song, I wonder how many of them would feel that all the music theory they learned in their lives was learned by dogs. Chunin completed each song by himself. This is a 100% original song, and the lyrics and music were all written by Chunin alone. After arriving at Haitian Road, Chunin parked the car. Li Minjing also put on a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap and got out of the car. It was not comfortable to wear this kind of outfit in the summer, but what else could she do? This is what happens when you are famous. If someone recognizes you, it will probably be even more troublesome. Which floor? Chunin asked after entering the office building. 4th floor. The two waited for the elevator, and after getting on it, they arrived at the 4th floor. As the elevator went up, Li Minjing kept wondering, in what capacity did Chunin release this song? Could it be that Mr. Chu was also interested in the entertainment industry? But she soon dismissed this idea. Mr. Chu is a world-class pianist. If he really needs fame based on his status as a world-class pianist, the halo of a star is simply not comparable to this status. After all, the entertainment industry is an entertainment industry, and most people are there for entertainment. The same goes for singers. The songs they write boost people's moods and make people relax when they are mentally exhausted. This is also a kind of spiritual entertainment. So if Mr. Chu wants to release a song, he might use the identity of an internet singer. Many current internet singers have good works, and some are even better than debuted singers. Of course, most online songs are short-lived. After reaching the 4th floor, the cool film studio attracted their attention. Lee Minjing said, "It's right here." After the two walked in, they found that the style inside was still more towards the hip-hop style that belonged to young people. As soon as the two walked in, someone politely asked, "Are you two going to record a song?" "Chunan not that like the." The man took Chunan and Lee Minjing into a room for a detailed discussion. The cost of recording a song is 2,000 yuan per session. If post-production of the music is included, the cost will be 10,000 yuan. This price is not expensive. However, when the man learned from Chu Nan that the post-production was completed by himself, he was also surprised. The difficulty of music post-production is not something that one person can accomplish alone. It was the first time he met someone who asked him to do post-production. But since the other party said so, they, as businessmen, didn't say much. Afterwards, Chunan wrote another music score for the band here, and the piano part of the song was completed by Chunan himself. He planned to deal with the accompaniment first and then sing alone. It took more than an hour, but the accompaniment was finally recorded perfectly. The look of the person standing next to him when he looked at Chunan changed completely. This guy's piano playing is really high. I've seen many professional pianists play piano like him. This is the great God. Look, someone else can do post-production, and he's very skilled at it. Who is this person? It's amazing. It seems that this song is originally written by this guy. The music is really impeccable, except for the lyrics. I'm a little looking forward to it. The person next to him was silent for a while, and then couldn't help but sigh. This is one person making the entire song alone.